Chapter 1, Transmigration, then becoming the school beauty's spirit pet. So I've transmigrated. Transmigrated into a world where firearms and magic coexist, where martial arts of qi and blood contend with beastmasters. Bai Chongqing watched the bustling crowd on the street and the shop across the way selling martial techniques and qi blood pills, feeling utterly bewildered. Freshly baked qi blood pills, the latest batch from Hengyun Group, full potency, pre-order now while supplies last. First-tier magic fireball spell, comes with a free instructional video from a grand mage, limited to 500 copies, first come first served. Newly hatched white-scaled snakes, $9.99 each, easier to bond with when raised from young. Ladies, care to take a look? Behind the clamorous hawking was a complex world that Bai Chongqing found somewhat incomprehensible, and people he couldn't understand. Boss, is this white-scaled snake really only 9.9 yuan? Hearing the shopkeeper's call, the girl spoke up and pulled her friend along as they walked over. The girl who spoke had an exquisitely delicate face, especially her pair of peach blossom eyes that made it hard for anyone to look away once they met her gaze. Her high ponytail swayed slightly as she walked, and though she wore only the most ordinary school uniform, her youthful energy was vividly on display. As she pointed, a chime-like sound rang from the bracelet on her wrist. As for the person beside her, also wearing a school uniform, the short hair just past the jawline carried a faint hint of purple, though not very noticeable. Her looks couldn't quite match the peach blossom eyes of the one next to her, but they were still impressive in their own right. Anyone who saw them would unconsciously let their gaze linger on the two a little longer. The shop owner was a rough-looking man. Seeing the girl genuinely inquiring about the price, he responded, "Business isn't doing well. It's on sale for just 9.9. Hearing this, the girl was clearly tempted and was about to say something more when she was pulled back by the short-haired girl beside her. "Xiao Yuer, you're not thinking of buying a white-scaled snake as a spirit pet, are you? White-scaled snakes may look pretty, but even when fully grown, they only reach about 30 centimeters and have zero combat ability. If you sign a spirit contract with a white-scale snake, your path as a beastmaster might as well be cut off." Zhang Jiyu, however, didn't seem bothered at all upon hearing this. She shrugged slightly and said, "Yao Yao, you know my family's situation. How could we possibly afford for me to pursue martial arts? Any spirit pet with high bloodline potential would have upkeep costs during its growth phase that I simply couldn't afford. The white-scale snake is perfect. It doesn't eat much, doesn't require expensive spirit materials to raise, and most importantly, it's beautiful." The girl spoke while slightly crouching down, and then Bai Chongqing saw her face moving closer to him as she extended a finger to tap on the transparent glass display case in front of him. "Yao Yao, look, it's so tiny and adorable." Bai Chongqing saw clearly the girl was pointing at him. Indeed, he had transmigrated into a high martial world where various cultivation systems flourished, but tragically, he had become a white-scaled snake. A white-scaled snake with no growth ceiling to speak of, zero combat power, and even being pointed at by a girl who said, "So tiny and cute." Other transmigrators either had extraordinary talents or came from powerful backgrounds. Only he, not only explicitly called out as a weakling, but also locked in this display window waiting to be chosen. Is this fair? Absolutely not. Lin Jingyao saw that Zhang Jiyu had already made up her mind and knew exactly what her childhood best friend was like. So she swallowed her words of advice and followed Zhang Jiyu's gaze to look inside the display window. "I have to admit, although the white-scaled snake is quite useless, it's really beautiful." Bai Chongqing tilted his head to glance at his siblings. With their pure white scales and 3 streamlined stripes of pink, blue, and purple of varying lengths beneath each serpentine eye, they were indeed prime candidates to be raised as pet snakes. "Since you've made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you otherwise. But even if we're signing a spirit contract with a white phosphorus snake, it should be with the most beautiful one. I think this one looks quite good." Lin Jingyao also pointed at Bai Chongqing. "Right? I thought so too. From the very beginning, this one has been watching the two of us, and its eyes are the most lively." Zhang Jiyu turned to look at the shop owner. "Boss, can I touch it?" Of course. Even a rough and tumble shop owner couldn't resist a pretty girl, smiling cheerfully. "It's just hatched. Its fangs haven't even grown in yet. Won't bite. Go ahead and touch it." The glass display case lid was opened, and then Zhang Jiyu's hand reached inside. Bai Chongqing wanted to dodge, but he was ultimately a fraction too slow. The next moment, his body was already lifted into the air and then cradled in Zhang Jiyu's arms. "Jiyu, look, it seems to really like you." It even closed its eyes. Bai Chongqing paid no attention to Lin Jingyao's exclamation, pretending he hadn't heard it. Since he couldn't resist, why bother trying? That's right, so well behaved. Another hand rested on Bai Chongqing's body, the warmth gliding over him, creating a rather pleasant sensation. Boss, we'll take this one. Jiang Jiu spoke, and Bai Chongqing didn't even move. He had already resigned himself to the fact that he couldn't change being transformed into a white-scaled snake. Rather than being bought by some unknown person, it was better to be taken away by Jiang Jiu. At the very least, facing a beautiful girl every day would keep his mood pleasant. All right, since you're such a pretty young lady, I'll throw in a small bag of white shrimp for free. White-scaled snakes don't have big appetites. Feeding them once every 3 days is enough. This bag of white shrimp should last you a month. Thanks, boss. The payment's been sent. After a brief transaction, Bai Chongqing found himself being cradled in someone's arms, becoming Jiang Jiu's spirit pet from start to finish, without anyone ever asking for his opinion. Of course, even if they had asked, he wouldn't have been able to give any answer after all. He was just a pretty but useless creature. What struck him as peculiar was that after Jiang Jiu pricked her fingertip, squeezed out a drop of blood, and smeared it on his forehead while murmuring something under her breath, Bai Chongqing felt an indescribable sensation. A strange, inexplicable sense of closeness toward Jiang Jiu. Is this the spiritual contract? It does seem somewhat magical. You're all white, so I'll call you Little White from now on. With his palm raised, Bai Chongqing found himself staring into Jiang Jiu's peach blossom eyes. Jiu, do you think Little White is hungry now? Should we feed it something first? Let's try a white shrimp. If it's hungry, it'll eat naturally. But I don't think it will eat. After all, it's still so small. As the two women spoke, a small white shrimp was placed in front of Bai Chongqing. To be honest, Bai Chongqing hadn't eaten anything since hatching and was genuinely hungry. Staring at the shrimp meat before him, he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to devour it. He opened his mouth and bit into the shrimp meat, swallowing it bit by bit. The expected fishy taste didn't appear instead. There was an indescribable sweetness. At the same time, an electronic synthesized voice rang out in Bai Chongqing's mind. God-level devouring system successfully bound. God-level devouring system. Devour flesh, blood, or spirit energy containing objects to gain chi and blood points. Devouring precious items will grant evolution points and unlock branches on the evolution tree. Congratulations, host, for consuming frozen shrimp meat and gaining 0.01 vitality points. Congratulations, host, for completing your first consumption. Reward, initial evolution tree branch unlocked Digestion Enhancement LV1. Digestion Enhancement LV1. Your digestive ability has been significantly enhanced, allowing you to digest flesh and blood food in a shorter time. Chapter 2. The God-level devouring system and the Empress Master. The sudden electronic synthesized voice made Bai Chongqing freeze for a moment, followed by overwhelming joy in his heart. A system. It really is a system. Before his transmigration, Bai Chongqing was an avid novel reader, so he was naturally no stranger to the concept of systems. He had originally thought that after being reborn as a white-scaled snake, he would be nothing more than a pretty but useless creature for the rest of his life. But with a system, everything would be different. Especially when he saw the system's explanation, Bai Chongqing instantly understood the sheer power of the system. As long as he devours, he can gain vitality points. Doesn't that mean his growth won't face any bottlenecks? Not to mention the evolution points and evolution branches obtained by devouring rare items. Infinite evolution. If that's the case, it doesn't seem so bad after all. Bai Chongqing murmured in his heart, and then a faint blue light screen slowly appeared before his eyes. God-level devouring system. Host. Bai Chongqing. Race. White-scaled snake. Vitality value, 0.12. Unlocked evolution tree. Digestion Enhancement LV101. Available evolution points, 0. Evolutions available to unlock, none. A concise and clear attribute panel with every detail exuding the word shabby, of course. It was Bai Chongqing's own attributes that were shabby. He had no idea how combat power, or rather vitality values, were categorized in this world. But one thing was certain, 0.12, no matter how you calculated it, meant he was utterly devoid of combat power. If he encountered a real exotic beast, he'd probably be nothing more than a snack to fill the gaps between its teeth. Lay low and grow stronger. Stay steady and don't act recklessly. With this thought, Bai Chongqing opened his mouth toward Jiang Jiu again. To gain evolution points, it's nothing to be ashamed of. The two women looked at Bai Chongqing, who had opened his mouth again, and exchanged glances. Didn't the owner say we only need to feed him once every 3 days? Why does it feel like he's still not full? Maybe feed him another piece? Lin Jingyao tentatively suggested, and Jiang Jiu gave a soft before picking up another piece of shrimp meat and offering it to Bai Chongsheng. As expected, the shrimp was swallowed in one bite. Then, under the gaze of the two girls, Bai Chongsheng opened his mouth again. Feed again, eat again, feed again, eat again. After swallowing 9 pieces in a row, Bai Chongsheng finally felt that he truly had no more room in his stomach for food. Only then did he shift his body slightly, adjusting to a more comfortable position and stopping his feeding frenzy. Although his digestive abilities had been enhanced by the system, they clearly weren't limitless. Even so, this was more than enough to satisfy Bai Chongsheng. An ordinary white-scaled snake would eat 1 piece of shrimp meat every 3 days, yet he could devour 9 pieces in one go. This wasn't just a significant improvement, it was an enhancement of several dozen times. The 9 white shrimp pieces also successfully earned him 0.09 points of vitality. Moreover, Bai Chongsheng had a feeling that after a good sleep, he'd probably be able to eat just as much again upon waking. At this rate, eating 3 meals a day with an increase of 0.1 per meal, it would only take 3 days for his vitality value to break through 1. However, while Bai Chongsheng's thoughts were optimistic, in the eyes of Jiang Jiu and the other girl, it seemed a bit exaggerated. Xiao Bai seems to have quite the appetite. Lin Jingyao looked at the leisurely, squinting Bai Chongsheng and spoke after a few seconds of silence. Although Jiang Jiu didn't say anything, there was also a hint of surprise in her eyes. The shop owner had raised so many white-scaled snakes it was impossible that he didn't understand their habits. Feeding them 1 piece every 3 days must have worked for the vast majority of white-scaled snakes, but now it seemed to contradict the little white snake in her hands. Luckily, it's just white shrimp. $10 can buy a big bag, so if it eats more, then so be it. Lin Jingyao added another sentence, and Jiang Jiu responded with a hum, lowering her head to glance at the white snake in her hands without saying much more. After strolling around the streets a while longer, the two women each headed home. By the time Jiang Jiu arrived home and opened the door, Bai Chongsheng had been jostled awake. The sight that greeted him was a somewhat outdated 2-bedroom apartment. The sofa, coffee table, cabinets, and other furniture were all made of wood, but the cheapest kind, the sort that made it immediately obvious the household wasn't well off. There was no one else at home, and Jiang Jiu seemed to have let go of his restraints. After glancing around, he let out a long sigh. Reborn into this life, I've returned to this home once more. Though it's shabby, it's filled with warmth. Dad, Mom, how have you been? Don't worry. In this life, I will never let the tragedy of our past life happen to our family again. A few simple words, yet they made the previously dazed Bai Chongsheng widen his eyes in shock. Damn, sis, you're a reincarnator. Others might not understand, but how could Bai Chongsheng not grasp the hidden meaning behind Jiang Jiu's words? What's going on? A transmigrator and a reincarnator, the sleeping dragon and young phoenix, gathered under one roof? He had only intended to find a random household to settle in and steadily grow stronger. Who could have imagined fate would play such a cruel joke on him? Sensing something, Bai Chongsheng glanced at Jiang Jiu, who happened to look back at him at the same moment. In my previous life, I awakened the talent of a beast tamer during my awakening, never expecting it would lead me astray instead. I spent a fortune to buy a tiger-striped spotted leopard and poured all my money and energy into it, only to barely cross the threshold of a novice beastmaster by the age of 22. It wasn't until a chance encounter at the age of 40 that I came across the blood chi martial arts. Within a week, I achieved minor mastery, and in 3 months I reached major mastery. It was then that I had a sudden awakening. After switching to the blood chi martial path for 15 years, I stepped into the Emperor realm, becoming the 8th supreme throne of the Celestial Dynasty. Unfortunately, by then, my blood chi had already begun to decline. Advancing further was as difficult as scaling the heavens, until the final battle arrived. I should have perished then, but for some reason I was reborn back to my senior year of high school. This time, I won't follow the path of beast taming. I'll devote all my money and energy to myself. As for you, I can't provide you with resources for your growth. The reason I formed a contract with you is to give others an explanation, a reason for me to switch to cultivating the path of blood and chi martial arts. But don't worry, though I can't offer you rare treasures, ordinary food isn't costly. I'll take care of you for life, until your natural end. Listen, is there anything more heartfelt than these words? Bai Chongsheng had never imagined that one day, Someone who was currently the school belle and would become an empress in the future would personally tell him she would support him for a lifetime. In the past, he would have agreed without hesitation. But now he felt an urge to speak yet held back. Jiang Jiu, who became an empress in her past life, was not someone of fragile will. Once she made a decision, it was not something he could easily change. Most likely, he was really going to be left to fend for himself. In that case, he might as well focus on eating. Bai Chongxin opened his mouth toward Jiang Jiu again, and seeing him like this, Jiang Jiu was momentarily speechless. I must have lost my mind to say so much to you and even think you could understand. Forget it if I'm hungry. I'll just eat. As she spoke, Jiang Jiu picked up a few more pieces of shrimp meat and placed them in front of Bai Chongxin, casually turning on the TV at the same time. Chapter 3. Beast King equals transformation. According to reports from our correspondent, a mutant beast in Linen City has recently broken through to the Beast King level, significantly increasing its strength, which may pose a threat to the city's defenses. Additionally, we remind all awakened individuals in Linen City who are out hunting that Beast King level mutated creatures have already gained the ability to take human form. Be cautious of strangers when hunting in the wilderness. The voice from the television made by Changsheng, who had been happily swallowing shrimp meat, paused abruptly. His gaze slowly turned toward the TV, confirming he hadn't misheard. Beast King level capable of transformation? Bai Chongxing was at a loss for words to describe his current state of mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiu stared at the television and began murmuring to himself. According to the classification of exotic beasts, from the initial unranked beasts to the ultimate beast gods, there are a total of 9 levels. Unranked, first to third tier beast soldiers, beast generals, lords, beast kings, beast emperors, and beast gods. These correspond respectively to martial artists apprentice, first to third tier martial artists, martial generals, martial marquises, martial kings, martial emperors, and finally the imperial realm. To be able to break through to the Beast King level, this blood energy value must have exceeded 1,000,000. Bai Chongxing took Jiang Jiu's words to heart, glanced at his measly 0.22 vitality stat, and could only remain silent. At his current rate of qi and blood growth, even with the system's enhancements, he only gains 0.3 per day. Yet, to achieve human transformation, he needs a full 1,000,000 qi and blood points. Eating every single meal for 100 days only increased his vitality by 30 points. 1,000,000? It would take him 10,000 years to reach that. Fortunately, with the system's support, this 10,000-year span doesn't seem so hopeless. Moreover, as his vitality value continues to increase and his body grows larger, the amount of vitality he can absorb and devour each day will also rise. Thinking about it this way, perhaps 1,000,000 points of vitality isn't so unattainable after all. First, let's set a small goal. Devour my way to becoming a Beast King. White Chongxing silently cheered himself on in his heart, then continued to bury his head in eating the shrimp meat. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiu watched TV with a still furrowed brow. If I remember correctly, the second celestial and terrestrial anomaly began during my senior year of high school. The first anomaly created the mutated beasts and also gave rise to warriors, mages, and beast tamers. And this second mutation only affected the mutated beasts, causing their strength to rapidly expand, ultimately leading to the emergence of beings surpassing even the beast god within 30 years. The balance between humans and mutated beasts was shattered once again, and countless base cities began to fall. Fortunately, I've been reborn, and this time I won't stray down the wrong path. With the insights and cultivation knowledge from my previous life, I'll grow even faster in this lifetime. Who knows, I might even have a chance to attempt breaking through to the Emperor realm. Bai Chongxing glanced at Jiang Jiu, who was brimming with ambition, and then slightly narrowed his eyes. As expected, every reincarnator is this arrogant, dreaming of conquering heaven and earth in an instant. Little do they know, even with a system, he himself wouldn't dare to think about things like beast gods or the Emperor realm yet. Couldn't they be a bit more mature and steady like him? Start with a small goal first, like becoming a beast king or something. Bai Chongxing had no intention of persuading Jiang Jiu to be down to earth and take things step by step, as he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. At this moment, all he needed to focus on was ensuring he had 3 meals a day and maximizing the efficiency of his digestive system at all times. He ate until full, slept, and upon waking, continued eating. During this time, he also met Jiang Jiu's parents. They were an ordinary couple already showing signs of aging and fatigue, working in a factory with a combined monthly income of around 10,000 yuan. Regarding Jiang Jiu's unilateral decision to form a spirit contract with a white-scaled snake, the elderly couple merely sighed and said no more, believing they had become a burden to Jiang Jiyu. As for Jiang Jiyu's wish to switch from beast taming to cultivating the martial path of qi and blood, they also showed no signs of opposition. Silently transferring 15,000 to Jiang Jiyu was already the greatest effort they could make. Bai Chongqing observed all of this quietly, then continued pursuing his goal of becoming a beast king. 3 full days passed in this manner. Jiang Jiyu, returning from school at noon as usual, placed several pieces of shrimp meat, but Bai Chongqing received an unusual system notification after taking the 3rd bite. Congratulations, host, for consuming frozen shrimp meat and gaining 0.01 vitality points. Congratulations, host. Your vitality points have reached 1, meeting the conditions for the first evolution. Would you like to initiate the evolution? The sudden change in the system notification stirred Bai Chongqing's heart, suppressing the excitement to immediately start the evolution. He continued devouring the remaining shrimp meat. This time, however, no more vitality points were gained. This food can no longer provide vitality points. Has it reached the limit? Although he had long anticipated this outcome, when the moment finally arrived, Bai Chongqing still felt somewhat helpless. Fortunately, the shrimp meat had fulfilled its intended purpose, helping to raise its vitality value to exactly 1 point. In that case, there seemed to be no reason to hesitate. With a single thought, it confirmed the evolution. First evolution initiated. This evolution will last 4 hours. As the system notification sounded, Bai Chongqing suddenly felt dizzy, his consciousness seemingly swaying along. Before he could react further, darkness enveloped his vision, and he fell into a deep slumber. He had no idea how long he had been in that darkness. By the time his consciousness returned, he had already moved from the coffee table in the living room back to Jiang Jiyu's room, his slender body coiled on a cushion. With just a slight lift of his head, he could see his current appearance in the full-length mirror in Jiang Jiyu's bedroom. Compared to 3 days ago, he had grown noticeably larger, with his body length now reaching 30 centimeters, the upper limit for his species growth. Though still tiny, at least he had grown, hadn't he? If this kind of evolution happens a few more times, it probably won't be long before this room can no longer accommodate him. Moreover, Bai Chongqing could clearly feel that after this evolution, it wasn't just his body becoming thicker and longer, his appetite had also grown significantly. Current evolution completed. Total evolution points consumed 0. Congratulations, host, on completing your first evolution. Next evolution required qi and blood value. 10 points, evolution point, 1 point. So, the condition for the next evolution is 10 vitality points plus 1 evolution point. Bai Chongqing muttered to himself in his heart. The shrimp meat could no longer provide qi and blood points. He had to find other food sources. As for these evolution points, they could only be obtained by devouring rare items, but where was he supposed to find them? The system didn't explicitly state it, but it was obvious that to continue gaining qi and blood points, the food's level would need to be higher than that of white shrimp. Staples like rice and flour were out of the question. He needed to aim 1 level higher, preferably something meaty. A new problem now faced Bai Chongqing. How could he convey to Jiang Jiyu that he didn't want shrimp anymore, but meat instead? Chapter 4. Qi and blood points limit. After school in the evening, Jiang Jiyu, as usual, placed a few pieces of shrimp meat in front of Bai Chongqing. However, this time, Bai Chongqing took a bite and immediately spat it out. Just moments ago, he had still been somewhat unwilling to give up and wanted to try, but the fact proved that the shrimp meat could no longer provide him with any qi and blood value. Why aren't you eating? Has it gone bad? Jiang Jiyu frowned slightly, picked up the shrimp meat to smell it, but no unusual odor was detected. She then pushed the shrimp meat back in front of Bai Chongqing. But this time, Bai Chongqing didn't even glance at it. Getting tired of shrimp? Maybe try feeding it something else? Mother Jiang, who had originally planned to wash her hands and cook, noticed her daughter's situation and made a suggestion. Upon hearing this, Bai Chongqing nodded towards Mother Jiang, though he wasn't sure if she could understand him. When he had just hatched, he could only perform basic actions like swallowing and opening his eyes. After his first evolution, his body grew longer. Although he still had no combat ability to speak of, he had at least gained control over this body. Oh, the little one can actually understand us? And even nods? All right, wait here. I'll go get you some meat. In the path of qi and blood martial arts, qi and blood are the foundation. Although the elderly couple couldn't provide their daughter with rare treasures or resources for her martial arts training, they could at least ensure she had meat with every meal. Now, this arrangement unexpectedly benefited Bai Chongqing. Mother Jiang cut a small piece of meat and placed it in front of Bai Chongqing. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the meat strip. Congratulations, host, for consuming fresh beef and gaining 0.21 vitality points. The vitality points provided by beef are clearly incomparable to those from shrimp meat. This piece of meat, estimated to be only about 7 or 8 grams, can provide 0.21 vitality points. More importantly, Bai Chongqing feels he's only half full, far from reaching his limit. Mom, cut some more meat for it. Watching quietly as Bai Chongqing finished the meat and then looked at her with eager eyes, Jiang Ziyu immediately understood what he meant. Soon, Mother Jiang brought over another piece of meat, no smaller than the previous one, and placed it at Bai Chongqing's mouth. Another system notification sounded, and this time it increased his vitality by 0.25 points. Combined, these two instances add up to a full 0.46, equivalent to the increase from a day and a half before. If the sufficiency continues, becoming a beast king doesn't seem so distant after all, just a mere less than 2,000 years away. Well, the path to kingship is long and arduous. In the end, it's still about taking it one step at a time. Watching Bai Chongqing, who had closed his eyes to sleep after eating his fill, Jiang Ziyu's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise. This white-scaled snake was just something she casually picked, but now it seems even more human-like than she imagined. And then there's its growth rate. Growing from 10 centimeters to 30 centimeters in just 3 days is clearly not normal for a white-scaled snake. Could this white-scaled snake be a 1 in a million mutant? However, the surprise was fleeting. After all, a white-scaled snake is just a white-scaled snake. With its potential ceiling firmly locked, no matter how human-like it becomes or how mutated its bloodline is, it remains ultimately useless. It's like having a base value of 1 no matter how much it mutates. It can never surpass 100. Meanwhile, other races start with a base of 100, effortlessly reaching the white snake's limit without any mutations. Yet, seeing such liveliness in the creature, Jiang Ziyu couldn't help but turn to her mother and say, "Mom, from now on please buy more meat each time, and prepare some for the little one too. Alright, I'll do as you say." As for this adorable little creature that didn't run around causing trouble, Mother Jiang didn't have any dislike for it. Besides, buying an extra $1 or $2 worth of meat, how much could that possibly cost? To be honest, having someone feed you right on schedule, it's a pretty comfortable feeling. For 6 consecutive days, Bai Chongqing once again immersed himself in a cycle of waking up to eat and then going back to sleep. The steady daily gain of 1.5 vitality points allowed Bai Chongqing to clearly feel his body growing stronger. However, as his vitality points reached 10, a new problem arose before him. Congratulations, host, for devouring fresh beef and gaining 0.26 vitality points. Blood chi value has reached the current limit. Please initiate the second evolution as soon as possible. Requirements for the second evolution. Blood chi value 1010 evolution points 01. Blood chi is easy to obtain, but where can I get evolution points? If he were in the wild, he could hunt some living creatures himself to see if he could gain evolution points. Unfortunately, he can't even leave this room. Of course, given his current strength and size, any random creature he encountered in the wild would likely be far more powerful than him. Who devours whom is still up for debate. Mom, the school is organizing a practical combat training session this morning. The whole class is going to the simulated training field, so I won't be back for lunch. After returning in her school uniform, Jiang Ziyu took out a small piece of fresh meat from the refrigerator for Bai Chongqing, cut it into slender strips, and placed it in front of him. Hearing her daughter's words, Mother Jiang, who was wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen with a look of concern on her face. Practical combat training? Isn't that dangerous? I've heard that although the simulation training field doesn't have any high-level mutated beasts, students still get injured every year. Bai Chongqing leisurely ate his meat. Although the beef no longer provided him with vitality points, his stomach would still get hungry. Upon hearing Mother Jiang's words, he slightly turned his head to glance at Jiang Ziyu. Although he wasn't sure what this practical combat training would entail, since it was open to all students, its educational significance clearly outweighed its combat aspect. After all, she was the reincarnation of a female emperor. A practical combat training session for all students should be a piece of cake for her. Wait, practical combat training? And they might encounter mutated beasts? Bai Chongqing suddenly thought of something, and his heart couldn't help but stir. Jiang Ziyu's hand slowly brushed over Bai Chongqing's body, and even her fingers carried a warm sensation, giving him a rather pleasant feeling. Don't worry, There will be teachers accompanying you the whole time. Nothing will go wrong. Moreover, for this practical training session, the school will provide certain rewards. The most outstanding student in each class will receive a chi and blood pill worth 2,000. By the way, cut a few pieces of meat for little white later. I'm participating as a beast tamer, so I should bring my own spirit beast. Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Bai Chongsheng felt even more at ease. Early the next morning, while Bai Chongsheng was still in the midst of his dreams, he suddenly felt his body being lifted into the air and then stuffed into a dark space. It seemed to be Jiang Zhiyu's backpack. However, knowing where he was going, Bai Chongsheng didn't struggle and quietly coiled inside. After what felt like an indeterminate amount of time in a daze, he faintly heard the voices of women conversing before the zipper of the backpack was pulled open. At the opening of the backpack was the face of a short-haired girl, along with a hand reaching toward him. Once again, he was given no chance to resist as the girl scooped him into her arms, the faint fragrance of a young maiden wafting over him. Chapter 5. The Flame-Maned Devouring Lion. Zhiyu, it's only been 10 days, right? Little White has grown so much. Lin Jingyao gently stroked Bai Chongsheng, the smooth texture of the delicate snake scales making it hard for the young girl to put him down. I don't know what's going on either, but it's growing really fast. Another hand rested on his body. Bai Chongsheng could clearly sense that many boys in the classroom were looking at him with envy in their eyes. But thinking about it, it made sense. Being held and petted by the two most beautiful girls in the class or even the entire school was a treatment they wouldn't even dare to dream of. At this moment, there were probably countless boys who wished they could trade places with him. For some people, the feeling of being alive yet inferior to even a snake grew increasingly intense. But it's still so tiny. If it were to actually participate in battle, wouldn't it just get swallowed whole by other beasts? Lin Jingyao's concern wasn't unfounded, but to Bai Chongsheng's ears, the words stung a little. After 10 days of painstakingly eating meat to reach this level, and you're worried I'll get eaten in one bite by other beasts? To express his silent resistance, Bai Chongsheng wriggled further inside. However, the next moment, a deep roar sounded from outside the door. Everyone, including Bai Chongsheng, instinctively turned their gaze toward the entrance. Then, they saw a yellow-haired youth leading a lion into the room. Unlike the lions in Bai Chongsheng's memory, this one was entirely crimson, with even the mane around its neck resembling flickering flames. Though not large in size, standing only about a meter tall, every step it took carried an intimidating presence. Compared to this lion, Bai Chongsheng appeared rather shabby and immature, possessing nothing noteworthy except for his looks that appealed to girls. After the blonde-haired youth entered, his gaze swept across the room, accompanied by a disdainful snort. The lion he held on a leash let out a fierce roar, instantly asserting dominance over everyone in the classroom. Is this Huang Xiaoyan's spirit beast? I heard him say before that his father spent 500,000 to buy him a young flame-maned fire-devouring lion cub. This must be it. 500,000. Is this how rich kids roll? Just for their first tamed beast, they're willing to spend so much. Not just that, the 500,000 is only for buying the cub. To raise this flame-maned fire-devouring lion properly, they'll need to spend nearly 100,000 every month just on exotic beast meat and spiritual materials. To be honest, raising this flame-maned fire-swallowing lion costs way more than buying it in the first place. It's said that once a flame-maned fire-swallowing lion reaches adulthood, it becomes a beast general-level creature. A few with mutated bloodlines can even grow to lord level. Compared to Huang Xiaotian, our pets are just trash. Well duh. Huang Xiaotian is aiming to get into Tsinghua Martial University after the college entrance exams. What are we compared to him? That makes sense. Although being scolded, the person being reprimanded didn't feel anything was amiss, as if it was only natural. Amidst the flattering voices around, the yellow-haired youth named Huang Xiaotian walked proudly towards Jiang Zhiyu and his companion, leading his spirit beast. Wherever he passed, the crowd made way, afraid to block his path. The two women frowned slightly upon seeing this. Zhiyu, what do you think of my spirit beast? A pure-blooded flame-maned fire-swallowing lion. My dad spent 500,000 to buy it at an auction. Before Jiang Zhiyu could speak, Lin Jingyao couldn't hold back. Can afford a 500,000 spirit beast, but can't afford a 1,000 spirit storage bag? Leading a lion into the classroom, didn't you notice how scared the other students were? Besides, no matter how high its potential is, isn't it still just a first-tier beast soldier now? The sharp words left Huang Xiaotian with no room to save face. However, Lin Jingyao wasn't entirely wrong. Many girls in the classroom looked rather pale as they stared at the flame-maned devouring lion. Huang Xiaotian glanced at Lin Jingyao, seemingly accustomed to her attitude, before shifting his gaze back to Bai Chongsheng. Is this your spirit beast? Not to criticize, but a tamer's first spirit beast is of utmost importance. How could you so casually form a spirit contract with a white-scaled snake? If you can't find a suitable one, you can always tell me. I can easily ask my dad to find you a better spirit beast. With just a few short sentences, Bai Chongxing understood everything clearly. This guy has a thing for Jiang Jiyu, and his family is somewhat well off, but more than that, he's stingy. If you're really sincere, why not bring out some rare treasures? Anyone can just flap their lips. Coincidentally, Lin Jingyao's thoughts aligned perfectly with Bai Chongxing's. Then what should we do? It's too late to say all this now. How about young Master Huang offers some valuable items to nurture little Bai? It would also help Jiyu. As expected, Huang Xiaoyan's face showed a hint of embarrassment when Lin Jingyao said this. Well, the resources I have were all prepared by my dad. They're just enough to cover the daily consumption of the flame-maned devouring lion. Huang Xiaotian wanted to explain further, but Jiang Jiyu shook her head and said it wasn't necessary, then turned to look at Lin Jingyao. The teacher said to gather at 8:30. It's about time. Let's go wait downstairs. Lin Jingyao, hearing this, immediately picked up Bai Chongsheng and headed for the classroom door, leaving Huang Xiaotian and his lion standing awkwardly alone. Still, there were plenty of others eager to flatter him. Even if Jiang Jiyu and the other ignored him, many were willing to step in. Bai Chongsheng, held in Lin Jingyao's arms, was spared from being stuffed back into Jiang Jiyu's school bag this time. The brief encounter just now made Bai Chongsheng clearly realize how far he still was from being a true exotic beast. He had originally thought that having 10 points of vitality would be enough to give him some pride. But when facing Huang Xiaoyan's flame-maned devouring lion, he realized the gap between them was not even on the same level. If they had met in the wild just now, that flame-maned devouring lion could have eaten him as easily as snacking on a spicy stick. What's even more exaggerated is that this level of beast is only just entering the first-tier beast soldier rank, with second-tier and third-tier beast soldiers above it, and even beyond beast soldiers there are beast generals and lords. Realizing his severe lack of strength, Bai Chongxing silently made a decision. To avoid being eaten like a snack, I'll have to keep lying low beside Jiang Jiyu for now. At the very least, I need to reach the point where I can swallow this flame-maned fire-devouring lion in one gulp before considering venturing into the wild. At the same time, I must seize this opportunity to obtain enough evolution points and initiate the second evolution. Bai Chongxing wasn't the type to be blindly confident, but he had to admit that the power gap in this world was much larger than he had imagined. The only silver lining was that with the system support and Jiang Jiyu, the future Empress, by his side, there might still be a chance for him to reach the pinnacle of power someday. Chapter 6. The Second Evolution. The practical training will take place at the simulation training ground, which is where we're heading now. Let me go over a few important points with all of you. Pay close attention. First, the simulation training ground is a fenced-off mountainous forest area. Inside, you might encounter anything. Inside the bus, the homeroom teacher, wearing a small microphone around her waist, was enthusiastically explaining the precautions. However, it was clear that no one was really listening anymore. Everything is possible, it just sounds a bit intimidating. In reality, not even a single beast soldier-level mutant creature could exist in the area they were heading to. This isn't a martial artist examination where everyone's strength is guaranteed. With students' combat abilities being so uneven, if someone actually dies, the school will bear major responsibility. In this case, it's probably just a formality. The bus slowly drove into a forested area and came to a stop in front of a 4-story building. As the team entered, everyone was issued a set of weapons and armor. The precautions had already been explained on the way, so there was no need to repeat them here. After confirming that all preparations were complete and that communications were functioning normally, the middle-aged man carrying a long sword finally allowed everyone to enter. At first glance, the environment appeared no different from an ordinary forest. Upon entering the forest, there was still a small path trodden by people, but as we ventured deeper, the classmates who had initially stayed close together gradually began to scatter. Footsteps on the fallen leaves occasionally produced a crisp, rustling sound. Jiyu, do you think we might encounter some strange beast that would gobble us up in one bite? Lin Jingyao, who was usually bold and fearless outside, had become unusually quiet since entering the mountain forest. At this moment, she lightly clung to Jiang Jiyu's arm, as if afraid of being left behind. No, beast soldier level mutated creatures are mostly in the warrior trial zone. In this area we're in, even ordinary ungraded mutated creatures rarely appear. Even if we encounter one. As an advanced apprentice, are you really afraid of ungraded mutated creatures? Jiang Jiu tilted her head slightly to glance at Lin Jingyao, somewhat exasperated. Hearing this, Lin Jingyao mustered her courage and released Jiang Jiu's arm that she had been clinging to. Though she tightened her embrace around the white-scaled snake by Changsheng, she was still holding. Little White, don't run around if a real fight breaks out later. Let me tell you, there are many strange beasts in this place. If you run around, you could easily get caught and eaten by who knows what. Ignoring Lin Jingyao's muttering to herself, Bai Changsheng carefully pondered the indescribable scent in the air. Previously, he had been cooped up in Jiang Jiu's room, unable to detect any extraneous smells. However, now that he was in the mountains and forests, the temperature immediately became much more varied. He could even roughly deduce the strength and approximate locations of the potential exotic beasts around him through their scents. This should be considered an innate talent of snakes, and coincidentally, this ability was quite useful. Within a range of 2 to 3 kilometers around him, there were 3 scents that made him feel alarmed. The rest posed no threat to him. Perhaps it was because they were still some distance away, so the sensation wasn't very distinct, but this also proved one thing: from another perspective, this place truly couldn't be considered fraught with danger. At the very least, the fighting spirit visible in Jiang Jiu's eyes was enough to put Bai Changsheng at ease. Hiss! The sudden serpentine cry made both Jiang Jiu and Lin Jingyao turn their heads to look at Bai Changsheng. Since bringing Bai Changsheng home, she had never heard it make such a loud commotion. This was the first time. However, seeing Bai Changsheng fix its gaze intently on one spot, Jiang Jiu was the first to react. With a sudden flick of her wrist, the spear that had been resting by her side instantly revealed its sharp edge, its tip pointing toward a patch of shrubs beside the two of them. The next moment, a pitch-black spider, over 40 centimeters in length, burst out from the shrubs and leaped high toward Bai Changsheng. Getting closer, Bai Changsheng could even see the erect fur on this creature's legs. His body tensed up instantly as Lin Jingyao's scream rang in his ears. But before Bai Changsheng could react, Jiang Jiu, who had been prepared, took action. The alloy spear shot out horizontally with such speed that it even produced a sonic boom. With just a soft pft, the once ferocious giant spider that had been intent on devouring Bai Changsheng met its end beneath Jiang Jiu's spear. The spear tip pierced through its body, and though its legs still twitched in a futile struggle, its fate was sealed as its life force rapidly faded. Just a black striped wolf spider, nothing to fear. With a flick of the spear, the corpse impaled on its tip was flung to the ground. From spotting this guy to delivering a fatal blow, the entire process was smooth as flowing water, without the slightest delay. It was only at this moment that Bai Changsheng truly believed Jiang Jiu was indeed the reincarnation of the Empress, and not just playing some cosplay game with him. This temperament alone was definitely not something a high school girl should possess. A real high schooler would still be screaming in panic right now. Glancing back at the noisy Lin Jingyao, Bai Changsheng slightly moved his body, directly leaping from her embrace before crawling toward the corpse of the black-striped wolf spider. To be honest, the creature's death was rather gruesome, and its appearance wasn't exactly appetizing. But what could he do? He was a snake now. His instincts told him that this black-striped wolf spider, which hadn't lasted a second against Jiang Jiu, could provide him with what he needed. By consuming the other party, there's a high probability of gaining evolution points. Bai Changsheng wasn't the type to be overly fastidious. Knowing full well that eating this black-striped wolf spider before him would grant him evolution points, yet refusing to do so just because it looks ugly and giving up those points? Only fools would do that. No, only foolish snakes would do such a thing. So at this moment, he didn't hesitate at all, opening his mouth to bite onto a spider leg and effortlessly tearing it off. The expected feeling of nausea didn't appear, and the system's notification sound rang out simultaneously. Congratulations, host, for devouring the exotic beast black-striped wolf spider. Obtained 0 vitality points and 0.14 evolution points. It really works. Upon hearing the system notification, Bai Changsheng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Since he hadn't evolved, his vitality points had already reached the upper limit and could no longer be increased. However, that wasn't important. What mattered was that he had gained evolution points, albeit a pitiful 0.14. A single spider leg could provide 0.14 points. If he were to consume the remaining 7 spider legs, it would be enough to accumulate the evolution points needed for an upgrade. Keep going, keep going. Nothing will stop him from gaining evolution points today. Congratulations, host, for devouring the exotic beast black striped wolf spider. Gained 0 vitality points, gained 0.14 evolution points. Congratulations, host, for devouring the exotic beast black striped wolf spider. After consuming all 8 spider legs in one go, the system notification finally changed. Congratulations, host. You have met the conditions for the second evolution. Would you like to begin the evolution process? Begin. Chapter 7. Digestion Enhancement LV2. As Bai Chongqing confirmed the start of his second evolution, a surge of heat suddenly erupted within his body. This warmth quickly spread throughout his entire being, giving him the sensation that all his blood was boiling. As one of the representatives of cold-blooded creatures, snakes naturally have ice-cold blood. The consequence of boiling blood is that Bai Chongqing now feels as if his body is about to burst, as if his blood has been instantly replaced by magma. Lin Jingyao reached out to pick him up again, but the moment her fingers touched him, she hissed and instinctively pulled back. So hot. What's wrong with little white? Did I get poisoned? Lin Jingyao's voice was laced with urgency, but Jiang Jiyu frowned slightly and stopped her from attempting to move Bai Chongqing any further. The black striped wolf spider is venomous, but the venom is concentrated in the fangs of its head. It's only eaten spider legs, so it shouldn't be poisoned. It must be undergoing a mutation. Whenever a creature mutates, its body exhibits changes contrary to the norm. Apart from mutation, Jiang Jiyu couldn't think of any other term to explain Bai Chongqing's current condition in such a short time. A mutation? Wasn't Little White already a mutated creature? Undergoing a second mutation? Lin Jingyao's words trailed off as both women turned their gazes toward Bai Chongqing on the ground. They watched as Bai Chongqing's slender body gradually curled up, writhing continuously until a layer of translucent scales began to shed from his form. As the writhing intensified, more and more snake scales were shed in the process. Unlike the first evolution that completed during sleep, this time Bai Chongqing clearly felt the entire process. The agony was unbearable, yet accompanied by a sense of liberation from constraints. After enduring for several long minutes, Bai Chongqing finally felt the scorching sensation that had spread throughout his body begin to gradually weaken until it completely subsided. Phew, it's finally over. Bai Chongqing let out a long sigh of relief as the system notification sounded simultaneously. Current evolution completed. Total evolution points consumed. 1. Congratulations, host. Second evolution completed successfully. Next evolution requirements: 100 vitality points, 10 evolution points. Although I suffered once, it was all worth it in the end. Unlocking the limit of his vitality value meant he could continue to grow, and the cap was directly raised from 10 points to 100. His gaze fell on the remaining part of the black striped wolf spider's body. Bai Chongqing was about to continue, but the next moment, his body was lifted into the air. Then what came into view was Lin Jingyao's exquisitely beautiful face. Jiyu, Little White has grown so much again. How amazing! It doubled in size in just a few minutes. Jiang Jiyu's gaze at Bai Chongqing also held a trace of astonishment. Previously, she had only thought that Bai Chongqing was highly intelligent and grew at an astonishing rate, suspecting it might undergo a second mutation. But now, she had witnessed it all unfold before her very eyes. Lin Jingyao didn't understand the rarity of a beast's second mutation, but she did. An ordinary white-scaled snake would fetch around $10 at most in the market, but if it underwent a second mutation, its value could skyrocket to 5 figures. If she could just sell Little White. The moment Jiang Jiyu entertained this thought, she saw Little White turn its head to look at her. As the strength of the spirit beast and its master continues to grow, the effects of the initially formed spirit contract gradually become more apparent. Bai Chongqing faintly sensed that a feeling called greed had begun to stir in Jiang Jiyu's heart. Ahem. Perhaps embarrassed by Bai Chongqing's gaze, Jiang Jiyu coughed twice awkwardly. Now that the spirit contract had been signed, even if she wanted to sell him, it would be impossible. Moreover, Bai Chongqing's increased strength is also beneficial for her, although she doesn't really need his meager combat support. Let's keep moving forward. After Little Bai's second mutation, its sensory abilities have greatly improved. It can help us detect potential threats around us. The trial only lasts 4 hours. I must secure the top spot in this class. Is it for that qi and blood pill? Bai Chongqing had an inkling in his heart, and indeed, His senses had improved tremendously, just as Jiang Ziyu had said. What was once a somewhat vague judgment of sense had now become far more precise for Bai Chongqing. After returning to the ground from Lin Jingyao's hands, Bai Chongqing determined the direction and immediately set off, with Jiang Ziyu and Lin Jingyao quickly following behind. Thud, roar, splash. Frequent battles began erupting in this not-so-dense forest. Thanks to Bai Chongqing's acute sense of smell, Jiang Ziyu continuously harvested the lives of nearby unranked exotic beasts. Lin Jingyao just tagged along behind, contributing little. Although her strength wasn't exactly weak, when it came to actual combat and killing, she clearly couldn't compare to Jiang Ziyu, this rebounded emperor-level cultivator. And Bai Chongqing also stole a taste, devouring a black-furred rabbit with blood-red eyes. It's worth mentioning that the vitality points and evolution points provided by this black-furred rabbit were comparable to those from the black-striped wolf spider. Congratulations, host, for devouring the red-eyed black-furred rabbit, obtaining 1.7 vitality points and 0.88 evolution points. The vitality points weren't the key. After obtaining these 0.88 evolution points, combined with what was left earlier, it just made up another full point. Bai Chongqing's gaze involuntarily fell on the personal panel, where the only illuminated branch of the evolution tree was displayed. Digestive enhancement. Use evolution points to continue unlocking the evolution tree branch. Digestive enhancement. Use 1 evolution point deducted. Digestive enhancement branch level increased. Currently unlocked evolution tree branch. Digestion enhancement LV205. Before the food crisis, how fast Bai Chongqing's vitality grew depended entirely on how quickly he could digest. Using hard-earned evolution points to enhance digestion ability, isn't that precisely a form of investment that increases income while reducing expenditure? The only regret was that before he could continue devouring, the sky echoed with the rhythmic honking of a horn as a drone swiftly passed overhead. This practical training session has concluded. All students, please return to the reception center building upon hearing the broadcast. Repeat, this practical training session has concluded. Jiang Ziyu's spear trembled violently twice, shaking off all the remaining blood on its shaft before she retracted it. Let's go, it's time to head back. In these 3+ hours, she had already killed enough ungraded mutant beasts with her gun. There was no need to be greedy for a little more time. As for Lin Jingyao, she had long wanted to go back. Following this human and snake duo through the forest for so long, though she had barely taken any action, just running around the woods for over 3 hours had completely drained her stamina. Finally, we can go back. Do you have enough points to take first place, Ziyu? Chapter 8. Hybrid Elixir. Whether the points are enough to take first place can be determined by doing the math. A little over half an hour later, the two women returned to the 4-story reception center with Bai Chongqing. Huang Xiaotian was still basking in the flattery and praise from the surrounding crowd when he noticed the two women entering. He quickly pushed through the crowd to greet them. Ziyu, I scored 177 points. The highest score after me was only 45. Pretty impressive, right? As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with a mix of pride and anticipation. Clearly, compared to the admiration of others, what he truly desired was Jiang Ziyu's astonishment. If Jiang Ziyu could look at him with admiration and let out a gasp of amazement, Huang Xiaotian would probably float straight up to the sky. However, it was clear that Jiang Ziyu wasn't the least bit interested. After hearing the number 177, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, let out a nonchalant, "Oh," and then went to submit her own battle video. Lin Jingyao, on the other hand, rolled her eyes at Huang Xiaotian. With a high-level spirit beast bought by your dad, and you only scored that much? You're the only one shameless enough to brag about it. A firemane flame-swallowing lion with strength already at the first-tier beast soldier level had entered this beginner-level simulated training ground meant for students. If he still couldn't achieve this kind of cliff-like leading score, then it could only prove that Huang Xiaotian was truly too useless. It's just a pity that this guy seemed to have really been so inflated by praise that he lost his sense of position. Hearing Lin Jingyao's words, he immediately became somewhat flustered. Even if I got this score because of my dad, it's still the highest score in the class. You, Lin Jingyao, wouldn't be able to get it even if you wanted to. The highest score in the class. Lin Jingyao scoffed. Only you could be so confident. Since young Master Huang is so confident, why don't we make a bet? A bet? Huang Xiaotian was taken aback. What kind of bet? I bet you're the top scorer in the class this time. Lin Jingyao unhooked the sports camera hanging around her neck, waved it slightly, and continued. If you have the highest score, I'll give you a vitality pill. If not, you owe me one. Huang Xiaotian fell silent, but upon seeing Lin Jingyao's confident expression, he suddenly laughed. Only you and Jiyu haven't submitted your videos yet in the whole class. Jiyu is obviously out of the question. That white-scaled snake she contracted is lucky if it doesn't get eaten by the exotic beasts in the forest, let alone help her hunt them down. As for you, although your strength is decent, how many exotic beasts can a little girl like you kill? Surely you can't be more capable than my flame-maned devouring lion? Fine, I'll take that bet. If you lose, I won't even ask for your chi blood pills. Huang Xiaotian grinned mischievously and turned his gaze toward Jiang Jiyu, who was submitting a video in the distance. All you need to do is give me Jiyu's WeChat account. Watching Huang Xiaotian's shamelessly cheeky expression, Lin Jingyao couldn't help but shudder, her voice laced with disgust when she spoke again. You can have Jiyu's WeChat account, but the price just went up. In addition to that blood chi pill, throw in 2 hybrid pills for spirit beasts. Blood chi pills and hybrid pills are essentially the same thing, except hybrid pills are of slightly inferior quality with more impurities. If consumed by martial artists, they might disrupt chi blood circulation and potentially leave hidden ailments. However, there's no such concern when feeding them to spirit beasts. A single blood chi pill has a market price of 2,000 alliance coins per pill, while hybrid pills only cost about 1,000. Deal. Huang Xiaotian gave an okay hand sign, his confident smile reappearing at the corners of his mouth. However, the next moment the homeroom teacher's voice came through. Jiang Jiyu, 234 points. How much? 234? At that sound, everyone turned their gaze toward the homeroom teacher. Huang Xiaotian's smug grin instantly froze on his face. As for Lin Jingyao, she let out a scoff before extending her hand toward Huang Xiaotian. Young Master Huang, a bet is a bet. You just agreed to the wager in front of so many witnesses, surely you won't go back on your word now. Huang Xiaotian's expression gradually stiffened, faintly sensing countless gazes fixed upon his back. He had already awakened. Lin Jingyao had just deliberately used her action camera to trick him, making him think he was competing with Lin Jingyao, when in reality, it was Jiang Jiyu. No, even if it's Jiang Jiyu, how could she have so many points? Huang Xiaotian instinctively wanted to voice his doubts, but when he turned around, he met the gazes of many classmates directed at him. Don't worry, it's just a few medicinal pills. I wouldn't go back on my own agreed-upon bet. As soon as the words were spoken, Huang Xiaotian simply flipped his hand, and 2 porcelain bottles appeared in his palm. After pouring the elixirs from the porcelain bottles, they were tossed to Lin Jingyao. We're even. Haha. No wonder they say young Master Huang is the most generous, handing out a pill worth 4,000 just like that. Lin Jingyao held the elixir in her hand, and couldn't resist taking one last jab at Huang Xiaotian before leaving. Faced with Lin Jingyao's mockery, Huang Xiaotian had no choice but to suppress his dissatisfaction, though whether he cursed her inwardly remained unknown. What's wrong? Jiang Jiyu had just submitted the video and, sensing the tense atmosphere, couldn't help but ask. It's fine. There's a sucker who said he'd give you a few elixirs. Lin Jingyao stuffed the blood chi pill into Jiang Jiyu's hand, then took the backpack from behind him and unzipped it. Little white. Look what big sister got for you. Bai Chongqing had always been highly sensitive to smells, and the moment the backpack zipper was opened, a faint fragrance wafted in. The ultimate allure made Bai Chongqing seemed to lose all reason. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Chongqing opened his mouth and swallowed the bright red pill in Lin Jingyao's hand in one gulp. Wait, Little White's vitality is too low, he can't consume the hybrid blood pill. Before Jiang Jiyu could finish speaking, Bai Chongqing had already swallowed. In the next moment, an indescribable sensation of swelling heat surged through him, and the system notification chimed right at that instant. Congratulations, host. You have devoured the hybrid blood pill, gaining 28 chi and blood points and 12 evolution points. The sudden surge of chi and blood felt as if it was about to burst Bai Chongqing's entire body apart. This sensation was far more intense than mere overeating. Similarly, it's akin to ascending directly from hundreds of meters beneath the ocean's surface back up to sea level. In just an instant, Bai Chongqing realized that if he didn't do something, his body might explode at any moment from the overwhelming medicinal energy. Use evolution points to continue unlocking the evolution tree branch. Digestive enhancement. 5 evolution points deducted. Digestive enhancement branch level increased in the evolution tree. Currently unlocked evolution tree branch. Digestion enhancement LV3020. As the digestive enhancement reached level 3, The previously rampaging medicinal energy was immediately restrained. Over time, the sensation of his body being on the verge of bursting gradually faded away. That was close, almost got myself killed over a bite to eat.
第9章，校花女帝的软饭，谁爱吃谁吃。
小白，你没事吧？
对不起，我真的不知道你现在不能吃混血丹。看着白长生痛苦的模样，林金瑶也不知道他到底能不能听懂，嘴里慌乱地说着对不起。不过江之瑜站在一旁，却是意有所感，看向白长生时，双眸之中带着几分疑惑的感觉。林金瑶感觉不到，但他和白长生签订了灵气，能够大致感觉到。一开始的白长生因为混血丹的药力，隐隐有一种要被撑爆身体的感觉，不断有痛苦的感觉传来，但只是2、3秒后，那痛苦的情绪便消失了，取而代之的是欣喜和激动。混血丹的药效已经被他吸收了，饶是江之瑜上一世见多识广，此刻也不由感到惊奇，自己无意中挑选的这条白鳞蛇，似乎根本不像是表面那般简单，通人性、胃口大的出奇2次异变，现在甚至能在气血低到可怜的时候，硬生生吸收一枚混血丹。当然，也只是感到惊奇罢了。这些异样并不能根本的改变什么。白鳞蛇还是白鳞蛇，连成长为兽兵都费劲，自然不值得他去过多在意。不过如果可以，江之瑜还是会想办法帮他一下。放心吧，小白没事。看着自己闺蜜心急如焚的模样，江之瑜只能开口解释了一句。林金瑶这才稍稍安定，却发现白长生不知何时已经恢复了安静，并且目光还落在了他握着混血丹的那只手上。这般模样，似乎只要林金瑶敢喂，他就敢继续吃。不行，不行！林金瑶连忙把手中剩下的那枚混血丹交给了江之瑜。再吃你真的会被撑爆，我可不敢再喂你了。刚刚那一幕就够让他后怕了。如果真的因为他而导致白长生命运，怎么跟江之瑜交代？现在没事，已经是万幸。林金瑶是不敢再乱来了。见林金瑶不敢喂了，而江之瑜又没有想要喂他的意思，白长生咂巴了一下嘴，心底暗道一句可惜。一枚混血丹就能给他提供28点气血值和12点进化值，如果能多吃几枚，恐怕要不了多久，他就能直接开启第3次进化。不过白长生自己也清楚，虽然消化增强已经被提升到了3级，但想要彻底消化混血丹的药力，还需要一段时间。这种时候再吃一枚混血丹，是真的吸收不了药力了。之所以还想吃，不过是蛇类贪婪的本性在作祟罢了。人心不足蛇吞象，江之瑜不喂他第2枚混血丹是正确的。缩了缩身子，白长生退回了书包里吸收药力去了。江之瑜伸手把书包重新背回了背上，而后转身朝着接待大厅的工作人员走去。之瑜，你去哪啊？小白胃口越来越大了，而且他好像更喜欢吃异兽肉，所以我想着能不能给他要点。林金瑶哦了一声，连忙跟了上去。你好，我想买一些异兽肉，不知道哪里能买到。江之瑜面容带着些许清冷，不过因为长得足够漂亮，任谁见到都会不由得心生好感。尤其加上旁边的林金瑶也同样漂亮到不行，甚至嘴还很甜。见江之瑜想要买点异兽肉，就知道他是想给白长生找食物，也是连忙开口，一副楚楚可怜的模样，看着那个男性工作人员。小哥哥，我们俩养了一条白鳞蛇，不过它好像很能吃的样子，而且嘴很挑，虾肉给它都不吃了。你能不能……没等林金瑶再说什么，这个工作人员就果断投降了。
No problem。
工作人员脸上带着几分红意，大概是从来没有被漂亮女生叫过小哥哥，一时有些招架不住。我们偶尔也会狩猎一些异兽，给城里那些酒店送去，刚好有些库存。那些兽兵级的和肉质鲜美的异兽尸体没法给你们，其他的倒是可以。喂食异兽的话，倒是刚好。
You guys come with me. The staff was generous, more generous than Jiang Jiu and the two of them had imagined. However, it was also because no one wanted the carcasses of those foreign beasts that didn't enter the grade and didn't have good meat, and they weren't worth much money in and of themselves. It was better to keep them, rather than doing a favor and earning 2 sentences for little brother to listen to. In a modest frozen warehouse, there were quite a few alien beast corpses stored. And Jiang Ziyu didn't have the slightest intention to be polite, picking more than 10 in a row, all of them belonging to the kind with not too small size. Only after picking did he turn his head to look at Lin Jingyao. A 3-cubic storage ring was priced at 3,000. She didn't bother to buy it, but Lin Jingyao did. And when Lin Jingyao saw this, she immediately bitterly raised her face. "My storage ring is full of snacks." Although she said so, in order to avoid Xiaobai from getting hungry, Lin Jingyao still stuffed as much foreign beast meat into her storage ring as possible. It wasn't until there was nothing more to stuff that the two returned satisfied. Bai Chongqing didn't realize how much Lin Jingyao had sacrificed for him. The remaining medicinal power of the mixed blood pill made him sleep for almost an afternoon, and when he woke up again, he had already returned home. When he opened his eyes, what met his eyes was Jiang Ziyu, who was only wearing a halter top and shorts. Her hair was still tied up high, but at the moment, she was blushing, with beads of sweat seeping out of her body. Sitting on the bed with her knees crossed and her 5 hearts facing the sky, she looked as if she was exercising and absorbing spiritual qi. The white socks on her feet had already faded, and the 2 long legs were just displayed in front of Bai Chongqing, as well as the waist that was less than a handful and the grandeur in front of her body. Bai Chongqing did not disturb her, but just watched quietly. Honestly speaking, this was the first time he had ever quietly sized up Jiang Ziyu, and it had to be said that in terms of looks and body shape alone, Jiang Ziyu was already perfect to the point of being impeccable. Not to mention that she was also the reincarnation and rebirth of a female emperor. Her talent and experience were equally unrivaled. If there were no surprises in this life, she would definitely be certified to the emperor realm in the future. To follow such a stunningly beautiful future empress with unlimited potential, even if you were to be a spirit pet, it seemed to be enough to cause envy from countless people. But then again, with the system at his side, why wouldn't he himself have unlimited potential? His future achievements would not be lower than Jiang Ziyu's. He is a great man born between heaven and earth. A man is born between heaven and earth. How can he live under the people for a long time? He is at least a person who has traveled through the world, even if the soft rice of the school flower empress is fragrant. Phew. First-grade martial artist. Success. Just as Bai Chongqing was rambling, Jiang Ziyu took a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, an indescribable pressure acted on Bai Chongqing's body. Well, it looked like this soft rice would have to be eaten for a while. Chapter 10 Evolution Tree Branch, Rock Armor Defense. It was thought that Jiang Ziyu's strength would increase quickly, but never thought it would be this fast. When everyone in her class was still stuck in the apprentice realm, she had already managed to step into the martial artist realm. More importantly, Jiang Ziyu's strength clearly couldn't be measured by an ordinary martial artist. The pressure alone, if anything, was not something a martial artist could achieve. In comparison, Bai Chongqing's qi and blood value had only managed to reach 29.7, and was still a long way from the 3rd evolution of 100 points. Abandoning the chaotic thoughts in his head, Bai Chongqing dryly opened his mouth towards Jiang Ziyu. Hungry so soon? Jiang Ziyu raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. A long leg stretched out, her bare white feet tucked into her slippers. From Bai Chongqing's perspective, these 2 long legs of Jiang Ziyu were just a little too heaven-defying. Previously wearing a school uniform, it hadn't been seen so intuitively. After getting down from the bed, Jiang Ziyu just slightly turned over his hand, and then a fist-sized beast leg with scaly armor appeared in front of him. The storage ring was filled with exotic beast meat prepared for Bai Chongqing, and it was useless to wear it by himself, so Lin Jingyao simply lent the storage ring to Jiang Ziyu. Just by looking at the appearance, it was impossible to tell what this thing originally grew on. But that wasn't important at all. What was important was that Bai Chongqing was really hungry. After his digestive enhancement reached level 3, his appetite had obviously grown quite a bit. The beast's leg in front of him that looked like it weighed a caddy opened his mouth and bit down on it before swallowing it in one gulp. Congratulations to the host for devouring the tricolor blade lizard, gaining a blood value of 2.7, and gaining 0.6 evolution points. The system's beeps sounded in sync. 2.7 chi and blood value was definitely not a small amount, and before that, it was enough for him to eat for a day. However, at this moment, Bai Chongqing still felt that his stomach was empty, and he didn't feel full at all. More. Jiang Ziyu looked at Bai Chongqing and looked at her again, Her mind moved, sensing the emotions that Bai Chongqing passed on, and she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. And then she became interested and took out another piece of beast meat from her storage ring. This piece was even bigger than the beast's leg just now, a full 1.5 kilograms in size. Opening his mouth without any hesitation, he swallowed the beast meat whole. Congratulations to the host for devouring the muddy rock turtle, gaining 3.4 chi and blood, and 0.9 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the unlit branch of the evolution tree, Rock Armor Defense. Rock Armor Defense. When lit, it can form an Earth attribute defense layer underneath its scales, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Requires 6 evolution points to illuminate a new branch of the evolution tree. The sudden change of heart made Bai Chongqing's mind rejoice, especially after hearing the system's explanation. This feeling of surprise became more and more obvious. For this ability that could save his life at a critical moment, Bai Chongqing naturally wouldn't skimp on evolution points. Taking a look at his remaining evolution points, there were 7 points left from the upgrade Digestive Enhancement, and with the 1.5 he had just gained, there was still a surplus of 8.5. The chi and blood values for the third evolution hadn't even been saved up yet, so naturally, he didn't need to worry about the evolution points without the slightest hesitation. System. Add points. 6 evolution points deducted. Evolution Tree Branch Rock Armor Defense is lit. Currently, the branch of the evolution tree has been lit. Rock Armor Defense LV1. Rock Armor Defense requires 18 evolution points for the next upgrade. There was no obvious feeling, not even pain. After the system tone fell, Bai Chongqing only felt a tingling sensation under his scales, and slowly, this sensation spread all over his body, but it completely faded after a few seconds. As the numbness receded, Bai Chongqing could clearly feel that there was a light energy flowing on his body surface. It wasn't thick, but it was a real presence. Once an attack was able to break through the defense of his scales, it would be met with resistance from this energy. Not a loss, even a little profit. Although this evolution tree direction had cost him a full 6 evolution points, it was still worth every penny. Personal Panel. God-level Devouring System. Host. Bai Chongqing. Race. White-scaled snake second evolution. Blood value. 45.8. Lighted evolution tree. Digestive Enhancement LV3, Rock Armor Defense LV1. Available evolution points, 2.5. Evolution tree, none. Available evolution points, 2.5. Evolution tree, none. Evolution tree, none. In 10 days, the attribute panel was brand new. If it was said that when he had just traveled here, he was still a scum with a battle power of only 5, then the current him at least already had some battle power. And according to the current efficiency of acquiring chi and blood values, it wouldn't take more than a few days before his chi and blood values should reach the threshold of the third evolution. 100 points of chi and blood value, first grade beast soldier. Although his goal was to become a beast king and gain the ability to transform. But in the end, the beast soldier rank was the threshold he should consider now. The next day, Jiang Jiyu took a morning off, and when she returned, she already had an extra bronze martial arts medal in her hand, symbolizing the first-grade martial arts status. Looking at this medallion, her face couldn't help but smile a little more. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. After getting the martial artist medal, the state will subsidize 1,000 alliance coins every month, as well as a chi blood pill. You guys don't have to worry about my cultivation resources. I'll be able to earn them on my own. But after I graduate from my senior year of high school, I'm going to try going to the wasteland. For his daughter's strength to increase so quickly, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang were clearly elated. How many people had spent their entire lives and only managed to pass the threshold of a martial artist? On the other hand, Jiang Jiyu had gone from apprentice to martial artist in only 10 days. This also proved the point that Jiang Jiyu's martial talent was indeed superb. Just after hearing the word wasteland come out of Jiang Jiyu's mouth, the husband and wife looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. After the disaster, mankind was forced to give up a large area of land, migrating from the coast to the interior, and finally relying on hot weapons and martial artists. They barely managed to establish the current cities. But even with the development of martial arts to date, it was still unable to reclaim those lost lands from the hands of the foreign beasts. And this part of the land and sea where the beasts are all over is collectively called the wasteland. The word wasteland, for many people, is a complete hell, a paradise for foreign beasts, and a forbidden area for humans. Although every year you can hear someone from the wilderness earned a huge amount of wealth, but more often is so-and-so martial artist in the wilderness by the beast seriously injured and disabled, and even perished. They wanted to say something, but Jiang Jiyu didn't give them a chance to persuade them at all, and took Bai Changsheng back to his room. Taking out 2 pieces of foreign beast meat from the storage ring, Jiang Jiyu watched Bai Changsheng eat the meat, but he was a little lost in a trance. After becoming a martial artist, the cultivation resources needed will only increase. Every 3 days, you'll need a qi and blood elixir to ensure that the growth rate of qi and blood values doesn't slow down. Although becoming a martial artist can alleviate some of the financial pressure, it's still treating the symptoms but not the root cause. In the end, it's still necessary to go to the wilderness. Only by traveling to the wilderness and hunting foreign beasts can I earn the money needed to fulfill my cultivation needs. It would be great if you could break through to Beast Soldier. At that time, I can also take the Imperial Beast Master's test, and I'll be able to earn another income every month. Jiang Jiyu looked at Bai Changsheng and muttered to herself. Chapter 11, Third Evolution. Beast Soldier Level. When he first crossed over, Bai Changsheng still felt that Beast Soldier was rather distant. After all, the qi and blood values he gained from devouring blood and flesh in a day at that time still needed to be calculated with decimal points. However, with the completion of 2 evolutions and after raising his digestive enhancement to level 3, the amount of qi and blood values he could obtain each day was extremely impressive. With 3 meals a day, each meal would gain 6 points of qi and blood values, and depending on the original strength of the meat eaten, a number of evolution points would also be gained. It was more or less, but the daily improvement was visible to the naked eye. And after 3 days, Bai Changsheng's qi and blood values reached the upper limit of his current level. Congratulations to the host for devouring the tricolor blade lizard, gaining a qi and blood value of 2.4, and gaining 0.5 evolution points. The qi and blood values have reached the current upper limit. Please start the 3rd evolution as soon as possible. Requirements for 3rd evolution. Blood value 100, evolution points 10. The conditions for evolution have been met. Do you want to start evolution? Yes. After the system prompted him to reach the upper limit, Bai Changsheng directly chose to open the evolution, only this time the burning sensation was even more intense than the last time. Without warning, redness began to surface above Bai Changsheng's originally white scales. In just 2 or 3 seconds, his consciousness had already begun to become drowsy. Damn. It can't be that all future evolutions have to be this painful, right? He cursed in the bottom of his heart, but Bai Changsheng could only resist. Although he didn't know if he would perish in life if he passed out during the evolution process, even a minor evolution failure was not something he could bear. It was hard to save up so much blood value and evolution points for so long, but if this failed, he would still have to wait for several days before he could save up enough evolution points. So no matter what, he had to hold on. But fortunately, Jiang Jiyu noticed something different about Bai Changsheng. Looking at Bai Changsheng, whose entire body had turned red, Jiang Jiyu frowned slightly and muttered under her breath, 3 times of mutation? How is that possible? Even if she had ascended to the Emperor realm in her previous life, she could count on one hand the number of foreign beasts that could accomplish 3 mutations. And those that were able to undergo 3 mutations were, without exception, at the very least, Beast Emperor level existences. The 3rd mutation is almost treated as exclusive to Beast Emperors, and by completing 3 mutations, one must become a Beast Emperor. But Little White is just a white-scaled snake. What makes it capable of 3rd evolution? Jiang Jiyu found that her past experience and vision seemed to be completely useless when it came to this spirit pet of hers. Every time she came up with a new result for Bai Changsheng's growth ceiling, it wouldn't take long for Bai Changsheng to break it once. As this went on, she had already somewhat lost track of how many times this little guy had surprised her. These things, which no one would believe even if they were said out loud, had happened so realistically in front of her. However, although her heart was surprised, Jiang Jiyu still had the ability to differentiate. Turning over her hand, a hybrid Dan appeared between her palms. It was during the previous practical teaching. Lin Jingyao got it from Huang Xiaoyan's hands. At that time, she ate one, and another one was kept until now. However, looking at that hybrid Dan, Bai Changsheng was rarely a bit evasive. Just evolving had already made him hurt like this, and if he added another hybridization pill, it would really be a double torture when the time came. Alteration extremely consumes qi and blood, just like a martial artist's breakthrough. If you don't have enough qi and blood to replenish it, it's easy to lose all your efforts. Eat it. Jiang Jiyu simply didn't give him another chance to refuse. Reaching out, he stuffed the hybrid Dan into Bai Changsheng's mouth. As the blood-mixing Dan entered his mouth, The previous feeling of his chi and blood seeming like it was about to explode once again struck, intertwining with the original burning sensation throughout his body. It was just rare that as the medicinal power of the blood-mixing pill exploded, the burning sensation instead subsided, and even the feeling of the chi and blood boiling was not as exaggerated as one might have imagined. Everything was back within Bai Chongqing's tolerable range. The molting, burning sensation subsided, and the chi and blood slowly became smooth. A few minutes later, the system beep sounded again. Congratulations to the host for devouring the mixed blood dan, gaining 20 points of chi and blood value and 8 points of evolution points. This evolution has been completed, consuming a total of 10 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, completing the third evolution. The next evolution requires 1,000 blood points and 100 evolution points. The feeling as if he had survived a robbery made Bai Chongqing gasp slightly, and with a slight inclination of his head, he saw his current state in the mirror. When he had just crossed over, his body length was no more than 10 centimeters, and his overall appearance appeared rounded, looking extremely tender and cute. But after 3 evolutions, his body length had reached 2 meters. The current him no longer had any semblance of roundness, especially his head, which vaguely carried a sense of sharpness. Especially coupled with the 3 colored lines of varying lengths next to his eyes, it was even more divine. A beast soldier so soon? Jiang Zhiyu's voice rang in his ears, and with a slight inclination of his head, Bai Chongqing captured astonishment from the young girl's eyes. This growth speed of yours, even compared to me, it's not even close. Jiang Jie didn't know exactly what mood she was in right now, especially when she saw Bai Chongqing looking towards her. Surprised? Joyful? Or perhaps doubt? Regret? In her last life, she had spent 22 years studying the imperial beasts, spending all her thoughts and money on spirit beasts, only to lose everything in return, and then switching to the chi and blood martial path, only to have her potential depleted due to too much delay. In this life, she had embarked on the path of chi and blood martial arts from the very beginning, and had no interest in the imperial beasts. It was just unforeseen that picking out a white-scaled snake casually had given her such a great surprise. 3 mutations and only 13 days to grow into a beast soldier, this growth speed could already be said to be astounding. Although some foreign beasts possessed the strength of a beast soldier or even a beast general at birth, just like Huang Xiaoyan's fire mane-swallowing inferno lion, but that was the effect brought about by a high-level bloodline. Let's not forget that Xiao Bai started out as a white-scaled snake with the lowest bloodline and 0 combat power. Jiang Zhiyu inexplicably had the feeling that you were obviously the least optimistic about you, but you were the most competitive. If, in the beginning, I took the imperial beast path, is Xiao Bai? Just as this thought was born, it was negated by Jiang Zhiyu himself, shaking his head in mute amusement. Focusing on the chi and blood martial path, the achievement of a martial emperor was almost a foregone conclusion, but the royal beast's path was not necessarily so. There are billions of foreign beasts, and only a handful of them may grow to the level of a beast god. Even a beast god's heir is not guaranteed to grow to the beast god level, and there is only a 10% probability of even growing to a beast emperor. With the white-scaled serpent bloodline, the upper limit is always locked. However, achieving Beast Soldier will enable me to pass the Imperial Beast Master examination. Jiang Zhiyu's mind moved, his eyes burning. Chapter 12 Golden Needle Giant Araucaria Scorpion. Jiang Zhiyu, a first-grade martial artist? Practicing both the Qi and Blood martial path and the path of the Imperial Beasts, the young girl is highly talented. The staff member in charge of reviewing the information looked at Jiang Zhiyu, who had a cool temperament in front of her, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It wasn't that there were no martial artists who practiced both the Qi and Blood martial Dao and the Royal Beast, but normally, it was only when a certain path had reached its limit that they would consider supplementing the other path to enhance their combat power. Like Jiang Zhiyu, those who practiced both paths while still in high school were few and far between. Either their family had so much money that they had no place to burn it, or their talent was truly outstanding. As if Jiang Zhiyu at this moment, just 2 weeks after her talent awakening was completed, she had already gotten the martial artist medal, and now she was coming to get the Royal Beastmaster qualification certificate. This was the true pride of heaven. Jiang Zhiyu just gave a hum and didn't say anything more. In fact, even though everything had happened right under her nose, she herself couldn't explain how Bai Chongqing had grown to the beast soldier level. Is this your spirit beast? Wait, why is it a white-scaled snake? The staff glanced at Bai Chongqing beside Jiang Zhiyu, a few hints of skepticism in their eyes. But after all, they were official staff members who had seen a lot. Looking at Bai Chongqing's obviously mutated size, he said indistinctly, So it's a secondary mutation. No wonder it can grow to the beast soldier level so quickly. After signing his name on the sheet in his hand and entering it into the system, the staff member continued to speak. The rules of the Imperial Beast Master's assessment are basically similar to the martial artist's assessment. The only problem is that the entire battle needs to be dominated by spirit beasts. You can help, but you have to show me that your spirit beast possesses beast soldier level combat power. Understand? Jiang Jiu looked back at Bai Changsheng beside him before humming. After making some more preparations, one person and one snake were led by the staff to the back of the mountain. It was still the same place where the last practical combat teaching had taken place, only the area had been changed. The previous area was prepared for the students, and the strength of the foreign beasts inside was generally not high, and could even be said to be pitifully low. The battle strength assessment obviously wouldn't be conducted there. And after entering this new forest area, Bai Changxing noticed a change in the odor in the air. For beast soldier level odors from different directions gave him an unspeakable sense of pressure. Little Bai, just try. There's no need to force it. Jiang Jiu spoke softly, one hand resting on Bai Changxing's head. She vaguely remembered that in her last life, she had taken the Imperial Beastmaster test 4 times, and it wasn't until she was 22 years old and nearing graduation from college that she managed to get her Junior Imperial Beastmaster's qualification certificate. The foreign beasts that were put here were all captured from the wasteland by high-level martial artists. On one side were those that had grown from killing, and on the other side were those that had just hatched for only 2 weeks and hadn't even experienced a decent battle. Unless the qi and blood values could be drastically crushed, it would be difficult to pass the test. Bai Changxing didn't know what Jiang Jie was thinking, but he really wanted to see just how good his true battle power was. After thinking about it, he ended up picking the weakest of the 4 auras, and then he hurriedly traveled in that direction. As the distance got closer, the scent became more and more obvious, until there was only a patch of low shrubs left in front of him, and then Bai Changxing finally stopped. The odor was the strongest here, and if nothing else, the beast soldier level beast was hiding in the shrubs. Looking at the shrubs, which were no more than 40 to 50 centimeters tall, the ones that could hide among them were bound to not be too large in size. This was good news, but at the same time it was also bad news. Not too big, but able to reach the beast soldier level, the other party's qi and blood value wouldn't be too high, but there must be something unique about it that was far ahead of the other beasts. Bai Changxing slowly traveled towards the shrubs, constantly collecting the scents that swam in the air, wanting to find out exactly where the other party was hiding. In the next moment, his heart gave a sudden jolt, and when he turned his head, he saw a scorpion's tailed needle stabbing fiercely towards his skull. The speed was so fast that it gave Bai Changxing the feeling that his brain had reacted, but his body movements couldn't keep up. Subconsciously, his body shrank and pulled his head to the side, narrowly avoiding the sting of the tail needle. It was only at this point that Bai Changxing was able to see the full picture of his opponent this time. With a body length of over 50 centimeters and an AO pincer in front of its body that was not much smaller than its body was pitch black, but the tail pin that was raised up high had a golden red color to it. Golden Needle Giant AO Scorpion? This thing is not easy to deal with. Not only is its defense outstanding, the poisonous needle at the end of its tail is even more sinister. Below Beast Soldier, as long as one is stung, they are bound to die. Even if it's a Beast Soldier level foreign beast, even if it barely saves its life, it will injure its nerves and be dumb from then on. The staff looked at a snake and a scorpion facing each other from a distance and continued to speak. Little girl, I advise you to bring your spirit beast to find a new opponent. In case something goes wrong and injures this second mutation white-scaled snake of yours, it will be more than worth it. The staff's reminder wasn't unreasonable, but Bai Changxing knew one thing at the same time. Although the toxin of the Golden Needle Giant Araucaria Scorpion was extremely terrifying, its qi and blood values were pathetically low, and if he didn't pick it, the other options would only be harder to fight. As for Jiang Jiu, seeing that Bai Changxing had no intention of retreating, he also understood what he meant. The Golden Needle Giant Araucaria Scorpion is very slow, and it takes time to build up its strength to explode in speed with each tail needle attack. Jiang Jiu's words coincided with Bai Changxing's thoughts. After a short confrontation, Bai Changxing had realized where his opponent's weaknesses were. With a thought, in the next moment, Bai Changxing suddenly exerted his strength, his slender body charging directly towards the Golden Needle Giant Araucaria Scorpion. Another tail needle poked and stabbed, and although the speed wasn't as fast as the sneak attack just now, it wasn't much worse. Fortunately, this time, Bai Chongqing was prepared and did not use his full strength to charge. His body lurched, narrowly avoiding the tail needle, and then his speed suddenly exploded. The snake's mouth opened, seemingly wanting to directly swallow it in one gulp. The golden needle giant AO scorpion naturally would not surrender. The tail needle attack fell short, but the pair of huge AO pincers also had enough killing power. Without a doubt, if one was caught in its pincers, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Bai Chongqing didn't have the intention of testing whether the other party's force could break through his rock armor defense, and his snake tail violently flung out like a whip. The golden needle giant Araucaria scorpion's attention was drawn to the front, and when it was caught off guard, its body was directly flipped over. It still wanted to roll over and continue attacking, but Bai Chongqing had already wrapped around it. 120 or so blood points continued to power the golden needle giant Aeolian scorpion, followed by the sound of its body armor cracking and crumbling. From the moment the two sides met, to the moment Bai Chongqing resolved the other side, it was only half a minute. With such a swift battle, the staff member who watched straight away was puzzled. This white-scaled snake of yours, it seems to be a bit too smart. Chapter 13 Evolution Tree Branch. Toxins. Bai Chongqing didn't realize that this maneuver of his had brought a little bit of a shock to the two people outside the field. After making sure that the entangled golden needle giant AO scorpion had completely broken off, its body gradually loosened up. Then, without waiting for the two to say anything, he opened his mouth and swallowed one of the pincers. Prior to this, all he had eaten was just some unqualified exotic beast meat. The qi and blood content couldn't be said to be much, not to mention the delicious quality of the meat. Especially after the third evolution, the original qi and blood value that had started at 1 had returned to 0. Such a change also allowed Bai Chongqing to discover the pattern. As his strength continued to rise, the requirements for the quality and grade of the blood and flesh would also become higher and higher. If he wanted to continue to maintain that highly efficient rate of improvement from before, then the meat he ate should ideally have a pre-birth grade that was on par with his, or at least not too much lower. This feeling was somewhat similar to the experience compensation mechanism in the game. If the level gap was too large, the qi and blood values and evolution points would infinitely converge to 0, and vice versa. Bai Chongqing was so keen on the meat of this golden needle giant Araucaria scorpion, and aside from the fact that it was a beast soldier class, there was a more important reason. Congratulations to the host for devouring the beast soldier grade golden needle giant AO scorpion, gaining a qi and blood value of 5.4, and gaining 1.2 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the unlit branch of the evolution tree. Toxin. Toxin. When lit, it can form a poisonous capsule within the snake's fangs, and when attacking through the fangs, it can be accompanied by a toxin attack. Requires 12 evolution points to light up. It's really possible. That was the second reason why Bai Chongqing was so desperate. A new branch of the evolution tree. He had speculated about it earlier when he awakened the rock armor defense because he had devoured the muddy rock turtle, and now it just happened to be confirmed. The system's claim that devouring rare objects would result in an evolution tree branch referred to creatures that possessed special attributes. For example, the turtle armor of the Hunyan turtle, or the tail needle toxin of the golden needle giant AO scorpion at this moment. Only if this characteristic was prominent enough could it be recognized by the system and receive an evolution tree branch. If that was the case, then everything was clear. Like this, does it count as passing the test? Jiang Jiyu turned her head to look at the staff, who nodded with a few bitter smiles on the other side. From start to finish, Jiang Jiyu hadn't even put up a fight, and the entire battle had been completed by Chongqing himself, so naturally he had passed. The data has all been submitted. The Junior Imperial Beastmaster certificate will be issued in half an hour or so. The staff member spoke after operating a few times on the tablet he had with him. However, after saying that it was a turn of phrase and looked towards Bai Chongqing. Little girl, are you selling this white-scaled snake? How many meanings? Hearing this cry, even Bai Chongqing stopped eating and turned his head to look over. It's like this, I know a merchant who likes to collect and raise this kind of secondary mutation beast. So please ask me to help keep an eye out for it in general. This white-scaled snake of yours, although its own bloodline is relatively inferior, its strength has already reached the beast soldier level. If you're willing, I can offer 50,000 to buy it outright. 50,000? Hearing the number quoted by the other party, even Bai Chongqing couldn't help but secretly mutter, am I already this valuable? Thinking back to the day when $9.9 still sent a bag of shrimp, it's only been 2 weeks. The value has directly doubled 5,000 times. But will Jiang Ziyu agree? Meeting the gaze of the staff, Jiang Ziyu did not have half an expression fluctuation on her face and directly shook her head. Don't worry. It won't allow you to forcibly lift the spirit contract, nor will it hurt your spirit. Even if you buy it back, it's just for viewing, and you'll also provide the spirit beast with enough resources for it to grow. The staff still wanted to make an effort, but Jiang Ziyu had already waved at Bai Chongqing. Little Bai, go back. Swallowing the remaining golden needle giant Aracaria scorpion corpse in one gulp, Bai Chongqing slowly and leisurely returned to Jiang Ziyu. He was debating whether or not to light up this evolution tree he had just acquired and give this staff a bite. It was said to be ornamental, but who would spend such a large amount of money, in such large quantities, on a secondly awakened exotic beast purely for the sake of interest? It also said something about providing enough resources. It would be a hell of a thing to really believe. At that time, if he wasn't broken into pieces, he would be sorry that the other party had spent so much money. However, what surprised Bai Chongqing was that Jiang Ziyu didn't hesitate at all in the face of 50,000 alliance coins. If Bai Chongqing were to come in his place, in the case of his own home not being in good condition and someone offering him this price, he really wouldn't be able to hold back from refusing. After all, 2 weeks had doubled 5,000 times, and anyone could calculate this account. Seemingly sensing that Bai Chongqing was carrying doubts in his heart, Jiang Ziyu glanced down at him. The price of 50,000 is indeed high, enough to satisfy my spending at the first or even second-grade martial artist stage. But you are always my spirit animal, and I'm a person who's never been in the habit of betraying my battle partners. Jiang Ziyu knew that Bai Chongqing's spiritual intelligence was very high. Whether or not he could understand her words specifically was unknown, but the meaning was definitely felt. This was because after she finished these words, she felt the goodwill from Bai Chongqing. Little girl, this is your Junior Imperial Beastmaster certificate. Going forward, the monthly allowance will be sent to your certified martial artist account. On top of that, there are 2 hybrid pills every month, which you can receive at any official medical center. A subsidy of 1,000 per month, plus 2 hybrid pills, equaled 3,000 alliance coins per month with this certificate. This subsidy wasn't much, but it definitely wasn't little, especially since Jiang Ziyu also had a martial artist medal. Adding up to a subsidy worth 6,000, it was even higher than her parents' salary. But even so, compared to her expenses, it was still a drop in the bucket. 1 Qi and Blood Dan for 3 days was 20,000 alliance coins a month, and that didn't even include other resources necessary for cultivation such as nutrient solutions. According to Bai Chongqing's estimation, in at most another month, Jiang Ziyu would be traveling to the wasteland. The only thing he could do was to improve his strength as much as possible before traveling to the wasteland. And the truth was indeed as he had expected. As his cultivation progress continued to rise, the funds in Jiang Ziyu's pockets were also decaying rapidly. From the beginning, 1 Qi and blood pill for 3 days, it slowly went to 1 for 4 days, and at the back, she simply stopped eating, relying on her own talent to cultivate. But in this way, her cultivation speed would inevitably be slowed down. The only good news was that Bai Chongqing's Qi and blood values were growing at an okay rate. Every day, the exotic beast meat managed to fill him up, and occasionally, Jiang Ziyu would even take him to that examination ground to hunt a wave in the name of the Intermediate Imperial Beastmaster examination. Without going to the trouble of second-grade beast soldiers, he specialized in hunting the first-grade beast soldiers in that area. With 1 person and 1 snake working together, most of the first-grade beast soldiers really couldn't do anything about them. In this way, Bai Chongqing's food standard had instead risen rather than fallen, and in a month's time, it had allowed his Qi and blood values to break the 500 mark. But a piece of news that Bai Chongqing had expected came with it. I'm going to the wilderness. Do you want to come along? Jiang Ziyu looked at Bai Chongqing and said as such. Chapter 14. Next stop. The wasteland. Counting the time, a month and a half had passed since he crossed over. From being so weak that a random person could trample him to death with a single kick, to the point where ordinary martial artists were no longer able to pose much of a threat to him. It would be a lie for Bai Chongqing to say that he wasn't floating. After all, improvement was something that could be seen every day, and Bai Chongqing knew exactly how fast his strength had increased. Just take a look at Lin Jingyao, who used to hug him with a mouthful of bai, who hadn't even stepped into the martial realm after more than a month. The current Bai Chongqing would be able to crush Lin Jingyao in just 1 look. Of course, even though he had already improved so quickly, Jiang Ziyu was still able to steadily pressure him at all times, which didn't really inflate him. There basically won't be any foreign beasts above second-grade beast soldiers present around the Barren Plains defense line. With your strength and mine, Joining forces is enough to deal with the vast majority of first-grade foreign beasts. And you'll be able to warn of the approach of a second-grade fey beast in advance. As the words reached this point, Jiang Zhiyu paused slightly. Looking at Bai Changsheng, who was already close to 3 meters in length, even she had to admit that this white-scaled snake that she had casually bought at the beginning had given her a big enough surprise. Not only because it was now able to bring her great help, but also because of this potential of Bai Changsheng that shouldn't have belonged to a white-scaled snake. In a month and a half, from 0 to a mid-grade first-grade beast soldier's battle strength, even Huang Xiaoyan's fire mane-swallowing flame lion was somewhat inferior to Bai Changsheng. Because of this, at this moment Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Changsheng were more like partners than master and spirit pet. If you're willing, nod your head. Hearing Jiang Zhiya's words, Bai Changsheng slowly nodded his head. In fact, from the moment he crossed over to this world, Bai Changsheng understood that he was bound to go to this wilderness, and the difference only lay in the timing. It couldn't be helped? Who made Jiang Zhiyu unable to even take care of his own cultivation resources? One could only find a way to go to the wasteland and hunt for food on their own. And this month and a half had allowed him to get through the awkward period of weakness. Now that this strength enters the wilderness, as long as I'm a bit more careful and don't make a fool of myself, there shouldn't be a situation like that where a random foreign beast can trample me to death. Jiang Zhiyu was able to cultivate to the Emperor realm in her last life, so at least she wouldn't make the mistake of blindly facing the enemy. Following her, there was still a sense of security. Zhiyu, you guys are really going to the wasteland? Lin Jingyao asked with a bitter face, still somewhat uneasy. It's so dangerous in the wilderness. Even the homeroom teacher said that we shouldn't think about going to the wilderness before we graduate from college. Why do you have to be so anxious? If you're short of cultivation resources, I can give you a share of mine. Listening to Lin Jingyao's words, even Bai Changsheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This girl really didn't have any heart at all. But thinking about it, Jiang Zhiyu was still able to maintain this relationship with Lin Jingyao after she came back from her rebirth. It was enough to prove everything. And in the face of Lin Jingyao's words, Jiang Zhiyu also smiled somewhat helplessly. Yao Yao, what I'm missing is not a month's worth of cultivation resources. Not to mention that your cultivation resources themselves are just enough for your own needs. You can help me for a moment, but not for a lifetime. In the end, I can only rely on myself to fight for my cultivation resources. I've already obtained the consent of my homeroom teacher and my parents on this matter, so you don't need to persuade me anymore. What's more, with Xiaobai around, it's not like you don't know how capable it is. Hearing this, Lin Jingyao inclined her head to look at Bai Changsheng, before she stopped persuading anything. Then, have you prepared the defense gear, weapons, and nascent soul sacks? How about I go find my dad and ask him for some money? Nothing else matters. Defense gear must wear better ones that can save your life at critical moments. Don't worry. Jiang Zhiyu spoke out to reassure her. It was clearly her and Bai Changsheng who were going to the wilderness, but the way it looked, it was as if Lin Jingyao was the one who was going to the wilderness. Weapons, defenses including the nascent soul bag, all purchased from the martial artists guild borrowing. Although the grade isn't high, it's just enough to fight with a first-rate beast soldier. Just wait for the harvest in the wasteland and pay when you return. Knowing that with Lin Jingyao's level of verbosity, if she was allowed to continue talking like this, it was only possible that neither she nor Bai Changsheng would be able to depart today, so she could only pacify her a couple more times and send her out of the house. Waiting to send Lin Jingyao away, when he came back again, Jiang Zhiyu's hand had an extra cloth bag that looked like a scented pouch. This thing is called the Nascent Soul Sack. It's able to take spirit beasts that have signed a spirit contract into it, and you'll be able to see the changes in the environment outside. Don't resist. I'll take you in. As Jiang Zhiyu's words fell, a faint light lingered around Bai Changsheng's body, and a pulling sensation, if any, began to act on top of his body, which continued to shrink, and eventually the entire thing flew into the nascent soul bag in Jiang Zhiyu's hands. As Jiang Zhiyu had said, he was able to see what was outside, and at the same time, as long as he wished, he could fly out of the storage bag at any time. This in turn was convenient for him. At least he didn't have to follow Jiang Zhiyu back and forth to make the journey. Saying goodbye to his parents, under the worried gazes of Jiang's father and mother, Jiang Zhiyu still boarded the train to the wasteland. Any area occupied by foreign beasts can be called a wasteland. In the Heavenly Dynasty alone, the area classified as a wilderness is a full 4,800,000 square kilometers. 200 martial artist towns are situated on top of the plains, tying together 3,000 miles of defense lines. Our destination for this trip is the 72nd martial artist town. It has just undergone a large-scale alien beast cleansing operation, and although there are many less high-value alien beasts, there is likewise no possibility of being attacked by high-grade alien beasts. It's most suitable for the two of us. The train to the wasteland traveled a long mileage, so there was no such thing as hard or soft seats. All martial artists traveling to the wasteland would be assigned a separate cubicle after boarding the train. Jiang Jiu sat on the bed with a map on the small table in front of her, as if she was talking to herself, but in actuality, she was speaking to Bai Chongsheng in the nascent soul pouch. Bai Chongsheng didn't have any opinion on this. With Jiang Jiu's vision, the choices she made, even if they weren't the best, they definitely weren't bad. Through the nascent soul bag, he looked at the scene outside the car window that was constantly receding, and couldn't help but feel some inexplicable excitement and thrill. As a spirit beast contracted by Jiang Jiu, although he wouldn't be attacked in the city, he was always a bit tied up, and his daily routine was to nestle in Jiang Jiu's room, seldom going out. A person suffocating in a small place for a long time would suffocate. Although he was still in a snake body at the moment, his inner soul was still a human. And when it came to the middle of the wilderness, it could really be the sky is as high as the birds fly. Chapter 15 Ironclad Gargoyle. Little girl, you're alone? It's so dangerous in the middle of the wilderness. You're alone. In case you encounter any danger, you won't even have the strength to fight. Why don't I help you find a martial artist squad, so that your safety can at least be guaranteed? The one who spoke was a bearded man with a kind face. However, Jiang Jiu shook his head at his words. Taking advantage of the time before the college entrance exam, I've just come to the wilderness for some special training in combat. There are elders at home already waiting for me in County 0541, so I won't bother bothering. There was no surveillance or laws in the wasteland, and even communication signals were not guaranteed. Jiang Jiu was naturally clear that sometimes the greatest danger encountered in the middle of the wilderness didn't come from foreign beasts, but possibly from their own kind. Killing people and crossing goods, new feuds and old grudges. Dying in the wilderness would be dying in the mouth of a foreign beast. No one would care, and naturally no one would pursue it. Therefore, the general martial artists enter the wilderness single fight less. Basically 4 or 5 people form a small team. One is to have a stronger anti-risk ability in the face of foreign beasts, and secondly, it is also to avoid being thought of by other squads. Defense against foreign beasts, more defense against humans. Squads, however, obviously didn't mean the kind that were put together temporarily. Jiang Jiu's words looked as if she was ignorant and fearless, handing over all her bases in a few words, but in reality, it was precisely because of this unknowing bottom that she was able to shake off the curfew instead. She is a little girl, looks so beautiful, but her strength is so low. If she doesn't have an elder at home to protect her, isn't that the same as a fat sheep? There are elders waiting for you. Ah, that's fine. I also said to help you find a squad. It seems there is no need for that. It wasn't clear if the bearded man meant what he said, but none of that mattered. After registering his entry and exit, Jiang Jiu, dressed in a set of black defensive gear and holding an alloy red tasseled spear, gradually disappeared above the plains at the mouth of the martial artist's town. It was only until the outline of the martial artist town behind him became illusory that Jiang Jiu summoned Bai Chongqing out of his nascent soul pouch. According to the previous plan, our range of activity is only within 100 kilometers from the town. Next, it's time for you to play a role. As his qi and blood values continued to increase, Bai Chongqing's sensitivity to odors also increased. This thing might as well be considered a racial talent, except that it wasn't categorized by the system within the evolutionary tree branch. After coming out of the nascent soul sac, Bai Chongqing had keenly captured the thin odor wandering in the air. The direction the odor came from, what kind of beast it came from, and the approximate battle strength range. After a little pondering in his mind, Bai Chongqing's figure moved. Seeing that Bai Chongqing already had a target, Jiang Jiu also kept his feet on the ground and followed. One person and one snake traveled only about a kilometer before a huge lizard over 1.5 meters in length appeared in front of them. With its head lowered, it kept sniffing the ground with its nose, as if it was looking for food. And as Bai Chongqing and Jiang Jiu approached, the giant lizard was also intent on feeling something and looked up at them. Iron-armored gargoyle, early stage of first-grade beast soldier, qi and blood value around 300. The entire body scale armor can be used to create Type I defense equipment, estimated value around 2,000. Jiang Jiu murmured a sentence under her breath, her voice inevitably taking on a bit of relief. Although she and Bai Chongqing had killed quite a few beast soldier-level beasts in the mimicry training ground before, Those beasts had all been gotten back from the wasteland at the training ground at great expense, and the beast materials that could be collected after killing them obviously wouldn't be allowed to be taken away from her. So in the previous month, although she had fought quite a few times, her income was zero. However, now that she had arrived in the wasteland, the foreign beasts that she had killed were all her spoils of war. The first Fey beast she encountered was worth 2,000, which obviously put her in a much better mood. Old rules, you attract on the front, I'll do the main attack. Although Bai Chongqing's blood value wasn't low, her attack means were lacking. Facing this kind of alien beast with heavy armor protection, the only thing he could do was to rely on his crushing chi and blood values to entangle and squeeze the opponent's scale armor. But if that's the case, the scale armor will all be broken, and it won't be able to sell for a price, so it's better not to kill it. In terms of killing, Zhang Ziyu exceeded him by too much. The words fell. Zhang Ziyu holding a long spear swept towards the side of the iron armor giant lizard. White Chongqing also happy to paddle. The front end of the body stood up, constantly hissing sound, pulling the iron armor giant lizards already difficult to focus on the attention. Compared to Zhang Ziyu, a human, it was obvious that Bai Chongqing brought it a greater threat. And after Zhang Ziyu touched within 10 meters of the other party, Bai Chongqing's body exploded, finally giving the iron-armored gargoyle a wave of pressure. At the next moment, Zhang Ziyu's alloy spear crossed out, and the cold light above the tip of the spear flashed, and without the slightest obstruction, it didn't enter the front paw of the iron-armored gargoyle's ribs. The entire back was protected by scale armor, and although the alloy spear was able to break through the defense, it could not form a fatal wound in an instant. The only weak point was between the ribs, and Zhang Ziyu had just seized this opening. After stabbing, without the slightest hesitation, he drew his spear and retreated. The iron-armored gargoyle violently ate the pain, frenziedly trying to counterattack. But this struggle was ultimately futile. Running out a few meters, the body directly smashed down on the ground. After waiting for more than 10 seconds to make sure that the other side is no longer alive, Zhang Ziyu summoned a knife from the storage ring and walked towards the iron-armored gargoyle. The lance was good at killing, but for things like skinning and stripping armor, it was still necessary for the knife to come. 2,000 alliance coins in hand. After putting the back armor of the iron-armored gargoyle into his storage ring, Zhang Ziyu then looked at Bai Chongqing. This meat? Do you want to eat it? Glancing at the more or less miserable-looking iron-armored gargoyle, Bai Chongqing didn't respond, but continued traveling in one direction. Before, there was a shortage of rations and it was good to have something to eat, but now he had a picky mouth. The meat of such beasts with heavy armor on their bodies was usually a bit faggy, tasteless to eat and a waste to discard. As for Zhang Ziyu, he looked at Bai Chongqing's attitude like this and understood what he meant, glancing back at the corpse of the giant lizard on the ground and turning his head to follow. Giant scythe mantis. The pair of blade arms in front of its body are capable of being used to forge synthetic metals worth 1,400 alliance coins. 100-section centipede. Can make poison. Can be used for medicine, worth 3,200 alliance coins. White striped cheetah, no special value, only the meat can be sold for some money. If we can bring the whole thing back, it should be worth 1,000 alliance coins. But it's a long way to go back and forth, and the whole thing takes up too much space in the storage ring, so there's more to lose than to gain. Hearing Zhang Ziyu's words, Bai Chongqing not only didn't retreat, but instead rushed up. Although this thing couldn't be sold for money, the meat was firm and the value of chi and blood contained in it was a bit higher than other beasts of the same level. If he couldn't sell it for money, it didn't affect his ability to eat it. Chapter 16 Toxin equals forced blood deduction. In one morning, around 6,600 pieces worth of foreign beast materials were harvested. According to this progress, there can also be a not-so-small harvest in the afternoon, and we should be able to harvest over 10,000 worth of beast materials today. Speaking of these, even if Zhang Ziyu was calm and collected, he couldn't help but bring a few smiles to the corners of his mouth. Without stopping under his hands, he continued to roast the hind legs of that white striped cheetah. Bai Chongqing stayed quietly by the side, listening to Zhang Ziyu's words, but his eyes never moved away from the leopard's legs. A day's harvest could be over $10,000, and a month would be $300,000. Considering that Zhang Ziyu's parents worked hard in the factory for a month, they would only earn about $10,000. Both sides of the income simply not a level. No wonder the wilderness is also known as the gold-digging ground. However, although the income in the wilderness is high, but it is also the head in the waistband of the pants to make money in the line of work. For an ordinary martial artist, Once they ran head-on into a foreign beast whose strength was higher than their own, they would probably end up dead. The two were able to navigate this area so smoothly, relying heavily on Bai Changxing's ability to judge the strength and direction of the foreign beasts. Eat up. It's time to get back to work afterward. We still have to return to the martial town before the sun sets. Jiang Jiyu tore off a piece of meat from the leopard's leg before giving all the rest to Bai Changxing. The beasts in the wilderness would be even crazier at night, and there were many strong beasts that would leave their territories to hunt. Squads with a large number of people would take turns keeping watch to rest, but they only had one person and one snake, so if they wanted to rotate they would need to sacrifice a lot of rest time. Anyway, it wasn't far from the martial town, so they might as well go back and rest. It just so happened that they were able to sell these beast materials and purchase a few qi and blood pills. Without the qi and blood pills to provide extra qi and blood, Jiang Jiyu's cultivation speed had been slowed down a lot, and desperately needed the qi and blood pills to get back into a highly efficient cultivation state. Bai Changxing didn't have much of an opinion on this, opening his mouth and biting down on the more than 10-kilogram piece of meat before swallowing it whole. The taste of cooked meat was much better than eating it raw, especially after removing the fishy flavor from the meat. Although Bai Changxing wasn't repulsed by the fishy flavor at the moment, why eat raw when he could eat cooked? Although he was a snake, his inner soul was still human. The habit of liking to eat raw meat couldn't be had. What if the Beast King couldn't change when the time came for him to take form? Congratulations to the host for devouring a Beast Soldier level white striped cheetah, gaining 6.2 chi and blood values, and 1.3 evolution points. Delicately savoring the leopard meat, Bai Changxing's mind stirred and called out the attribute panel to take a look. In a month's time, not only had the chi and blood values increased dramatically to 500 points, even the evolution points had been saved up to 80 out of 80. As for the evolution tree, he had only given the digestive enhancement another level up, and if he wanted to upgrade further, the number of evolution points needed reached 100, and Bai Changxing didn't have that many evolution points. As for the other evolution trees, they had been staying in the city before and couldn't be used even if they were upgraded, so it would be better to save them and save a wave for the fourth upgrade. However, now that he had arrived in the wasteland, it would be a bit unreasonable to save any more, and it was crucial to improve his strength as much as possible. With a slight movement of his mind, Bai Changxing started upgrading and lighting up several evolution tree branches one by one. 18 evolution points deducted. Evolution tree branch rock armor defense upgraded. Rock armor defense requires 54 evolution points for the next upgrade. Congratulations to the host. 12 evolution points have been consumed, and the branch of the evolution tree, Toxin, has been lit. Toxin requires 36 evolution points for next upgrade. 36 evolution points deducted. Toxin branch of evolution tree upgraded. Toxin's next upgrade requires 98 evolution points. After a series of beeps, Bai Changxing's attribute panel was refreshed. God-level devouring system. Host: Bai Changxing. Race: white-scaled snake 3 evolutions. Blood value: 507.5. Lighted evolution tree. Digestive enhancement LV4. Rock armor defense LV2. Toxin LV2. Available evolution points: 14.6. Available evolution points: 14.6. Lightable evolution tree: none. If he could, Bai Changxing would actually prefer to level up his rock armor defense to level 3, but the evolution points required were too much, so he could only bring up the level of his toxins first. After a single round of spending, Bai Changxing's evolution points were almost at the bottom again. It was good that the evolution points were not spent at a disadvantage, and the enhancement brought about was something that Bai Changxing could clearly feel. The wisp of energy that had originally flowed under the scales became more and more obvious and thicker. Bai Changxing had a vague feeling that with his current defense, he was afraid that it would be difficult for a foreign beast of the same level to inflict any substantial damage on him. As for the toxin, it was even more exaggerated. Toxin LV2, depending on the strength of the target, causes it to fall into a poison state, forcibly deducting blood. Behind the brief sentence of introduction, what was represented was ignoring levels. In other words, even if the opponent was a beast god, if he was bitten by Bai Changxing, he would have to lose blood. Of course, whether or not the bite could break the skin, how much blood would be deducted, and whether or not Bai Changxing would be crushed by its backhand were equally issues that should be considered. However, these didn't detract from the fact that Toxin was a skill that could be considered perverse. It was no wonder that it was so much higher than the evolution points required for rock armor defense. Jiang Jiyu took small bites of the roasted meat with a feeling of intent and slightly inclined her head to look at Bai Changxing. For some reason, she suddenly felt as if Bai Chongqing had undergone a considerable change, but she couldn't tell where this change originated from, and in the end, she could only attribute it to herself being too sensitive and having some wild thoughts. After eating and drinking, one person and one snake didn't stop, so they started another round of hunting. But this time it wasn't as lucky as the morning. The foreign beasts close to the martial town were already sparse in number, and the martial teams passing back and forth were frequent, so if they occasionally encountered one, they wouldn't mind earning a few thousand alliance coins along the way. It was just that, in this way, Bai Chongqing and Jiang Zhiyu's harvest would have to be drastically reduced. After wandering around for an afternoon, they had only slaughtered one iron-armored gargoyle and had no other harvests. Seeing that the sun was already slanting, Jiang Zhiyu had no choice but to return to the martial arts town first, even though he was helpless. After selling all of the beast materials he obtained today, he exchanged them for 8,400 alliance coins. Jiang Zhiyu bought 3 more qi and blood pills, plus 2 more hybrid pills, leaving him with a balance of only 400 today. In this place, the price of a random hotel was over 400. Bai Chongqing didn't care, just drill into the nascent soul pouch. But Jiang Zhiyu, a little girl, couldn't sleep on the streets all night. The whole day's hard work, 10 minutes to spend all the money earned today, also is really some difficult to strain. However, from the moment the hybrid Dan entered his mouth, Bai Chongqing had no more opinions. Although the effect of this thing was getting worse because of his blood value, it was still much better than beast meat. With 2 blood-mixing pills in his belly, this sleep, Bai Chongqing slept comfortably. Chapter 17 Little Sister. Alone? For another 7 days in a row, Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Chongqing were repeating the same operation as the first day. Going out of town in the morning to hunt foreign beasts, and coming back after the sun went down. There weren't too many beasts in the area near the martial artists' town, and there were basically no beasts that were extremely valuable in terms of animal materials. However, it was stable and safe. With Bai Chongqing around, these 2 points were greatly strengthened again. Almost every day was an income of 8,000 to 10,000 alliance coins, which was considered an extremely substantial income. Especially for Jiang Zhiyu, the qi and blood pills present in her storage ring had already passed 20, enough for her to cultivate for 2 months. After a few more days, it's time to go back. There are still 2 weeks until the martial arts advanced examination, so I have to go back and prepare properly. Jiang Zhiyu grilled the meat and murmured a couple sentences. After entering the wilderness, there wasn't even anyone to talk to. The only person who accompanied her was Bai Chongqing, but it was a good thing that Bai Chongqing couldn't speak. As his strength increased, Little White became more and more full of spirituality, and now he ate meat that was roasted. Jiang Zhiyu inclined her head to look at the lazy Bai Chongqing. This guy only had a desire for roasted meat in his eyes. He was close to drooling. But in a trance, Bai Chongqing suddenly stood up violently and looked over in the direction to his side. The originally lazy eyes were full of vigilance at this moment. After fighting side by side for such a long time, Jiang Zhiyu already knew Bai Chongqing well enough to be able to make him suddenly make this gesture. There was obviously something going on. Looking in the direction Bai Chongqing was looking, he could vaguely see only a black shadow, but in just a dozen seconds or so, that black shadow had already arrived 300 to 400 meters away from the 2 of them. A martial arts squad? Jiang Zhiyu frowned slightly, at this time want to avoid, already cannot avoid. The other party drove a car. The speed is not at all they rely on their legs can be compared to. Encountering a martial artist squad in the middle of the wilderness wasn't a big deal, especially if it wasn't too far from the martial artist town. In these few days, she and Bai Chongqing had encountered no less than 7 or 8 martial artist squads, if not 10. It was just that this time, this squad seemed to be running right at them. The distance of 300 to 400 meters was only half a minute. Squeak! The sound of brakes being slammed rang out, and this black SUV brought dust with it, steadily stopping in front of Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Chongqing. And then 5 men with dyed yellow hair were seen coming down from the car. With messy tattoos all over their bodies, it was clear at a glance that these 5 guys definitely weren't any 3 good youths. Especially the leader who came down from the passenger side, a white undershirt with a pair of camouflage pants, and a slender tang sword in his hand. Although he didn't really want to admit it, even Bai Chongqing was able to feel the thick fluctuations of qi and blood on these 5 people. Masters, at least for him at this moment, belonged to the absolute masters. Little sister, what are you doing here alone? Still carrying a white-scaled snake. Don't you know that this is a wasteland? It's dangerous. The youth leading the group looked Jiang Zhiyu up and down, and the corners of his mouth, then began to rise uncontrollably as he cheaply continued to speak. Do you want your brother to protect you? Jiang Zhiyu's face was already a little impatient, and when he heard this, his frown deepened. No need. The elders of the family have something to do to go back to the city for a supply trip. They'll be here soon. I don't need you all to worry about my safety. If they had encountered any other martial arts squad, they would have broken their hearts upon hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words. However, it was clear that this group was not an unusual martial artist squad. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a pretty little sister, but she's actually so good at cheating? This early in the morning, back to the city for supplies? And why didn't they bring you along for the resupply and leave you here alone? It's not right to lie to people, little sister. To punish you for lying to someone who sincerely wanted to help you. With a clang, the long knife was sheathed, pointing at Jiang Zhiyu from afar. Storage ring, hand it over. Jiang Zhiyu frowned, his mind moving slightly, and Bai Changsheng sensed something. But before he and Jiang Zhiyu could make any moves, an extremely strong qi and blood pressure came barreling towards them. In just a split second, Bai Changsheng felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and even his actions became much slower. Little sister, listen to a word of advice and honestly hand over the storage ring. Brother figures wealth, not life. The harvest of these few days was not large, but it was quite a lot. All the alliance coins had also been exchanged by Jiang Zhiyu for qi blood pills, which were now stored in the storage ring. If the storage ring was handed over, it would be the same as her and Bai Changsheng having worked for absolutely nothing these past 8 days. 20 qi blood pills were worth 40,000 alliance coins. This figure was clearly not something that Jiang Zhiyu could accept. But if she didn't hand them over, when Xiao Bai and I joined forces, it's barely possible for us to cross the level and level a second-grade martial artist. But there are 4 second-grade martial artists and 1 third-grade martial artist on the opposite side. Jiang Zhiyu took a deep breath. The more times like this, the more stable her emotions became. 3. As the one leading the group started counting down, the next moment, Bai Changsheng only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then there was a knife on his body. I don't mind letting you see blood to see if we really dare to make a move. But I can't touch such a pretty little sister, so I'll just have to take your spirit beast. Yoho, or a second mutation white-scaled snake? If I slaughter it, the snake scales can be exchanged for a lot of money. And I heard that the meat of the white-scaled snake after the second mutation is delicious, so it's also a treat for the brothers. 2. If he could, Bai Changsheng would love to spray a few words. The storage ring is on Jiang Zhiyu's body. What's with you guys putting a knife on my neck? But obviously, Bai Changsheng couldn't curse, and no one cared about his feelings. Moreover, the other party had sent out a random person, making it impossible for him to even dodge, and based on this alone, the strength of this group of people was definitely not something he and Jiang Zhiyu could resist. What to do? Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Changsheng summoned his panel and leveled up his rock armor defense. 54 evolution points deducted. Evolution tree branch rock armor defense level upgraded to LV3. Rock armor defense next upgrade requires evolution points 162. Originally, these evolution points were all reserved by Bai Changsheng for his 4th evolution, but now that he was facing the pressure of life and death, he couldn't care less. The 3rd level of rock armor defense should be able to help him resist a few more slashes, and with the toxin boost, it wouldn't be much of a problem to break through the defense. But even so, the gap in strength between the two sides still seemed to be unbridgeable. Even if he could fight to the death to replace one, the other side had 5. Bai Changsheng was eager to find a countermeasure out. It was just that, in front of absolute strength, all small wits seemed somewhat powerless. 1. As the words fell, the one in the lead angled his head, and the men under him instantly understood, and the long knife that was originally set up on Bai Changsheng's body was jerked away from him, before being raised high in the air. The alloy longsword would fall in the next instant, and Bai Changsheng was even ready to pull it back even if he had to fight to the death. Chapter 18. All to the back of the line. I'll give it. In the nick of time, Jiang Zhiyu finally spoke up. The 5 people on the other side were already determined to hijack the storage ring, and it wasn't even a question of whether or not she could save it by sacrificing Bai Changsheng. After killing Bai Changsheng, these people still wouldn't let go of the storage ring in her hands. If that was the case, why bother fighting it? Although the 20 qi and blood pills were worth a lot, they could always be earned back in the future if they kept their lives. Under the gazes of the 5, Jiang Zhiyu took off the storage ring in her hand and threw it towards the other party. Early, so not on it? The yellow hair in the lead raised his hand to catch the storage ring, and said with a smile before his consciousness sank slightly, inspecting the storage ring. But after a few seconds, the smirk on his face converged and he looked at Jiang Jiyu again. Sister, don't joke with brother. There's only 20 chi blood pills in here. Are you beating up on a beggar? For Jiang Jiyu, 20 chi blood dan was already a huge sum of money. But for this group of martial artists who had long ago fought and killed in the wasteland for an unknown amount of time, this number obviously couldn't satisfy their appetites. There are 5 of us brothers. How many of these 20 chi and blood pills do each of you share? Snappy, hand them all over. Jiang Jiyu was helpless in his heart, but he could only patiently open his mouth to explain. I've only just come to the wasteland for a short while. This is already all I have. TSK. Still lying to your brother, right? The leading yellow hair snorted coldly. If you can afford to buy a second mutation white-scaled snake as a spirit beast, would you only have 20 chi blood pills on you? Since you're unwilling to hand them over yourself, then you'll have to have brother personally search your body. Don't worry, sister. Brother will be gentle. The long knife was retracted into its sheath, and the evil smile on his face reappeared. Previously, he had thought that this guy was running to rob wealth, but only now did Bai Chongqing realize that he had still underestimated the bottom line of individual martial artists in the wasteland. Wealth he was thinking about, and Jiang Jiyu he had no intention of letting go. Bai! Jiang Jiyu's originally tightly frowned brows, but at this moment, he soothed and gave a low, soft cry. At the same time, with a kick of his foot, the lance that was originally still stuck in the earth suddenly lifted up into the air and was held tightly in Jiang Jiyu's hand. As for Bai Chongqing, he had already made a move at the same time he heard Jiang Jiyu call him. The snake's mouth opened and it bit towards the ankle of the man standing next to him. There were no defenses here to block it, and once bitten, the effects of the secondary toxin could greatly reduce the opponent's combat strength even if it wasn't fatal. However, it was obvious that the other party had already been on guard against his and Jiang Jiyu's sudden outburst. Bai Chongqing's sneak attack was directly dodged, and a long alloy blade chopped towards his head. Not daring to gamble on whether or not his level 3 rock armor defense would be able to block the other party's blade, Bai Chongqing could only retreat and look for another opportunity. Jiang Jiyu's side was similarly frustrated. Originally, he had thought of seizing the first opportunity to capture the thief and take down the other party's leader. After all, the other party did not wear defense. Alloy spear can easily break the defense. But when they were fighting, this was not the case at all. Even if Jiang Jiyu's skills are no longer subtle but facing several times, or even more than 10 times the blood value of the crush alone reaction strength, the two sides are not on the same level. A third-grade martial artist was able to do an instant kill on a first-grade martial artist. Clang! Bang! The sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, and Jiang Jiyu's figure retreated out violently, reaching a spot with Bai Chongqing. I didn't see it. Little sister is still a fiery person. But that's good. The hotter the chick, the more I like it. You guys go and cut down that snake, just so you can borrow the little sister's fire, roast it and eat it. I'll take care of this little sister, then you guys line up. After we've eaten, drunk and had fun, let's go slaughter that beast general. Extremely insulting words came out of this yellow hair's mouth, but Jiang Jiyu acted as if he hadn't heard them at all. Slightly lowering his head, he glanced at Bai Chongqing. They're rushing towards me. I'll try my best to stall the 5 of them later. You run as far away as you can. After I die, the spirit contract will automatically dissipate, and you'll be a free agent from now on. Do you have to say last words at a time like this? Bai Chongqing was already somewhat powerless to spit. He didn't know how long Jiang Jie could drag it out. But there was one thing that was beyond doubt. After these people killed Jiang Jie, he definitely couldn't escape either. Since he couldn't escape, why didn't he fight? Pulling 1 back would be enough. Pulling 2 would be profitable. Bai Chongqing's gaze swept over those 4 people, constantly analyzing the situation and how he could pull off this operation of pulling 1 as a cushion. Damn it, don't let me escape, or else at that time, all 5 of you, 1 of you will be counted as 1, and I'll have to get them all killed. Seeing the 5 people continue to approach, the fight may break out at any time, but at this time there was a sudden change. Another car came from the distance, and the speed is very fast, the body is more and more obvious. Grass! Where did so many spoilers come from? The leading yellow hair looked at the sudden appearance of the car shadow, could not help but spit a mouthful on the ground. It was only about half a minute before the newly appeared SUV arrived in front of the crowd. Not knowing if it was a foe or a friend, Bai Chongqing was in a constant state of tightness. And the car didn't even have the intention of stopping, passing by the two parties that were confronting each other. It just slowed down, and then the passenger's window came down and glanced towards the side. Bai Chongqing could really see that what was sitting inside the car was a girl not older than Jiang Jiu. But just a glance gave Bai Chongqing a feeling of extreme pressure. Another third-grade martial artist. He hadn't encountered a third-grade martial artist in the past few days, but what was going on today? Third-grade martial artists were piling up. Bai Chongqing wasn't the only one who saw that girl, Jiang Jiu, and the 5 yellow hairs saw it as well. A beast general is just a beast general. How did it bring this woman here? Forget it, withdraw brothers. Grab the target location now, lest others grab it first. Obviously, the sudden appearance of this girl had disrupted the original plan of this gang of yellow hairs. Even though they were confident that they could take down Jiang Jiu and Bai Chongqing in a very short period of time, the excitement was gone. There was something more important waiting for them, and they weren't willing to delay even that much time. Seeing that the 5 were planning to leave, Bai Chongqing couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The prerequisite for a gentleman to take revenge 10 years before it's too late was to still be alive. But Jiang Jiu didn't seem to think so. Senior Sister Xian. Wait! A sentence of School Sister Xian really called a halt to the SUV that was planning to leave. The passenger door opened, and a girl wearing black tights with 2 short daggers on her waist stepped out of the vehicle. Her eyes turned to Jiang Jiu, and a puzzled voice came out. You recognize me?
Chapter 19 Sin Frost, Yang Xin.
Along with the girl, there was also a man wearing silver-colored defensive gear. With short hair, his limbs were porous and his country face was unsmiling. He hadn't spoken since he got off the bus, only sweeping his gaze over everyone present, bringing silent pressure to the crowd. Another third-grade martial artist, and the chi and blood fluctuations were also vaguely the highest amongst everyone present. My name is Jiang Jiu. My father is instructor Jiang Yun Lu of the Waterwood Imperial Beast Academy, and I've met Senior Sister Xian and Senior Brother Zhang on the Waterwood campus before. Jiang Jiu opened his mouth and spoke out, explaining. However, this sentence caused Bai Chongqing to not be able to help but incline his head to look over. What teacher of the Waterwood Imperial Beast Academy, what having seen them in Waterwood? Throughout this sentence, other than the name being able to match up with Zhang's father, none of the other words were true. However, those 2 across the table didn't seem to think much of it, and the woman with the surname Xian nodded thoughtfully. So it's student Jiang. That's okay. Bai Chongqing couldn't help but stare. In his opinion, the words were full of loopholes. He didn't expect this woman to actually believe them. It wasn't just Bai Chongqing who felt this way, including those 5 guys with dyed yellow hair. Seeing that Jiang Jiu still really knew this woman, he felt his head spinning, and more crucially, her father was still a teacher at the Waterwood Imperial Beast Academy. If this had only come from Jiang Jiu's mouth, they wouldn't have felt anything. But now that these words were certified by that woman, then there was no way for them to disbelieve it. Bullying mentor Shui Mu's daughter in the wasteland? If this was known by that old Deng, what awaited them, I'm afraid, would be the other party's endless pursuit. The 5 looked at each other and silently retreated towards the SUV. However, the movements of the 5 people could hardly escape the attention of the others on the field. Jiang Jiu inclined her head to look this way and spoke out once more. I've long heard my father mention that Senior Brother Zhang Xing and Senior Sister Xian Frost of the Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy acted in a righteous manner, and were the most likely to see things that had to be done peacefully. These 5 people robbed my storage ring. I still hope that Senior Brother Zhang and Senior Sister Xian can help me get it back on account of the fact that we're from the same water and wood. Jiang Jiu pointed his right hand at the 5 guys with dyed yellow hair, and his words were also dry and decisive. However, once these words came out, those 5 people were instantly anxious. God knows that they were just seeing color. How did they provoke the people of Waterwood? However, it is useless to talk about this now. How to get out is the key. What nonsense. Obviously you voluntarily gave it to us. How come it's now us forcibly taking your storage ring? The little girl is quite pretty. How can she still be bloodthirsty? If they could, they naturally didn't want to get into a head-on conflict with those 2 from Shui Mu, even though those 2 hadn't shown any intention to help Jiang Jiu up until now. After glancing at the indifferent 2, even Bai Chongqing was a little weak. If he could, he would like to persuade Jiang Jiu those 5 guys are gonna go, let them go, pulling the banner, make a mistake instead of losing. After all, she is not really the daughter of Mr. Mizuki. However, he could not persuade, and Jiang Jiu did not have the slightest intention to retreat. The atmosphere on the field momentarily fell into a few moments of awkwardness. But the next moment, Xian Shuang spoke up. Several people, if you took my senior sister's things, return them. A clear and cold voice rang out, and those 5 yellow hairs couldn't help but change their faces. This woman really wanted to meddle in other people's business. Xian Frost, what are you asking us to hand over that we didn't take? What? Everything is up to you Shui Mu students. Can you blackmail us by finding a random excuse? The yellow hair in the lead still wanted to argue. But before his words fell, Xian Shuang from the opposite side put her hand on top of the short dagger. The students of Waterwood aren't as bad as you guys. Yet they aren't able to bully anyone. Since you guys don't want to hand it over, let's see if you can keep this storage ring. As soon as Xian Frost's words came out, those 5 yellow hairs were instantly like enemies. Although the other side only had 2 third-grade martial artists, their side's battle strength was equally not bad. However, the words water and wood alone were enough to explain everything. Even for the same 3rd grade, there was a gap. Xian Shuang, don't bully others too much. The big deal is a battle. You won't be able to take advantage of anything at that time. But you have to think clearly because of a storage ring in case you delay the next thing, is it worth it? The leading yellow hair still wanted to say something, but Xian Shuang's 2 short daggers had already been pulled out. Not only her, even Zhang Xing, who was beside her, had also summoned a long alloy blade in the flip of a hand. The body of the blade was silver-white, with cold light flashing, and the word Dragonine was engraved on the end of the handle. So it didn't take much thought to realize that the value of this blade was definitely not low. Seeing that the other party had already summoned a weapon, and might make a move at any time, even if the leading yellow hair was no longer willing at this moment, he had to consider the consequences of making a move. After 2 seconds of silence, the fellow ended up throwing the storage ring back to Jiang Jiyu again. I, Wildfire Squad, will remember today's revenge. You guys wait for me. Let's go. Even if they were forced by the situation and had no choice but to return the storage ring, the harsh words they should have put out were still necessary. However, Bai Chongqing had memorized the 4 words Wildfire Squad, as well as the appearance of these 5 yellow hairs in his heart. He wasn't a gentleman. He couldn't wipe out grudges with a smile. There were some grudges he had to remember. Eyes watching, let these 5 people get on the car to leave. This time Zhang Jiyu did not make a sound to stop. Only after determining that the 5 people had gone far away did Zhang Jiyu turn around and arch his hand towards Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing. Many thanks to senior sister Xian and senior brother Zhang for their righteousness. Or else I'm afraid today's matter would be very difficult to settle. The short dagger was inserted back in, and the long knife was also retrieved from the storage ring. But the 2 men looked at Zhang Jiyu with a few strange looks in their eyes. In the end, it was Xian Shuang who opened her mouth first. Senior sister Zhang, this wilderness is not such a good place to stay. If you ventured out like this, didn't teacher Zhang stop you? Zhang Jiyu shook her head. At first, I was thinking of coming to sharpen my marksmanship. That's why I hid it from my father. It's just that I didn't expect to encounter a strong robbing squad even this close to the martial town. Zhang Jiyu knew that people's hearts were treacherous in the middle of the wilderness, but she really didn't expect it to be such a coincidence, and that the other party was actually so bold. If she hadn't encountered the Xian Frost duo, I'm afraid that today, she and that martial arts squad would have inevitably had a deadly battle. Then what are you going to do next? Xian Frost opened her mouth and asked again. Will you go back? Or continue practicing here? The gunnery calisthenics are still far from perfect, and going back now would be another stagnation. Thinking for 2 seconds, Zhang Jiyu continued to speak. I wonder where senior sister Xian is planning to go. Can you let me, as well as the spirit beast of mine, follow? From the sudden change in the Wildfire Squad's attitude after Xian Frost's duo showed up, as well as the subsequent conversations between the 2 sides, one was vaguely able to guess something, that there should be something big going on in the vicinity, or else it wouldn't have attracted so many 3rd-grade martial artists to gather together. This was something that even Bai Chongqing could tell, and it was naturally impossible for Zhang Jiyu to fail to see it with her urban sophistication. It was just that Bai Chongqing didn't expect that Zhang Jiyu would actually want to get involved. Chapter 20 Heavily Traumatized Lord-Class Fey Beasts. Frost. Zhang Xing opened his mouth, and although he didn't say anything more, the subtext was clear that he was unwilling to let Zhang Jiyu get involved, or even inform him of the true situation. But Xian Frost waved her hand to indicate that there was no harm in it, and then turned her head to look at Zhang Jiyu. Senior sister Zhang chose Martial Town 72, so she should know that the area around this town has just undergone a great purge, right? Zhang Jiyu nodded her head, but did not interject out loud. Half a month ago, a martial king stepped in and completely cleansed the 400 kilometers of foreign beasts around the 3 martial towns of 71, 72, and 73. Almost all of the foreign beasts above 3rd grade beast soldiers were killed. But even if a martial king were to make a move, when faced with such a large area, there would inevitably be omissions. Yesterday, a martial artist brought back a message from the wasteland. There's a low-level Lord-level foreign beast hiding in County 0541, 120 kilometers away from Town 72. A low-level lord? Hearing Xian Shuang's words, even by Chongsheng, who was originally uninterested in this, couldn't help but look over. According to that person, this low-level lord was heavily injured by the martial king, and is now in a state of extreme weakness with 10 of its strength gone. It is estimated that its strength is only at the level of a primary beast general. So that was the reason. In a few days' time, Bai Chongqing already had a rough idea of the price of beast materials for foreign beasts. The beast materials of a first-grade beast soldier would cost between 15 and 3,000 per unit, while a second grade would be 5 to 8,000, and a third grade would be over 10,000 at the lowest. Further up, anyone who had reached the level of a beast general, the price was basically in the large tens of thousands, or even over 100,000. For low-level lords, I'm afraid that the entire body of beast materials added up to a value of more than 1 million isn't something to be surprised about. It was no wonder that it had suddenly attracted so many third-grade martial artists, clamoring for it. Because this area has been cleared, many of the martial generals have nothing to do even if they stay here, and the third-grade beast soldiers aren't worth their while yet. In that case, it has instead given us third-grade martial artists a chance. If we are able to take down this low-grade lord, it will be enough to satisfy our cultivation needs for half a year, or even a year. People die for money, and birds die for food. Just by taking a risk once, one could earn millions of alliance coins. However, any third-grade martial artist who was not willing to accept the status quo would be afraid to participate when they heard this news. It was no wonder that the wildfire squad that had just seen Xian Frost had hurriedly planned to leave after seeing her, obviously fearing that they would be robbed first. No matter how fragrant a beauty was, it couldn't compare to the lure of 1 million alliance coins. But that's about it. Bai Chongqing was only slightly surprised after hearing this, and then felt nothing else. He knew that his own strength was still far off, not to mention a low-level beast general. Even if the strength of that lord-level beast had decayed to the third-grade beast soldier level, it wasn't something he could touch. However, Jiang Jiu clearly didn't think so. With burning eyes, he was about to open his mouth when Xian Shuang raised her hand to stop him. Senior Sister Jiang, although you've already reached the mid-first-grade martial artist stage, the next battle is clearly not something you can get involved in with this level of strength. You'd better stay here honestly, or return to Waterwood earlier. With these words, Xian Shuang clearly didn't want to bring Jiang Jiu along. Probably in her eyes, a first-grade martial artist was a complete drag. How could it be so easy to get involved in a high-level battle? It's like playing a game when you have to move against a bloody dragon at the first level. That's your fault. But Jiang Jiu obviously didn't think so. After 2 seconds of silence, he continued to speak. A lord-level foreign beast has already opened its spirit, and its spirit is not low. Since it knows that its location has been exposed, it will definitely move to a safer place. Although County 0541 isn't big, it's still a town area with a diameter of over 20 kilometers. Can Senior Sister Xian guarantee that she can find this low-level lord before the other martial artist squads? Xian Shuang fell silent, while Zhang Xing also looked at Jiang Jiu at this moment, somewhat puzzled as to what she was trying to convey. Jiang Jiu also had no intention of selling the idea, and with her right hand, she pointed at Bai Chongqing. This spirit beast of mine is capable of capturing the flavor of foreign beasts in the air. Identify strength while judging the location. One sentence caused both Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing to turn their heads to look over. What the heck? Why did it come back to him? Bai Chongqing couldn't understand why Jiang Jiu had to get involved. That was a lord-level foreign beast. Even if you were a female emperor in your last life, you should have a clear idea of your current strength. Snakes themselves possess the ability to track odors. Although this one is just a white-scaled snake, an unusual white-scaled snake can't grow to this level. It's obviously mutated. If it can really do what you said, it will be able to help a great deal. Xian Shuang's voice lurched, then spoke again. But Senior Sister Jiang, you should know very well. Even if we bring you along, we won't share anything with you in the end. After all, the rules in the middle of the wasteland are based on how much one contributes. You and this white-scaled snake of yours are really limited in terms of battle power, so instead of being able to participate in the battle, we'll even have to divert our attention to take care of you. Seeing Xian Frost's relief, Zhang Jiu also hastened to speak out in response. Don't worry, senior sister Xian. I naturally know the rules. It's just that I've never seen a hunt against a lord-level foreign beast before, so I want to follow to see more. This was said with extreme sincerity, and if Bai Chongqing didn't know Zhang Jiu's background, he would have thought that she was just curious. However, Zhang Jiu's sudden and uncharacteristic venture also made Bai Chongqing notice something was a bit off. If he remembered correctly, on the way to the wilderness, Zhang Jiu's arrangements had been extremely mature and stable, and even though her income had been decreasing, Zhang Jiu had never moved from the idea of wanting to go deeper into the wilderness. How was it that now, on the contrary, he was constantly convincing Xian Shuang that he wanted to follow to the deeper towns? In that case, let's go together. But there are some things to say up front. Although Zhang Xing and I aren't weak, the ones we have to face are always lord-level foreign beasts. If anything goes wrong in the middle, you need to bear the consequences yourself. Zhang Xing obviously wanted to say something, but looking at Xian Shuang, who had already agreed, he could only swallow back what he wanted to say. The 3+ Bai Chongqing squad was temporarily organized like this, and although this matter hadn't received Bai Chongqing's consent, it was clear that none of the three present cared much about his opinion. Bai Chongqing returned to the nascent soul pouch, and then watched as Zhang Jiu got into Xian Shuang's car and drove towards the target city. As the vehicle continued deeper and deeper into the wasteland, the resources of the foreign beasts around them became significantly richer, and there were even many that Bai Chongqing had never seen before. However, none of the three had any intention of stopping to hunt. Compared to these first-grade beast soldier-level beast materials, it was obvious that the corpse of that low-level lord was worth more. Chapter 21. County 0541. County 0541 was a resource-plus heavy industry city before the catastrophe. Because of the huge and rich mining resources under the ground, the chemical and smelting industries were extremely developed here. One factory after another stood here, bringing in extremely high productivity and providing many jobs at the same time. If there hadn't been a catastrophe, County 0541 might have already been turned into a city. It was a pity that with the sudden arrival of the calamity, this county was completely abandoned. So much so that what Bai Chongqing and the others saw now was a dilapidated appearance with buildings collapsed by more than half and the roads overgrown with weeds. The SUV slowly stopped at a factory clearing at the edge of the city. Driving further in, the sound of the engine would inevitably attract the beasts. Although harmless, it was always a nuisance. After all, the purpose of their trip was clear. It was best not to have any battles until they found the badly injured Lord-class Fey beast. This place is roughly 10 kilometers away from the main city of County 0541. But it's possible that that Lord-class Fey beast could be hiding anywhere in the county city area. Let's just walk to the main city center from here. Xian Frost's plan was simple and straightforward. To put it bluntly, with so many martial artists gathered in this not-so-large county, it was all about who would be the first to find the severely injured Lord-class alien beast. Originally, she had planned to go directly to the most central location with Zhang Xing to seek out a tall building and wait, so that they would be able to arrive with the fastest speed possible once the commotion of a battle came through. But now that Bai Chongqing was there, they didn't have to be so passive. Zhang Jiu got down from the back seat and raised his hand to call out Bai Chongqing in the nascent soul pouch. Little White, try to see if you can find it. Bai Chongqing didn't dilly-dally, although he didn't know what Zhang Jie was trying to do by following him here until now. But none of that mattered. All he needed to do was to find the goal of the trio's trip and then return to his nascent soul pouch to wait quietly. Unlike the air outside the martial artist's town, after entering the urban area, the scents of the foreign beasts that Bai Chongqing was able to capture were obviously several times more numerous, and the information conveyed in each scent was also different. With such a large amount of information to process, if it were an ordinary spirit beast, even if it could capture the scent, I'm afraid it would be difficult to specifically distinguish it. But for Bai Chongqing, this was not that difficult. After 2 minutes of silence in place, Bai Chongqing lightly shook his head. With such a gesture, he couldn't help but make the two of them, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing, look sideways. This white-scaled snake, has its spirituality reached this level? It's indeed somewhat divine. There aren't many spirit beasts that are so humanized. Even in the Imperial Beast Academy, I'm afraid it's rare to be able to see one. In the face of the two men's compliments, Zhang Jiu only smiled and didn't say much. If it was a plane, Little White would be able to probe in a range of about 2 kilometers. But the exotic beast scents are complicated here, so it's easy to cause interference, But even so, it's still possible to ensure that there's no scent of that Lord-level exotic beast within a kilometer of the surrounding area. It looks like we still need to keep pushing inside. Hearing the conclusion given by Jiang Jiyu, Xian Shuang did not hesitate and took the lead towards the outside of the factory with a wave. Zhang Xing followed at the very back, while Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changxing walked in the center. This kind of stand was able to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations at any time, and at the same time it could also prevent any foreign beasts from sneaking up on the rear of the group and causing casualties. A group of 3 people and a snake slowly advanced towards the center of the city. However, after walking for 4 or 5 kilometers in a row, Bai Changxing hadn't found the scent of any high-grade foreign beasts. Although there was no shortage of existences that made him feel exaggerated, it was clear that it was more than a step short of the Lord-level foreign beasts that Xian Shuang had mentioned. The search continued, but 3 hours passed in a row, and the entire city had almost turned around without finding even a trace of the other party. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a definite message pointing out that it was around here, Bai Changxing even wondered if they were looking in the wrong city. It wasn't just their group, the other martial artist squads that had flooded into the city were just as unsearchable, and even if there was the occasional movement of a battle coming from them, it was just with the unusual beast soldier-level alien beasts. Senior Sister Xian, are you guys sure you're in Prefecture 0541? Seeing Bai Changxing shake his head again, Jiang Jiyu couldn't help but turn his head and ask. Before this, Bai Changxing had never been wrong, so Jiang Jiyu naturally attributed the problem to whether or not Xian Shuang's duo's information was correct. Sure, I've already asked someone, and in the early hours of the morning, there were quite a few squads of martial artists who had seen that Lord-class foreign beast in this county. It's just that the sky was already dark at that time, so they didn't dare to follow it. Xian Frost frowned slightly, laying a plan map of County 0541 drawn before the calamity on the ground. It shouldn't be. Zhang Xing swept his gaze over the floor plan and spoke out in doubt. Having been seriously injured, running over long distances will only aggravate the injury, and if it's not necessary, this Lord-class alien beast will definitely not choose to evacuate. But the entire urban area has already been searched. If it still stays here, after such a long time has passed, and there are so many martial arts squads searching together, it should have been found long ago. Unless, there's still some place that we haven't searched. Places that haven't been searched. Jiang Jiyu and Xian Shuang glanced at each other before speaking at the same time. Mining caves! Mining caves? Zhang Xing inclined his head to look at the 2 women. Before the calamity, this was a resource city, and the rich mineral resources had been mined for a whole 50 years without being cut off. This is what left a huge number of residential houses and industrial plants on the ground. 50 years of mining left behind countless traces of mining. Some of the main mining holes are wide enough to accommodate the activities of Lord-level alien beasts. As Jiang Jiyu's words fell, Xian Shuang's voice rang out. The underground mines are irregularly arranged, and the same mine may even be divided into 7 or 8 different mining routes, making it more than several times more difficult to find than on the surface. With the spiritual intelligence of a Lord-level foreign beast, it obviously already knows that we're chasing it. Taking advantage of the night to hide in the mine cave, instead, it made us go dark under the lights and wasted so much time for nothing. After eliminating all possible options, the last remaining impossibility became a possibility. Without alerting the other martial artist squads and foreign beasts, they quietly exited the main city before marching towards the mine area marked on the map. However, it was obvious that, like them, there were quite a few squads that realized that something was wrong. After meeting them halfway, both sides didn't have the intention to make a noise, but only silently accelerated their pace. The scope of the mining area was even larger than the living area, and the mines were spread out in all directions, so whether or not they could find it was all up to them, but that didn't mean that they would go and remind those martial arts squads that hadn't reacted yet. Just let them continue to blindly wander around the ground. Chapter 22 Lord Steel Bone Wolf King. The situation of the mines was more complicated than Jiang Jiyu and the others thought. After 50 years of mining resources, the large and small mines added up to more than a dozen. When they went into 2 of the mines in a row, they both collapsed due to the loss of maintenance after the calamity, and although it helped them eliminate the wrong options, going halfway and realizing that they had collapsed and then exiting was an extremely time-consuming thing to do. According to this progress, if they wanted to check these veins one by one, they were afraid that 2 days would not be enough. What they lacked the most right now was time. Just on the way over, they had encountered 2 martial arts squads, and at this moment, when they came out again, they saw another martial arts squad rushing towards this side from a distance. There's no time. If we continue to spend like this, in 2 hours at most, a large number of squads will arrive. Everyone choose a mine cave by intuition. Go a kilometer deeper and exit if you don't find anything. 2 hours should be enough for us to explore all 3 of these mines. If we don't find anything in these 3 places, it's estimated that the other squads have already found the Lord-class alien beast. If that's really the case, then it's just that we're not destined to have anything to do with this Lord-class alien beast. Exion Frost was not the type of person to get entangled, and after determining that they would not be able to finish exploring all the mines ahead of the other squads, she made a decision on the spot. The index finger of her right hand made a point on the top of the map. I'll choose this one. Zhang Xing sniffed and also chose a mining hole on the map. Senior sister Jiang, you choose one as well. Me? Jiang Jiu was slightly taken aback, but she didn't dwell on anything, and after sweeping her gaze across the map, her white-knuckled finger pointed at one of the southernmost mines, and at the same time the one farthest away from them. Bai Chongqing quietly watched the 3, not even qualified to participate in the discussion, but it didn't matter. He didn't have much of an interest in hunting Lord-level foreign beasts. One must know that a small fullness in life was a blessing. However, he only needed to devour things containing qi and blood to gain growth, so he naturally couldn't understand the idea that this group of martial artists would fight no matter what. The first mine was chosen by Exion Shuang. After going a kilometer deeper in a row, nothing unusual was found, and Bai Chongqing didn't trace the scent of a Lord-level foreign beast, so the group had to exit. The second mine to go to was the one chosen by Zhang Xing. However, after arriving at the place, they realized that the cave had long since collapsed, and even the entrance was gone, so naturally there was no need to continue. Of the 3 mines, only the last one remained. I don't know why, standing at the entrance of the mine, looking at the darkness within the mine, Bai Chongqing inexplicably panicked, vaguely having a feeling of wanting to escape from here. Obviously, the previous few mines didn't have this feeling. It can't be possible that the chance of 1 out of 10 is still really chosen for Jiang Jiu, right? Bai Chongqing slightly inclined his head to look at Jiang Jiu. The young girl's face didn't have any half-expression fluctuations, looking at the mouth of the mine, some slightly lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking. Let's go. Zhang Xing held a strong flashlight in his hand and took a step into the mine before the crowd, and the rest of them followed. Under the light of the flashlight, the mine cave, which was still somewhat dark, lost its mysterious feeling, but the deeper part of the cave was still dark. The snake's own talent allowed him to see the entire surrounding area with just a little bit of light, even in the darkness of the mine. But even so, the uneasiness in Bai Chongqing's heart didn't ease in the slightest, and even had a feeling that it was getting worse. Strongly suppressing that inexplicable sense of unease, he crawled over the broken rocks since, constantly collecting the odor in the air of the mine. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. As the group continued to go deeper and deeper, Bai Chongqing suddenly caught a hint of something strange and his body jerked. Although it was extremely subtle, so subtle that it was mixed in the moist air of the mine and could be missed if one was not paying attention, Bai Chongqing was certain that an unusual foreign beast could not emit this kind of thick qi and blood fluctuation. This aura, it was absolutely correct. Little white. Without the need to signal an alarm, Jiang Jiu had already sensed Bai Chongqing's abnormality. Zhang Xing, who was walking in front, hit his flashlight towards the back, and then he saw Jiang Jiu lower his voice and say, "Little White has found something." When these words came out, even Exion Shuang and Zhang Xing couldn't help but be slightly stunned before joy surfaced on their faces. In the beginning, they had only heard that Bai Chongqing was able to search for the scent of foreign beasts before agreeing to Jiang Jiu following. But who would have thought that, in the end, they would actually find this Lord-level beast because of Jiang Jiu? Let's take down this Lord first, and wait for the rest when we get back. If Jiang Jiu hadn't played any role, they could have taken the entire harvest in peace, but now it was obvious that they couldn't leave it like that. However, it was not appropriate to say so much at such a time. It was just a matter of finding it, whether or not someone would come to stir up trouble, whether or not they could take it by virtue of their ability to take it. All of these were still unknown. Jiang Jiu also had no intention of dwelling on this. Flipping his hand and fished out 2 mixed elemental dan from his storage ring, then fed them to Bai Chongqing. "Little White, help us find it." Eating people's mouths was short. Taking people's hands was soft. It was unlikely that Bai Chongqing would be allowed to fight the Lord, but it would still be possible if he just helped find it from this mine. Strongly suppressing that instinctive urge to escape from here, Bai Chongqing went to the front of the group, then followed the intermittent scent as he traveled towards the depths. Behind him, Jiang Zhiyu's trio had already summoned their weapons and were ready to fight at any time. As the depth continued to increase, the original wisp of scent that was if nothing else began to become more and more pronounced, until after the entire passageway was filled with scents that made Bai Chongqing instinctively fearful. A low hissing sound rang out. Hearing this low roar, the three instantly stopped walking, and even their breathing slowed down a lot. Roar! Hearing it for real this time also made the three of them certain that they weren't looking for the wrong thing. And just from the sound alone, they were able to hear that although this Lord-class alien beast hiding in the mine was full of vigor, it was actually carrying a few moments of pain and weakness. Zhang Xing tops the front. I'll wait for the opportunity to find the opponent's wounds to attack. As for schoolgirl Jiang, you just need to cope from the side and interfere with that guy's attention. But never engage it. Xian Frost whispered once more, and after Jiang Zhiyu nodded her head, she urged the nascent soul pouch to take Bai Chongqing inside. The mission had been accomplished, continuing to stay was just adding to the chaos. It was better to stay in the nascent soul bag and watch the show. The lights of the flashlight went out, and the three of them traveled another 200 to 300 meters in the mine in the dark, and then felt that their eyes opened up. This deep underground, there is actually a height of more than 30 meters, the width of nearly 100 meters of natural cave. As far as the eye could see, there was a beast that was more than 4 meters tall, looking like a wolf, but there were dozens of bone spurs poking out of its back. In the darkness of the cave, a pair of ghostly green pupils appeared and disappeared. Low-level Lord, Steel Bone Wolf King. Chapter 23: A Dangerous Situation. After seeing their target this time, including the 2 third-grade martial artists, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing, all of them couldn't help but catch their breath at this moment. Although they knew what they were hunting before they came, it was another matter when they had actually seen it with their own eyes. With the strength of a third-grade martial artist wanting to hunt and kill a low-level lord, it was a great risk, not to mention the wolf-type fey beasts that were already eager to kill. Without the school teacher waiting behind them at all times to strike, the two of them looked at the steel bone wolf king that was lying on the ground licking its wounds. The only good news was that the other party's injuries were indeed very serious. A narrow wound of nearly 2 meters almost broke open its entire abdominal cavity, and although it did not reveal its internal organs, the blood never stopped flowing. It was not hard to imagine that this blow was bound to kill this guy, but the steel bone wolf king's vitality was indeed tenacious, and it actually survived this heavy blow. But even if it survives, its strength is also greatly reduced. The deep and long wound on its abdomen restricted it from even moving its body significantly. Every time it licked, it would trigger severe pain in its abdomen again, and its voice even had a few whimpers in it. The three of them just quietly watched. No one had the intention of making a random move. Until 2 minutes later, to make sure that the other party's weak state did not look like a fake, Xian Shuang lightly patted Zhang Xing's shoulder, giving the other party a gesture of action. It wasn't a good idea to keep waiting like this. The other teams could search here at any time. Moreover, it was not easy to find them, and the other party was indeed seriously injured. Even if the following offense might cause them all to fall here, Xian Frost also intended to taste the saltiness. Roar! The steel bone wolf king seemed to have sensed something, and violently raised his head towards the direction of the cave entrance with a low hiss, and his ghostly green wolf pupils were also staring at this side. This posture seemed to be a warning to Jiang Zhiyu not to disturb it. But in the eyes of the three of them, it was a look of strong support. If it really had any strength left, this lord-level existence would have already rushed over to use them as rations. How could it possibly be just a warning? However, since it had already been discovered, there was no need to hide their tracks anymore. Quickly do it! When Xian Shuang's voice fell, Zhang Xing was the one who stepped on his feet, and his figure violently rushed out. The third-grade martial artist's qi and blood completely erupted at this moment, and his speed was so fast that Bai Chongqing in the nascent soul pouch vaguely had the feeling that he couldn't keep up. The alloy long knife in his hand was even raised high, and after rushing to the 10-meter range of the steel bone wolf king, he violently swung down, bringing out an air-breaking sound, and taking it straight between his neck. It is not an exaggeration to say that this speed and force, if Bai Chongqing were to receive it, he would not survive. However, what Zhang Xing was facing at the moment was after all a lord-level foreign beast. Even if it was seriously injured, it was still a lord. The steel bone wolf king's huge body stood up and looked at the long alloy blade that was slashing towards it. Only lifting its claws and swinging out, it brought out a sound of sparks and gold and iron clashing. Clang! Zhang Xing's figure retreated fiercely by more than 10 meters, only feeling that his tiger's mouth was slightly numb and the blade was trembling. If he had encountered such a situation while fighting with other beasts, he would have absolutely turned his head away without hesitation. However, at this moment he was wearing a happy face. Frost, it only has the force of a low-level beast general. Zhang Xing's voice rang out, and only then did Bai Chongqing realize that Xian Frost, who was still beside Jiang Jiu, had disappeared at some point. In the next moment, a cold light flashed across the Steel Bone Wolf King's side, bringing out a bloodstain. The sudden attack caused the Steel Bone Wolf King to let out a wail. His sharp claws swung towards his side, but only a piece of air was caught. Xian Frost retreated directly after scoring a hit, not giving the Steel Bone Wolf King a chance to counterattack at all. Both Zhang Xing and Xian Frost knew very well that the Steel Bone Wolf King was always a lord-level beast, and even if it was seriously injured, it could never really stand up to the other party. Pulling and pulling, constantly consuming the other party's strength and aggravating the other party's injuries was the most correct way. Zhang Xing, who had just been repelled by a claw, charged up again, the long alloy blade in his hand slashing out again. Together with him, there was also Xian Shuang, who was holding 2 short daggers. A frontal attack to attract attention, a sneak attack to aggravate the other party's injury. The two people's cooperation was quite exquisite, and even had a pleasing feeling. 3 attacks in a row were all successful. The Steel Bone Wolf King's original wound that had not been able to heal easily was once again torn apart. The intense pain caused its green eyes to turn a bit scarlet. Another new round of attacks came. Zhang Xing once again charged forward with his sword. Xian Shuang followed closely. But this time, the Steel Bone Wolf King's eyes were fierce. Seeing the two of them getting closer and closer, but completely giving up on Zhang Xing's defense, the wolf's head violently turned to Xian Frost, the scarlet in the bottom of his eyes even more, and then his huge body suddenly disappeared in the same place. When the Steel Bone Wolf King turned his head towards her, Xian Frost's heart jumped, realizing that something was wrong. She wanted to retreat, but her speed was no match for the Steel Bone Wolf King, a lord-level existence. Even if she was seriously injured, her movement was inconvenient, but her speed was still extremely fast. The distance of more than 10 meters was just a blink of an eye. With its bloody mouth open, it seemed like it would completely tear Xian Shuang apart the next moment. Xian Shuang at the moment high up, people in the air even borrowed the force to change shape cannot do. With such a stance, if nothing unexpected happened, only death awaited her. Frost! It was already too late for Zhang Xing to stop it, so he could only charge towards the Steel Bone Wolf King at full speed, intending to stop its attack before it could hurt Xian Frost. But how could his speed possibly match the Steel Bone Wolf King? Seeing that the Wolf King's attack was getting closer and closer, Xian Frost had already resigned herself to her fate, with her short dagger in front of her body, intending to resist the Steel Bone Wolf King's bite. She didn't know whether the defense equipment on her body could withstand the attack of the lord-level beast, but there was only so much she could do now. However, in the next moment, a long spear was suddenly shot sharply from the distance. Senior Sister Xian. Jiang Jiu's voice suddenly exploded, and as Xian Shuang looked at the lance stabbing towards her, she almost subconsciously changed the position of her short dagger. Clang! A sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. Xian Shuang was driven by the force contained on top of the lance and shifted a few meters to the side. As for her original position, it had been replaced by an alloy lance. After that, a crunching sound could be heard, and the alloy lance that should have been incredibly tough was directly bitten off by the Steel Bone Wolf King, splitting into several pieces. Narrowly missing the Steel Bone Wolf King's attack, it was only after landing on the ground that Xian Shuang came back to her senses, a feeling of fear making her backbone sweaty, her heart thumping like a drum. Even the alloy lance broke so crisply under the Wolf King's mouth. It didn't take much thought to realize that if this bite was confirmed, her life would be left here forever. Chapter 24: The Wolf King Who Went Berserk. Although Jiang Jiu hadn't participated in the battle, her attention was always on the Steel Bone Wolf King. Seeing this guy's eyes scarlet and fierce, Jiang Jiu realized that something was wrong. This led to the extreme rescue shot that narrowly saved Xian Shuang from the Steel Bone Wolf King's mouth. However, although Xian Frost had narrowly avoided the Steel Bone Wolf King's fatal blow, the crisis was not lifted. After crushing the alloy spear with a bite, the Wolf King did not stop for a moment and turned his head to continue attacking towards Xian Frost. However, the good thing was that this time, Xian Shuang already had a place to borrow her strength, and while her figure retreated explosively, Zhang Xing's attack had also arrived.
Surprise wave.
The long alloy blade in Zhang Xing's hand seemed to be wrapped in the power of endless waves, and the sound of water was faintly heard. Just now, Exine Shuang was in danger, so he couldn't care about anything else at the moment. Even if this blade couldn't cause any fatal injuries to the Steel Bone Wolf King, at least he had to pull the hatred back. Thousands of blood points instantly erupted, making it the most powerful move. With such a sound, even the Steel Bone Wolf King couldn't completely ignore it. If it was in its full strength now, it could have killed these ants in a single bite, but it was now seriously injured. It was extremely difficult for it to even move, and the more qi and blood it mobilized, the heavier its injuries would become. This was also the reason why Zhang Xing's trio was able to tangle with it for so long. Giving up on Exine Shuang, who kept retreating, the Steel Bone Wolf King turned its head to face Zhang Xing, who had exploded with full force. The wolf's claw was raised and ruthlessly slapped at the long knife in Zhang Xing's hand. The sound of gold and iron clashing immediately echoed in the small underground cave, and the strong qi and blood eruption shook the roof of the cave, causing debris to fall. Zhang Xing's figure retreated explosively, and his long knife plunged straight into the ground, counteracting the force of the recoil. Exine Shuang had also withdrawn and stood side by side with Zhang Jiu. The Steel Bone Wolf King's eyes had completely turned scarlet, resembling two ghostly flames in this dark cave, and although it had been enraged, it did not rush to kill, only continuously emitting low roars in an attempt to shock the three people back. Just now, thanks a lot. Exine Shuang slightly inclined her head to look at Zhang Jiu, the feeling of having survived the robbery making her breathing seem a little short. We'll talk about these when we get out. Zhang Jiu's face remained calm. The successive attacks just now have completely enraged this person, and the next step is the hard battle. It's hard to take down this with just the two of you. Little White and I will have to join the battle as well, only to harass and distract the Steel Bone Wolf King. For the rest, it's up to you and senior brother Zhang. The brief few collisions also made Exine Shuang and Zhang Xing realize the gap in strength between the two sides, especially with the Steel Bone Wolf King's sudden frenzy. If it wasn't for Zhang Jiu's rescue, Exine Frost would already be a corpse at this moment. At this moment, if they still thought of fighting on their own, not to mention taking down the Steel Bone Wolf King, even whether or not they could save their own lives was another story. Not to mention the fact that the battle had already broken out, and at any moment, there could be other martial arts squads that would notice the situation and arrive. They had to fight quickly. Exine Shuang and Zhang Xing glanced at each other before nodding in unison. Don't worry, senior sister Zhang. I guarantee it in the name of the Shui Mu students. If we really take down the Steel Bone Wolf King, no matter how much we harvest at that time, you'll have your share. Exine Frost opened her mouth, and Zhang Jiu hummed and did not dwell on exactly how much she could share. She believed in Exine Frost and Zhang Xing's character, not just because they had helped to relieve the siege before, but also because she had crossed paths with the two quite a bit in her last life. Bai Chongqing came out of his nascent soul pouch and took a deep breath before forcibly suppressing the sense of panic he felt when facing a Lord-level foreign beast. He had taken in the battle just now and realized that the Steel Bone Wolf King was at the end of its rope. Since that was the case, he was a coward. It wasn't like he needed to be the main output anyway, just harassing wasn't much of a problem. Right, this is for you. Exine Shuang summoned an alloy lance from her storage ring and handed it to Zhang Jiu. Zhang Jiu's original lance had been destroyed by the Steel Bone Wolf King when he saved Exine Frost, and Exine Frost had obviously seen that Zhang Jiu didn't have a spare weapon. It's not of high grade, so you can use it first. Zhang Jiu didn't refuse, reaching out to take it before weighing it twice, feeling the weight and texture of the lance. Quick battle, do it. As Exine Frost's voice fell, the three of them took action at the same time, while Bai Chongqing also used the darkness to feel his way towards the Steel Bone Wolf King. His purpose was clear, to find an opportunity to go up and take a couple bites. He was just able to use this opportunity to see if the toxin could have an effect on a Lord-level beast like the Steel Bone Wolf King. After less than a minute of calm, the battle in the cave resumed, and this time, Zhang Xing did not have the slightest bit of retention, and each of his slashes exploded with all his strength, just for fear of the situation that had just occurred again. Exine Shuang also became much more cautious, although the number of strikes became less, but each strike was aimed at expanding the abdominal wound of the Steel Bone Wolf King. Zhang Jiu was holding a spear and was skimming the line. Every time before Exine Frost was about to strike, she would try to attack together, helping Exine Frost to share the pressure of the attack. And in the face of the three people's joint attack, the Steel Bone Wolf King's abdominal wound was constantly being torn apart. Even though its vitality was no matter how tenacious it was, it could not withstand this continuous attack, and blood kept spewing out. Before the old wounds were healed, new wounds were added. If it continued to drag on like this, its situation would only become more and more difficult. The Steel Bone Wolf King was clearly aware of this as well, tilting its head and letting out a long howl. Bai Chongqing only felt his mind suddenly shaken, and then a gust of disoriented trance came over him, and his body actually crawled towards the Steel Bone Wolf King somewhat uncontrollably. Not only him, the other three people's state is not much better than him. All subconsciously raised their hands to cover their ears, but the spirit is still unavoidably impacted. A moment of lull in ordinary time wasn't fatal, but they were now in a deadly fight with a lord-level foreign beast. The Steel Bone Wolf King obviously wouldn't let go of this great opportunity. His scarlet eyes swept across the entire field, and in the next moment, he charged towards Zhang Xing and Xian Frost, his wolf claws raised, and then swung out violently. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Zhang Xing and Xian Frost were directly slapped away by the Steel Bone Wolf King's claw, their bodies heavily smashing into the wall of the cave. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Zhang Xing's heart was fierce, and after biting his tongue, the sharp pain instantly made his brain regain its clarity, which barely blocked this blow, but after being hit by this claw, Zhang Xing and Xian Frost even seemed to have a hard time getting up and were no longer capable of fighting. Is this a lord-level beast? Obviously, it had already suffered such heavy injuries, but it was still able to burst out with such terrifying strength. The party that had just held a few points of advantage was instantly hit hard by two people, and the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Bai Chongqing's heart was astonished, and as he watched the scarlet eyes of the Steel Bone Wolf King turn slightly, he actually walked towards Jiang Jiyu after missing with it. Chapter 25. Killing the Wolf King, a new branch of the evolution tree. More than 50 days had passed since crossing over, perhaps because of the spirit contract, or perhaps because of these 50 days of spending time together. Bai Chongqing regarded Jiang Jiyu as a friend from the bottom of his heart. Now that he saw the Steel Bone Wolf King heading towards Jiang Jiyu, it would be a lie to say that he was indifferent. But after suffering the Steel Bone Wolf King's attack, which seemed to come from his soul, he couldn't even control his own body, and could only watch the other party getting closer and closer to Jiang Jiyu, and then raised his claws. But for some reason, Bai Chongqing didn't see the slightest bit of panic or fear on Jiang Jiyu's face. Wait, Jiang Jiyu was at least a female emperor in her last life. As an existence where only 8 people in the entire celestial dynasty had reached the emperor realm achievement. Would she get involved in a hunt against a lord-level foreign beast without leaving any backstabbing? How capable a lord-level foreign beast was, if Xian Shuang and the others didn't know, how could Jiang Jiyu not know? From the beginning, Bai Chongqing had felt that something was wrong, and now he finally realized what was wrong. If Jiang Jiyu dared to come, he must have calculated everything, so now this situation. Soul-destroying needle. Jiang Jiyu, who should have stayed in place, suddenly let out a soft cry from his mouth. And then the entire cavern within the sudden gusts of wind, originally had raised the claws of the Steel Bone Wolf King, was also instantly stagnant, eyes empty. Bai Chongqing, who had originally been shocked by the Steel Bone Wolf King's hiss, also suddenly loosened up and regained his ability to act. It was only after unleashing this strike that Jiang Jiyu seemed to have been drained of all his strength as his body went limp, unable to even stand. Xiao Bai! Jiang Jie's voice rang out, and Bai Chongqing instantly understood what she meant. His figure surged several meters, and then he bit down on the wound in the Steel Bone Wolf King's abdomen, and the toxin was instantly pushed to the extreme, as if it didn't need any money, continuously injected into it. Lord-level foreign beasts had extremely strong defenses, if it was unusual with Bai Chongqing's qi and blood, it would be difficult to even break through the defenses. However, right now, a wound that had almost pierced through its abdominal cavity was right in front of him, and if he still couldn't break the defense, then Bai Chongqing would be a bit too much of a waste. He could even clearly feel that as soon as the toxin entered his body, it was swept away by the Steel Bone Wolf King's surging qi and blood. Please, there has to be some power. Zhang Xing and Xian Shuang had been heavily injured by the Wolf King, and Jiang Jiyu had also fallen into a weakened state after using his crushing moves. If he couldn't seize this moment of opportunity, I'm afraid they would really be buried here today. Clearly aware of this, Bai Chongqing saw that the Steel Bone Wolf King was about to return to action, and with a heart of gold, he also became ruthless, crawling towards its body as soon as his body moved. Roar! The intense rush of pain caused the Steel Bone Wolf King to regain its senses, and the wailing sound continued to ring out, instead stimulating Bai Chongqing, who had already drilled his way inside. Opening his mouth, he bit down, and before he could even distinguish what he had bitten into, a toxin was injected into the Steel Bone Wolf King's internal organs. Strong defense, external injuries can't kill you, then start disintegrating from the inside. It's impossible that the internal organs also have such strong defense, right? If there was, then add more poison. In the eyes of Jiang Zhiyu's trio, the Steel Bone Wolf King was being tortured by Chongqing to the point that he was rampaging around, and while blood was gurgling out, the Steel Bone Wolf King's voice was also weakening. But even so, the Steel Bone Wolf King at this moment was still not something they could shake. Having sustained considerable injuries, the three of them, who had temporarily lost the ability to fight, could only pin all their hopes on Chongqing. Fortunately, Chongqing didn't let them down and even brought them a great surprise. After only 10 seconds or so, the Steel Bone Wolf King, which was originally still unbeatable, fell to the ground with a bang. The four paws kept struggling hard, wanting to re-support its body, but its strength was getting weaker and weaker until it was motionless, without any movement. Success! The three of them did not directly approach, and waited for tens of seconds before seeing any movement from the Steel Bone Wolf King, and only then slowly approached. However, even so, Zhangxing never put down the long alloy sword in his hand. In case the Steel Bone Wolf King suddenly rose up, he could also respond at any time. After approaching 10 steps, he suddenly saw the Steel Bone Wolf King's abdomen churning, and Zhangxing's grip on the knife tightened, and he was about to chop again when he saw Chongqing crawling out from inside. With a piece of unknown internal organs in his mouth, Chongqing, although drenched in blood, had a feeling of radiance. Congratulations to the host for devouring the Lord-level Steel Bone Wolf King, gaining 350 blood value and 220 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the unlit branch of the evolution tree. Steel Bone. Steel Bone. When lit, the strength of the bones of the entire body will be increased. Requires 120 evolution points to light up. The Lord-level beast was truly extraordinary. Just a piece of internal organs provided him with 350 points of blood value, 220 evolution points, and an evolution tree branch that required 120 points just to unlock it initially. However, with such a huge amount of qi and blood value suddenly pouring in, Chongqing only felt his body's qi and blood churning at the moment, as if it was about to burst open his body. This feeling was similar to when he first swallowed the mixed blood pill. He was truly surprised that he could still be propped up even though he was already at the 4th level of digestive enhancement. Unable to do anything else, Chongqing could only raise his digestive enhancement by another level. Luckily, this piece of the Steel Bone Wolf King's innards alone had just provided him with 120 points of evolutionary value, so across the board, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Glancing back at the Steel Bone Wolf King behind him, Chongqing didn't even dare to think about what level of growth he would be able to achieve if he devoured it all. Seeing Chongqing burrow out of the Steel Bone Wolf King's body, the three of them glanced at each other and suddenly all went a bit silent. Before, when Jiang Zhiyu's strength was low, Xian Shuang could say that she wouldn't share anything with her. Later on, when Jiang Zhiyu saved her life, Xian Frost had already been prepared to split her share in half, with one of the shares going to Jiang Zhiyu. But now, she and Zhangxing were shocked by the Steel Bone Wolf King, and a claw slapped into a serious injury, if it was not Jiang Zhiyu's sudden strike that fixed the Steel Bone Wolf King, and drove the spirit beasts to drill into the Steel Bone Wolf King's body to wreak havoc, and took the opportunity to kill the Steel Bone Wolf King. I'm afraid that at the moment, she and Zhangxing would have long been eaten by the Steel Bone Wolf King. How can we count? There was no way to count. In the end, Jiang Zhiyu opened her mouth first. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time, Senior Sister Xian. Please put away the Steel Bone Wolf King's corpse first. If there's anything we want to say, let's go back and talk about it. Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Xian Shuang and Zhangxing both let out a sigh of relief. As well, after fighting the Wolf King for so long, the noise is not small. Let's go out from the mine first. Xian Frost didn't say anything else, and with a lift of her hand, she put the Steel Bone Wolf King's corpse into her storage ring. After determining that nothing was missing, Jiang Zhiyu took Chongqing back into his nascent soul pouch before the three of them rushed towards the outside of the mine. But halfway there, they suddenly heard a conversation. There are sounds of battle coming from this mine cave. The Steel Bone Wolf King must be in here. All hurry up. Chapter 26 Fourth Evolution. The sudden sound made Jiang Zhiyu's trio instantly tighten up. Subconsciously, Zhangxing extinguished the bright flashlight in his hand so that the light would not be seen. If it was unusual, the other martial arts teams would have encountered them, with 2 third-grade martial artists and Xue Mu as their backer. No one would have casually made a grudge against them. as the loss would not be worth the gain. But now they had just hunted the Steel Bone Wolf King. How many people who could make their way through the wasteland were cuties? Hearing the movement of the battle and seeing that the three of them had just experienced a great battle, anyone who wasn't stupid would be able to guess that the Steel Bone Wolf King had already been won by them. Faced with a Steel Bone Wolf King that was worth millions of alliance coins to start with, how many people could be indifferent? What's more, the three of them were in a worrying state right now. Two of them were seriously injured, one of them was mentally depressed, and the only one whose battle power wasn't impaired by Changsheng was still only a first-grade spirit beast whose battle power was more or less pitiful. In this state, any random second-grade martial artist would be able to sweep them away. As long as it was done cleanly, it wasn't difficult to keep them here for a long time. Even if their corpses were found afterward, it would only be blamed on the beast's brutality and their lack of skill. No way! Can't meet these people head-on. Xian Shuang acted decisively, and with a slight frown on her brow, she spoke out. Retreat back and continue deeper into the mine. Zhang Xing and Zhang Jiu also had the same intention. The cavern was well connected, so it wasn't difficult to find a fork in the road to bypass those people. Returning to that huge cave, they then circled around to the other side and drilled into another mine. The sound of the martial arts squad behind them rang out again. Grass! The blood on the ground is still wet, and all this destruction inside the cavern is new. There was just a battle here. To be able to cause a battle of this magnitude, the battle level of both sides definitely won't be low. It's very likely that a martial arts squad has found the Steel Bone Wolf King before us. The Steel Bone Wolf King has already disappeared, and the movement of the battle was heard in front of us. Even if that group of people got their hands on it, they are definitely still in the mine. This voice sounded somewhat familiar, but for a moment I couldn't say where it was familiar. Having just experienced a battle with the Steel Bone Wolf King and avoiding us, they must have been heavily killed or injured. Find them for me. Find them out. The Steel Bone Wolf King belongs to our Wildfire Squad. Others don't want to get their hands on it. It was really a narrow road between enemies. Hearing the four words Wildfire Squad, all three of them were flabbergasted in their hearts. If they had encountered another squad, even if they were found, as long as they handed over the Steel Bone Wolf King's corpse, the other party might still let them go. However, if they encountered the Wildfire Squad with the other party's previous behavior, I'm afraid that even if they took out everything, this matter would still be difficult to settle. The only plan now was to run. Jiang Jiu lightly tapped the nascent soul pouch and called Bai Chongxing out from inside. Although Bai Chongxing had been in the nascent soul pouch, he could see the sounds and sights outside, and naturally understood what kind of situation they were currently experiencing. Without a moment's hesitation, he marched headlong towards the deeper part of the mine, and Jiang Jiu's three men hurriedly followed. In this kind of unfamiliar underground mine, Bai Chongxing as a snake was obviously more adaptable than them. Even if he couldn't help them find a new exit, at least he wouldn't bring them into a desperate situation. The group turned left and right until there was no more sound coming from behind them before stopping. Senior Sister Jiang, if we can get out unharmed this time, I'll be sure to thank you later, Xian Shuang whispered, and Zhang Jiu shook her head slightly. We'll talk about these when we get out. The priority right now is to grab some rest. Although the mines are intricate, it won't be much of a problem for Wildfire Squad's people to spend some time trying to find it. Before they find them, you and Senior Brother Zhang should at least have the strength to fight. The two of them did not suffer any external injuries. They were only hit by the Steel Bone Wolf King's claw slap to the point where their qi and blood were disorganized. And with this level of injury, even if they didn't go for deliberate treatment, a week's time would be enough to heal. However, it was obvious that the Wildfire Squad would not give them such a long time to recover from their injuries. Naturally knowing that the situation was urgent, the Xian Frost duo flipped their hands and took out a porcelain vase from their storage ring. This contains the blood-suppressing pill, with a market price of 30,000 alliance coins apiece, capable of calming the qi and blood in a very short period of time and suppressing the backlash of qi and blood. Senior Sister Jiang, do you want to swallow one as well? Outsiders didn't know about her situation, but Jiang Jiu knew very well that the blood-suppressing pill was of no use to her current situation. What she needed was an elixir that could soothe and moderate her spirit. Third-grade martial artists could not qualify to use spiritual attacks, and naturally, they would not stock up on elixirs that could soothe the spirit. After shaking her head in rejection, Jiang Jiu inclined her head towards Bai Chongxing, and after some thought, she took out 2 more hybrid elixirs from her storage ring and threw them to Bai Chongxing. Little White, guard the surroundings, and warn us in advance if anyone approaches. Opening his mouth, he swallowed the 2 qi and blood elixirs into his stomach as much as he could, and glancing at Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing, who were already sitting in meditation to regulate their qi and blood, Bai Changsheng turned around and crawled towards the distance. If someone approached, he would be able to get to the other party's scent in advance, which was indeed more appropriate in the area of vigilance. However, as the 2 hybrid pills began to take effect, the system's beeps rang out. Congratulations to the host for devouring the hybrid elixir, gaining 17 qi and blood values, and gaining 10 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for devouring the hybrid pills, gaining 10 qi and blood values, and 10 evolution points. The qi and blood value has reached the current upper limit. Please start the 4th evolution as soon as possible. Requirements for 4th evolution: 1000 blood value, 100 evolution points. Evolutionary conditions have been met. Do you want to start the evolution? Originally, according to Bai Changxing's prediction, it would take at least a week or so before he could reach the 1000-point blood value requirement to start his 4th evolution. However, after devouring a piece of the steel bone wolf king's entrails and obtaining a huge amount of qi and blood value and evolution points, he had directly pushed the progress forward by a large margin. The 2 hybrid pills that had just gone down were just enough to fill the remaining gap. There would most likely be a big battle next, and the Wildfire Squad's people wouldn't be able to find this place in a short period of time, so how to choose still needed to be thought about. Open. As his voice fell, the system's beep sounded in synchronization, and what followed was a cold to the core. Bai Changxing had originally been prepared to receive the boiling of his entire body's qi and blood, but this sudden coldness caused him to involuntarily shiver, and his body unconsciously shrank together. But even so, that cold feeling still didn't ease a bit, as if it was going to freeze his soul completely, until his thinking became sluggish. He couldn't even realize how much time had passed. Bai Changxing was close to passing out, but fortunately, the system's voice eventually rang out. This evolution has been completed, consuming a total of 100 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, completing the 4th evolution. The next evolution requires a qi and blood value, 3000 points, 1000 evolution points. Chapter 27. Temptation, Ambush, Siege, Deadly Situation. The coldness slowly receded, and Bai Changxing's consciousness gradually returned. As far as his eyes could see, there was actually quite a bit of frost condensing around the mine with him at the center, which was evident of what kind of pain Bai Changxing had experienced during the time just now as the source of this coldness. Apart from the 1st evolution, each of the 3 subsequent evolutions was extremely painful, and more intense than once. Twice it was like being scorched by fire, and this time it was like falling into an ice cave, and I don't know what else I'll encounter in the future. Bai Changxing let out a long sigh in the bottom of his heart, but he was in a good mood as he felt his entire body loosening up after the evolution was completed. Although every evolution is no different from being tortured, after the evolution is complete, there's an unspeakable relief again. But it's also true that if you want to gain growth, how can you do it without experiencing some pain? Since he couldn't resist, he tried to accept it. Bai Changxing was still very good when it came to his mindset. After the 4th evolution, the body size skyrocketed once again, and I'm afraid that the body length has now passed 5 meters. And with 1000 points of qi and blood value, it's already stepped into the ranks of a 2nd-grade beast soldier. The only problem lies in the fact that the threshold for the 5th evolution has been directly raised to 3000 points of qi and blood value, and even the evolution points, they all require 1000 points. Such a high threshold, it's hard to get it. But if I can keep the steel bone wolf king's meat, Bai Changxing secretly calculated in his mind that if he had the meat of a lord-level exotic beast to add to it, it didn't seem like it would be so difficult to reach this 3000 points of qi and blood value requirement. Of course, the prerequisite would have to be that the steel bone wolf king's corpse could be preserved. Have you searched over there yet? Go over and take a look. A sudden voice interrupted Bai Changxing's thoughts. Obviously, he had already hidden in such a deep mine, but he still couldn't hide from these guys. Without startling the other party, Bai Changxing turned his head and marched towards where Jiang Zhiyu's trio was. Noticing Bai Changxing's return, Jiang Zhiyu's eyes, which had been slightly closed, opened, only to frown slightly after seeing Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing still meditating on their knees. It'll take a while for them to stabilize their qi and blood. Wait, your size. Although it was dim in the mine, it was barely possible to see some of it, especially since Bai Changxing's change in size was so obvious. How could she not notice it? 2nd-grade beast soldier. I didn't expect you to improve faster than me. Feeling the change in Bai Changxing's qi and blood, Jiang Zhiyu's heart was even more astonished, But this astonishment was only for a moment and was suppressed by Jiang Jiyu. You go lure people away and buy them some more time. If Bai Chongqing was still only a first-grade beast soldier at this moment, Jiang Jiyu naturally wouldn't let him take the risk. But if he was a second-grade beast soldier in this dark mine, just stalling for time was not much of a problem. Bai Chongqing was also slightly helpless. Obviously, he was the weakest one, and as a result, the whole thing had come to a head, with the 2 third-grade martial artists severely injured, and Jiang Jiyu's spirit wilting, and in the end, he had to go and lure away the enemy. But Bai Chongqing, who knew that the situation was urgent, didn't have any intention of hesitating. They were now grasshoppers on a rope, and if Jiang Jiyu's trio was found, in the end, the probability was that the gang wouldn't let him go either. With a turn of his body, Bai Chongqing traveled in the direction where the voice had come from, and eventually, at a corner, the 2 men from that wildfire squad crashed into each other. "What the hell?" someone exclaimed, but in response, it was Bai Chongqing who came rushing forward, opening his mouth and taking a bite. Only a piercing sound was heard, and Bai Chongqing's mouth was instantly filled with the fishy odor of blood. With this strike, he had actually directly torn off one of the man's arms alive. Ah! An instant of intense pain directly caused the man to fall to his knees, with nothing but screams coming out of his mouth. It was reasonable to say that the other party was at least a second-grade martial artist, so he wouldn't be so easily injured. However, the mine was dark and Bai Chongqing had been ambushed here, so even a second-grade martial artist would have a hard time reacting when he was caught off guard. With one strike, Bai Chongqing didn't hesitate for a second, turned around and hurriedly traveled in the opposite direction. Grass! It's that white-scaled snake! It was only at this moment that the other person reacted, and after cursing angrily, he left a sentence that "you'll wait here," then chased after Bai Chongqing with his sword. After searching for so many places in a row, he hadn't found any traces of the other team, and even if he was sure that the other party was still in the mine, he was inevitably a bit tired. But now Bai Chongqing's sudden appearance had undoubtedly given them a shot in the arm. "Boss, this way!" The voice of the man from the wildfire squad calling out for support sounded continuously behind him, and Bai Chongqing didn't dare to stop for a moment, his body dodging left and right. However, the guy behind him was like a maggot in his tarsus. He couldn't get rid of it no matter how he shook it off. The same second grade, but Bai Chongqing just stepped through the threshold of the second-grade beast soldiers, obviously cannot be compared to the other side. It was also fortunate that he had just crippled one person with a sneak attack, or else he would be in an even more difficult situation at the moment. And just after Bai Chongqing had managed to make 2 consecutive turns, barely pulling away, he was at a corner when his body tightened violently. A cold light suddenly appeared and slashed down vertically, aiming straight for his head. With the sudden change, Bai Chongqing only felt a chill on his back spine, and subconsciously his body shrank, forcibly stopping his body's impulse. Clang! The alloy longsword slashed on top of the rubble inside the mine, bringing out a sound of gold and iron clashing and a few flashes of sparks. Bai Chongqing was even able to clearly see that the alloy blade was only 2 inches away from his head. Just need the other party to strike faster, or the long knife again to his side offset a few inches. One strike did not succeed, the other party immediately blade a turn, change chopping for picking. But this time, Bai Chongqing was already prepared, and his body retreated, narrowly dodging another blow. As the 2 attacks in a row fell short, the visitor let out a soft eep under his breath, but he didn't attack again as it was no longer necessary. Behind him, the person who had been chasing Bai Chongqing since before had already rushed up, holding a long sword and displaying ferocious intent. There was an ambush in front and a pursuer behind. After escaping for such a long distance, Bai Chongqing ended up being blocked in this mine cave, and there were no other cave entrances to the left or right, so there was no way to escape. How long has it been since I've seen it? And its size has actually grown again? A second mutation beast is really different. This person who had just ambushed with a sword looked at Bai Chongqing's body size growing again, and couldn't help but be surprised out loud. This has already stepped into a second-grade beast soldier, and just sneak attacked and bit off one of my brother's arms. Chop it up. Avenge my brother. Martial artists most avoided physical mutilation because once crippled, it would mean that the meridians were impassable, the chi and blood did not flow smoothly, and throughout their lives it would be very difficult to make another breakthrough, and it would even be much more difficult to retain their current cultivation. In other words, once crippled, one becomes an invalid. His own teammate who he had spent so much time with had been victimized by Chongqing, and when this came out, even the person who had just ambushed him couldn't help but show his anger on his face. Chapter 28. If you don't have enough skill, Look for your own causes. Bai Chongqing's gaze swept back and forth from the ever-approaching duo, his mind calculating the gap between their combat strengths. Although he had entered the ranks of the second grade, facing two martial artists whose strength was not weaker than his, or even far greater than his, still seemed a bit out of his depth. If the two were allowed to merge together, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk for more than 3 slashes before he would be completely decapitated. No, we must find a way to break out. Purely in terms of chi and blood fluctuations, the two of them weren't that far apart, but the person chasing him had been running for so long that his chi would be somewhat depleted, unlike the other person who was waiting for a rabbit to come out of the woodwork, and his chi was in full bloom. Seeing that, Bai Chongqing looked towards him. This person who had chased Bai Chongqing so closely to this point instantly understood Bai Chongqing's intentions. Yang Chang, this white-scaled snake, is treating you as a soft persimmon. Hearing his companion's words, Yang Chang's already exasperated emotions completely went to his head. Come on, just in time to behead you to avenge my brother. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Bai Chongqing's body violently rushed out. The snake's mouth was wide open, and it went straight to bite between Yang Chang's neck. Yang Chang didn't have the slightest intention to retreat. Seeing that Bai Chongqing actually dared to come, the alloy long knife in his hand was raised and slashed down with a flash of cold light. Bai Chongqing wanted to kill him, and he also wanted to chop Bai Chongqing on the spot. But what he hadn't expected was that when Bai Chongqing rushed to the halfway point and saw that he was about to collide with the long knife, he fiercely stopped his rushing momentum and then flung his body, and his thick and long tail was like a whip that lashed towards him. With a retraction and an attack, Bai Chongqing not only dodged the blade, but also caught him in an opening where he was unable to retract his force, causing him to only be able to barely lift his blade to block. After a muffled sound, Yang Cheng's body fell back a few steps before he was stopped by this unexpected blow. He looked up at Bai Chongqing with a few moments of astonishment in his eyes. A second-grade beast soldier-level beast was actually so spiritual that it could still faint? In the past, those foreign beasts that they had encountered, even if they were third-grade beast soldiers, would only charge across the board. Where was Bai Chongqing as spiritual as this? But even if they were even more spiritual, he would still have to decapitate Bai Chongqing today. Bai Chongqing didn't think as much as he did. A feinted strike knocked Yang Chang back, and the next moment his figure charged again, attacking again. Bai Chongqing naturally understood the reasoning of one drum and then another. It was hard to repel Yang Chang if he didn't take advantage of his unsteady footing to attack again, and wait for Yang Chang to build up his momentum. It wouldn't be so simple to break out again. The man surrounding behind him had also already rushed over with a sword, clearly not having the intention to sit back and watch Bai Chongqing and Yang Chang fight it out one-on-one. Quickly, quickly, hurry! Anxious in his heart, the attacks he unleashed were also getting faster and faster, but in response, it was a figure that swept rapidly from behind Yang Chang, and then a cold light flashed by. Bang! Bai Chongqing's body smashed heavily on top of the mine wall, bringing out a few pieces of debris before smashing heavily on top of the ground. With just one slash, the visitor had hacked away Bai Chongqing, who had already stepped into the second-grade beast soldier. Although Bai Chongqing had only just entered the second-grade beast soldier at the moment, he still had 1,000 points of blood, but in front of the visitor, he seemed to have no power to fight back. For a while, Bai Chongqing only felt the pain in his abdomen, especially the back that had just carried a knife. At the moment there was even more blood gurgling out. Luckily, his rock armor defense had been raised to the 3rd level, and only then was he able to block this knife. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it would have already died at this moment. To be able to carry my knife, you really have thick skin. Approaching with the knife, the blade slightly flicked Bai Chongqing's head up. This time, Bai Chongqing could really see that the person coming was the leader of the Wildfire Squad. Just now, facing 2 second-grade martial artists, Bai Chongqing was still able to fight to break out. But now that the Wildfire Squad's 3rd-grade martial artist had arrived, even if he had any more thoughts, they were useless. Just from the brief collision just now, where the other party had lifted him off the ground with a single slash, and even left him with a not-so-small injury, one could sense that the two sides were simply not at the same level of combat power. Bai Chongqing's chi and blood value was 1,000, but this guy's chi and blood value, at least, exceeded 5,000. Seeing that your spirituality is quite high, you should be able to understand my words. Give you a chance to live. Take me to your master. As long as I get the corpse of the Steel Bone Wolf King, I can spare your life. Spare his life? If it were any other squad, Bai Chongqing might have believed those words, but the one standing in front of him right now was Wildfire Squad. A squad that had dared to kill people and goods at the entrance of a martial artist's town would leave a living soul behind after obtaining the corpse of a foreign beast worth millions of dollars? I'm afraid that ghosts wouldn't believe it if this was said. Begging the Wildfire Squad to spare him was obviously impossible, and his only way to survive was to wait for the Exai and Frost duo to regain their battle power. Not knowing how long it would take on Jiang Zhiyu's side, Bai Chongqing could only delay as long as possible. Tilting his body slightly, Bai Chongqing nodded at the yellow hair in front of him. HM? You can still really understand. Good, in that case, lead the way in front. But don't ever think of escaping. You should know that it's impossible for you to escape my blade. As a third-grade martial artist, the other party was clearly qualified to say this. 5 times his blood value and at least twice his speed. Boss, this wasted one of my brother's arms. Yang Cheng wanted to say something else, but was glared back with a glare. Not capable enough to have his arm wasted by a head. Look for the reason from yourself. If you miss the search for the Steel Bone Wolf King because of this, I will even waste you together. Yang Cheng opened his mouth, but in the end, he chose to remain silent. Looking at his men with this look, the leading yellow hair eventually spoke up. Don't worry, when we find the Steel Bone Wolf King, your brother's share of compensation will be missing. Okay, thanks boss. Bai Chongqing glanced back, but saw the other party waving his hand, signaling him to keep walking. The underground mines were intricate and complex, and under the light of the strong flashlight, a faint fluorescent light reflected off the surrounding rock walls, while Bai Chongqing slowly and leisurely at the forefront of the team, stopping at every intersection to look around for a while, making an appearance as if he couldn't tell the difference between the road and the road. At first, the 3 people behind them did not feel anything. After all, it is just a head. Even if it is full of spirit, it is not possible to be the same as a human being. But slowly, that leading yellow hair realized that something was wrong. Bai Chongqing took them in a big circle, walked for 10 minutes, and actually returned to the position he had just been in. The blood on the ground was still left by the knife he had just landed on. Bai Chongqing. You are actually taking us in circles. You're ing looking for death. Bai Chongqing's heart was shocked at his words, and he was about to flee, but the long alloy blade behind him had already slashed down towards him. The speed was so fast that it was too late for Bai Chongqing to dodge, and he could only watch as the blade light flashed past, but it brought out a sound of gold and iron clashing. Chapter 29. Not 3rd grade. What are you pretending? Su Hong. If you want to kill my senior sister Zhang's spirit beast, have you asked us? A female voice rang out, and the originally still furious yellow hair suddenly stalled underneath his hand, frowning slightly as he put back the alloy longsword that was still slightly trembling. The strong flashlight shone through, only to see that in the darkness of the mine ahead, 3 people walked out. 2 women and 1 man. Who else could it be if it wasn't Jiang Zhiyu's trio? It's not easy, finally caught up. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Chongqing hurriedly moved away from the yellow hair named Su Hong. Reinforcements are coming. Do not hurry to run waiting to be a hostage. And as the 3 looked at the knife mark on Bai Chongqing's back, their brows all couldn't help but wrinkle, especially Jiang Zhiyu, who took a deep look at a few people in the distance and didn't know what he was thinking. A head is just a head. Chopping it is just chopping it. Chopped and chopped. Exai Frost sniffed and seemed to be somewhat exasperated and laughed. This matter, if you don't give an explanation. Do you believe that I will let you walk out of this mine? Hearing Exai Frost's words, Su Heng's long sword rested horizontally on top of his shoulder, slightly angling his head with a cold snort. Exai Frost, in the city, you are a student of Shui Mu. But in the wilderness, Shui Mu's name doesn't work as well as you think. I let you have 3 points before. I was just afraid of delaying the hunt for the Steel Bone Wolf King. But now that the Steel Bone Wolf King has been killed, I don't bother pretending with you. The Steel Bone Wolf King should be on you guys, right? Hearing this, the 3 of them, Exai and Shuang, didn't refute anything. Su Heng's group was blocking them from coming in, and no other martial arts squad had come in during that time. So the facts were right in front of them, and sophistry or explanations wouldn't change anything. Su Heng's eyes burned as he swept over the 3 Exai Frosts one by one, slurping twice under his breath. Although the Steel Bone Wolf King was severely injured, its own chi and blood values are thick enough, and its battle power is definitely more than just that of a low-level beast general. Let me guess, in the battle with the Steel Bone Wolf King, you and Zhang Xing suffered considerable injuries, which is why you avoided us and even went so far as to send out spirit beasts to interfere with us. In order to do so, it's to buy time for you guys to recover. You tell me, was my guess wrong? It had to be admitted that although this Su-hung fellow acted badly, this brain was truly alive, and from just a few points he was able to reason the whole thing out. It was only that this intelligence was not used to deal with the fey beasts, but instead aimed the butcher's knife at his own kind, making him look more and more unbearable. But in such a short period of time, it is absolutely impossible for your strength to return to its peak even with the aid of elixirs. Make a deal, hand over the steel-bone Wolf King's corpse, and I'll let you guys go. What if not? Exine Shuang's face was as usual, but her voice had turned ice-cold. Then I'll. Su-hung heckled, the long alloy blade in his hand slowly pointing at the three. Kill yourselves and take it yourselves. This kind of attitude could no longer be described as fanaticism. Moreover, the fact that Su-hung was able to say this proved that he was already prepared to tear his face off. Obviously, the value of this steel-bone Wolf King had already made him go to his head. Of course, there might have been the meaning of settling new grudges and old grudges together, but it didn't matter. In the face of a steel-bone Wolf King worth millions of dollars, it was impossible for either party to let go of it easily, and since that was the case, it would be good to see under the knife. Sister Jiang, you take Little White and go first. Zhang Xing and I will come find you later. Zhang Jiu only gave a hum at her words before turning around and walking towards the back. She wasn't strong enough, not to mention that she was too mentally drained to fight right now. So continuing to stay would only add to the chaos for the Exine Frost duo. But before she and Bai Chongqing took a few steps out, another bright light shone from the front. Walk? I didn't say you guys could leave. Old Wang. Leave this little sister behind. Today, not only do I want to get my hands on the steel-bone Wolf King's corpse, but I also want to taste what this heavenly pride of Waterwood's daughter really tastes like. The man who had blocked Zhang Jiu and Bai Chongqing's path of retreat heard Su Heng's words and also heatedly smiled and said yes. The mine cave was plunged into a strange calm at this moment, and the situation appeared somewhat delicate. On one side, there were two third-grade martial artists who had been injured, plus Bai Chongqing, a fey beast who was at the beginning of his second grade. On the other side, there was a third-grade martial artist in full bloom, as well as 3 second-grade martial artists. Just by looking at the lineup, it seemed like no one could do anything to anyone, but when one side was ruthless, the outcome could be hard to say. Make a move! Su-hung shouted explosively and jumped out first. With a fierce step of his feet, his figure suddenly rushed towards Exine Shuang and Zhang Xing, and the alloy long sword in his hand was raised, and then he swung out with a slash, cutting straight through Zhang Xing. The two people behind him also did not have the slightest intention of watching the show. At the same time Su-hung made his move, he also attacked Exine Frost. If it was Exine Shuang in her full state, they were naturally inferior, but Exine Shuang was injured, and the two of them joined forces to at least pester the other party with little problem. As for Bai Chongqing's side, he blocked in front of Zhang Jiu, not making any rash moves. But he was always careful of the other party's sudden rampage. A white-scaled snake, actually able to cultivate to a second-grade beast weapon. But that's about it. Don't worry, little sister. I'll be gentle with you later. Bai Chongqing was able to clearly see the lewdness in the other party's eyes as he looked at Zhang Jiu. And at the same time, it was clear in his heart that if he didn't settle the other party, it would be impossible for him and Zhang Jiu to leave this place. The other party's chi and blood is weak. He also just entered the second grade not long ago. Zhang Jiu's voice sounded behind himself, also causing Bai Chongqing's heart to relax slightly. Bad news, this person's chi and blood was higher than his. Good news, the high was limited. Since it's not third grade, what are you pretending for? Strike first. Without waiting for the other party to make the first move, grasping the gap where this person's attention was on Zhang Jiu, Bai Chongqing took the lead. The body rushed up, the snake's mouth was wide open, and the target of the attack was this person's neck. The speed wasn't fast, but the victory was in the suddenness. The sudden attack made the man snort coldly, and he raised his sword to slash, and the blade also went straight for Bai Chongqing's head. If it were normal, Bai Chongqing would not have taken this knife. After all, who would be willing to take a slash if they could do so without getting hurt? But the situation now was clearly not the usual time. Adding to the fact that he had previously suffered a slash from a third-grade martial artist that hadn't even decapitated him, it had also given Bai Chongqing an initial perception of his own defense. This slash on him might hurt, but it definitely wouldn't kill him. Bai Chongqing fumed in his heart. If it can't take my life, then it's time for you to die. 3 times provoking, do you really think that you won't die yourselves? With this bite, he was running to take the other party's life. Clang! The blade slashed on top of the scale armor on Bai Chongqing's body, bringing out a trail of blood, But the next moment it was blocked by something unknown. Bai Chongsheng could clearly feel that the rock armor attached to the underside of his scale armor played a role, and his heart was slightly settled before he decisively bit down. Chapter 30 Death Rap. Ah! Bai Chongsheng had to take this bite solidly even after carrying a knife hard. So naturally, it couldn't be as simple as just leaving the other party with a bit of a bruise. Although his body had been deflected by the blade and he couldn't hit his neck, it was the same with his arm. The moment the snake's teeth broke through the skin, the toxins began to madly pour in, and at the same time, the body of more than 5 meters directly wrapped around and up. Before, his body length was simply not long enough to carry out actions such as winding, and even if he could barely wrap himself around it, it would be difficult to make the other party completely incapacitated, but instead it would be unfavorable to himself. So Bai Chongsheng had never used this move in actual combat. But now after stepping into the second-grade beast soldier, his body length had exceeded 5 meters, and his body was nearly a foot in diameter, so if he were to put it in the pre-catastrophe era, it would be a proper boa constrictor. This kind of size was enough to wrap a person up until they were impenetrable. As this yellow hair watched Bai Chongsheng's movements, he already understood his intentions, and his heart couldn't help but be shocked. The alloy long knife in his hand even slashed out. Even though he was a second-grade martial artist with strong qi and blood, Bai Chongsheng was just as much a second-grade beast soldier. Once he was wrapped up by Bai Chongsheng, even if he had more strength, it would be difficult to make it out, and at that time I'm afraid it would be the moment when he would perish. But the problem was that his qi and blood was originally not much higher than Bai Chongsheng's, and the alloy longsword couldn't even break the defense in the face of Bai Chongsheng's serpent scales and rock armor. And now that he couldn't build up his strength, it was even worse. It looked like several slashes were made in the blink of an eye, but the damage caused was really limited. Breaking through the snake scales was the limit, and then it was blocked by the rock armor. Not even a few drops of blood were shed. Even because of the violent movements, a sense of paralysis began to spread rapidly towards his entire body along the arm that was bitten by Chongsheng. The toxin spread so quickly that, by the time he reacted, his entire arm had already lost consciousness. This white-scaled snake is actually poisonous. Didn't I say that the white-scaled snake is a ing ornamental pet? What the hell is this poison? He raised his hand to break free from Bai Chongsheng's bite, but his arm, which had already been eroded by the toxin, completely lost consciousness. He didn't dare to determine just how strong this toxin of Bai Chongsheng's was, but he didn't dare to gamble. If this poison could really kill him, between death and losing his arm, this yellow hair only hesitated for a split second before making a decision. Once again, he swung his sword, but this time, it didn't land on Bai Chongsheng's body, but chopped at his own shoulder. In the next moment, the poisoned arm detached from his body, and blood spurted out. The intense pain caused him to only feel his heart tearing apart, and he couldn't help but scream miserably under his breath. With such decisiveness, even Bai Chongsheng somewhat admired this guy. If it was him in his place, he would never be able to do this and break his own arm. But then again, it was only this yellow hair that was decisive enough to make the decision without waiting for the toxin to spread to his entire body. Otherwise, when the toxin completely spread, he would surely die. The toxin of the second grade would affect even the Lord-level Steelbone Wolf King, let alone on the body of a second-grade martial artist. Although it was decisive to break his own arm, just that wasn't enough to get him out of danger. Because Bai Chongsheng's body had already wrapped up, starting from his upper body. The thick snake body wrapped around this yellow hair's body. The more he struggled, the tighter Bai Chongsheng wrapped up. With an unsteady foot, the yellow hair directly fell to the ground, and Bai Chongsheng also took this opportunity to completely complete the winding. If someone looked over, they would have realized that Bai Chongsheng had completely wrapped this yellow hair into a dumpling. Compared to the human body, beasts were able to erupt into attacks that far exceeded their usual qi and blood under certain specific circumstances. For example, the crocodile's tumbling and biting. Another example is Bai Chongsheng's winding at the moment. Once the entanglement is complete, it is more and more tightly wound, unless the qi and blood far exceeds him several times, or there is an external force to forcefully interfere, or else this yellow hair's end. There is only to be suffocated alive by Bai Chongsheng. And the fact was obvious. This yellow hair's qi and blood couldn't be several times that of Bai Chongsheng's. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been entangled by Bai Chongsheng at all. As for support, his 3 teammates were already entangled with the Exion Frost duo, and there was no way to tell the difference between victory and defeat in a short period of time. So there was simply no one who could spare a hand to save him. Zhongli! Someone realized that the situation here was a bit wrong, and with an explosive cry under his breath, he wanted to come to support him. But before he could make a move, Exine Frost's short dagger nearly cut across his neck. Fighting at a higher level and still dare to be distracted? Exine Frost's short dagger attack was quite vicious, and when fighting to the death, every blade was aimed at the vitals. Luckily, he had his companions to help share the pressure, which didn't make him die on the spot, but facing Exine Frost, he was no longer able to spare any energy to support his companions. Bai Chongqing continuously increased his strength. Before this, he had never had the idea of killing anyone. But now, after being harassed, threatened, and attacked by this gang of yellow hairs repeatedly, his patience had been completely worn out. A clay man still had 3 points of fire, let alone Bai Chongqing. His body continued to exert force, wrapping around this yellow hair's body more and more tightly. Bai Chongqing could even hear the sound of his bones breaking. At first, this yellow hair also struggled twice, but as time went by, the struggle seemed more and more feeble, until finally there was no movement at all. Bai Chongqing was afraid that the other party was pretending, and waited for another half a minute before letting go. Just now also unbeatable yellow hair at this moment appearance miserable incomparable 7 bleeding, the whole body bones are broken, already dead cannot be dead. Looking at this yellow hair's corpse, Bai Chongqing only felt a slight trance in his spirit. Probably because it was his first time killing someone, it made him psychologically a little uncomfortable, only to feel a slight shrug in his throat. He actually had an urge to devour it. Fey beasts were able to provide qi and blood. Why couldn't human martial artists? However, Jiang Jiu seemed to have sensed Bai Chongqing's abnormality and whispered softly, "Xiao Bai." Bai Chongqing instantly came to his senses and glanced back at Jiang Jiu. It was fortunate that Jiang Jiu had awakened him. Otherwise, if he had really eaten this yellow-haired corpse, Bai Chongqing would probably have to keep having a psychological shadow afterwards. Although he turned into a snake body, but his soul is still human, swallowing the class to eat each other. He also looked at the Exine Frost duo who were still fighting in the distance. His body crossed over the yellow-haired corpse, and with Jiang Jiu in tow, he traveled towards the exit of the mine. With Exine Frost's duo's combat strength, even if they were unable to defeat Su Hong, they could still manage to escape. He was seriously injured. Even if he joined the battle, it would be difficult to provide much help. It would be better to send Jiang Jiu safely out of the mine first, and then if Exine Frost and the two of them hadn't finished the battle, then he would return to join the battle. Along the way, along the route in his memory, through the underground cave, and through hundreds of meters of mine, the moment he saw the sun again, Bai Chongqing only felt much more relaxed. Behind him, Jiang Jiu also breathed a long sigh of relief, with a sense of relief after the robbery. Chapter $31 million income. Come on, let's go back to the car first. Jiang Jiu opened her mouth and spoke out, and Bai Chongqing couldn't help but give her a puzzled look, as if asking if there was no need to go back. Reading this look from Bai Chongqing, Jiang Jiu spoke with a slight nod. Don't worry, although senior sister Exine and her two are injured, with their abilities, it's not hard to get away. With the strength of the two of us, even if we go back, we won't be able to help much. Might as well completely muddy the waters. Jiang Jiu muttered a sentence under his breath, his heart already having made a decision. Muddy the water? When Bai Chongqing heard Jiang Jiu's words, he didn't know what exactly she wanted to do, but he soon found out. The Steel Bone Wolf King is in the southernmost mine, and it's already in the hands of the Wildfire Squad. They also plan to kill Exine Shuang and Zhang Xing of Waterwood in order to keep the news from leaking out. After searching fruitlessly in the middle of the city, more and more martial artist squads would have reacted and started heading towards the mine. Every time they encountered a martial artist squad, Jiang Jiu would repeat these two words over and over again. All the martial arts teams that heard these words, without exception, were rushing towards the direction Jiang Jiu pointed out without stopping. One didn't need to think to know what would happen next in that mine. Making a big deal out of things, muddying the water, then Exine Shuang and the two of them would be able to take advantage of the chaos and withdraw, leaving the Wildfire team alone to face the pressure from a group of martial arts teams. Inexplicably, Bai Chongqing actually had some hope that the people of the Wildfire Squad wouldn't really die. You guys must stay alive until I personally come to clean you up. Turning back to take a distant look at the mine cave, as well as the martial arts squad that was rushing towards it, Bai Chongqing's heart murmured. Seemingly sensing what was going through Bai Chongqing's mind, Jiang Jiu spoke out, "Don't worry, in 3 months at most, I'll bring you back to exterminate the Wildfire Squad, if they can survive until then." Jiang Jiu was definitely not someone with a soft heart. How could one who was able to achieve the emperor realm be an abusive person with no temper at all? From this point alone, Zhang Zhiyu's temperament was still quite right with Bai Chongqing. He didn't kill indiscriminately, but he wouldn't let go of anyone who offended him to death. With no words along the way, they returned to the SUV that was previously parked outside the city, and after only a few minutes of waiting, Xi and Shuang's duo returned. Although their appearance looked a bit lousy, it was good that they hadn't suffered any injuries. Not long after the two of you went out, several squads of martial artists poured in. The mouths were yelling for the Wildfire Squad's people to hand over the Steel Bone Wolf King's corpse. Zhang Xing and I then took advantage of the chaos and felt our way out. By the looks of that, those three people from Wildfire Squad are afraid that it's not going to be easy for them next. A move of woe, not only letting the two Xi and Shuang people safely evacuate, but also inviting a lot of trouble for the Wildfire Squad, and on the contrary, from beginning to end, their side did not have to put in much effort. To be able to become a female empress, Zhang Zhiyu's city skills were really not bad. Bai Chongqing glanced at Zhang Zhiyu before drilling into the nascent soul pouch and recovering from his injuries. Previously, when Xi and Frost and the two of them hadn't come, Zhang Zhiyu was mentally weak and had no combat power to speak of, so Bai Chongqing could only stand by. Now that the two of them had returned, there was nothing for him to do, so he simply went back and had a good night's sleep. With the high intensity of searching and fighting, plus the injuries, Bai Chongqing only felt exhausted at the moment. Zhang Zhiyu's trio didn't stay here for long either, and after getting into the car, they began to rush towards the martial artists' town. Staying in the wilderness, the other martial artist squads dared to do anything for the sake of the beast materials, but as long as they returned to the martial artist town, there was always the constraints of the law, and even more wild martial artists wouldn't dare to violate the prohibition. Senior Sister Jiang, this Steel Bone Wolf King is a low-level lord. The most valuable thing is the bones and fur of the whole body, followed by the blood and flesh. The total value is around 1,800,000. During the entire hunt, you and your spirit beast made the most effort. And even in the end, if you hadn't made the effort, Zhang Xing and I would have been buried in the belly of the Steel Bone Wolf King. According to the rules, you take 60%, and Zhang Xing and I will split the remaining 40%. Can you accept that? 60% of 1,800,000, that would be a full 1,800,000, and it was no exaggeration to say that such a huge sum of money would take around 4 months to half a year if he and Zhang Zhiyu's previous rate of earning money was used. That was all, and that was without any other factors interfering. If something else interspersed in between, or if they were injured, the time would have to be extended even further. A wave of outrageous wealth. Hearing this figure, even Bai Chongqing in the nascent soul pouch couldn't help but open his eyes. However, Zhang Zhiyu shook his head at the words. It can't be that much, the critical strike was indeed made by me, but it was the two of you, Senior Sister Xian and Senior Brother Zhang, who really made a big effort with your exertion and involvement. The Lord-level foreign beast has begun to initially grasp the means of mental type attacks. Once it senses it, this last strike of mine isn't going to be so easy to hit. 60% is too much, just split it in half. 60% was 1,080,000, while a half share would be 900,000. A single sentence let 180,000 go out. Zhang Zhiyu's pattern was much bigger than he had imagined. As for Xi and Shuang, the two of them were secretly relieved when they heard Zhang Zhiyu's words. They weren't the Wildfire Squad's gang, unable to do something like taking by force. Originally, they were worried that Zhang Zhiyu would ask for a large sum of money, and when the time came, both of them would be in a difficult position. Now it seemed that Zhang Zhiyu's nature was also much better than they had imagined. Let's put it this way, Senior Sister Jiang. There's no need to dwell on whether it's 60% or 50%. Make it up to 1 million alliance coins, so it's not too bad for you. If you agree, I'll transfer the money to you now. Xi and Shuang said this with extreme sincerity, and the price offered was absolutely conscientious. However, Zhang Zhiyu smiled when she heard this. Senior Sister is trying to sell the Steel Bone Wolf King's corpse to the school? Xi and Shuang was slightly stunned, but she didn't try to cover it up. A Lord-level foreign beast is already good enough for a school to acquire. For the school acquisition, besides cash, there will be a reward of points. And with this points, it is able to exchange for time in the cultivation room, purchase secret martial arts books, and even hire a teacher for one-on-one teaching. So in a way, it's even more valuable than alliance coins. Zhang Zhiyu sniffed and hummed. Senior Sister, please go ahead. Then give me your bank account number, Senior Sister Jiang, and I'll transfer the money to you now. Zhang Zhiyu reported a string of numbers, Xian Shuang operated on her own combat bracelet, and after realizing that Zhang Jiyu didn't have a combat bracelet, she lifted her hand to let Zhang Jiyu take a look at the text message of the successful transfer. A combat bracelet sold for over $10,000, enabling one to ensure communication even in the wilderness. The high price was obviously not something that the previous Zhang Jiyu could afford, but with $1 million in the bank, it was affordable. Chapter 32. Who doesn't have some secrets if they can become a martial artist? Xian Shuang noticed that Zhang Jiyu didn't have a combat bracelet, but she didn't ask any more questions. In fact, there were far more strange things going on with Zhang Jiyu than she had imagined. Just a first-grade martial artist, yet he was able to use spiritual martial arts that Martial Marquis had only begun to come into contact with, and had sent the Steel Bone Wolf King into a daze with a single strike, so it was clear that Zhang Jiyu's spirit was even stronger than the Steel Bone Wolf King's. There was also her knowledge of Shui Mu. Although Xian Shuang wasn't from the Imperial Beast Academy, there were more than 30 teachers in the Imperial Beast Academy, but none of them had the surname Jiang, and the real situation was obviously not what Zhang Jiyu had said. What the Royal Beast Academy Jiang Yun Lu teacher's daughter. I'm afraid that they were all just made up off the top of their heads. But all of this is unimportant. Who doesn't have some secrets when it comes to becoming a martial artist? After a short period of time together, Zhang Jiyu had already gained her approval, or rather, she had already taken Zhang Jiyu as a friend. Since they were friends, it was better to keep some secrets from each other. Why bother getting to the bottom of everything? Xian Shuang wisely didn't mention anything else. And after the car drove into the parking area of the martial artist's town, the group got out of the car. Senior Sister Jiang, the Steel Bone Wolf King's beast meat can't be preserved for too long, and the residual qi and blood will decay rapidly once time passes. The two of us plan to return to the school now. What are you going to do? While Zhang Xing went to do the procedures for returning the car, Xian Shuang looked at Zhang Jiyu and asked, I plan to go back as well. After sneaking out for such a long time, I guess my family has already gone crazy with anxiety. After returning to the martial town, his cell phone got a signal, and after glancing at the $1 million beating balance on his account, Zhang Jiyu no longer had the heart to continue staying in the wasteland. The reason why he came to the wilderness was to make money. As for the rest of what to sharpen martial arts skills, increase combat experience, for Zhang Jiyu through unnecessary. Now that he had money, he could return home and improve his strength. Xian Frost heard, also did not say anything more, leaving a sentence in the future after the water would see you again. The two women will be separated. However, Zhang Jiyu did not hurry to take the train back, but first went to buy a healing potion, as well as a bottle of spirit warming potion. The healing potion was fine, 2,000 alliance coins a bottle, but the potion to nourish the spirit was a full 30,000 alliance coins. Neither she nor Bai Chongqing were in very good shape, especially with the mental problem. With her strength as a first-grade martial artist, she had forcibly catalyzed the release of a spiritual attack, and if she didn't hurry up and recuperate, it would easily leave behind the root of the malady. After opening a room, she and Bai Chongqing each swallowed a potion and sat on their knees on the bed, healing their injuries. Bai Chongqing woke up and slept again, slept and woke up again, and it was only after a full day and night that he saw Zhang Jiyu open her eyes. Originally, although my spirit was exaggerated after being reborn, it was extremely vapid, and the disparity between my spiritual and physical strengths instead limited the growth of my physical body. After forcibly overdrawing once, without breaking, the spirit, instead of being damaged, went to be vapid and became tougher, and won't affect the growth of my physical body anymore. It's also considered an unexpected blessing. Zhang Jiyu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, only to feel his mind loosen up. Slightly lowering her head, she saw Bai Chongqing by the bedside staring at her in a daze before slowly opening his mouth. Zhang Jiyu knew that Bai Chongqing was humane, but it should not understand what the word rebirth meant. But even if it could understand, it wouldn't affect anything. Bai Chongqing was after all her spirit beast. As long as the spirit contract was not lifted, Bai Chongqing would never be unfavorable to her. Turning over her hand, she took out 2 hybrid pills from her storage ring and fed them to Bai Chongqing. And Zhang Jiyu spoke another word of pity out of her mouth. The blood, flesh, and qi and blood content of a lord-level foreign beast is extremely high. Nay, the blood and flesh can't be stored for too long. In 3 days' time, all the qi and blood in the blood and flesh will escape. The only way to store it for a long time is to make qi and blood pills and hybrid pills. Otherwise, I'll ask for some for you to swallow day after day, and it might bring you a different change. This was something Bai Chongqing really didn't know, but he understood it when he thought about it. Although the mixed blood Dan wasn't as direct as the steel-bone wolf king's blood and flesh, if he could eat 2 of them every day with other blood and flesh foods, his chi and blood growth rate still wouldn't be slow. To rise to a 3rd-grade beast soldier, it would even only take about a month. A month seemed like a long time, but in reality, how many foreign beasts couldn't reach the 3rd grade in their entire lives? Even for martial artists, becoming a 3rd-ranked martial artist required a certain amount of natural talent, let alone going from a beginning 2nd rank to a 3rd rank in a steady month. Bai Chongqing was still satisfied with his upgrade speed. After checking out of the hotel room, Jiang Jiyu took Bai Chongqing and boarded the return train. After a few hours of traveling, when they got off the train, they saw Father Jiang, Mother Jiang, and Lin Jingyao in her school uniform standing at the exit gate. Although only 7 days had passed, it seemed like a long time to the 3 of them. Since Jiang Jiyu had traveled to the wilderness, her heart had never settled, but luckily, Jiang Jiyu had returned. Moreover, looking at her like this, she didn't look like she was injured, so the 3 of them let out a long sigh of relief. Not hurt, right? Facing her father's inquiry, Jiang Jiyu nodded. In the past few days, I've met 2 senior students from the Waterwood Martial School, and they've been leading me around, so even if I wanted to get hurt, I wouldn't have had the chance. After thinking about it, he added, and they will also be traveling to the wasteland when the college entrance exams are over, and asked me if I wanted to join them, so I agreed. The battle with the Steel-Bone Wolf King was concealed by Jiang Jiyu. If her parents found out that she dared to kill a Lord-level beast, I'm afraid she wouldn't think of going to the wasteland afterward. Incidentally, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing were used to give cover for the next trip to the wasteland. For the parents, the words Waterwood student represented stability in a sense. After all, those who could get into Waterwood were geniuses among geniuses. Jiyu, you're finally back. You don't even know how much has happened in the school during this period of time. Lin Jingyao had long since been unable to hold back. Stepping forward and holding Jiang Jiyu's arm, she began to gush. In the 2 days you were away, the school organized a mock martial arts joint exam. That guy Huang Xiaotian relied on his fire mane-swallowing Inferno Lion to take first place in his class, and also got a special enrollment spot at Zhongbei Martial Arts University. All day long, he walks around the class with his head held high. Now that you're back, when the next mock martial arts joint exam comes around, you'll steal his first place and let him know what it means to be first in gold. And the rewards for the mock martial Dao joint exam are also very generous. The first place in each class gets 2 chi blood pills. The top 10 in the entire school will even be able to receive a blood-melting pill. Take this resource and you won't have to go to the wasteland anymore. Fighting Huang Xiaotian was just a casual remark. These latter sentences were what Lin Jingyao really wanted to say. However, when Jiang Jiyu heard this, he flipped his hand and took out a wooden box from his storage ring and handed it to Lin Jingyao. Chapter 33 by Chongqing, who brought a little shock to the crowd. What's this? Lin Jingyao subconsciously reached out and took it, but after opening it and seeing the pill inside, which was similar to the chi and blood pills but had golden lines all over it, she couldn't help but exclaim, blood-melting pill? Jiyu, where did you get this? The market price of a blood-melting pill was 50,000, and the first time it was taken, it was able to smooth out the entire body's chi and blood, helping to open up many of the body's endings that were usually extremely difficult to practice, and within a short period of time it was able to give the martial artist a considerable boost in his or her combat strength. Many well-off families would choose to purchase a blood-melting pill to enhance their battle power after their children embarked on the path of a martial artist. And the fact that it was effective for martial artists under the 3rd grade made it even more valuable. In the face of Lin Jingyao's question, Jiang Jiyu did not tell the truth, but instead moved Xian Shuang out. I did that Shui Mu senior sister a big favor in the wasteland. Then she gave me 2 of them. The blood-melting pill only has a great effect when swallowed for the first time, and there's not much gain when taken later, but it just so happens that we each have one. This was naturally something that Jiang Jiyu had purchased in the martial artist town, and when he bought it, he purposely bought Lin Jingyao's share. However, when Lin Jingyao heard this, she hastily shook her head before returning the blood-melting pill to Jiang Jiyu. This thing is worth 50,000 alliance coins apiece, and if sold, it's able to be exchanged for 25 chi blood pills. I don't want something so valuable. You keep it. If you really can't, you can resell it to the Dan Pill Workshop. Lin Jingyao naturally knew that the effect of the blood-melting pill was powerful, but she couldn't ignore the high price all the same. The conditions of the 2 families were similar, and even if the Lin family was slightly better, it was limited. 1 blood-melting pill was enough to cover 3 months of her parents' salary. If it was some small item with a commemorative meaning, she would have accepted it. But knowing that Jiang Jiu was extremely short of cultivation resources, and even risked traveling to the wilderness in order to make money, this blood-melting pill, how could she accept it? Don't worry, other than these 2 blood-melting pills, I've gained a lot from this trip to the wasteland. Little White's battle power has already reached 2nd grade beast soldier, and hunted down quite a few foreign beasts. At least I don't have to worry about cultivation resources before the entrance exam anymore. Little White had already reached 2nd grade beast soldier? When these words came out, not only was Lin Jingyao slightly stunned, even Father Jiang and Mother Jiang looked over towards the side. Little White, the white-scaled snake with a very picky mouth in his own family? A 2nd grade beast soldier now? The white Chongsheng in the nascent soul pouch was summoned out by Jiang Jiu. The 5-meter-long white Chongsheng became an extremely eye-catching presence in the entire train station the moment it appeared. Even the passing passersby couldn't help but glance this way, and Lin Jingyao couldn't help but cover her mouth with her small hand when she looked at Bai Chongsheng's such an exaggerated size. It had only been how long since Jiang Jiu had brought Bai Chongsheng to the wilderness, and although he knew that Bai Chongsheng's strength had risen very quickly, this rise hadn't been a bit too fast. This speed was even more exaggerated than Huang Xiaoyan's fire mane-swallowing inferno lion. One must know that the fire mane-swallowing lion's own bloodline level was much higher than Bai Chongsheng's, and there were all sorts of resources to feed it every day, but even so, it was only in the middle stage of a 1st grade beast soldier right now. But Bai Chongsheng, in less than 2 months, has already reached the 2nd grade beast soldier? Was this still the standard battle scum white-scaled snake? Lin Jingyao was somewhat skeptical if what she and Jiang Jiu had been looking at in the first place was Bai's face value or not. What's the situation? Why did Little White's strength increase so quickly? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid that no one would believe this if they told it. I'm not sure. It's probably because of the previous secondary mutation that completely stimulated Little White's potential. Jiang Jiu reached out and touched the wounds on Bai Chongsheng's body. After taking the healing potion, the wounds accelerated to heal. A day and a night passed. The wounds that were originally chopped by Su Hong and were deep enough to be seen on the bone had completely healed at this moment, leaving behind a shallow white mark. It was estimated that it wouldn't take more than a few days for it to completely fade away as well. Looking at Bai Chongsheng's appearance, Lin Jingyao finally couldn't hold back and extended her hand towards him. Her fingers were delicate to the touch, and after feeling the familiar coldness, Lin Jingyao was sure that what was in front of her was exactly Bai Chongsheng. No, Little White has already reached 2nd grade beast soldier. If we follow the enrollment standards of the martial arts entrance exam, Jiu, wouldn't you already be able to enter Shui Mu? Lin Jingyao's dawning realization also brought Father Jiang and Mother Jiang back to their senses. According to the rules of enrollment for martial Dao colleges in previous years, regardless of whether a student cultivated Qi blood martial Dao or imperial beast or magic all the way, as long as they were able to step into the ranks of the 1st rank, then they were firmly in the Qi martial Dao college, and the 2nd rank they were qualified to be admitted to Waterwood. As for the 3rd rank further up, it was basically out of consideration. This was because from the rise of martial arts to the present, no one had been able to go all the way up to the 3rd rank in the 3 months straight after their talent had awakened. Speaking of this matter, Jiang Jiu was also slightly helpless. As much as she didn't want to admit it, Bai Chongsheng's battle power increase was indeed a bit shocking. She hadn't even deliberately nurtured Bai Chongsheng from start to finish, but it had stepped into the 2nd grade before herself. But even so, Jiang Jiu had never wavered from specializing in the Qi and blood martial path. That's true, but there's still a month to go before the college entrance exam. Unsurprisingly, this month is enough for me to raise my own strength to the 2nd grade as well. I still want to practice the Qi and blood martial Dao. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang didn't have any opinions on this decision of their daughter. From beginning to end, they hadn't brought any substantial help to Jiang Jiu. Being able to grow up so far relied on their daughter's own. They didn't understand martial arts and could only silently support Jiang Jiu's every decision. Lin Jingyao knew that her best friend was very opinionated. She opened her mouth but didn't say the words that followed. If it were an ordinary person, in the case of having a 2nd grade spirit beast, they would continue to raise the strength of their spirit beast as much as possible to ensure that they could steadily enter Waterwood. How could one possibly be like Jiang Jiu, who practiced both the Qi and blood martial paths and the imperial beast at the same time? Cultivating everything would only end up in a situation where everything would be loose. However, she herself was still only an advanced apprentice, so she didn't have much to say about Jiang Jiu. You can take this. With the blood-melting pill boost, It's not much of a problem to break through to a first-grade martial artist. Work a little harder in the last month, and you might be able to get into a key martial arts university. You don't want to be left behind too much by me either, right? Looking at Jiang Zhiyu's serious expression, Lin Jingyao suddenly smiled and reached out to take the blood-melting pill in Jiang Zhiyu's hand. Okay, I'll try my best and strive for us to go to Waterwood together by then. Chapter 34. Martial Arts College Entrance Examination. The days continued to pass by, and as the day of the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination drew ever closer, everyone was caught up in a wave of anxiety and endeavor. Even Lin Jingyao, who had always shown little interest in cultivation, began to bury her head in cultivation after the excitement of that day. Especially after taking the blood-melting pill, the increase in strength every day was tremendous, giving her great motivation. However, in the face of the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination, Jiang Zhiyu's mindset was as stable as it could be. She had her own cultivation rhythm, and wouldn't start cultivating with a vengeance just because the college entrance exam was approaching, just like everyone else. All things must know that too little is too late. Retaliatory cultivation will not allow their strength to improve how much, but will be maintained for a long time because of the state of cultivation so that their bodies are the first to collapse. It was like the rhabdomyolysis brought about by high-intensity strength training. And Jiang Zhiyu, who was an empress in her last life, knew better than anyone else what her cultivation rhythm should be like. Every day there was a fixed daytime class, 2 hours of cultivation in the afternoon, and another 2 hours of cultivation when she returned in the evening. The only difference from before was that the qi and blood pills had changed from swallowing one in 3 days to one a day. Bai Chongqing could clearly feel that, with an ample supply of resources, Jiang Zhiyu's strength was a great change every day. The speed was so fast that even he was somewhat unable to keep up with Jiang Zhiya's progress. One had to know that after his fourth evolution was completed, the rate of increase in his strength depended entirely on how much blood and flesh he was able to feed on every day, the kind that had no bottleneck for the time being. Is this the growth speed of an empress? It's truly terrifying as hell. Bai Chongqing looked at Jiang Zhiyu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, wearing only a halter top and shorts, and muttered something in the bottom of his heart. As the days passed by, the day of the martial arts entrance exam finally came. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang purposely took 2 days off to stay at home. Although they couldn't help with anything, it didn't affect them from accompanying their daughter. According to the rules of the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination, the entire examination would last for a total of 4 days. 2 days of cultural exams, the main content in addition to the most basic language and mathematics 2 subjects, the rest of the martial arts development history and all kinds of spiritual materials, foreign beasts identification and so on. However, this part of the entire Martial Arts College Entrance Examination score does not account for a high percentage. A full score of 1,000 only accounted for 300 points. The real showstopper was actually the Martial Dao practical examination in the latter 2 days. The qi and blood testing, the virtual assessment, and the actual battle in the wasteland. The 3 links advanced step by step, while at the same time eliminating students in each link. For example, in the first ring of qi and blood testing, anyone whose qi and blood did not reach the minimum threshold for enrollment in the Wudao University would be directly brushed away. Only those who passed the 5th level of the virtual test would be qualified for the actual battle in the wilderness. And the enrollment of all key martial arts universities, including Shui Mu, would only be selected among the students who had participated in the wasteland actualization battle. But these weren't much of a problem for Jiang Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu, who had already stepped into the 2nd grade martial artist realm half a month ago, her qi and blood had already been stabilized at this moment. Not to mention that her own fighting skills were extremely top-notch, and if you added Bai Chongqing to the mix, Jiang Zhiyu's desire to enter the Waterwood was already a nail in the coffin. Bai Chongqing wasn't half interested in the exams in the first few days until the last day, when he needed to head to the wasteland for a real battle, before it finally gave him a few touches. Zhiyu, the rules for this time's actual battle have already come out. A maximum of 2 people can team up. We can go to the wilderness together, hey. Lin Jingyao looked at the message on her cell phone with a surprised face. Originally, she was still anxious, fearing that the rules restricted non-teaming, and with her strength, she was afraid that it would be difficult to have any achievements in the actual battle. Moreover, she hadn't experienced any real battles with foreign beasts, so she was inevitably afraid. But now it was good. There was no restriction on teaming up, so she could go with Jiang Zhiyu. And with Jiang Zhiyu's strength plus Xiao Bai, it might even be possible to realize what she said before, that the 2 of them could enter Waterwood together. A month had passed, and Lin Jingyao's strength had made great progress. The blood-melting pill paired with her bitter cultivation this month had successfully stepped into the ranks of a first-grade martial artist from an advanced apprentice. However, she had only just managed to step over this threshold, and with an extreme lack of actual combat experience, it was difficult to count Lin Jingyao as an effective combatant. Compared to Lin Jingyao, however, both Jiang Ziyu and Bai Chongqing's strength gains were horrifying. Jiang Ziyu's qi and blood values tested at 2,130, and his actual combat strength was clearly more than that. Bai Chongqing's qi and blood values were even heading towards 2007, and in at most a week's time, he would be able to reach the threshold of a third-grade beast soldier. This strength, even in the middle of the wasteland, wasn't considered weak, let alone compared to these students whose talents had been awakened for less than 3 months. The only problem was that Bai Chongqing's qi and blood values were almost at the current level cap, but his evolution points were still far off, and his progress was just barely over halfway. There was no way around it. The meat of a low-grade Fey beast obviously couldn't be compared to an existence of the Steel Bone Wolf King's caliber. With this, Jiang Ziyu didn't lack money anymore, and the hybridization Dan hadn't cut him off, and only then had he piled up the evolution points to the current figure. If there were no hybrid pills, I'm afraid this efficiency would be even lower. This was also the reason why Bai Chongqing came to his mind after hearing that he would be traveling to the wasteland again. Don't be too happy. Jiang Ziyu was packing up her things and couldn't help but pour cold water on Lin Jingyao after hearing her words. All the details of the battle will be recorded by the battle bracelet. When the time comes, how many alien beasts you've killed, your combat skills, teamwork ability, and so on, will all be cross-checked before a score is given. If we can think of a way, how could those teachers who specialize in martial arts entrance exams not think of it? What's being prevented is people who are not strong enough to fish in troubled waters. Lin Jingyao cried out when she heard Jiang Ziyu's words. I thought. However, it's not completely without a solution. Jiang Ziyu thought for a moment and interrupted Lin Jingyao's words before pointing with his right hand to Bai Chongqing, who was reclining on the side of the bed with his eyes closed. You can have Little White help you injure or maim all the foreign beasts, and then you can make up for it at that time. This way has a certain probability of being counted as your battle performance. Any kind of assessment method would have its loopholes and drawbacks present. For 100 years in the martial Dao, the enrollment assessment method of the martial college entrance examination would undergo some minor adjustments and changes every year. If she remembered correctly, this method could indeed allow Lin Jingyao's score to be raised upwards. Of course, it sounded simple, but if someone wanted to replicate this operation, they would realize that second-grade beast soldier-level spirit beasts weren't that easy to find, and even fewer were like Bai Chongqing, who could directly understand human speech. Chapter 35. Take a good look at who's really a waste. On top of the intercity train heading to the wasteland, a teacher in charge of the college entrance exam made it a point to introduce the rules and such of this practical exam. The two of them sat together, and compared to Jiang Ziyu's calm face, Lin Jingyao appeared curious and excited, and the ensuing effect was that her little mouth blathered on and on. The number of students in this practical combat assessment totaled over 17,200, and will be dispersed to 17 martial arts towns to participate, with an average of about 1,000 people per town. The assessment lasts for 1 day and 1 night. Before the time for the assessment expires, you need to hunt and kill as many foreign beasts as possible. After the time expires, the combat bracelet will automatically stop recording. After the battle, there will be a specialized teacher to cross-evaluate the scores. As a reminder to all students, any cheating will not succeed with us, and those with serious circumstances will also be disqualified. It was worth mentioning that although the exam restricted that there could be no outsiders to help aid in the hunting of foreign beasts, there was no restriction on defenses and weapons, which, at this point, was also considered a not-so-obvious preference for those students from well-to-do families. After all, defense gear, weapons for the battle power of the support is not as big as imagined, and then good weapons to the hands of people who will not use, but also cannot play out the power of the original should have. Understanding this, Jiang Ziyu purposely purchased brand new defense gear and alloy lances, which cost her a full 320,000. The one-step upgrade was convenient for more than simply this martial arts entrance exam. In fact, after the entrance exam, that was the key. With nearly 3 months of vacation, it was impossible for Jiang Ziyu to stay at home all the time to nestle and cultivate, and when the time came, she would inevitably enter the wasteland once again to hunt foreign beasts. Ziyu, I've heard that the foreign beasts in the wilderness are extremely brutal, killing people on sight. Is that true? Before this, Lin Jingyao had never been to the wasteland, and the only understanding she had was from the television. Jiang Ziyu shook his head helplessly, and was about to say something when he heard a male voice ring out from behind the two of them. The foreign beasts in the wasteland can be the kind that fight day and night, and their ferocity is naturally there. If you ask me, you shouldn't have participated in the actual battle. If you really encountered danger, Ji Yu would still have to go and save you. Aren't you dragging Ji Yu down? Hearing the voice, Lin Jingyao subconsciously turned around. But after seeing the visitor, the expression on her face instantly became extremely disgusted. A signature yellow hair, plus the fire-maned swallowing flame lion following him. Who else could it be if not Huang Xiaotian? Ji Yu, do you want to think about it? Team up with me. At that time, if you really encounter any danger, I can also guarantee your safety. Huang Xiaotian's words were quite sincere, and since the beginning, he hadn't given up on his pursuit of Zhang Jiyu. But unfortunately, before the talent awakening, Zhang Jiyu had never given him hope, and even more so after the talent awakening. The whole Huang Xiaotian was a bit skeptical of life. Zhang Jiyu didn't say anything, but Lin Jingyao next to her couldn't help herself first. What's wrong with me causing trouble for Jiyu? Jiyu is happy to let me add to her mess. It's better than bringing along a dog's skin and not being able to do anything to help. Lin Jingyao's mouthwork was as simple and direct as ever. The phrase dog skin plaster directly caused Huang Xiaotian's face to become a few degrees more gloomy. Lin Jingyao, my fire-mane swallowing inferno lion, is a foreign beast at the late stage of the first-grade beast soldier. Just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the second-grade beast soldier, and its strength is even more of an existence that breaks down the entire class. You're saying I can't help Jiyu? I'm sorry. I really can't figure out how you said that. Mentioning his spirit beast, Huang Xiaotian's face was filled with self-satisfaction. It wasn't just because the fire-mane swallowing flame lion itself had a superb bloodline, but also because of all those resources he had smashed out during this period of time. With the resources of 100,000 alliance coins a month, the fire-mane swallowing lion's strength had only reached this level, and at the same time it had also given him the qualifications to proudly look down on the entire class, and even the entire school. The fire-mane swallowing flame lion was also extremely humane, cooperating with Huang Xiaotian as he let out a roar towards Lin Jingyao. The sound of the lion's roar immediately resounded throughout the entire carriage, attracting the attention of quite a few students. Lin Jingyao was even startled by this lion's roar, causing her face to turn slightly white. In 3 months' time, this fire-mane swallowing inferno lion had also grown quite a bit in size and had begun to take on a majestic appearance. And as Huang Xiaotian looked at Lin Jingyao, who was frightened by her spirit beast, he couldn't help but lightly chortle. With this kind of mind, you're still going to the wilderness? I'm afraid that you'll be scared out of your wits when you see a real foreign beast. The moment Huang Xiaotian's words came out, Lin Jingyao's face instantly turned ugly, and even Zhang Jiyu slightly frowned. In fact, if she didn't care about Lin Jingyao, she was more inclined to hunt alone in the middle of the wilderness. It was Huang Xiaotian's freedom to pester her, but doing something to her friend because of it was a bit too much. A foreign beast at the late stage of a first-grade beast soldier is just a beast. What's there to be mad about? Little white. Lin Jingyao was truly enraged, pointing at the fire-mane swallowing inferno lion behind Huang Xiaotian. She took a deep breath and shouted. Bai Chongqing naturally heard Lin Jingyao's voice. To be honest, he wasn't the least bit interested in this kind of petty fighting between students. He couldn't kill them, so what was the point of having to be angry about it? But after all, it was Lin Jingyao who was calling out to him, and Bai Chongqing was still quite fond of this little girl with a genuine personality, and he had also eaten the hybrid Dan in Lin Jingyao's hand. Other than that, because of the wildfire squad, Bai Chongqing had unconsciously taken a bit of distaste for yellow hair. The light from the nascent soul pouch on Zhang Jiyu's waist flickered, and in the next moment, a giant python over 5 meters long appeared next to Lin Jingyao. And the moment this giant python appeared, a chi and blood fluctuation that was far superior to that of the fire-mane swallowing inferno lion immediately pressed horizontally. Hiss! The giant python hissed not as loud and clear as a lion's roar, but anyone who heard this sound had a shiver in their heart. This chi and blood fluctuation and body size, this giant python had actually reached the late stage of second-grade beast soldiers. No, isn't this train specialized in transporting candidates? Why would a spirit beast of this level appear? Late second-grade beast soldier was already able to get a special enrollment slot in Waterwood, so why was it still participating in the martial arts exam with them? Huang Xiaotian and his fire-mane swallowing flame lion looked at Bai Chongqing, who had suddenly appeared, and even more so, their faces suddenly changed. Especially the fire-mane swallowing flame lion. Bai Chongqing's chi and blood fluctuations that crushed it made the fire-mane swallowing flame lion, which had originally still appeared to be in high spirits, immediately whimper and prostrate its body, assuming a look of conceding defeat, not daring to look at Bai Chongqing. And as Lin Jingyao looked at Bai Chongqing, who was so giving in, a touch of smugness suddenly appeared on her face. Ji Yu's own spirit beasts are already at the late stage of second-grade beast soldiers, and I haven't seen her as arrogant as you. Like your fire mane-swallowing flame lion. Our little white can eat two in one bite. Chapter 36 Dragon Carp. Hearing Lin Jingyao's words and then looking at Bai Chongqing beside her, Huang Xiaoyan's face was a bit unspeakably gloomy. Especially seeing that the spirit beast he was so proud of didn't even dare to bare its teeth when facing Bai Chongqing. It gave Huang Xiaotian a feeling that his face had been slapped to the face. The words he had just spoken were like a boomerang that had all landed on him. Why aren't you talking anymore? Is it a natural inability to speak? Lin Jingyao looked at Huang Xiaotian, the provocative meaning between her words quite thick. Meeting Lin Jingyao's eyes, the corners of Huang Xiaotian's mouth moved, but in the end, it only turned into a cold snort before he fiercely kicked the fire mane-swallowing inferno lion and twisted his head to leave. Seeing his master leave, the fire mane-swallowing flame lion also hurriedly got up to follow, not daring to stay much longer at all, fearing that the opposite Bai Chongqing would suddenly rise up and make a move against it. As for Bai Chongqing, he looked at the departing Huang Xiaotian and fire mane-swallowing flame lion. He vaguely remembered that when he had just crossed over, the fire mane-swallowing flame lion was as if it was a mountain and could directly crush him to death with a casual claw. But 3 months later, his strength could already crush the fire mane-swallowing flame lion. If a fight broke out between him and this fire mane-swallowing flame lion, within 3 moves, the other party would have to become food in his belly. Watching Huang Xiaotian leave, the only thing that responded to his back was Lin Jingyao's blank stare. Bearing in mind that his family has a bit of money, he bought a fire mane-swallowing flame lion. He really thinks he's invincible. So many resources smashed down. The strength growth is not as good as Shao by a white-scaled snake. Can't figure out where this guy has so much self-confidence all day long. Ji Yu, what do you say? Could be seen that Lin Jingyao really had a big problem with Huang Xiaotian. Only for these words to fall on the ears of the bystanders, it was a bit of an equal bumping off of everyone. White-scaled snake, are you an ordinary white-scaled snake? Whose white-scaled snake can grow to 5 meters long and still possess the strength of a late second-grade beast soldier? And how long has it been since the talent awakening? Why does this white-scaled snake have the strength of a late second-grade beast soldier? I don't understand, but there is one thing that is beyond doubt, as long as they don't rush up like that boy just now, that Zhang Jiyu is no longer strong has nothing to do with them. Huang Xiaotian didn't do anything either. Just pretend you didn't see it. Although Zhang Jiyu's body was still 18 at the moment, her mindset was clearly not what it should be at this age. With regards to what Huang Xiaotian was thinking and doing, Zhang Jiyu naturally saw through it at a glance. But in her eyes, Huang Xiaotian was nothing more than a tender little fellow. She didn't feel much for his frequent displays of affection, but she didn't feel much aversion to Huang Xiaotian because of it. However, when Lin Jingyao heard this, she shook her head. I loathe Huang Xiaotian more because of his father. A guy who is unkind to the rich, that Uncle Lin across from my house, you should remember him, right? Zhang Jiu hummed, a very thick middle-aged man. Before that, Uncle Lin was working at Huang Xiaoyan's his father's factory, but something went wrong with the machine while he was working, causing Uncle Lin to have his right hand rolled off. An indisputable work injury. When it came to Huang Xiaotian, his dad, it became Uncle Lin's own problem. Not only did he refuse to pay compensation, he even wanted to turn around and sue Uncle Lin for damaging the machine and demand compensation. He spent $400,000 to hire a lawyer to fight with Uncle Lin, but he's not willing to use that $400,000 to compensate Uncle Lin. You say, this kind of person, how can I have good feelings? Hearing Lin Jingyao's words, not only was Zhang Jiyu slightly stunned, even Bai Chongqing was somewhat speechless beyond words. If the truth was really like what Lin Jingyao said, then this Huang Xiaoyan's father was really a bit of an inappropriate person. Hundreds of thousands of lawyers' fees out, his own workers suffered such a serious injury and fell into disability, but is not willing to give compensation. It was no wonder Lin Jingyao had such a big opinion of Huang Xiaotian. So every time I see Huang Xiaotian bragging about how rich his family is and how many cultivation resources he's been given, I can't help but want to scold him. It's just that I'm not strong enough right now, or else Huang Xiaotian wouldn't be the only one to scold. Lin Jingyao's nature was straight. It was normal that she couldn't stand to see this. Zhang Jiyu didn't say anything else when she heard this, and resumed resting her eyes and meditating. Bai Chongqing looked at Lin Jingyao to this little girl and a few more points of good sense. After a small episode, the carriage will once again fall into silence, even if someone speaks, but also only whisper and beside the companion exchange, did not disturb the meaning of other people. After several hours, the train finally entered the martial arts town. Looking at the martial arts town that had only appeared on TV and short videos before, most of the students had a slight shock in their eyes. However, these were already nothing to Jiang Jiyu and Bai Chongxing. Ignoring Lin Jingyao's exclamation of shock, he pulled her along with the crowd towards the small square of the martial town. Because of the matter of the martial arts college entrance exam, in order to avoid uncontrollable factors, the entire martial arts town had been temporarily requisitioned by the officials, and at the same time, the town had also been cleared of high-level foreign beasts within a range of 300 kilometers. The martial artist town that Jiang Jiyu and Bai Chongxing had been to before was within the planning range of the martial arts college entrance exam practical test. It was only that they weren't assigned to that town this time. According to the official rules description, we can rest for a night in the martial artist town to adjust ourselves to our peak condition. The exact time of the test is tomorrow at 12 noon, to the day after tomorrow at 12 noon. If there are any students who need officially provided defenses and weapons, they can pick up the equipment that suits them in the plaza. But the two of us won't be able to use it, so we can just go back to our room and rest. Jiang Jiyu was wanting to go straight back to her room to rest, but Lin Jingyao's curiosity was clearly piqued by the martial arts town. If it wasn't for the martial arts entrance exam, she probably wouldn't have come here in her life, so naturally, she wanted to take a stroll. Jiang Jiyu couldn't argue with her, and could only accompany her for an afternoon stroll. But the afternoon wasn't completely unproductive. At least he had tasted the specialties unique to this martial arts town. 2 girls. This dish. It's a cuisine unique to our 042 martial artist town. This dish is called Fish Leaping Dragon Gate. The ingredients used are a unique exotic beast from the Dragon Blood Lake, which is 100 kilometers away from martial artist town number 042. Dragon Carp. It is said that this Dragon Blood Lake was formed after the ancient great power beheaded the dragon god and splashed the dragon god's blood. And drinking this water for a long period of time can strengthen the body and prolong one's life. And this dragon carp is living in the Dragon Blood Lake all year round, so the body has produced a hint of mutation, and even comes with a hint of dragon blood bloodline. Although not as rare as the second mutation of the beast, but it is also extremely rare. And this dragon carp dies when it comes out of the water, so it can't be transported over long distances at all, so it can only be eaten in martial artist town 042. Chapter 37. Evolutionary Tree Branch. Dragon's Blood. How to put it? The attendant's gushing explanation expressed one thing throughout. Expensive. First making up a set of lofty background because so-and-so is so-and-so powerful, how long has it been since the actual aura revival? Then say how difficult it is to obtain the ingredients and how difficult it is to transport and preserve them. The corresponding rhetoric has been upgraded many times before the calamity, and now it's being rehashed. Although they don't believe it, it's still good to listen to it as a story. The 2 women didn't want to take it seriously. They just simply wanted to taste something they hadn't tasted before. Even Bai Chongxing, who stayed quietly at the side, rolled his eyes when he heard this. Anyone could make up words, the key still had to be whether it was good or not. Lin Jingyao moved her chopsticks first, picking out a small piece of fish meat and placing it in her mouth before savoring it for 2 seconds. And then suddenly her eyes lit up. The texture of the meat is dense and smooth. It also has a faint sweet flavor. It's really good, Jiyu, you try it. Jiang Jiyu sniffed and also picked up a chopstick and nodded after putting it in his mouth. This fish meat is indeed very different from what we usually eat, and the flavor is much better. Seeing that both women gave such a high evaluation, the waiter also smiled and said, "How is it? I didn't lie to you guys, right? This dragon carp, it's only here that you can eat it. Anywhere else, you really don't have this kind of taste. It's a pity that this is only ordinary dragon carp. If it were the highest grade and rarest purple scale dragon carp, the flavor would be even higher. But the purple scale dragon carp is extremely rare, even I have only seen it once. And the price is expensive. A purple scale dragon carp is worth at least 100,000 Union dollars. If anyone catches it, it will even attract the rich and powerful in the capital to come specially." Another brag, and now even Bai Chongxing was hooked. Was this thing really that tasty? Lin Jingyao noticed Bai Chongxing's gaze and didn't mince words, picking up a large piece and feeding it to Bai Chongxing. If we talked about the flavor, it really wasn't comparable to ordinary fish, and it was worthy of the waiter's bragging. However, before Bai Chongxing could carefully savor it, the system's beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for devouring the dragon carp, gaining 0.26 blood value and 0.34 evolution points. Evolution tree branch detected. Dragon's blood. Bloodline dragon blood content is too low, unable to unlock this branch of the evolution tree. The series of beeps directly caused Bai Chongqing to freeze in place. No dude. There really was dragon blood. Bai Chongqing had thought that this was something that the restaurant had made up in order to sell it at a high price, and he had also thought that it might have been a rumor that had been circulated as a blackmail. But he really didn't think that the words the waiter had just said were actually true. Dragon blood lake, dragon carp, purple-scaled dragon carp. He could listen to what others said as a story, but the system had given a hint, so there was no way for Bai Chongqing to disbelieve it. The bloodline content was too low to unlock the evolution tree branch? Then what if he said he took a few more? Would it be possible to unlock this evolution tree branch? Or simply eat a purple-scaled dragon carp? Although he didn't know what exactly this evolution tree branch of dragon's blood did, just by hearing the name, he knew that dragon's blood was definitely not comparable to other evolution tree branches. It was even possible that all the evolution tree branches he had unlocked in the past combined were not as valuable as a dragon's blood. No, this evolution tree branch must be lit up no matter what. There was also this evolution points. It was the first time Bai Chongqing had seen a foreign beast meat that provided more evolution points than chi and blood values. Even the steel bone wolf king from before didn't have such an exaggerated effect. Bai Chongqing had never felt so excited as he did at this point. Frequently, he gave Jiang Jiu and Lin Jingyao a look, trying to make the two women understand what he meant. Still want to eat? Lin Jingyao looked at Bai Chongqing's gesture and vaguely guessed what he meant, and gave Bai Chongqing another chopstick. But even so, the system's beep was still that the bloodline dragon blood content was too low to unlock the evolution tree branch. Looking at this, it didn't seem like it was because of eating too little. Bai Chongqing pondered in his heart. It looked like he had to make a trip to this dragon blood lake. Since ordinary dragon carp couldn't provide him with what he wanted, he'd try a purple-scaled dragon carp worth 100,000 alliance coins, as that waiter had said. Jiang Jiu vaguely sensed something different about Bai Chongqing. As their strength continued to grow, the effect of the spirit contract connecting the two became more and more obvious, and although it was not yet possible to have a direct conversation, it was still roughly possible to sense any mental fluctuations between each other. Just now, after eating the dragon carp meat, Bai Chongqing's mood had fluctuated quite significantly. After giving Bai Chongqing a puzzled look, Jiang Jiu placed her gaze on the dragon carp again. This meat, was there really something special about it? It shouldn't be. If it was really special, then she must have known more or less about it in her previous life. But in fact, this was the first time she had heard of dragon carp. But Bai Chongqing's reaction couldn't be faked. At least, it wasn't because this dragon carp meat was delicious that he had such a big reaction. Unable to think of a reason, Jiang Jiu shook her head and didn't think anything more. Having tasted the fresh flavor, one fish was obviously not enough for the two women to eat, especially Lin Yao, who ate a piece for herself and fed a piece to Bai Chongqing, with no intention of tasting any other dishes, and asked for 2 dragon carp, 2 women a one, after eating and drinking enough, only slowly and leisurely back to the hotel room. Jiang Jiu, on the other hand, didn't know where to get a copy of the planar map of Martial Artist Town number 042, and after sweeping his eyes over it, he finally settled on a spot in the wilderness area. Dragon Blood Lake, 102 kilometers away from Martial Artist Town number 042. A day and a night is just enough time for us to attack and kill along the way and run a round trip. Yao Yao. I'm planning to visit this Dragon Blood Lake. What do you think? Lin Yao Yao was purely paddling here, where to go, how to set the route, what she would encounter on the way. All of these were basically out of her consideration. Thus, after hearing Jiang Jiu's words, she just glanced at the map and responded before continuing to catch up on the drama. I don't have a problem with it. Jiu, you just said it, I trust you. Hearing her best friend's words, Jiang Jiu also shook her head somewhat helplessly. The overall distance is 100 kilometers. Even if we add in the midway battles and stuff, it's still enough for us to arrive before evening. Rest at the lake for the night, and the next morning, return to the martial town. Rather, it won't delay anything else. Jiang Jiu muttered under his breath, while Bai Chongqing in the nascent soul pouch couldn't help but feel anticipation rise in his heart when he heard this. Regardless of whether or not this trip would be fruitful, he would at least be able to determine the location of the Dragon's Blood Lake. Even if it didn't work out once, the big deal was that he'd come a few more times, and no matter what, this branch of the evolution tree, the Dragon's Blood, had to be unlocked and lit up. Jiang Ziyu felt Bai Chongqing's mood swings, and in his heart, he was once again sure that Bai Chongqing must have sensed something from that dragon carp meat from before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. It was also because of this that even Jiang Ziyu had become extremely curious about this dragon blood lake, as well as the dragon carp. Chapter 38 Martial King's figure in the center of Dragon Blood Lake. Attention all students, before 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, you must return to the martial town for record registration. Also, if you encounter any mortal danger, you can press that button on the side of the hand ring in advance. At that time, a staff member will follow the signal to save them. However, it's worth mentioning that once the button is pressed, it means it's over, and all scores will be cleared to 0 at that time. So a word of caution to all students, be fully cognizant of your own strength, and the country doesn't need to be blindly arrogant and unable to recognize the recklessness of their own lack of strength. After a final admonition, all the students simultaneously exited the confines of the martial arts town before heading in different directions with anticipation and nervousness. 1,000 people sounded like a lot, but actually spread out over hundreds of square kilometers of land, it became sparse. Bai Chongqing came out of his nascent soul sack after traveling a few kilometers out of the martial artist's town. And then he followed the direction Jiang Ziyu had pointed out, advancing while searching for nearby foreign beasts. A distance of 100 kilometers wasn't that far, but it took quite a bit of time to run purely on 2 legs. Bai Chongqing and Jiang Ziyu were better off, their second-grade qi and blood values gave them the physique to run long distances, but this was like a torture for Lin Jingyao. After all, her qi and blood values weren't as exaggerated as Jiang Ziyu's and Bai Chongqing's. Not to mention, there were also battles every few hundred meters. Under Jiang Ziyu's deliberate leakage of monsters, Lin Jingyao had also harvested the lives of 3 fey beasts that had just broken through to the first grade of beast soldier with Bai Chongqing's cooperation. This number was somewhat pitifully small compared to Jiang Ziyu's 12. However, considering that the upper limit of Lin Jingyao's strength was up to here, Jiang Ziyu didn't force anything more. If it was possible, he would find a way to have Lin Jingyao kill a few heads when he returned. However, their current mission was to go to the Dragon Blood Lake and take a turn. The remaining foreign beasts were all cleaned up by Chongqing and Jiang Ziyu. The efficiency of the battle was increased by quite a bit, and the speed of the rush was also raised. A distance of 100 kilometers was reached after 6 hours. A huge lake can be seen from afar, and it is even more amazing when you get closer. Water green is shallow, water clear is deep, water black is deep, water blue is wide. This Dragon Blood Lake water is extremely clear, but a glance cannot see the bottom, visible to the naked eye. With the distance from the shore the further, the deeper the lake, I'm afraid that the deepest, the depth of more than 100 meters. Jiang Ziyu reached out and scooped up a handful of Dragon Blood Lake's water, only to feel that it was cool to the touch and extremely penetrating. With such a large area and a depth of more than 100 meters, this kind of condition, it is indeed possible to breed rare and exotic beasts. It's not impossible to even breed high-grade foreign beasts. With Jiang Ziyu's vision, the credibility of his words was still very high. However, just these words alone could not prove that there was really something unusual about this Dragon Blood Lake. After all, although there weren't many large and deep lakes, they weren't few either, not to mention the fact that the Dragon Blood Lake was so close to Martialtown 042. There were quite a number of travelers to and from the lake, and there were even martial artists who specialized in fishing here. If there was really something out of place, it would have been discovered long ago. With such a long period of time, there were naturally quite a few high-level martial artists passing by, and it was unlikely that they wouldn't be able to discover something out of the ordinary. Without much hesitation, Bai Chongqing sniffed and lowered his head to take a sip of the water from Dragon Blood Lake. Although the lake water was somewhat sweet, the system didn't prompt anything, and by the looks of it, it shouldn't have anything to do with the lake water. Otherwise, even if it was impossible to unlock Dragon Blood, there should at least be some hints. Dragon Carp, if you want to unlock the Dragon Blood evolution tree, you should have to eat enough dragon carp. Or simply a whole purple-scaled dragon carp. But this Dragon Blood Lake was so deep. How should one go about catching the dragon carp hidden in the lake? Bai Chongqing kept brainstorming, but thought hard to no avail. Although he was able to dive and hold his breath, his movements in the water would be greatly affected, and it would even be difficult for him to utilize all of his strength. In this situation, even if he could find the dragon carp, it would be difficult to catch up and hunt it. Over there, someone is fishing hay. Lin Jingyao suddenly spoke out, pointing to the center of the lake from afar. Jiang Ziyu and Bai Chongqing followed the direction she pointed towards the lake, and only then did they violently discover that there was actually a person sitting in the center of the lake who was fishing. But the strange thing was, Whether it was Jiang Jiu or Bai Changxing, it was as if they hadn't seen that person at all before. Or rather, it was unknown what caused them to automatically ignore it after seeing it. Bai Changxing's heart was slightly shocked, but Jiang Jiu looked at the back of the man in the center of the lake, but she was pondering. The power of the rules masks its own aura. That's why it made us subconsciously ignore it. A dragon blood lake is actually able to attract a martial king realm existence? This back, it's not familiar. Jiang Jiu's brows furrowed slightly as his mind churned with thoughts. There were only a handful of people who could reach the martial king realm in the entire celestial dynasty, so if she had seen it, it was impossible for her to not have a memory of it. However, the truth was that she did have little memory of that person in the center of the lake. But the power of this rule was real again. Either the lake heart guy had passed away before her rise to power, or this guy wasn't a heavenly dynasty martial artist at all. Senior. Lin Jingyao shouted loudly, and then she saw that person look back at them, and the next moment his figure suddenly disappeared in place, with only a ripple, spreading out in all directions. White hair, old man. A short side, only these two impressions were left on by Changxing's party. Looking around left and right, they were unable to find any more traces of that person. Was this the strength of a top-tier powerhouse? Coming without a shadow and going without a trace. Bai Changxing was pretty sure that he hadn't blinked, but how the person in the center of the lake had left, he hadn't captured at all. Not even a remnant shadow was left behind. If at first Bai Changxing didn't have any concept of top-tier battle power, then now he did. It was also fortunate that that person didn't have any half-hearted intentions towards them. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Bai Changxing and the others wouldn't even know how they died. Strange. Where is that senior? Lin Jingyao still had a puzzled look on her face as she voiced out a question. Suddenly, all of a sudden he disappeared, and I don't know to what extent this senior's strength has reached. Martial King. Jiang Jiu pursed her lips and spat out two words. Martial King? When Bai Changxing heard this, he was instantly shocked. If a martial king was this strong, then the corresponding beast king. For the first time, Bai Changxing clearly felt just how big the gap was between him and the small goal he had set at the beginning. If he didn't have the system to boost him, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to touch the threshold of a beast king for the rest of his life. No, if the martial king was this strong, then Jiang Jiu's last life in the Emperor realm. Chapter 39. Using his body as bait to fish for dragon carp. Bai Changxing turned his head to look at Jiang Jiu, then silently hid this astonishment in his heart. However, the surprise was only for a short while. Although the Emperor realm was terrifying, he hadn't yet had the chance to try it out. With the system's support, even if Jiang Jiu was the reincarnation of a female emperor, her cultivation speed didn't seem to be as fast as his. However, the priority now was to find a way to unlock and light up the evolutionary tree that was dragon blood. That senior left directly without responding to them. Wanting to speculate obviously wouldn't work, so they would have to rely on themselves to figure out how to fish. It doesn't have a fishing rod or anything. The dragon carp are all in the middle of the lake. You can't even catch them if you want to. Lin Jingyao took a look around, thinking hard to no avail, and finally helplessly threw out a sentence. Can't we just jump in the water to catch it? Jumping into the water to catch it was obviously impossible. But Lin Jingyao's words also gave Bai Changxing a wake-up call. No matter how to catch it, he had to find a way to attract the dragon carp first. If you want to catch fish, how can you do it without bait? As long as the dragon carp could be gathered into one place, there was always a way to get some. Jiang Jiu also seemed to have thought of this point. Flipping her hand, several beast corpses were summoned out of her storage ring. These were the proceeds of their hunt as they traveled along the way, originally intended to be brought back as a reserve of rations for Bai Changxing, but now it seemed to have a greater purpose. Yao Yao. Do me a favor and split all of these fey beast meat into smaller pieces. The dragon carp itself was a fey beast, and as long as it was a fey beast, it wouldn't refuse bloody things. Using these foreign beast meat as bait, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to gather up the dragon carp. Lin Jingyao didn't have any hesitation to dislike it when she heard this, even though it would be very bloody to deal with these foreign beast corpses. With her knife, she chopped, and with just over 10 knives, the beast meat was divided into fist-sized chunks of meat. As the pieces of meat were thrown into the water causing ripples, Jiang Jiu then turned his head to look at Bai Changxing. I've already checked the information on the Dragon Blood Lake before I came here, and other than the dragon carp, there are no other aquatic beasts present in the lake. But looking at the lake, there are no other abnormalities. It doesn't look like other exotic beasts can't survive in it. It should be that the dragon carp has a strong xenophobic nature and will attack other foreign beasts in groups. As I recall, the white-scaled snake knows water, right? Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Bai Chongqing instantly understood what she meant. This was asking him to lay down his life to be the live bait. Will he go? Definitely go. Not to mention the fact that Jiang Zhiyu definitely had her reasons for asking him to do so. But in the face of the dragon's blood evolution tree that was waiting to be unlocked, Bai Chongqing couldn't just stand by and watch without doing anything. Standing on the shore and fishing was impossible to fish for. None of the 2 men and 1 snake could fish, so they would have to find a way to wade into danger with their own bodies. Ordinary dragon carp need not be bothered with. The attack power is not considered strong enough to break the defense against you. Think of a way to attract the purple-scale dragon carp to the shore. At that time, I will use the soul destruction needle to forcefully kill the purple-scaled dragon carp. Jiang Zhiyu looked at the surface of the dragon blood lake with a burning gaze. The soul-extinguishing needle, she had used it once before in the middle of a battle with the Steel-Bone Wolf King. At that time, it had caused the Lord-level Steel-Bone Wolf King to fall into a brief stupor. Just looking at this one battle, it seemed as if the soul-extinguishing needle didn't have much power. But in reality, the effect of the soul-extinguishing needle far exceeded everyone's imagination. One must know that back then, Jiang Zhiyu was merely a first-grade martial artist, forcibly crossing for great realms, urging a spiritual attack that could only be triggered at the martial marquis level, and even injuring a lord-level foreign beast. This was entirely an attack after the negative buffs had stacked up. And now, Jiang Zhiyu's spirit was solid and his strength had been raised to the second-grade martial realm. In this situation, the effect would only be stronger if he went back to activating the soul destruction needle. And the purple-scaled dragon carp was clearly not an existence of the Steel-Bone Wolf King's level. The strength of the purple-scaled dragon carp is probably at the second-grade beast soldier stage. I'm confident that I'll be able to kill it in one blow, but if you can, get as close to the shore as possible. After listening to all of Jiang Zhiyu's instructions, Bai Chongqing silently crawled towards the lake water before taking a deep breath and entering the water snake head first. An icy cold sensation instantly hit him, but it wasn't a strong sensation, at least within the range that Bai Chongqing could withstand. The entirety of the slender body entered the water, and Bai Chongqing also clearly realized the strangeness of the dragon blood lake. The shape of the entire dragon blood lake was very strange, and it was visible to the naked eye that the depth of the lake would increase by a good 40 to 50 centimeters for every meter that went deeper inside. This kind of slope made the bottom of the dragon blood lake seem like a funnel. If nothing else, the purple-scaled dragon carp should all be at the very center of the lake, where the water level is the deepest. With a slight movement of his mind, Bai Chongqing's body swayed and swam towards the center of the lake. On the shore, Lin Jingyao and Jiang Zhiyu were still continuously throwing pieces of exotic beast meat towards the lake, coloring the originally clear and transparent lake water to begin to appear red. Unsurprisingly, as the smell of blood began to spread, there were already red dragon carp that noticed this side and began to converge towards this side. As far as Bai Chongqing's eyes could see, there were 4 of them. Looking at the 50 to 60 centimeter long, fat and strong dragon carp, Bai Chongqing resisted the urge to kill them on the spot. If he hunted and killed them now, it would be easy to scare the fish away, and the loss would outweigh the gain. What's more, looking at how swiftly the dragon carp came and went as they casually swam in the water, and then looking at his own clumsy and slow movements, even if Bai Chongqing wanted to catch them, he would have to be able to catch up with them. One of the dragon carp noticed Bai Chongqing and didn't bother to eat the pieces of meat of the beast, turning its head fiercely and rushing towards Bai Chongqing's side. Bang! Bai Chongqing only felt as if he had been violently kicked by someone, and his body suddenly sank, turning his head and biting towards his side. But the dragon carp that had just attacked him had long since swum away, not giving Bai Chongqing a chance to bite it. The dragon carp's attack wasn't really strong, and it probably made him feel pain, probably just stepping into the first-grade beast soldier level. Just one attack was nothing. But if there were more of them, a dragon carp coming at him, even if it couldn't kill him, it could still torture him properly. We can't dwell on it. We have to find the purple-scaled dragon carp as soon as possible before the other dragon carp realize it. Bai Chongqing's heart sank as he ignored the dragon carps stalking just now and continued swimming towards the center of the lake on his own. However, Bai Chongqing had ultimately underestimated the xenophobic mind of this dragon carp. As he continued to go deeper and deeper into the dragon blood lake, there were more and more dragon carp that passed by and then stared at him. Sweeping back, at this moment, he was actually followed by more than a dozen of them. Each attack was like a heavy hammer, and slowly, it became somewhat difficult for Bai Chongqing to even stabilize his stance. He could fight but not catch. The dragon carp's flexibility was beyond his imagination. This speed alone was not something that an ordinary first-grade beast soldier could possess. Even an ordinary dragon carp was already like this. If it was a purple-scaled dragon carp, what more? Chapter 43 Purple-Scaled Dragon Carp. Surfacing for a change of breath, he swept another glance towards the shore and estimated his distance from the shore. With the interference of this group of dragon carp, it took him 3 minutes to manage to swim 200 meters past the point. But there was still a distance of at least 500 meters from the center of the lake. Not far, but not close either. Little White is out. Lin Jingyao on the shore looked at Bai Chongsheng, who had suddenly emerged, her voice slightly excited, and then she saw Bai Chongsheng dive headfirst into the water again. Re-entering the water, he was met with a new round of attacks from the dragon carp. However, this time, amongst the group of dragon carp that were only 40 to 50 centimeters long and covered in red phosphorus, there was an additional dragon carp that was nearly a meter long and had purple scales on its back. With just a glance, Bai Chongsheng's heart jumped. Purple-scaled dragon carp. Originally, he thought that he would have to swim to the center of the lake to find it, but he didn't expect the other party to find it on their own. Several times the size of an ordinary dragon carp, he didn't need to think about it to know that its chi and blood were bound to be exaggerated. Ordinary dragon carp can only make him feel the pain but cannot break the defense, but to the purple-scaled dragon carp here cannot be said. Especially this purple-scaled dragon carp head become elongated, fish head above more a hard place. Already an ordinary dragon carp have form of difference, the means of attack is bound to change. In the water, his strength was greatly limited, and it was useless to tangle, not to mention that he didn't need to tangle. Without any hesitation, Bai Chongsheng turned his head and ran the instant he saw the purple-scaled dragon carp, his slender body twisting violently as his figure dashed out a section towards the front. Under full outburst, this was Bai Chongsheng's true speed in the water. But the problem was, he was fast, and the purple-scaled dragon carp was even faster. Bai Chongsheng was violently startled, and before he could react, in the next moment, he only felt that his body had been violently hit somewhere, and in an instant the sensation of turning over a river surged up. Grass! This feeling made Bai Chongsheng subconsciously want to curse out a nationalist. If the unusual dragon carp's impact could only be felt as a faint sensation of pain, as if it had been kicked violently. This attack by the purple-scaled dragon carp was exactly like a dump truck crashing towards him. Bai Chongsheng was even able to clearly feel that the piece that had been hit by the purple-scaled dragon carp had lost consciousness, and at the same time, he could also feel that the muscles of that piece were contracting unconsciously. No wonder it was said that this purple-scaled dragon carp possessed the strength of a second-grade beast soldier. With this one hit, I'm afraid that an ordinary first-grade beast soldier would have directly passed out. Bai Chongsheng's blood value was much higher than that of the purple-scaled dragon carp. Plus, there was the rock armor defense, which prevented any fatal injuries from occurring. However, even so, Bai Chongsheng still suffered a lot. This purple-scaled dragon carp seemed to be tireless. After one strike, without waiting for Bai Chongsheng to react, its attack came again. Bang! This time, Bai Chongsheng clearly felt the ensuing waves of water and tried to dodge, but was completely unable to keep up with the purple-scaled dragon carp's speed. Another powerful blow. This time, the pain Bai Chongsheng suffered was even greater than earlier, because he could feel that the snake scales on his body could no longer withstand the purple-scaled dragon carp's attack, and began to crumble and fall off. Turning back, he wanted to counterattack, but the purple-scaled dragon carp had already reached several meters away with just a flash. Even if Bai Chongsheng's chi and blood were high and his force was strong, if he couldn't hit it, it was all for naught. Even worse, Bai Chongsheng's afterglow could vaguely see that in the depths of the lake, there were two more figures with purple scales on their backs. One purple-scaled dragon carp had already left him in such a sorry state. If there were two more of them, Bai Chongsheng doubted that he would be able to make it back to the shore alive. Run! Not daring to delay any longer, Bai Chongsheng's slender body twisted vigorously, gaining a few more points in speed. But even if it was faster, it couldn't be faster than the dragon carp and purple-scaled dragon carp that were right behind him. Little fishy, Little White seems to be in danger. Getting closer, Lin Jingyao on the shore noticed something strange in the distance. If Lin Jingyao could see it, Jiang Jie naturally saw it as well. Looking at Bai Chongsheng's figure twitching and swaying in the water, as well as the group of dragon carp following him, Jiang Jie frowned. A distance of over 100 meters was just too far. With her current spiritual power, forcing it was already the limit, and if she crossed another 100-meter distance to attack, the effect would be almost equal to nothing. If not for that, she wouldn't have risked letting the steel-bone wolf king get close that day. But if she also swam into the lake, I'm afraid that the end result wouldn't be any better than Bai Chongqing. Unable to help, everything could only rely on Bai Chongqing himself. Bai Chongqing had already floated above the surface of the lake, and behind him were swarms of red dragon carp, among which were even 3 purple-scaled dragon carp. Impact after impact made Bai Chongqing's figure above the lake surface look extremely lousy. In a short distance of 100 meters, Bai Chongqing had already suffered no less than 20 impacts. 2 of them came from the purple-scaled dragon carp's attack, making his abdomen 2 more snake scales broken. At first, Bai Chongqing would still curse a few times in his heart, but as the injuries became more and more numerous, Bai Chongqing had already become numb. No, if this doesn't unlock the dragon's blood, I'll lose a lot of money. I'll remember this revenge. Don't run away. Wait for me for a few months and come back to destroy all of you. Bai Chongqing only felt that his brain was groggy and had a feeling that he might pass out at any time. But he knew very well that he couldn't faint. Once he fainted, he would really be at the mercy of the other party. And in the end, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to leave a whole body behind, so he could only keep cursing angrily in his mind to refresh himself. But as far as the eye can see, in front of another group of dragon carp noticed the movement of his side. Although he had long guessed that there would be such a thing, when another 20 to 30 dragon carp swam towards him, Bai Chongqing's scalp was still unavoidably numb. In fact, if it wasn't for these pieces of exotic beast meat as bait, Bai Chongqing would have already been surrounded by dragon carp before, and attracting their attention only now had already helped Bai Chongqing share a great deal of the pressure. But just this wasn't enough. At the moment, he was still 100 meters away from the shore, and if there wasn't any way to break the situation, I'm only afraid that it would be hard for him to cross this 100-meter distance. No, this evolution point cannot be stored. If I save any more, I'm afraid I'll have to use it again in my next life. Although he was a bit reluctant to part with it, Bai Chongqing had no choice. System, add points. 162 evolution points deducted. Evolution Tree Branch Rock Armor Defense level upgraded to LV4. Rock Armor Defense next upgrade requires evolution points. 486. Light up the evolution tree Steel Bone. 120 evolution points have been deducted. Evolutionary Tree Branch Steel Bone has been lit. Steel Bone's next upgrade requires 360 evolution points. After a series of 2 beeps, Bai Chongqing only felt a warm current surging through his body. Not only was the energy flowing under the snake scales enhanced, even the bones of his entire body had become nearly twice as tough. Chapter 41 Soul-Destroying Needle. The effect of the instantaneous surge in defense was that Bai Chongqing was completely immune to the attacks of the unusual dragon carp. The subtle pain from before had completely disappeared, and even the attacks from the purple-scaled dragon carp had weakened by a few points. Although attack after attack still made it difficult for him to maintain his stance, it wasn't so bad that his snake scales shattered in a single blow. Restabilizing his body, Bai Chongqing once again swam hard towards the shore. The dragon carp that had intercepted him in front had already met up with the group behind him, but with just this level of attack, Bai Chongqing didn't care at all. Only occasionally would he dodge the purple-scaled dragon carp's attacks, though it wasn't much use. 80 meters. 60 meters. Jiang Jiu frowned, looking at the waves churning above the lake, estimating the distance in his mind. Closer, closer. 40 meters. 30 meters. Bai Chongqing was getting closer and closer to the shore, but the group of dragon carp behind him seemed to have sensed some kind of danger, and their attack frequency was getting lower and lower, as if they were wary of the 2 people on the shore. These things had an extremely keen sense of crisis, so it was no wonder they were so difficult to capture and sold at a high price. Bai Chongqing glanced back. The 3 purple-scaled dragon carp that had been chasing after him were now just following behind him, but had no intention of attacking again. No, if this continues, I'm afraid that before he reaches the shore, this group of dragon carp will disperse. By then, even if Jiang Jiu had a way to exterminate them, he wouldn't be able to do so because of the distance limitations. If he really let them slip away, then wouldn't he have suffered all that encounter just now for nothing? With this in mind, Bai Chongqing decisively turned his head and charged towards the dragon carp group. The xenophobic mentality of the dragon carp had to be re-energized. Let them realize that they wouldn't easily leave before they would continue to chase after them. The snake's mouth opened, and it bit down on a dragon carp that was charging towards it. The sudden counterattack caught them off guard. In the end, Bai Chongqing was ultimately a late-stage second-grade beast soldier, And against these dragon carps, his chi and blood values alone had already crushed them. Before, he couldn't turn around and counterattack because of the purple-scale dragon carp's attack. But now that there was less interference, it wasn't much of a problem to kill a few dragon carp. The dragon carp that was bitten by the bite still wanted to struggle against it, but facing Bai Changxing, whose chi and blood values had crushed his own, its struggles were just futile. Biting down hard, the fishy flavor of the fish's blood instantly overflowed from Bai Changxing's mouth, and he swallowed the whole thing in one bite. The system's beeps also rang out. Congratulations to the host for devouring the dragon carp, gaining a blood value of 6, and gaining 9 evolution points. Evolution tree branch detected. Dragon blood. Bloodline dragon blood content is too low, unable to unlock this branch of the evolution tree. As expected, although a single dragon carp was rare, it was simply not enough to fulfill the requirements for unlocking it. Even if it was swallowed whole, the conditions still hadn't been met. From the looks of it, the only way to unlock it was to find a way to devour a purple-scale dragon carp. Bai Changxing's gaze turned slightly, looking towards the 3 purple-scaled dragon carps in the distance. The purple-scaled dragon carp, which were originally still ferocious, were indifferent at the moment as they watched Bai Changxing hunt down the other dragon carps, as if they hadn't seen them at all. But for Bai Changxing, indifferent or not was no longer important. Since the purple-scaled dragon carp was unwilling to come forward, it was only natural for him to seize the opportunity. Although the chi and blood values provided by the dragon carp weren't high, the evolution points were very considerable. An ordinary beast soldier that was at the beginning of the 1st grade could not provide this many evolution points. Bai Changxing, who had just spent nearly 300 evolution points, had once again reached the peak of his harsh demand for evolution points at this moment. 3 attacks in a row, all of which landed on solid ground, and another small 30 evolution points were credited. In fact, with the speed of the dragon carp should not have been so easily bitten by Bai Changxing can only blame the number of dragon carp is too much, and they are not like the purple-scale dragon carp that's smart know to avoid Bai Changxing's front to attack. It was as if a person with even the worst marksmanship could hit someone by casually firing a gun in the face of an army of thousands. This state didn't last long though. Those 3 purple-scale dragon carp then couldn't help themselves. Being afraid of the 2 people on the shore didn't mean that they could stand by and watch Bai Changxing slaughter the other dragon carp. Coming! Looking at the 3 purple-scaled dragon carp charging towards him once again, Bai Changxing couldn't help but feel happy in the bottom of his heart and turned his head to run. 30 meters. 20 meters. It's now. Zhang Jiyu looked at the group of dragon carp fish that were only less than 20 meters away from him and no longer hesitated. Soul-destroying needle. Zhang Jiyu softly shouted under his breath, and in the next instant, an attack that was invisible to the naked eye instantly acted on top of the group of dragon carp underneath the lake. Although the attack was invisible, the sight of the lake water instantly sinking for a few minutes and then surging up revealed the power of Zhang Jiyu's strike. Wow! As Lin Jingyao on the side watched this scene, she couldn't help but let out a cry of shock from her mouth. She knew that Zhang Jiyu was stronger than herself, but the scene that was happening in front of her now proved to her once again one thing: that the gap between the 2 of them was already too big to be described in words. As for Bai Changxing in the water, he vaguely only felt something graze against him and instantly swept past. In the next moment, the lake behind her churned over, leaving only dead silence. Looking back, originally also raging, the 3 purple-scale dragon carp at the moment seems to be frozen in general, huge body by the lake water turbulence and be wrapped floating. As for those strength compared to the purple-scale dragon carp is also much worse than the ordinary dragon carp, at this moment has been all turned belly, completely lost vitality. This? Bai Changxing originally thought that his blood value was much higher than Zhang Jiyu's, and that he was definitely above Zhang Jiyu in terms of strength. But now it seemed that he was only higher than Zhang Jiyu in terms of chi and blood value. Zhang Jiyu, who was the Empress in her last life, was simply not comparable to him at this moment. Other than that, this spiritual attack alone could easily exterminate him. Being able to attack alone and cross the level, he was now even able to disperse the attack and perform a ranged attack, exterminating dozens of dragon carp's lives at once. The strength of the power was beyond Bai Changxing's imagination. If he could learn this move. Thoughts churned in Bai Changxing's mind, but more than that, he was also amazed at Zhang Jiyu's strength. Xiao Bai, drag up all these dragon carp corpses. Zhang Jiyu's voice sounded once again. Compared to just now, at this moment, her voice couldn't help but take on a bit of weakness. Obviously, the exertion of urging this level of attack was not small for her, But it was good that she hadn't fallen into a state of weakness like the last time she fought against the Steel Bone Wolf King. When Bai Chongsheng heard this, his body shook slightly as he bit down on a purple-scaled dragon carp, then swam towards the shore with it in tow. So on and so forth. On the third time, Bai Chongsheng opened his mouth and directly bit off the third purple-scaled dragon carp, and the fish meat went into his stomach. This time, the system's beeps finally changed. Chapter 42. Evolution Tree Branch. Dragon's Blood. Congratulations to the host for devouring the purple-scaled dragon carp, gaining 32 blood points and 49 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the unlit branch of the evolution tree. Dragon's Blood. Dragon's Blood. Anyone with dragon's blood can hope to become a dragon. Evolution points required. 300. A series of system beeps made by Chongqing's heart nothing but excitement. It wasn't easy. Finally, this branch of the evolution tree had been unlocked. Although he hadn't yet lit it up, and hadn't felt the boost from the dragon's blood, just looking at the system's introduction to the dragon's blood gave Bai Chongqing the impulse to light up the dragon's blood even if he had studded up his evolution points. But looking at the blood value that was about to reach its limit, Bai Chongqing stopped this impulse. Although dragon blood was good, it was the third-grade beast soldier that smelled better at the moment. Swallowing the remaining half of the dragon carp meat into his stomach as well, the system's beep arrived again. Congratulations to the host for devouring the purple-scaled dragon carp, gaining a chi and blood value of 34, and gaining 53 evolution points. The chi and blood value has reached 3,000 points. Please evolve as soon as possible. The next evolution requires 3,000 chi and blood, and 549 1,000 evolution points. The chi and blood values were already full, but the evolution points were still short by more than 400. With a slight turn of his eyes, Bai Chongqing couldn't help but look at the dragon carp floating in the middle of the lake, which had already turned over their stomachs. The price of a dragon carp was only 200, which was 50 times worse than the price of a purple-scaled dragon carp. However, for Bai Chongqing now it was the best material. The price is not high, but because of the thin dragon bloodline in the body, it can provide a lot of evolution points. In a rough count, Zhang Zhiyu's strike had caused at least 60 to 70 dragon carp to turn over. If he could devour them all, it would be enough for him to reach the evolution points he needed for this upgrade. Zhiyu. Xiao Bai is eating the dragon carp hay. Lin Jingyao looked at Bai Chongsheng, who was constantly swimming around in the lake water, and spoke out to remind Zhang Zhiyu. Eating so much, don't give it a bad hold. Zhang Zhiyu raised her eyes and looked at Bai Chongsheng in the distance before she shook her head. Let it eat if it likes it anyway. Ordinary dragon carp can't be sold for much money and can't be preserved for a long time. After raising his hand and putting the two purple-scaled dragon carp on the ground into his storage ring, Zhang Zhiyu sat down on the spot and took out another bottle of potion that could replenish his spirit. The two purple-scaled dragon carp were sold for $200,000, and only paying for a bottle of spirit-replenishing potion, it was still a good profit after doing some math. Lin Jingyao glanced at her best friend who was meditating and didn't bother her, turning her head towards Bai Chongsheng, who was still in the lake water constantly devouring the dragon carp. She couldn't help but shout out, "Little white, leave me too, don't you eat them all." The only one who grabbed food from a snake was Lin Jingyao. Bai Chongsheng glanced at Lin Jingyao on the shore, helpless in his heart, but he really couldn't eat all these dragon carp at once. Even if his digestive enhancement had reached level 5 at the moment, his digestive speed had been boosted by an unknown number of times. Ultimately, it was the level that limited his play, and after just 10 dragon carp, Bai Chongsheng had a feeling of fullness and was somewhat unable to eat anymore. He had no choice but to drag the remaining dragon carp corpses back to the shore as much as he could, and then let Zhang Zhiyu put them into his storage ring. As night fell, Zhang Zhiyu didn't choose to brave the night to catch up. At the moment, her state was not suitable for rushing, and anyway, there was time and there was no rush in these few hours. The weather wasn't too cold at night, and there wasn't even a need to build a fire. Bai Chongsheng went back to his nascent soul pouch to digest after eating his fill, leaving Lin Jingyao alone to keep watch. There were two beasts that passed by while they were drinking, but they were not grade-level existences, and with Lin Jingyao's strength, she wasn't under much pressure to deal with them. So Bai Chongsheng and Zhang Zhiyu didn't make a move. During this time, Bai Chongsheng came out and ate more than 10 dragon carp, once again harvesting more than 100 points of evolutionary value, then switched to Lin Jingyao to sleep while Bai Chongsheng kept watch. After a night of nothing, early the next morning, Zhang Zhiyu exited from his meditative state and took Lin Jingyao towards the martial arts town. Yesterday's road trip had already hunted quite a few foreign beasts, and at this moment, on the way back, it was estimated that he would still be able to hunt quite a few more. This round trip, together with so many dragon carp in the Dragon Blood Lake, Zhang Zhiyu's points were definitely enough to enter Waterwood. As for Lin Jingyao, this trip down to the battle, she had already recognized the shortcomings in her strength. Compared to a true Waterwood-level genius like Zhang Zhiyu, she was not even half a star short. She didn't want to go to Waterwood. Even if she went in, she would probably be left far behind and be reduced to a hanging student. And it can be predicted that, with her natural talent, absolutely cannot keep up with the teaching rhythm of the Waterwood. Really, to that time, the identity of the Waterwood student not only will not bring her what help but will drag her down. And if she gave up on Waterwood, with her strength, it would still be no problem for her to get into a better martial arts university. Zhang Zhiyu didn't advise anything more when she heard Lin Jingyao's words, or rather, she knew very well what kind of life Lin Jingyao was suitable for. However, Bai Chongqing was a bit speechless. If Lin Jingyao didn't know, could he not know? In terms of Zhang Zhiyu's talent, her potential to be able to witness the Emperor realm in the future, even amongst the water and wood, she was a unique existence. Those who could compare their talent with Zhang Zhiyu were 1 in a billion. Even he, the hanging ratio, didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to steadily suppress Zhang Zhiyu. Tilting his head to look at Zhang Zhiyu, who had a bland look on his face, all Bai Chongqing could do was to fill his stomach as much as possible. Returning to the martial artist town and submitting the battle video, the rest was to wait for the time to arrive and then take the intercity train back to their respective cities. Piggybacking on this, Zhang Zhiyu went back to sell the 2 purple scale dragon carp to the restaurant. It was a bit lower than the price quoted by the waiter yesterday. Each one was priced at 90,000 alliance coins in exchange for 180,000. After all, people's hotels have to make money as well. Compared to the Steelbone Wolf King's income, the purple scale dragon carp exchanged for alliance coins was definitely not much. But this kind of good thing from the Steelbone Wolf King wasn't something that could be encountered very often. And the level of danger alone between the 2 times was not on the same level. The risks were not equal, and the rewards were naturally not equal. On a daily basis, these 2 purple scale dragon carp in exchange had been considered a big harvest. In comparison, this trip to the wilderness was really a huge harvest for Bai Chongqing. The unfathomable blood value and evolution points were already nothing, and the dragon blood, a branch of the evolution tree, was truly worth its weight in gold. After all, if one could be a dragon, who would want to be a snake that was a wardregs? But in the end, there was still a lack of evolution points. Dragon's blood alone requires a full 300 evolution points to light up, and what can be expected is that the more evolution points required will only be more exaggerated if you really want to fill up the dragon's blood, so that your own bloodline undergoes a metamorphosis. I'm afraid that the difficulty won't be much less than the achievement of the Beast King. Chapter 43 5th Evolution. 3rd Grade Beast Soldier. Aunt Zhang, you don't know. Just those fey beasts in the wasteland. They couldn't do a thing to Little Fishy and Little White. One shot at a time. The foreign beasts don't even have the power to fight back. Listening to Lin Jingyao's slightly exaggerated words, although Zhang father and Zhang mother were still worried, they were after all much more at ease. Although they hadn't been to the wasteland, they still had enough knowledge about martial artists and foreign beasts. They knew exactly what level their daughter's strength was at. A 2nd grade martial artist, although it had already surpassed the majority of ordinary people, to say that she was invincible in the wasteland was a bit fanciful. Even if the ones that were close to the martial artist town were all beast soldier level beasts, there would rarely be a beast general level existence. But even if they were beast soldiers, there were still 3rd grade beast soldiers, weren't there? Going to the wasteland, it's still important to be careful and cautious. Mother Jiang looked at Zhang Zhiyu. The worry in her eyes never faded. Zhang Zhiyu just nodded at her words and didn't say anything more. There are some things that can't be said too much to parents. If you can hide it, hide it. If you can't hide it, then confess it is not too late. The group returned home slowly and leisurely, and everything seemed to be back on track. Zhang Zhiyu did nothing but cultivate every day, and at most occasionally went out with Lin Jingyao for a stroll. On the other hand, Bai Chongqing ate and slept every day, fully accumulating the evolution points needed for his next evolution. Finally, on the 4th day, Bai Chongqing forced himself to endure the feeling of vomiting and swallowed the last batch of dragon carp that had clearly deteriorated. As the system beep sounded again, his evolution points had finally saved up to 1,000. Congratulations to the host, the conditions for the 5th evolution have been met. Does it open the evolution? Yes. More than a full month had passed since the 4th evolution, and as his strength continued to grow, the time required for each evolution had obviously become much longer. After waiting for so long, It was hard to wait for the opportunity. Bai Chongqing didn't want to delay a moment longer. And the moment after he determined to turn on the evolution, a familiar chill immediately struck him. Even though he was inside, Bai Chongqing still had a feeling as if his entire body was frozen. His huge body instantly curled up. The sudden abnormality also startled Jiang Jiyu, who had originally crossed his knees and intended to start cultivating. A white tender foot stretched out and stepped on the ground, and Jiang Jiyu immediately frowned slightly. Obviously has entered the June, the weather is hot, but at this moment, Bai Chongqing's surroundings is like a cold winter month, vaguely even have frost is condensing. Reaching out and caressing Bai Chongqing's body, Jiang Jiyu was clearly able to feel that he was trembling. With such a strange appearance, Jiang Jiyu couldn't help but jump in his heart. Is this the third mutation? He murmured under his breath, but there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart. A third mutation was rare in the world. When was it possible for a white-scaled snake whose bloodline was modeled to the extreme to undergo a third mutation? This kind of situation, even in her previous life, had never been seen before. But with the facts right in front of her, it was no longer a matter of whether she believed it or not. Looking at Bai Chongqing's appearance, it was obvious that he was suffering extreme pain, and even his consciousness was a bit blurred, if no external force intervened to interfere and help him complete the mutation. I'm afraid that even if he could barely save his life, his qi and blood would still be severely damaged. With this thought in mind, Jiang Jiyu summoned a bottle of golden potion from his storage ring with a flip of his hand. Golden Flame Potion, the handiwork of a 5th-grade alchemist, containing flame energy that is extremely violent, able to help the body get rid of impurities, priced at 170,000 alliance coins a bottle. Originally, it was prepared for me to break through to 3rd-grade martial artist, to help me consolidate my foundation. But now you need it more than I do. Open your mouth. Jiang Jiyu pulled the cork out of the potion bottle, and a violent wave of fiery energy instantly overflowed the entire room, forming a clear contrast with the coldness emanating from Bai Chongqing's surroundings. As for Bai Chongqing, whose consciousness was nearly comatose, when he heard Jiang Jiyu's words, he decisively opened his mouth without any semblance of defense. As the gold flame potion entered the mouth, the raging fire energy instantly spread throughout Bai Chongqing's body. From extreme cold to extreme heat, it was only an instantaneous shift. Originally, Bai Chongqing, who had been frozen by this coldness to the point where his body had to curl up, at this moment felt like there was fire burning inside of him. Without waiting for him to make any more movements, the original coldness suddenly took over again. After a few seconds, the extremely hot feeling came back. As this repeated, Bai Chongqing only felt that his entire body had become numb, but fortunately, this level of hot and cold transformation was already within his tolerance. As his consciousness returned, he vaguely heard the system's beep. Congratulations to the host, devouring the gold flame potion, gaining 0 points of qi and blood value, and gaining 141 points of evolution value. This number was already the most Bai Chongqing had ever gained in a single instance. Even the previous devouring of the Steel Bone Wolf King's internal organs had only gained 120 evolution points. A penny for a penny, a potion priced at $170,000 was truly terrifying. And as the effects of the gold flame potion were completely realized, the original coldness on Bai Chongqing's body was slowly suppressed until it completely disappeared. This evolution has been completed, consuming a total of 1,000 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, completing the 5th evolution. The next evolution requires a qi and blood value of 10,000 points and 2,000 evolution points. After a series of system beeps, Bai Chongqing only felt relaxed. The 5th evolution had directly raised the upper limit of qi and blood values to 10,000 points, which meant that, at least for a short period of time, he didn't have to worry about being limited by the upper limit of qi and blood values anymore. And now, he had completely crossed the threshold of a 3rd-grade beast soldier. Although he had only just stepped through, this strength had already allowed him to surpass 80% or 90% of the Fey beasts. How long had it been since he crossed over this upgrade speed? Even Jiang Jiyu beside him was far inferior to him. Bai Chongqing, who had a moment of bravado in his heart, couldn't help but turn his head to look at Jiang Jiyu, who happened to be looking at him as well. As if he had sensed what was going on in Bai Chongqing's mind, the corners of Jiang Jie's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Stepping into the 3rd grade so quickly? The speed of your qi and blood enhancement is indeed much faster than mine. However, that's about it. A beast soldier is just a beast soldier after all. Wait until you step into the beast general rank, come on. Then be proud of yourself. Jiang Jiyu's voice was calm, But the words he uttered made Bai Chongqing's heart flutter. You and I have signed a spirit contract, and as our strength continues to rise, the feeling of heart to heart will become stronger and stronger. When strength reaches high depths, you'll even be able to talk directly through your heart. You've already stepped into the 3rd grade, and I've been able to roughly sense what you're trying to express. This was the first time that Jiang Jiu had ever said so much to Bai Chongqing. Before this, Jiang Jiu had never paid much attention to Bai Chongqing, only treating him as a spirit pet. But now, after witnessing Bai Chongqing's 3rd mutation and a growth rate that was still surpassing hers, Jiang Jiu finally let go of her contempt for Bai Chongqing and truly treated him as a companion. Chapter 44, Illuminating the Dragon's Blood. With regard to Jiang Jiu's change in attitude, Bai Chongqing's feelings were extremely obvious, not only because of the words she said, but also because under the effect of the spirit contract, he was able to feel Jiang Jiu's shallow inner activities. This shift wasn't considered big, but it was an excellent start. At the very least, Bai Chongqing had gotten a promise from Jiang Jiu. She would prepare a share of all future cultivation resources for Bai Chongqing. Although it wasn't to the extent of taking what he wanted, it was the most suitable for Bai Chongqing. Even though there was a system in place, Bai Chongqing's need for cultivation resources wasn't as great as that of other spirit beasts. But who would mind getting too much of a good thing? Other than that, that bottle of gold flame potion alone had provided him with a considerable amount of evolution points. If he was able to get 2 more bottles, he would be able to directly light up the dragon's blood evolution tree. However, it was obvious that he was really overthinking this idea. A bottle of 170,000, even if Jiang Jiu had more money, he couldn't afford to build it like this, and it would be enough to upgrade the hybrid Dan for him. Congratulations to the host for devouring the bear blood Dan, gaining 27 points of chi and blood value, and 13 evolution points. As Bai Chongqing's strength increased, the hybrid blood Dan was no longer able to give him much of a boost, but luckily, with this bear blood Dan, his growth efficiency was raised again. However, the price was also exaggerated, a full 3,000 alliance coins apiece, which was 3 times as much as the mixed blood Dan. Another 4 days of peace and quiet, with 3 meals a day, all with bear blood Dan. Bai Chongqing finally saved up enough evolution points needed to light up the dragon's blood. Looking at the 300 just over evolution points on the panel, Bai Chongqing directly piked. Congratulations to the host, spending 300 evolution points to light up the evolution tree branch. Dragon's blood. Dragon's blood. Anyone with dragon's blood has the hope of transforming into a dragon. Dragon's blood requires 1,000 evolution points for the next upgrade. As Bai Chongqing had expected, the number of evolution points required to upgrade the dragon blood talent far exceeded his imagination. It was even more exaggerated than the talent obtained from the Lord-class beast, the Steel Bone Wolf King. However, the effect brought about by such a large number of evolution points was not something that could be compared to an unusual branch of the evolution tree. As the system prompted that the dragon's blood had been successfully lit, Bai Chongqing suddenly felt his entire body tingle, as if there were countless ants crawling under his scales. Slowly, the sensation began to move towards his bones and internal organs. Like a subtle electric current surging through and like an involuntary twitching of the muscles, it was good that this feeling wasn't too strong, or at least it wasn't as unbearable for him as it was when he evolved. It was only a matter of 10 seconds or so before this tingling sensation slowly subsided. There didn't seem to be anything too peculiar about it, but looking into the mirror, Bai Chongqing could see the obvious difference. The scales all over his body were more lustrous, and there were 2 shallow bumps above his forehead. With the completion of his 5th evolution earlier, Bai Chongqing's body length had reached a terrifying 8 meters, and his body thickness was even bigger. Originally it looked intimidating enough, and at this moment, after the dragon's blood lit up, Bai Chongqing was even more inexplicably majestic. This on the head, could it be a dragon's horn? The scale's defense has improved, and even the strength, it seems like it has improved by 2 or 3%. But obviously my blood value hasn't increased much. Is this the effect of dragon blood? The same amount of chi and blood, yet it can explode with more power, and there's also a certain increase in stamina and recovery speed. Feeling the changes in his body, Bai Chongqing's heart was nothing but elation. Unsurprisingly, the effects of the dragon blood would always increase his strength as he grew, rather than being like the toxins and rock armor defenses, which could only increase a fixed value. If he didn't have enough evolution points, Bai Chongqing really wanted to directly fill up his dragon blood to see if he could directly transform into a dragon in place. System panel. Godly devouring system. Host. Bai Chongqing. Race. White-scaled snake 5 evolutions first stage of dragon transformation. Blood value 3,438. Lighted evolution tree. Digestive enhancement LV5. Rock armor defense LV4. Toxin LV2. Steel bone LV1. Dragon blood LV1. Available evolution points 4.8. Available evolution points 4.8. Lightable evolution tree. None. It wasn't a long time, but it was enough to give Bai Chongqing's panel a new look. Not only were the qi and blood values exaggerated, but a series of evolution trees were also unlocked. If digestive enhancement was the root of everything, then Dragon's blood determined just how lush Bai Chongqing's evolutionary tree could grow to be. As for the rest, it was important yet unimportant. At least with not much wealth in evolutionary points, Bai Chongqing probably wouldn't be upgrading any other branches. Returning to his senses, Bai Chongqing then noticed that Jiang Zhiyu was looking at him. Apparently, Jiang Zhiyu had already noticed his abnormality, only that she didn't ask directly because Jiang's father and mother were still there. Dad, Mom, the acceptance letter from Suemu Wushu University has come down, and according to the school's requirements, I have to go to school early. Originally, Jiang Zhiyu's plan was to enter the wilderness after the college entrance exams were over to earn some money to ensure that she had plenty of funds in her hands. But plans couldn't catch up with changes. In her last life, Jiang Zhiyu didn't get into Shuemu, and she didn't need to go to Shuemu to study after she grew up. So she really didn't know that Shuemu would start school 2 months earlier. It was really a bit of a disruption to her rhythm. However, sooner or later, she would have to go to school. The question was only whether it was early or late. It didn't make any difference. Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Jiang's father and mother could not help but fall silent. The same is to go to school, but high school and university are two completely different concepts. If no accident, Jiang Zhiyu this go, and then want to come back, I'm afraid it will be several months later. The two of them had never been separated from their daughter for so long before, so it was inevitable that they would be a little sentimental. A few seconds later, Jiang's father got up and went back to his room, and then came out with $10,000 in cash in his hand. When other people's children go to college, their parents go to send them. But you know the situation in our family, girl. Mom and Dad can't get away and can't go to send you off. This $10,000 is what Mom and Dad have saved for you in these few months. Don't think it's too little, don't reject it either. In case something happens, it can be used for emergencies. If you're short of money, call your mom. Don't suffer yourself at school. Jiang Zhiyu was silent. What she wanted to say, her own father had already guessed, and to say something more would instead make her parents' hearts even harder. Reaching out to take the money, Jiang Zhiyu nodded and said, "Don't worry, Dad, Mom. I heard from my seniors that Shuemu still has quite a lot of vacations every year. If you guys miss me, I can still come back anytime." In fact, with Jiang Zhiyu's heritage, even if she didn't go to Waterwood, her future achievements wouldn't be much lower. However, Waterwood, as the #1 martial arts school in the Celestial Dynasty, did not have a lot of underpinnings, and there were some things that even she had to fight for. Chapter 45. Enrolling in Waterwood, Ascending Star Building. Freshman of the Capital Martial Arts University, this way. North Region Martial Arts University. Getting down from the intercity train and following the crowd out of the station, they were greeted by several banners. Capital Martial Arts University, North Domain Martial Arts University, Extreme Martial Arts University. But to say that the most conspicuous among them was inevitably the 4 words of Mizuki Martial University that stood in the center. There was no sound of greeting, but just standing a banner was enough for everyone to notice. And all the students who passed by, looking at the 4 words of the Shui Mu Wuda, their eyes could not help but reveal a sense of envy. Their exams weren't bad, they were also the top martial arts universities in the country, and they had all been the flavor of the month in various schools before. However, it was obvious that the most top martial arts university in the Celestial Kingdom was only the Shuemu one. It was as if the banners of the various martial arts universities were all unfolding around Mizuki at the moment. Even if they were no longer convinced in their hearts, they were always going to be suppressed by Mizuki across the board. This Mizuki is really pretentious. Everyone is a top martial arts university, just he Mizuki is unique, the whole as if he doesn't care to be with other martial arts universities. Don't you think so, pretty girl? In the crowd, a teenager wearing a pink suit had his mouth turned away and opened his mouth at the girl next to him, and between his words, he seemed to carry a full of resentment towards Mizuki. The teenage girl did not speak, but simply raised her steps and walked over after seeing the Mizuki banner. "You say I'm at least the first in our high school, and my family also gave so many cultivation resources. Waterwood actually did not admit me if I say this Waterwood is just not true to its name, topped with the name of the first martial arts university in the Heavenly Kingdom. In reality, inside are all incompetent people. Do you think there is any truth in what I said? Right, beautiful girl? Haven't asked you yet. Which school are you from? Rarely, the teenager responded for the first time, raising her finger to point at the banner of Suemu a few steps away, and lightly spitting out the words Suemu under her breath. At these words, the corner of the teenager's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly, looking at the Waterwood side of the team. There is a man and a woman have already walked towards this side. After a dry cough, the teenager decisively skipped in front of the students of Mizuki, saying bad things about Mizuki. Even if his skin was thicker, he didn't have the face to continue to dwell on it. Glancing at the teenager's back as he left, he then turned his head to look at the two people who were coming towards him. Long time no see, senior sister Jiang. Senior sister Jiang. Still in black leather clothing, her short hair looked extremely competent. The only difference was that this time, the two short daggers were not by her legs, and beside her, she was followed by an unsmiling boy. Senior sister Xian. Long time no see. The young girl was none other than Jiang Jiu, who had come to the capital from her home, while the ones who greeted her were the duo of Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing. Reintroduce yourself. Waterwood Martial University, Qi and Blood Martial Dao Academy, sophomore student, Xian Frost. Sophomore student, Zhang Xing. Listening to the duo's self-introductions, Jiang Jiu also understood what the two meant. Waterwood Martial University, freshman, Jiang Jiu. Previously meeting in the wilderness, although the three of them got along tacitly, Jiang Jiu used a fake identity. If they had only met in passing, this fake identity would have been used. However, it was obvious that after Jiang Jiu became a freshman at Shui Muwu University, the three would have more and more interactions in the future. It was clearly inappropriate to use the fake identity again. Getting reacquainted, the only gap that existed before had dissipated. Let's go, senior sister Jiang. I'll personally take you to the school for a stroll. Xian Frost and his duo had obviously come to the orientation only because they were running towards Jiang Jiu, and now that Jiang Jiu had already received it, there was naturally no need for them to stay on. After handing over the task of welcoming the new students to the other students, the duo pulled Jiang Jiu onto the school bus and rushed towards Waterwood with the group of newly arrived students. Waterwood was built in the second year after the calamity. When the nation's efforts were mobilized, the purpose was to study martial arts and foreign beasts, and then find out the right path to fight foreign beasts and practice martial arts. And Waterwood didn't let the country down. Before and after, a total of 4 Emperor realm existences, 17 martial emperors, as well as 123 martial kings came out. In terms of heritage, Waterwood is the deepest in the entire Heavenly Kingdom. Even those 4 predecessors of the Emperor realm are now all honorary principals of Waterwood. There were only 6 Emperor realms in the Heavenly Dynasty so far, and 4 of them came from Waterwood, so it was no wonder that Waterwood would become the #1 martial arts school in the Heavenly Dynasty. With this strength alone, it was already not something that other martial arts universities could come and touch. The school is divided into 4 academy campuses: the Academy of Qi and Blood Martial Arts, the Academy of Imperial Beasts, the Academy of Magic, and the Academy of Liberal Arts Studies. The teaching of the 4 colleges doesn't affect each other and are located in the 4 directions of the school, but there are some places that are public, such as the cafeteria, the cultivation room, the martial arts arena, the dormitory building, and this one we're looking at now, Star Ascension Building. As far as the eye could see, it was a 3-story building, the outside of which was sealed and cast from metal, and looked quite thick. However, this floor height clearly had nothing to do with the word ascending star. Don't look at the low floor height, but the entire building is made of Clorox alloy, which can withstand the full force of a Martial Marquis level eruption. And it's fitted with the most advanced virtual reality technology and magician's illusionary shape magic, with an anthropomorphism capable of exceeding 90%. In other words, when fighting inside this, you won't really get hurt, but have a near-real sense of battle. Of course, the battle won't last forever. After being judged by the building intelligence as being overly injured, the battle will end. Xian Shuang paused and spoke again. The school will assign you to the academy you enroll in based on the video of the new students' battle in the Star Ascension building, and there will also be teachers who will select the students. There's even no shortage of Martial King level teachers among them. Of course, most people can't wait for the school to do it uniformly, and they've already gone ahead and tried it out. Before being assigned an academy, new students can try multiple times and then take the best score to count. Moreover, For every battle that passes through a floor of the Star Ascension Tower, a certain amount of rewards will be given. Why don't you try the difficulty of the Star Ascension floor first? Xian Shuang looked at Jiang Jiyu with a smile on her face, and for some reason, Jiang Jiyu always felt that she was encouraging her to plant a heel. However, in her planning, it was indeed necessary to go and break into the Star Ascension Tower once during this period. Good. Looking at Xian Shuang's eyes, Jiang Jiyu nodded. As the words fell, Jiang Jiyu took a step towards the tall building in front of her. While the two of them, Xian Frost, looked at Jiang Jiyu's back and discussed in whispers. Zhang Xing, when you first impacted the Star Ascension Tower, how many floors were you on? 6 floors, and I was bitten to death by a bite from the fire mane swallowing inferno lion of the 3rd grade beast soldier. Zhang Xing shrugged. Aren't you the same? Yeah, when new students enroll, they are basically at the 3rd to 5th level, and the 6th level is already the limit for new students. Why don't you guess? How many floors can student Zhang break into? Chapter 46. Ascending to the 6th level of the star, killing the fire mane swallowing inferno lion. Jiang Jiyu didn't know what the two of them were chatting about in Xian Frost, but it didn't matter to her. What mattered was how many floors of the Star Ascension floor she was able to rush to. Although the difficulty of the Star Ascension Tower is fixed and rewards will be given for each floor rushed through, the rewards will vary depending on the time passed. Similarly for the 5th floor, if one passes it after the end of freshman year, the reward will only be 10,000 alliance coins, but if one passes it right after enrollment, the reward will be a tiger blood body tempering pill priced at $100,000. If I can get this tiger blood body tempering pill, it would be able to barely replace the gold flame potion and ensure that my foundation is solid. There's also the 6th tier, the spirit forging potion, priced at 140,000 alliance coins, which can hammer the spirit and increase mental strength by about 20%. 7th tier, 1 full copy of Earth grade middle grade martial technique. Although I can't use it, the technique can be resold for the right to learn it, priced at 150,000 points. 1 point is equal to 1 Chinese coin, but points can purchase a lot of things that money can't buy. 8th level, Class B cultivation room, 1-year use right, worth 200,000 points. 9th floor. The higher the tiers of the Star Ascension Tower, the more generous the rewards would be, and the value would also increase from tier to tier. Jiang Jiyu didn't know how many layers she would be able to rush to with her own strength, but starting from the 5th layer, the rewards of every layer beyond that were something she was extremely eager for and desperately needed. For example, the Grade B cultivation room on the 8th floor was not only inscribed with a spirit gathering array, which could effectively increase the concentration of spiritual chi within the cultivation room, but it could also have additional gravity, up to the maximum of 5 times the regular gravity. Under such an environment, whether it was hammering martial skills or performing basic chi and blood hammering, one could get twice the results with half the effort. Phew! After letting out a long breath, Jiang Jiyu submitted his application for the Star Ascension Tower trial, and then followed the staff's guidance to enter within a room whose entire body was made of alloy. Hello, new student Jiang Jiyu. I'm the Waterwood Intelligent AI. You can address me as Ling Yun. Detecting that this is your first time entering the Star Ascension building, next, I will explain to you the matters you need to pay attention to in the Star Ascension building trial. The entire trial is supported by the latest virtual reality projection technology of the Celestial Dynasty. During the entire process, you don't need to worry about getting hurt, but you need to pay attention to the fact that the entire battle will be analyzed by me in terms of data, and once it is determined that you have received fatal injuries, the trial will be stopped directly, and the result of the trial will be a failure. Secondly, the entire cultivation room is controlled by. The entire rules of the trial were not too long, but every point was quite important. Jiang Jiyu silently memorized all of these, and then tightened the alloy lance in his hand. After AI Ling Yun explained all the precautions, the countdown timer rang out. At the same time, dots of light began to flash and coalesce in front of Jiang Jiyu's body. In the last 3 seconds, it completely took shape and turned into a 1-meter-tall spotted leopard. Was this a virtual reality projection? It's really powerful. Bai Chongsheng in the nascent soul sac looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but be shocked in his heart, although he knew that because of the Fey crisis, this world was much more technologically advanced than the one he was in before, but this was a bit too exaggerated. Just by looking at the constantly molding spotted leopard silhouette, the 90% fidelity that Xian Shuang had said before was true. However, compared to Bai Chongsheng, Jiang Jiyu didn't feel shocked by this. 1st level, mid-grade 1st grade beast soldier, flower spotted leopard. At the same time as the last second countdown sounded, the spear in Jiang Jiyu's hand blatantly stabbed out, aiming straight for the flower-spotted leopard's head. In just an instant, the flower-spotted leopard didn't even let out a single howl before it reappeared as a speck of light. Congratulations, Jiang Jiyu. You have passed the first level of the Star Ascension Tower and have received a reward, 1 Qi blood pill. Will you proceed to the second level of the trial? After selecting yes, the light in front of Jiang Jiyu transformed once more into a new foreign beast. Second level, 3,000 Academy points. Third tier, 2 weeks in a grade D cultivation room. Fourth layer. Fifth level, Tiger Blood Body Tempering Pill. Sixth layer, early stage of third grade Beast Soldier, Fire Mane Swallowing Flame Lion. Looking at the Fire Mane Swallowing Flame Lion in front of him, which was more than 2 meters tall and more than 3 meters long, Jiang Jiyu felt a great pressure. Third grade Beast Soldiers and second grade Beast Soldiers are no longer a concept. The same is the Fire Mane Swallowing Flame Lion. Huang Xiaoyan's one is obviously a little bit insufficient to look at. This might alone, even if it is illusory, it is not comparable to his spirit beast. Roar. With a muffled roar, I don't know if it was a visual special effect or if it was indeed a real thing. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the mouth of that Fire Mane Swallowing Inferno Lion, blowing the shattered hair between Jiang Jiyu's forehead. Seemingly sensing something, Jiang Jiyu faintly opened his mouth. No need, virtual alien beast. It's not like it will really hurt me. What's more, it's only the early third grade, not much pressure. The alloy lance in his hand pulled out a spear flower. Jiang Jiyu charged instead of retreating. Compared to this, Jiang Jiyu's qi and blood values were quite a bit weaker. It was already not easy to fight weak against strong and cross the level. If she let the other party seize the first opportunity and attack first, then her chances of winning would be much less. As for Bai Chongsheng in the nascent soul pouch, seeing that Jiang Jiyu didn't let him come out, he also stopped forcing himself. It just so happened that he also wanted to see how strong Jiang Jiyu, an Emperor Realm existence, really was. The spear was first, and then the pace followed. Jiang Jiyu's shot, aimed at the neck of the Fire Mane Swallowing Flame Lion. The Fire Mane Swallowing Lion looked at Jiang Jiyu, who rushed towards him. An extremely vivid flash of anger flashed under his eyes, as if he was really provoked by this human in front of him, lifting his claws and slapping them towards Jiang Jiyu. Huge size so that the Fire Mane Swallowing Flame Lion, this claw is like a fan. Do not have to think, all know if this claw shoot real in its strong blood value support. Jiang Jiyu, even if not be directly judged negative, but also will be wildly drop data on the verge of defeat. However, Jiang Jiyu didn't seem to see this claw at all, and his spear was still in a poking and stabbing position. However, when the two sides were about to collide together, he instantly changed his stance and changed his thrust to a pivot. The tip of the gun violently shook, cut through the joints of the Fire Mane Swallowing Inflammation Lion. The pace of the foot does not stop, body a turn, the gun head back, from the front of Jiang Jiyu body toward the back of the stabbing out. At the same time, Jiang Jiyu's entire body directly into the arms of the Fire Mane Swallowing Lion. In what looked like a scene of a mantis trying to stop a chariot, both figures stagnated at the same time. Originally, the Fire Mane Swallowing Flame Lion was still raging, but after Jiang Jiyu's collision, it directly turned into a bit of light, and its body began to dissipate. Bai Chongsheng, who had been staying in the nascent soul sac, watched this inexplicable scene, but only his heart was pounding. It seemed that the two sides exchanged blows in just a short moment and then divided the winners and losers, but Bai Chongsheng was able to clearly feel the danger. When the gap in blood value between the two sides was not so large as to be irreparable, what Jiang Jiyu chose to do was to fight with her life, and on the contrary, her manipulation of power and weapons was so fine that it reached an exaggerated level. With a casual attack and collision, she dissolved the Fire Mane Swallowing Flame Lion's attack while sending the lance precisely into the Fire Mane Swallowing Flame Lion's throat. Chapter 47 Level 7, Earth-Shaking Ape. Congratulations, Jiang Jiyu. You have passed the 6th level of the Star Ascension Tower and have received a reward, a bottle of God-Forging Potion. Will you proceed to the 7th floor trial? Listening to the AI prompt, Jiang Jiyu still chose yes without the slightest hesitation. In the previous 6 battles, all she had taken was the quick fighting approach, and she hadn't expended much physical strength from start to finish, so naturally, she didn't need to stop to regulate her energy. Moreover, Bai Chongsheng could clearly feel that Jiang Jiyu's combat experience was far too much stronger than these virtual reality projected beasts. After all, it was the existence of the last Emperor realm. The world often used the level of blood value to measure the level of combat power, but this measurement standard in Jiang Jiyu here is obviously a bit unworkable. Other than Jiang Jiyu, who could guarantee that they would win the battle so decisively and simply despite having a disadvantage in qi and blood value? At least for Bai Chongsheng it couldn't be done. Of course, this was only if Jiang Jie dared to do so when the enemy was projected by a virtual projection, and after the system decided that Jiang Jie had inflicted enough fatal damage, it directly ruled in her favor. Otherwise, in an unusual battle with a Fey beast, even if it was mortally wounded, that Fey beast would still be able to pickpocket Jiang Jiu a few times before dying. Bang! Bang! A series of two muffled sounds suddenly rang out. Listening to the sound, it was as if something was slamming into something. This time, before the foreign beast's figure had even condensed, there was already a movement ringing out, and listening to this movement, the momentum was much more exceeding than the fire mane swallowing inferno lion that had just been there. However, Jiang Jiu did not let these two muffled sounds disorganize him. His eyes burned as he watched the silhouettes forming in front of him, while his mouth gently exhaled turbid air and adjusted his breathing. The new beast was a humanoid being, standing up to a height of more than 3 meters. Its lower limbs were somewhat short, but its arms were extremely thick. The muscles on it were high and bulging, majestic. Even during the entire process of waiting for the condensation to take shape, it had no intention of quieting down, lifting its claws and hammering its chest twice before rushing at Jiang Jiu, who was more than 10 paces away, and letting out a roar. Earth-shaking ape? Early third-grade beast soldier? But even though it's the same as that fire mane-swallowing flame lion just now, both at the early stage of third-grade beast soldier, this earth-shaking ape's chi and blood value is quite a bit higher. It's probably around 4,005. Compared to that fire mane-swallowing flame lion, this earth-shaking ape has completely stabilized its chi and blood. Barely, it's still within the realm of what can be dealt with. Just by vaguely seeing its silhouette, Jiang Jiu had already roughly judged the opponent's strength. Facing the 3-meter-tall earth-shaking ape head-on, she nevertheless still had no intention of summoning Bai Chongqing. Simply by looking at the difference in size between the two sides, Jiang Jiu's height of 1.7 meters was just enough to reach the waist of this earth-shaking ape, and the sense of oppression instantly overflowed the entire alloy simulation room. This posture, no wonder it was called the earth-shaking ape. Earth-shaking ape whole body muscular, especially the two arms and chest, perennial pounding, fighting between the same level. It is difficult to be able to break through each other's defenses. Unless there is a means of attack that spans a large rank, attacking these two places of the opponent is no different from looking for death. Including the back and legs, although the defense is not as exaggerated as the defense at the chest, it is still called outstanding. The only weaknesses are the eyes and the back of the neck. Eyes flickering slightly, Jiang Jiu's gaze constantly traveled over the various parts of the earth-shaking ape's body, and in his heart, he already had a strategy against the enemy. Meanwhile, outside the Star Deng building, the two of them, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing, were looking at a list in their hands, discussing something in whispers. This year's freshmen totaled more than 1,500 people, and most of them had already arrived in the morning and completed their first floor rush. And of those who have already completed rushing the floor, those who rushed to the 5th floor totaled 327, while those on the 6th floor were 47. As for the 7th floor, there are only 6 people in total. Zhang Xing looked at the numbers on the list and softly ejaculated under his breath. The quality of the freshmen in this session is somewhat high. Usually, those who are able to rush to the 7th floor add up to no more than a handful, but this year, there are actually 6 people so quickly. If all the new students finished rushing the floor, I'm afraid this number would have to be raised even higher. Charging to the 7th floor meant that the student already possessed the strength of the 3rd rank. At 18 years old, awakening for less than 3 months exceeded the result of 90% of people's lifelong endeavors. Seemed exaggerated, but in reality it made sense. Let's not forget that none of the people gathered in the Waterwood were the top geniuses of each region. There were over 10 million fresh graduates in the Celestial Kingdom every year, and even though many of them chose to practice liberal arts, the number of people who took the martial arts entrance exam was still over 5 million. Out of the 5 million freshmen, only 1,500 or so were selected. It wouldn't be surprising to see what kind of geniuses popped up among these people. Su Yi, who ranked first, rushed through the 6th floor in 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Lin Che, the second, took 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I don't know if senior sister Jiang will be able to rush through the 6th floor, and what her time will be. Looking at this number, Zhang Xing didn't have any special feelings. A time of more than 2 minutes was still within the acceptable range, and the difference from the past was not that big. It was obvious that this freshman class had a good number of top geniuses, but the quality had not significantly improved compared to the previous years. What? Afraid of losing? When Xian Shuang heard Zhang Xing's words, She slightly inclined her head and glanced at him. 1 month of Class B cultivation room. No one is going to renege. Looking at Exine Frost's look, Zhang Xing's face suddenly brought up a few points of helplessness. Win or lose, this 1 month of cultivation room time is for senior sister Jiang. So what do I have to renege on? Besides, are you so sure that senior sister Jiang will be able to rush through the 6th floor? Don't forget, senior sister Jiang's qi and blood values haven't broken through. She's still only a 2nd-grade martial artist. Geniuses who rushed to the 6th or even 7th layer were certainly worthy of attention, but the truth was that freshmen at the 5th or even 4th layer were the norm. As one of the students who had once collapsed at the 6th floor, both Zhang Xing and Exine Shuang were well aware of just how difficult it was to rush to the upper tiers of the Star Ascension Tower at this time. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Xing had taken this bet from Exine Frost and set the winner and loser at the 6th floor level. If Jiang Jiu rushed through the 6th floor, Exine Frost would win, and vice versa, he would win. As for that 1 month's Class B cultivation room, it was the two of them, he and Exine Frost, who had figured out how to compensate Jiang Jiu. That steel-bone Wolf King's corpse was always a big advantage for them, and coming from this stage, they knew very well what the current Jiang Jiu needed the most, which was why they would use this form to compensate Jiang Jiu. Believe it or not, just wait and see. Before Exine Shuang's words fell, the list that hadn't changed for a long time was suddenly refreshed, and the rankings of the entire list changed at the same time. Su Yi, who had originally ranked first, was squeezed into 2nd place. As for 1st place, it was replaced by a new name. 1st place, Jiang Jiu, 6th floor of the Star Ascension building. Time to pass 15 seconds. Chapter 48. 2nd in the all-time freshman rankings. Wait, how many? Looking at the suddenly refreshed leaderboard, Exine Shuang thought she had misread it. The ranking of the leaderboard depended on the number of layers, and if the layers were the same, it was calculated by time. The shorter the time, the higher the ranking. After all, the battles were all the same, and the shorter the time taken to resolve the battle, the stronger the strength. However, this 15 seconds is a bit too counterintuitive. The 6th layer taking 15 seconds? Moving his gaze down slightly, the 2nd place took a full 2 minutes and 47 seconds. A time that was less than a fraction of a second, but it was a hurdle that how many new students could not get past. Looking at Exine Shuang's shocked expression, Zhang Xing couldn't help but come over to take a look, but then he was shocked by the time. 15 seconds. Senior sister Jiang used only 15 seconds to break through the 6th floor? Zhang Xing's character had always been calm and collected, but when he saw this achievement of Jiang Jiu, he still had some difficulty accepting the feeling. Thinking back to when he was bitten through the waist by the fire mane swallowing inferno lion on the 6th floor, it had brought him quite a shadow. But the fire mane swallowing flame lion with the strength of the 3rd grade had actually lasted only 15 seconds under Jiang Jiu's hands. More than that, look at the time Jiang's senior sister used when she broke through the other floors of the Star Ascension building. The first 4 floors were basically all within 10 seconds, and the 5th floor only took 22 seconds. With this achievement, the 6th floor clearly didn't touch the upper limit of senior sister Jiang's strength. Otherwise, the fighting time wouldn't be so short. I have a premonition that senior sister Jiang will most likely break through the 7th layer, Exine Shuang exclaimed softly under her breath, only for this speculation to immediately attract Zhang Xing's sidelong glance when she said it. The 7th layer? Impossible, right? Compared to the 6th layer, the earth-shaking ape's qi and blood value on the 7th layer has increased by nearly 15,000. This increase is already nearly a small level up. Senior sister Jiang's qi blood value is not even 3,000. Facing an earth-shaking ape with a qi blood value of 4,005. She should. Zhang Xing was eager to lay out all the factors as a way to prove that his guess was not wrong. However, the 15 seconds of time on the leaderboard was always laid out there, unchanged. It was certainly unrealistic to defeat a 4,500 blood value earth-shaking ape with less than 3,000 blood value, but it was just as unrealistic to kill a fire mane swallowing inferno lion of the same level almost instantaneously. When the first impossibility was broken, the remaining impossibilities seemed to become possible. And just as the two of them were discussing whether or not Jiang Jiu would be able to charge through the 7th floor, a group message was simultaneously sent to all of Sue Mu's cell phones. New student Jiang Jiu, breaking the record of the Star Ascension Tower. Time taken to break through the 6th floor, 15 seconds. Current freshman ranking 1. Historical freshman ranking 2. A short message, but at this moment, it was like a bomb. A stone stirring up 1,000 waves. because the difficulty of the first 5 floors of the Star Ascension building was too low for the statistics to have any meaning. The ranking statistics, therefore, were all counted from the 6th floor. Not only were there the ranking statistics of this freshman class, but there were also the achievement rankings of previous generations of Suemu students. The first freshman was ranked first, and the second amongst all previous generations of students. Seeing this ranking, even Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing could not help but have their eyes widen. Although the number 1 freshman was extremely rare and needed to be killed out of more than 1,500 freshmen, in the end, there would be one every year. But this ranking second amongst all previous students was just a bit too much. One must know that since the founding of Waterwood, the total number of students had totaled more than 200,000, and among them, there was even no shortage of existences that had achieved Martial King, Martial Emperor, or even Martial Emperor. A total of 17 Martial Emperors and 4 Martial Emperors had come out of Waterwood, and these seniors who had touched the peak of martial artists had once all been freshmen of Waterwood, and had participated in the Star Ascension Tower's examination just like them. But now, Zhang Jiu had actually broken the records left by these Martial Emperor and even Martial
Empereur Senior?
In that case, wouldn't it mean that at this current stage, Zhang Jiu's performance was even more perverse than those Martial Emperors and Martial Emperors at the same time? Especially the second position. It might seem like it didn't take the top spot, but in reality, the number 1 figure was left behind by the first principal of Suemu when he experimented with safety at the time when the Star Ascension Tower had just been established. With the principal's strength, not to mention the 6th floor, even if it was the 16th floor or the 26th floor, it would be just a single move that would kill him. In other words, Zhang Jiu's score was the number 1 in the Suemu history. One could imagine how much of a stir such a result would cause. Senior sister Zhang really has the qualifications of a great emperor. Zhang Xing opened his mouth to find an adjective to describe the shock this achievement brought him, but after thinking for a long time, he could only utter the 4 words, Great Emperor's Capital. How could one not be considered to possess the talent of a great emperor when he had crushed the achievements of those great emperors at the same time? As Zhang Xing's words fell, in front of the Star Ascension building, 3 figures suddenly appeared, as if they had suddenly flashed into existence, and as if they were already standing there. But Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing were certain that there was no one in front of them just now. Martial King. This is the Deans? Suddenly appearing at a speed far exceeding their reaction speed and blending in with the surroundings. Those who could do this were only Martial King level existences, controlling the power of rules. But the Deans were usually invisible to the gods and dragons, and now they actually gathered together at the same time, or in front of the Star Dengxing building. Couldn't be because of Zhang Jiu, could it? Instinctively, he felt that it was impossible. But when he thought of Zhang Jiu's achievement that broke the historical record of Suemu, it seemed that alarming all the Deans wasn't a rare thing. The Xian Frost duo glanced at each other and both chose to remain silent and shut up. As for the 3 figures in front of the Star Ascension building, at this moment they were looking at each other, and then they guessed the purpose of their respective visits. However, at this moment, none of the 3 of them spoke. They were only startled by that sudden group message, which was why they came over in the first place. Furthermore, the battle within the Star Dengxing building had yet to end, and no one was yet clear on what exactly was the situation of that girl named Zhang Jiu. Water mirror. One of the old men lightly spat out a word from his mouth, and in the next moment, dots of water mist condensed and molded in front of the trio's eyes, and then light began to surface on it. It was clearly Zhang Jiu who was fighting in the tower. Although they couldn't intervene in the Star Ascension Tower, the Martial King was in control of the rules, and it wasn't difficult to obtain the battle image. However, after one of them saw Zhang Jiu's figure in the picture, his eyelids twitched slightly and he let out a soft eep under his breath. So it's this little girl. Old Ji, you recognize it? There was a meeting during the martial arts entrance exam. The old man opened his mouth to explain, but didn't say much. The other 2 sniffed and didn't ask much, all of them casting their gazes towards that water mirror. And behind the 3, people who wanted to observe Zhang Jiu's battle began to continuously converge, all of them having received messages and wanting to see what this girl who had broken Suemu's all-time record actually had to offer. Chapter 49 Crossing Levels. Blizzard Gun. Zhang Jiu didn't realize how much of a shock her maneuver had brought to the people outside and how much attention it had attracted. At the moment, she was still immersed in the battle with the earth-shaking ape. Fighting the earth-shaking ape with a blood value of 4,500, it was obvious that she couldn't adopt the same life-for-life fighting method as the fire mane-swallowing flame lion. Otherwise, what was waiting for her would only be the system determining that she had failed this battle. In terms of defense, the earth-shaking ape's body surface fur was thick. In terms of flexibility, no matter whether the humanoid beast attacked or dodged, it seemed extremely rapid. In terms of strength, thick blood value, so that the earth-shaking ape's every strike carried a feeling of strength and power. Under its continuous attacks, Jiang Zhiyu's stances were somewhat difficult. After only 3 moves, the situation was already tilting towards the earth-shaking ape side. This was the advantage brought about by the crushing of qi and blood values. Strength, physique, defense, and speed were all beyond Jiang Zhiyu's ability to match. And all she could do was to rely on the alloy lance in her hand to keep blocking and maneuvering. It was just that going on like this wouldn't help in the battle, but would instead cause her to constantly fall into dangerous situations. As a matter of fact, this was the norm in the Star Ascension Tower. As the number of floors continued to rise, the strength of the foreign beasts encountered also climbed rapidly. Eventually, they would all encounter opponents that they were currently unable to defeat. And the limits of the new students of Shui Mu basically fell in front of the earth-shaking ape on the 7th floor. No one would be able to break through the 7th layer for several years. Only in the face of this predicament, Jiang Zhiyu's eyes were not half flustered, but instead grew calmer and calmer. The alloy lance in her hand was drawn out horizontally, smashing heavily on top of the earth-shaking ape's huge fist that came hammering down. Jiang Zhiyu's footsteps moved again, her body violently retreating a few steps, and where she originally stood, a huge fist slammed down. Bai Chongsheng in the nascent soul sack watched the dangerous battle, but never had the intention to come out from the nascent soul sack. If he had participated in the battle, it wouldn't have been too difficult for him and Jiang Zhiyu to join forces to take down the earth-shaking ape. But since Jiang Zhiyu hadn't said anything, he didn't have the intention of forcibly intervening either. The most crucial thing was that it looked like Jiang Zhiyu was losing the battle, but in reality, from beginning to end, the earth-shaking ape hadn't touched Jiang Zhiyu even once. This was clearly not the appearance of being at a disadvantage and unable to fight. Bai Chongqing didn't know how to describe this feeling, but it was very abnormal. Entry-level stance. Outside the Star Ascension building, a white-haired old man uttered a surprised sound from his mouth. The students couldn't see it, but how could they not? Every time it seemed to be a close call, but in reality, Jiang Zhiyu was always able to dodge the earth-shaking ape's attack by moving his body the smallest distance at the most critical moment, incidentally leaving a wound on the earth-shaking ape's body. Not to mention that this scene happened to a student, even if it was a martial general, there were very few people who could achieve this level of skill. Unlike martial arts, body techniques, which relied heavily on one's own comprehension, up until now there were no complete and top-level body technique feats that had been created. After all, the battle is not fixed when to hide, how to hide to what direction are not fixed. And now, they actually saw an entry-level stance technique on a new student? A diamond in the rough. An absolute diamond in the rough. Not to mention how her chi and blood values were, just this comprehension of being able to master the entry micron level stance at a second-grade martial artist, Jiang Zhiyu was an absolute diamond in the rough. And it's not just the into the subtle grade stance. There's also her attacks. It seems like every strike is swung casually, but in reality, the landing points of the spear tip are all places where the earth-shaking ape's defense is relatively weak. Wrist, elbow, and knee joints. This mastery over weapons alone, without years and years of training, it is absolutely impossible to do. Which family's offspring is this? The 3 people present were not unusual people with extremely high eyesight. But after fixing their eyes on them for more than a minute, they still couldn't confirm which family Jiang Zhiyu's path came from. Jiang Zhiyu. There are a total of 7 martial kings and martial emperors of the Jiang surname in the Heavenly Dynasty. There is only one person who can practice the Qi and blood martial arts path and use a gun. It's just that that guy had no wife in his life, much less a descendant. It can't be his descendant. All 3 of them fell silent. Since it wasn't a planned inheritance study, there was only one possibility. Jiang Zhiyu had enough talent in the Tao of the gun to move them. Incipient level stance, superb spearmanship. One didn't need to think about it to know that with just a little bit of sculpting, Jiang Zhiyu would fully reveal his talent. It was not unlikely that he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them in the future. Martial King Seedling. An absolute Martial King Seedling. The old man standing in the middle of the trio had a few moments of excitement under his eyes. He was the director of the Qi Blood Martial Tao Academy, but he was also a teacher. When faced with this kind of student who possessed top-notch talent, it was inevitable that he would be delighted by the hunt. Just so, it would inevitably attract the envy of the 2 people next to him. A diamond in the rough, cheap for you. There were a total of 3 paths in martial arts cultivation. the Qi and blood martial arts path, the Imperial Beast all the way, and palm magic. The three paths were very different, and the talent focus required was naturally different. They were naturally able to see what path Jiang Zhiyu's displayed talent was suitable for. How long has it been? It's about time I had a good seedling from my Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy. Hearing the sour words of the two people beside him, the old man in the center was holding his head slightly high, with an air of entitlement. The 7th floor. It's hard to resist this little girl. Let's see how long she can stay on the 8th floor. As the words fell, he saw Jiang Zhiyu in the water mirror suddenly lash out. The alloy lance in his hand danced, originally being pressed by the earth-shaking ape to step backward posture changed, retreating to attacking. Blast wind gun. Jiang Zhiyu's eyes were slightly lowered. A hidden light flashed in her eyes, and after she lightly drank out the word blast wind, the gun's momentum suddenly changed. As if it was a gale, a gun stabbed out, followed by another gun. The AI of the Star Ascending Tower was able to analyze the damage caused by the attack through the battle screen, as well as anthropomorphically, leaving wounds on the virtual alien beasts. Attacking these wounds was capable of causing bludgeoning or even fatal damage. This was also the reason why the anthropomorphism could be so high. Jiang Zhiyu's previous step backward was to leave these subtle wounds on the earth-shaking ape. It didn't seem to be fatal, not even minor injuries. But now, these tiny wounds had become the capital for Jiang Zhiyu's counterattack. Without the protection of the thick fur, Jiang Zhiyu's continuous attacks hit these wounds, continuously expanding the wounds, while at the same time continuously condensing the momentum of the gun. The earth-shaking ape's mouth kept roaring, raising its fist to interrupt Jiang Zhiyu's attacks. But Jiang Zhiyu had managed to seize the opportunity. How could he let it interrupt? Kill! With a soft shout, the alloy spear came out horizontally, aiming straight for the earth-shaking ape's throat. Chapter 50 Mizuki Freshman First. The successive attacks formed a momentum of certain death at this moment. It was just that by Chongqing's perspective, Jiang Zhiyu's shot was clearly light and seemed to have little force, yet it gave him a feeling that he couldn't avoid it and even carried a few hints of a sure hit. He couldn't tell where this feeling came from, but it was so mysterious that it had been lingering in his mind. The earth-shaking ape that was facing Jiang Zhiyu's spearhead obviously didn't have this feeling. Or rather, a virtual image projected by an AI didn't possess mental activity in the true sense of the word. In the face of Jiang Zhiyu's attack, the earth-shaking ape completely followed the rules of instinct and lifted its claws and clenched its fists in an attempt to block. If it was usual, the earth-shaking ape's block was a completely correct choice, and Jiang Zhiyu's spear would end up stabbing the earth-shaking ape's calloused fist, not even leaving a scratch. Only at this moment, the original movements of the earth-shaking ape, but in the process because of pulling the wound, suddenly a lag, and even showed the meaning of pain, howled. And it was this moment of stagnation that allowed Jiang Zhiyu's spear to take a step ahead of it. Before the earth-shaking ape formed a blocking position, the lance came out horizontally and went straight for its right eye. With a softly resounding pft, the originally imposing body of the earth-shaking ape suddenly turned into a bit of starlight and dissipated. At the same time, Jiang Zhiyu slowly retrieved the alloy lance that she had stabbed out. Whew! Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, clear sweat stains had hung on her forehead at some point. Obviously, forcibly executing a martial skill that didn't belong to her stage was an equally great test of Jiang Zhiyu's physical strength. The entire attack of the blizzard gun was continuous and unceasing, and it was all about moist and silent. Once there was a pause in the middle, all the momentum that had been built up before would dissipate. For the sake of this final shot, Jiang Zhiyu had been bracing herself. At this moment, when the battle finally ended, she couldn't hold on any longer, and after taking out a bottle of energy potion from her storage ring and drinking it in one gulp, she meditated in place to regulate herself. And the Star Ascending Tower AI sound rang out once again. Congratulations, Jiang Zhiyu. You have passed the 7th floor of the Star Ascension building and have received a reward, a full copy of the Earth Rank Medium Grade Martial Skill. Will you proceed to the 8th level of the trial? Having not received a response from Jiang Zhiyu for a long time, the AI's voice fell silent and did not disturb Jiang Zhiyu's conditioning. As for Bai Chongsheng, who had been in the nascent soul pouch, he had watched Jiang Zhiyu take down the earth-shaking ape step by step, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't shocked. The difference in blood value between the two sides was almost double, and if calculated conventionally, Jiang Zhiyu would have absolutely no chance of winning. But the final result is the earth-shaking ape body death, and Jiang Zhiyu from beginning to end even a little bit of injury did not suffer, just a little bit off the force. The female emperor in this moment shows the fullest, alone on this performance, Zhang Ziyu over the level of the battle, the shock brought by Chongqing. Absolutely not a few words can be said. Previously, he thought that his blood value was higher than that of Zhang Ziyu, not to say that he had crushed Zhang Ziyu, but at least it was 50-50. But now it seemed that Yi Judu had somewhat overestimated himself. After all, his defense was not much stronger than the earth-shaking ape, not to mention that his blood value was not as good as the earth-shaking ape. Slightly inclining his head, glancing at Zhang Ziyu, who was sitting in a meditative state, Chongqing silently put away all his little thoughts. As for the battle scene just now, Chongqing was clearly not the only one who was shocked. Outside the Star Deng building, the three deans looked at the battle scene in the water mirror with nothing but astonishment in their eyes. This blizzard gun, if I remember correctly, it's a heaven rank lower grade martial skill, right? A heaven rank lower grade martial skill. To be able to strike it so fluently, Zhang Ziyu's control over this martial skill is at least at the small achievement stage. 18 years old. A heavenly rank martial skill at a minor stage? When did heavenly rank martial arts become so easy to practice? The point is, she's still so young. If we give her a few more years, I'm afraid that even if she pushes this martial skill to a great success, or even a complete success, it won't be a problem. Being in control of a heavenly rank martial skill is basically synonymous with being invincible at the same level. Everyone is a freshman. What makes her so outstanding? While listening to the murmurs of the crowd of students behind them, the three deans in front of them had different expressions on their faces. The dean of the Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy couldn't even suppress the corners of his mouth at the moment. If Zhang Ziyu had broken through the 7th floor, then she was the first of this year's batch of freshmen from Shui Mu to break through the 7th floor, and by the looks of it, she might even be the only one to break through the 7th floor. Coupled with what she had just demonstrated, her subtle level stance, her minorly accomplished heaven-ranked martial skill, and her control of the situation, such a good seedling had now become a student of his Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy. How could he not be happy? Good seedling, old G. Your Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy has a good seedling. If he is properly cultivated, his future achievements will be unlimited. Yes, with what he's showing now, I'm afraid that Li Changming was just like that at first. Li Changming was a senior student of the Waterwood Magic Academy, and his strength had reached the Chuan realm, which was the martial marquee realm if calculated according to the Qi and Blood Martial Dao. He was also the youngest Chuan realm magician in the Celestial Dynasty. At the age of 21, he had been at the head of all Shui Mu students for the previous 4 years, and was also the heart of the Dean of the Magic Academy. Relying on Li Changming, the Dean of the Magic Academy had always looked down on the other two academies. And now, he actually personally said that Zhang Ziyu could be comparable to Li Changming. With these words, not only were the group of students behind him dumbfounded, even the other two deans couldn't help but slightly side-eye the other two. However, after a brief comparison, everyone accepted the statement again. For all that Zhang Ziyu had shown alone, it really wasn't any worse than Li Changming back then. No way. However, the dean of the Chibi Martial Dao Academy waved his hand at this moment, and continued to speak with a breezy demeanor. Compared to Li Changming, Zhang Ziyu is still a bit too young. This was true. The reason geniuses were called geniuses was because they hadn't grown up. They had stayed in Shui Mu for decades, and had seen far too many examples of injuries. Either they died young, or their talent was exhausted and they stayed put from then on. Zhang Ziyu seemed extremely outstanding right now, but no one could guarantee that she would be able to keep this potential and drive and rocket upwards. Perhaps, in the future, her growth rate will be even faster than Li Changming's? Only after watching his two old friends get on board, did the dean of the Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy slowly say the latter half of his sentence. It was only after these words were said that in the next moment, an azure-colored spell formation appeared under his feet, and without waiting for him to make any further movements, his entire person had already disappeared in place. Getting a bargain is still a good thing. It's annoying to see. The one who made the move was none other than the Dean of the Magic Academy, and only he could teleport a martial king away from here without any pre-shaking of the spell casting. Chapter 51. Inside this white-scaled snake, there was dragon blood. However, a few seconds later, a gale broke out. When the wind subsided, the dean of the Chibei Martial Arts Academy, who had originally been teleported away from here, once again stood beside the two of them. The gust of wind just now was actually the airwave created by the other party as they traveled at a rapid pace. However, the two deans did not seem to have any feelings about it. Old Piker, even resorting to some underhanded tricks. Isn't it just that my student's talent is higher than yours in the Magic Academy? As for you, listening to the other party's words, The dean of the Magic Academy only raised his hand once again and lightly spat out a word in his mouth. Shoo! With the fall of this sound, the original noisy sound around suddenly disappeared. The surrounding only silence, of course, Chi Blood Martial Arts Academy Dean's expression can still be seen, more or less as a bit furious. In response to him, there was only a faint look. As for the dean of the Imperial Beast Academy, looking at the two men, one exasperated and the other, not listening, the Wongbang chanting. His heart felt helpless and amused at the same time, but at the same time, he was a bit helpless. The Magic Academy had Li Changming, and the Chi Blood Martial Dao Academy had produced a Jiang Jiyu, one after the other. Both were students with unlimited potential. Only he, the Imperial Beast Academy, didn't have a single student who could stand out and support the facade. Although there was no lack of geniuses among them, they were a bit worse compared to Li Changming and Jiang Jiyu. All right, stop arguing. Jiang Jiyu is going to start breaking through the 8th floor. The afterglow caught a glimpse of starlight starting to converge in the water mirror, and the dean of the Imperial Beast Academy opened his mouth to stop the two. Humph. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you. This side fiercely flung out its sleeves, and the other side unraveled the magic it had just used. Everyone's attention once again converged on the water mirror's image. In the picture, dots of starlight continued to converge, and eventually molded into a giant tiger with the word king engraved on its head. Its eyes scarlet, yet its body was white. Body height 2 meters 7, body length 4 meters 5, chi and blood fluctuation 6,000. Mid-3rd grade, red-eyed white tiger. Little white. The moment she saw the 8th layer of the foreign beast take shape, Jiang Jiyu didn't hesitate for a moment, and with a flick of the nascent soul pouch at her waist, Bai Chongqing appeared outside of the nascent soul pouch, his body continuously growing in size, eventually transforming into its original form. Circling around Jiang Jiyu, his body slowly coiled around, protecting Jiang Jiyu inside. The earth-shaking ape's chi and blood value just now was exaggerated, but it was still within the range that could be withstood. But the red-eyed white tiger at this moment, its blood value was no longer in existence that Jiang Jiyu could maneuver around. With a blood value of 6,000, it was more than twice that of Jiang Jiyu. In this situation, if she still chose to fight alone, she was afraid that the slightest mishap would be the result of defeat, which was why she had summoned Bai Chongqing so decisively. And Bai Chongqing also knew very well what was in Jiang Jiyu's mind, and at the same time as he was summoned, he had already completely protected Jiang Jiyu, avoiding that red-eyed white tiger from suddenly committing a crime. Roar! A long whistling sound made by Chongsheng and Jiang Jiyu clearly feel the pressure from a mid-3rd grade beast soldier. This fellow was definitely the existence that they had encountered so far that had brought them the most pressure. When they had faced the Steel Bone Wolf King, it was Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing who had carried the pressure head-on, and although the entire process had been thrilling, there hadn't been much pressure to speak of. At this moment, Bai Chongqing needed to maneuver with the red-eyed white tiger head-on. As for Jiang Jiyu, who was holding a long spear, his gaze was also slightly austere as he continuously swept over the various parts of the red-eyed white tiger, trying to identify its weaknesses. However, it was obvious that in the face of crushing the two men's blood values, the white tiger with red eyes had so few weaknesses that they were almost pitiful, and even if they did, they were only in the eyes, the posterior chamber, and other parts that were almost impossible to injure. This one, difficult. And at this moment, outside of the Star Dengxing building, the crowd was all slightly stunned as they looked at Bai Chongsheng, who had suddenly appeared. They knew that Jiang Jiyu was exceptionally talented in the Qi and blood martial arts path, but they didn't expect that Jiang Jiyu actually practiced the Imperial Beast's path at the same time. And looking at her spirit beast, its Qi and blood value was actually stronger than her own, stepping over the threshold of a 3rd grade beast soldier. The only problem is, how does her spirit beast look so much like a white-scaled snake? Jiang Jiyu's spirit beast is actually just a white-scaled snake? There's no mistake, right? If I remember correctly, isn't the white-scaled snake an ornamental pet? Can it really be cultivated as a spirit beast? A regular white-scaled snake, even if it's an adult, its body length won't exceed 30 centimeters. But take a look for yourself. Jiang Jiyu's white-scaled snake, is it a regular white-scaled snake? The body length is 8 meters, and the body diameter is over 50 centimeters. If this is a regular white-scaled snake, I'll write my name backwards. Why do I look like a secondary mutation? In the crowd, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing exchanged glances, and both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. They were naturally clear about Jiang Jiyu practicing both the Qi and blood martial Dao and the Imperial Beast Dao, But what they hadn't expected was that it had only been a long time since the three of them had been separated, and Jiang Ziyu had already grown to such a degree, and even Xiaobai had stepped into the realm of the 3rd grade from the beginner's 2nd grade. If this were to give them a few more months, I'm afraid that even the two of them, her and Zhang Xing, would be left behind. And compared to these students, the 3 deans in the front row were obviously more discerning. The moment Bai Chongxing appeared, the eyelids of the dean of the Imperial Beast Academy jumped slightly, and with a single glance, he could tell that there was something extraordinary about Bai Chongxing. This white-scaled snake has gone through at least 2, if not 3 mutations. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible to grow to this extent. More than that, underneath its scale armor, there is a hidden flow of energy, and its bones are even tougher. The original growth ceiling of the white-scaled snake was completely broken by it. I've never seen such a white-scaled snake before. Rare, truly rare. What's even more crucial is, the other 2 deans also turned their heads towards him when they heard this. They didn't know anything about exotic beasts, but their own old friend, as the dean of the Water and Wood Imperial Beast Academy, was naturally well researched about exotic beasts, and was able to see the unusualness faster and more accurately than them. I don't know why, but I actually felt a trace of bloodline belonging to a dragon from this white-scaled snake. Dragon? Hearing this word coming out of the other party's mouth, even though the 2 deans had seen a lot, they could not help but look skeptically into the water mirror at this moment. The blue star had dragons. There were a total of 22 beast gods on the face-side, distributed all over the world, of which there were 9 in the vicinity of the Celestial Dynasty. Among these 9 beast gods, there were 3 that possessed the bloodline of dragons, namely the Sea Dragon God, the Weak Water Dragon God, and the Black Dragon God. However, these 3 beast gods' bloodlines were also not pure enough. In other words, they were not true dragons, but only had dragon blood in their own bloodline. But even so, it still allowed them to grow to the beast god realm. And those whose dragon bloodline was not as concentrated as theirs were mostly in the Beast Emperor and Beast King realms as well. It was no exaggeration to say that anyone who possessed a dragon bloodline would have an equally unlimited future achievement. But now, their close friend, the dean of the Waterwood Imperial Beast Academy, actually said that this white-scaled snake had the scent of dragon blood on it. Chapter 52 Level 8. Red-eyed white tiger. Old Qian, are you out of your mind? A white-scaled snake? A dragon's bloodline? I think you're crazy for thinking about dragons. Seeing a white-scaled snake, you're able to create such fantasies. The 3 had worked together for so many years, and they were naturally extremely clear about what this old friend was thinking in his heart. The spirit beast he contracted himself was in existence with a dragon bloodline, but the concentration of dragon blood was too low, and the Beast King was already the limit. The growth of his strength had stopped since he was 35 years old, and during that time, he had used countless spirit medicines, potions, and even heavenly treasures, but was unable to break through the bottleneck. Over time, his heart was gradually worn down. Cultivating a spirit beast with an extremely high concentration of dragon blood became his lifelong wish. However, while extremely talented spirit beasts were easy to find, those whose bloodline possessed an extremely high concentration of dragon blood could not be found. Over the years, they were also helping to look for it, and even at the time of the martial arts college entrance exams, Dean Ji of the Qiblood Martial Arts Academy heard that there was a dragon blood lake nearby, and even went over to take a look at it. Of course, the end result was still nothing. The purple-scale dragon carp in there did possess dragon blood, but it was more like it had been impregnated with it by something, and the concentration was just too low. The beast soldier would have been the limit. It's not that I'm crazy. This white-scaled snake does have a dragon blood lineage in it. Otherwise, with the qualifications of the white-scaled snake, it would be impossible for it to grow to this extent. It's just that the bloodline is too low, and the dragon image has yet to manifest, so look carefully at the top of its head. When the 2 of them heard this, their gazes turned slightly to land on top of the white elder. There are bumps on both sides of the head, and the light from the snake scales flows. This is the characteristic of the dragon statue's internalization. Just this? Both of them felt a bit puzzled in their hearts. Those 2 bumps, why couldn't they be tumors or something? If there was a bump that was the dragon statue, then this dragon's blood was a bit too worthless. However, both of them didn't say anything more. Everything would be revealed after Jiang Ziyu came out from within the Star Dengxing building. Arguing was pointless and wouldn't divide any results. The battle is about to begin. A late 2nd grade martial artist, plus an early 3rd grade beast soldier. The chi and blood values don't even add up to be as high as the red-eyed white tiger. I don't know if this girl will be able to break through this 8th layer. According to Waterwood's usual practice, when a new student first enters Waterwood, the results of the Star Ascension floor are able to reflect the student's potential to a certain extent. If the third floor was the threshold of Waterwood, then the fifth floor was the limit of an unusual Waterwood student, and the sixth floor was the limit of an average genius. Only by passing the sixth layer could one have the qualification to be cultivated. Of course, those who were able to pass the sixth layer were basically the top 10 or even the top 5 students in each session. And above the sixth layer were the true geniuses. Even when placed in an environment like Suemu where geniuses were everywhere, they belonged to the top of the top. This kind of student would only appear once every few years. As for the eighth layer, it was unattainable. As long as one passes through, that is almost a nailed-on Martial King seedling, an existence that is able to suppress the entire university life of students of the same level. At the time, Li Changming from the Magic Academy had passed the 8th floor and collapsed at the 9th floor. As for passing through the 9th floor, the 3 deans had never thought about it, and it was no longer a category that a new student could reach. It was like asking a student who had just entered high school to do the college entrance exam questions and asking him to get into a major university. It was possible, but infinitely close to zero. Everyone focused their attention on the water mirror image, especially many sophomores, who were even more nervous. Many of them had only just stepped over the threshold of the 8th floor, and if they were surpassed by Jiang Jiu, a freshman, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to raise their heads when they saw Jiang Jiu in the future. Will they be able to pass the 8th floor? Everyone was skeptical. Although Jiang Jiu's previous performance was extremely heaven-defying, but the blood value was too low is ultimately a hard injury. Facing the blood value of twice their own beasts, whether they can hold their ground is a problem. However, for Bai Chongsheng and Jiang Jiu in the Starry Night Tower, they had no time to care about this. At the moment, the one person and the snake only had one thought in their heads, and that was, kill. Bai Chongsheng preceded Jiang Jiu, and at the same time as the red-eyed white tiger was forming, he had already rushed out, his snake's mouth wide open, biting towards the neck of the red-eyed white tiger. Facing the red-eyed white tiger in the middle stage of the third-grade beast soldier, both Bai Chongsheng and Jiang Jiu's goals were clear. That is, Bai Chongsheng to attract hatred, Jiang Jiu side harassment main attack. For one thing, Bai Chongsheng's skin was thick, and even if he was injured by the white tiger with red eyes, the Starry Night Tower's AI system would proportionally reduce the original damage value. The same attack that hit Bai Chongsheng and hit Jiang Jiu were completely different effects. The AI system wouldn't bother with whether the defense on Jiang Jiu could completely counteract the red-eyed white tiger's attack, but it would detect Bai Chongsheng's whole body attributes. Rock armor defense, steel bones, and so on would all be scanned by the AI system and counted. As for the red-eyed white tiger, seeing Bai Chongsheng's bite towards him, he likewise didn't hesitate, and with his huge tiger claws raised, he slapped towards Bai Chongsheng's snake head. If it was a real battle, Bai Chongsheng would be injured even if he didn't die if he resisted this blow. With the strength given by the 6,000 blood values, even with the snake scales and rock armor defense, it would be difficult to completely block it. However, Bai Chongsheng didn't seem to see the red-eyed white tiger's claw at all, and still carried on with his attack without dodging or avoiding it. The next moment, a long gun from the top of its head out, around the tiger claws will go straight to the red-eye white tiger eye and go. The person holding the gun is not someone else. It is the Jiang Jiu who came after the attack. The red-eyed white tiger instantly to the side of the trade-offs either continue to attack Bai Chongsheng, and then hard against Jiang Jiu strike or block Jiang Jiu this gun, waiting for it will be Bai Chongsheng along the toxin. Looking to the left and not to the right, it seemed as if no matter what the trade-off was, the red-eyed white tiger was going to take a hit. However, in just an instant, the white tiger with red eyes already had a way to deal with it. At the same time as its figure retreated, it slapped a claw at the alloy spear in Jiang Jiu's hand, and at the same time, it lowered its head towards Bai Chongsheng and tore into him. Feline beasts, although the means of attack was single, each strike was nearly fatal. Seeing that the predicament had been broken, Bai Chongsheng and Jiang Jiu simultaneously withdrew their momentum, avoiding the red-eyed white tiger's attack while not stopping for a moment, pressing on step by step. The red-eyed white tiger's chi and blood was far higher than theirs. Once they allowed it to stabilize its stance and build up its offensive momentum, it would be impossible for either Bai Chongsheng or Jiang Jiu to hold out under its claws for long. Only through uninterrupted attacks so that it is always in a state of defense to avoid, in order to pull both sides of the battle has been on the same level. Only for such a picture to fall in the eyes of the crowd outside the Star Deng building. It became Bai Chongsheng and Jiang Jiu pressuring the red-eyed white tiger to fight. No, is the red-eyed white tiger so weak? Or is Jiang Jiu too strong? Chapter 53 Life for Life, Broken Gold Gun. Most of the people present on the 8th floor of the Star Ascension Tower had encountered it before, and even if they hadn't, just by looking at its 6,000 chi blood value, they all knew just how strong this thing was. It was no exaggeration to say that the red-eyed white tiger was definitely a nightmare in the hearts of many Waterwood students. Among them, there was even no lack of students who had lost more than 10 times under the white tiger with red eyes. However, looking at the red-eyed white tiger that had once abused himself to death and was now actually being pressed by Jiang Jiyu and by Changsheng, this group of people's hearts suddenly became a bit unbalanced. The same are both red-eyed white tigers. Why am I in a sorry state and others are getting more and more courageous? Obviously the difference in blood value is so much. Why do I feel that the one who got the advantage is Jiang Jiyu instead? If it really continues at this pace, it's really possible for Jiang Jiyu to pass the 8th floor. No, are this year's freshmen so fierce? Even Li Changming didn't have it this easy back then, right? The students behind them were talking, while in the eyes of the three deans it was more than that. This little girl does have a lot of battle experience. At the very least, she knows what to do when fighting weak against strong. There's also her cooperation with her spirit pet. It doesn't look at all like she's been in a spirit contract for 2 or 3 months. Instead, it feels like she's been cooperating for more than 10 years. Compared to the other students, Jiang Jiyu's chi and blood value is indeed a bit lower. But this gap has a spirit beast to make up for it, so it's not that obvious, and with one person and one beast attacking at both ends, there's conversely a feeling of making the red-eyed white tiger unable to look after its head and tail. Not bad, not bad. Dean Ji of the Chi Blood Martial Dao Academy looked at the image in the water mirror, his mouth constantly praising, becoming more and more satisfied with Jiang Jiyu's performance. And the Dean of the Magic Academy didn't spare a few words of praise either. Although Jiang Jiyu wasn't a student of his Magic Academy, they were all Shuemu students, weren't they? The battle of the faculties was certainly important, but the premise was unanimity. The only one who didn't say a word was the Imperial Beast Academy's Dean Xian, looking at the image in the water mirror with a burning gaze, not knowing what he was pondering. The sudden quietness made the two men couldn't help but incline their heads to look at him, and just by glancing at each other's expressions, the two men understood what was going through this guy's mind. Old Qian, I'm warning you. Jiang Jiyu is a student of my Chi Blood Martial Dao Academy. Don't think about it. Seeing that his mind had been poked through by his old friend, Dean Qian didn't have much to be embarrassed about, waving his hand and saying, Isn't it that the faculty hasn't been determined yet? Moreover, Jiang Jiyu's spirit beast chi and blood values are even higher than her own, clearly more suitable for the Imperial Beasts course. It was true that Waterwood's freshman enrollment had not yet been divided into faculties, but a rule that everyone had defaulted to was, whichever path one majored in, whichever faculty one chose. But the problem now was that this rule applied to the vast majority, if not everyone, except for Jiang Jiyu. After all, there were very few people who could cultivate both the chi and blood martial paths and the Imperial Beast all the way to the top like her. Any one of them singled out was the extent of a top genius in Waterwood, and when the two were combined together, Dean Ji of the Chi Blood Martial Dao Academy's eyelids immediately jumped when he heard this, and he was about to say something else, but Dean Qian was already not giving him a chance to speak. The battle is ending. With a finger of his right hand, he forcefully interrupted Dean Ji's spell casting and drew everyone's attention back to the water mirror. And in the middle of the screen, Bai Changsheng and Jiang Jiyu had already formed a closed circle around the red-eyed white tiger, with Bai Changsheng facing the red-eyed white tiger, and Jiang Jiyu having circled around behind it at some point. The originally aggressive white tiger with red eyes was now covered in tiny wounds. It wasn't a serious injury, it wasn't even a light injury. Under normal circumstances, with the red-eyed white tiger's physique, it would only take one night for these tiny wounds to recover, not even leaving scars. However, at this moment, it made its movements sluggish and sluggish again. Every move that tugged at the wounds would always cause its movements to involuntarily tremble, and along with that, there was the toxin injected by Changsheng after he had torn 2 bites. Although the red-eyed white tiger was a virtual projection, the AI detected the toxin and made the appropriate arrangements after analyzing it. Again, it wasn't fatal, but it caused the red-eyed white tiger to fall into a semi-weakened state, its ferocity greatly reduced. And at this moment, what Bai Changsheng and Jiang Jiyu were grasping was the red-eyed white tiger's weak opening. Little white. Jiang Jiyu let out a soft cry from her mouth, and Bai Changsheng instantly understood what she meant. After hissing twice, Bai Changsheng tore towards the neck of the white tiger with red eyes, and a cold light flashed above his slender snake teeth. And the red-eyed white tiger's eyes synchronously flashed with a trace of humanized annoyance. The entire battle had lasted for over 5 minutes, And in those 5 minutes, it had been teased almost in turn by Changsheng and Jiang Jiu. Obviously, its own blood value exceeded theirs by too much. But on the contrary, this man and snake simply didn't give it a chance to exert its full strength. When he hit this one, the other one would pounce on him and give him a blow, and when he turned around to counterattack, he would receive another blow. It was neither a good idea to fight, nor was it a good idea not to fight. In fact, if it ignored all of them and focused exclusively on one of them to kill, it wouldn't take long at all for it to jump out of the way to strike. But the key was, whether it was by Changsheng or Jiang Jiu, both possessed the strength to hit it hard in a short period of time after giving up resistance. How to choose, obviously difficult to this virtual projection of the red-eyed white tiger. Now, looking at Bai Changsheng, who had charged towards him without fear of death, the red-eyed white tiger finally had a choice to make. As Bai Changsheng tore towards it, it responded with a bite. Between Bai Changsheng and Jiang Jiu, it chose to prioritize Bai Changsheng, who was bigger in size and had more blood. It was in line with the judgment of the wild beasts. But the truth was that only Jiang Jiu possessed the strength to kill it in one blow. Facing the red-eyed white tiger's completely exposed rear body, Jiang Jiu's eyes slightly condensed, and the long spear in his hand had a hidden flash of golden light. Broken gold gun. With a soft shout from his mouth, the tip of the spear pierced through the projection and did not enter the body of the red-eyed white tiger. Compared to the blizzard gun, Jiang Jiu's gun was more powerful and destructive, especially the golden light attached to the spear, as if it was designed to break armor. After a shot, the red-eyed white tiger's body stagnated violently, and then turned into a bit of light and began to dissipate. The AI beeps of the Star Ascension Tower also rang out one after another. Jiang Jiu, your spirit beast has been killed in battle. Congratulations, Jiang Jiu. You have passed the 8th floor of the Star Ascension building and have been rewarded 1 year's use of the Grade B cultivation room. Will you proceed to the 9th level of the trial? In the AI's judgment, I couldn't resist this tearing by the red-eyed white tiger. Bai Changsheng listened to the voice, and in his mind, he had a rough idea of his defense. Ordinary attacks didn't bother him, but he still couldn't carry a deadly attack from an existence with a much higher chi and blood than his own. Regarding that tiger's tooth, if it was real, I'm afraid that at this moment, he would have been ripped from the center. However, it was precisely because this red-eyed white tiger was illusory that he and Jiang Jiu chose to do so. A life for a life, and they had 2 lives. Chapter 54, 9 turns spirit due. Past. Jiang Jiu actually did break through the 8th floor, although it was at the cost of sacrificing his own spirit beast. Passing is passing. I didn't expect it. How many people couldn't pass the 8th floor? But Jiang Jiu actually passed it on the first day of enrollment? If there's no accident, I'm afraid that we'll be spending the next 4 years under Jiang Jiu's shadow. Being able to be pressed underneath such a beautiful girl for 4 years, it's quite exciting to think about. This student, collect your saliva. The crowd of onlookers murmured, although they were already prepared for Jiang Jiu to break through the 8th floor. When this moment came, everyone was still unspeakably astonished. Those who could enroll in Shui Mu, who were not geniuses from various places. And geniuses inevitably have their own arrogance. But on the first day of enrollment in Waterwood, Jiang Jiu gave them a good lesson. In the case of most people cannot even break through the 5th layer, Jiang Jiu directly across the 8th layer into the 9th layer. They were both geniuses, but Jiang Jiu's talent was clearly higher than theirs by an unknown amount. Such a huge gap and blow clearly made these freshmen, who originally still had a bit of pride, feel enough frustration. Especially those freshmen who had broken through the 6th floor. Originally, they were still gloating over the fact that they were ranked among the top 10 of all the freshmen, feeling that their destiny had been fulfilled. However, when they turned their heads, they saw that Jiang Jiu, who was also a freshman, had easily broken through the 7th floor, and now he had steadily broken through the 8th floor. The blow they received was far more direct than the other freshmen. Among the 1,500 freshmen of Waterwood, they were indeed considered geniuses, but now Jiang Jiu's achievements were far more dazzling than theirs. Compared to them, the achievements of those who had broken through the 6th floor all seemed much dimmer. It seemed that they had sensed the change in mentality of the group of students behind them. The corners of the 3 deans' mouths could not help but raise slightly. What gave them the biggest headache every year was how to depride this group of prickly freshmen. If they overdo it, they are afraid of hurting their confidence and motivation, but if they don't do it right, they are all pretentious. The sky is the boss and he is the oldest. The martial arts road, the most taboo, is unable to clearly recognize themselves because of the high self-esteem and go astray the life of a few. So the nation's martial arts university, the first lesson for new students is to go to their arrogance, so that they are down-to-earth, steady cultivation. But now it was good. Jiang Jiyu boarded the building, unintentionally helping them save a large portion of their workload. Even how much easier it would be to teach in the future, the teachers had something new to say. If your talent is really high, why were you still crushed by Jiang Jiyu, a person your age? Of course, an appropriate blow was necessary, and at times like this it was time to appease. Ahem. The Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy's Ji Dean coughed lightly twice and spoke once again. The voice was not loud, but with the added strength of his own qi and blood, it truly fell on everyone's ears. Student Jiang Jiyu's talent is indeed extraordinary, but you all don't need to be too self-doubting. After all, not everyone can be like her and easily cultivate 2 heaven stage martial skills to the small completion stage in 2 or 3 months. There are also very few people who can manage to cultivate a 3rd grade spirit beast at the same time as their own martial Dao is rapidly refining. There's also her composure, battle experience, and the cooperation between her own body and her spirit beast. Listening to Dinji's words, everyone only felt their hearts being stabbed violently several times. Was the dean sure that he was calming them down and not here to make up for it? But on the contrary, all of them knew very well that what Dinji said was the truth. Of course, you guys don't need to have any overly inferior feelings about this. After all, top geniuses like Jiang Jiyu are only a minority, and her talent is something that even us old guys weren't necessarily able to catch up with in the first place. Moreover, the path of martial cultivation is a long one. Counting the growth experiences of historical great achievers, without exception, talent only accounts for 1% of the role. The remaining 99% is piled up by sweat and tribulation. Being able to enter Waterwood proves that there is no problem with your talent. What you guys lack is enough determination and perseverance. No one dares to assert that in the future, there won't be anyone among you who will sit on the throne of martial emperor. A few words were spoken, coupled with the power of some rules. It really lifted the hearts of these fledgling freshmen, and immediately someone shouted out the word martial emperor. Seeing that these words had played a role, if it was according to the norm, Dean Ji should have stopped. But he was a wave of his hand and spoke out again. Shui Mu emphasizes on teaching according to the talent, everyone is like a dragon. Jiang Jiyu's talent is indeed high enough, but the mainstay of the future to hold up the entire heavenly dynasty is still you. Taking this opportunity, I will also announce another decision. At my personal expense, I will set up a bounty tournament that all freshman disciples of my Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy can participate in. After 3 months, based on the results of the Star Ascension Tower, the first place winner will receive a copy of the 9 Transformation Spirit Dew. Second and third place will each take 500,000 school points, and 4th through 10th will also be rewarded with 200,000 points. 9 Turn Spirit Dew. Upon hearing this name, all the students could not help but be stunned. Among them, there was a student from a well-off family who had heard of this thing and immediately explained aloud. The 9 Turn Spirit Dew is a derivative of the spiritual veins of the heavens and earth after they have been formed, gathering the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth and liquefying it into dewdrops. After taking it, it can allow the body to briefly metamorphosize into a spiritual body, enhancing the rate of absorption of spiritual qi by several times, or even by more than 10 times. And accordingly, the conditions for the formation of the 9 Turn Spirit Dew are extremely harsh, and the time required is extremely long. For a single spirit vein, it takes 3 months to produce a single drop, while a single serving is 10 drops. Half a year ago, there was an auction held over at my old home, and at that time, there was a copy of the 9 Turn Spirit Dew up for auction. If I remember correctly, that copy of the 9 Transformation Spirit Dew was eventually auctioned off for $1,700,000. Hearing this explanation, all the students practicing the Qi and Blood Martial Dao were stunned. Although most of the students who dared to practice martial arts were from families that did not lack money, there was no shortage of children from ordinary families among them. After hearing the price of $1,700,000, these students inevitably, their hearts beat much faster. If they were able to obtain this 9 Turn Spirit Dew, their eyes unconsciously turned to the water mirror, and looking at Jiang Jiyu, who was already sitting in place inside and regulating his breathing, a sense of wariness suddenly and inexplicably arose in the bottom of their hearts. For some reason, it seems that Jiang Jiyu's performance on this 8th floor is not as exaggerated as imagined. And even if they couldn't compete with Jiang Jiyu, there were still 500,000 points for the top 3 and 200,000 points for the top 10 that they could take. On top of that, there were different rewards from the school for rushing the floor. This building, they had to rush it. And it was with Zhang Jiyu as the target, surpassing her and then getting the 9 revolutions spirit due. Chapter 55 Dragon Blood Chalcedony. With just a few words, the emotions of the crowd, who had originally been struck down by Zhang Jiyu, were completely mobilized. He even used the situation to directly create a bounty tournament, ruthlessly boosting the morale of the new students of the Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy. Unsurprisingly, in the next 3 months, all the new students of the Qi Blood Martial Arts Academy would be in a state of exuberance, and their energy to cultivate and attack the Star Ascension Tower would be much stronger than before. This was evident from the expressions of the crowd as they jumped into action. Although he had paid 2.4 million points plus a bottle of 9-turn spirit due to a martial king level existence, this was nothing at all, and he could earn it back by slaughtering a lord level beast at random. Just like that, it made the freshmen of the Magic Academy and the Imperial Beast Academy a bit unbalanced. Previously, they were still a bit gloating. Even if Zhang Jiyu was no longer heavenly, he was also from the Qi Blood Martial Arts Academy, although he was a freshman, but after all, he wasn't in the same academy, so there shouldn't be anyone who would compare them to Zhang Jiyu. But now, with Dean Ji's bounty tournament coming out, they were instantly a bit tense. Compared to being compared to Zhang Jiyu, what they wanted more was the reward. Even if Zhang Jiyu was stronger, he was still just one person. At most he would take away the first place reward, but the points at the back were real. With this in mind, the new students of the Magic Academy and the Imperial Beast Academy all cast their gazes towards the remaining 2 deans, their eyes furtive but with a bit of anticipation. Greeting the gazes of these students, the 2 were also more or less helpless. Who would have thought that their old friend would suddenly pull a stunt like this? Now it was good. It was neither for them to follow nor not to follow. With their sophistication, they were naturally able to see exactly what the surname Ji wanted to do. 9-turn spirit due. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was prepared for Zhang Jiyu. After all, this girl from the beginning of the tower, the only short board shown, is the value of Qi and blood is too low, and the 9-turn spirit due is just able to perfectly make up for this piece of the short board, to increase the speed of her spiritual Qi absorption, Qi and blood growth. The first to get the 9-turn spirit due after 3 months seemed to be giving other students a chance, but in reality, the one who would end up getting this reward would only be Zhang Jiyu. The difficulty of the Star Ascension Tower got higher the further back you went. It was impossible for regular freshmen to rush past the 8th floor in 3 months, while those geniuses who had already rushed past the 6th floor had a chance. But in these 3 months, Zhang Jiyu would still stay ahead as long as he didn't stay put. On the other hand, old Ji should have felt the pressure, which was why he had set this bounty tournament before Zhang Jiyu came out of the Star Dengxing building, to increase the attractiveness of the Qi Blood Martial Arts Academy to Zhang Jiyu while not making this matter too straightforward. But the problem was that there was only one Zhang Jiyu. They wouldn't get more out of doing this than old Ji, but instead, they would have a feeling of following the trend. Since this is the case, then naturally, my Imperial Beast Academy cannot lag behind. The reward for first place is replaced with a copy of the Dragon Blood Chalcedony. Without waiting for the Dean of the Magic Academy to say anything, Dean Qian of the Imperial Beast Academy responded in a single breath, and even gave the first place reward another level up. Dragon Blood Chalcedony, able to enhance the purity of a spirit beast's bloodline, and even has a certain chance of allowing the spirit beast to obtain dragon blood. The market price is at least $2,200,000 apiece, and it's still priceless. Someone who knew what he was talking about stated the value of the Dragon Blood Chalcedony, and unsurprisingly, it once again caused the crowd to gasp in shock. Especially for the students of the Imperial Beast Academy. Their growth ceilings all depended on the growth ceilings of their own spirit beasts, and the value of a spirit material that could directly enhance the purity of a spirit beast's bloodline was simply incalculable to them. Was this the headmaster of their Imperial Beast Academy? Sure enough, he was rich and generous. The conditions are the same as the Martial Arts Academy, both set for 3 months later, but there is no restriction that one must be a student of the Imperial Beast Academy. As long as it's a freshman who has completed the spirit deed, they can all participate. Of course, the entire battle process can only be fought by spirit beasts alone. In other words, as long as a freshman from a martial arts academy or a magic academy had a spirit beast of their own, they could likewise participate. But the way this was said, how is it more like a special opening for Zhang Jiyu? If they weren't already cultivating spirit beasts, it would be impossible for them to catch up with the progress of the new students of the Imperial Beast Academy in 3 months' time. And if you think about it, it seems that Zhang Jiyu is the only one who fits this condition perfectly. If Zhang Jiyu participated, then there would still be nothing for them to do. No, the dean had also limited the battles to spirit beasts. They recognized that Zhang Jiyu had outstanding talent, But if they let their spirit beasts compete with the white-scaled snake, it didn't seem like they had no chance of taking first place. The early stage of the third-grade beast soldier's chi and blood value was high, but it wasn't an exaggeration, and even if the chi and blood was high, it was still just a white-scaled snake, and I'm afraid that the third grade was the limit, and if they went any higher, the white-scaled snake's bloodline wouldn't be able to hold up at all. And they had 3 months to catch up and surpass Zhang Jiyu. Dean Qian looked at the gradually agitated group of students and was also heartily satisfied. Although he might not be able to drag Zhang Jiyu to the Imperial Beast Academy, in doing so, he had also swiped a wave of goodwill in front of Zhang Jiyu. After all, if Zhang Jiyu was able to cultivate that white-scaled snake to such an extent, it would be impossible for him to be indifferent after hearing the 4 words Dragon Blood Chalcedony. On top of that, after liberalizing this restriction on the Academy's new students, the new students of the Imperial Beast Academy would also be directly involved in the competition with Zhang Jiyu. In this way, it would also put enough pressure on the group of youngsters from the Imperial Beast Academy. Since Old Ji could treat Zhang Jiyu as a catfish to stimulate the freshmen of the Martial Arts Academy, why couldn't he? It was just that this, in turn, made the Dean of the Magic Academy ride the tiger a bit. Shaking his head, the Dean of the Magic Academy was about to say something when he saw Zhang Jiyu in the water mirror move. It immediately drew everyone's attention. Open the 9th level challenge. Zhang Jiyu stood with his spear, his cool voice resounding once again. Speaking of which, what foreign beast is on the 9th floor? Thorny rock turtle, mid-3rd grade, blood value 7,000, with a thorny rock armor on its back. Its defense is amazingly strong. Whether it's physical or magical damage to it, it's just like scratching an itch. Not to mention the 2nd grade, even a 3rd grade martial artist, if they don't have a strong attack, it's hard to break through its defense. This is also the reason why even geniuses like Li Changming fell at the 9th level. This fellow is completely a watershed. But the saying that the thorn rock turtle is always a battle scum is no joke. Even if Zhang Jiyu can kill the red-eyed white tiger, it's impossible for her to pass the thorny rock turtle's hurdle. The rest is to see how long she can hold on. Chapter 56 Thorn Rock Turtle. If the red-eyed white tiger represented the strongest offense at its level, finding a way to interrupt the opponent's attack would give them a chance to win. Then what was being displayed in front of Bai Chongsheng and Zhang Jiyu at the moment was a defense that far exceeded that of its class. A rock turtle of enormous size continued to take shape as the projected light converged. Even though it hadn't fully formed yet, the feeling that it seemed to be one with the earth caused Bai Chongsheng's face to change slightly. He didn't know much about foreign beasts, but the other party's characteristics were already noticeable without even needing to know. Strong chi and blood, plus extreme defense. If he was in the wild now, Bai Chongsheng wouldn't have any hesitation in turning around and leaving before the other party was completely formed. But now that he was rushing the Star Ascension Tower, even if his heart was no longer willing to fight one, he had no reason to leave directly. The big deal was that he had failed to ascend the building. It wasn't like he would really die. More critically, Zhang Jiyu looked at the rock turtle and didn't have the intention to take half a step back. Thorn rock turtle, with this chi and blood fluctuation, it may have stepped over the 7,000 threshold. And unusual physical and magical attacks simply can't harm the opponent. Even if it is able to cause damage, the actual damage value will be greatly weakened. Find a way to stall and wait for me. As Zhang Jiyu's words fell, her entire body seemed to fall into silence. Standing beside her, Bai Chongsheng was able to clearly sense that it seemed as if there was some kind of raging energy surging within Zhang Jiyu's body. Seeing this scene, Bai Chongsheng instantly understood her intentions. It was difficult to injure an opponent with ordinary physical and magical damage, but it was clear that mental attacks were not among them. As a means of attack that Lord's Martial Marquis had only begun to unlock, the Thorn Rock Turtle's defense, even if it was as strong as it was, would not be able to light up mental resistance at the 3rd grade Beast Soldier stage. If Zhang Jiyu could successfully execute the Soul Extinguishing Needle, the outcome of the battle would be determined instantly. The Soul Destruction Needle was so powerful that even a Lord-level Steelbone Wolf King would have to be distracted by it, let alone a 3rd grade Beast Soldier-level Thorn Rock Turtle. The only problem was that if the Soul Destruction Needle wanted to explode to its full power, it needed a short period of time to build up its momentum. Facing the Thorny Rock Turtle, whose blood value was twice that of his own, how could he stall the Thorny Rock Turtle until Zhang Jiyu's side finished building up its momentum? Slowly twisting his body, Bai Chongsheng walked to Zhang Jiyu's front, a pair of long, narrow snake eyes staring at the Thorn Rock Turtle that was continuously forming in the distance. Woo! As the Thorn Rock Turtle completely solidified into a whole, A long horn-like roar sounded from its mouth. Along with the sound, there was also an exaggerated air wave. Ninth floor of the Star Ascension Tower, Thorn Rock Turtle. Without any hesitation, Bai Chongqing's body flung itself violently, and his slender body rushed towards the Thorn Rock Turtle. At the same time, the snake's mouth opened slightly and bit at one of the Thorn Rock Turtle's feet. The thorny rock turtle was 1.5 meters tall, seemingly small, and the sense of oppression it brought was not as strong as that of the red-eyed white tiger. But in reality, the other party's body is rounded, especially the back of the turtle armor on top of the thorns like bumps, so that Bai Chongqing has a kind of simply have no way to get down, and even the snake's best winding cannot be molded. In contrast, although the thorn rock turtle's 4 feet also have thick scale armor protection, it is the easiest place to break through. But even so, Bai Chongqing didn't have the slightest confidence. If there was only good news, it was that the thorny rock turtle was burdened by this thick turtle armor, and its speed should be very slow. That way, he was still confident that he would be able to hold it back. The two sides were getting closer and closer, from 30 meters to 10 meters, but it was only a fraction of a second. But just as Bai Chongqing was about to take a bite and inject the toxin into it, an inexplicable palpitating feeling suddenly surged in. Without any time to react, Bai Chongqing forcibly withdrew his probing snake head purely by instinct. In the next moment, the thorny rock turtle, which was originally still in an old god state, suddenly attacked. In just less than a blink of an eye, the sound of a click exploded in Bai Chongqing's ears. It was a close call. The thorn rock turtle only missed Bai Chongqing by more than 10 centimeters. And just by listening to the commotion, one could tell that if this bite was really bitten in the flesh by the other party, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be much worse than the bite from the red-eyed white tiger. The defense bonus provided by the rock armor defense and steel bones would hardly be able to block this bite. If this were to happen, even if Bai Chongqing wasn't directly ruled dead by the Star Ascension Tower AI, he would still have to suffer a serious injury. Fortunately, that inexplicable palpitation made him forcefully stop his charge and dodge the blow. Reacting, Bai Chongqing's body exploded back, not daring to give the other party a chance to attack a second time. What the hell is a turtle-type beast? There was no turtle that was this fast. Just now, he hadn't been in such a sorry state when facing the red-eyed white tiger. Bai Chongqing cursed in the bottom of his heart and withdrew his original speculation about the thorn dragon turtle. In the end, it was an existence with a chi and blood value of 7,000, twice his chi and blood value, and even a turtle-type beast with speed as its shortcoming could still erupt with such an exaggerated onslaught. But in the end, it was still Bai Chongqing who was a bit too gullible and presumptuous. Only in the case of not understanding the other party arbitrarily decided that the other party's speed is very slow. Otherwise, if it is prepared, everything to stay on 3/4 will not be so. The slender body continues to swim. Just now the palpitations are still there. Bai Chongqing did not dare to rush forward again. As long as the other party's attention was still on him, then he didn't need to rush to attack. As long as he waited for Zhang Zhiyu's side to finish building up its momentum, then it would be the thorn rock turtle's time to die. This scene, on the other hand, fell into the eyes of the crowd outside the Star Dengxing building, but it was somewhat inexplicable. Why hasn't Zhang Zhiyu made a move yet? Only letting her own spirit beast go to meet the battle. She can't be thinking that she's letting that white-scaled snake face the thorny rock turtle alone, right? Crazy? Not to mention whether this white-scaled snake can break through the thorny rock turtle's defense. Even if it can, a thorny rock turtle with 7,000 blood value is not something that white-scaled snake can handle. Or is it that she wants to stall for time as a way to make herself last longer? But the problem is that the way the Star Ascension Tower's results are calculated is by the number of floors, and if the number of floors is the same, it is calculated by the clearance time of the previous floor. There's no use for her to drag her feet. Then what the hell is she doing? Fighting but not fighting, retreating but not quitting. The crowd of Suemu students couldn't figure out what exactly Zhang Zhiyu was trying to do. Even though sophomores and juniors didn't understand. If it was normal, after recognizing the thorn rock turtle, they would all unbelievably rush up to attack and kill it for a few rounds. Then, after being bitten by the thorn rock turtle or realizing that they couldn't break the defense at all, they would choose to quit. Zhang Zhiyu's operation was different from everyone else's. She didn't even try. She didn't even try. The only one who sensed something was the dean of the Magic Academy before the crowd. As if he had sensed something, a flash of dismay suddenly flashed across his originally still calm face. Wait! This feeling. Chapter 57 Martial Marquis Level Spiritual Power. A sentence directly attracted the gazes of everyone present. After seeing exactly who the speaker was, Everyone's hearts froze. Did the dean just say? As the dean of the Waterwood Magic Academy, consistently, what Dean Lee displayed to the outside world was an amiable appearance. In the hearts of all the students of the Magic Academy, the dean should be a prophet, an elder, bringing with him a calmness that everything in the world was under his control. But now, the extremely lofty dean in their minds actually said the word at this moment. Inexplicably, all of them had a cutting feeling of a broken filter. Not only the crowd of students behind him, even the two old friends beside him, at this moment, could not help but turn their heads to look at him in surprise. The other students had filters on this guy, they didn't. But it was precisely because of this that Dean Ji and Dean Qian were so astonished after hearing this always serious little old man say the word afterward. What happened? Actually let this guy disregard the image. Subconsciously bow out a nationalist. Old Li, you dropped something. Dean Ji said with a complicated face, and although he didn't explicitly say what it was that he dropped, the other two knew exactly what he was trying to express. Even Dean Qian chimed in. It's over. Shui Mu's moral quality education is really going downhill. Even Old Li has begun to biao guoji. After those two words were said, Dean Li realized that something was wrong, and at this moment, hearing the flirting of his two old friends, Dean Li could only dryly cough twice, pretending that he couldn't understand what the hell they were talking about before changing the topic. It doesn't matter how I am. You guys look at that girl. Could it be that you guys really didn't feel anything? Dean Li frowned slightly, his eyes burning as he looked at Jiang Jiyu. Being reminded by their old friend, Dean Ji and Dean Qian also suspiciously turned their heads to look at the water mirror. The 4 academies of water and wood all had different focuses. The Qi and Blood Martial Dao Academy, specializing in one's own physical body, followed the path of breaking all laws with force. The Academy of Imperial Beasts relied on spirit contracts to establish a connection with foreign beasts, and then drove the spirit beasts to fight. The Academy of Liberal Art Studies, on the other hand, was for students who had no talent for martial arts but were extremely good at cultural courses, and their daily routine consisted of researching foreign beasts, qi and blood, magic, and even thermal weapons. As for the final Magic Academy, it was an academy that summoned elements with spiritual power to perform magical attacks. Each had their own strengths and weaknesses. It was normal for Dean Li to be the first to feel it, but the other two were also worthy of the word Martial King. They hadn't felt it before, but now that they were reminded of it by their old friend, the two of them immediately detected something strange. Spiritual power. Jiang Jiyu's spiritual power. How could it be so strong? A physical strength of a late second-grade martial artist actually possesses the spiritual power of an early martial marquis? No, it's not just as simple as having strong spiritual power. She's condensing a spirit-type attack. Sensing the abnormality in Jiang Jiyu's body, the two men's expressions at the moment were generally the same as Dean Li's in the party. If at first they had the heart to make fun of old Li's nonchalance and nationalism, at this moment, they also had the urge to biao guoji, but once they thought of the many students behind them, they held back. But this does not mean that they do not have any feelings about it. All under the martial marquis are ants. Dean Ji muttered under his breath, reminding his two friends, while the other two instantly understood what he meant. What was represented behind the phrase all under martial marquis are griffins was the 3 words spiritual power. Below a martial marquis there was a lack of spiritual power, and what little spiritual power there was consumed by daily activities. That was why before martial marquis, even in the late martial general stage, one would need a long sleep every day to replenish the consumed spirit in order to ensure that they had enough energy the next day. While stepping into the martial marquis, the spiritual power skyrocketed, allowing one to go a whole week without sleep or rest without feeling any mental fatigue. In addition to that, one could also practice spiritual attacks and spiritual defense means for use against the enemy. The spiritual attacks were invisible, extremely fast, and struck directly at the soul. If one hadn't purposely practiced spiritual defense type means, one wouldn't even be able to detect them, let alone defend against them. The early stage of martial marquis to the late stage of martial general may seem like just a small realm increase. But in reality, it was possible for a martial marquis to achieve an instantaneous kill against a martial general. This kind of improvement of just one small realm, completely crushing, was something that other ranks did not have, and that was why the saying that all under the martial marquis were mole crickets came out, and was recognized by all martial artists. But now, the strong spiritual power that was hailed as the hallmark of a martial marquis was actually unlocked by Jiang Jiyu, a second-grade martial artist? A genius? No. This performance of Jiang Jiyu could no longer be explained by the word genius. An absolute heavenly pride. The white-scaled snake, who practiced both martial arts and beast control, and was also able to cultivate a third-grade beast soldier, casually utilized 2 heavenly ranked martial arts techniques, and now, with her second-grade body, she was even displaying the exclusive spiritual power of a marquis of martial arts. She was even still accumulating spiritual attacks. This girl, just how many secrets were hidden in her body? A possibility surfaced in all 3 of their minds, but it was only just born before they dismissed it by themselves. The capital wasn't like any other city. There were martial emperors in attendance, not to mention beast kings. Even beast emperors and beast emperors wouldn't be able to sneak in unnoticed, unless Zhang Ziyu was in existence above the emperor realm. Just, was that possible? Then it could only be that Zhang Ziyu was truly superbly gifted, with no one before or after him. Eyes burning, the gazes of the 3 of them locked together. Then all of them unanimously cursed in their hearts. Too old undead. Isn't it a waste to give you guys a genius of this level to teach? This damn tacit agreement. But even with all the drastic mental activity, the faces of the 3 didn't show anything. No matter what, Zhang Ziyu's talent couldn't be shown anymore. The previous manifestations could still be explained as exceptional talent and practicing since childhood. But this matter of spiritual power was just too unbelievable. Even if it was Li Changming at that time, he had only crossed 2 small levels of spiritual power. If this matter was known by the Fey side, I'm afraid that what awaited Zhang Ziyu would be endless assassinations. With a wave of his hand, the water mirror that had originally shown the battle scene inside the Star Dengxing building in its entirety instantly dissipated. Behind a group of students suddenly speechless, is seeing the key suddenly not allowed to see, this who can endure? But before they could explode, Dean Li's voice rang out. Today's matter ends here. No one may tell the public about today's matter. In addition, the Magic Academy will also be organizing a bounty tournament, which all freshmen of Waterwood can participate in. There are no conditions, it only depends on the final Ascendant Tower ranking. The rewards for 2nd through 10th place will be the same, and the 1st place will become my personal disciple. As the words fell, there was an outcry amongst the crowd, and both Dean Ji and Dean Qian who heard these words changed their faces. Old thing playing dirty. Chapter 58. Dean's personal succession, freshman number 1. Glancing at the 2 men and seeing their slightly changing faces, the corners of Dean Li's mouth lifted slightly in a manner that the advantage is mine. The 2 big old men, who only knew how to use brute force, thought that they could make Zhang Ziyu's heart move by smashing money. Unbeknownst to them, he was playing with his brain. What is the use of recruiting Zhang Ziyu into the academy he is in? It looks like he got it all. But in reality, when they met, Zhang Ziyu would still only call out to the dean. Dean and teacher, between these 2 titles, the gap is not half a star. You guys can fight all you want, no matter which academy Zhang Ziyu becomes, he will still be his student. In the end, no matter how much Zhang Ziyu grows to, he will only have this achievement counted on his head. Of course, from the beginning to the end, Dean Li had never thought that Zhang Ziyu would refuse to become his student. When an ordinary student entered Waterwood, the teachers were basically all at the martial general level. Those with slightly higher talent would be picked off by a teacher with martial marquis level battle power, and only those at the very top of the class would be looked at by a special level teacher. That is, a teacher whose battle power had reached the later stages of the martial marquis period. Even Li Changming, who had only produced one in several years in Shui Mu, had only been accepted as a student by the vice dean of the Magic Academy. In this situation, as the dean herself personally even recruiting a personal disciple, as long as Zhang Ziyu didn't make a fool of herself, she definitely wouldn't refuse. After all, what was represented behind a personal disciple was the inheritance of the mantle, an unreserved cultivation of techniques, resources, connections, and so on. In other words, as long as it was something he had, as long as it was something Zhang Ziyu wanted, he would do his best to fulfill it. Compared to this, what 9-turn spirit do, what dragon blood chalcedony, it was weak, all right. This was also the reason why Dean Ji and Dean Qian's faces suddenly changed after hearing his words. It was because both of them knew very well that what they had taken out could not even compare to the name and actual benefits brought by the Martial King's personal heirloom. But was it really appropriate to do so? The 2 looked at each other and immediately had an answer. Worth it. Too worth it. With what Zhang Ziyu had shown, as long as he didn't die in the middle of the process, there wasn't any doubt that he would achieve Martial King in the future. It was only a matter of time before it even surpassed their current achievements. They are the dean, yes, but they are also from the teacher step by step to this position. Teaching students is their duty. And where teachers are concerned, which one of them doesn't think that their students are better than the blue? What's more, with the teacher-student relationship in place, Zhang Ziyu will still call them a teacher even if their strength exceeds theirs in the future. No, we can't let the one surnamed Li take all the benefits. This thought rose up in both of their minds at the same time, and then, since that's the case, then I'll also follow the hand. 3 months later, the first place of the Freshman Star Ascension Tower will likewise obtain the qualification to become my personal disciple. Ditto. Dean Ji and Dean Chen, one after the other, also released their own quota of pro-disciples. What? The 3 deans were recruiting pro-disciples at the same time? Hearing the words of the 3, the crowd of Waterwood freshmen behind them completely boiled over. If one could become the Marshall King's pro-disciple student, who would look at the other teachers of Waterwood? One more glance would be disrespectful to the dean. If they could, they would even want to kneel down and pay homage to their teacher right now, and then say, "Student XX, vow to follow the dean to the death." But this excitement was only for most of the new students. Those who had truly rushed to the 6th floor of the Star Ascension building and were qualified to compete for the qualification of pro-transmission were at the moment wearing bitter smiles, wanting to say something. With their intelligence, how could they not see that the 3 deans were actually rushing towards whom? Before, there wasn't any obvious feeling. After all, even if Zhang Jiu was stronger, it wouldn't affect their interests. But now, in the face of the 4 words of the dean's personal transmission, their hearts were inevitably moved. One step ahead, one step ahead. Becoming the dean's personal heirloom would undoubtedly make their next 4 years in Waterwood go smoothly. But to become the dean's progenitor, the first thing to do was to surpass Zhang Jiu. Several people's hearts tightened, only to feel that Zhang Jiu was like a big mountain, just blocking their way to rise. Obviously, they were still far from this mountain, but it was something they had to face and climb over. However, the 8th floor of the Star Ascending building, which is so good to step through. Subconsciously casting his gaze towards the Star Ascension building, he only felt a slight vibration in his wrist, and in the next moment, the school-wide message from the Star Ascension building AI was sent over again. New student Zhang Jiu broke the record of the Star Ascension building. Became the 4th student in the history of Waterwood to break through the 9th floor on the first day of enrollment. Time used to break through the 9th floor, 85 seconds. Current freshman ranking 1. Historical freshman ranking 2. Here we go. Here we go again. Another message sent to everyone in the school. Another freshman first. Another historical second. What's more crucial is that since the founding of Mizuki until now, there have only been a total of 4 freshmen who have broken through the 9th floor on the first day, and one of them is still the old principal. In other words, just from the results of the Star Ascension Tower, Zhang Jiu's talent was enough to rank in the top 3 of all the students in Waterwood's history. This was a comparison with a host of martial kings, martial emperors, and even martial emperors. If it was possible that Zhang Jiu had a momentary stroke of luck at the 6th floor, then now, it was telling all the Waterwood students and teachers that Waterwood had a new student with superb talent. And the gap between the 8th and 9th floors. Finished. The mountain that stops in front of all the new students is higher and farther away. The alloy door slowly opened, and a thin figure appeared in front of everyone, followed by a several meters long white scaled snake. Perhaps because it was against the light, what fell in everyone's eyes was only a rough outline. But even so, when everyone looked at that slender figure, only complexity remained in their eyes. Envy, amazement, disbelief. Only there was no belittling or questioning. Apart from the final 9th layer, Zhang Ji used other battle images. The water mirror had carried out a synchronized transcription and were seen by them. They knew very well what this slender figure, as well as the white-scaled snake beside her, represented. What was originally just an ordinary battle to ascend a building had, unintentionally, become Zhang Jiu's battle for fame. Unsurprisingly, after today, Zhang Jiu's name as the number 1 freshman was confirmed. Zhang Jiu obviously didn't know what was happening. Looking at so many people in front of her looking at her at the same time, and with everyone's eyes carrying a few moments of surprise and recognition, she felt puzzled. However, she didn't pay too much attention to it. Her heart was as quiet as water, and with a step, she headed towards Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing in the distance. But with a sudden flash before her eyes, 3 figures appeared, blocking Zhang Jiu's path. His eyelids jumped slightly. Zhang Jiu had already sensed the strong qi and blood fluctuations of the 3 people in front of him. 3 martial kings. Chapter 59. For the sake of Zhang Jiu. The deans beat each other up. Martial king-level existences, comprehending the rules, plainly traveling are coming and going without a trace, and most of them will choose to shut down and cultivate, or simply kill in the middle of the wilderness. If there were no accidents, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to encounter a martial king-level existence. Although she had been reincarnated from the Emperor realm, Jiang Jiu knew very well that with her current strength, she was not qualified to meet a martial king. But the truth was, these three martial kings were all looking at her at the moment, the meaning of which was self-evident. They were coming for her. Combined with the way the group of students looked at her from afar, Jiang Jiu vaguely guessed what was going on. It was thought to be related to what she had just done in the Star Dengxing building. With people in Waterwood and the status of martial king, it wasn't hard to guess the identities of these three. Greetings to the three deans. Although she hadn't studied in Waterwood in her previous life, she was still very clear about the configuration of the various martial arts colleges. The presidents of the unusual martial arts universities were basically at the level of martial marquis, while the presidents of the top martial arts universities were martial kings. Only Waterwood was the most special. Not only had it produced martial emperors, all the previous presidents were also martial emperor realm existences, and if they broke through to martial emperors, they would become honorary presidents. A martial king was at the level of a dean in Waterwood. Jiang Jiu's sentence also caused the three people across the table to be slightly stunned, but then they reacted. It was normal for those who could have this talent to have a quick mind. Hello, student Jiang. I am Dean Qian of the Imperial Beast Academy. Dean Qian grabbed the opportunity to speak, but before he could finish his words, he heard a voice ringing in his ears, mirror space. Bai Chongqing and Jiang Jiu only felt a distortion in the space around them, and in the next moment, it was as if the space around them was isolated from the surroundings. Visible to the naked eye, Dean Qian, who was originally still talking to Jiang Jiu, slapped violently in front of him at the moment, but was generally blocked by an illusory barrier that was invisible to the naked eye. Only light could shine in, but sound could not be transmitted. Moreover, looking at the mouth, it seemed that this dean of the Imperial Beast Academy was still bowing some kind of national essence. Not only him, there was also another old man with white hair and beard, also slapping the illusory wall as hard as Dean Qian. However, unlike Dean Qian, this one's every slap caused the barrier to ripple. Hello, student Jiang. I'm Dean Li Jifa of the Magic Academy. A voice drew by Chongsheng and Jiang Jiu's attention. The voice was ethereal with a few divine implications. With just one voice, it was clear that this one's strength was definitely not bad. However, Jiang Jiu was naturally able to hear that in that sound, there was definitely the power of the rules. Seeing through without poking, Jiang Jiu didn't hesitate, bowing towards the old man with a white beard and a staff in front of him. Bai Chongqing also bowed his head in a very sensible manner. Student Jiang Jiu, meet Dean Li. Dean Li was obviously extremely satisfied with Jiang Jiu's attitude. The corners of his mouth contained a smile as he nodded slightly, and was about to say something when he suddenly captured something different outside of the mirror space, and his face suddenly changed. Holy! Two old pikers, you dare! A sentence of nationalism, the compulsion that had just been condensed and molded up without sparing any effort to urge the power of the rules was instantly shattered to pieces. And following Dean Li's gaze, one man and one snake turned their heads to look, and after seeing the scene over there, they couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch slightly, only to see that Dean Qian, who was originally helpless in the face of the barrier, had summoned his own spirit beast at some point. Body height of more than 50 meters, shaped like a ferocious lion, but the body surface is covered by black jade scale armor, neck around the mane also for the black color, but with a kind of inexplicable god. This appearance, just one glance made Jiang Jiu recognize the other party's bloodline origin. Beast King. Mythical Gaby. Dragon-born 9 sons, mythical beast is one of them, just a pity more than the word ink jade, is the bloodline impure performance, otherwise in front of this one should be a beast god, not the beast king. But even so, is still how many people dream but cannot get the existence of. As for Bai Chongqing, after seeing that ink and jade mythical beast, a sense of trembling from the depths of his soul immediately surged to his heart, and his body unconsciously assumed a defensive stance. Even though the other party hadn't shown any hostility towards him, just the unconsciously revealed pressure caused a cold sweat to break out on Bai Chongqing's backbone. Is this the Beast King? Even with all the fear in his heart, Bai Chongqing still forced himself to hold back, raising his head to look directly at the other party. How could he grow if he didn't even have the courage to look directly at him? Only at this moment, this Beast King was a claw raised high in the air, in a posture poised to attack. In addition to that, the old man standing beside Dean Qian also had an additional alloy lance in his hand at this moment. With the lance in his hand, there was an indescribable charm lingering on it. This divine charm was not strong, but it carried a sharpness that seemed to break through everything in the world. Compared to this, the blast wind gun and the gold-breaking gun that Jiang Jiu had previously executed both seemed clumsy. Heavenly ranked martial arts were exclusive to martial kings, and without the power of the rules to add to their strength, they were only in their form but not in their spirit. However, in the middle of the Water and Wood Academy, one had summoned his Beast King Spirit Beast, and the other had fully activated a heavenly rank martial skill. What was this about? Jiang Jiu didn't know the reason, but Dean Li was clearly aware of it. At the same time, he also knew that if he didn't unlock the mirror space, he was afraid that these two old guys would really make a move, inside the school in front of thousands of students. But before they could make any more moves, a fluctuation that was invisible to the naked eye came from the distance. Just in the blink of an eye, the ink and jade mythical beast that was more than 50 meters tall disappeared, and Dean Ji, who had already finished building up his strength, also disappeared, and even Dean Li, who had created the mirror space, didn't know when he had unlocked the mirror space and couldn't find anyone. Outside the Star Deng building, everything has returned to the quiet appearance of the party, as if nothing has happened, but whose heart is clear, just now that some is true. The three deans actually really did almost fight because of Jiang Jiu. If it was not for that fluctuation that was not visible to the naked eye that took away the three, I'm afraid that they are now already fighting together. With fear in their hearts, their gazes turned slightly, and everyone's gazes landed on Jiang Jiu and Bai Changsheng. Knowing that Jiang Jiu had outstanding talent, he had attracted the three deans' love of talent. But who would have thought that the dean's love of talent had actually reached this level? Especially those who had previously thought of surpassing Jiang Jiu and becoming the #1 freshman. Looking at the scene that had just happened in front of them, they were already having some difficulty convincing themselves. Even if Jiang Jiu didn't fight, and they surpassed Jiang Jiu as they wished and took first place, the three deans wouldn't necessarily accept them as personal disciples, right? As for Jiang Jiu, in response, she only pursed her lips lightly, and then led by Changsheng towards Xian Shuang. Chapter 60, Headmaster Mizuki, March's Appointment. There was a flash of light in front of their eyes, and after a brief moment of disorientation, they came face to face with the face of their old friend, and the three of them instantly grunted and inclined their heads away from each other. "Haven't you made enough of a scene yet?" An ethereal voice rang out, and all three of them followed the voice and looked over, only after seeing the person who spoke. All three of their faces were straightened, and then they hurriedly saluted. "Headmaster." In the face of the students they could follow their nature, but in the face of the one in front of them, it would be more or less lawless if they still dared to mess around. In front of the students, disregarding your image and fighting, the three of you are really... At those words, the faces of the three deans all had a slightly embarrassed look on them. In the face of Jiang Jiu's superb talent, they couldn't accept falling behind and being robbed, but now that they had calmed down, they themselves felt out of place. Other than that, in the future, if they still wanted to pose as deans in front of the students, they were afraid that no one would believe them. The two old pikers misled me. This thought surfaced unanimously in the hearts of the three. "Tell me, what is it because of this time?" The old man turned back and looked at the three. Dressed in rough linen clothes, he looked generally the same as the old man who had planted crops for his entire life before the calamity. Plain, old, even his body was slightly stooped. The only thing was those eyes, which were as deep as an ancient well. In fact, this principle before really is a crop man planted a lifetime of land, head on collision aura recovery. However, if anyone really only regarded him as a crop farmer, that would be a complete mistake. Being able to casually move three of their martial kings to this place, it didn't take much thought to know just how strong this one was. "Headmaster, I really can't be blamed for this. Come and judge me." Dean Ji grabbed the first to open his mouth. "My Chi Blood Martial Dao Academy? It's not easy to come to a super talented new student, only just started the school year. The person will be 2 heavenly ranked martial arts skills to a small success. As a result, these 2 old undead actually think of robbing the student with me. Do you think that this is something that I can agree to? What your students? Jiang Jiu has just enrolled in school, but he hasn't picked an academy yet." Dean Ji's words had just fallen, when Dean Qian couldn't help but interrupt with his voice. "Besides, it's not like Jiang Jiu's talent is only displayed in the Qi and Blood Martial Dao. That 3rd-grade white-scaled snake with a mutated bloodline that also possesses a dragon's blood aura? You didn't see that at all? If I may say so, Jiang Jiu's talent is suitable for the Royal Beast Dao, and giving it to your Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy to teach is a proper misuse of a pearl." When these words came out, Dean Ji was instantly anxious, opening his mouth and was about to retort, but was directly interrupted by the principal. What about you? Why are you doing this? While speaking, he looked towards Dean Li. You have the most stable nature. It's only logical that you shouldn't be arguing with the two of them about this. The original Li Changming didn't even give you the heart to love talent. And Jiang Jiyu is clearly not suitable for the Magic Academy. So why do you have an unstable mindset instead? Dean Li had a bitter smile on his face, then shook his head and said, Jiang Jiyu is different. She's only a second-grade martial artist. Yet she possesses the spiritual power of a martial marquis, and is even able to cast a spiritual type attack secret method when she's on the 9th floor of the Star Ascension Tower. The principal fell silent, and his originally ancient and unperturbed eyes showed a few shifts at this moment. Are you guys saying that this freshman year student who has mastered 2 heavenly rank martial skills on his own, cultivated a white-scaled snake to a 3rd-grade beast soldier, and also possesses a dragon blood lineage with both martial Dao and beast royalty, at the same time hammered his spiritual power to the martial marquis realm, and learned the attacking mysterious technique in passing? Am I correct in my understanding? None of the 3 spoke as they saw the strange color in the principal's eyes. Glancing at each other, the 3 silently took half a step back. They argued as they argued, but if they made the principal also develop a love for talent, then what was the point of them arguing? Comparing the dean to the principal was like comparing an ordinary teacher to the dean. Still, as long as Jiang Jiyu wasn't stupid, he knew what to choose. Ahem. So what, principal? I suddenly remembered that there's something else, so I'll leave first. Dean Ji opened his mouth and left immediately, and Dean Qian and Dean Li did the same, opening their mouths to say goodbye before turning around and leaving, as if they had made some sort of determination. As fast as they came, they also left. The contradictions between the 3 were complicated and difficult to resolve. After all, they were all existences of the martial king realm, and they had gotten to the point of fighting in front of the students, and they were all still unwilling to give up. If they cared about this one, they wouldn't be able to care about the other 2, and no matter how they did it, they wouldn't be successful. But in reality, as long as the right method was found, wanting to resolve it was nothing more than a matter of a glance. Just like just now, he only needed to show that he was curious about Jiang Jiyu, and the 3 of them got up to the idea of solving the problem by themselves behind closed doors. In the future, no matter who compromised between the 3, the situation that just happened would not occur again. Since they couldn't resolve the conflict internally, they would find a 4th person and let them be forced to divert the conflict. In hindsight, the effect seemed to be quite good. Seeing the 3 people leave this small courtyard of his, the principal also shook his head somewhat helplessly and continued to tidy up his vegetable beds. The 3 who walked away stopped their steps after making sure that the principal did not follow them. Tell me, how will this be resolved? How to solve it? You guys have seen Jiang Jiyu's own major path. She deserves to be a student of my Chi-Blood Martial Dao Academy, so you guys just forget about it. Is that so? How come what I see is that Jiang Jiyu's white-scaled snake chi and blood fluctuations are stronger than her own? And with the dragon's blood boost, Jiang Jiyu's performance in practicing the Imperial Beast Dao won't be bad either. Old Qian, are you determined to compete with me? Since that's the case, let's see the real thing underhand. Whoever wins will be Jiang Jiyu's teacher. Fine. Come on, afraid of you? Seeing that the 2 were about to argue again, Dean Li had a bit of a headache and couldn't help but hold his forehead. All right, you guys really want the principal to intervene, right? Once these words came out, the momentum of the 2 people who were originally still tit for tat suddenly withered. In my opinion, this matter can only be left to Jiang Jiyu himself to make the decision. The 3 of us arguing here and there won't yield any results. In that case, isn't the bounty match scheduled for 3 months from now? During these 3 months, we'll take turns teaching Jiang Jiyu, not interfering with each other, each according to our own abilities. After 3 months, let Jiang Jiyu choose for himself who he wants to study under. This is fair enough, and it won't make a big deal out of it and draw the attention of the principal. How about it? Dean Li spoke out his solution, and the 2 men inclined their heads to look at him, both falling silent. It had to be said that this was indeed the fairest and most acceptable solution for the 3 at the moment. It was just a question of who would go first and who would go last. Simple, draw lots. With a flip of his hand, Dean Li summoned a jade cylinder with 3 willow branches inserted into it. In order of the length of the branches, whoever is longer will be first, 3 days each. I'll be last, so there's always no comments. Chapter 61. If only I could take a bite of the ink jade mythical beast. Are you saying that the 3 deans have completely displayed my battle footage in front of everyone? After hearing Xian Shuang's words, Jiang Jiyu couldn't help but turn her gaze slightly, and look at her with a slight bit of surprise, including Bai Chongqing, who couldn't help but be secretly shocked at the bottom of his heart after hearing these words. It had occurred to him that with Jiang Zhiyu's talent, she was an outstanding existence in Shui Mu, and it wouldn't take long for her to rise to the top. But he didn't expect that this was only the first day. And still, it attracted the attention of 3 deans at the same time, even manifesting himself in front of thousands of students in person. Yeah. Xian Shuang nodded, then pursed her lips again. Not only that, the 3 deans also announced a bounty tournament after you broke through the 7th floor. 3 months later, as long as you can become the number 1 freshman, you will be able to obtain a spot as one of the 3 deans' personal disciples. The dean's personal biographies? Jiang Zhiyu was well aware of what the word pro-disciple meant. That was to teach as one's own heir apparent, and if one didn't have absolute confidence in a student's character and talent, one would never make such a promise. Speaking of which, in her last life, she had also accepted a female personal disciple, but according to the years to count, the little one should still have 2 years before being born. With a sharp mind, just by hearing these few keywords, Jiang Zhiyu had already guessed a generalization. The 3 deans had specially organized a bounty tournament because of her talent, with the purpose of recruiting her as a student. What's this all about? Jiang Zhiyu was left with nothing but helplessness in her heart. In her plan, the first semester she entered Shui Mu was one in which she grew peacefully. At least before Martial Marquis, there wasn't any bottleneck for her. She just needed to pile up resources to cultivate step by step. But who would have thought that plans could not catch up with changes? Going to rush the Star Ascension Tower simply to earn some points had actually caused such a big stir. Now, even if she wanted to keep a low profile, there would be thousands of pairs of eyes staring at her at all times, not giving her half a chance to hide herself. But even though it happened somewhat suddenly, Jiang Zhiyu quickly accepted this fact. This bounty tournament, she would go for it. The Martial King inheritance she didn't have any interest in, but having a Martial King as a teacher, the resources, connections, and backing behind it were all things she was in short supply of at the moment. 3 months. Jiang Zhiyu murmured under her breath and glanced at the ranking of the Star Ascension Tower again. Her heart was clear. Between her and second, there was a full 3 tiers of difference. And the layers of the Star Ascension Tower became more difficult the further back they went. In 3 months' time, it was almost impossible for others to surpass her. Not to mention the fact that it was impossible for her to remain where she was after 3 months. With the rewards from the first 9 floors of the Star Ascension Tower to back her up, her strength increase would next see an explosive period. Right, Jiyu, this is for you, Xian Shuang said, pinching a card in her right hand and handing it over. This is Zhang Xing's cultivation card. He's already purchased a month's worth of Class B cultivation room time, so with this card, you'll be able to directly swipe the cultivation time. Jiang Zhiyu slightly inclined her head to look at her with a few doubts in her eyes. Didn't the Steel Bone Wolf King's corpse sell to the school before? In addition to the monetary reward, the school also rewarded quite a few points, just enough to exchange for 3 months of Class B cultivation room time. It just so happens that you've become a Waterwood freshman now, so you can use it. I know you just broke through the first 9 floors of the Star Ascension building and won't be short of cultivation room time, but this is what we should give you. Just don't think it's too little. Xian Shuang spoke with extreme sincerity. Hearing this, Bai Chongqing sort of understood why Jiang Zhiyu, who no longer interacted excessively with others on weekdays other than Lin Jingyao, would be willing to travel with Xian Frost and Zhang Xing after seeing them for the first time. These 2 people's character, indeed there was nothing to say. If it was someone else, I'm afraid that at this moment, they would have quietly hidden this matter. After all, this is what was agreed upon in the first place. Although it was unknown whether the 2 had made this decision after seeing Jiang Zhiyu's talent, or whether they had already had an idea before this operation at this moment, how to say it was not wrong. However, in the face of the cultivation card that was worth quite a few points, Jiang Zhiyu shook her head. This cultivation card, it's better to return it to Senior Zhang. My cultivation card has a year's worth of cultivation room time on it, and it's no surprise that I won't be short of cultivation rooms to use in 3 months. In comparison, it's obvious that you guys need it more than I do. Jiang Zhiyu didn't have any problems saying this. The Xian Frost duo naturally knew what she meant. With Jiang Zhiyu's talent and the attitudes of the 3 deans, it was no surprise that 3 months later, Jiang Zhiyu would continue her studies in Waterwood as the dean's personal disciple. And with an existence at the dean's level, would he let his students lack the time to use the cultivation room? Let alone a grade B cultivation room, I'm afraid that a grade A cultivation room would be available for Jiang Zhiyu to use at will. This, Xian Shuang hesitated and turned her head to look at Zhang Xing, who was about to say something, but saw three silhouettes suddenly appear in front of them. It was the three deans who had just suddenly disappeared. Only compared to the three of them who had been sword fighting just now, all three of them had clearly calmed down at this moment. The words that Zhang Xing originally wanted to say were also choked back because of the appearance of the three deans. Greetings to the three deans. Slightly bowing, he was then greeted by the three deans with a smile. We have something we want to talk to Jiang Jiyu. If the two of you have something to do, you can leave first. Facing unusual students, the three deans' majesty was still sufficient. Hearing this, Xian Frost and the two of them immediately straightened their faces, answering the question before greeting Jiang Jiyu and walking away far away. The three deans were obviously too anxious to wait for the duo to completely walk away. With a wave of his hand, Dean Li of the Magic Academy waved his hand, and a mirrored space encompassed Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng. Unlike before, this time the other two deans were also included. Hello, student Jiang. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dean Ji of the Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy. We had a meeting at the Dragon Blood Lake before, you should still remember. Dean Ji opened his mouth smilingly, wanting to get close first. And naturally, Jiang Ji would not poke at the fact that he hadn't actually exchanged any words that day, pursing his lips slightly before nodding. Student Jiang Jiyu, meet Dean Ji. As for Bai Changsheng on the side, he subconsciously shrunk his neck as he looked at Dean Qian, who had been staring at him with a death glare from the very beginning. If he wasn't mistaken, that Beast King level Ink Jade mythical beast from before was the spirit beast of the one in front of him, wasn't it? It was hard to imagine that this smiling old man in front of him could summon a Beast King level spirit beast at any time. But while his heart was terrified, a bold idea could not help but emerge in Bai Changsheng's mind. If, for example, he could eat a piece of the blood and flesh of a murky jade mythical beast, then wouldn't he go straight to heaven? Chapter 62 Lao Deng. Explode some gold coins. The three deans have come together. Is there something wrong? Jiang Jiyu greeted the three deans one by one, and only then did she take the initiative to open her mouth to ask with a slightly straightened face. Combined with what she had heard from Xian Frost earlier, she had actually guessed the reason why the three had come here, only that there were some things that the other party had to say in person. It's like this Jiang student. We witnessed the entire video of your battle, and we are extremely cognizant of your talent, so we have fallen in love with it. Didn't you just enroll in Waterwood and haven't chosen a teacher yet? And with your talent, ordinary teachers simply can't teach you for long. So why don't we, the deans, personally teach you? This time, I also came over to ask you, who do you want to choose as your teacher? Dean Ji took the initiative to open his mouth and explain, but as soon as his words fell, Dean Li of the Magic Academy added, it's the three of us who will jointly teach you, and it's not too late to wait 3 months before making a decision to truly choose a teacher. You only need to choose who to follow first now. Dean Li was well aware that of the three, he had the weakest advantage. Jiang Jiyu himself practiced martial arts and had contracted a spirit beast. The only thing he didn't look like he had dabbled in the magic path. If it was an ordinary student, he wouldn't have said anything, but Jiang Jiyu's talent in spiritual power was something he couldn't ignore. If he missed out on such a good seedling, he would wake up in the middle of the night and beat his chest in regret. He also added this sentence to give himself more presence so that Jiang Jiyu would not get the wrong idea and directly choose this old Ji guy. The other two guys were unwilling to do the willow smoking approach, so now they could only throw the problem to Jiang Jiyu. 3 months, 3 deans taking turns teaching? When Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changxing heard the choices given by the three, their hearts only felt puzzled. Although this result was far from Jiang Jiyu's original guess, it was clear, however, that this result was naturally excellent for her. It was much harder for an ordinary student to want a dean's tutelage, let alone the fact that she was being looked upon by all 3 deans at the same time at this moment. Thinking about it, the various things she had shown on her way to the tower, attracting the attention of the 3 deans wasn't something unusual. But who should come first and who should come second was a bit difficult for Jiang Jiyu. All 3 could be the optimal solution, and it was only natural to make a mistake. Late generation majors in the Qi and Blood Martial Dao, so let's choose Dean Ji first. Hearing Jiang Jiyu's words, a smile immediately appeared on Dean Ji's face, casting a provocative look towards his 2 old friends before smilingly looking towards Jiang Jiyu. Don't worry. Choose me first. I naturally won't let you regret it. Within 3 days, I'll guarantee that your Qi blood value will break through 3,000. Jiang Jiyu's Qi and blood value was only about 2006 right now, and was still almost 400 short of 3,000, so if he went about it according to the way he had practiced before, I'm afraid that if he wanted to catch up with this 400 chi and blood value, it would take about 2 weeks. But in Dinji's mouth, raising 400 chi and blood values would only take 3 days. Was this the bottom line of a martial king bigwig? Bai Chongqing glanced at Dinji and then turned his head to look at Jiang Jiu. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't envious. However, he was also clear that with what he had shown so far, he was not qualified to be valued by a Dean-level existence like Jiang Jiu, unless he was able to move the system right out. However, as long as he didn't have a problem with his brain, it was impossible for him to tell anyone about the existence of the system, including Jiang Jiu. Therefore, it was still only possible to meticulously develop at ease. Bai Chongqing sighed in his heart, but he saw Din Qian still staring at him closely. Mr. Jiang, this white-scaled snake of yours, how many times has it gone through mutations? Din Qian suddenly opened his mouth, interrupting the words of Jiang Jiu and Din Ji. Previously, being far away and with the water mirror blocking him, he could only observe Bai Chongqing's appearance, but even so, it was enough to make him think. And now that he was only 2 steps away from Bai Chongqing, he was able to clearly feel the aura emanating from Bai Chongqing's body. This white-scaled snake was definitely not simple. With his knowledge and research on foreign beasts, he was naturally able to tell what was extraordinary about Bai Chongqing's body. The snake scales were smooth, the aura was long, there was also a flow of energy underneath the snake scales that acted as a defense, and then there was the snake bone, which was clearly a bit higher in strength, far from what a normal early 3rd grade should have. Of course, aside from these, he clearly sensed what he was expecting in Bai Chongqing. Dragon blood. Even if it was meager to the extreme, or even if it wasn't purposely probed, it was possible to simply ignore it. But there was indeed dragon blood present in this little guy. This thing, again, was not something that a white-scaled snake should have. I won't hide it from Din Qian. Little White has experienced a total of 3 mutations before and after. Jiang Jiu glanced down at Bai Chongqing, who hadn't emitted a single half movement from beginning to end, and stretched out her slender white hand, her fingertips lightly scratching across Bai Chongqing's snake scales. 3 times of dissimulation? Hearing this number reported by Jiang Jiu, not only was Din Qian startled, even Din Ji and Din Li couldn't help but look at Bai Chongqing one more time. Although what they cultivated wasn't the way of the imperial beast, it didn't mean that they didn't understand what 3 mutations meant. It was impossible for a normal white-scaled snake bloodline to allow Bai Chongqing to grow to this level. If one wanted to break the bottleneck and break through the bloodline barrier, the only way to do so was through mutation. And 3 full mutations also meant that Bai Chongqing's growth ceiling had been completely broken, and now Bai Chongqing, who knew to what extent he could grow. After all, the number of foreign beasts with 3 mutations was too rare, and those that had been documented did not exist lower than a beast king. However, one thing was certain, a 3rd-grade beast soldier was clearly not the limit.
No wonder. No wonder.
Din Qian couldn't help but be slightly shocked under his eyes. But then it dawned on him, organizing his words for a moment before speaking. Actually, this matter is not a conflict. This white-scaled snake has already brought a trace of dragon blood with it in its bloodline after undergoing 3 mutations. It's just that this trace of bloodline is extremely mealy, and it needs to rely on spiritual medicines and spiritual materials to constantly purify and refine it in order to reach a certain concentration. If Mr. Jiang is willing, he can first hand over this white-scaled snake to me. I'll teach you the rest after you finish studying from old Ji's side. Dragon blood could still be purified? Bai Chongqing couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. The matter of him obtaining dragon blood was something that even Jiang Jiu didn't know about, and he wasn't surprised that Din Qian was able to tell. What he was surprised about was that Din Qian actually had a way to be able to purify dragon blood. But thinking about it, he understood. The Blue Star Martial Way had flourished and developed for so many years, and the other 2 paths that had appeared almost simultaneously with the Martial Way, the development naturally wouldn't be bad either. Under the pondering and research of countless forefathers, finding out a way to purify bloodlines didn't seem to be something that was difficult to accept. But for Bai Chongqing, with the existence of the system, this actually didn't need to be so troublesome at all. All that was needed was for Din Qian to pop some gold coins so that he could obtain enough evolution points to bring up the dragon blood level. Chapter $6,300 billion Boss Din Qian. Din Qian was obviously not the only one who was surprised by these words from Bai Chongqing, including Jiang Jiu, who was standing beside Bai Chongqing, who couldn't help but give her a sideways glance when she heard these words. Only different from what Bai Chongqing was surprised by, what she was surprised by was when Xiao Bai possessed the dragon blood. Her eyebrows knitted slightly as she suddenly thought of something and stopped wondering. If it's possible to purify dragon blood, that would naturally be excellent. It's just that I'm afraid that the materials that can purify dragon blood are of great value. So I might have to let Din Qian break the bank. Jiang Jiu slightly arched her hand and bowed towards Din Qian. She knew how important the word dragon's blood was to foreign beasts, and she, who had already treated Bai Chongqing as a partner, naturally wouldn't refuse this offer that could directly enhance Bai Chongqing's potential. This favor, she had to take it. Hee, classmate Jiang. You don't have to feel sorry for this guy's money. Do you know what this guy did before practicing the Imperial Beast Dao? Dinji smiled and spoke, pointing his right hand at Din Qian. This guy's talent in business is far more outstanding than the Royal Beast Dao. After taking over a company and his family with a market capitalization of $50 million, it only took 10 years to multiply the company's value by 1,000 times. Later on, although he started practicing the Imperial Beast Dao, but after all these years of development, the companies under his name still added up to a market value of $100 billion. The materials that you say are worth a lot of money, in his case, it's just a day's worth of interest on a deposit. The owner of a group with a market capitalization of $100 billion, Din Qian still had this level of identity? After the revival of Aura and the global catastrophe, although Blue Star had entered into a rhythm that emphasized martial arts over business, the business path was still popular. After all, not everyone has the talent for martial arts, and even martial artists need money to buy cultivation resources. To be poor in literature and rich in martial arts was not as simple as a phrase. An ordinary person's income for a month was only a few thousand, and a first-grade martial artist who hunted desperately in the wasteland for a month would only earn around $200,000. With Din Qian's hundreds of billions of assets, there was indeed no need to think about money. Mentioning this, Din Qian's face inevitably had a few more points of self-satisfaction, and smoothly helped himself to a wave of bragging. I dare not say anything else. If you become my student, Mr. Jiang, you don't have to worry about all of your cultivation resources during the 4 years of university. Wealthy and bold should have the appearance of wealth and boldness. Two old things, what are they going to compare with me? As the words fell, Din Qian only felt a slight chill on the side of his leg, and when he looked down, he realized that Bai Chongqing didn't know when he had already arrived next to him, and was currently rubbing against him with his snake scales. In that pair of narrow snake eyes, flattery was all over the place at the moment. For the sake of resources, not stumbling, everything was for the sake of achieving Beast King. The little guy is quite humane. Rare. Instead of feeling anything wrong with Bai Chongqing's actions, Din Qian felt a little more elated. The more humane the better, not afraid of this little guy being greedy for money, just afraid of him having money with no place to spend it. If he was able to influence Jiang Jiu's decision by bribing Bai Chongqing, then spending a few $1,000,000 to go out would be nothing at all. Since Bai has already made a decision on his own, then I'll trouble Din Qian. Jiang Jiu slightly arched her hand towards Din Qian, and considered herself to have agreed to this matter. Just so, both Din Ji and Din Qian had gained something, with Din Li being the only one. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Din Li couldn't help but smile. There's no harm. The higher your chi value is, the better my teaching will be. This time, I'll just back off. Seeing Din Li take the initiative to open his mouth, Din Ji and Din Qian were secretly relieved, fearing that he would back out and be unwilling to stay. In that case, it's decided. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, little Jiang, you only need to come to the Haoqi building to find me. Din Ji gave a greeting, pulled Din Li and left first. And Din Qian also greeted Jiang Jiu, and after saying that he would come to pick up Bai Chongqing tomorrow morning, he also turned to leave. Coming and going in a hurry, Exion Frost and the two of them didn't go far, leaning over after seeing the mirror space lifted and all 3 deans gone. However, both of them were very sensible and didn't ask any questions about the 3 deans, as if they had forgotten about the incident just now, and continued to take Jiang Jiu around the school. It took a full hour to barely make it through all parts of Suemu, and it also gave Jiang Jiu a preliminary understanding of Suemu. This is the Material Extraction Office. All the rewards from the Star Ascension building can be collected here. In addition, the sale of exotic beasts and beast materials, and the purchase of cultivation resources such as pills, are also here. However, there are certain rank requirements for the school to acquire foreign beasts. Under the Beast General, it's basically the same as the market price, and it's the Beast Generals and above the Beast Generals that are rewarded with extra points. This is the dormitory building. You should have already received the dormitory arrangement text message. Let me take a look for you. 207, over here. Waterwood's accommodation is quite good. Every freshman is of this standard, 70 square feet of room. Each person has a separate kitchen and bathroom. But you are now the number 1 freshman. It is estimated that after a week, a school teacher will contact you and let you move into the small villa area. This is a hidden benefit of the Ascending Star building list, but only the top 10 have this qualification. If you fall off, you'll have to move back again. This side is the cultivation room. Cultivation room is divided into A, B, C 3 levels. C-level cultivation room without points exchange. The effect of spirit gathering is the worst, but better than in other places to cultivate and wins in free. Grade B cultivation room effect is higher than grade C about 30%, for the cultivation support already belongs to the level that can clearly feel the gap. As for the grade A cultivation room, the cost is too high. 1 day grade A cultivation room can exchange 3 days grade B cultivation room compared to the grade B cultivation room, but the enhancement is only 50%. If used for daily cultivation, there is some more to gain than to lose, so except for those top geniuses, very few students will redeem long periods of time for a grade A cultivation room, unless it's a critical moment for a breakthrough. Hey, where are you going, senior sister Jiang? Xian Shuang looked at Jiang Jiu, who suddenly took a step towards the front and couldn't help but ask. I exchanged some things after impacting the Star Ascension Tower, and it just so happens that I have some time now, so I want to consolidate my own chi and blood again. Hearing this explanation from Jiang Jiu, Xian Frost and the two of them were at a loss as to what to reply for a moment. It was either that or the person was the number 1 freshman. Glancing at Zhang Xing, Xian Frost spoke again. Let's go, accompany you. Going to the cultivation room on the first day of enrollment was a bit strange, but after stepping into it, both Jiang Jiu and Bai Chongxing felt the obvious difference from the outside world. This aura concentration, if you can stay in it for a long time, I'm afraid that even a pig can become a beast general. Of course, the prerequisite was to be able to afford the price of 1,000 points an hour. Jiang Jiu also took out all of the things that he had just exchanged from the material extraction office, and at the same time, he smoothly fed Bai Chongsheng 2 bare blood pills. Chapter 64 Bloodline Purification. A martial artist's path of growth was always accompanied by boring and tedious cultivation. Absorbing and exhaling spiritual qi, refining and regulating one's qi and blood, rehearsing and learning martial arts over and over again. This boring process would often be stuck in a realm for a long time, and in the middle would be excited for a while because of a small breakthrough, but what followed was tedious. This was something that even Jiang Jiu wouldn't have been able to do in her previous life as an empress. She could use her realm and experience from her last life to save the effort of hammering her martial skills and figuring out the realm barriers, but the accumulation of qi and blood was not something that could be done overnight. Even she needed years and years of cultivation to steadily improve. In comparison, Bai Chongxing was much more comfortable and cozy. By simply devouring non-stop every day, he was able to rapidly increase his qi and blood values. Especially after the digestive enhancement was raised to level 5, his daily qi and blood growth rate was already quite a bit ahead of Jiang Jiu. However, this gap wasn't obvious, and as Jiang Jiu's realm rose and the supply of cultivation resources was sufficient, the already small gap was leveled out. However, Bai Chongxing's enhancement was far from the limit. The 5th level of digestive enhancement wasn't prompted by the system to reach the upper limit, but the evolution point requirement came to 300 points if he wanted to continue leveling up. There's no spare food, so I can only endure for now. Glancing at Jiang Jiu, whose skin was glowing red all over her body, Bai Chongxing continued to close his eyes and fake sleep. Early the next morning, the door to the cultivation room was opened from the outside, and Dean Qian, dressed in black, walked in from the outside, looking at Jiang Jiu, who was still immersed in the state of cultivation, and couldn't help but nod secretly. To be able to become a student of Waterwood, talent and hard work were indispensable. However, there were many students who had made it their goal to enter Waterwood, only to lose their goal and become lazy instead after being admitted to Waterwood. He was still extremely satisfied with Jiang Jiu's self-control. Even the best teachers and resources had to work hard enough to maximize their effectiveness. Dean Qian did not make a sound to interrupt Jiang Jiu's cultivation state, and waited for more than 10 minutes before he saw Jiang Jiu's scarlet color around her body gradually fade away, collecting her breath and opening her eyes. Dean Qian. Looking at Dean Qian standing in the doorway, Jiang Jiu hurriedly got up and gave a greeting, and Dean Qian also waved his hand with a warm face, signaling that Jiang Jiu didn't need to be like this, before opening his mouth and speaking out. On the first day of enrollment, you come to the cultivation room to practice all night. If everyone is as diligent as you, we can save a lot of heartache. The qi and blood are boiling like a tide. You've swallowed the tiger blood quenching pill? With Ding Qian's eyesight, he was naturally able to see the difference in Jiang Zhiyu's body. Compared to when they parted yesterday, Jiang Zhiyu's qi and blood values had actually directly soared by around 200 points, already touching the threshold of the 3rd grade. Such an exaggerated increase proved that Jiang Zhiyu hadn't even swallowed an elixir with the same medicinal properties before. In other words, Jiang Zhiyu hadn't yet experienced the period of qi and blood explosion brought about by relying on pills, and as long as the supply of resources was in place, her qi and blood would next experience a wave of explosion in a short period of time. This girl's future. I'm afraid it's more than just martial king. Ding Qian sighed a sigh in his heart, but he did not say anything more. I'll pick up that little guy. In terms of qi and blood martial arts, he couldn't give Jiang Zhiyu much help. After all, the strength of his own body, also in the late stage of the martial general, far less than that old seasoned guy, simply not messing around with instructions. However, in the beasts he had full confidence. Although Bai Chongqing's potential was not as good as Jiang Zhiyu's, it was already an extraordinary qualification. If the next operation could completely stimulate the dragon bloodline in Bai Chongqing's body, it wasn't like the Beast King couldn't ask for it. The question was, with this opportunity, to what extent Bai Chongqing would be able to raise his potential. Little Bai. Jiang Zhiyu called out softly under his breath before waving his right hand slightly, and in the next moment, Bai Chongqing was beckoned out. With a confused face, Bai Chongqing, who was still asleep, looked at Ding Qian, who had arrived at an unknown time. Here it comes, the splash of riches belonging to his buddy has finally arrived. There's still some time before 8 o'clock. Can I follow over and take a look? Although he knew that Ding Qian wouldn't do anything to Bai Chongqing, Jiang Zhiyu subconsciously wanted to follow to see what was going on. Of course you can. It just so happens that old Ji's office is right next to it. It's on the way. The two men and the snake exited the door of the cultivation room and followed old man Qian's footsteps towards the office area. And after more than 10 minutes, they walked into a 12-story high-rise building. The Haoqi building was the office building of the deans and principals, and unusually, not to mention the students, even the teachers were not qualified to enter this place. With Ding Qian's rank, one person occupied half a floor. 800 square feet of office. In addition to the normal office area, there is also a supporting rest area, martial arts rehearsal area, cultivation room, and so on. It could be seen that Elder Qian's office was extremely luxuriously decorated, and unlike the imagined ornaments filled with gold, silver, and emerald, Elder Qian's office was filled with all sorts of spiritual materials and pills. Just coming in, Bai Chongqing felt a strong medicinal fragrance. All sorts of spirit medicines of various grades were mixed together, giving Bai Chongqing a refreshing feeling. As he swept his eyes over the shelves and shelves of spirit medicines, only excitement remained in Bai Chongqing's eyes. Although he didn't know what all of these spirit medicines were called or what their effects were, it didn't matter. What mattered was that if he could devour all of these spirit medicines, I'm afraid that the pile of spirit medicines alone would be able to pile his qi and blood values up to over 10,000. Of course, if Bai Chongqing were to brainlessly consume all of these spirit medicines, what awaited him would probably be a death by explosion as his deficiency was not replenished. The cultivation plan for this little guy is a total of 7 days. During the first 2 days, I will use the elixir to deeply stimulate its body, allowing it to become active deep within its body. At this stage, its digestive ability will be greatly strengthened, and at the same time it will be put into a state of extreme hunger. But you can't feed it anything at this time. Maintaining a state of extreme hunger for a long period of time is able to make his body start automatically digesting and absorbing things that are not useless but harmful. 2 days later, after all the messy things in his body have been absorbed, I'll feed him a potion that is sufficient to replenish his qi and blood, so that his qi and blood values will reach their peak. After that, it's time to use the spirit medicine to completely stimulate the dragon bloodline in his body. As for the extent to which the bloodline can be purified in the end, no one can be sure. Regardless of the outcome, its qi, blood, and potential will be increased to a certain extent. Ding Qian turned his head to look at Bai Chongqing and added after some thought, but the entire process will have a certain degree of risk. If you can't withstand the pressure brought on by forcibly purifying your bloodline, it's highly likely that your life will fall. Whether or not to proceed, you make the decision. Chapter 65. Evolution Tree Branch. Toxin Resistance. There was still a danger to your life from bloodline purification? Hearing Ding Qian's words, Bai Chongqing was slightly stunned. But then he reacted. There was no such thing as a surefire business in the world, and trying to forcibly raise the level of one's bloodline was a matter of going against the grain. So how could one possibly not have to take any risks at all? Just like when Bai Chongqing was raising his level ceiling, he would also encounter extreme pain, and it was hard to say if Bai Chongsheng would die if he couldn't get through it. Not to mention, this itself was something that had 100 benefits and no harm. Not to mention that all the expenses were covered by Din Qian at the moment. Even if there was no Din Qian, Zhang Jiu would find a way to gather enough materials for Bai Chongsheng afterward. Little White has already made his choice. Glancing at Bai Chongsheng, who was already crawling towards Din Qian, Zhang Jiu nodded slightly before bowing towards Din Qian. Din, just let go of the operation. If there are any consequences, Little White and I will take them on ourselves. Hearing the affirmative answer from Zhang Jiu's mouth, Din Qian then let out a hmm, before summoning a jade bottle between his hands. The lid of the jade porcelain bottle was opened, and an indescribable odor immediately escaped. There was a feeling that made people's mouths water, but at the same time there was an unspeakable fishy odor. After pouring out one from it and pinching it in his hand, it was greenish in color and the size of his thumb. This Dan is called 3 Spirits Gathering Poison, refined from the toxins of 3 Beast general level poisons. However, the toxins restrain each other and do not have a fatal effect. Instead, they are able to stimulate all parts of the body and enter a state of false intoxication, allowing the functions of all organs of the body to be maximized. Remember, no matter how hungry you are, you cannot eat. Din Qian admonished one more time, and only then did he feed the elixir in his hand to Bai Chongsheng. Congratulations to the host for devouring the 3 Spirit Poison Gathering Pill, gaining 0 points in Qi and blood value, and gaining 10 evolution points. You have entered a state of slight poisoning. Time required for toxin relief: 24 hours. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the unlit branch of the evolution tree. Toxin resistance. Toxin resistance. When lit, you can gain a certain level of toxin resistance, immunizing you against some toxins. Evolution points required for illumination: 10. Toxin resistance. Listening to the system beeps ringing in his head, Bai Chongsheng was slightly pleased in his heart. Just looking at the evolution tree introduction and the evolution points required to illuminate it, this toxin resistance should be a low-grade functional evolution tree. Like rock armor defense, it was an evolution tree that didn't improve much whether it was lit or not. With Bai Chongsheng's current Qi and blood values, ordinary non-grade toxins really couldn't do anything to him. Even if he didn't resist a bit and was stung, it wouldn't hurt him. At most it would make him weak for a while. Unless the branch of toxin resistance to full, but that is a bit more than worth it, have these evolution points, he might as well continue to light up the digestive enhancement and the dragon's blood. Throwing this system beep to the back of his mind, Bai Chongsheng could clearly feel a faint tingling sensation begin to spread from his abdomen to all parts of his body as this elixir was swallowed into his abdomen. The pain wasn't strong, but it had a feeling of intensifying. Seeing Bai Chongsheng's body slowly coil up, Din Qian understood that the potion's efficacy had begun to take effect. With a flip of his hand, he summoned several more porcelain vials. Stomach-fixing and food-resolving pill, capable of directly strengthening the stomach and enhancing digestion. Exhaustion and blood-passing pill, strengthens the blood vessels and helps the body expel useless things. Qi-drawing pill, can ensure sufficient qi, allowing the effects of these previous pills to be maintained throughout the day. Several pills were consumed in a row, and the system popped out several beeps one after another. Congratulations to the host for devouring the stomach-fixing and eating elixir, gaining 10 Qi and blood values and 14 evolution points. You have entered the state of stomach enhancement. Evolution tree branch digestive enhancement level is temporarily raised by 1 level. Time required for the effect to disappear: 24 hours. Congratulations to the host for devouring the Qi drainage pill, gaining 24 Qi and blood value and 32 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for consuming the Qi drawing pill, gaining 9 Qi and blood value, and 28 evolution points. Together with the 3 Spirit Poison Gathering Pill, Din Qian's pills had given Bai Chongsheng a total of 43 Qi and blood values, as well as a full 84 evolution points. Not to mention that it had to be an elixir made by refining the medicinal effects of a variety of precious ingredients. This evolution points given were also too much. The only problem was that the value of these pills was bound to be extremely high, and compared to the price of purchasing these pills, these 84 evolution points were somewhat pitiful. But who cared? The pills hadn't been bought by Bai Chongsheng. He hadn't spent a single penny to obtain the blood value and evolution points. And Elder Qian didn't care about this spending. Otherwise this potion wouldn't have been bought by the bottle. Listening to that movement, it was obvious that the number of pills in these porcelain bottles was definitely quite a lot. However, with so many pills being swallowed in one go, the stinging sensation that was originally not too strong completely erupted. A feeling like pins and needles all over his body came at once, but fortunately, this pain was still within Bai Chongqing's tolerance. Along with it, there were also different reactions from various parts of the body. His heart was beating so violently that he could vaguely hear the thumping sound of a drum, and his stomach was also writhing crazily, accelerating the digestion of the various pills he had just swallowed. His digestive enhancement had already been raised to level 5, and now, because of the effects of the elixir, it was temporarily raised by another level, and Bai Chongqing only felt a huge appetite at the moment, with a feeling that he could swallow a savage bull with his mouth open. The feeling of hunger was starting to appear and was getting stronger and stronger. The elixir is starting to take effect. Remember, don't feed it anything. Din Qian instructed Jiang Jiu once more, and was about to say something else before he saw a person standing at the office door, and helplessly glanced at the other party before adding a sentence. Tomorrow morning, bring this little guy to me once more, and the rest is nothing. Many thanks to Din Qian. Jiang Jiu slightly arched his hand in a salute before putting Bai Chongqing into the nascent soul pouch. In just a dozen seconds, Bai Chongqing's hunger had already developed to its peak, as if he hadn't eaten for 3 or 4 days. Favorably, this hunger, still with the elixir strengthening the senses of all parts of his body, the unbearable feeling became even more intense. As a last resort, he could only curl up his entire body and then close his eyes to fake sleep. Sleep, you won't feel hungry if you fall asleep. In this situation, Bai Chongqing could only comfort himself in his heart by saying that it would be fine when he got over it, only to be a little tearful when he thought that this state would have to last for 2 more days. The only motivation was that Din Su had promised to provide him with enough blood and flesh after 2 days, allowing him to devour a wave to his heart's content. If a martial king made a move, I guess the stuff wouldn't be too bad. Chanting secretly in his heart, Bai Chongqing forced himself to fall into a deep sleep. He woke up from hunger after fainting from hunger, and forced himself to sleep again after waking up. For 2 days in a row, Bai Chongqing spent his time in a muddled state. His body was weak and listless, and even his qi and blood values had dropped by more than 20 points. But as the 2 days passed, he finally didn't have to starve anymore. Chapter 66 Tiger Blood Pill. Digestive Enhancement 2 levels in a row. Din Qian, little by next. I'm counting on you. Jiang Jiu summoned Bai Chongqing out of his nascent soul pouch. At this moment, Bai Chongqing was no longer as radiant as before. His body was sluggish, his eyes were lifeless, and even his body, which was originally full of power, seemed to be somewhat thin and out of shape at the moment. Although he was still able to erupt with great strength, he didn't even want to raise his head. Under the 6th level's digestive enhancement, the amount of flesh and blood he needed to consume every day was extremely exaggerated, but Din Qian made him not eat for 2 days and could only drink some water to sustain his life. As early as the afternoon of the first day, Bai Chongqing was able to clearly feel that his body was starting to break down fat all over his body, and starting at noon on the 2nd day he started to lose muscle as well. By now, Bai Chongqing had lost count of how many times he had passed out from starvation. Whether or not he had faded away all the impurities in his body as Din Qian had said, he didn't know, but he knew very well that if he didn't eat again, he would really be starved to death. However, it was good that 2 days had passed now. Din Qian, after seeing Bai Chongqing in this posture, stretched out 2 fingers on Bai Chongqing's body. A cool qi was ferried over, and after a few breaths he withdrew his hand, nodding his head in satisfaction. The qi is smooth. The blood veins are calm and stable. The effect is much better than expected. 2 days without food. The little one is starving, right? As Din Qian's words fell, a jade bottle was added to his hand. The bottle was as white as sheep's fat jade. It was warm and moist, and there was a hidden presence of sealing power. Soft jade bottle? Seeing the bottle appear in Din Qian's hand, Jiang Jiu's heart was vaguely touched. The value of this bottle was not low. Not only was the material used for carving the bottle the best quality jade, but there was also a spell formation on it that the magician had deliberately carved. This bottle alone is worth nearly 100,000 alliance coins. But this 100,000 alliance coins, just to seal the things in the bottle. Regardless of the goat's fat jade, or engraved on the array, there is only one role, and that is to ensure that the contents of the bottle 10 years will not be corrupted. Generally used as a potion storage, to ensure that the potion efficacy can be stored for a long time without loss. To be able to use this level of bottle storage, it can be seen that the contents of the bottle are precious. Bai Chongqing didn't know the value of this bottle, but after Din Qian opened the cork, he instantly smelled the aroma, and his mouth instantly watered. Din Qian didn't have any pretense, and after pouring out a bright red elixir from the bottle, he fed it to Bai Chongqing. opening his mouth and biting down. In an instant, the rich flavor of blood and flesh directly exploded in his mouth, and the elixir was like a trickle of water that overflowed his entire body before he could even swallow it. His body, which was still somewhat parched from the long period of starvation, filled up at this moment at a speed visible to the naked eye. Slowly, it even swelled up around more than his original appearance. Bai Chongqing could clearly feel that at this moment, every part of his body was crazily absorbing the power of blood qi wrapped in this elixir. Like a long dried-up land that had been moisturized and irrigated by rain, he was greedy, thirsty, and tireless. At the same time, the system's beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for devouring the tiger's blood pill, obtaining a blood value of 314, and gaining 304 evolution points. A simple beep, but it directly indicated just how exaggerated this elixir that Din Qian had just fed to Bai Chongqing was. The qi and blood values and evolution points had both broken the 300 mark, a number that could no longer be explained by a simple sentence of exaggeration. It's worth it. After enduring hunger for 2 days, even though he had been starved several times during that time, everything was worth it when he ate this pill, forcibly suppressing the ecstasy in his heart. Bai Chongqing didn't dare to hesitate for a second and focused his mind entirely on digesting and absorbing the power of this elixir. The level 6 digestive enhancement exploded into action at this moment as it should have. The medicinal power that should have been incomparably strong was being digested and absorbed by Bai Chongqing and sent to all parts of his body at this moment before it could fully explode. And after being nourished by the medicinal power, the various parts of his body that had been starving for a long time didn't let Bai Chongqing down, coming and absorbing as much as they could. In just a few short minutes, the effects of this elixir were digested to the fullest. And Bai Chongqing finally regained his previous vigor, smashing his mouth a bit with an unfulfilled look. Although the medicinal power of the tiger's blood pill was extremely strong, after absorbing all of it, Bai Chongqing only felt like he was half full. It would be nice if he could have another one. With a slight movement in his mind, Bai Chongqing couldn't help but look up at Din Qian. If he remembered correctly, Din Qian had promised him that he would let him have a full meal 2 days later. And Din Qian couldn't help but let out a light eep when he saw Bai Chongqing looking like this, with even a few moments of longing in his eyes. But under his hand, he didn't stop, pouring another one and feeding it into Bai Chongqing's mouth. This tiger blood dan is obtained by refining and purifying qi and blood with the blood and flesh of a beast general level exotic beast. And it's usually what I use to feed the ink jade mythical beast, 3 a day. This little guy of yours has a big appetite. 1 is still not enough. Din Qian wasn't heartbroken about the pills, but rather marveled at the fact that Bai Chongqing, a little guy who had just entered the 3rd rank, was actually able to hold so much medicinal power. Jiang Jiu pursed her lips and did not speak. With the spirit contract link, she could feel that Bai Chongqing's side was constantly transmitting emotions of joy. I'm afraid that the 2nd tiger blood pill wouldn't be able to satisfy Bai Chongqing's appetite. As expected, after a few more minutes, Bai Chongqing once again looked at Din Qian before opening his mouth. It's still edible? This time, Din Qian was truly a bit stunned. 3 tiger blood pills were enough to satisfy the basic qi and blood replenishment required by the Beast King Class Inc. Jade Mythical Beast for a day, and Bai Chongqing actually still wanted to eat them? One must know that at this moment, Bai Chongqing was only at the early stage of the 3rd grade beast soldier, and his qi and blood values were only at the beginning of 3,000. But the Ink and Jade Mythical Beast was a Beast King, and its blood value had already exceeded 1 million, so there was no comparison between the two. Din Qian was really afraid of accidentally giving Bai Chongqing a burst, hesitating to feed the 3rd tiger blood dan, but looking at Bai Chongqing's eyes, he still poured out the 3rd tiger blood dan. Congratulations to the host for devouring the tiger's blood pill, gaining a qi and blood value of 301, and obtaining 289 evolution points. As the system beep sounded, Bai Chongqing only felt that his body was instantly inflated, like a balloon that was approaching its limit, and under the effect of the medicinal power, there was the possibility of his body collapsing at any time if he couldn't withstand the medicinal power. However, in the face of such a situation, Bai Chongqing didn't hesitate for a second and called out the system. Evolution points deducted 300 points, evolution tree branch digestive enhancement level upgraded. Digestive enhancement next upgrade requires 600 evolution points. 600 evolution points deducted. Evolution tree branch digestion enhancement level increased. Required for next upgrade, 1,200 evolution points. Current level of digestive enhancement, LV7. Chapter 67 Dragon Blood Level Enhancement. As the system beeps fell, the level 7 digestive enhancement fully exploded with its due effect. The medicinal power that had been frantically scurrying around in Bai Chongqing's body instantly had a place to go and began to converge towards Bai Chongqing's stomach. And after this medicinal power entered the stomach, it was as if it had entered a bottomless pit and actually disappeared directly into thin air. Bai Chongqing's heart was stunned, but after glancing at the digestive enhancement explanation in his afterglow, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Digestive Enhancement LV7 deeply develops your digestive abilities while being able to store a certain amount of qi and blood. Current capacity limit 2571000.
Atauzang kuntai mengkap.
Looking at this new evolution tree description, Bai Chongqing's heart vaguely guessed. After the digestive enhancement was upgraded to level 7, there was an additional function similar to a rechargeable treasure, which would allow him to no longer have to go on a regular schedule for food. After a rough estimation in his mind, Bai Chongqing got a clear idea that the upper limit of the qi and blood values he could digest per day right now was roughly around 100. In other words, a full meal would be able to fulfill his digestion needs for 10 days. Not only that, but more critically, with a 100 daily qi and blood value boost, the million qi and blood threshold of the Beast King class didn't seem so unattainable anymore. It was only 10,000 days, 27 years past the point. From 10,000 years in the beginning, to now being able to achieve Beast King in only 27 years, Bai Chongqing's qi blood boost had doubled by an unknown number of times. It also belonged to the Lifetime series. Looking at the progress bar behind the digestive enhancement that was still missing by a lot, Bai Chongqing shamelessly opened his mouth towards Din Qian again. Still eating. This time, even Din Qian was somewhat startled. It wasn't that he was surprised at Bai Chongqing's talent, but rather, he was surprised that this guy was also too capable of eating. Don't look at this tiger blood pill, it was only about the size of a thumb, but the energy contained within it was enough for an ordinary low-level beast, general level Fey beast to not have to eat for a month. But now, contains so much qi and blood energy. Tiger blood. Dan, in Bai Chongqing here is a series of swallowed 3. Still want to finish? Knowing that snakes had big appetites, otherwise there wouldn't be the saying that the heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. But this was a bit too big, right? Din Qian turned his head to look at Zhang Jiu, but he saw that Zhang Jiu was also surprised at the moment, and just like him, he didn't expect Bai Chongqing to be able to swallow so many tiger blood pills and still continue. On the contrary, Zhang Jiu could clearly feel that Bai Chongqing's side did have a feeling of longing transmitted through the spirit contract. After thinking about it, Zhang Jiu finally spoke up. Little White has an extremely high spirituality, so if he really can't eat anymore, he'll stop on his own. Seeing that Zhang Jiu had said so, Din Qian had nothing to worry about. He was also quite curious to know where exactly Bai Chongqing's upper limit was. The 4th, 5th, until the 6th one was consumed by Bai Chongqing, Din Qian and Zhang Jiu could already hardly hide the shock in their hearts at the moment. 6 tiger blood pills. I'm afraid that a Beast King level Ink Jade mythical beast would only be able to eat this much with an open stomach. It was normal for a Beast King to be able to eat this much, but for Bai Chongqing, a 3rd-grade beast soldier, to eat this much was a bit too outrageous. However, fortunately, after the 6th qi and blood elixir went down, Bai Chongqing finally stopped. And his qi and blood value was successfully piled up to 3,800 points. The 7th level's digestion enhancement was able to store the devoured qi and blood items, but they weren't directly converted into qi and blood, which, if nothing else, would be gained with the continuous enhancement of digestion. However, the evolution points were straight to hand. The 6 tiger blood pills provided him with a full 1,800 evolution points. Together with the previous balance of over 300 points, even after upgrading his digestion enhancements twice in a row, Bai Chongqing still had a surplus of over 1,200 points. It was not easy to fight a rich battle, so without the slightest hesitation, Bai Chongqing was about to upgrade his digestive enhancement to another level. If nothing else, level 8 digestive enhancement would allow him to store more qi and blood, which meant that he would be able to gather another wave of Din Qian's wool. However, just as Bai Chongqing was thinking about a wave of getting rich, the system's beep arrived. Digestive enhancement has reached the upper limit of the current stage. Please raise the host's strength to beast general level as soon as possible. 1,200 evolution points have no place to spend. This feeling is really... In the past, there was a need for evolution points, but it was extremely difficult to obtain them. Now that he had evolution points, the system wouldn't let him spend them. His eyes moved down slightly, and Bai Chongqing's gaze landed on the column of dragon blood. Digestive enhancement and dragon's blood were both branches of the evolution tree that Bai Chongqing was bound to ascend, and since the digestive enhancement of strengthening the economy couldn't be raised any further, raising dragon's blood was a good choice. Anyway, there was still a long way to go before realm enhancement, so there was no rush. With this in mind, Bai Changxing's heart moved slightly. 1,000 evolution points deducted. Evolution tree branch dragon's blood level upgraded. Evolution points required for the next upgrade of dragon's blood. 3,000. Dragon's blood LV2. The concentration of dragon's bloodline in your body has increased to a certain degree, and your hope of transforming into a dragon has increased by 1 more point. As the system prompt fell, Bai Changxing only felt inexplicably hot. It was as if a flame had suddenly ignited within his body, spreading towards all parts of his body as his blood flowed. Vaguely, Bai Changxing only felt that the snake scales all over his body seemed to have loosened up under the burning flames. Just by gently rubbing, a large portion of the scale armor began to fall off, and underneath the original scale armor were newborn tender snake scales. This is. When Din Qian saw the sudden peculiar difference in Bai Changxing's body, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly as he mouthed in surprise, "Fading scales! Dragon blood breath! The dragon blood aura on the little guy is even stronger." Jiang Ziyu was puzzled, but was also able to sense that something was bound to have happened within Little White's body. Din Qian noticed the doubt in Jiang Ziyu's eyes and explained after a pause in his voice, "Although I don't know what it's because of, the concentration of dragon blood in this little guy's body has suddenly increased a lot and has already reached the 2nd stage. The characteristics of its body that belong to a dragon will be further manifested, and at the same time, its potential will be further pulled up. These newly grown snake scales are the sign of the 2nd stage of dragon blood. Look closely, and you should be able to see a hidden golden line behind it. This is the dragon tendon. When the concentration of dragon blood reaches the 4th stage, the dragon tendon will be completely formed, and at that time, its growth ceiling will be directly pulled up to the Beast King level. My Ink Jade mythical beast possesses the 4th stage of dragon blood." Din Qian had dealt with and studied dragon blood for a lifetime, so he naturally knew exactly what Bai Changxing's performance meant at the moment. "Originally, I thought that the concentration of dragon blood in this little guy's body would only increase after all the operations were completed. Never thought that it would actually purify the dragon blood concentration by itself. Having just swallowed so many tiger blood pills, it should be accumulating the qi and blood needed for the dragon blood metamorphosis. Not bad, not bad, not bad." After 3 good sounds in a row, Din Qian added a few more points of delight in his eyes as he looked at Bai Changxing. As long as nothing goes wrong with the next operation, the little guy's dragon blood concentration should be able to reach the 3rd stage. If that's really the case, then it possesses the potential to become a Lord-level foreign beast. Chapter 68, Swallowing Dragon Blood Chalcedony. Obviously, the potential that Din Qian spoke of in his mouth was a bit different from the potential in the conventional sense. The potential of a Lord-class Fey beast in Din Qian's mouth at the moment was in the category of a nail in the coffin and a sure thing. The potential of others, on the other hand, was only hopeful but not guaranteed. The difference between this was heaven and earth, without comparison. Martial Marquis Lord-level combat power. Even if you look at the entire Heavenly Kingdom, it's a mainstay level of combat power. The Waterwood students seemed to be geniuses selected from thousands or even tens of thousands of people, but there was no guarantee that every one of them would be able to achieve the Martial Marquis in the future, and even the ratio was pitifully low. 10 people can have 1 or 2 to become a Martial Marquis, have been considered an extremely excellent group of students. Most of the Waterwood students, after graduation, the limit is just the late stage of the martial arts general. One could only imagine what the potential of a Lord-level foreign beast meant in Din Qian's mouth at this moment. As long as the cultivation was in place, Bai Changxing did not have the possibility of achieving the late Lord stage. This level of battle power, even if it was placed in the Waterwood, it was not an idle one. Jiang Ziyu sniffed and looked at Bai Changxing with a few complexities in her eyes. In her previous life, although she had been studying the imperial beasts for a decade or 2, she had made no headway in the imperial beasts, and her understanding of spirit beasts was naturally inferior to that of Din Qian. At this moment, when she heard Din Qian's words, a sense of guilt inexplicably arose in the bottom of her heart, because she knew very well that Little White's achievements and potential today were entirely due to itself. In comparison, she, the master, instead seemed extremely incompetent. If she could give Bai Changxing more resources, perhaps its achievements would be far more than what it is now. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ziyu made a decision in her heart and bowed her hand towards Din Qian. Din Qian, if possible, I would like to foster little white here. I will directly choose you as my teacher. In Jiang Zhiyu's eyes, the choice of teacher wasn't really that important compared to others. She didn't lack teaching, nor did she lack cultivation experience, nor did she even lack a technique. The only thing she lacked was cultivation resources and shelter during her formative years. This was something that all three deans were able to fulfill. So in reality, whoever was chosen as a teacher didn't make much difference to Jiang Zhiyu. And if this could be used as a condition in exchange for Bai Chongqing not having to worry about resources, it would be worth it. Moreover, Bai Chongqing was clearly able to receive better training under Dean Qian's hands. At least this method of bloodline promotion was something she hadn't known about before. If it had been 2 days ago and Jiang Zhiyu had said this, Dean Qian would probably have been so smug that he would have agreed in one breath. But at this moment, hearing Jiang Zhiyu speak again, Dean Qian instead shook his head with a bitter smile. I know what you're thinking, but this matter is not my doing. This little guy's dragon blood concentration should have already reached the critical point originally, and he only needs to obtain enough qi and blood food to be able to make the bloodline concentration go even further. I was merely going along for the ride, and all I paid was just a few tiger blood pills. If I let you make a decision because of this, I'm afraid that when old Ji and old Li find out, they will all have to come and fight me. It's true that I want to take you in as a student, but I also have to convince those two old things. This matter is not urgent. It's not too late to wait for everything to be said after 3 months. Dean Qian waved his hand, looking at Bai Chongqing who kept fading his scales. His eyes flickered and he added another sentence. But this little guy's performance is really out of my expectations. Several mutations, and now that the concentration of dragon blood has been enhanced so much, all sorts of abnormalities, even if it happened to a white-scaled snake, it's still not comparable to an ordinary spirit beast. I can bring this little guy around for 3 months, responsible for all its resources, and see what other surprises this little guy can bring. Dean Qian's eyes held a few hints of unspeakable curiosity. Clearly, the various abnormalities that had happened to Bai Chongqing had caused him, who had studied spirit beasts for half his life, to become interested. On top of that, there was another layer of meaning Dean Qian didn't explicitly say. If after 3 months, Bai Chongqing improved even more than Jiang Zhiyu, that would be the time for him to get his mouth on those two old things. You guys taught Jiang Zhiyu excellently. That's because Jiang Zhiyu is already gifted and a supreme talent. But if I cultivate a white-scaled snake to be even better than Jiang Zhiyu, the 4 books and 5 classics are missing 2 books, no poetry and rituals. The moment he thought of the possible future images, Dean Qian's mouth corners couldn't stop rising a little. When Jiang Zhiyu saw that Dean Qian had promised that he would bring Bai Chongqing with him, he was secretly relieved while at the same time wondering why Dean Qian had this smirking expression. However, in the next moment, a sudden change occurred on Bai Chongqing's body, drawing the attention of both of them. As the molting of the scales was completed, the slender snake's body was coiled even more tightly. A sharp hissing sound rang out, and it seemed as if Bai Chongqing was undergoing some extreme pain, the snake's head tightly shrinking between its body. However, Dean Qian and Jiang Zhiyu were able to clearly see that on top of its head, the 2 small pockets that were originally just bulging had now broken open. 2 pale bones poked out from them, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye until their length reached about 10 centimeters before they stopped growing. Dragon horns. Jiang Zhiyu looked at the pair of bone horns that were born on top of his head and uttered a doubtful sentence. Dean Qian let out a hmm, and without the slightest hesitation, he turned over his hand and summoned out a piece of red and yellow intertwined jade. After the jade appeared, a long vicissitudes of a dragon's roar could be vaguely heard, and the aura in the entire cultivation room also became disorganized after this sound. Dragon's blood chalcedony. Jiang Zhiyu recognized the object in Dean Qian's hand at a glance. Knowing the value of this object, she couldn't help but move her lips slightly, wanting to say something, but held back. A piece of dragon blood chalcedony, the market price is steadily more than 2 million. The value is not expensive. The most critical thing is that there is a price without a market want to get, but also depends on luck. For Dean Qian to have this in his hands, Jiang Zhiyu didn't find it unusual, but it was obvious that Dean Qian had taken it out at this time, clearly intending to feed it to Bai Chongqing. A dragon blood chalcedony worth more than $2 million wasn't something that could be compared to the tiger blood pill. This favor was owed big time, but she had to owe it again. This thing was originally intended to be taken out when this little guy's strength reached the beast general level. But now, it seems that it's only with a bang that we can increase the probability of the dragon's blood advancing for the second time. Whether or not we can get the dragon blood promoted a second time depends on this little guy's destiny. As Din Qian said this, his right hand rested on an empty hand and sent this dragon blood chalcedony into Bai Chongqing's mouth. And as the dragon blood chalcedony entered his mouth, Bai Chongqing's ears exploded. Roar! At the same time as a dragon's roar sounded, Bai Chongqing only felt a sudden flash in front of him, and by the time the image was restored, he had already arrived on top of a pool of water. And in front of him was a white dragon with a pale head and golden eyes. Although only the dragon's head surfaced, this dragon's head alone was tens of meters in size. It was not hard to imagine that the dragon body, hidden under the water pool, was afraid to be hundreds of meters in length. Chapter 69. A white dragon with a body length of nearly 1,000 meters. As he looked at each other, Bai Chongqing felt his heart tremble violently. Even if the other party didn't make the slightest move, this aura alone was enough to startle Bai Chongqing's mind and spirit. Although he wasn't quite sure what level of strength this white dragon in front of him had, Bai Chongqing knew very well that even Din Qian's ink and jade mythical beast was far inferior to the existence in front of him, definitely above a beast king. Even the beast emperor was not necessarily comparable to this white dragon in front of him. No, wasn't I in Din Qian's office? Why am I here? Facing the gaze of the white dragon, Bai Chongqing didn't dare to make the slightest move, fearing that his movements would draw the other party's wrath. This level of existence, I'm afraid that a sneeze could crush him into slag. Without the slightest movement, it was as if Bai Chongqing had been subjected to a fixation spell, and even though his eyes fluttered, he didn't dare to escape. Both sides were frozen like this, and time slowly passed. Not knowing how long had passed, Bai Chongqing vaguely felt that something was wrong. Although he didn't know exactly why the existence in front of him had appeared here, it was obvious that a beast emperor, or even a beast god-level existence, couldn't possibly have the heart to accompany him in such a boring game. Was it fun to scare him into playing with a third-grade beast soldier? His body moved slightly. The scene imagined to draw the other party's monstrous fury didn't appear, and although those dragon eyes were still staring at him dead-on, it was as if they hadn't noticed his movements at all. Seeing this, Bai Chongqing's guts couldn't help but grow a few points, and this time the amplitude of his movements was a few points larger. It was still quiet, as if he hadn't seen Bai Chongqing's movements at all. Couldn't be that such an exaggerated existence was a blind man. Could it? This thought inexplicably arose in the bottom of Bai Chongqing's heart, but it was then dismissed by him. Although it was inexplicable, the good thing was that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of harming him, and that was the best result. His body slowly swam in the water pool, and when he looked at the other party after walking some distance, he found that the white dragon still maintained the same posture as just now, and was not affected by his actions. Aha! Bai Chongqing was puzzled, not understanding why the other party had summoned himself here, but seemed to be stagnant. But since it wasn't directed at him, then Bai Chongqing let out a long sigh of relief. Solely diving headfirst into the water, he took in the entire white dragon body. The facts proved that what he had guessed before was not wrong. The white dragon's body was huge. The diameter of its body alone exceeded 30 meters, but this figure, in front of its body length of hundreds of meters, appeared to be a slender figure. Each piece of dragon scale on the body is more than 1 meter in size. The body is white, the back of the dragon mane, the dragon claw remote virtual grip. The water surface was not translucent. The back half of the body was hidden in the water, unable to see a complete. But just like this, combined with the dragon's head above the water, Bai Chongqing has been incredibly certain that the white dragon in front of him is definitely a beast god-level existence. At the very least, the ink and jade mythical beast was far from being able to compare to it. The only thing that made Bai Chongqing a little strange was that it was only when he got closer that he realized that the white dragon didn't seem to have any vitality at all. Beast god, or already fallen beast god. An existence that had already stood at the top of this world's combat power, who had cut off the other party's vitality. This thought had just arisen when Bai Chongqing suddenly realized that the white dragon in front of him, which originally hadn't been making any movements, had suddenly moved. The large dragon's head slammed into the water, and the dragon's eyes stared at him with a deadly glare. And in the eyes that were originally a bit golden in color, the golden light instantly flourished. Bai Chongqing did not have time to take any action. His entire body was hit by the golden light, and in an instant, he only felt a dizziness in his brain. The images in front of his eyes became distorted, and his consciousness was out of control, and then he fell into a coma. The effects of the dragon blood chalcedony will last for 2 whole days and 2 nights. During this period, its consciousness will enter the dragon blood space and meet the original owner of the dragon blood. Whether or not it can make its own bloodline go further depends on whether or not it can withstand the dragon blood Chalcedony's cleansing itself. Previously, letting it maintain its starvation for 2 days was just for this moment. If it succeeds, the dragon blood will be dense, and its potential will climb by a large margin. If it fails, its qi and blood will decay and its soul will be washed away by the dragon's blood. Din Qian murmured under his breath, explaining to Jiang Jiu. And Jiang Jiu glanced at Bai Chongqing, whose body was tightly coiled and had fallen into unconsciousness, unable to feel any semblance of breath from Bai Chongqing. As if his vitality was all gone, on the contrary, his breathing was still there. Then, please, teacher. Jiang Jiu changed her mouth from Dean to teacher. Din Qian was slightly stunned, but he took the title in his stride. Waving his hand, he said, "All right, you go over to the side surname Ji first. I'll watch over this place, it'll be fine." Jiang Jiu once again arched his hand and saluted, before turning around and leaving. The door to the office was closed. Din Qian glanced at Bai Chongqing on the floor and flipped his hand to summon another jade bottle. The little girl called me a teacher. Then naturally I can't let her call this teacher in vain. This pishy spirit do, although it can't help your dragon blood go further, it can protect your soul from a single fatal attack. Originally, I couldn't bring myself to take it out. That's just it. As the words fell, Qian Lao opened the cork of the bottle, the mouth of the bottle facing downwards, and only after a long time did he see a 7-colored liquid dripping from the bottle. After landing on top of Bai Chongqing's body, it instantly disappeared. Raising his hand, Bai Chongqing, who was originally lying on the ground, instantly disappeared and was put into his nascent soul pouch. Do your best and listen to the fate of heaven. Dragon's blood is hard to come by. Purifying dragon's blood is an act of changing fate against heaven. Being able to protect your life is already the limit. Whether or not you can gain something in the end is still up to you. Rest well. Bai Chongqing didn't know what was happening at the moment, and in the nascent soul sac, the originally sleeping ink jade mythical beast looked at Bai Chongqing, who had suddenly appeared, and a pair of pitch-black eyes were filled with a few moments of doubt. After coming closer, it sniffed low for a couple of moments, and then reached out its claws to pull Bai Chongqing a bit. Seeing that Bai Chongqing didn't have any reaction, he felt uninterested and went back to sleep. Bai Chongqing only felt that he was in the chaos, vaguely heard the system alert sound, but at this moment he simply could not raise any spirit to study the system. In the end prompted what? I don't know how long he slept, but his consciousness slowly returned. But after he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a large head, as well as a fierce roar that seemed to shake his soul apart. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Chongqing bowed his head. The scene in which he imagined that the other party would bite him did not appear, and when he raised his eyes to look, he realized that the huge beast had somehow transformed into a humanoid form. Dressed in black armor, its body was stout. The only problem was that the other party still maintained that similar lion head appearance. Even the limbs, the difference with the previous is just the size. A long, thin tail swayed behind him. At this moment, he was looking at Bai Chongqing with an expression that you kids have this much guts. Chapter 70 Your Master. Poor then. Facing the Beast King with a third-grade body, kneeling wasn't shameful, kneeling not fast enough was. In actuality, it wasn't actually Bai Chongqing who wanted to kneel. Rather, the Ink Jade mythical Beast King's pressure, as well as the dragon blood in his body, gave Bai Chongqing a feeling of being forced to submit. If it were any other beast soldier, I'm afraid that just that roar would be enough to split his liver and guts. When the beasts reached the Lord level, their spiritual power began to increase dramatically, the same as human martial artists. The reason why it is called Lord level is because at this level of foreign beasts can already use the spiritual power to influence the spirit of other low-level foreign beasts, so that they subconsciously produce submissive thoughts. Not to mention the Beast King who slaughtered lords like dogs. And a Beast King also had the pride of belonging to a Beast King. Seeing how Bai Chongqing was behaving, the Ink Jade mythical beast that had originally wanted to tease him was also too embarrassed to do anything to him at the moment. Although he still felt awkward about Bai Chongqing's existence, he had an extra companion, so at least he wasn't as bored. Having followed Din Qian since he was a young boy, the animal's way of thinking was more inclined to that of a human, rather than a strong sense of territory like those Beast Kings that had grown up fighting in the wilderness. If it were those Beast Kings in the wilderness, I'm afraid that the first time Bai Chongqing appeared in the nascent soul sac, he would have already been devoured in one bite, so how could he wait until he woke up? You are so weak. The Ink and Jade mythical beast spat out human words, stretching out a claw and pointing at Bai Changsheng with a few moments of dislike in his eyes. When a foreign beast cultivated to the Beast King level, it was not only able to take shape, it was spiritually intelligent enough to spit out human words, and it was not an uncommon thing. Bai Changsheng's strength naturally did not reach that level. But with a soft hiss, the ink and jade mythical beast was able to understand what Bai Changsheng wanted to express. There were 2 hisses in a row, and the mythical beast originally wanted to strike Bai Changsheng again. But after hearing these hissing sounds, a few moments of compassion appeared in his eyes. Your master is poorer than my master is rich. Bai Changsheng didn't know where the ink and jade mythical beast knew the word poorer than, but it was obvious that he accurately comprehended the meaning he was expressing. People under the roof have to bow their heads. I hope Jiang Jiu won't blame him when he finds out. Yes, my master is a poorer than. Big brother is unaware of what kind of life I lead. Poor master, lowly bloodline, crisis-ridden existence and broken me. I can have this strength now, all thanks to my own sweat and hard work. Clearly comprehending what Bai Changsheng was trying to convey, the compassion in the eyes of the ink jade mythical beast increased by a few more points. At that exact moment, a large piece of foreign beast meat was thrown in the nascent soul pouch. One didn't need to think to know that it was Din Qian's feeding of the ink jade mythical beast. But Din Qian didn't seem to care about the scene in the nascent soul pouch and continued to deal with the documents after feeding the animal by hand. This beast meat is full of blood and qi. At a glance, it is clear that at least from the beast general level beast body shaved, or the best taste of the leg meat, there is not a trace of fat, all lean meat. I don't know what the flavor of this beast general level beast meat is. Bai Changsheng secretly swallowed a bit of saliva. His eyes fell straight on top of that lean meat, as if he noticed something. His eyes slightly turned to the ink and jade mythical beast, and then he shrunk his neck. He was looking at the meat, and the mythical beast was looking at him. Beasts all had the subconscious behavior of protecting food. It was hard to fool the other party into not doing anything to him. If he were to make the other party discontented because of a piece of beast meat, then it would be more than worth the loss. Although the meat of a beast general level beast was fragrant, Bai Changsheng was still able to endure it. However, Bai Changsheng's behavior fell into the eyes of the ink and jade mythical beast, but it was a cowardly, pitiful appearance. Its spiritual intelligence wasn't low, probably about the same as a human 11 or 12-year-old child, and because it was so well protected by Din Qian, its mind wasn't mature at all. Looking at Bai Changsheng in such a posture, after thinking about it, the ink jade mythical beast pushed that beast meat towards Bai Changsheng's side. Bai Changsheng sensed something different and couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at the ink and jade mythical beast, with a few moments of doubt in his eyes. Eat it. I don't like meat. There were still foreign beasts that didn't like to eat meat. Bai Changsheng clearly saw the ink and jade mythical beast's throat shrug slightly, a look of swallowing saliva, but the other party had said so. If he didn't eat it, he would look a bit ungrateful. He opened his mouth and took a bite, but his attention was always on the ink jade mythical beast. Once the other party showed dissatisfaction, he decisively closed his mouth. However, until the system beep sounded, the mythical beast didn't even turn around to look at the meat again. Congratulations to the host for devouring the long velvet ridge deer, gaining 57 points in chi and blood value, and gaining 21 evolution points. Although he had fallen into a coma before and didn't know how much time had passed, he had filled up the 1,000-point chi and blood storage limit that came with the digestive enhancement before he passed out. Through the missing 200 or so points of chi and blood value, Bai Changsheng was also able to roughly deduce just how long he had been asleep. After sleeping for 2 days in a row, he wasn't hungry, but his stomach was empty and his mouth was craving for more. The ink and jade mythical beast still had no intention of turning back, and Bai Changsheng didn't have the slightest intention of being polite. After a short period of time together, he had already roughly figured out the heart of the ink and jade mythical beast. At least the sudden outburst that he was worried about before was impossible, and since that was the case, he naturally had nothing to be afraid of. Gulping down a few more mouthfuls, the not-so-large venison suddenly went 2/3 of the way down. Feeling his stomach bulge again, as well as being refilled with 1,000 points, Bai Changsheng was only then satisfied with his mouth. With a light hiss, the ink and jade mythical beast that had been on its back turned its head when it heard the sound, looking at the venison that was only a small half left, heartbroken and at the same time feeling a kind of inexplicable pride. People will be in a happy mood after doing a good deed. In the eyes of the mythical beast, he had just made a little guy who had never eaten a full meal, definitely a good deed. But although this fellow was pitiful, his meal size did seem to be a bit large. Looking at the remaining small half of the deer meat, the ink jade mythical beast opened its mouth and swallowed as much as it could. Don't worry. In the future, you eat first.
No.
You eat the rest of my... Listening to the other party's words, for some reason, it gave Bai Chongqing a feeling that the ink and jade mythical beast was generous and stingy. However, none of this mattered. What mattered was that the mind of this ink jade mythical beast was far more innocent than he had imagined. Now, not only was he able to stay in this nascent soul sack, he was even able to get the king of the beasts to take the initiative to give him some food, which was also considered an unexpected gain. For another 3 days in a row, Bai Chongqing spent his time sharing a room with the ink and jade mythical beast. The mythical beast kept its promise, and every time Din Qian fed, it would leave some for Bai Chongqing. Bai Chongqing couldn't resist the hospitality, and while he came and went, he sighed that what the Beast King ate was just fine. Chapter 71 The Spirit God Deed Broad. Early one morning, Bai Chongqing was sleeping in a daze when he suddenly felt an additional pulling force on his body, and before he woke up to understand, he had already gone from next to the ink jade mythical beast to outside the nascent soul bag. When he raised his eyes, there was a young girl standing a few steps away. Her hair was tied behind her head, her face was exquisite and beautiful, and she was wearing a black tracksuit. Who else could it be if not Zhang Jiu? Just at this moment, although Zhang Jiu's appearance hadn't changed, her body's aura, as well as her qi and blood, which were obviously much stronger, were all proving one thing to Bai Chongqing, that at this moment, she had already succeeded in stepping into the ranks of the third-grade martial artist. She had even stabilized her realm, and even her qi and blood had settled down. Bai Chongqing was astonished at Zhang Jiu's improvement over the past 5 days, and Zhang Jiu felt Bai Chongqing's qi and blood improve, and was similarly astonished in her heart. At the time of enrollment, Bai Chongqing's qi and blood was only at the beginning of 3,000, but only a week had passed since the start of the school year, and Bai Chongqing's qi and blood value had unexpectedly stepped over the 4,500 mark. If nothing else, with Bai Chongqing's speed of qi and blood enhancement, given another 2 months, he would be able to directly break through the third-grade martial artist mark and step into the beast general rank. This rate of enhancement could no longer be described as terrifying. The students of Shui Mu were all geniuses from all over the country, but most of the students, stepping into the beast general rank from the 3rd rank, needed at least a year and a half. Taking Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing as examples, their talents weren't weak even in Waterwood, but even so, after a year of studying in Waterwood, they had only barely touched the threshold of a martial general. In comparison, Bai Chongqing's rate of improvement was very intuitive. Knowing that Bai Chongqing would grow smoother and faster if he stayed with Din Qian, she hadn't really thought that it would be this fast. Didn't expect it, did you? To be honest, I also didn't expect this little guy's strength increase to be so exaggerated. But with the dragon blood concentration being promoted twice in a row, it's only normal for the strength to rapidly refine after breaking the growth ceiling. As the qi and blood improves, the growth rate will slowly slow down, and I'm estimating that it'll only be around 2 or 3 weeks. Bai Chongqing sniffed and glanced at Din Qian before silently withdrawing his gaze. There was one thing he hadn't said. As long as he could stay by the side of the ink and jade mythical beast, it would be impossible for his qi and blood enhancement rate to drop. This was the benefit of having someone behind him. When there was something good, the ink jade mythical beast didn't forget to leave him a bite. Alright, old G has allowed you to step into the realm of a 3rd-grade martial artist, so naturally I can't lag behind. The things I'm going to teach you have been prepared long ago, so take a look first. As Din Qian spoke, he took out a golden and red wooden box from his storage ring. After the lid was opened, inside lay a gray-bound book quietly. The cover was ancient, as if it was made from some kind of beast's skin, and on it were 4 words written in golden pigment. The Spirit God Deed Broad? What is this? Zhang Jiu knew very little about the imperial beasts, but something that could be so prized by Din Qian was bound to be nothing out of the ordinary. This is an ancient book that I obtained by chance. I don't know the origin, I don't know the author, but I've studied what's inside, and the degree of subtlety and profundity is far superior to all of the Royal Beastmaster's exclusive spiritual skills that exist today. It's also what I felt was most suitable for you and this little guy after carefully selecting it. Din Qian's gaze landed on the gray leather book, paused for a moment, and spoke again. Unusual Royal Beast Master spirit skills are used to enhance the battle power of spirit beasts after cultivation, or to grant spirit beasts some sort of ability. For example, the 3 spirit skills that I have cultivated have greatly strengthened the murky jade mythical beast's attack and kill, speed, and defense. However, these spirit technique ES are all too conventional, and although they can be learned, they cannot maximize your respective strengths. Individual strengths? Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changxing glanced at each other, not understanding what Din Qian meant by these words. Learning the spirit god deed broad will enable you to intertwine your souls with this little guy more thoroughly. Form a fake dragon vein within you. Borrowing this fake dragon vein, you can construct a second inner sea within your body. If he hadn't known what Din Qian intended before, the moment he heard the words second inner sea, Jiang Jiu got it and instantly understood what Din Qian meant. A martial artist's cultivation relied on aura. Inhaling spiritual qi and melting it into one's own body. When the spiritual qi is added to the physical body at the time of force, one can erupt into an attack that far exceeds the original strength of the physical body. After the third-grade martial artist, the spiritual qi gradually filled up, began to gather qi as dew, and then stored it in the flesh and blood is somewhat inappropriate. At this time, there is a need to open up the inner sea in the body, used to store the spiritual qi. The inner sea construction is completed, is the sign of entering the martial arts general, and then later, but the size of the inner sea the difference between the toughness or not. On this basis, everyone has only one inner sea. This is the consensus of all martial artists since the recovery of aura. Not even an emperor realm existence could break this shackle. But now, she actually heard the words second inner sea from Din Qian. Jiang Jiu was well aware of how many people would go crazy if these words were to spread. Under the same conditions, the second inner sea meant stronger aura bursts, longer lasting battles, and faster cultivation speeds. But if it was really possible to do this, why didn't Din Qian himself go and cultivate it? Noticing Jiang Jiu's gaze, Din Qian's heart was clear, and he shook his head helplessly with a bitter smile. The rewards of practicing it are quite abundant, but the conditions for wanting to practice it are likewise extremely harsh, if not impossible to achieve. The first point, the martial party's spiritual power must be strong enough. The marquee of martial arts is the threshold. Otherwise, it is simply impossible to push the souls to weave together. This point you fit perfectly. The second point, the potential of the spirit beast bloodline must not be low. If it fails to reach the standard of opening up the inner sea, even if it is practiced, it will be of no use. And in this regard, the third stage dragon blood is a bit worse, but after several mutations, the level of the bloodline in this little guy's body is obviously not just as simple as the third stage dragon blood. The third and most important point, both sides' qi and blood cannot be too high. The soul rests on the physical body. If the physical body is too strong and wants to forcefully incorporate other souls, the end result will only be that the physical body refutes the soul, and even if it is ultimately successful, it won't be beneficial in any way. Instead, it will cause the physical body to gradually necrose. In that case, then this condition was indeed harsh. Perhaps someone could fulfill one or two of the 3 points, but it was much harder to fulfill all 3 points. Those with extremely strong spiritual power generally specialized in magic. Opening up the second inner sea required the use of a spirit beast's high-grade bloodline, and those with a high-grade bloodline in their spirit beasts, who would abandon the basics to pursue the martial arts path. Even if both paths are practiced at the same time, in turn, spiritual power becomes a hurdle. The body of a martial artist but has martial marquee level spiritual power. If he hadn't been reincarnated and reborn with an emperor realm cultivation in his previous life, Jiang Jiu himself wouldn't have been able to think of what would make him able to do it. In other words, to fulfill all 3 conditions at the same time would mean that the person possessed the top talent in all 3 paths of magic, beast royalty, and martial arts at the same time. It was no wonder that Din Qian had uttered the words that the conditions were harsh and even impossible to achieve. Chapter 72 Soul Link with Jiang Jiu. With the help of the false dragon vein, you were able to condense the second inner sea. And this little fellow, because of the intertwining of its soul with yours, has the ability to practice human martial arts, and to a certain extent, it will also be influenced by you and will improve rapidly. On top of that, its spiritual power will also be greatly strengthened, and it will be able to spit out human words. I'm also able to cultivate martial arts? Hearing Din Qian's words, Bai Changxing's heart skipped a beat. Martial techniques were, in essence, actually a way for spiritual qi to run through the body. Running through different meridians and then manifesting it in the form of external movements, it was often able to explode with effects far beyond the ordinary. And because the meridians in the body were different from a human's, the beast simply couldn't copy the martial arts to cultivate. This was also the reason for transformation. Theoretically, human body meridians are the most complete and complex, and the upper limit of martial arts cultivation is also the highest. However, even if you take the form of a human, it's still difficult to be as human as the meridians run smoothly. Of course, beasts also have their own racial talent. Some strong racial talents were even born with a heavenly grade martial skill. However, there is one thing that needs to be noted. If you are truly certain that you want to cultivate the spirit god Devour, then after it has been cultivated, the souls between you are deeply intertwined, with one honor and one loss. Far more exaggerated than the effects of an unusual spirit contract. Spirit contracts can still be lifted, but the spirit god Devour will backfire on the other party when one of them dies, or when their souls are heavily damaged. If it's severe, it's even capable of having half of your soul directly erased. Din Qian looked at Zhang Jiyu with a grave expression. After the benefits were made clear, the harms naturally had to be made clear as well. How to choose, Zhang Jiyu had to make his own decision. As for Zhang Jiyu, she only pursed her lips lightly and glanced at Bai Chongqing. Seeing that after Bai Chongqing nodded his head, Zhang Jiyu's face unconsciously surfaced with a smirk. Bai Chongqing had made the same choice as her. Since that was the case, what was there to hesitate about? Teacher, I want to practice the spirit god Devour. Zhang Jiyu spoke decisively, while Din Qian also revealed a smile. To be honest, I also really want to see what this spirit god Devour is like after being practiced. Especially with your talent, if you are able to open up the second inner sea. Being invincible at the same level is no longer even your limit. There was no teacher who didn't like their students to have outstanding talent, and if they were able to make a student whose talent was already overwhelmingly brilliant go even further, this sense of fulfillment was something that simply couldn't be described in words. The spirit god Devour requires both parties to establish a soul link. With the foundation of the spirit deed in place, this step isn't difficult, and the results will be available within 3 days. I'll go prepare some spirit-nourishing elixirs and potions for you to ensure the safety of you and this little guy. Close your eyes and meditate. Try to perceive each other's souls. One person and one snake listened to Din Qian's words and sat down, slightly closing their eyes. Bai Chongqing didn't know how this searching for souls was done. Closing his eyes, only pitch blackness remained in front of him. The entire room became silent. Bai Chongqing could even hear his heart beating slowly. However, as time slowly passed, Bai Chongqing still didn't feel anything. Instead, the sleepiness that had originally been disturbed found its way back. Consciousness slowly became sluggish, and Bai Chongqing actually fell into a deep sleep. Being well-fed meant that he was prone to dozing off, or perhaps it was because his time in the waterwood was too restful. Bai Chongqing slept very deeply and fragrantly this time. And he also had a dream. In the dream, there was a lotus platform carved out of ice, and on the lotus platform, there stood a person with a slightly slimmer figure. What was left to him was a back figure, and as far as his eyes could see, his long black hair reached his waist, and he was holding a long spear. Inexplicably, Bai Chongqing felt that the other party was somewhat familiar, and fought to get closer to see who the other party actually was. But there was always a distance between the two sides. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch the other side. Until he woke up from a sleep, Bai Chongqing didn't see who the other party was, but instead, it gave him a feeling of exhaustion. This sleep had left Bai Chongqing drenched in sweat and mentally exhausted. On the other side, Zhang Jiyu also slowly opened his eyes. Noticing that both the man and the snake had woken up, Din Qian handed over 2 bottles of potions in his hand and gave Bai Chongqing a share of one. Biting the cork, Bai Chongqing didn't hesitate and gulped down the potion in a few gulps. After the cool potion went down, he only felt that his brain, which was originally a bit drowsy, instantly cleared up a bit. Teacher, I failed. Saying failure on his lips, but Zhang Jiyu's face did not have any expression fluctuation. And Din Qian shook his head when he heard this. This step is meant to be a water polishing technique. There is no speculative path. Just keep trying after your spirit recuperates. No need to be discouraged. For 2 days in a row, both Bai Chongqing and Zhang Jiyu were constantly trying to establish the soul link that Din Qian had mentioned. Zhang Jiyu didn't even return to her dormitory and stayed in Din Qian's office the entire time. But there was no progress for the entire 3 days. Bai Chongqing had lost count of how many times he had dreamed of the figure with its feet on the ice lotus, but he had been unable to see its proper face. When his spirit got tired, he drank potions to replenish it and then continued. It wasn't until the night of the 3rd day that Bai Chongqing fell into a deep sleep, only to be greeted by the figure on top of that ice lotus that had turned around. Bai Chongqing recognized the other party at a glance. Who else could it be if not Zhang Jiyu? This should be the Zhang Jiyu of the previous life, right? Although the person has been reborn, the soul is still the same as the previous life, looking 25 or 26 years old. Compared to that teenage appearance now, it's a little less cold, but it carries an inexplicable divinity. Murmuring 2 sentences in his heart, the next moment, a sound that sounded like thunder rang out violently, directly pulling Bai Chongqing out of the state. On the opposite side, Jiang Jiu was sweating profusely and panting, as if he had had some kind of nightmare, and even his spirit was a bit depressed. And this time, Bai Chongqing could clearly feel that Jiang Jia's spirit was extremely depressed, as if his spirit had been drained in an instant. When Din Qian saw Jiang Jiu in this state, his face was delighted while he hurriedly handed over another elixir. The Phantom Lotus God Stabilizing Pill. Reaching out to receive the elixir and swallowing it in one gulp, Jiang Jiu rested on her knees to regulate her breathing, and as the elixir began to take effect, Bai Chongqing was able to clearly feel that Jiang Jiu's spirit was rapidly improving from atrophy. It was only after a full 10 minutes or so that Fang reopened his eyes. Success! Jiang Jia let out a "hmm," turning her head to look at Bai Chongqing. Now, I'm able to clearly sense Xiao Bai's mood changes, as well as his location. On top of that, there's also its body, which seems to have resonated with me, allowing me to vaguely detect the presence of dragon blood. Chapter 73 $10 million Loan. The link has already been established. Next is to start proceeding step by step as stated above. The first thing to do is to construct a fake dragon vein within your body. Din Qian took out a bunch of things from his storage ring, and as these things appeared, the entire office was suddenly overflowing with aura, and the air carried a refreshing feeling. Tricolor grass, rootless fruit, spirit lake, parallel lotus. Looking at these things that Din Qian had taken out, even if Jiang Jiu's personality was no longer sober, she somewhat couldn't help but make a sound at this moment. And Bai Chongqing could clearly feel that after these things appeared, Jiang Jiu's side of the family had obvious mood swings, and, you recognize all of them? That's just right, and it saves me from having to explain the effects and the method of taking them to you one by one. With a wave of Din Qian's hand, all of these herbs that had just been taken out flew towards Jiang Jiu. Teacher, these things are just too valuable. I can't accept them. Only this time, Jiang Jiu was extremely dry in her refusal. She and Din Qian were but casual acquaintances, and only 10 days had passed since they met. Previously, Bai Chongqing had gotten a piece of dragon blood chalcedony, which was worth over $2 million. If he added these herbs now, I'm afraid that the total value of $5 million could not be stopped. If Din Qian was his own uncle, then these things she took also took, but the problem was that it was not. Perhaps there was some pretense and false politeness, but Jiang Jiu's nature was like this. You'll be able to use all of these things. Hurry up and keep them. Din Qian waved his hand at his words, and before he could say anything else, he saw Jiang Jiu obstinately shake her head. You girl, you called me a teacher. So what's wrong with me giving you something? It's not like you don't know. These things are nothing to me at all. Besides, these things are all necessary for your next. Unless you are willing to give up the chance to condense the second inner sea. With the opportunity in front of him, and one that no one else could even beg for if they wanted to, how could Jiang Jiu give it up? After 2 seconds of silence, it was Din Qian who eventually opened his mouth first. Your talent is overwhelming, cultivating extremely fast while practicing several paths in unison. The resources you need to consume is not a small number. To earn these resources, I'm afraid that even if you stay in the middle of the wasteland day in and day out, you won't necessarily be able to catch up. These words of Din Qian were all true. Not to mention those high-grade spirit medicines, the daily consumption of basic resources by Jiang Jiu and Bai Chongqing alone was not a small number. It was only after enrolling in Shui Mu and relying on a small wave of wealth from the Star Ascension building, coupled with the savings earned from the previous Steel Bone Wolf King, that they were able to meet their daily basic needs. Even so, once there was a demand for any high-grade spirit medicine, these deposits in Jiang Jiu's hands simply couldn't be enough. For example, these spirit medicines that were in front of her at the moment, picking 2 out at random would be able to drain her savings. And even if you want to go to the wasteland to make money now, we won't let you. The we here referred to were obviously the 3 deans. For one thing, safety can't be guaranteed unless one of us 3 old guys follows you forward. But in that case, isn't it putting the cart before the horse? Secondly, your cultivation has not reached a bottleneck at all. There is no need to fight to break through the realm barriers. What you should do most now is to cultivate without fear. When your strength is low, you put yourself in danger in order to make money, delaying your cultivation time and wasting your cultivation talent. This is something only a fool would do. Dean Qian spoke heavily to Jiang Jiu for the first time in order to dispel those thoughts she shouldn't have. But after saying that, he stumbled slightly in his words, and after some thought he added, "Tell you what, you can hold on to the things for now, I'll go fetch something." Jiang Jiu didn't know what Dean Qian was going to do, but it was clear that she couldn't ask Dean Qian's business. After speaking, Dean Qian turned around and left the office, leaving Jiang Jiu and Bai Changsheng looking at each other in disbelief. More than 10 minutes later, Dean Qian returned, the difference only being that there was an extra piece of paper in his hand. "Come on, fill this out. This is?" Jiang Jiu reached out and took it, and then he saw the line at the top. "Application form for interest-free loan for Mizuki students." "Teacher, this is?" Dean Qian went out for 10 minutes just to get this? Seemingly realizing that Jiang Jiu had misunderstood, Dean Qian shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I didn't get this. Rather, it's something that's existed from the time Suemu was originally created, in order to allow students from average families to not have to waste their time and talent for cultivation resources. But this thing was only used frequently during the years when Waterwood was first created. Later on, as the situation stabilized and resources were sufficiently supplied, the school's welfare benefits for all students were raised. Through the Star Ascension building, ranking rewards, extra point rewards for beast materials, and so on, to ensure that students would not lack cultivation resources. Of course, these are only relative to ordinary students. For a genius like you, these things are clearly insufficient. That's why the existence of this interest-free loan is necessary. The maximum amount that can be applied for is an interest-free loan of $10 million for 4 years, interest-free, and after 4 years, it will be charged according to the lowest interest rate of the bank. And the application requires a signature guarantee from the special teacher to ensure that the loan will not be maliciously cheated. I've applied for a $10 million top-up loan for you, and I've signed all my names. All you need to do is fill out all your information, and this loan will arrive this afternoon." Dean Qian had no need to lie to her about this matter, because if this thing was fake, it wouldn't stand up to scrutiny or verification at all. And with this $10 million interest-free loan, Jiang Jiu's financial pressure would be greatly relieved, and she wouldn't even need to worry about resources for nearly a year. As for a year from now, she would have already stepped into the Marshal General level by then, so if she went to hunt foreign beasts again, she thought that Dean Qian and the others wouldn't have any problem with it. With this in mind, Jiang Jiu lifted her pen and wrote her name on it, as well as the basic information behind it. "All right, put the stuff away and hurry up with your cultivation. The construction of the fake dragon vein is likewise an extremely labor-intensive matter. You need to complete the construction of the fake dragon vein before you break through to Marshal General. This is so that when you break through the Marshal General and condense your inner sea, you can condense your second inner sea in one go. No one can give you guidance in this regard. Everything needs to be groped for by yourself. But remember, if you have any doubts, or if you feel that something is wrong somewhere, stop cultivating first and then come to me. Teacher has nothing else but enough heavenly materials. Relying on these heavenly materials and treasures, even if your cultivation goes awry, it's still no problem to save your life." Jiang Jiu sniffed without saying a word, only deeply bowing towards Dean Qian. Chapter 74 Silver Stripe Creation Fruit. For an entire month, Bai Changxing spent his time in Dean Qian's nascent soul pouch, and if nothing else, he would spend the next 2 months that way. Although it was boring, it was better than steady. Other than that, the steadily increasing daily qi blood value alone was extremely pleasing to look at. 100 points a day, unchanging. At this moment, Bai Changxing's qi blood value had already passed the 7,500 point mark. At this rate of growth, if it continued, it would only take half a month before he would be able to hit the Beast General mark. As for the evolution points needed to break through to Beast General, Bai Changxing was also saving up, and if nothing else, when the blood value reached the critical point, he would be able to save up enough evolution points as well. Couldn't be helped, with a good big brother to back him up, Bai Changxing hadn't been worse off in the eating department this month. And as the ink and jade mythical beast watched Bai Changxing's size become more rounded day by day, there were a few moments of satisfaction and self-satisfaction in his eyes. In order to take care of this poor little guy, it had deducted a lot from its own snacks every day to feed him. It was good that the results were pleasing, and in a month's time it turned Bai Changxing from a weakling into a bigger weakling. Although they are all weak chickens, but white and chubby always look a little better. And Bai Changxing was also very understanding, providing the Moyu mythical beast with emotional value every day. The mountain chicken was nearly killed, and Chen Haonan, who learned the news, carried a knife and went to look for that gang. "Dare to touch my brother?" Then step over my corpse first. On Jiang Zhiyu's side, he was busy constructing a fake dragon vein and learning from the other deans, and as his soul intertwining continued to deepen, Bai Chongqing had also been able to spit out human words. However, he still needed a lot of practice if he wanted to speak fluently. Giving the Ink and Jade mythical beast a lecture on kooks was all about practicing. Other than that, Bai Chongqing had a little something else in mind. After a big battle, Chun Haonan managed to help Chicken avenge his death, and because of this battle, he got a lot of turf, and even attracted the attention of a beauty who fell in love with him at first sight in the process. While his mouth was talking about the grouch who was forced to be magically altered because he couldn't remember, his eyes kept falling on the face of the Ink and Jade mythical beast. After giving a conclusion to the story, seeing the MOU mythical beast's face show a sense of contemplation, Bai Chongqing let out a long sigh. It's a pity. Big brothers like Chun Haonan, who dares to stick his neck out for his brothers, are not seen much in the world. If I could meet such a big brother, even if I were to be given a ton of tiger's blood pills, my bloodline would be promoted and my strength would skyrocket. I would be willing. It's just a pity that the one who can be my big brother is bound to be a righteous, blood-rich, unfathomable, and a dragon amongst men, and to meet such a one is difficult. It's just too difficult. As soon as these words came out, the Ink and Jade mythical beast on the opposite side of the room was instantly a bit impressed, looking at Bai Chongqing before raising one of its claws and pointing at itself. But Bai Chongqing didn't seem to see it as if he continued to speak. Being my big brother, it's definitely a flood of blessings, not to mention anything else. The growth in strength is inevitable. Even if he's a beast king now, he can definitely become a beast god in the future. Going out and picking up elixirs, casually practicing a bit to break through the realm, and behind him there are countless little fangirls. My big brother that I've never met before. Where the hell are you? I've searched so hard for you. Hearing this, the Ink Jade mythical beast couldn't hold back completely. I'll be your big brother. Hearing the words of the MOU mythical beast, Bai Chongqing turned his head, in surprise, with a look of disbelief. You? How is this good? You really want to be my big brother? With a thud, the MOU mythical beast slapped a claw on top of his chest before nodding his head heavily. Aha! The fish that had been dangling for so long, the bait had been spread for half a month, and now it finally bit the hook. However, Bai Chongqing didn't directly agree to it, but instead showed a hesitant look on his face. But, my strength is humble while you are a beast king. My bloodline is impure while you are a dragon's son. My background is shallow while you have Dean Shui Mu as a backer. Halfway through his words, Bai Chongqing was interrupted by the Ink and Jade mythical beast. It's fine. I don't mind you. Such blunt words were something that only the Ink and Jade mythical beast could say. The corners of Bai Chongqing's mouth couldn't help but twitch, but before he could say anything else, the Ink and Jade mythical beast spoke again. I want to be your boss. Share the same blessings and difficulties. Fruit really? Big brother. The Ink and Jade mythical beast repeatedly insisted, Bai Chongqing bitterly persuaded, and ultimately had no choice but to agree to this matter. Big brother is above. Receive a bow from little brother. Simple-minded, spiritually immature and incomplete, strength and appearance aside, the MOU mythical beast was really just like a human 11 or 12-year-old child. And from the moment he figured out the heart of the MOU mythical beast, Bai Chongqing had this plan. Perhaps there was some suspicion of lying to a child who didn't know any better, but wasn't that always the case in the Battle of the Suns? Resources, background, connections, Bai Chongqing did not have any of them, and if he wanted to grow up peacefully, there were some things he still had to fight for himself. Chun Haonan. Meet and greet, the Ink and Jade mythical beast said under its breath, and without knowing where, it touched out a fruit and handed it over towards Bai Chongqing. The fruit was not large, just the size of a person's fist. The body was turquoise, and there were silver lines engraved on it. At a glance it was clear that it was not a mortal product. This fruit. The corners of his mouth moved several times. The Ink Jade mythical beast seemed to be trying to find a word to describe the rarity of this fruit. But after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't find a word that fit, and in the end, he only popped out one word. Good. See, this is the good big brother, Bai Chongqing did not have any polite meaning, opened his mouth and swallowed this fruit. The next moment, a refreshing feeling exploded from Bai Chongqing's mouth. The juice of the fruit was cool, And Bai Chongsheng was able to clearly feel that with the entrance of this juice, something began to act crazily on all parts of his body. Congratulations to the host for devouring the silver-striped fruit of creation, gaining 0 chi and blood value, and 3,000 evolution points. Holy! Hearing the system beep, Bai Chongsheng only felt a tingling sensation rush from his back spine directly to his brain, and there was only one word that could describe his mood at this moment. Cool! Was this the benefit of recognizing the ink and jade mythical beast as his big brother? Casually, he had given him fruit worth 3,000 evolution points. Such an exaggerated amount was the only thing Bai Chongsheng had ever seen in his life. Originally, he didn't have enough evolution points, but with the swallowing of this fruit, his balance directly shot up to 4,012. Excited heart, trembling hands. If it wasn't for the wrong gender, Bai Chongsheng would have wanted to give his body in marriage. However, after the short period of excitement passed, Bai Chongsheng also discovered something wrong. This silver-striped fruit of creation was able to provide 3,000 evolution points, which was evident of its rarity, and a fruit of this level was clearly something that Din Qian had prepared for the Moyu mythical beast. It was even likely to be something that would be of great use. Now that he had eaten it, if Din Qian found out, how would he explain? With this in mind, Bai Chongsheng couldn't help but look at the ink jade mythical beast. My good big brother, do you remember me telling you that betraying your brother is a shameful act? Chapter 75 Soul Refining Grass, New Secret Realm. Another 2 weeks flashed by. As time passed, Bai Chongsheng could already clearly feel that the threshold marking the beast general was becoming more and more obvious. In fact, after his chi and blood values had stepped into the 9,000 mark, Bai Chongsheng felt like he could break through at any time. If he were to calculate according to the realm of a martial artist, he should now be considered a third-grade beast soldier perfection. However, with the system panel in place, Bai Chongsheng was able to clearly see the gap. 10 days, just 10 more days, and he would be able to cross over the beast soldier and officially step into the beast general. This level of battle power wasn't even weak when placed in the middle of the wasteland. If it was amongst some small towns close to the wasteland, Bai Chongsheng would even be able to become a Fey beast head. However, this complacency was being crushed to death by Bai Chongsheng at the moment. There was no way around it, just look at what existences he got along with on a daily basis. The Beast King level Moyu mythical beast was not to be mentioned, and even if he grew to Lord level, it would only be a matter of one of its claws. Din Qian was just casually practicing martial arts, and his battle power was all at the late martial general stage. The only thing that could give him some presence was Jiang Zhiyu. However, Jiang Zhiyu's chi and blood growth rate was similarly extremely terrifying, and in a month and a half's time, her chi and blood value had similarly stepped over the 7,000 point mark. Simply by looking at the difference in blood value, Bai Chongsheng seemed to be quite a bit ahead. But the truth was, if Jiang Zhiyu exploded with all her might, Bai Chongsheng would most likely not be able to walk under her hand for more than 3 rounds. If he could block the blast gun, he couldn't block the broken gold gun, and if he could block the broken gold gun, there was still the soul destruction needle waiting for him. However, it is also true that under the Beast General, I am afraid that there is no one who can block these 3 strokes of Jiang Zhiyu. Well, low-level Beast Generals are all bad enough. It was also for this reason that Bai Chongsheng had clearly recognized his shortcomings. It seemed like his chi and blood were improving quickly, but in actuality he was useless except for his chi and blood. Defense barely had rock armor defense and steel bones to hold him up, but the means of attack were really lacking. A toothless tiger, even if it looked powerful, it only looked. If only it could have a racial talent like the Moyu mythical beast. Bai Chongsheng's gaze turned slightly, looking at the sleeping Moyu mythical beast lying beside him, and he was a little lost in thought for a moment. However, with a sudden knock on the door, it brought Bai Chongsheng back to his senses from his lost state of mind. Komein. Din Qian stopped the movements in his hands and raised his eyes to the doorway. The mahogany door of the office was pushed open, and a man who looked to be in his 30s walked in. Din Qian, the principal said something is wrong. Please go over there now with Dean Ji and Dean Li. Good, I know. Din Qian waved his hand, and the office door was reclosed. It was still the same thatched hut, still the same vegetable garden. But this time, there were 3 more cups of hot tea on top of the stone table. Coming? The principal still had that old farmer look. But the 3 of them were certain that the principal definitely had something to find them after seeing the tea that had been poured. Headmaster. The 3 of them all bowed with their hands, and after sitting down, they picked up their teacups and took a light sip. I went out on this trip in order to strangle the high-grade foreign beasts near the wasteland. On the way, I encountered a beast king near Linen City. With its bloodline, a Lord-class Fey beast is already the limit, and unless it mutates, there is no chance of going further. But the truth is, this Beast King not only raised its bloodline level, it even learned a natural aptitude. Hearing the principal's words, all three of them frowned. The bloodline of a foreign beast was normally decided the moment it was born. The height of the bloodline also determined the upper limit of the growth of the foreign beast. Although there were methods that could raise the bloodline, it was only useful for low-grade bloodlines. It was as if by relying on the dragon blood chalcedony, Bai Chongqing was able to raise his own dragon blood level by 1 level, but this thing was completely useless for the ink and jade mythical beast. Normally, being able to support the growth of a foreign beast to lord level was already considered a high bloodline, and it was much harder to raise it any further. Din Qian was worth hundreds of billions of dollars, but he hadn't even been able to make the ink jade mythical beast have a beast emperor bloodline, so it was clear that it was difficult. But now the principal said that the lord had promoted his bloodline, a mutation had occurred, or had swallowed some heavenly material. I explored around that area for a day and a night, and eventually found a secret realm entrance. The rules of the secret realm restricted me from physically entering it, but even just a cursory exploration with my divine sense allowed me to discover something unusual about it. Saying that, the principal turned his head to look at Din Qian. In here, there is soul-refining grass growing. And what was soul-refining grass? Bai Chongqing knew very little about spirit materials, but Din Qian's face changed violently after hearing those 3 words. Principal, is this true? Showing a grave expression, Din Qian had stood up, while Din Ji and Din Li both turned their heads to look at Din Qian when they heard this. Bai Chongqing didn't know what soul-refining grass was, but they were clear. Soul-refining grass both refines the soul and cauterizes the blood. After taking it in large quantities, it was able to purify the bloodline of foreign beasts, and it was the kind that was effective underneath the beast god. In other words, if he was able to obtain enough soul-refining grass, it would be possible for him to further enhance the bloodline of the ink jade mythical beast. However, the amount of soul-refining grass was too rare, and it had only appeared 3 times since the recovery of the aura. Even if old money had more money, it was impossible for him to buy something that simply wasn't there. Don't be anxious for now. Seeing Din Qian's gloomy face, as if he was about to leave for that secret realm in the next moment, the principal could only utter a soothing sentence. There is indeed soul-refining grass. That Beast King should have devoured the soul-refining grass to promote his bloodline. But that secret realm has prohibitions blocking it and world rules suppressing it. Even if it's me, it's impossible for me to break into it the hard way. Even if you go, you will only return without any success. Din Qian sniffed and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he chose to remain silent. After squatting for a little over half a month, I've roughly figured out the rules of that secret realm. Every week that passes, the entrance to that secret realm will open for 3 days, but it is suppressed by the rules of the world, and those with too much qi and blood cannot enter it. Otherwise, they will be rejected by the world rules and directly suppressed. Below a martial general, as long as they haven't opened up an inner sea, they can come and go in it as they please. I've already reported this matter, and the reply I received was that the 10 major martial arts colleges, including Mizuki, will each organize a team of 10 people to enter it for a preliminary exploration. After that, the country will send people from the military to take over this secret realm. The 3 of them were a bit silent as they heard this. Once the military took over, then whatever was in it would have nothing to do with them. However, this was also something that could not be helped. The secret realm was in the middle of the wilderness, so it was something that had no owner. It's okay for the beasts to infest it, but if the news spreads and attracts foreigners to covet it, how to deal with it will be a problem. Taken away by the military, it is always in the hands of their own family. Just so, who to choose to go to the secret realm has become a problem. Chapter 76. The Last Spot. Selecting students to enter the secret realm was nothing difficult. There were thousands of Suemu students, and although the limitations of the rules of the secret realm world restricted the strength of the students to only below that of a martial general, the number of people in this range wasn't exactly small. Throughout the entire sophomore year, aside from the very few with good talent who had already broken through to martial general, most of the rest were stuck at the 3rd-ranked martial artist. From these students, it was still very easy to find 10 whose qi and blood had reached the limit of a 3rd-grade martial general. But the only problem was, the destination of this trip was the freshman secret realm that had just come out of the world, without determining the danger level, without determining the type of secret realm, and without even knowing what existed inside. In this situation, rashly entering it, the best result would naturally be that the students would all be safe and sound, while the worst result. Headmaster, can you find a way to use your divine sense to probe clearly the specifics within that secret realm? Such as the type of secret realm, whether it is naturally generated or left by a great power, and the level of danger within it. Dean Lee frowned slightly and opened his mouth to speak out. The principal sniffed but shook his head. Divine sense was suppressed by the rules of the world. I only lasted less than 3 breaths before I attracted the rules to suppress it. In 3 breaths of time, I was only able to roughly sweep through the entire secret realm, unable to determine the specifics. But there is one thing that can be determined. In this secret realm, other than spiritual medicines, there are no more living creatures with rich qi and blood. It is thought that those living creatures are also all unusual foreign beasts that accidentally entered the secret realm after it came out. It's worth mentioning that the foreign beasts are similarly suppressed by the rules, and above a 3rd grade beast soldier, they cannot enter it. Above a 3rd grade beast soldier cannot enter it? If that was the case, then there was no big problem. At least if the students entered it, their safety was greatly guaranteed, and as long as they didn't act alone, it was still possible for them to come out safely. And what they should consider also became which students to choose in order to collect as many spirit medicines as possible. This matter is left to you to decide. The reward program, the list of students, including escorting them along the way, will all be decided by the 3 of you through deliberation. The capital is the farthest from that secret realm, so when everything is ready, we'll set off 2 hours later. So urgent? Hearing the principal say that they would depart after 2 hours, the 3 of them had their hearts tightened, but they didn't say anything. Things are in a hurry. The above only gave us a time to open the cycle. It's only 13 days full, and tomorrow morning is the start of the next cycle. There can be no delay in entering the secret realm. The sooner the better. I've already cleared the air with the principals of the remaining 9 schools. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, all students will enter the secret realm together. I've also greeted the nearest martial artist town, supplies, weapons, and defense gear. If there is a need, feel free to branch out. It was said that all matters were left to them, but in reality, the principal had already taken care of most of the things, and only needed them to implement them. Seeing this, the 3 of them didn't dare to delay any longer, and rose together, bowing their hands and saluting before leaving. It was only when they stood in front of the 1-point fork in the road that all 3 of them stopped in their tracks again. 10 from a school. I suggest 3 from each academy. The students' earnings will also be the responsibility of that academy itself, and the students will receive 10% of the proceeds from the elixirs they pick. How about that? This percentage, which was still quite high, was 2 percentage points higher than the harvest of an unusual secret realm opening team. Other than that, the auction price of a soul refining grass is around 10 million. 10% is 1 million. If they can collect a few more plants, perhaps by relying on this, they will be able to earn the resources needed for the next few years of cultivation. The school couldn't provide help to the students who entered it in other aspects, so it could only give them some compensation in the piece of revenue. I don't have a problem with it. This is what the students deserve. I also agree. But there's one thing I want to discuss with you guys first. The soul refining grass, no matter which academy students get it, it has to go to me. Of course, I can purchase it at a price that exceeds the market price by 30%. Cash, points, or you can exchange it for any other spirit materials. Other spirit medicines Dean Qian did not lack. As long as they could be bought with money, they were nothing with him. But the only thing he had to get was the soul refining grass. After searching so hard for so many years, it was not easy to have a chance to obtain it, so he was naturally unwilling to let it go. Dean Li and Dean Ji naturally knew what their old friend had in mind, and with a they agreed to this matter. It didn't matter how much they fought in normal times, but this matter was clearly not something that could be used for jokes. It's just that this last spot, to which academy? Dean Li added another sentence. 10 places, 3 colleges, it was obvious that there was no way to divide them equally. Then this last place, no matter which college it was given to, it all seemed a bit improper. The 3 of them were a bit silent for a while, but the white Chongsheng in the nascent soul bag was in a hurry. Staying in the nascent soul pouch, the situation outside could also be viewed at a glance. Bai Chongxing had listened to the whole thing from beginning to end, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. A secret realm that could make both Principal Shui Mu and the 3 deans pay so much attention to it. If he didn't go in and get a piece of the pie, then I'm afraid that whenever he thought about it in the future, he'd have to beat his chest in regret. With a sense of intent, Dean Qian waved his hand and summoned Bai Chongxing out. Looking at Bai Chongqing, who had suddenly appeared, the other two deans couldn't help but have a flash of surprise in their eyes. After a month and a half of absence, that white-scaled snake had actually grown to this extent. At this moment, compared to a month and a half ago, Bai Chongqing's qi and blood values had doubled, and even his body size had grown to 15 meters at this moment. Although in their eyes Bai Chongqing was still weak, this rate of improvement was something they couldn't ignore. Even Zhang Jiyu, who they had high hopes for and who was constantly supplied with all sorts of spiritual materials and elixirs, I'm afraid that the speed of qi and blood enhancement wasn't as exaggerated as Bai Chongqing's, right? Not to mention the other students. In a month and a half's time, a qi and blood boost of more than 2,000 would be considered a top genius. But Bai Chongqing had boosted his qi and blood by 4,500. Isn't this Jiyu that girl's spirit beast? Why is it in your nascent soul pouch? The little girl asked me to help her carry it for 3 months. Dean Qian waved his hand and gave a perfunctory explanation before he heard Bai Chongqing spit out human words and opened his mouth to start talking. Greetings to the 3 deans. Dean Li and Dean Ji both looked surprised when they heard Bai Chongqing speak. This little guy, he can actually speak? And speaking so fluently, this spiritual intelligence. I'm afraid that a beast king is far inferior. Old Qian, your means of cultivating spirit beasts is getting more and more pure. After saving up for so long and never showing half of it, at this moment, looking at the shocked expressions of his 2 old friends, Dean Qian's mouth instantly lifted up. Cultivating this little guy in passing. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. Chapter 77. In the secret world, life and death are at your own risk. Bad. Again to this guy loaded to. Dean, just that sentence completely is the feeling, words out on the realization of the wrong, and the money Dean to pick up the words also pick up extremely quickly. Simply do not give him the opportunity to say but then again, this little guy was indeed raised extremely well by old money. The dragon statue appeared, his size grew, and his qi and blood soared. If someone else came along, it would obviously be impossible to do this. But if this guy had been a bit more restrained, they would have complimented him a bit more. But now, looking at the corners of that guy's raised mouth, both of them had already guessed what words he was going to say next, and thus decisively tilted their heads to look at Bai Chongqing. You're in such a hurry to come out of the nascent soul sack. Is there something going on? Loving the house, the 3 deans were all extremely kind to Bai Chongqing. Not to mention that Bai Chongqing's own talent was extremely outstanding. I just heard about that secret realm in the nascent soul sack. So I wanted to ask the 3 deans for a spot. Want a spot to enter the secret realm? Hearing Bai Chongqing's words, all 3 deans subconsciously frowned. In their original plan, Zhang Jiyu had not been considered at all. For one thing, this trip was extremely risky, great opportunities often came with great risks, and if Zhang Jiyu fell as a result, it would definitely be a great loss for Shui Mu, and even the entire Celestial Dynasty. Secondly, Zhang Jiyu didn't need to go to the secret realm to pick spiritual medicines to gain resources. If he could achieve something by cultivating in a routine manner, why would he need to take risks? If she really needed resources, then they would naturally find a way to give them to her. However, Bai Chongqing's next words caused all 3 to hesitate again. Headmaster has already said that there's nothing in that secret realm that has a dense presence of vitality, and it's unlikely that a beast soldier-level alien beast alone could hurt us in the slightest. That's one. For another, Zhang Jiyu's character is clear to all 3 deans. If he can earn it himself, then he won't ask for it from others. And this happens to be a perfect opportunity. If one is lucky, one might actually be able to earn enough resources needed for cultivation in the years to come. Third, Zhang Jiyu and I only take up 1 quota, but the battle power we can provide is both at the limit of the 3rd grade, which is equal to having an extra quota out of thin air, and the spiritual medicines we are able to collect will also be able to have an extra share. Fourth, whoever this last quota is given to is not a solution, but if it is given to Zhang Jiyu, I think all the deans will be able to accept it, right? For in a row really moved the 3 deans to speak. Even if they were no longer willing to let Zhang Jiyu go, they had to admit that what Bai Chongqing had said did have some truth to it. The 3 of them each glanced at each other, and Dean Qian directly beckoned Bai Chongqing back. We can't make a decision on this matter until we confer, so you can return to the nascent soul pouch first. He had already said what he could do and what he could say. As for whether it would work out in the end or not, it wasn't something he could sway, so without much resistance, Bai Chongqing was reclaimed into the nascent soul sack. In the great cultivation room, Zhang Jiyu was originally still immersed in a deep state of cultivation, but was pulled out by the slight vibration of the bracelet. In a month and a half, the 3 deans had taught her everything they could. The rest had to be digested and absorbed on her own, and new teaching would take place after her chi blood broke through to Martial General. Therefore, Jiang Jiu had been staying in the Grade A cultivation room for the last few days, in addition to eating and sleeping. With the rich aura paired with enough pills, her chi and blood had improved at an extremely fast rate. Before hitting a realm bottleneck, she was able to maintain this efficient cultivation rhythm. Of course, even if she encountered a realm bottleneck, it would just be a bit more effort. The Emperor realm was here just like a game that had already been cleared once. The second time you played it again, it would become less difficult. Collecting his breath and restraining his mind, Jiang Jiu slowly opened his eyes. After glancing down at the message on top of his bracelet, Jiang Jiu had a few moments of doubt on his face. Teacher Qian is looking for me? Dean Qian was aware that she was cultivating at the moment, but still sent this message, so it was clearly not a trivial matter. Not daring to delay, she got up and headed outside the cultivation room. A few minutes later, Jiang Jiu met Dean Qian underneath the Haoqi building, and in addition to that, there were also 9 students around her age. Observing the chi and blood of these people, they were all 3rd grade near complete existences. Looking at Jiang Jiu, who was walking from afar, the 9 people had different expressions, but all of them had envy in their eyes. For this schoolmate who had broken through the 9th floor of the Star Ascension building on her first day of enrollment, and who had made the 3 deans rush to take on her disciple despite their face, it would be false for them to say that they weren't envious. However, after hearing that Jiang Jiu would stay in the cultivation room whenever she had free time, they were relieved. Talent was one thing, but the key was this perseverance, which was enough to make their hearts ashamed. While the crowd was looking at Jiang Jiu was also looking at them. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Jiu also saw 2 acquaintances in the crowd. When their eyes met, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing in the crowd both had a happy look on their faces. Although they didn't understand what the dean was doing by suddenly calling them all together. But if they could be with familiar people, it was always better than cooperating with people they didn't know well. All here, Dean Qian saw that Jiang Jiu had stood together with Xian Shuang, and the 2 of them after he came over and nodded before opening his mouth to speak out. The reason for gathering you all together is that I have a task to give you. A newborn secret realm has been discovered in the middle of the wasteland, but because of the suppression of the world's rules, martial generals, including existences above them, are unable to enter it. So there is a need to organize a group of people below the level of martial generals to enter it and carry out a secret realm opening. Dean Qian spoke succinctly, explaining the whole thing, and as the crowd gradually understood the reason, each of them brought a few points of excitement and thrill in their eyes. Especially when Dean Qian said that there were a lot of high-quality elixirs in there, and that all the students would be able to keep 10% of all the harvest. Everyone secretly clenched their fists. Even Jiang Jiu pursed her lips, clearly moved. This is roughly the situation. If anyone is withdrawing, they can raise their hands now. Dean Qian's words fell, and his gaze swept over the crowd, with no one raising their hands. Obviously, there wouldn't be anyone foolish enough to give up this kind of opportunity, even if it meant risking their lives. After a pause, Dean Qian once again spoke out. To remind you all, the secret realm opening is full of crises. Although after the principal's divine sense probe, it was determined that there will be no foreign beasts of overwhelming strength inside. But what dangers will be encountered is anyone's guess. Even if the school will give a pension, lives are always lost. After entering the secret realm, life and death are your own responsibility. Seeing that there was still no one who was scared off by this sentence, Dean Qian then nodded his head before waving his hand and saying, "Depart!" Chapter 78 Tender Green Leaves and Tavern. During the second half of the semester of their freshman year, Suemu students would basically enter the wilderness for hunting activities. The school would also deliberately release some high-point missions for students to go more into real combat. If one were to train hard, or only go through the Star Ascension building to sharpen their skills, even if they achieved something, it would only be an embroidered pillow. The only way to integrate all the chi and blood was through a steady stream of frontal killings. Because of this, at this moment, on top of the train heading to the wasteland, everyone was already familiar with the situation, and even seemed a little too calm. Some people were checking the information on the opening of the secret realm, some people were checking the transaction prices of high-grade spirit medicines auctioned off by major auction houses over the years, and there were also people who were sleeping falsely with their eyes closed, not knowing if they were really sleeping or not. After boarding the train, although Bai Changsheng was reluctant to part, he could only say goodbye to the ink and jade mythical beast. He had to enter the secret realm with Jiang Jiu next, and continuing to linger in Dean Qian's nascent soul sac wasn't the solution. However, before leaving, Bai Chongsheng still rubbed one of his good big brother's tiger blood pills and filled his stomach to the brim. Only then did he slowly and leisurely walk through the compartment, following his soul scent to find Jiang Jiu. Little White's qi and blood values have risen so quickly, even his size has grown quite a bit. And this pair of horns on his head, these are dragon horns, right? Jiang Jiu pursed her lips lightly and hummed. Dean Qian of the Imperial Beast Academy gave Xiao Bai a chance to have an extra portion of dragon blood in his body. The specifics of the situation Jiang Jiu couldn't go into detail, but Xian Shuang clearly had no intention of pursuing the matter. She knew from their previous time together that she had an absolute sense of proportion. With this rate of qi and blood enhancement, I'm afraid that it won't take more than half a month for Xiao Bai's qi and blood to surpass mine and Zhang Xing's. I vaguely remember that the first time we met, Little White's qi and blood was still extremely weak. Speaking of this, even Zhang Xing couldn't help but show a few moments of embarrassment. God knows how exactly Bai Chongxing had grown. In 2 or 3 months, he had already caught up with the year of hard cultivation that he and Xian Shuang had done. No matter what, they were both students from Shui Mu and were geniuses picked out of 10,000. Not to mention, both of their talents weren't considered weak even when placed in the middle of Shui Mu. However, when facing Jiang Jiu and Bai Chongsheng, they inexplicably had the feeling that goods would be thrown away and people would die. Senior Sister Xian, Senior Zhang, long time no see. Since enrolling in Waterwood, Bai Chongxing had basically stayed in Dean Qian's nascent soul pouch and hadn't gone out, so naturally, he hadn't seen Xian Frost and Zhang Xing. Only this cry was what startled both Xian Frost and Zhang Xing. Little White, so quick to speak? It wasn't strange for a foreign beast to spit out human words, but that was all after achieving Beast King and taking shape. How much qi and blood did Bai Chongxing have now? Not even a beast general. Well, Dean Qian taught me a spiritual skill, and Little White's ability to spit out human words is considered an incidental effect of this spiritual skill. Explaining briefly, Jiang Jiu didn't explicitly say what spirit skill it was, nor did he say what the main effect was. But none of this mattered. Both of their attention had been drawn to Bai Chongxing. Apparently, chatting with the foreign beast had given them a great sense of freshness. As they talked about the east and the west, a few hours flashed by until the train came into the station, and only then did they get up and pack up their belongings. This martial artist town number 033. I've been here once before. The town's vicinity is rich in a kind of spirit wine called tender green leaf. Occasionally drinking a cup of it will be able to flush out stagnant qi and blood, and will be of no small benefit to cultivation. I'll treat you all to a drink after we settle down later. Zhang Xing, with a slouch bag on his shoulder, pointed at the tea houses beyond the platform, and added, just by looking at so many taverns, I know how sought after this tender green leaf is, and I definitely regret not drinking it. This sentence was directed at Xian Shuang. The drunkard's intention was not to drink. Zhang Xing's thoughts were something that even Bai Chongsheng in the nascent soul pouch was able to see. However, Xian Shuang looked at Jiang Jiu. Do you want to taste it? Jiang Jiu originally wanted to refuse. They were going to enter the secret realm tomorrow morning. Resting well this night and adjusting their state to the peak was the key. However, they had left early, and right now there was quite a bit of time until dark, so there was no rush for this moment, so they nodded. Then go back first. Rest for a while to change your clothes. You can send me a message later. Xian Shuang waved her hand and took over that backpack on Zhang Xing's shoulder, pulling Jiang Jiu and went to register for accommodation. It wasn't the first time for any of the students to come to the wasteland, and naturally, the most basic things like accommodation didn't need to be arranged by the school anymore. Opened 2 rooms, Jiang Jiu left the nascent soul bag outside, then went into the bathroom. Not a moment later, the sound of clattering water resounded inside. After 10 minutes or so, when she came out again, Jiang Jiu had already changed her clothes. Hair slightly damp. She also did not want to blow dry the meaning. Bare feet walked to the bedside. Half leaning on the bed will check up something. With the ability to speak human language, Bai Chongxing only felt that his humanity was getting richer and richer. At least at this moment, looking at Jiang Jiu's fresh out of the bath appearance, he only felt his heartbeat slow down a beat. This kind of feeling was not there before, which was why it seemed so real at this moment. As for Jiang Jiu, she seemed to have sensed something and inclined her head towards the nascent soul bag. But she didn't think much of it and continued to look at the screen. After 2 hours, until the weather was much cooler, Xian Shuang came over and knocked on Jiang Jiu's door. A group of 3 people, with Bai Chongsheng in the outer Ghana spirit bag, walked a few hundred meters out after leaving the hotel's front door, then sought out a tavern near the river. With its ancient style and colors, as well as a terrace against the river, the scenery was still quite beautiful. Boss, serve a pot of your special tender green leaves here, and a little snack. Not more than a few minutes later, the waiter came over with a 1-liter or so pot of Celadon bottles, and served 6 more small dishes to down the wine. I don't know what the degree of this tender green leaf is, but with chi and blood at their level, their resistance to alcohol is greatly increased, and with 3 people sharing the drink, how can they not get drunk? And as the bottle cap was opened, a clear fragrance immediately overflowed from the bottle. The liquor poured out was clear, and unlike white wine, this tender green leaf didn't have a pungent flavor that washed out the nose, and even a mouthful of it, there was a faint sweetness back. The liquor is clear and sweet, and it seems like there is a hot current in the body that is constantly rushing through the meridians. Paired with this ancient building, the small river, and a slight breeze, this feeling is so cozy. When I lose interest in cultivation in the future, or can't fight anymore, I'm going to come here and open a tavern. Xian Shuang said, her eyes narrowing slightly. Then in the future, I'll accompany you here to open a tavern. I'll be in charge of brewing wine at that time. Zhang Xing picked up, but what responded to him was a faint glance from Xian Shuang. Scratching his head, Zhang Xing poured another cup and handed it to Jiang Jiu. Sister Jiang, taste it. Jiang Jiu nodded her head and said thank you. Before picking up the glass and taking a light sip, there's no room? We came all the way over here just to taste a mouthful of tender green leaves, and you're telling me there's no room? If it wasn't for the fact that your home has a good environment, we wouldn't have come. Hurry up and find a way to make a place for me. Chapter 79. Do it. The sudden noise caused everyone in the tavern to turn their heads to look over, only to see 6 or 7 teenagers surrounding a waitress dressed as a junior. All of them were filled with righteous indignation, with the intention of making a move at the drop of a hat. Compared to the teenagers' exuberant chi and blood, all of them clear of the perfect 3rd-grade martial artists, the waitress was a completely ordinary person, looking weak and helpless under the crowd's encirclement. I. The waitress seemed to be intimidated by the situation, stammering and unable to say even a complete sentence. But these teenagers clearly had no intention of letting the other party off so easily. You? I can tell you. We are all students of the Magic City Martial Arts University. With this Thai store of yours, how many students from Magic City Martial Arts University can you see all year round? Where's the boss? Hurry up and let your boss come out. The teenagers said one thing and said another, pressing step by step, not giving the waiter a chance to speak at all. And this attitude managed to make the group of guests in the tavern frown at all of them. However, most of the people present were free martial artists, and their chi and blood were basically of the 1st and 2nd grade. Not to mention that their backgrounds were not as hard as others. Their hard power was also far inferior to the other party. Even if you have the heart to help the waiter to say something, but also timid in the strength gap, hard to bear down. And that group of teenagers, there is a person seems to perceive what the eyes toward those martial artists swept through, cannot help but mouth angrily cursed. What the hell to see? A bunch of trash. Unsatisfied to compete with the old man Between the words, a strong chi and blood fluctuation swept through this not-so-big tavern. 3rd-grade martial artist complete chi and blood fluctuation, enough to let the vast majority of people heart a timid. However, this vast majority of people did not include the Jiangjiu trio. Are all the students of the Devil's Capital Martial University so arrogant and bossy? Xian Shuang snorted coldly and spoke. It's normal. The Devil's Capital Martial University is always the 2nd martial arts school under Shui Mu, and the student talent is not even close to Shui Mu. Moreover, the battle records of Mordor Martial University are indeed bright. It's been a long time since Mizuki has participated in the annual 10 Schools League. The league championships of the last 10 years have all been obtained by Mordor Wushu University, and the other Wushu universities don't even have the qualifications to contend for it. In the long run, it's normal to develop an arrogant and domineering character. But those who can be arrogant to this extent are rare. Zhang Xing drained the spirit wine in his cup and gave a heave. With such an act, even Jiang Jiu, who had always been cool in nature, could not help but frown slightly at this moment. Several students, the hospitality is not good. Don't be angry, don't be angry. However, right at this moment, an old man's voice rang out from the stairs on the 2nd floor. One could only see an old man who had lost an arm slightly stumbling down the stairs. His hair was tinged with a few shades of gray and his body was hunched over, and after coming down the stairs, he hurriedly bowed towards the several people, but his right sleeve was empty. My granddaughter is unintelligent and has slowed down a few people. There just happens to be an empty compartment upstairs. If the several people don't mind, please also sit upstairs. The old man's attitude was humble, and even carried a few hints of currying favor. If it was an ordinary person, seeing the old man's attitude like this, they would have lost their anger and went upstairs. But on the contrary, these 6 or 7 teenagers did not have any intention of putting things to rest. The more humble the old man was, the more arrogant they became. What's the point of the second floor? Wine should be drunk by the window. One person swept his gaze across the entire tavern before pointing at one of the largest elegant seats and speaking. You go. Clear that table of people. We want to sit over there. People haven't finished their drinks yet. They want to drive people away. If this really goes to drive, I'm afraid that the future reputation will also stink. Business can't be done this way. Was pointed to the team of people one by one face of anger, but afraid of the strength of those people, do not dare to really and each other choking fire. The old man immediately smiled bitterly at the words, and then hurriedly opened his mouth. A few people this way. I in the Magic City Martial Arts Academy also have a few points of affinity. Today's meeting is destiny. A few people to give me face. Today's drinks are free. How about it? A connection with the Magic City Martial Arts Academy? Hearing this, even Jiang Zhiyu's trio was slightly stunned. They hadn't paid attention to it before, and only now, upon closer inspection, did they realize that the qi and blood fluctuations within this old man's body were similarly not weak. Although he only had the appearance of a second-grade martial artist, there was actually not a single trace of qi and blood fluctuations spilling out, as if it had been suppressed by something. As a martial artist grows older, his qi and blood will similarly change from strength to strength and enter a period of decline. View this old man's age, afraid to be more than 70, this age plus also broken arm. So, still can have the second-grade martial artist's qi and blood, can be seen that this old man when young strength is strong. Martial general? Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing glanced at each other, and it was clear that the two of them were of the same mind. If the other party was truly a martial general when he was young, it would be understandable that he had a connection with the Magic City Martial University. It was just that the imagined scene of those 6 or 7 teenagers curbing their domineering behavior after hearing this did not appear. What kind of old trash dares to come and climb the relationship with my Magic City Martial University? If you really have a connection with my Magic City Martial University, that would also be a disgrace to my Magic City Martial University. As the leader's words fell, he directly zero-framed his hand and raised his foot to kick out towards the old man's chest. This kick was completely the appearance of using all his strength. If it was really kicked in the real place with the old man's body bones, even if his strength still had the second grade, he was afraid that he would have to break 2 ribs. However, at this moment, a long gun from the distance shot sharply. The tip of the gun above the cold light flashed. Straight to the teenager kicked the old man's right leg. If he didn't retract his leg, I'm afraid that the spear would land on the ground and pierce him through and through. Sudden attack hit the teenager a surprise. After reacting, hastily retracted, narrowly avoided the gun. The tip of the gun pierced into the wooden floor, and the end of the gun buzzed and vibrated. What a person! Returning to his senses, the teenager immediately spoke out in shock. Everyone's gazes also followed the direction of the spear's stab, eventually landing on Jiang Zhiyu's body. Including Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing, they were all a bit surprised that the first one to strike would actually be Jiang Zhiyu. Senior sister Jiang. Zhang Xing still wanted to raise his voice to inquire about the reason, but to the side, Xian Shuang had already gotten up and held the short dagger in her hand. She could not care about other people's matters, but Jiang Zhiyu definitely had her reasons for stepping out, and no matter what the reason was, she would first help Jiang Zhiyu carry the pressure.
Sui Mu, Xin Shuang.
Shui Mu, Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing also reacted, pulling out a long alloy sword from his storage ring and blocking in front of the 2 women. For a while, the atmosphere in the entire tavern became subtle. The swords were drawn. However, as the originator of all this, Jiang Zhiyu calmly got up and walked over to the old man, before opening his mouth. Your granddaughter. Isn't her name Zhao Mu Shui?
Chapter 80.
Can it really be killed?
Zhao Mu Shui.
Everyone was stunned when they heard this sentence from Jiang Zhiyu. Some of them were puzzled as to what Jiang Zhiyu meant by suddenly coming with such a sentence. However, the old man was the one who inclined his head to look at his granddaughter after hearing this name uttered by Jiang Zhiyu. The waitress was also bewildered and looked at Jiang Zhiyu suspiciously. Yes, you know my granddaughter? Still really know her? No, why would Jiang Jiu recognize an old man and a young man from this tavern? But looking at the appearance of this old man and young man, it seemed as if they had no impression of Jiang Jiu at all. Xian Frost and Zhang Xing didn't think too much about it. They weren't the kind of people who liked to meddle in other people's business, but they still had some sense of justice, especially when this matter also involved their own people. As for the few people from the Magic City Martial Arts University, at this moment, each of them had an ugly look on their faces. Originally, they were still able to be arrogant for a bit, but who would have thought that they would suddenly kill 3 students from Shuemu? Now, they could neither advance nor retreat. Taking one step forward, the other party was a student of Waterwood. If they really wanted to go against them, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to take advantage of them even if they were superior in numbers. One step back, when both sides reported the name of the school, it is no longer a question of how they are. If you really because the other side reported the word Waterwood, and then back down, that is not a direct hit on the face of the Magic City University of Martial Arts. Although the Magic City Martial Arts University is not as good as the Waterwood, but at least it is also the second-ranked martial arts university in the country. Just as the leader's mind was torn between advancing or retreating, Jiang Jiu had already made a decision for them. She, who already carried a cool temperament, completely lacked any expression on her face at this moment. Retreat. A simple word, but it made both Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing feel a few different implications. This was especially true of Bai Changxing, who was originally still in the nascent soul sack with his eyes closed in a false sleep. He was able to clearly sense that Jiang Jiu's mindset at the moment was significantly shaken. Clearly, the name that had just come out of her mouth was quite important to her. This kind of situation had never appeared before. Even when she was threatened by the Wildfire Squad before, there had never been such an obvious fluctuation in her mindset. The light flickered, and although Bai Changsheng, who had suddenly appeared, stayed quietly by Jiang Jiu's side, his narrow snake eyes stared dead ahead at the gang. No matter what the reason was, but since Jiang Jiu had done so, then he naturally had to accompany them. It was just that Jiang Jiu's sentence had apparently somewhat angered the few people from the opposite side of the Magic City Martial Arts University. The leader immediately snorted coldly, and after taking a step forward, he also summoned his weapon. So what if you're from Shuemu? You guys are also just students. You want us to retreat with a single sentence? That depends on whether or not you guys have the ability to do so. As these 2 sentences fell, those Magic Capital martial arts students who came with him one by one also summoned their weapons. In terms of chi and blood, you guys aren't higher than us. In terms of schools, we're all top-tier martial arts universities. And in terms of numbers, we're still more than you guys. Tell us to retreat? I think it's you guys who should hurry up and get lost. What's the point of talking so much more? I've long been displeased with you Suemus. Fight if you don't submit. Those who were able to enter the Magic Capital Martial Arts University were likewise all geniuses picked out of 100 miles, or even 1,000 miles. It may be that the first poor line by the water would brush down, may also be a thick accumulation of thin hair, just awakened when the talent is not obvious. But without exception, for the water would that once looked down on themselves, these people are more or less a little angry. Once you were indifferent to me, in the future, I will make sure that you can't afford to climb up. And later on, facing the other martial arts universities without any disadvantages, made these people gradually develop an inferiority complex and conceited mentality. Especially at this moment when they were confronted by Jiang Jiu and the 3 Waterwood students, and were also rebuked by Jiang Jiu, all of them had a feeling of, I want to see what you're made of in the bottom of their hearts. Young people are full of vigor. In the surrounding crowd of martial artists still did not understand what had happened. These 2 teams of students from the top martial arts universities actually just exchanged hands. The leader of the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University was the first to make a move. He had just narrowly escaped being pierced through his right leg by Jiang Jiu's gun, and was currently harboring a fire in the bottom of his heart. So he took a step ahead of everyone else and rushed towards Jiang Jiu. Seeing someone's hand, the rest of the people also rushed up. Jiang Jiu's eyes were completely cold, his feet violently stepped. The whole person was also towards the other side of the countercharge. Reaching out, the original piercing into the floor of the lance will be pulled out. The sound of breaking air suddenly sounded. Broken gold gun. Drumming softly under his breath. In the next moment, the sharp golden spear intent began to converge on top of the spear in Jiang Jiu's hand. The spear was already sharp, and at this moment, the killing chance was revealed. Unlike when he first enrolled in school when he fought with the broken gold lance, at this moment, after his chi and blood had been raised, Jiang Jiu used this move again, making it seem more and more natural and heavenly. Noticing the change in chi, everyone present had their hearts startled. Bai Chongqing and the others knew very well what level of martial skill this gold-breaking gun was. Especially Bai Chongqing, who had the deepest understanding of Zhang Jiyu, naturally knew that the gold-breaking lance was definitely Zhang Jiyu's current strongest killing move aside from the soul-destroying needle, which was a bug skill. Under the same level, it was simply impossible for anyone to catch this shot. Even if it was a low-level martial general, facing such a sharp attack from Zhang Jiyu, I'm afraid that he would have to weigh whether his life was hard enough or not. But now, Zhang Jiyu had cast it so directly and decisively. With this attitude, it was clear that he was running to take the other party's life. No, can it really kill? Bai Chongqing didn't understand what Zhang Jiyu was thinking at this moment, but none of it mattered. What mattered was that with this spear thrust, there was no room for maneuver. In that case, then kill. The big deal was that he and Zhang Jiyu would run away to the wilderness to live. But it was a pity that he had just recognized a good big brother and couldn't gather its wool. And there was obviously more than one person who had the same doubts as Bai Chongqing, especially the man who faced Zhang Jiyu's spear head-on. Originally, even if they really fought, it would only be a small fight, and in the end, each of them would be injured and then run back to complain to their own master. After all, everyone's blood value is half a caddy. Even if their side has the advantage in numbers, it is difficult to take down the other side in a short period of time. But now looking at Zhang Jiyu's sharp golden spear intent molded on top of the tip of his spear, inexplicably, the bottom of his heart was a tremor. Such power, not to mention him, even those who had already broken through to generals would not necessarily be able to catch this shot, right? This woman actually really is running to take his life. No, isn't she afraid that if she kills herself, she herself will be sentenced to death? It was a big no-no to use force or even kill someone in a martial arts town. Even Mizuki's name would definitely not be able to protect her. But on the contrary, Zhang Jiyu had really executed this spear, and there was no intention of retracting her strength at all. Seeing that the spear was getting faster and faster, this person wanted to dodge, but realized that his chi seemed to have been locked by Zhang Jiyu. No matter how much he dodged, the spear was still getting closer and closer. The next moment, it was going to take his life. Chapter 81 Lao Tzu student, you have a problem with that? Jiyu. Noticing Zhang Jiyu's sudden murderous intent, Xian Shuang's heart was suddenly startled. Knowing full well the consequences of doing so, at this moment, she looked at Zhang Jiyu who didn't even have the slightest intention of letting the other party go. Her heart suddenly tightened and she hurriedly spoke out, wanting Zhang Jiyu to regain a few moments of sanity. Fighting was no problem. Fighting was for the students of the top martial arts universities, even if fighting was expressly forbidden in the martial arts towns. As long as there were no fatalities, it was an internal matter of the school. But now that Zhang Jiyu had developed a killing intent, then this matter had changed in nature. Injuring someone and killing someone were two completely different concepts. She couldn't even figure out why, with Zhang Jiyu's nature, she would suddenly want to take someone's life because of this small matter. However, Zhang Jiyu had no intention of stopping because of Xian Frost's cry. The tip of the gun was still locked tightly around the other party's head, and the distance was closing rapidly, so that he would be able to completely pierce through in just the blink of an eye. However, right at this moment, an explosive shout violently exploded in everyone's ears. "You dare!" And at the same time as the sound of this explosive shout, there was also the sound of gold and iron clashing. Zhang Jiyu's gun intent, which was originally still unstoppable, was now directly and easily received by a fist. The tip of the gun point on top of the fist, but shall not inch in half, and even the gun body are under the action of the huge force, become slightly bent, and then violently rebound back. Zhang Jiyu's original explosive rushing figure violently stagnated, and then the whole person flew backwards, traced an arc in the air, and then landed on the ground when he had already adjusted his figure. Buzz! The tip of the gun pierced into the floor once again, emitting a subtle chirping sound. With such a scene, it was hard not to let one's heart be shocked. Zhang Jiyu's gun, even a low-level martial general wouldn't dare to take it head-on, but the visitor dared to block it with his physical fist. Instead, he really blocked it, and even from beginning to end, he didn't even move his feet a bit. On the contrary, Zhang Jiyu, who had been building up his momentum for a long time, was sent flying because he didn't receive the force of the counterattack. Just a short exchange of blows made everyone present feel the gap in strength between the two sides. It didn't take much thought to realize that an existence that could make Zhang Jiyu so defeated was at least a high-level martial general, and even a martial marquis wasn't out of the question. With this in mind, both Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing's expressions became somewhat grave. Unlike Zhang Jiyu's party, the few people from the magic capital martial university's faces were instantly delighted after seeing the incoming person. Dean! With the sound of the dean coming out, Exine Shuang's duo's faces, which were already a bit gloomy, completely became a bit unsightly. If it was just an ordinary fight, it would be nothing. After all, as the dean, people still had to take care of their own face, more or less. To bully the small with the big, spread out, also not honorable. However, it was not as simple as an ordinary fight. Jiang Jiu had just taken that stance, clearly aiming to take the other student's life. In this situation, even if the other party took action, no one could say anything about a small punishment. As expected, a cold snort rang out, and a terrifying qi and blood pressure instantly spread throughout the entire tavern. Those with slightly weaker strength, such as those first and second grade martial artists, had cold sweat instantly seeping out of their foreheads, but they always had their qi and blood to hold them up, so they wouldn't have any problems for a while. But there was still an ordinary person in the scene, that waitress named Zhao Mushui, directly under this qi and blood pressure, fell violently to her knees. Her knees collided heavily with the wooden floor, emitting a muffled thud. Wang Mang, seeing his granddaughter like this, the old man with a broken arm finally couldn't help himself. After giving a fierce shout, he saw the dean of the Magic City Martial Arts University not far away incline his head towards this side. A flash of ruthlessness flashed under his eyes, but his words carried a few moments of contempt. Isn't this Gun King Zhao? How did you get to this place? And running a broken tavern? Anyone with a discerning eye could hear the provocative and eerie tone in Wang Meng's words. And this kind of posture, also not at all like suddenly see acquaintances should be after the performance, on the contrary, like already knew the other party here. If the matter hadn't come back to them by now, then they would have been too slow. There were not a few taverns in the entire martial arts town, and the students of the Magic City Martial Arts University had identified this one. The empty box on the second floor also did not sit, insisted that the boss clear a position, plus the appearance of Dean Wang Mang at this moment, as well as the other party's attitude. The whole thing, back to think carefully, can feel out, everywhere is sudden and coincidence. If it wasn't for Jiang Jiu and his entourage stirring things up in the middle, I'm afraid that the direction of the entire incident would have turned into a clash between the students of the Magic City Martial Arts University and the owner of the tavern, a physical collision occurring, and then the dean of the Magic City Martial Arts University appearing to do justice to his own students. Even if it went on at this pace, no one would feel that there was anything wrong, and that was the most crucial part. There was a grudge between these two. The crowd's gazes kept going back and forth between the one-armed old man and Wang Mang. Although both of them didn't look young, Wang Mang's side was hale and hearty, and his qi and blood fluctuations were extremely thick. It shouldn't be. One is the owner of the tavern and has lost an arm, the other is the dean of the Magic City Martial Arts University, and from this qi and blood pressure you can feel it, this Wang Mang is definitely a marquis of martial arts level existence. What kind of hatred can these two people have? But soon they got the answer. I've already hid here, and you still refuse to let me go. The one-armed old man frowned slightly as he looked at Wang Mang with a few pains between his brows. When these words came out, the viciousness in Wang Mang's eyes increased, but in the next moment, he let out a cold laugh and his face returned to normal. You're overthinking it. I just happened to be passing by, and happened to see that my family's student was almost killed, and that's why I was forced to take action. The matter between you and me, I'll settle the score with you afterward. Right now, I have something else to do. As he spoke, Wang Mang's gaze landed on Jiang Jiu. Looking at Jiang Jiu, who was dressed in a black sportswear and whose eyes were still calm and even a bit cold, Wang Mang spoke again. Same student, still in the martial arts town. Because of some verbal dispute they fought, and even made killing moves. If I didn't happen to pass by, I'm afraid that this student of mine will be buried under you today. Such disregard for the law. Who is your teacher in Mizuki? I'd like to ask how he teaches his students. End of story. Hearing the other party's words, the Xian Frost duo knew that the other party had no intention of trivializing this matter, and even set the nature of this matter in a few words. From the other student being arrogant and domineering, it had turned into Jiang Jiu laying his hands on him too heavily. In this way, if the other party was really dead set on not letting go, this matter really wasn't that well resolved. At least at their level, they simply couldn't cope with the other party's outburst. After all, he was the dean of the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University, and his words still carried a lot of weight. However, in the next moment, a voice rang out, causing Xian Shuang and the duo's originally tense bodies to instantly relax. Old man student, what? You have an opinion? Chapter 82. Your hand is itching? Laozi will accompany you to practice. Following the sound, an old man wearing a rough cultivation suit slowly and leisurely walked in from the doorway. At first glance, this old man does not seem to have any peculiarities, although the same hale and hearty, but in terms of chi and blood is to be weaker than Wang Mang quite a lot. But the fact is, Wang Mang in the moment he saw the other side, the original still strong aura, suddenly stagnant, even unconsciously will wither down. Obviously, he had already recognized who the other party was. In terms of chi and blood, he was indeed quite superior to the other party, but the problem was that this guy's chi and blood martial arts were only casually cultivated. If he ignored the nascent soul pouch that he had pinned to his waist, he would indeed be able to be tough, but he knew very well that if he dared to make any movements, what would be waiting for him would be the Beast King wiping him out with a single claw. From beginning to end did not speak again. Obviously face did not have any unkind expression. But the steady pressure of the tavern everyone dared not make a sound. Until Xian Frost two people shouted Dean. Zhang Ji fish slightly pursed lips, said a teacher. Looking at Zhang Jiyu whose hair was a bit messy, Dean Qian's face immediately sank. None of them are hurt, right? Seeing Zhang Jiyu shook her head, while Dean Qian's heart was slightly relieved. His facial expression was not half-soothed as he turned his head to Wang Meng. The task of leading the team to the Barren Plains was something he had taken the initiative to volunteer for, and at that time, he had repeatedly guaranteed that he wouldn't let anything happen to Zhang Jiyu. It was good that he came quite quickly, or else he really had to wait until Wang Mang made his move. I'm afraid that it would be too late to say anything. At that time, not to mention other things, Lao Ji and Lao Li will not easily spare him. With this in mind, Dean Qian's gaze became even more unfavorable. And even if Wang Mang, who just happened to meet Dean Qian's gaze, had more thoughts, he could only restrain himself at this moment and bowed his hand towards Dean Qian. Good day, Martial King Qian. At this level, regardless of which path one is practicing, they are all called Martial Kings externally. And those who can reach Martial King, every one of them is an existence that has made great contributions to the heavenly kingdom. Although bowing and saluting is not mandatory, no one would be so ignorant of the rules under normal circumstances. Even if Wang Mang's strength has already reached the late stage of Martial Marquis, and he is still the Dean of the Chi Blood Martial Arts Academy of the Magic City Martial Arts University, at this moment, he still has to respectfully greet Dean Qian. But Dean Qian didn't have the leisure to engage him in all this nonsense. You just said that you want to teach my students properly? Come. Let me hear how you plan to teach. Obviously, his tone was calm, but at this moment, anyone could hear that Dean Qian was suppressing his anger. If this matter today doesn't give him an explanation, I'm afraid it really won't be that easy to end. And just because of the attitude of Dean Qian, it is obvious that he intends not to even ask for the reason, but to directly protect the shortcomings. When Wang Meng heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He and surnamed Qian's interactions are not deep, but it is always the existence of an era. Naturally, probably know this guy's character. No reason to stir 3 points, not to mention that today this matter, he is still a reasonable party. But the crux of the matter is, why can that girl become this old thing's student? Isn't Dean Shui Mu not involved in teaching? With a slight turn of his eyes, Wang Mang couldn't help but look at Zhang Jiyu who was a few steps away, but in the next moment, he was rebuked by Dean Qian with a chorus. Laozi is asking you, what did the old student do to you? To actually make you a martial marquis? Want to take a shot at her despite your face? Or is your hand itching? Shall I accompany you to practice? If Dean Qian hadn't come, then he, Wang Mang, as the person with the highest battle power and rank on the field, would naturally say whatever he wanted. But with the arrival of Dean Qian, it was not the time for him to do whatever he wanted. Especially looking at the attitude of Dean Qian, if not give him a reasonable explanation, I'm afraid that today is not a conflict between students so simple. However, Dean Qian's such a raw attitude was also a bit shocking to the others present. No, who is this person? Actually pointing at the nose of the Dean of the Magic City Martial Arts University. Someone voiced out in disbelief, and then someone else gave an explanation. Can't you see that Dean Wang is so respectful? This is the Dean of the Shui Mu Imperial Beast Academy, a proper martial king. Dean Shui Mu? When this cry came out, everyone shut up at once. There was no way. The gold content of the 2 words Waterwood was still too great. Although nominally Waterwood was ranked alongside the other 8 martial arts universities, including the Magic City Martial Arts University, in reality Waterwood was really not on the same level as the other martial arts universities. Underlying, faculty, funding, student population. Previously, I felt that Wang Meng's attitude change was a bit too fast, but now that I look back, everyone feels that there is nothing wrong. The Waterwood is not superior to the Magic City of Wuhan University words, usually their own private talk on the line, not even to deceive themselves. However, it is obvious that Dean Qian's attitude like this has caused a great psychological impact on those few youths from Magic City Martial Arts University. Dean. The teenager in the lead looked at Wang Mang, who didn't dare to say a single big word, as if he was a little afraid to accept this fact in general. However, the others were able to see the gap in strength between the two sides at a glance, and at this moment chose to obediently shut up, not daring to jump out of the way half a bit more. The most excited ones were naturally by Chongsheng and the others, although he hadn't expected that the usually high and mighty Dean Qian would actually have such a grounded scene. There was no doubt that, with Dean Qian here, the bottom line was sufficient. Dean Qian. It was this group of people who started looking for trouble. Xian Shuang took the initiative to open her mouth and told the whole story of the causes and consequences. Although 2 sentences of her own subjective thoughts were interspersed in the middle, she was still very objective overall. A few words caused a group of free martial artists in the distance to make a sound in response. I didn't see it, you're quite good at teaching students. Dean Qian looked at Wang Mang, his face said smile or not, said angry or not, letting people not be able to figure out what exactly he was thinking at the moment, but the next moment, his words were a turn of phrase. As the dean of a top martial arts university, in the face of a student conflict, you don't think to inquire about the situation first, but instead, you directly want to take action against others. Is this the style of behavior of your magic capital martial university? Although Dean Qian was also the type of person who protected the shortcomings without asking the cause first, but who let Zhang Ji use few people take advantage of the situation. Wang Mang was clearly aware of this, so he had originally planned to bury his head in the sand and admit it, trying to get rid of the matter as much as possible. But after hearing Dean Qian bring this matter to the school, he was instantly anxious. I just saw that my student was nearly killed, so there was some momentary emotion. It has nothing to do with the school. Wang Mang rarely faced Dean Qian and got tough once. But this toughness didn't last long and was ruthlessly suppressed by Dean Qian. The students you taught yourself are incapable. Picking a fight at the door and getting beaten up, you still have the face to say that? The chi and blood is higher than this student of mine, and he even went to school for 1 more year, but as a result, he couldn't even take a single move. I wouldn't have the face to come out in my place. Shame on you. Chapter 83 Threatening Marquis Wu. If what Dean Qian had said before could still be taken as him cursing casually in a fit of anger, the others wouldn't take it to heart. Then this sentence was really a stab to the heart. Especially the 6 or 7 people behind Wang Mang at this moment, they are all looking at Dean Qian with a defiant face, and have the impulse to personally go and compare with Dean Qian. Of course, this impulse was only momentary. After all, what Dean Qian said was indeed the truth. Looking at Zhang Zhiyu's face, he had just graduated from high school. But what surprised them was that Zhang Zhiyu, a freshman, had such a high qi and blood value. Who is from 2,000 or 3,000 qi and blood value to start, step by step slowly up. This is only the past how long Wang Mang also took another look at Zhang Zhiyu after Dean Qian's words, and incidentally, sized up by Chongqing. Although he didn't really want to admit it, the facts were right in front of him. Although Mordor Wudu University had always prided itself on being the second martial arts academy in the Celestial Dynasty, not much worse than Shui Mu, the quality of the students on the two sides was simply not on the same level. At the same time, Wang Mang suddenly came back to his senses and understood where the reason why Dean Qian was so angry was. It had only just been her freshman year, and her qi and blood values had already caught up with sophomores and even juniors. If she was given a few more years, I'm afraid that achieving martial marquis would be just a matter of time. And before the situation was urgent, he didn't think much about it, but only after calming down at the moment did he come back to his senses. The shot that Zhang Zhiyu had just stabbed was not at all an ordinary martial skill that should have an enchantment. A heavenly ranked martial skill. There was also this white-scaled snake, not to mention its thick qi and blood, even its bloodline. It seemed to carry a few unspeakable advanced senses. Thinking about it, if he had such a student, I'm afraid that his performance would be even crazier than Dean Qian. Wang Mang, who had figured this out, knew very well that if he could not satisfy the other party today, I was afraid that it would be very difficult to settle this matter. Taking a deep breath, Wang Mang looked at Zhang Zhiyu, then spoke in a deep voice. Today's matter, it is me who is paranoid. I hope that this student will not take it to heart. Bowed down? He really bowed down? The imagined scene of Wang Mang's hard confrontation in the end did not appear. And now it seems that the dean of Magic City Martial Arts University still knows what it means to judge the situation. Even as the dean of the Magic City Martial Arts University, the act of bowing down and apologizing to a student was really a disgrace. However, looking at Wang Mang, who was still holding his head high even as he apologized, Jiang Ziyu frowned again. Although today's matter is well covered up, but you know very well in your heart exactly for what. This kind of thing, I don't want it to happen for the second time, otherwise, I will go to Magic Capital Wudu University to find you. Jiang Ziyu said these words inexplicably, even with a few threats between her words. This girl is crazy, isn't she? Everyone's minds couldn't help but pop up with this thought. She herself wasn't even a martial general yet, and she started threatening a martial marquis? Not to mention that the other party was still the dean of the Magic City Martial University, a late-stage martial marquis existence. Did he really think of himself as a martial king? However, in some people's ears, the focus wasn't on the latter sentence but the first. When Bai Changsheng heard Jiang Ziyu's words, he confirmed his previous suspicions. Jiang Ziyu wasn't the type of person who was impulsive, but on the contrary, today it seemed like he was completely out of control, which was very unorthodox. Especially after seeing Jiang Ziyu and that one-armed old man identify a name, Bai Changsheng already had a guess. Today's matter, I'm afraid that it was related to Jiang Ziyu's previous life, and the relationship wasn't small. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made Jiang Ziyu lose control so much. And besides him, the ones who were startled were the one-armed old man and Wang Mang. Although he didn't know how Jiang Ziyu, a little girl, knew about this matter and saw through what he had in mind, it was obvious that he couldn't look into the matter at such a time. After returning Jiang Ziyu's look, Wang Mang turned around and left. Behind him, the few students from the Magic City Martial Arts University glanced around and hurriedly followed him. This time, Dean Qian did not stop him. After all, the other party was the dean of the Magic City Martial Arts University, nominally at the same level as him. Even if his strength was crushed, it was not good to really pull the other party into a duel. Being able to recognize and apologize, this matter should be brought to a close. With the main character gone, there was naturally no point in the crowd continuing to stay here. It's time to go back. Don't delay tomorrow's business. Xi and Frost and the two of them naturally didn't dare to disobey Dean Qian and obediently followed behind. But Jiang Ziyu was the one whose footsteps paused. Looking back, the one-armed old man happened to be looking at her as well as the frightened, timid-looking young girl beside him. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Ziyu still walked towards this old man and young man. Miss, thank you for today. The one-armed old man bowed and uttered his thanks towards Jiang Ziyu. Although he didn't know why this girl knew that there was a grudge between him and Wang Mang, the other party did help him a lot. Otherwise, I'm afraid that today's matter wouldn't have been solved so well. And Jiang Ziyu also spoke after the other party got up. Grab a new place to live. Since Wang Mang already knows your location, he won't let up. The one-armed old man nodded before seeing Jiang Ziyu and his party leave. After leaving the tavern, all of them tacitly refrained from mentioning what had just happened. It wasn't until they entered the hotel and were on the verge of parting ways that Dean Qian took a step. Only Dean Qian didn't praise her for having a righteous heart, nor did he reprimand her for daring to kill within the martial arts town. He only reminded her of a couple sentences. I have a bit of an impression of that guy Wang Mang. He's vindictive. After today's incident, he wouldn't dare to come after me, but he might target you. Be careful after entering the secret realm tomorrow. Especially beware of those students from the Magic City Martial Arts University. No matter what, keep yourself safe. Jiang Ziyu pursed her lips, with no intention of explaining anything. She just bowed her hand towards Dean Qian before saying thank you, teacher. Looking at Jiang Ziyu, who had changed back to her previous appearance, Dean Qian answered with a smile and told her to hurry upstairs to rest. But in his heart, he was calculating whether he should go and find Wang Mang to have a good nag tonight. Pushing the door into the room, Bai Changsheng came out of the nascent soul sack. And at this time, Jiang Ziyu also had no intention of covering up. Anyway, his own bottom Bai Changsheng knew. In my last life, I didn't get married and was childless all my life. But at the age of 26, I adopted an orphan. The old man and young man in the middle of that tavern just now were the family of that baby girl, Zhao Mushui, was that child's mother. And the reason why this child became an orphan and was adopted by me was all because of Wang Mang. Jiang Ziyu seemed to be caught up in his memories as he spoke to himself. And Bai Changsheng listened silently, not interrupting out loud. These things Jiang Ziyu had never said before. Perhaps if there was no such thing as today, she would never have mentioned it. And as Jiang Ziyu said more and more, Bai Changsheng also counted on understanding why Jiang Ziyu would be so crazy before. Chapter 84. Within 3 years, behead this old thing. Witnessing the other party kill Zhao Mushui with her own eyes, and bringing Zhao Mushui's child with her, raising it as if it were her own. But because she couldn't get past that hurdle in her heart, she could only treat the other party as a personal disciple. Jiang Jiyu didn't think of avenging Zhao Muxue, but when she switched to qi and blood martial arts and had the strength to take revenge, Wang Mang was already dead. There was no place to take revenge even if she wanted to, and over time, this matter had become Jiang Jiyu's heart demon. That little guy is very well behaved, rarely gets into trouble, and her cultivation talent is also very high. She's more understanding than anyone her age, and occasionally brings me a bouquet of flowers when she comes back from school, even though they're all picked on the side of the road. I don't know if it was by Chongqing's illusion, but very rarely, he saw a few moments of maternal softness from Jiang Jiyu's face, even though at this moment Jiang Jiyu looked extremely childish. After listening to the causes and consequences from Jiang Jiyu's mouth, Bai Chongqing was able to understand why Jiang Jiyu had lost control of herself earlier, and had even made a killing move against the few students from the Mordor Martial Arts University as soon as she came up. It was a bit irrational to help out, but it made sense. Human emotions were always complex and uncontrollable. This was something that even Jiang Jiyu could not be exempted from in her previous life as an empress. And the facts also proved one thing: that little guy she spoke of was the reverse scale she had exposed. But in that case, I'm afraid that Wang Mang is going to hold a grudge even against you. Bai Chongqing didn't say that Jiang Jiyu had done the right or wrong thing, without others suffering. Do not advise others to be good. But Wang Mang was right there, the same existence that they couldn't resist at this stage, a late-stage martial marquis, if he was determined to target. Unless Din Qian and the others never left Jiang Jiyu's side, with his and Jiang Jiyu's current battle power, they would not be able to fight against the other party at all. It's best if that's the case. Jiang Jiyu murmured under her breath, her eyes moving slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. However, Bai Chongqing was able to clearly sense the fluctuations within Jiang Jie's heart. Afraid of a hammer? Isn't it just a late-stage martial marquis? Came to us just in time to be able to share some of the pressure on that old man and young man. Within 3 years, behead this old thing. Bai Chongqing didn't know why he had this idea and was willing to accompany Jiang Jiyu in her madness. Perhaps it was because of the intertwined souls, or perhaps it was because the system gave him enough backbone. As a matter of fact, the late martial marquis stage wasn't that far-fetched for him at this moment. Whether it was him or Jiang Jiyu, surpassing the martial marquis was just a matter of time. The difference only lay in the timing. However, these words, but attracted the Jiang Jiyu side glance over, probably also did not expect Bai Chongqing will say such words. At the moment, Jiang Jiyu's face with a few points of surprise. One person and one snake glanced at each other. But Jiang Jiyu did not say anything more, just suddenly laughed. Speaking of which, from the time one person and one snake met, Bai Chongqing hadn't seen Jiang Jie smile much. And this smile at this moment, it seemed to be a little different from the previous smile. It carried a few points of relief and a few points of ease. Early the next morning, when the sky had just turned white, everyone gathered at an open space in the martial arts town. It was also not until then that the students from the 10 top martial arts schools saw each other in full. On their faces, which were still a bit green, there was a sense of anticipation and determination for the next trip. Occasionally, their eyes glanced over to Mizuki's side, and they couldn't help but linger a little longer on that ponytailed figure. Yesterday's incident wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't small either. At least it had spread among the students. The crowd didn't understand the reason behind it, but they had a deep impression of the 3 words Jiang Jiyu. It couldn't be helped that those present were basically sophomores or even juniors, and for Jiang Jiyu, a freshman like him to be standing in there was more or less a bit of an abrupt feeling. What's more, a move of heavenly grade martial skill had nearly killed a student of the Magic City Martial Arts University in seconds. The fact that she was extremely beautiful had in turn become the most inconspicuous flashpoint on her body. However, the crowd of students didn't have to wait too long before Din Qian opened his mouth and gave the order to depart. Of all the people present, he was the strongest and had the most transcendent Shui Mu status, so naturally he was the one to be honored. It is worth mentioning that today's Wang Mang is no longer as powerful as yesterday, and there is an additional wound on his face, which can be seen at a glance that he was injured by a fierce beast. There are other deans of martial arts universities do not know, but also deliberately care to ask a question, but was used by Wang Mang last night to go to the wilderness as an excuse to put off the past. After speaking, Wang Mang also glanced at Din Qian. He was sure that the beast that suddenly broke into his room in the middle of the night was definitely the old man's jade mythical beast. But because there was no evidence, he had to eat this loss. Din Qian, on the contrary, looked as normal and greeted Shui Mu's students as they hurriedly got into the car and set off. The entire secret realm rules are intact. We can't enter it to escort you guys. You guys that go in must pay attention to your own safety. It's best to team up with 2 or 3 people. Never act alone. If someone from another school makes a move on you or snatches the elixir, be sure to use your combat bracelet to shoot it down. When we come out, I'll settle the score with them one by one. As the dean of the number 1 martial arts university in the Celestial Dynasty, Dean Chen spoke just as hard as he could, and these last 2 sentences were clearly directed at Jiang Jiu. Jiang Jiu didn't say anything, just nodded. But Dean Chen's words were just another reminder to Jiang Jiu. Jiang Jiu's strength was right there, at the same level, as long as she hadn't stepped into a martial general, an ordinary 3rd-grade martial artist, even a late 3rd-grade existence, would be hard-pressed to walk under her hand for more than 20 moves. And if Jiang Jiu really moved to kill, the speed of resolving the fight would only be faster. So instead of worrying about Jiang Jiu being targeted, it would be better to think about how those people from the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University would end up if they really dared to reach over. The off-road vehicle traveled for 2 hours in the wilderness, driving a full 150 kilometers. It was also thanks to the fact that there was a highway that was built before the calamity, allowing them to save a lot of trouble. And as the field of vision opened up in front of them, everyone saw the gorgeous circle of light not far away. The oval-shaped circle of light with a diameter of about 15 meters was floating in a position about 3 meters above the ground. The naked eye couldn't see the scene on the other side through the aperture, but everyone knew very well that the other side was connected to another world. Speaking of which, this thing called Secret Realm almost appeared in synchronization with the recovery of aura. After so many years, a total of 1,382 secret realms had been discovered all over the world, with 221 in the Heavenly Kingdom alone. And there are still new secret realms that continue to come out and be discovered as time goes by. The significance behind each secret realm is different. According to what had been explored, all the secret realms had been categorized into a total of 4 major categories: aura secret realms, inheritance secret realms, crumbling secret realms, and resource secret realms. As it happened, what they were entering today was a resource secret realm. Chapter 85: 9 Stripes Thunder Fruit. Some people said that a secret realm was a small world that accompanied a side of heaven and earth when it was being formed, constructed by the power of heaven and earth. Others said that a secret realm was an exclusive space constructed by a person of great power by forcefully mobilizing the rules. These 2 claims had existed since the first secret realm was discovered, and had been debated to this day. The reason for this was still because of the different types of secret realms. In the aura secret realm, the concentration of aura was extremely high, and cultivating in it was twice the effort with half the effort. And there have long been beasts living in it, and there are many beast kings and even beast emperors. Instead of saying secret realm of aura, it is better to change the name, Cave Heaven Blessed Land. Such a spiritual place was obviously not something that could be constructed by manpower. However, the existence of the inheritance secret realm was insanely proving the other side's point. As for the crumbling secret realm, the rules of the world had collapsed, and regular people could not enter it at all, and even if they forced their way into it, they would be attacked indiscriminately by the tattered rules, and under a martial emperor there would be death without life. As for the secret realm of resources, it is more like an unexploited treasure, which contains tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of dollars worth of cultivation resources. Previously, there was even an example of a small country relying on a secret resource realm, and the strength of the entire population skyrocketed. However, for the secret realm, there is a very unified statement. The number of secret realms in a country can directly affect the overall strength of the country, especially the inheritance secret realm and resource secret realm, the greatest impact. Therefore, the appearance of every inheritance and resource secret realm will attract the prying eyes of many countries. Of course, these things didn't have anything to do with by Chongsheng and the others right now. The competition between countries was not something they could get involved in. All they needed to do now was to enter it, then pick as many spirit medicines as possible and come out safely. But what made everyone unpredictable was, before they could even enter the secret realm, they saw that the originally calm and gorgeous aperture suddenly produced a slight distortion. Even the surrounding aura began to vibrate violently. The sudden change caused the group of deans to immediately act as if they were on the verge of an enemy. Especially Dean Qian and the martial king who was guarding this place earlier. One summoned his ink and jade mythical beast, and the other drew his long sword, protecting everyone behind him. After a moment of distortion and shaking, the entrance to the secret realm merely spat out an object, and then calmness was restored once again. Dean Qian reached out his hand and grasped that thing steadily in his hand, but after seeing what was spat out by the secret realm, his face stagnated. Thunder fruit. A knowledgeable dean recognized what was in Dean Qian's hand with a single glance, and then a clamor was triggered. You're saying that what was just spat out in this secret realm is a thunder fruit that can help one to condense a thunder body? If I remember correctly, the selling price of a thunder fruit is $3 million, right? More than that, this one is a 9 stripes thunder fruit. It's worth a lot more than the 3 stripes and 6 stripes. I estimate that the selling price of this thunder fruit is afraid that it's going to be close to $10 million. A 9-stripe thunder fruit that's worth $10 million is just spat out by the secret realm? Wait, if that's the case, then how many spirit medicines must there be in this secret realm? The crowd of deans were talking, and even gave the students a little bit of science on how much this thing was worth. And when the crowd that had returned to their senses looked at the entrance to that secret realm again, there was only longing in their eyes, and it was a crazy longing. Dean Qian looked at the 9 stripes thunder fruit in his hand, and also had the feeling of being surprised by the secret realm's ho-hum operation. Previously, he was still puzzled as to why the principal would still encounter a beast king that had broken through the upper limit of its bloodline near this secret realm when it was clear that there were secret realm rules that suppressed it, and that high-level foreign beasts were unable to enter it. Now, he was afraid that the beast king had just happened to eat the elixir spewed out by the secret realm, and only then was he able to promote his bloodline. From this point alone, one could roughly sense just how many resources there were in this secret realm. After a dry cough, Dean Qian directly announced the start. For a moment, the students who were still holding back their impulses no longer suppressed the longing in their hearts, and one by one, they scrambled to be the first, their bodies leaping up before disappearing into that gorgeous circle of light. After Jiang Jiu and Xian Shuang exchanged a glance, the 3 of them also did not stop. All of them jumped into the secret realm, only to feel a distortion of light before their eyes. The next moment their feet stepped on top of the soft grass. Outside the secret realm was the water town of Jiangnan, but within the secret realm was a dense mountain forest. Can't see the edge of the secret realm. Into the eyes only a tree 2 people can embrace the big trees. The students who came in before them had already begun traveling in all directions. The secret realm was so big, although there was basically no possibility that they would be able to search it all within 10 days. But one step first, no one could stay in the same place while knowing that there were countless treasures waiting to be discovered in front of them. However, Jiang Jiu's 3 people were in no hurry at all, and with a flash of light, Bai Chongsheng in the nascent soul pouch appeared in front of the 3 people's eyes. In this kind of environment that everyone was unfamiliar with, Bai Chongsheng's role came into full play. Snake-type spirit beasts were already sensitive to sense, and were not limited to sensing the sense of other creatures, including spirit medicines were also within the scope of their senses. With Bai Chongsheng around, their efficiency in searching for elixirs would undoubtedly be a whole lot higher. Just after feeling the flavor that was wandering in the air in detail, Bai Chongsheng already had an answer. This way, follow? Seeing that Bai Chongsheng could really capture the flavor of the elixir in the air, the 3 of them couldn't help but feel relieved, and without the slightest hesitation, they hurriedly followed. After just a few hundred meters of traversing through the mountain forest, they saw exactly what the scent that Bai Chongsheng had captured came from. 100-year-old Lingji, priced at around 40,000. Although it was a bit different from the imagined superb elixir, a mosquito's leg was still meat even if it was small. Smoothly picking this Ganoderma, the 3 of them also realized what the problem was. I'm afraid that the spirit medicine around the entrance of the secret realm has long been spoiled by those foreign beasts that entered it before. Keep going deeper. The 3 of them plus a snake once again hurriedly traveled through the mountains and forests, but after following the target 4 or 5 times in a row, they all ended up only finding some less valuable spirit medicines. Although compared to the usual wasteland, this kind of harvest was already great, but this was obviously somewhat inconsistent with what the secret realm had shown before. However, the 3 of them didn't have any sense of impatience, the time was still early, and I'm afraid that the truly high-grade spirit medicine would have to wait at least until they were deeper into the secret realm before they could come across it. They were even prepared for a day or 2 of no harvest. It was just that sometimes, luck came by such a coincidence. After traveling through the dense forest for more than an hour in a row without much to gain, Bai Chongsheng caught a hint of an inexplicable odor in the air, and his body instantly lurched. Wait! There seems to be something over there. Chapter 86 9-Leaf Spiritual Ginseng. The sudden change caused Jiang Jiu's trio to stop in their tracks as well. Vaguely, they could even hear the sounds of the beasts roaring and fighting. Although it was subtle, and had just been even muffled by the sound of footsteps, it became more and more real after it quieted down at the moment. There are 4 odors intertwined, one of which is from a spirit medicine. The remaining 3 odors are all foreign beasts. Bai Chongsheng opened his mouth and spoke out, having an answer after carefully pondering the odors in the air. But none of them are strong around third-grade beast soldiers. Hearing third-grade beast soldiers, the three of them's eyes immediately lit up. If the beasts were too strong, the elixir, no matter how good it was destined to have nothing to do with them, but if it was only a third-grade beast soldier, it would be just right for them. Go over and take a look. The three of them glanced at each other and had already made a decision. Zhang Xing held his long sword tightly in his hand and walked ahead of the two women, while Bai Chongsheng kept an eye on the change in odor. As they got closer, the sounds of battle became more and more obvious. Beast roars mixed with muffled crashes, and occasionally the sound of tree branches breaking rang out. The three men and the snake slowed down their footsteps, and after traveling to about 100 meters, they were already able to roughly see what exactly was going on. A tiger, an ape, a bear, three beasts are more than 2 meters tall existence, blood boiling, full of momentum. However, at this moment they all appear to be in a bit of a mess, and their bodies also have a few more deep bone wounds. Obviously, the three beasts' chi and blood values were all very different, and being of the same third grade, no one could help anyone. If it was unusual, they wouldn't have broken out into this kind of battle. But the problem was that this wasn't an unusual time. The three beasts' gazes turned slightly. While being wary of the other two guys, they unconsciously landed in the center of this small piece of open space. On a 30 to 40 centimeter tall twig, there were 9 palm-sized leaves growing, and at the same time, there was also a string of red fruits hanging on it, which looked extremely ordinary, yet had an excessively bright and colorful feel to it. Jiang Jiyu, on the other hand, was unable to stop his pupils from shrinking after seeing that plant. 9-leaf spirit ginseng. One of the main ingredients for refining the soul-weaving pill, even if taken directly, it is capable of greatly enhancing the power of the divine soul. A complete plant has a market price of around $8 million. Hearing Jiang Jiyu's whispered explanation, both Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing lit up, including Bai Chongsheng, who couldn't help but look sideways. After running around in this secret realm for so long, they had finally encountered a high-grade spirit medicine, especially one that was useful for the divine soul. As long as they picked this elixir, even if it only yielded 10%, it would be enough to make their trip worthwhile. Make a move, Xian Shuang voiced out, and the other two nodded. Although the safest way was to wait for these three foreign beasts to kill each other to a certain extent, and then they would make their move and reap the benefits. But the night is long and dreamy. Who knows if this elixir will attract other beasts or martial artists to spy on it? This morning in the bag, they can also continue to search for other elixirs. What's more, it wasn't like they couldn't beat it. Roar! A strange sound came out from the middle of the woods, and was instantly captured by the three foreign beasts at the same time. The tiger was the closest, and after turning its head violently, it let out a roar in the direction the sound came from, as if warning against approaching. However, it was answered by a long alloy spear that shot sharply. Jiang Jiyu's 3 men rushed out from the woods at the same time, and then each sought out a different opponent. Zhang Xing had the strongest frontal attack, facing the black-furred bear that weighed over 3 tons. Xian Shuang was the most agile, and went straight for the huge ape that looked like King Kong. Of the 3 beasts, the tiger with the strongest chi and blood, and also the least injured, was led by Jiang Jiyu, but fighting alongside her, there was also Bai Chongsheng, whose chi and blood wasn't weaker than the tiger. Looking at the alloy spear that shot towards him, the tiger just raised its paw and slapped it, sending the alloy spear flying. After spinning twice in the air, the lance was grasped in Jiang Jiyu's hand, and the attack resumed. Only this time, with the spear in his hand, the attack also became harsh and varied. A gun once again stabbed out directly to the other party's right eye, but in the tiger claw shot at the same time, the gun head violently closed, changed the poke stabbing for picking smash. At the same time, Bai Chongsheng opened his mouth wide and bit into this fierce bite. With this bite, Bai Chongsheng didn't want to seriously injure, but only wanted to inject the toxin into it. Although a grade 2 toxin couldn't directly kill a grade 3 beast soldier, it was able to slow its movements down a bit. And in this kind of 1-on-2 battle, even a slight retardation was enough to make its situation even more difficult. Faced with the 2 attacks coming at the same time, this manticore ultimately chose to respond to Bai Chongsheng's side first. But as a muffled sound rang out, this tiger, which was nearly 3 meters tall and definitely weighed more than 2 tons, was directly smashed away by Jiang Jiyu's shot. His body crashed heavily on top of a thick tree trunk, sending out another muffled sound. The strength of the impact was so great that the tree shook violently, dropping quite a few leaves. The lance entered his neck, bringing out a splash of blood. He still wanted to struggle to get up and counterattack, but in the end, after shaking his body twice, he collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, blood frantically gurgling out from the wound that had been stabbed right through. This was Jiang Zhiyu's current strength. In cooperation with Bai Changsheng, an existence of the same level wouldn't even make it 2 moves under their hands. After resolving the battle in just one look, Jiang Zhiyu didn't pause for a moment and sprinted towards Xian Shuang with his gun in hand. Although the giant ape did not have heavy-scale armor to protect it, it was agile, especially with a pair of iron fists, making it very difficult for Xian Shuang to form an effective attack on it, unless it was able to catch it in an opening in its attack. However, with Jiang Zhiyu joining the battle, the situation was instantly reversed. With the 2 women cooperating, no matter how fierce and violent this giant ape was, it would only be cut by the long spear and short dagger. Finally, a gun stabbed out, the tip of the gun from its right ear stabbed. The strength transmitted from the gun rod above the violent shock directly let this giant ape blood to 0. The sounds of battle were still coming, and of the 3, only Zhang Xing was still fighting hard at the moment. That black bear was quite difficult to deal with due to its fat and strong body, and several of Zhang Xing's attacks were easily blocked by it. But on the contrary, every time it slapped, the tremendous force made Zhang Xing have to try his best to fight. It seemed that the attacks were blocked, but in reality, it forced him to retreat step by step. The situation was not optimistic. Noticing that Jiang Zhiyu and Xian Shuang had already finished their fight, Zhang Xing did not have the intention of greeting the 2 of them to come over to help, and even took the initiative to call off Jiang Zhiyu, who wanted to rush over. "You guys go ahead and pick the spiritual herbs. Don't worry about me. I don't believe it. I still can't take this head." Chapter 87 3 days. 120 million spirit medicines. Looking at Zhang Xing with a look of pride, the corner of Xian Shuang's mouth lifted slightly, and he really greeted Jiang Zhiyu without any help, pulling her along to pick the 9-leaf spirit ginseng. It was only Zhang Xing who suffered, facing a beast several times his size by himself, appearing to be under a lot of pressure. While Bai Changxing took a bite of a tiger's leg, replenishing his qi and blood, his eyes all fell on Zhang Xing's battle with the black bear. Zhang Xing's battle seemed woefully dangerous, but in reality, it wasn't safe at all. The black bear was fat and strong, its qi and blood surging, and with each claw and slap, the force of each strike was measured in tons. Although Zhang Xing had a sharp blade in his hand, he was already struggling to break through the other party's fur. Not to mention that there was a thick layer of fat underneath the fur. Therefore, even though Zhang Xing's attacks were successful time and again, the actual damage caused was not much at all, and it was difficult to hurt the black bear at all. Zhang Xing dodged repeatedly, but never let the black bear touch him even once. It was a bit of a mess, but better than that, he wasn't injured. Bai Changxing didn't mean to look down on Zhang Xing because even if he went up, it would probably be about 50-50 with the black bear. It was only this thought that suddenly stunned Bai Changxing. Thinking back to the beginning, Zhang Xing and Xian Shuang were the absolute thighs in his eyes. But how much time had passed since then, and he had ousted the 2 with almost equal qi and blood values, and a big difference in battle power. If one did the math this way, one's own rate of qi and blood enhancement did seem to be a bit fast and exaggerated. And without any surprises, he will break through to the beast general level, and at that time he will leave these 2 people behind, and the gap will grow wider and wider. "I'm really gifted." Muttering secretly in the bottom of his heart and ignoring the system beep, Bai Changxing continued to leisurely eat the tiger leg meat. By the time he finished eating a whole tiger leg, the battle on Zhang Xing's side was also nearing its end. A few minutes of hard grinding had left that black bear with countless more cuts on his body. This guy couldn't let go of the 9-leaf ginseng, so he had to stay here even if he had to die. The end result was that the huge bear's head was chopped off by Zhang Xing, and his fat body crashed to the ground. And Zhang Xing even struck a pose that he thought was very handsome to close his sword after this slash. "The fur is all chopped up by you, and you're still playing it cool there?" Xian Shuang heard the commotion and looked back. Then without any mercy, she gave Zhang Xing a blistering blow. "Hurry up and chop off your claws. Then go on to search for other spiritual medicines." Hearing Xian Shuang's words, Zhang Xing scratched his head and could only turn around to gather the beast materials, and along the way, the beast materials of the other 2 foreign beasts as well. Although the value of these 3 beasts could not be compared to spiritual medicine, they were at least 3rd-grade beasts. A mosquito's leg was still meat, so accumulating a small amount was also a sizable amount. And during this process, Jiang Zhiyu and Xian Shuang's side also carefully dug out the entire 9-leaf spirit ginseng. Underneath the lime-green branches and leaves was a palm-sized rhizome, spread out in a large zigzag shape, with dozens of roots hanging down, stained with soil, the longest ones even exceeding a meter in length. This was what took the most time. The 9-leaf spirit ginseng needed to ensure that the whole thing was intact, or else the medicinal effect would drain away rapidly. Simply digging up all the roots had caused Xian Shuang's forehead to be covered in a layer of fine beads of sweat. However, it was fortunate that the item was finally dug out in its entirety, without destroying its integrity. And as the 9-leaf spirit ginseng was brought out in its entirety, a faint smell of Chinese medicine immediately filled the air. But what was rare was that the smell was not unpleasant, and even carried a sense of fresh fragrance. You can take this 9-leaf spirit ginseng senior sister Jiang first. The 3 of us will put all of our gains here with you, and we'll divide it up when we get out. As for the proceeds, the 4 of us will split it equally. For equal shares, obviously counting Bai Chongqing among them. If it were any other team, I'm afraid it would be Jiang Jiu and Bai Chongqing sharing a share. Jiang Jiu wanted to say something, but Xian Shuang waved her hand, signaling that Jiang Jiu didn't need to push back. Xiao Bai's qi and blood is not weak, so he's already a top-notch combatant, not to mention, we'll have to rely on Xiao Bai to look for spiritual medicines, otherwise we don't know how much time we'll have to waste. Don't push it off, senior sister Jiang. Zhang Xing naturally understood what Xian Shuang meant and added another sentence. Even with these words, Bai Chongqing was extremely comfortable in his heart. Previously, during the hunt for the Steelbone Wolf King, the 2 of them, Xian Frost and Zhang Xing, were extremely sober, and they definitely didn't take much if they shouldn't, and it was the same this time. More critically, these 2 counted him as a part of the battle force. Well, how can I say it, treating him as a human being? Seeing Zhang Xing say this, Jiang Jiu didn't say anything else, and after nodding, he took out a wooden box from his storage ring and put the 9-leaf spiritual ginseng in his hand into it. The wooden box was distributed to them by Dean Chen before they came in. Made of red nanmu, it could maximize the preservation of spirituality and was specifically used to store high-grade spirit medicines. Continue. Finding a high-grade spirit medicine in just over an hour was definitely a great encouragement to them. Although they could only get 10% of this 8 million, and it would have to be divided into 4 parts, each part could be $200,000. And it was foreseeable that in these 10 days, their harvest would definitely not be small. This was indeed the case. As they continued to go deeper and deeper into the secret realm, the frequency of their encounters with spirit medicines also climbed. Although 90% of them were unusual spirit medicines worth around tens of thousands of dollars. But there was no perfection in everything. Occasionally, a high-grade spirit medicine would pop up, and that would be enough to make them excited. For 3 days in a row, the 3 people and the snake kept traveling through the secret realm in search of them, reaping a great harvest. In these 3 days, we have harvested a total of 12 high-grade spirit medicines, worth a total of $93 million, 137 ordinary spirit medicines, basically all between 40,000 and 80,000, with a total value of roughly 9 million. There are also 34 rare spirit medicines, with a price range between $300,000 and $2 million, with a total value of $22 million. A number of beast materials, this gain is probably only around 3 million. In front of 93 million, 3 million could indeed be described with the word only, but the problem was that this beast material income was not required to be submitted to the school, and only the 4 of them split it. In 3 days, a total of 124 million worth of spirit medicines were harvested, as well as 3 million in beast materials. According to the rules, we were able to share 12.25 million. Counting the beast materials is 15,400,000, an average of 3,850,000 per share. After Xian Frost spoke this figure, even she herself was slightly disoriented. Although she had already guessed that this figure would be large, it was a little too big. This was the true daily salary of 1 million. Chapter 88 5 Soul Refining Grasses. They had thought before entering the secret realm that the harvest from this trip would definitely be exaggerated. But when the figure was really in front of them, they still had an unspeakable feeling of excitement. Jiang Jiu, who was able to get 2 shares of the income, was able to share 7.7 million in 3 days. If this kind of income efficiency could last for a few more days, this figure would only be higher. However, compared to the excitement of Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing, Jiang Jiu was much calmer. This income was high, but only relatively speaking. In her previous life, her account balances were calculated in tens or even hundreds of billions. So a mere few million was not enough to give her the feeling of being so excited that she couldn't help herself. However, if we can really have $20 million, At least the university's cultivation resources for these few years will be enough. Letting out a long breath, Jiang Zhiyu's brows also relaxed quite a bit. Only Bai Chongqing, as if he didn't have any interest in this figure at all, closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, but kept his eyes on the changes in the surrounding smells. There was darkness in the secret realm, and it was different from the night in the outside world after being drained of all bright light. There were no stars dotting the sky, so it was impossible to see anything at all. Even if they were anxious in their hearts, they could only save up the fire and wait in place for the dark night to pass. But fortunately, this dark night would only last for 4 hours. The three of them replaced the night watch in turns, and as the secret realm was once again covered in light, a new round of searching began again. Only this time, the trio encountered a big problem. Wait, there's a situation. Only a few ordinary spirit medicines were found in the morning, but it allowed Bai Chongqing to smell the odor of spirit medicines again at noon. There's the odor of a high-grade spirit medicine, but next to that spirit medicine, there's the smell of a high-grade foreign beast. High-grade foreign beasts? Hearing Bai Chongqing's words, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing instantly tightened the weapons in their hands. What grade? Can you sense it? Jiang Zhiyu didn't mean to panic and turned her head to inquire about Bai Chongqing. I can't feel the specifics, but this odor, it gives me a heart-stopping feeling. All of them are at least low-level beast generals, and they've probably even touched the threshold of intermediate-level beast generals. After thinking about it, Bai Chongqing told his feelings and guesses as much as he could. And upon hearing the words low-grade beast general, all three of Jiang Zhiyu's brows furrowed. Although the rules of the secret realm restricted martial generals and those above them from entering it, there was a not-so-small loophole. Those who entered the secret realm and then broke through were clearly excluded. Only this loophole really wasn't something that ordinary people could drill. At the very least, they must all be existences whose qi and blood have reached their limits, and they must also be the kind that can break through at any time. I don't know if there were any other students from the other martial arts universities who were able to do so, but none of the three Jiang Zhiyu were able to do so, and the closest to this threshold was Bai Chongqing. Even then, it would take him a week to pile up his qi blood to 10,000 points. And for them at this moment, a low-level beast general, possibly even close to a mid-level beast general, was more or less overmodeled. Even with all three of them, plus Bai Chongqing, it was a bit of a stretch. Go over and take a look, and if you can, then forcefully kill it. Even in this secret realm, high-grade spirit medicines were unattainable, and it would be too much of a shame to just give them up for nothing. And with these words, Jiang Zhiyu clearly intended to offer a killing move. Under the soul-destroying needle, unless the opponent's strength had reached the lord level and possessed the ability to resist spiritual attacks, they would all be instantly and heavily injured. And even if it was a lord, it would be difficult to defend against it when caught off guard. The only problem was that once this move was made, it would mean that Jiang Zhiyu would need at least a day and a night's rest to recover his spirit. Worth it or not, both needed to be decided after seeing the target. And after the group had traveled about a kilometer above this grass that didn't go past their knees, they finally saw the elixir that Bai Chongqing had spoken of. Soul-refining grass. After getting a good look at the target, Xian Shuang couldn't help but exclaim under her breath. The shape of the soul-refining grass was almost identical to other weeds, and if one ignored its golden blades, it could easily be mixed up with other weeds. But the problem was that those 4 or 5 smears of golden color that swayed with the wind were just too eye-catching, making it hard to take one's eyes off of it after just one glance. 5 plants in total. As his eyes swept over, Jiang Zhiyu was frowning. No wonder it's able to attract general-level beasts. 5 soul-refining grasses will directly fulfill half of the needs of the ink jade mythical beast. Before they set off, Dean Qian had specially introduced the soul-refining grass to them and explained his desire for it, and that as long as they were able to bring back the soul-refining grass, he would purchase it at a 20% premium. Jiang Zhiyu, as Dean Qian's student, naturally knew more. Dean Qian needed a total of 10 soul-refining grasses in order to help the ink jade mythical beast promote its bloodline. 10 plants, calculated at 12 million per plant, would require 120 million, not counting the other spirit medicines, and at a preliminary estimate, it would require at least 500 or 600 million to gather all the materials needed. However, if the bloodline could be successfully promoted, by then, this beast king, the ink jade mythical beast, would have the potential to grow into a beast emperor. Compared to this potential, the cost of $500 to $600 million seemed irrelevant. Originally thought that this thing can only chance, never thought this time found 5 plants. But the problem is, that beast general, where is it? As Jiang Zhiyu's words fell, Bai Chongqing's heart snapped, and with a sense of intent, his mouth directly exploded with a cry, "Be careful!" In the next moment, a giant python with a grayish-white body and a thick body rushed out from the grass and bit over towards Xian Shuang's waist. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could only catch a white residual shadow and could not even see its specific appearance. Caught off guard, Xian Frost only had time to block her 2 daggers in front of her. But in the face of the python's sneak attack, the short daggers only brought out a spark, and Xian Frost's entire body was knocked away. Under Bai Chongqing's gaze, the giant python opened its mouth and bit into Xian Frost in mid-air, with the intention of swallowing her in one gulp. Clang! Clang! A series of 2 sounds of gold and iron clashing came out. The weapons in Zhang Xing and Jiang Zhiyu's hands had already landed on that giant python, and the muffled attacks caused that giant python to suffer pain and give up chasing and biting Xian Shuang after wailing. With a violent twist of its body, it disappeared into the grass again. The breeze blew slowly, and the dense grass swayed with the wind, as if nothing had happened. But at this moment, the foreheads of the 3 of them all had several points of cold sweat hanging on them, especially Xian Shuang. Even though she had already landed on the ground, her violent heartbeat still showed how terrified she was at this moment. Just now, if Bai Chongqing hadn't reminded the 3 of them in advance, I'm afraid that Xian Frost would have been bitten by the python and dragged into the grass. Chapter 89 Song Thunder Python. Thunder. Frost, are you all right? Zhang Xing opened his mouth and inquired, breaking the quietness of the 4. And Xian Frost subconsciously leaned towards Zhang Xing's side, pursed her lips lightly, and nodded. Did you just get a good look at what that guy actually was? Zhang Xing shook his head at the words. Just now, when Xian Shuang was suddenly attacked, all his thoughts were focused on helping her out, and he simply didn't have the heart to care about anything else. However, it was good that he didn't see it clearly, but someone else did. Body length about 20 meters, whole body scale armor pale. Above the snake's head there is a piece of purple scale. The pattern is a bit peculiar, just like... Bai Chongqing opened his mouth and spoke out. Just now his position was farthest away from Xian Frost. He didn't come in time to rescue him, but he was able to get a good look at that guy's appearance. While speaking, he continuously searched the surrounding scent, trying to find the guy's location. But there was a breeze blowing. Even though Bai Chongqing was able to smell the scent, he simply couldn't lock on to the other guy's location. Like a lightning bolt. Song Thunder Python. Hearing Bai Chongqing's description, Jiang Zhiyu's brows tightened. Song Thunder Python? Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing obviously didn't know as much as Jiang Zhiyu did about foreign beasts. But Jiang Zhiyu didn't have any intention of covering it up and continued to speak. The Song Thunder Python is a variant of the rock-swallowing python, with a higher bloodline potential and far greater strength than the rock-swallowing python. The strength range of the Pale Thunder Python after it reaches adulthood is basically in the range of a beast general to a low-level lord. In addition to its scales being as tough as rock, the Pale Thunder Python also possesses the ability to stimulate lightning. The power is very strong. If someone of the same level is electrocuted, they will basically lose their ability to resist temporarily. And if they are slightly less powerful, or have little resistance to lightning damage, they can be killed in a single strike. As he said these words, Jiang Zhiyu's face was a bit grave. Obviously, at this moment, they belonged to the level where their qi and blood strength was far inferior to the other party. If they were really electrocuted, I'm afraid that they would have to shed their skin without dying. Moreover, the Pale Thunder Python he encountered at this moment caused Jiang Zhiyu's thoughts to inexplicably return to his previous life. In her last life, when she had switched to the qi and blood martial path, she naturally hadn't gone to the wilderness, and it just so happened that she had encountered a Pale Thunder Python in the middle of the wilderness. Only at that time, she was only at the late martial marquis stage, while that Song Thunder Python had already reached the Beast King level. At that time, she had found it strange. But now, it seemed that the Pale Thunder Python they were facing at the moment was most likely the Beast King level one she had encountered in her previous life. After devouring 5 soul-refining grasses, this thing's bloodline had once again been promoted. This thing can still inspire lightning? Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Zhang Xing couldn't help but be surprised out of his mouth and subconsciously tightened the 2 long knives in his hands. He was not afraid of being electrocuted, but the point was that it was not as simple as being electrocuted. Little White and I will attract the Pale Thunder Python's attention. You guys find a way to pick the soul-refining grass. Jiang Zhiyu calculated in his mind and made a decision right away. With that collision just now, they had already tested out the range of the other party's qi and blood. being able to send Xian Shuang flying so easily, this pale thunder python's chi blood value was at least 15,000 or more. In a head-on hard fight, no one was a match for this pale thunder python, not even Jiang Jiu. However, the good thing was that they weren't alone but a whole 4 effective combatants. There was absolutely no need to fight to the death with the pale thunder python. Little white. Jiang Jie let out a soft cry under her breath, and Bai Chongqing instantly understood what she meant. In fact, it was no longer a matter of whether Jiang Jie chose Bai Chongqing or not, but rather, as a kindred spirit, Bai Chongqing's attraction to the crowning thunder python was significantly greater than that of others. As if at this moment, Bai Chongqing could vaguely feel that something was wrong, but with his gaze flowing in all directions, he could not find any trace of the Tsang thunder python at all. But the next moment, a blue-white thunderbolt was seen shooting rapidly from the distance. The speed was so fast, the power was so strong that the grass, which was originally moving with the wind, was directly blasted out of a half-meter-wide path by this thunder. Bai Chongqing turned around and only saw the rapidly enlarging thunder. He had the intention to avoid it, but there was simply no way to avoid it. The disadvantages of growing in size were exposed at this moment, and in terms of dexterity he was more than a step behind Jiang Jiu. However, just as Bai Chongqing was ready to resist the strike, Jiang Jie, who had been standing behind him, had already made a move. The alloy spear in his hand jabbed out, crossing over Bai Chongqing before he collided with the thunder. Bai Chongqing clearly saw that the thunder was bombarded on top of the tip of the alloy spear, and the fine arcs of electricity began to strike along the barrel of the spear towards Jiang Jiu's hands. However, in the face of such a situation, Jiang Jiu didn't show any panic on his face. Her hands suddenly exerted force, and the lance drew a semicircle in her hands before it heavily slammed into the ground. Boom! The terrifying power of thunder was instantly released, spreading out with the tip of the spear as the center. In just the blink of an eye, more than 10 pitch-black cracks appeared on the originally soft land under the effect of the thunder, spreading out in all directions. The dense grass was even directly erased by this. Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing, who were a dozen paces away, watched this scene and only felt their hearts jolt. With such exaggerated might, if they were to be hit by it, I'm afraid that what awaited them would be instant serious injuries. Even the two who were farther apart were so shocked, and Bai Chongqing, who was feeling the thunderous fury from a close distance, only felt his heart stop for a moment. The air around them became parched under the effect of the thunder. However, Jiang Jiu, who had blocked the strike, did not pause for a moment, and his body exploded, attacking and killing in the direction where the thunder had struck. Don't freeze, we can't stop it for long. A voice rang out, reminding Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing at the same time as Bai Chongqing. Returning to his senses, Bai Chongqing only felt a surge of hot blood rush straight to his head. Almost let you dogs get shady. Bai Chongqing didn't know if he would die if he took this hard hit, but if it wasn't for Jiang Jiu helping him block this hit, I'm afraid that at this moment, he would have already flipped his stomach. This feeling of almost capsizing in the gutter gave Bai Chongqing an indescribable irritation. Without the slightest stop, his body also charged, and along with Jiang Jiu, he charged towards the Tsang thunder python. Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing exchanged glances, not daring to delay any longer. Don't know how long the CD of this pale thunder python's thunder attack is. If they can block it once, God knows if they can block it for a second time, so they should hurry up and pick the soul-refining grass, and then hurry to leave is what they should do now. On the other hand, Jiang Jiu had already wrapped around the Tsang thunder python. The lance in his hand swung repeatedly, poking and stabbing, not intending to give the Tsang thunder python another chance to escape. 2 sneak attacks once nearly swallowed Xian Frosthole, once made Bai Chongqing almost die. If there was a third time, I'm afraid that people would really die. Immediately following Jiang Jiu's charge, Bai Chongqing also joined the fight with a full of rage, opening his mouth and tearing towards the Tsang thunder python's body. Chapter 90. 4th grade venom. Let you blast old me with thunder. With Jiang Jiu attacking in the front to attract the pale thunder python's attention, Bai Chongqing's mouth really did bite solidly. But what surprised him was that this pale thunder python scale armor was much harder than he thought. One bite down, it really seemed like he had bitten on top of a rock. No, it was even harder than a stone. With Bai Chongqing's chi and blood value at the moment, a bite down was at least 2 or 3 tons of bite force, and the contact surface was only poisonous fangs, so an ordinary stone really couldn't block this exaggerated pressure, and even if it didn't crumble, it would be easily bitten through by the snake's fangs. But on the contrary, the Tsang thunder python really resisted, Without waiting for Bai Chongqing to continue to exert force, he saw the pale thunder python violently turn around and bite towards him. At the same time, its body twisted, with the intention of wanting to wrap itself around him. As a snake, facing this attack that was almost identical to his own, Bai Chongqing didn't even think about it and decisively dodged. Although he could also wrap himself around it in turn, it was obvious that with the Tsang thunder python's qi and blood, the end result would only be that he would be strangled to death alive. And it was this opening that Jiang Jiyu grabbed, and the moment that Tsang thunder python turned back, he softly shouted under his breath, "Broken gold lance." The entire process of collecting the spear and stabbing out was only an instant, but the sharpness had already taken shape, condensing on the tip of the spear, carrying an implication of piercing through all things in the world. If Ding Qian and the others were here, they would definitely be surprised by Jiang Jiyu's hand. In such a short period of time, Jiang Jiyu was able to complete the momentum of the gold-breaking gun, equating it to an instantaneous shot. This proficiency alone was not something that could be explained away by a small achievement. And with the continuous increase in qi and blood, Jiang Jiyu's control over the martial arts that he had practiced 1,000 or 10,000 times in his previous life was also rapidly increasing. Break! As if in response to this cry from Jiang Jiyu, the tip of the spear poked and stabbed heavily on top of the Tsang thunder python's scale armor. It was a bit different from the bite Bai Chongqing had just taken. The snake scales that were rock solid in front of Bai Chongqing just now were like a thin layer of paper, and without blocking the alloy spear much at all, they were directly pierced through. Under the intense pain and uneasiness, the Tsang thunder python couldn't help but let out a sharp hissing sound from its mouth. The serpent's tail flung violently, jerking towards Jiang Jiyu. The speed was extremely fast, even bringing out a sound of breaking air. But even so, Jiang Jiyu still didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding it. Instead, his waist and shoulder simultaneously exerted force, sending the lance in his hand a few more inches inward. Explosion! A word was lightly spat out from his mouth, and in the next moment, the place where that spear tip had stabbed and exploded. If the spear stabbing in just now had only caused the Tsang thunder python to suffer some effects, but no major harm at all, then at this moment it was truly broken by Jiang Jiyu. A gap of 20 to 30 centimeters, snake scales crumbling, blood gurgling. It was the pale thunder python's vitality was tenacious enough, which did not directly endanger its life, but even so, it was enough to make it suffer a good deal. Bang! And in response to Jiang Jiyu's shot, the snake's tail smacked heavily on top of Jiang Jiyu's blocking gun. After a muffled sound, Jiang Jiyu's body exploded back. The pole of the gun trembled, and a huge force was transmitted along the spear to both hands. Jiang Jiyu only felt a numbness in his tiger's mouth, and the spear almost came out of his hand. But even so, Jiang Jiyu was definitely not doing well. The Tsang thunder python was ultimately an existence with a blood value of 15,000, and this force was not a fake. Adding to that, she had just received a thunder attack, and even though most of it had been directed to the ground, the aftermath alone had caused her to suffer a considerable amount of impact. With the two effects, Jiang Jiyu only felt a sweetness in her throat, and a smear of scarlet blood was added to the corner of her mouth. The Tsang thunder python was about to die in pursuit, but the rest of its eyes suddenly realized that there were two figures running wildly towards the soul-refining grass, and it was instantly in a hurry, so how could it care about chasing after Jiang Jiyu? With a hiss, he charged towards Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing, but Bai Chongqing attacked again. He knew that Jiang Jiyu was injured, and he also knew that this Tsang thunder python was not to be messed with, but he knew better what he should do now. Without the slightest hesitation, grabbing before the Tsang thunder python, Bai Chongqing directly bit down on the huge wound left by Jiang Jiyu just now. At the same time as he bit, his body directly wrapped around it, and his venom was madly injected as if it didn't need any money. Even if doing so couldn't cause any damage to the Tsang thunder python, it was better to drag it for a while, until it had no time to separate itself. The Tsang thunder python probably didn't expect that Bai Chongqing would actually dare to pester him. If it were normal, his behavior is almost the same as looking for death. Tsang thunder python as long as the reverse winding back that Bai Chongqing will die, but on the contrary it has more important things to do. Delay cannot be half a point of time. A sharp and powerful hissing sound rang out, and Bai Chongqing clearly felt the threat from the Tsang thunder python. But it was because of this sound that Bai Chongqing bit down even tighter. And fearing that the Tsang thunder python would break free from his entanglement, Bai Chongqing forced himself to endure his heartache for evolution points and upgraded the toxin 2 levels in a row. 98 evolution points deducted. Evolution tree branch toxin level up. Toxin's next upgrade requires evolution points 300. 300 evolution points are deducted. The level of the toxin branch of the evolution tree is increased. Toxin's next upgrade requires 900 evolution points. Toxin LV4. Depending on the strength of the target, it will cause it to fall into a poisoned state, forcibly deducting blood. The system explanation was still the same, but Bai Chongsheng was able to clearly feel a warm sensation coming from his two fangs as the venom passed by. Moreover, the Tsong Thunder Python, which originally had no feeling for this, was instantly twisting violently while the toxin level up was completed. Pain. It hurts too much. If the pale thunder python was able to speak at this moment, it would definitely be wailing. As the blood flowed, the venom was also surging all over its body. Wherever the venom passed through, there was a burst of pain that felt like pins and needles. But this pain was accompanied by a strong sense of paralysis, as if it was losing control of its body. Feeling the Tsong Lei python's reaction, Bai Chongsheng was clear that the venom had taken effect. Therefore, he worked harder and harder, no longer having the slightest reservation. I'll let you bombard me with thunder. I'll kill you. The more that Tsong Thunder Python struggled, the tighter Bai Chongsheng wounded, and the faster the venom spread. On the other hand, Zhang Jiyu also noticed the Tsong Thunder Python's abnormality, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Strongly enduring the pain that seemed like her whole body was about to fall apart, she rushed again with her gun. This time, however, she was aiming at the Tsong Thunder Python's head. The sharpness of the broken gold gun was once again gathered and molded at the tip of the gun, its power accumulating crazily. Little white, Zhang Jiyu softly shouted out of her mouth, and Bai Chongsheng instantly understood what she meant. Exploding all of his strength, he forced the Tsong Thunder Python's body to stagnate for an instant, and it was this instant that Zhang Jiyu managed to seize. The tip of the spear heavily pierced the purple snake scale above the Tsong Thunder Python's forehead. Chapter 91. New Evolution Tree Branch. Thunder. Vaguely, Bai Chongsheng seemed to have heard a crisp shattering sound, a sound that sounded like glass breaking. And after this shattering sound, the Tsong Thunder Python that he had twisted to death seemed to have lost all its strength in an instant, stopping its original frantic struggles. Although there was still occasional twitching, it was more like the involuntary contraction of muscles after losing consciousness. Bai Chongsheng didn't dare to relax in the slightest. His mouth just didn't have the slightest intention of letting go, and the venom was still being madly injected. It wasn't until a few seconds later that Zhang Jiyu opened his mouth and spoke out. The Tsong Thunder Python is dead. The sound sounded extremely weak, and it was indeed the case. Having first carried a deadly thunder attack from the Tsong Thunder Python, and then having been heavily smacked by its tail, his chi and blood were already unstable, and he had forcibly executed a second gold-breaking lance, causing more injuries on top of the injuries he had sustained. At this moment, Zhang Jiyu was holding the lance in one hand and supporting the ground, as if without the support of the lance, he would fall down in the next moment. Help me keep watch. I need to freshen up the rebellious chi and blood. After saying that, Zhang Jiyu took out a blood-vibrating pill from his storage ring and swallowed it before sitting down on his knees. As for Bai Chongsheng, he also dropped his gaze back to the Tsong Thunder Python. Zhang Jiyu's last shot had directly shattered the purple snake scale on top of the Tsong Thunder Python's forehead, and while the scale had exploded, there was also a 3-finger-wide blood hole in its forehead, which just happened to be in the shape of the tip of Zhang Jiyu's spear. One shot to death, without the slightest bit of procrastination. Zhang Jiyu's combat experience was simply too rich. If it were any other third-grade martial artist, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to make it through 3 moves of the Pale Thunder Python, even if it was a third-grade near-complete martial artist like Zhang Xing or Xian Shuang. However, Zhang Jiyu was able to rely on his combat experience, blocking and parrying the Tsong Thunder Python's fatal attacks, while still being able to catch that fleeting opportunity to strike. With 2 full force attacks, one caused the Pale Thunder Python to suffer minor injuries, while the other directly killed the fellow. She knew how to utilize her strengths, and she also knew how to attack the Tsong Thunder Python's weaknesses. This combat experience might be routine when placed in the Martial Emperor realm, but at the same level it was a complete dimensional blow. The Tsong Thunder Python, which had lost all of its vitality, was the best depiction of this. However, as Bai Chongsheng looked at the corpse of the Tsong Thunder Python, he suddenly had an inexplicable thought. Swallowing the Muddy Rock Turtle had given him rock armor defense, swallowing the Golden Needle Giant AO Scorpion had given him toxin, and the Steel Bone Wolf King and Dragon Carp in the back had unlocked the Steel Bone and Dragon's Blood branches of the evolution tree for him. And compared to them, this Pale Thunder Python also had an extremely obvious trait on it. That was the bolt of thunder it struck. Only by personally experiencing the power of that one thunderbolt would one realize just how terrifying this thing was. He hadn't thought of this before, but at this moment, after the battle was over and Bai Chongqing calmed down, an unspeakable impulse arose in his heart. If, after eating this meat system, you should be able to give me a copy of this lightning control talent of its for me, right? Bai Chongqing muttered secretly in the bottom of his heart, and then shining that wound on the Tsang Thunder Python's body was a bite, biting down dead center and not letting go of his mouth, hard enough to rip off a piece of meat bigger than a fist, and then tilted his head back and swallowed it. Congratulations to the host for devouring the Pale Thunder Python, gaining 12 blood values and 6 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the unlit branch of the evolution tree. Thunder. After unlocking, gain the ability to inspire thunder attacks. The strength of the attack increases with the host's mental strength and the level of the evolution tree. Evolution points required to light up 300. Thunder. After unlocking, you gain the ability to inspire thunder attacks. Cao cao cao. Hearing the system beeps ringing out in his head, for a split second, Bai Chongqing only felt like he was drowning in ecstasy. It was still really damn possible. That idea at the beginning was really just that, an idea. He couldn't decide which evolution tree the system would unlock. After all, in Dean Chen's nascent soul pouch before, he had mixed quite a few rare items following the Ink Jade mythical beast, but none of them unlocked the evolution tree branch. Devouring the blood and flesh of the Pale Thunder Python was just a try with the idea of keeping it. Who would have thought that the system had really given him a surprise? A big surprise. Looking at the conditions required to light up, Bai Chongqing didn't hesitate for a second and directly lit up. Congratulations to the host, spending 300 evolution points to light up the branch of the evolution tree. Thunder. Evolution points required for Thunder's next upgrade. 1,000. The evolution points required to light up and upgrade Thunder were the same as Dragon's Blood, and from this alone, one could sense that the level of this thing was definitely not low. Moreover, Bai Chongqing had a hunch that Thunder was feared to be a branch of the evolution tree that could infinitely increase growth and greatly increase his ceiling, just like Dragon's Blood. As the system beep fell, Bai Chongqing vaguely felt a burning sensation begin to surface at the center of his forehead. It was as if it was on fire, but there was no tingling sensation, and it was still within the range that he could bear. However, Bai Chongqing had underestimated this burning sensation, and as time passed, the burning sensation began to intensify, just like a red-hot iron landing on his forehead. But in the blink of an eye it became cool again. If someone were to look at Bai Chongqing at this moment, they would realize that there was a piece of dragon scale between his forehead that had a purple glow on top of it, which appeared and disappeared. And at the same time, Bai Chongqing only felt that in the air around him, there seemed to be something extra that was extremely kind to him. With just a slight movement of his mind, these elements that were free in the air began to converge towards his forehead. After the concentration of the elements reached a certain level, Bai Chongqing clearly sensed what exactly this thing was. Thunder! So it was this feeling? As the thunder elements continued to converge, Bai Chongqing only felt that his spiritual power was also being rapidly extracted. And after the elements had accumulated to a certain level, Bai Chongqing completely lost control of the thunder. With just a boom, a blue-white thunderbolt shot out from Bai Chongqing's forehead, just like the one struck by the Tsang Thunder Python just now. Skimming through the grass and stirring up a wave of scorching air, it eventually blasted into the grass tens of meters away, blowing up a lot of scorched earth. This power, even if it wasn't comparable to the Tsang Thunder Python, it wasn't far behind. An existence at the same level, unless it was a demon like Zhang Jiyu, he was afraid that it would be difficult to receive this strike from him. What's more, his thunder could continue to improve as his blood increased and his level increased. Looking at the effect caused by the thunder in the distance after it hit the land, Bai Chongqing only felt pain in his heart. All along, his means of attack had been so lacking that even he felt pathetic, with only toxins barely able to be taken out and used. But now it was better, with thunder as a killing move. Bai Chongqing finally didn't have to put himself in danger every time. The huge commotion caused both Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing in the distance to turn around, and even Zhang Jiyu, who was still resting with his eyes closed, looked over at him at the moment, especially after seeing the purple snake scales that were faintly visible on Bai Chongqing's forehead. A hint of doubt and surprise flashed across the bottom of Zhang Jiyu's eyes. Chapter 92: The Wooden Plaque in the Body of the Tsang Thunder Python. The purple snake scales only flickered before they hid their light, and the piece of snake scale became as if it was just like any other scale. However, Bai Chongqing could clearly feel that he still possessed control over thunder. As long as he was willing, he could inspire the attack he had just made at any time. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough spiritual power. Bai Chongqing hadn't studied spiritual power enough, but he still had a general feeling that the thunder just now had directly siphoned off a third of his spiritual power. In other words, with his current spiritual power, he could only strike 3 thunderbolts in a row at most, and after 3 times he would simply pass out due to the depletion of his spiritual power. If he really passes out, then he'll be a fish on the chopping block. But an enemy that can resist 3 thunderbolts without dying seems like it doesn't matter if he's unconscious or not anymore. Bai Chongqing muttered in his heart before meeting Jiang Zhiyu's gaze. However, Jiang Zhiya didn't say anything, only closing her eyes once again and continuing to meditate away. From the very beginning, she had felt that Bai Chongqing was a bit different from the other foreign beasts, being humane and raising his qi and blood fast enough. But at first, Jiang Zhiyu didn't take it too seriously. Even if Bai Chongqing had changed several times in succession, Jiang Zhiyu had only turned him from a spirit pet into a fighting partner. But later, after the trip to the Dragon Blood Lake was over, she had a few hidden suspicions. This white-scaled snake that she had casually bought seemed to be harboring a big secret. But it was only a suspicion. But now, feeling the thunder inspired by Bai Chongqing, as well as the purple snake scale on his forehead, Jiang Zhiyu was completely certain that Bai Chongqing definitely had a secret. And it wasn't just any secret. This kind of operation that could replicate the other party's talent and bloodline just by touching them, how could it be something that a white-scaled snake could possess? It was just that Jiang Zhiyu didn't choose to ask questions, and she wasn't even prepared to ask Bai Chongqing about it. For one thing, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing were still here, and although she trusted them quite a bit, she was afraid of the unexpected in all things, and there were some secrets that were better known only to herself. Secondly, under the blessing of the spirit god Deed Broad, the souls of one person and one snake were intertwined, and at this moment, Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Chongqing were both honored and harmed. In other words, the bond between Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Chongqing was even deeper than her parents. She didn't even need to ask because Bai Chongqing wouldn't do anything to think or act against her. On the other side, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing managed to collect the soul refining grass intact with its roots. In order to ensure the activity of the soul refining grass, they had even brought quite a bit of soil with them when they dug. It was only after bringing the soul refining grass over, looking at the Tsong Thunder Python that had already lost all of its vitality, that the two of them subconsciously glanced at each other again. Tsong Thunder Python's qi and blood strength, Xian Shuang had already been clear as day when she had been sneak attacked by it for the first time. Frontal heart attack, not to mention her, even Zhang Xing is very difficult to carry Tsong Thunder Python's outburst. The combination of the 3 of them plus Bai Chongqing, although qi and blood are not low, but facing the Tsong Thunder Python is more than a step worse. So the plan at the beginning was to pick the soul refining grass as soon as possible and then escape from the Tsong Thunder Python's pursuit. But now, the plan couldn't catch up with the changes. Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Chongqing had killed the Pale Thunder Python with serious injuries and qi and blood reversal, so naturally, the distribution of the spirit medicine couldn't be like before. From the beginning to the end, Shi and Zhang Xing hadn't put in a single bit of effort, and it was no different from playing soy sauce. It would be a bit unreasonable if they were to divide it according to the ratio of 4 equal parts. Zhang Xing had gone to pack up the materials for the Tsong Thunder Python's corpse, while Xian Shuang had been standing guard at the side, waiting for Jiang Zhiyu to straighten out his qi and blood. Luckily, Jiang Zhiyu didn't make them wait much longer, and only after 10 minutes or so, she opened her eyes while exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. "Sister Jiang, not seriously injured, right?" Xian Shuang asked with concern, and Jiang Zhiyu hummed. "It's just some qi and blood reversal. After taking the blood vibrating pill, there's no more major problems. Qi and blood reversal, if not properly combed, it would easily leave dark wounds in the body. Once or twice might not be much, but if it was too many times and no attention was paid to it, these dark wounds would one day find their way to the body, and if it was light, the qi and blood would stagnate, and if it was heavy, the strength would be all but wasted. This was also the reason why the blood vibrating pill was sold at such a high price." "That's good." Xian Shuang let out a long sigh of relief before handing over the 5 soul refining grasses that were packed in a red heather box. "These 5 soul refining grasses, you remember to separate them individually, and when we go out, Zhang Xing and I won't split this share of the money." Each of the 5 soul refining grasses was worth $10 million, and even if they only took 10%, that was $5 million. With one sentence, Xian Shuang directly gave Jiang Zhiyu $2.5 million. Knowing that she had her own insistence, Even Bai Chongqing couldn't help but be a little stunned after hearing her words. The last thing in this world is people who change their bottom line because of money. If someone else had come along, facing these 5 soul refining grasses, how could they have given them away so openly? It would have been good if he hadn't taken advantage of Jiang Zhiyu's unstable qi and blatantly struck out. This time, even Bai Chongqing was a little embarrassed, because just now when the two of them came over, he was still more or less wary of Xian Frost. After all, in Jiang Zhiyu's storage ring, there were more than $100 million worth of spiritual medicines stored in it. Counting these 5 soul refining grasses, it was worth nearly $200 million. As it turned out, it was his own villainous heart that was measuring up to the gentleman's heart. Senior Sister Xian, the ratio was already agreed upon before. There's no need to change it. Jiang Zhiyu sniffed, but only lightly shook her head. Xian Shuang wanted to say something else, but she heard Zhang Xing suddenly shout, "You guys come and see. What is this?" Hearing Zhang Xing's shout, Jiang Zhiyu and Xian Frost could only put the matter aside for the moment and walked over together. However, they saw Zhang Xing's blood-stained hands, holding an ancient wooden plaque in his palm. Because it was stained with blood, it was hard to see what the sign itself looked like, and there wasn't any unusual fluctuation on top of the sign, as if it was really just an ordinary wooden sign. But it was clear to anyone that this thing couldn't really be ordinary. "Where did you find it?" Xian Shuang asked as she sized up the plaque for a couple of moments before looking at Zhang Xing. "Right in the belly of the Tsang Thunder Python." Zhang Xing pointed at the Tsang Thunder Python that he had disemboweled. "Originally, I wanted to look for the snake gallbladder inside it, but I ended up touching this." Jiang Zhiyu didn't say anything, but just took out a bottle of pure water from his storage ring. The pure water rinsed away the bloodstains on top of the wooden plaque and also brought out its original appearance. "What are these 2 characters?" Looking at the 2 characters on the wooden plaque that looked like earthworms crawling about, Xian Shuang was only puzzled. But Jiang Zhiyu's mind could not help but be shaken after seeing the 2 characters. An ancient script. These 2 characters mean Departing Fire. Chapter 93 Late Night Attack. Departure Fire? With just these 2 words, there was obviously no way to know where this thing came from or what it did. This thing. Could it be that the Tsang Thunder Python brought it in from outside? It was possible, but where it came from was not important for the time being. Zhang Xing didn't see anything when he looked left and right, so he simply handed this thing to Jiang Zhiyu. This thing was taken out from within the Tsang Thunder Python's body, and the Tsang Thunder Python was killed by you, Senior Sister Jiang, so it should rightfully belong to you. Although I don't know exactly what this thing is good for. Jiang Zhiyu did not refuse, and after receiving it, she flipped through it twice and did not see anything from this thing, as if it was simply a wooden tablet. However, being able to write in ancient characters, this thing could not be a modern product. Thinking hard to no avail, she could only put this thing into her storage ring. After an interruption, she and Xian Shuang no longer bothered about the 5 soul refining grasses, and the group continued to set off, traveling in one direction. Another 4 days passed by in a row, but their harvest for these 4 days was pitifully small. I don't know if it was because the spirit medicines in the secret realm had all been picked and spoiled, and the chances of finding high-grade spirit medicines were pitifully low. After 4 days, there were only 7 high-grade spirit medicines, and the rest were all low-grade ones which were not even worth as much as a soul-refining grass. However, before the principal's discovery, the secret realm had been flooded with an unknown number of exotic beasts, and now there were more students from the top 10 top martial arts schools collecting spiritual medicines. Even if there were more spiritual herbs in the secret realm, they couldn't be prohibited from being collected so much. But fortunately, although the last 4 days were not very rewarding, counting the previous ones, they had already made a huge profit on this trip. A total of 7 days from the time they came in, 24 high-grade spirit medicines were harvested, with a total value of $219 million, 282 ordinary spirit medicines, total value around $23 million, 77 rare spirit medicines, with a total value of $41 million. The beast materials filled 2 storage rings, but this gain is the least, 7 million tops. Putting aside the beast materials, the total income is $283 million. Xian Shuang roughly calculated all the harvest 10 days, almost $300 million of income. This was only the harvest of their team. If the income of the other martial arts university teams were also counted, plus the ones that were spoiled by the foreign beasts, the value of the spirit medicines in the entire secret realm, it would be easy to exceed 10 billion. No wonder the school would pay so much attention to it. A wave of riches was not enough to describe the harvest of their trip. Zhang Xing was building a fire to roast the meat, and when he heard Xian Shuang's words, he couldn't help but secretly clench his fist. Such a large amount of income was completely heaven-sent. If they could stay for a few more days, this figure would only be more exaggerated, but unfortunately they only had a total of 10 days. And now 7 days had already passed. This trip has been quite rewarding, and there won't be any big gains if we continue to stay. And time is almost up. Where we are now, it will take at least 2 days of walking all the way to reach the exit of the secret realm. I suggest we head back tomorrow morning after dawn. What do you guys think? In these 7 days, they had walked from the dense mountain forest to the grassland, and then from the grassland to the middle of the forest. If they were delayed for another day or two, time would be tight, especially since the exit of the secret realm was in the middle of the mountains and forests. Although it wasn't so bad that they would get lost, it would always take quite a bit of time to find the right direction. Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Xian Shuang and the two of them naturally wouldn't have any opinions. They were planning to do the same. The meat is ready, eat quickly. After eating you two go to sleep. I'll keep watch tonight. Zhang Xing took down the bear paw that was set on the fire and was divided into 4 parts. After being roasted by the flame for half an hour, the bear's paw was now bubbling with oil, and under the effect of the barbecue ingredients, the flavor was quite strong. One thing is for sure, Zhang Xing's skill in roasting meat is not something to brag about, at least 10 times better than the meat roasted by Jiang Zhiyu. When the meat reached Jiang Zhiyu's hands, it was just a matter of roasting it. Who cared about the flavor and color? A piece of bear paw bigger than a palm. Bai Chongqing ate it in 3 bites. Although there were digestive enhancement pre-existing 1,000 points of qi and blood still waiting to be absorbed, this kind of oral desire, Bai Chongqing was still not stingy to enjoy. It was only 300 points away from reaching the upper limit of qi and blood values. If there were no surprises, he would be able to be promoted to Beast General before leaving this secret realm. Although a Beast General was still far from a Beast King, it was after all a big step on the road to becoming a king. Moreover, after reaching the rank of Beast General, he would also be able to follow the trend and upgrade his digestive enhancement by another level. At that time, the speed of qi and blood enhancement would be raised by another level. Beast King, just around the corner. And just as Bai Chongqing was immersed in his Beast King dream, an unspeakable sense of alertness violently arose in the bottom of his heart. Watch out! Along with this sense of alertness came a soft cry from Jiang Zhiyu. In the next moment, a red energy beam shot sharply from the distance and fell straight into the fire where the group was sitting around. Boom! The explosion that caught them off guard directly sent the 3 of them flying, and the fire that was originally raging was now left with only a few sparks on top of the firewood that was still faintly visible. However, this weak sparks could not illuminate the surrounding area, let alone see the battle. Luckily, Jiang Zhiyu reminded him, and the group was prepared for it, so none of them were injured. Can you see what it is? Xian Shuang spoke. No, but the means, it's a bit like a fire magician. Zhang Xing responded. A fire magician? People from other martial arts universities? But they had no grudges with the students of other martial universities, and if they were to speak of hatred, it would be with the Mordor Martial University. If it really was someone from Mordor Martial University, then she had really dragged Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing into trouble this time. Who is your excellency? Please also come out and speak. Jiang Zhiyu frowned slightly and opened her mouth to speak out, but there was silence in all directions, as if there was no one at all. Obviously, the other party had no intention of conversing with them at all. Xiao Bai. Jiang Zhiyu spoke up again, and in fact, without her reminding him, Bai Chongqing was already searching the air for odors. It was just that no matter how hard Bai Chongqing tried, there wasn't a single trace of a strange odor in this breeze. That's not right. That energy attack just now was real, but there wasn't even a trace of odor in the air. This was the first time Bai Chongqing had encountered such a situation. Even when he had encountered the Tsong Thunder Python before, he had only been unable to lock onto the other party's position, but the odor was real. In this case, either the other party was able to mask their own odor to the point where even Bai Chongqing couldn't detect it, or the other party wasn't a living thing at all. But was this really possible? We can't find the odor, so all be careful. Bai Chongqing's words made the trio's hearts sink, and before they could think of a countermeasure, they saw a red light flash from afar, and then a ball of fire blasted over towards Jiang Zhiyu. Chapter 94 Divine Sense Lock. Just now, when they were attacked by a sneak attack, although they were alerted in their hearts, they had ultimately defended in haste. And this time, from the moment the other party condensed their attack, the crowd was already prepared. But that fireball was extremely fast, but it arrived in the blink of an eye, and the power was so strong that one didn't need to think about it to know that it definitely wasn't something that could be taken on the hard way. Dodge! Jiang Zhiyu's feet stepped fiercely. Her body shape rushed towards the place where the fire light lit up, and when she was about to hit the fireball head-on, her body twisted strangely, narrowly dodging the fireball. But even so, it also made her feel the extreme temperature above the fireball. There was no doubt that if she really received such a blow, she would definitely be seriously injured. And at the same time as Jiang Zhiyu swept towards the other party in a hurry, a blue-white thunderbolt struck first. While bringing an instant of light to the dark night sky, it shot out sharply from Jiang Zhiyu's left side, targeting exactly where the fireball had just coalesced. Boom! Boom! The fireball and the thunder exploded almost simultaneously, bringing up two ear-shattering sounds. It was just obvious that neither the fireball nor the thunder hit the target. Jiang Zhiyu's footsteps violently braked, stepping on top of the scorched earth that had been made by the thunder bombardment. His brows furrowed. From the other party's condensed attack to the arrival of Bai Changxing's attack, it only took about a second from start to finish, but it was such a short period of time that the other party had completely disappeared. This speed. All be careful, the other party's chi blood is at least 15,000. It shouldn't be a student of WU. Jiang Zhiyu spoke out once again. Hearing this, everyone's spirits tightened. A chi blood of 15,000 wasn't scary. What was scary was that they couldn't find the other party's tracks at all. But it seemed as if the other party was able to clearly capture their position. This situation where the enemy was in the dark and they were in the light was extremely unfavorable to them. They couldn't even use their strength and didn't even know where to fight. Bai Changxing was still trying his best to search the air for odors. Only it was obvious that there was nothing unusual at all other than the smell of the environment itself. In the extreme darkness, although he was barely able to see, he was limited to about 5 meters around him. Any further and he was completely plunged into darkness, so he thought that Jiang Zhiyu and the others should be in a similar situation as himself or even worse. How about running? Zhang Xing shouted, but immediately afterward, he silenced himself. It was difficult to even see in this situation, especially since they were in a forest overgrown with trees and bushes at the moment. Even if they wanted to run, it was difficult to pick up speed. Not to mention that the guy hiding in the darkness had a much higher blood value than them. If they really wanted to compare speeds, the other party would not be slower than them, and they also had to be careful of the other party's sneak attack at all times. There was no way to run, and they couldn't run. The only good news is that the sky has been dark for quite some time, and after surviving the other side's sneak attack, they will be able to wait for the dawn. The bad news was that there were still 2 whole hours until dawn. Obviously, if they didn't find a way to find each other's traces, with the intensity of this guy's attacks, in 2 hours, their bodies would have already gotten cold. Another fire flashed, and this time it was directed at Zhang Xing. The fireball passed through the woods with a dazzling light, and Zhang Xing couldn't help but change his face violently and subconsciously. He wanted to hold his sword to slash that fireball, but he was kicked straight away by Xian Shuang, who was on the side. Boom! The original position where Zhang Xing was standing was instantly engulfed in flames, and within a range of 4 or 5 meters around him, not an inch of grass could grow. Even a tree surrounded by 2 people had its trunk scorched by the flames, and a wooden scent came from it. With such a scene, one didn't need to think to know that if Zhang Xing didn't avoid it, and that knife cut solidly on top of the fireball, I'm afraid that he wouldn't end up any better than this tree. Heart shocked. Fear. Zhang Xing only felt a cold sweat running down from his forehead, and after being blown by the breeze, he only felt a chill on his forehead. Grass! Come the hell out! After walking through the ghost gate, Zhang Xing was really a little taut, opened his mouth and cursed angrily, but the 4 places returned to the state of silence. The other party simply did not want to take care of Zhang Xing's intention. A series of 3 attacks, although did not cause any substantial damage to them, but let them extremely lousy. The point was, the fireball's power was extremely exaggerated, and no one dared to guarantee that they would still be able to successfully dodge the 4th one. No, if this continues, I'm afraid that all of us won't be able to escape. Xiao Bai! Jiang Zhiyu let out a soft cry under her breath, and Bai Changxing instantly comprehended her meaning. In this situation, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing obviously couldn't be relied upon. Although both of them were students of Shui Mu, they were only students with a lack of means, and in the face of this kind of attack that was beyond common sense, the 2 of them didn't have a single thing they could do. But fortunately, Jiang Zhiyu already had a way to deal with it. Help me keep watch for a bit. I'll catalyze my divine sense to find him out. Jiang Zhiyu's voice was still as calm as usual, but it was clear that there was no way out of this. If even divine sense couldn't seek out the other party, then Jiang Zhiyu couldn't do anything about it. Bai Chongqing didn't say anything, just coiled his body up and protected Jiang Zhiyu in it. In this way, even if the guy hiding in the dark attacked, the attack would only land on Bai Chongqing's body first. As for Jiang Zhiyu, he stabbed the lance in his hand into the earth and directly sat down on his knees in place, his eyes slightly closed. Perhaps because of the intertwining of souls, Bai Chongqing was able to feel that a ripple like the ripples on the surface of a lake began to spread out in all directions with Jiang Zhiyu as the center after she sat down. Each ripple was able to extend a distance of 10 to 20 meters from the previous one. If the sufficiency was followed, in a dozen seconds, Jiang Zhiyu would be able to sweep the surrounding area of 100 meters. But as Jiang Zhiyu's divine sense spread, an invisible pressure instantly acted on her body. It was as if she had been noticed by some huge object, and even Bai Chongqing only felt his heart shake. The world rules of this secret realm. Bai Chongqing didn't know exactly what this terrifying pressure was coming from, but he remembered that Principal Shui Mu had once said before that, when he swept through the entire secret realm with his divine sense, he had attracted the suppression of the world rules. Now, it seemed that Jiang Zhiyu's divine sense had been suppressed by the world rules just like the principal had been. It was only because the divine sense was too weak that it hadn't reached the level of alerting the world rules to force suppression. But even so, Jiang Zhiyu was under immense pressure, and cold sweat was already seeping out from his forehead. However, right at this moment, Bai Chongqing's heart was startled, and when he turned his head violently, he saw a red light converging in the distance, and in the next moment, a ball of fire blasted towards his and Jiang Zhiyu's side. Without the slightest hesitation, almost subconsciously, Bai Chongqing began to mobilize the thunder element. And then, boom! The fireball and the thunder ruthlessly collided together, stirring up waves of fire. Sparks spilled over the ground, igniting some bushes and tree barks and bringing a subtle light to the surroundings. Found you! Jiang Zhiyu also opened his eyes at this moment, his gaze locking onto a spot. Chapter 95 Doll Puppet. Student Jiang. Xian Shuang looked at Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Chongqing, who were rushing towards her with guns, and couldn't help but voice out in confusion. Behind you! Jiang Zhiyu opened her mouth and softly shouted. At the same time, the long spear in her hand came out horizontally, light golden sharpness attached to the tip of the spear. This shot was aimed at directly taking the other party's life. Behind, Xian Shuang heard Jiang Zhiyu's words. Her heart shook violently. The short dagger in her hand tightened, directly toward her back and slashed violently. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing resounded, bringing out a spark. After the flash of light, there was a face that looked like a mannequin. One strike was blocked, and another strike was pounded towards Xian Shuang's abdomen. This time, however, Jiang Zhiyu's attack had already arrived. The alloy lance was wrapped in extreme sharpness, brushing against Xian Frost's neck as it traversed out. If Xian Frost's attack was just an ordinary strike from a third-grade martial artist, then Jiang Zhiyu's gold-breaking lance was an attack that far exceeded the third grade. If it was a normal person, facing this kind of attack that was clearly out of place, even if they didn't dodge, they would definitely block it. But this thing was as if it did not even see Jiang Zhiyu's attack in general, regardless, still carrying out the actions of the party. This was an attempt to exchange life for life, to kill Xian Shuang no matter what. Looking at the other party's desperate fighting style, Jiang Zhiyu couldn't help but be shocked at the bottom of his heart. However, the movement under his hand did not stop for a moment. Only the direction of the tip of the gun, from aiming at the other party's head, shifted to the joints of the shoulder blades. Gah! The tip of the gun punctured at its joint, and the sharp gold-breaking gun intent brought out a bizarre spark, and then drove straight in, directly dislodging the opponent's right arm. The full-force punch that was originally storing up momentum became weak after the shoulder blade was dislodged, and immediately after that, it was slashed on top of the chest by the rushing Jiang Xing, and the body flew out upside down. The crisis was temporarily lifted, and with divine sense locked, the other party's position had been completely exposed to Jiang Zhiyu's eyes, and there was no need to chase after them at all. Who? Jiang Zhiyu let out a long breath of turbid air and stood with his gun. Jiang Xing and Xian Shuang stood side by side, their gazes vigilantly looking at the direction in which the other party had just flown out backwards. Bai Chongqing's figure coiled up and also stood next to the three, not rushing forward. Under the faint firelight hidden in the surroundings, one could vaguely see a figure slowly standing up a dozen meters away. Your Excellency, your arm is already wasted, And it is also locked by my divine sense. Losing the night shelter, you can no longer sneak attack us. Still want to continue the fight? Jiang Jiu frowned slightly as he looked at the figure and slowly spoke out. The opponent was after all a martial general level existence, and it didn't look like his chi and blood were weak. Although he had lost an arm due to the life-for-life fighting style, his overall strength was still not to be underestimated. If a truce could be called, it would naturally be the best possible ending. But the man in the distance seemed as if he didn't understand Jiang Jiu's words at all, muttering something under his breath. Pests. Grid kill. Pests. Grid kill. Such an abnormal behavior caused the three of them to glance at each other, all of them somewhat uncertain. Wait, you guys look at this. Zhang Xing's long knife in his hand pointed to the ground, and everyone's eyes followed the direction he pointed to, only to realize that the broken hand on the ground, there was not even a trace of blood. No, this wasn't even a human hand. The surrounding firelight was a little weak, but it was enough for them to see exactly what this thing was. Although it was in the shape of a human hand, it had nothing to do with flesh and blood. Wood, Bai Chongqing uttered in surprise, his gaze turning to Jiang Jiu. But Jiang Jiu also seemed to be seeing this thing for the first time, with a few moments of doubt in her eyes as well. Reaching out, he picked up the severed limb on the ground, and after scrutinizing it for 2 seconds, Jiang Jiu shook his head. It's not a human arm, it's not even flesh and blood. It's a kind of Xian iron wood, with a texture that's tougher than an unusual alloy. It's no wonder that my gold-breaking lance just now didn't directly cause his body to crumble. Jiang Jiu murmured softly under his breath, but he had roughly guessed what was going on. This thing, it should be a puppet left behind by the original owner of this secret realm, specifically used to guard these elixirs. Unsurprisingly, it should be a robot-like existence. There's also this material, which is a bit similar to that wooden plaque from before. A wooden plaque? If that was the case, then everything strung together. The piece of wooden plaque that was inside the Tsong Thunder Python before should have been the one that remained in its belly after crushing and devouring this puppet. But if this thing was really a puppet, then a new problem had arisen. They didn't know how many years this secret realm had been sealed, but judging from those spirit medicines in the secret realm, 1,000 years wouldn't even be able to stop it. For such a long period of time, if there was nothing to replenish energy and repair these puppets, I'm afraid that they would have already rotted and been damaged. That is to say, there is a place in the secret realm that is the home base of these puppets. There were some things that were extremely frightening to think about. Especially with Jiang Jiu's insights, it wasn't really difficult to visualize this layer. Even, it was precisely because she had seen this type of secret realm with her own eyes in her previous life that she had such a guess. And in order to verify the conjecture in her heart, Jiang Jiu flipped her right hand and directly summoned the piece of wooden plaque that she had obtained from the body of the Tsong Thunder Python a few days ago. Pests? Gee. The original broken thoughts came to an abrupt end the instant the wooden sign appeared, and the humanoid puppet in the distance also tilted its head in a rather humane manner, as if it was determining the authenticity of this wooden sign in general. It waited silently for 2 seconds, and then it saw the other party turn around and walk away. This is the end? Looking at the other parties departing back, the group was somewhat speechless except for Jiang Jiu. If they had known that it would be so simple, why would they still fight to the death? The sign would just be lit up. But this is good, at least the back do not have to fight. The strength of the other side is not weak. If you really intend to fight for your life, no one dare to guarantee that you will be able to survive the other side's attack. Watching the puppet disappear into the night, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing could no longer hold back. Their bodies softened and they simply sat down on the ground. This kind of over-the-top battle, if they could, they did not want to experience it even once more. Especially Xian Frost, when her agility advantage was all gone. Her performance was far worse than other third-grade perfection martial artists. On the contrary, the 2 times before and after, once the Tsong Thunder Python and once the human puppet, both had used her as a target. No, let's head back at first light tomorrow. Xian Shuang opened her mouth, and Zhang Xing naturally agreed. But Jiang Jiu was the one who seemed to have other ideas after seeing the mannequin puppet. You guys go back first. I want to follow this mannequin puppet over to take a look. Jiang Jiu opened her mouth and spoke out, flipping her hand to take out as many of the red Nanmu boxes in her storage ring as she could. You guys take these elixirs out with you. And by the way, say something to Dean Chen.
Chapter 96 Kicksand, Bran's Canal.
Jiang Jiu made her decision without consulting Bai Chongqing. However, Bai Chongqing was able to understand exactly what she wanted to do. The value of the elixirs in the secret realm alone was already over $10 billion, and if they could find the other party's lair, the value would be far more than these elixirs could compare to. Knowing that there would be a great harvest after following this mannequin puppet for a while, who could hold back their thoughts? Of course, there was also the possibility of following up and running headlong into a tidal wave of mannequin puppets. After all, as far as was known, this mannequin puppet would inevitably not be the only one. If they really attracted the attack of the puppets, not to mention that they were only third-grade martial artists, even if they were martial generals or even martial marquis, they might all fall under the life-threatening attacks of the puppets. There was always a time when people would run out of strength, and until a martial king had mastered the rules, then the sea of people tactic would always be effective. The difference between an artist and a reckless person is whether or not they really have that ability. But the prerequisite would have to be that the principal's divine sense swept through the entire secret realm to make sure that there were no high-grade spiritually intelligent creatures in it. Senior Sister Jiang. When Xian Shuang heard Jiang Zhiyu's words, how could she not know what she had in mind, and had the presence of mind to try to persuade her? After all, judging from the combat power that the human puppet had just displayed, dealing with one was such a struggle. If there were a few more of them, they would die without even knowing how. Not to mention that their harvest from this trip was already more than enough. As long as they returned safely, the money they earned would be enough for their cultivation, and there was absolutely no need to fight for their lives. However, after meeting Jiang Zhiyu's gaze, Xian Shuang swallowed back the words in her throat. It was because she read Jiang Zhiyu's eyes, and it also made it clear to her that Jiang Zhiyu would not listen to her admonitions. That being said, the first time she met with Jiang Zhiyu, she had dared to participate in the siege of the Steel Bone Wolf King with the battle prowess of a first-grade martial artist. So what else would she not dare to do? Perhaps it was also because of this mind that Jiang Zhiyu's path of martial arts was incredibly smooth. From this point alone, she and Zhang Xing were far inferior to Jiang Zhiyu. Then you take care of your safety. I'll submit these elixirs to the school, and keep the one that belongs to you for when you return. Xian Shuang didn't say anything more, only reaching out to hug Jiang Zhiyu. Even Zhang Xing opened his mouth to say that he had returned safely. After the light embrace, Jiang Zhiyu lifted his snatch to greet Bai Changsheng, and then parted ways with Xian Frost and the two of them. Although the mannequin puppet had already left for a while, Zhang Zhiyu had already locked the other party's position with his divine sense before, and chased after him all the way, keeping a distance of 200 to 300 meters from the other party at all times. Bai Changxing had already returned to the nascent soul bag. 2 thunderbolts in a row had nearly dried up his spiritual energy, but fortunately, he had drunk a bottle of spiritual potion and could clearly feel that his spiritual energy was recovering rapidly. Anyway, it was just a rush, so Bai Changxing simply closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, only waiting to come out after arriving at the lair of this mannequin puppet. 2 hours. 4 hours. 6 hours. Darkness. Dawn. Bai Changxing originally did think about closing his eyes and faking a nap, but this rushing time was a bit too long, so much so that as he squinted, he fell asleep. After opening his eyes again, they had already gotten out of the mountains and forests and were in the middle of a desert. It was endless, and there was only golden-colored fine sand as far as the eye could see. It was hard to imagine that this not-so-large secret realm was able to have the 4 windy terrains and landscapes of mountains, forests, grasslands, and deserts at the same time. Bai Changsheng even wondered if there were lakes and swamps in this place. After all, even though they had been in this secret realm for more than 7 days, they still hadn't traveled through it completely, and just because they hadn't seen it didn't mean it wasn't there. With a flash of light, Bai Changxing came out of the nascent soul sack. His body landed on top of the fine sand, only to feel soft and a faint sense of dryness, making him, a cold-blooded animal, feel a hint of warmth. Well, warm and sweet. Still haven't arrived at the place? Bai Changsheng opened his mouth to ask, and Jiang Zhiyu inclined his head to look at the sleepy Bai Changsheng and hummed. But it should be soon. That wooden sign has flashed twice. The most recent flicker was 20 minutes ago. Jiang Zhiyu's words fell, but she suddenly stumbled in her footsteps, her brows furrowing. That mannequin puppet. Where did it go? Bai Changxing swept his gaze across the surroundings, only to find that the mannequin puppet that was originally about 200 meters in front of them had disappeared at some point. It had disappeared very quickly, so quickly that he and Jiang Zhiyu had only turned their heads for a moment before it was gone. But on the contrary, there wasn't any strange odor around. It was really like disappearing into thin air. The only thing was a set of footprints on top of the sand, indicating that it had indeed been there just now. Divine sense is broken. I can't find any trace of that mannequin puppet. Jiang Zhiyu's eyes burned, but he didn't have any sense of panic. He just stared dead on at the piece of sand 200 meters away, before muttering under his breath, "It's here!" Suddenly disappearing, even divine sense was shielded. The only answer Jiang Zhiyu could think of was that the mannequin puppet had gone to another space, or had directly instantaneously moved out of the range of her divine sense perception. And whichever outcome it was related to the patch of sand that the other party had just traveled through. "Little White, come in." Jiang Zhiyu patted the nascent soul pouch, and Bai Chongqing understood and re-entered the nascent soul pouch. Although he didn't know exactly what was underneath that sandy area, it was hard not to let an extra layer of defense be put in place for anything involving another space. What if this sandy area that could instantly teleport a person to another place would separate him and Jiang Zhiyu and teleport them to different places? After everything was ready, Jiang Zhiyu's feet violently stepped, and the whole person directly swept over the sand, rushing towards the piece of sand that had made the mannequin puppets disappear. After his feet landed on top of the sand, as expected, an exaggerated suction force came at once, sucking Jiang Zhiyu's feet firmly in. At the same time, the entire piece of sand flowed, forming a scene that looked like a water whirlpool. In the face of such changes, Jiang Zhiyu didn't struggle, letting the quicksand wrap around her and sink her downward. And when her head was also lost, her eyes suddenly went black. Good thing just 2 or 3 seconds later, Jiang Zhiyu suspended in the air for a moment. The next moment the feet will step on the ground. Into the eyes is a 3-meter wide, 5-meter high bronze channel. I do not know where to go. Above the walls hung long bright beads, bright and dim ghostly white light, allowing them to see. Behind them was a dead end, making it clear that they only had one path ahead of them to take. But even so, Jiang Zhiyu didn't act rashly, and after recalling Bai Chongqing again, she spoke, "Little White, look around to see if there's any strange smells." As for herself, she walked to the side of the bronze wall, not reaching out to touch it, but just standing about half a meter away from the wall. She measured the abstract patterns on the wall. Chapter 97 Spirit Medicine Seeds. There's no special flavor. Within this tunnel, there shouldn't be any living things. The ones on top of the walls are all ancient scripts that can reinforce the walls when combined, nothing else. Bai Chongqing and Jiang Zhiyu spoke at the same time, glancing at each other. They knew that it was time for them to continue down the path. Inside the slender bronze tunnel, it was silent. Only the beads on the walls flickered on and off, bringing about slight changes, and when they looked back, it was already just as deep behind them. But the good thing is that this situation does not last long, but after 5 or 6 minutes, a person and a snake will only feel that the eyes are clear. The tunnel is not narrow, but compared to the hall-like space, it gives a feeling of not wanting to turn back. At a glance, the diameter of this semi-circular space in front of him definitely exceeded 200 meters. Dozens of ghostly white beads reflected the entire hall quite brightly, and all around this hall, there were also 7 tunnel openings, just like the tunnel they had just walked through. However, these were not important. What was important was that at this moment, in the middle of the hall, there were 20 to 30 human puppets standing sporadically. Such an exaggerated number. If they were startled and attacked together, Bai Chongqing didn't even dare to think about how miserable his death would be. Although he had used that wooden sign to evade the attack of the mannequin puppets once before, no one dared to guarantee that this trick would still be useful when faced with so many mannequin puppets. One man and one snake looked at each other, and it was clear that they both knew exactly what they should and shouldn't do. Eyes turned back to these doll puppets above a detailed survey, only to find that the dolls here seemed to be injured. As if Jiang Zhiyu had removed an arm from one of the dolls earlier, either lightly or heavily, these dolls all had different degrees of damage. Knife wounds, gunshot wounds, and marks left by the claws of alien beasts. The most exaggerated was a mannequin that couldn't even stand up. At the moment it seemed like a pile of disassembled parts piled together. This thing's vitality was indeed tenacious. It had all become like this, and could actually come back on its own. It was hard to imagine that if a person was beaten like this, it was feared that they would have already died beyond repair. After shaking his head and determining that these mannequin puppets wouldn't awaken because of their arrival, he then zoomed in. This place, it should be specialized for storing damaged puppets. And by the looks of it, it should have been a long time since anyone came to repair it. Jiang Zhiyu said, reaching out to take down a leaf that was hanging on the puppet of the mannequin. The leaf had long since withered, and Jiang Zhiyu crushed it into pieces with just a gentle crushing. There are a total of 8 canals, excluding the one we just came from. The places these 7 canals lead to are uncertain, Bai Chongqing shook his head as he sniffed. I've already smelled them just now. There's no odor coming from any of these 7 canals, not even any obvious air movement. Originally, he had wanted to cheat by capturing the odors, but it was obvious that this path did not go through. However, Jiang Jiu didn't say anything either, only looking at those 7 canals once again. Judging by the writing above those walls, the time this bronze monument existed was at least 10,000 years ago. If we look at the architectural layout at that time, the line should be the 8 Gates Bureau. Hu, Shang, Injury, Du, Jing, Death, Surprise and Kai. The tunnel we came from is located in the desert, which is fire and corresponds to the Jing Gate, if this is the basis. Jiang Jiu pointed his right hand remotely. The door to life is this tunnel, operating in such a way. Bai Chongqing looked stunned. No, it's not enough to know ancient scripts, even Qimen Dunjia. But thinking about Jiang Jiu's achievements in her last life, Bai Chongqing was relieved. At least is the Empress learn a little bit of mixed what? It is also fortunate that Jiang Jiu understand these, otherwise if it is Bai Chongqing a person in, it is estimated that it is boring one by one to try. Try to the door of life is okay. This if you try to the door of death. Seeing Jiang Jiu has walked towards the past, Bai Chongqing heart and soul made up his mind to go back and must look at more similar Qimen Dunjia and other books. Not for anything else, just for the future to break into the secret realm. Do not stupidly into the dead door. Crossing over a group of broken body human doll puppets, a person and a snake re-entered a tunnel. It was still the same tunnel as before, silent, and after traveling at full speed for 10 minutes, the eyes lit up once again. The same as the storage of damaged doll puppets, the same as a semicircular arc-shaped hall. Only this time there is no doll puppets, but stacks and stacks of wooden boxes. Perhaps it had been too long ago, some of the wooden crates had rotted, and a lot of the contents had been poured out. It was only when they looked closer that they realized it was a fruit the size of a fist. This is. Jiang Jiu reached out and picked up one, and after looking left and right a few moments later there was a bit of surprise in his voice. The seeds of the wood grain spirit fruit? This box. I'm afraid there must be hundreds of them. If this box is the seeds of the wood grain spirit fruit, then these boxes. While Jiang Jiu had a hidden guess in his heart, Bai Chongqing had already made his move. With just a flick of his tail, he broke a few boxes, and the contents were suddenly scattered all over the place. Green spirit fennel. Spider stripe grass. Furturnwood pear. They are all the seeds of top-grade spirit medicines, but unfortunately they have been stored for too long and have all lost their activity. Otherwise these seeds alone would be worth more than $1 billion. The growth period of top-grade spirit medicines were all calculated in terms of thousands of years, and it had only been over 100 years since the beginning of the Celestial Dynasty's martial arts. Under normal circumstances, no one would be able to wait until these spirit medicines matured from the time they were planted. However, Mizuki's College of Liberal Arts and Research had a technique that could ripen spirit medicines. Originally, spirit medicines that needed 1,000 years to grow would only need 20 to 30 years to reach maturity under this technology. The only problem was that the medicinal effect of the spirit medicine after this kind of ripening was very poor. Compared to those spirit medicines that had grown naturally for 1,000 years, the effect was only about 10% or even lower. A pity indeed. Bai Chongqing was able to clearly smell that after these seeds came out of the box, they didn't have the refreshing flavor that he had imagined, but instead had a faint stench of corruption. This kind of seed that was already completely necrotic would be of no use even if he took it back. One person and one snake were about to continue onward, but they suddenly heard a sound of footsteps ringing out from within that passageway further away. Glancing at each other, Bai Chongqing directly burrowed into the nascent soul pouch, while Jiang Jiu flashed his body and hid behind the box. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and each step seemed to step on Bai Chongqing's heart. Both he and Jiang Jiu had sneaked in. If they were discovered, more than enough, a single human puppet would be enough for them to drink a pot of water. Chapter 98 Grievance. Grass. It's gone round and round, and we're back here again. It's been 3 days, 6 dead. And as a result, I haven't even seen a single hair. Besides these necrotic seeds, there are only those trash puppets. As a result, now I can't even find the way out of the ing. If I had known this, I might as well have gone back with the elixir in peace. The footsteps were dense, and through the cracks in the box, for people could be seen walking out of that tunnel, cursing under their breath. I don't know why, Bai Chongqing always felt that this voice was somewhat inexplicably familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. All right, stop ing yelling. If you have this kind of effort, you might as well think about how to get out. If the previous voice was still only somewhat familiar, then this one came out, and Bai Chongqing instantly remembered. This voice, wasn't it those guys from the Magic City Martial Arts University who were causing trouble? They had even exchanged blows in the tavern before, only to be disturbed by Wang Mang of the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University. Unexpectedly, they would meet again here. It was really a narrow road. However, for Jiang Jiyu and Bai Chongqing, encountering these four people from the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University instead made them breathe a sigh of relief. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. Without knowing what they would encounter, a few acquaintances suddenly appeared. Even if they were enemies, their hearts would inexplicably be a bit more solid, even if the other party was twice as numerous as they were. Moreover, listening to the meaning of these few people's words, it seemed like they had been wandering in this bronze passageway for a very long time, and a lot of people had died. Where's the exit? I see. I'm afraid we're all going to die here. Even if we don't get killed by those organs, sooner or later we will die of hunger and thirst. The complaining voices were still ringing out, but the man in the lead was suddenly frowning and gave a stern and cold shout. All shut up. Seeing that this person was quite authoritative, at least the other three really quieted down. Zhao Su, when you went to open that box before, how many did you open in total? Forgot 3 or 4 to come. Someone answered, as if they were reminded of something, and exclaimed violently, I definitely didn't open 7 boxes. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Jiyu and Bai Chongqing knew that they had been exposed. It should be said or not, the vigilance of these guys was still there. At least they were also students of the top martial arts schools. They did have redeeming qualities. The 4 people from the Magic City Martial Arts University also tightened their weapons at this moment, with a look of strict vigilance. The person in the lead took a step ahead of the other 3, and then took 2 steps forward, and then opened his mouth. Your Excellency, I am Duan Hongtao from the Magic Capital Martial Arts University. There is no malice in this. Please come out and speak. After finishing his sentence, Duan Hongtao purposely waited for a few seconds. But the truth was that Jiang Jiyu had no intention of responding to him at all. Taking a deep breath and forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, Duan Hongtao once again opened his mouth to speak out. This monument is full of dangers. Going to intrude without knowing anything will easily accidentally touch the monument's organs. We've already lost 6 students, all killed by the monument organs. There's no other meaning. It's just that the dead-end path we happen to have traveled, we don't want your excellency to travel it again. These words were said with so much sincerity that if one ignored the long sword clenched in the other party's hand, one might actually believe them. After a few more seconds, Duan Hongtao snorted coldly. Since your excellency is unwilling to come out on your own, we'll have to make your excellency show up by force. Do it. As the words fell, Duan Hongtao grabbed the first move. The long sword in his hand fiercely chopped towards the front, and he saw an illusory sword chi sweeping towards the wooden box. Hearing wind sword chi. This sword chi was not weak, although it was far inferior to Jiang Jiyu's gold-breaking gun, but it had no problem breaking through these rotten wooden boxes. Responding to his sword was a long spear that pierced through the wooden boxes and attacked sharply. The tip of the spear collided with the illusory sword chi, and the sword chi instantly shattered and turned into the purest stream of aura chi. But the alloy lance's attack was as if it was not affected at all, still swift and deadly. However, Duan Hongtao, who had long guessed that this would be the scene, swung the long sword in his hand again and chopped out 3 more sword chi in a row. Clang! Clank! Clang! The long spear danced continuously, dispersing the 3 rapidly shooting sword chi, but the original breakthrough attack was also blocked, so he simply closed the spear and stood. It's you. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face after the crumbs of the wooden box, Duan Hongtao was frowning and his tone instantly became hard. It's really a narrow road. Where are your 2 followers? And that white-scaled snake? Didn't come in with you? Just now, I didn't get a good look at the front faces, but now that I could see them clearly, there just happened to be these 4 people among those who caused trouble in the tavern that day. Jiang Jiyu's eyes were clear and cold as she swept over these people one by one. While Jiang Jiyu was looking at them, these people were also sizing up Jiang Jiyu. The so-called enemies meeting each other was probably the state they were in at the moment. It's really this. Damn, before in the martial town, I didn't dare to make a move. But now, well, I actually sent myself to the door, and I'm still alone? So arrogant before, you dared to make a move in front of the dean, and you even dared to ruin the dean's good deed. Now I want to see, how can you still be arrogant? No. Haven't you guys noticed that this woman is very pretty? You don't say, it's true. Good looking, good figure. And the key is a hot enough temper. Someone licked his lips and looked at Jiang Ziyu with a rather lewd expression. Anyway, I can't get out of here. If I die under the peony flower, I'll be a ghost. Pick out the tendons, so that this woman doesn't have to fight back again. The three people behind Duan Hongtao spoke as if they had already made arrangements for Jiang Ziyu. And Duan Hongtao's face was also hung with a cold smile. Looking at the distant Jiang Ziyu, who was holding a gun, shrugged his shoulders. Just let you come out, you don't come out now. Well, the group is furious. I can't stop even if I want to. For against one, I advise you to be good and tie your hands. When the time comes, we will be gentle. If it were an ordinary girl, being humiliated by the other party's words like this, I'm afraid that she would have been furious and would have rushed to kill this group of people regardless of everything. However, when it came to Jiang Ziyu, it seemed childish and lowly. Looking at the provocative Duan Hongtao, several people just faintly returned an "oh." Such an attitude caused the few people who were originally still excited to stagnate. All right, there's no point in talking more, so let's see the real thing underhand. The long sword in Duan Hongtao's hand shook, and the sword chi above the sword body instantly filled up, and with a cold snort, he directly rushed forward. Earlier, when he was at the tavern, he was caught off guard by Jiang Ziyu and nearly lost his life. If it wasn't for Dean Wangmang's hand, I'm afraid that he would already be a corpse at this moment. Now that the two of them were together again, Duan Hongtao was also ruthless in his heart, and the moment he came up, he was running to directly decapitate Jiang Ziyu. Chapter 99. One step forward, one step back. All of you don't move. I will definitely wash away the shame from before. Duan Hongtao seemed to be truly fuming, raising his sword and charging forward while also stopping the three people behind him, telling them not to intervene. In fact, think about it is also understandable. It's better to be the head of the chicken than the tail of the phoenix. With Duan Hongtao's talent, he was able to make that group of people so convinced of him, and it was obvious that he was the kind of person who was held in high regard by everyone on weekdays. In the long run, his pride was more exaggerated than anyone else. Jiang Ziyu's previous shot had clearly shattered his pride. In other words, at this moment, Jiang Ziyu had already become his heart's demon. However, in the face of such a situation, Jiang Ziyu did not say any harsh words such as "you all go together." Fighting for strength was meaningless to her, and if she could break them one by one, she naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to add pressure to herself. Two sword chi in a row swept in sharply, and Jiang Ziyu's eyes condensed slightly. With a dance of her long spear, the tip of the spear accurately and unerringly smacked on top of the sword chi, while at the same time the end of the spear was flung out again to block another strike. The aura airflow formed after the sword chi collapsed blew Jiang Ziyu's ponytail flying, but there was no fluctuation in her facial expression. With her spear half-armed, the end of the spear half leaning on her waist, her whole body suddenly exerted force, and while her figure turned, the spear drew an extremely exaggerated arc in the air, heavily drawing towards Duan Hongtao, who had already stepped within 5 steps. Clang! The body of the spear smashed heavily on top of the long sword in Duan Hongtao's hand, bringing out a sound of gold and iron clashing. The force was so fierce that Duan Hongtao only felt that his right hand's tiger's mouth was violently shaken, and he vaguely felt like he couldn't hold the sword. His chi and blood values were far higher than Jiang Ziyu's, so logically, this situation was simply impossible. But the fact is, as the body turns, the power is increasing, swinging round and close to draw, the power outbreak is naturally not the same. Jiang Ziyu's whole body strength was added to this blow. If he could still easily take it, that would be a ghost. Duan Hongtao body shape violently stalled, was about to stabilize his body shape and then attack, but saw Jiang Ziyu seems to not be affected by this collision in general, even before he was another gun stab. This time it was his chest, although his entire body was protected by his armor, but judging from the force that Jiang Ziyu had just erupted, I'm afraid that this armor would hardly be able to prevent it. As a last resort, Duan Hongtao could only forcefully raise his sword to block. Buzz! The tip of the gun nudged above the sword, immediately causing the sword to tremble, but fortunately, the shot was finally blocked. But immediately afterward, Jiang Ziyu's attack arrived again. A gun was blocked, and in a smooth manner he withdrew his gun while stepping forward with his feet. Not only did he make up for the distance gap between closing his gun and then firing it, but he also made it too late for Duan Hongtao to prepare. One step faster, one step faster. In a fight at the same level, whoever had the upper hand would be able to stay ahead, let alone for Jiang Ziyu. Her rich combat experience allowed her to think of a response when Duan Hongtao came charging in at full force. One smash, 2 stabs, 3 chases. In just 3 moves, she made Duan Hongtao go from having an advantage in blood and chi to a situation where he couldn't even stand on his feet, and could only retreat step by step, barely lifting his sword to block. But the result of this is that Duan Hongtao's body began to constantly appear Jiang Zhiyu's hand-lance left wounds. It wasn't fatal, but the pain was unavoidable. Relying on a breath of air to hold on, Duan Hongtao didn't feel anything. Instead, he was glad that although the frequency of Jiang Zhiyu's attacks was more than enough, the power was a lot worse. In his perspective, he had stabilized the situation. In the eyes of the other 3, it was also the same. After all, from the start of the battle until now, the 2 had exchanged more than 20 moves, yet neither of them could do anything about it. So it seems that day in the tavern is indeed Jiang Zhiyu's sneak attack, which let Duan Hongtao a little caught off guard. But this scene fell in the eyes of Bai Chongqing, but completely changed the meaning. Here we go again. It seemed like the entire battle was half a caddy between the 2 sides. But in reality, the initiative was always in Jiang Zhiyu's hands. She could stab when she wanted to, sweep when she wanted to, and whip when she wanted to. The result of this absolute initiative being held in Jiang Zhiyu's hands was that her momentum was getting stronger and stronger. When she had just enrolled in water and wood, Jiang Zhiyu had used this move to forcefully kill the earth-shaking ape, whose chi and blood were far superior to hers, and now she was using it on Duan Hongtao's body. The ridiculous thing was that this kid hadn't yet realized that something was wrong, and even had the heart to provoke Jiang Zhiyu with his voice. What? Is this the level of Suemu's genius? Where's that spear technique you used that day? Make it out. Just like that, you'll never be able to win. With someone behind him, Duan Hongtao thought he had all the initiative. If Jiang Zhiyu was really too strong to fight, then he would greet the 3 people behind him and go up together. In a 4-on-1 situation, even if Jiang Zhiyu was strong, he was definitely not an opponent. So the difference between how to clean up Jiang Zhiyu was only in his mind. However, in the next moment, his face changed violently as he sensed a change in Jiang Zhiyu's aura. If the previous Jiang Zhiyu's aura was like a gust of wind, although it was continuous, it was still within the tolerable range. Then at this moment, Jiang Zhiyu was like a hurricane. This shot was not for any other reason, it was to drown him. Blistering wind gun. With an explosive shout from his mouth, Jiang Zhiyu thrust out a gun blatantly, aiming straight for Duan Hongtao's head. Just like the earth-shaking ape, Duan Hongtao's heart snapped, and at the same time, he wanted to raise his sword to block. However, he suddenly realized that his body seemed to be out of control, and he suddenly froze for a moment. And it was this momentary lull that caused him to lose the best time to block the gun. And he could only watch as the tip of the gun rapidly zoomed in, poking and stabbing towards his head. Brother Duan. Those behind him realized that something was wrong, and with their swords, they tried to come to his rescue. But the light at Jiang Zhiyu's waist flashed. White Chongsheng, who had long been prepared, had his tail jerked out the moment he appeared, in order to help Jiang Zhiyu block these people for a breath of time. At the same time, purple scales appeared on his forehead, and the thunder elements in the air converged, and in the blink of an eye, he had already completed his buildup. Boom! The terrifying thunder blast, like the shot that Jiang Zhiyu stabbed at Duan Hongtao, caught him off guard and did not intend to withdraw his strength at all. Originally, it was still a 4-on-1 situation with Duan Hongtao's side occupying the absolute right place, right time, and right people. But just in the blink of an eye, the situation instantly took a sharp turn for the worse. Not only was Jiang Zhiyu's shot under Duan Hongtao's imminent demise, there was also Bai Chongqing's thunder, which was too bizarre. If it was blasted in the real place, it would be equally capable of taking away one person's life, and the other 2 would also be heavily injured. In just a second, Bai Chongqing and Jiang Zhiyu would be able to complete their siege of the 4 people from the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University, instantly killing 2 of them, and the remaining 2 would naturally be insufficient to fear. But right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 100 Secret Silver Guard. A silver figure suddenly flashed out, so fast that even Jiang Zhiyu had the feeling of not reacting. As he reacted, he saw the silver figure stretch out a finger and point it on top of the alloy lance that Jiang Zhiyu had stabbed out. Like a stone falling into a calm lake, it instantly caused ripples. Where the finger met the tip of the spear, a transparent but visible ripple spread out in all directions. The power of the wind blast gun was not as good as the gold-breaking gun, but it was still a heavenly grade martial skill, and Jiang Zhiyu was using his full power to shoot it, so the power was evident. But this silver figure that suddenly appeared not only dared to stop it with just one finger, what was even more exaggerated was that he actually did stop it. As the ripples spread out, The gun intent that Jiang Jiyu had managed to save up through dozens of moves suddenly dissipated. And without any delay, the silver-colored figure that had blocked this shot flashed once more, directly reaching out to block this blue-white thunderbolt that Bai Chongqing had struck. Crack! The thunder heavily blasted on top of the other party's palm, bringing out an exaggerated sound, but it didn't leave any injuries at all on the other party's palm, not even the black marks after being electrocuted. Everything happened in an instant, and in the next moment, everyone reacted. Unexpectedly, they drew back and retreated away from the silver-colored silhouette while tightening the weapons in their hands, their eyes showing a sense of vigilance. It was unknown what this fellow was, but with this strength he had just displayed, no matter how cautious they were, it would not be too much. Jiang Jiyu's lance had the intention of breaking gold sharpness condensed above it. Bai Chongqing also had purple scales looming on his forehead, and the thunder element began to converge crazily. Including Duan Hongtao and his party, they were also looking at the silver-colored silhouette with vigilant gazes. And compared to Jiang Jiyu and Bai Chongqing, their fear of the silhouette was significantly greater, because they had personally walked through all of these canals, and with the sacrifice of 6 people, they hadn't been able to find anything that was able to move. But now, when did this silver figure come? What was more terrifying than the unknown was that an unknown being was challenging your perceptions. So even though this silver figure had just done them a great favor, the group was still inevitably wary. Fortunately, Duan Hongtao knew what to do at times like this. Slightly arching his hand towards the front, he said, "Many thanks to your excellency for coming to the rescue. May I ask who your excellency is?" "My family's teacher, Wang Mang, the dean of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Academy. I don't know if your excellency recognizes him?" Mentioning his own name at a time like this obviously didn't work well, and Duan Hongtao wouldn't be foolish enough to report his own name. Pulling the names of Devil's Capital Martial Arts University and Wang Mang, he expected the other party to recognize his teacher. However, that silver-colored figure was stunned after hearing this. "What is Mordor Wudu University?" "I don't know. I'm just a planter." While speaking, this silver-colored figure turned around. It was only at this point that the crowd was able to see what kind of existence this silver figure actually was. The entire body was composed of silver-colored substance, flashing with a characteristic metallic luster. Although it was in human form, this appearance, in any case, had nothing to do with a human. Rather than a human, it would be more apt to say a human puppet. And for some reason, looking at this appearance of the other party, the words Terminator inexplicably surfaced in Bai Chongqing's mind, and it was also the T-1000 that had just come out of the fire. Only Jiang Jiyu clearly had an explanation that fit this world better. "Secret Silver Guard?" Hearing those 4 words, a rather surprised look still appeared on that silver figure's face. "Oh, you can actually recognize it?" There was a time in the ancient times when secret silver guards were extremely prevalent. Secret silver is tough, malleable, and resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, and once it is molded, unless it is an attack that far exceeds the upper limit of what secret silver can withstand, it will be able to be restored to its original state. More critically, after the secret silver guard is made, it can be branded with the owner's soul, and as long as the owner's soul does not perish, the secret silver guard will remain loyal to the owner. It's no exaggeration to say that secret silver guards have advantages everywhere, and the only disadvantage is that they are expensive. That's why it was only prevalent for a period of time before the secret silver guards were replaced by cheaper mannequin puppets. Before, I wasn't sure when this secret realm appeared, but now that I've seen you, I'm able to be sure. Jiang Jiyu spoke under his breath, but he put his lance away. This move was as if he had completely abandoned his vigilance against the secret silver guard. Bai Chongqing gave her a puzzled look, and then Jiang Jiyu gave an explanation. The secret silver guard's strength is all at least at the martial marquis level, so if he really wanted to kill us, we wouldn't even have a chance to resist. But just now, he just blocked my attack but didn't counterattack. From this, it can be seen that he should have another purpose for this trip. Saying that, Jiang Jiyu looked at the secret silver guard again. "Is it your master who wants to see us?" Originally, he had only asked tentatively, and then he saw that the secret silver guard actually did nod. "My master has an invitation. Several of you please follow me." After saying that, the secret silver guard walked towards that bronze wall. Then, under everyone's gaze, it just straightened up and disappeared through the wall. This was a teleportation formation burned into the bronze wall. Someone on Duan Hongtao's side couldn't hold back, glancing at Jiang Jiyu and Bai Chongqing. Fearing that others would beat him to the punch, he rushed towards the bronze wall with his head covered. But in response to him was a muffled sound. The whole person rushed how fast, at the moment hit how hard. Even so hard that the whole person is straight toward the back of the past. Such a look can only use the word stupid to describe it. However, the next moment, a line of people under the feet of a violent shock, followed by a pulling sensation as when just entering the tunnel, a black eye, they lost all perception of the outside world. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a moment, and then recovered. But as far as the eyes could see, there was only Jiang Jiyu, and no trace of those 4 people from the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University. Even the location they were in had changed from the bronze tunnel they had just been in to a closed room surrounded by bronze walls. To be precise, it wasn't even a room. Because there was no door, there was no window, and only the 2 beads on top of the wall provided a few threads of light. And in the middle of this room, there stood a bronze pillar encircled by one person. One end of it topped the ceiling, one end inserted into the ground, so it was erected in the center of the room. With a flash of light in front of his eyes, that mystic silver guard reappeared. Explode your strongest attacks to attack this pillar. According to the rules, you have 3 chances. If you are unable to break it within 3 times, then you will never have the chance to see your master, and be left here permanently. Chapter 101. Secondary Thunder. Breaking a stone pillar? Hearing the secret silver guard's words, Bai Chongqing couldn't help but glance at the bronze pillar, with a slightly abstract pattern carved into it, and the thickness of one person's encirclement, giving off a thick and solid feeling. Such a thick pillar, a ghost could interrupt it. However, it was clear that the secret silver guard had no intention of discussing with them, and even without waiting for Jiang Jiyu and Bai Chongqing to question it, he had already left through the wall. Silence once again resumed within the room, and it wasn't until 2 seconds later that Jiang Jiyu let out a long breath before opening her mouth to speak out. This should be a test deliberately left behind by the owner of the secret realm. As we are, some people from Mordor Martial University should be the same. They couldn't get out, and neither could the people from Mordor Martial University. Was this good news? Bai Chongqing didn't say anything, just climbed a few meters forward, his gaze falling on top of this pillar. Although he didn't know what this thing was made of, but with this ancient texture, he didn't need to think about it to know that the degree of toughness was even more exaggerated than reinforced concrete. What now? Bai Chongqing turned around, only to find that Jiang Jiyu had already sat down on her knees in place. Since it's already come to this, there's no point in messing around with it. It's better to adjust one's state to the limit and see if one's full strength can break through this pillar. Jiang Jiyu's face didn't have any expression fluctuations, not even the slightest hint of panic, and influenced by her, Bai Chongqing's heart also settled down a little. As a matter of fact, the world rules of this secret realm restrict beast generals and beast generals above them from being able to enter. This is something that the owner of the secret realm is bound to be aware of, but he still set up such rules. That can only mean one thing. In his eyes, there is someone who can do it. Since someone else can do it, then why worry? Instead of feeling sorry for yourself, why don't you think about how to raise your strength to the limit? Once these words came out, Bai Chongqing also completely stabilized his mind. What was said was also true. What was the point of thinking so much when you couldn't get out anyway? With a slight movement of his mind, Bai Chongqing called out the attribute panel to take a look. God-level devouring system. Host: Bai Chongqing. Race: white-scaled snake. 5 evolutions. 3rd stage of dragon transformation. Chi and blood value: 9,851. Illuminated evolution tree. Digestive enhancement LV7. Rock armor defense LV4. Toxin LV4. Steel bone LV1. Dragon's blood LV3. Thunder LV1. Available evolution points: 3,121. Required blood value until next evolution: 9851. 10,000. Evolution points: 3,121. 2,000. After such a long time had passed, his attribute panel had long been refreshed. The blood value that was about to reach its upper limit, as well as this long list of branches of the evolution tree, if he could, Bai Chongqing really wanted to give all of these evolution trees a direct upgrade to full level. But obviously, this idea wasn't realistic at all. If he hadn't spent a lot of time by Din Qian's side, it would have been difficult for him to save even 1,000 evolution points, not to mention 3,000. Originally, his plan was to wait until after he evolved to raise his digestive enhancement, but after such an incident, the odds were that even after his chi and blood reached Beast General, he would have to raise his thunder rank first. Otherwise, if he couldn't even get out of this bronze room, What would happen even if he raised his digestion level to full? Instead, he would be more likely to starve to death. A day and a half, just a day and a half, would be enough to open the 6th evolution. By that time, when his chi and blood was raised to beast general level, and then thunder was raised to 1 level, that would be the limit of what he could achieve at this stage. The big deal was to wait a day and a half. What's the big deal? With this in mind, Bai Changsheng simply plopped down beside Jiang Ziyu and closed his eyes in deep sleep. It was only 4 or 5 hours later that the movement on Jiang Ziyu's side caused Bai Changsheng to slowly wake up. He didn't know if it was Bai Changsheng's illusion, but he was able to feel that at this moment, Jiang Ziyu's aura was as strong as a rainbow, and his entire person was as sharp as that alloy lance. There are 3 chances. Let's try how hard the stone pillar is first. Jiang Ziyu's thoughts coincided with Bai Changsheng's. Without knowing exactly how hard this pillar was, no one's heart was in the right place, so it would be good to try the pillar's strength and be mentally prepared. I'll activate the gold-breaking gun later, and you activate thunder to attack together. Putting aside the soul destruction needle, the gold-breaking gun and thunder is undoubtedly the strongest means of attack for this person and snake. The key soul destruction needle can't be used against a pillar, or else come on a needle, what pass can't be broken. After thinking about it, Bai Changsheng no longer hesitated about the use of evolution points, and directly poked 1,000 points to raise Thunder's level by 1 level. Evolution points deducted by 1,000 points, evolution tree branch Thunder leveled up. Thunder LV2. The most rigid and powerful attack, its upper limit depends on you. As Thunder leveled up, an esoteric feeling lingered in Bai Changsheng's mind. There was no essential improvement, just a simple tripling of the number of Thunder elements that could be controlled. Bai Changsheng had the feeling that if he had previously been able to kill and 100% critically injure a 3rd-grade martial perfection with a high probability when he had activated his thunder, then now, after the thunder upgrade, it would be 100% killing a 3rd-grade martial perfection and a high probability of critically injuring a low-grade martial general level existence. Even if it took a solid hit, it wasn't unlikely that a martial general would have to fall. In the eyes of Jiang Ziyu, the purple scale on Bai Changsheng's forehead was becoming more and more obvious, and it even vaguely gave her an extremely uneasy feeling at the bottom of her heart. This feeling was very strange, and even appeared very abruptly. Jiang Ziyu had no doubt about her intuition, and the reason for everything could only be attributed to the fact that some more changes were likely to have occurred within Bai Changsheng's body. And then, she got her answer. 3. Jiang Ziyu held her gun in both hands, and the sharp intent above the tip of the gun began to continuously condense and converge. It was the same on Bai Changsheng's side, as countless thunder elements began to gather towards his forehead, and as visible to the naked eye, they condensed and molded into a thunder cluster at the purple scales on his forehead. 2. The sharpness above the tip of the gun took shape, while Bai Changsheng's side had also built up his momentum to the limit. Go! Jiang Ziyu suddenly erupted, converging his entire body's strength on the tip of the spear, and with the sharpness of the intent added to it, the alloy spear erupted with a might that had never been seen before. At the same time, Bai Changsheng no longer suppressed the violent thunder element, and a blue-white thunderbolt instantly shot out sharply, passing through a distance of 3 meters and heavily bombarding the bronze pillar. Boom! The ear-shattering sound of thunder bursting was mixed with the piercing sound brought about by the gold-breaking spear. In an instant, the entire bronze room shook violently, and dust began to fall from above the roof. Jiang Ziyu's full-force strike, coupled with Bai Changsheng's upgraded thunder, with this power, even an intermediate-level martial general, if they didn't dodge or avoid it, I was afraid that they would all fall. But that bronze pillar, at the moment, is like a rock, let a person and a snake how hard, cannot shake half a point. Until Jiang Ziyu exhausted his strength, Bai Changsheng's spiritual power exhausted, did not crumble half a point. Chapter 1026 Evolution. Beast General Bai Changsheng. This damn is also too exaggerated, right? To be smoke and dust dispersed, a man and a snake went up to look at the bronze column, but look left and right instead of letting this bronze column suffered any damage, but because of this attack so that it faded originally covered in its rust, appear more bright and sturdy. Not buddy, is this right? If Bai Changsheng didn't know exactly how hard he had just exerted himself, then he could completely blame it all on the fact that he hadn't used his full strength. But the truth was that both he and Jiang Ziyu had used their full strength in this attack just now. Even if they hadn't exhausted their strength and mental power, they wouldn't have brought their hands to a halt. But this sight was too frustrating. If the current all-out strike couldn't even shake this bronze pillar by half, then even if he raised his strength to a beast general, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to make any essential changes. This thing, I'm afraid that it would take at least a late-stage martial general or even a martial marquis level of strength to shake it, right? Bai Chongqing couldn't help but feel disheartened. But when he looked at Jiang Ziyu again, he saw that not only did she not have any feeling of frustration, but instead, she looked at the pattern on top of the bronze column with a thoughtful look. What's wrong? Bai Chongqing couldn't help but ask. These patterns, something's not right. It looks like I've seen them somewhere before. Jiang Ziyu frowned slightly and reached out to touch the ripples on top of this standing pillar. However, when Jiang Ziyu's hand touched it, a faint layer of fluorescence emerged, blocking Jiang Ziyu from touching it. Seeing this fluorescence, Bai Chongqing's heart inexplicably gave a start, while Jiang Ziyu's originally furrowed brows also stretched at this moment, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook up a smile. Got it. Understood? Understood what? Jiang Ziyu also didn't have the idea of trying to sell the idea and opened his mouth to explain. Before, I felt that the lines above this pillar were a bit different from those above the surrounding walls. But there were rust stains covering it, so I couldn't see the whole picture. Now, because of the attack just now, all the rust stains were shaken down, and the lines engraved on them were revealed. These lines, in fact, is a spell formation, which plays the role of absolute defense. As long as the energy supporting the formation is not exhausted, or the formation is cracked, then this bronze pillar will be able to stand here forever. Although I don't know exactly what attacks under what level the spell formation can block, it's clearly not something we can break open with brute force. Jiang Ziyu's words also made Bai Chongqing understand the buggy nature of this thing. Wasn't this a proper fool's errand? In the event that they were able to block the full amount of the martial general's attack, wouldn't that mean that they would have to explode with the strength of a martial marquis with the chi and blood of a third-grade martial artist? Who the hell could do that? Bai Chongqing secretly said a word of nationalism in the bottom of his heart, and turned his head to look at Jiang Ziyu. But he saw that she still had the same clouded look, and even the smile at the corner of her mouth didn't go down. Hiddenly guessing something in his heart, Bai Chongqing tentatively asked, "You can crack this spell formation? I've dabbled a little in spell formations as well." Jiang Ziyu didn't answer Bai Chongqing's words positively, but at this moment, it became Bai Chongqing's only hope. Was this the Empress's knowledge base? It was truly awesome. Jiang Ziyu sat cross-legged before this bronze pillar, her eyes slightly closed, but Bai Chongqing could feel a faint divine sense escaping from within Jiang Ziyu's body, which then wrapped around the bronze pillar in front of him. The faint fluorescent light from before slowly surfaced, appearing and disappearing, seemingly blocking Jiang Ziyu's study of the entire pillar. Now, however, Jiang Ziyu's target was no longer this pillar, but rather this faint fluorescence. Jiang Ziyu's divine sense was like a maggot on a tarsus, wrapping itself tightly around this fluorescent light, constantly analyzing and deconstructing it. Bai Chongqing didn't know what the exact way of cracking the formation was like, and had the intention to learn, but after watching it for 10 minutes in a row, there was no half change, and Jiang Ziyu hadn't even changed the expression on his face, so he felt bored and simply continued to sleep. Just now that one thunderbolt had drained all his mental energy, at this moment, he only felt that his upper eyelids were fighting madly with his lower eyelids, and when he closed his eyes, he directly fell into a deep sleep. This sleep, Bai Chongqing didn't know how long he slept, but when he woke up again, the system had already prompted that the chi and blood values had reached the current upper limit. Turning his head to look at the other side, Jiang Ziyu was still deconstructing the spell formation, and had obviously maintained this position for a long time. After letting out a long yawn, Bai Chongqing chose to open his 6th evolution. Congratulations to the host. The conditions for the 6th evolution have been met. Is it time to open the evolution? Yes. As the system received the command, Bai Chongqing's already few remaining evolution points nearly went to 0. At the same time, an extreme coldness began to emerge from his body and spread towards his entire body at an extremely fast speed. Bai Chongqing was about to move his chi and blood to resist the coldness, but he suddenly realized that his entire body seemed to be frozen under the coldness, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. This discovery caused Bai Chongqing's heart to inexplicably panic, and he could only twist his body as much as he could to get his blood moving. However, this practice was only making the body completely stiffen up a bit more slowly. Soon, Bai Chongqing only felt that his consciousness began to become sluggish under the coldness, and his body twisted more and more slowly, becoming weaker and weaker. On the other side, Jiang Ziyu seemed to have sensed something, and retreated from the state of divine sense traveling outside. Her eyes turned slightly to look at Bai Chongqing, and a moment of consternation couldn't help but arise in the bottom of her eyes. such a sight she had seen before in Bai Chongqing. Originally, she had thought that 3 mutations would already be the limit, but now, Bai Chongqing had truly opened her eyes. Because Bai Chongqing had actually opened another evolution in front of her. Little White's talent, was it actually this strong? Jiang Jiu muttered secretly in the bottom of her heart. Even she had to admit that the situation with Bai Chongqing was just a bit too outrageous. If it wasn't a white-scaled snake, and casually changed its bloodline to a slightly more advanced foreign beast bloodline, I'm afraid that at this moment, its potential would already be able to match that of a beast god. However, in his heart, Jiang Jiu's hand movements were not slow at all. Just flipping his hand, there was a red lotus flower in his palm. As this lotus flower appeared, the temperature in the entire bronze chamber began to soar, like a furnace, bringing Bai Chongqing a slight warmth. If Bai Chongqing opened his eyes, he would be able to recognize that this red lotus flower was precisely one of the elixirs that Din Qian had previously prepared for Jiang Jiu to use in constructing the second inner sea, the Spirit Lake Parallel Lotus. But at this time, Jiang Jiu didn't have any intention of sparing any money, and as soon as he clenched it, the red lotus flower was immediately pinched into a ball. After that, red juice began to flow out of Jiang Jiu's fingers and was dripped onto Bai Chongqing's body.
Chapter 103 Hun Yuan dan Emperor.
The red juice touched the snake scales in just the blink of an eye and disappeared after bringing up a white smoke. As for Bai Chongqing, who was nearly unconscious due to the coldness, the moment the juice touched the snake scales, he felt an inexplicable fiery heat surge into his body. The muscles that were originally nearly frozen began to ease under this heat. Tick-tock! Another drop of juice landed on top of Bai Chongqing's snake scales, and this time, the heat sensation became more pronounced. The originally frozen body was revitalized and the blood began to flow, while at the same time more and more juice began to drip down. The Spirit Lake Parallel Lotus juice needs to be applied externally, but in order to completely activate the effect of the juice, you need to swallow these residues and start attracting the juice from the inside. Open your mouth and eat this. Vaguely hearing Jiang Jiu's voice, Bai Chongqing didn't even think about it and decisively opened his mouth. He didn't know what he had eaten, but the system prompt sounded with it. Congratulations to the host for devouring the Spirit Lake Parallel Lotus, gaining a chi and blood value of 12, and gaining 323 evolution points. The system beep fell, and only then did Bai Chongqing understand what Jiang Jiu had just said. As the residue entered his mouth, those juices that had originally dripped down on top of his body instantly began to take effect, and a hot sensation began to do battle with the coldness, and the battlefield was none other than Bai Chongqing's body. The cold and hot sensation caused Bai Chongqing's body to tightly coil together at times, and at other times, he stretched out and opened his mouth to gasp for air. However, it was good that whether it was cold or hot at this moment, it was already within his tolerable range. Seeing this, Jiang Jiu was also a little more at ease, and turned towards the bronze pillar, continuing to deconstruct the spell formation. The alternating hot and cold sensation lasted for more than 10 minutes before Bai Chongqing felt the situation gradually begin to improve. After another 10 minutes or so, the hot and cold sensations subsided, and Bai Chongqing regained control of his body. This evolution has been completed, consuming a total of 2,000 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, completing the 6th evolution. The next evolution requires a chi and blood value of 100,000 points and 5,000 evolution points. A series of system beeps rang out, directly raising the threshold for the next evolution to 100,000 chi and blood points. In comparison, even those 5,000 evolution points seemed pitifully small. The 7th evolution means that I've stepped through the threshold of a martial marquis, 100,000 points of chi and blood. Although high, it's reasonable. And if I were to go by my current rate of chi blood enhancement, to reach 100,000 chi blood, it would take a full 900 days. Well, 2.5 years. This efficiency isn't slow after all, it only takes 3 years to be able to achieve martial marquis. This is already the cultivation speed of those top geniuses that come out of Waterwood once every few years. It's just that I can still go faster. Bai Chongqing had already made up his mind in his heart that after he got out of this hellish place, he was going to continue to rely on his good big brother's side. As soon as possible, he would save up enough evolution points needed for the digestive enhancement upgrade, and then, I'll damn well eat. This evolution didn't make any changes in his physical size, but he could clearly feel that his body had become tougher. This kind of toughness boosted more than just the defensive ability of the scale armor. Bone strength, muscle toughness, recovery speed, and even the amount of energy that could be carried were all directly boosted by 2 to 3 times. Of course, the most crucial thing lay in Bai Chongqing's mental strength, which had also jumped up a notch. It wasn't much, but at least it wasn't so much that 3 thunderbolts would go down and make him directly sleep in place. He was young, but falling asleep also depended on the situation. The most obvious enhancement for this moment was that the thunder attacks Bai Chongqing could erupt were even fiercer. There! Just as Bai Chongqing was immersed in the joy of evolution, Jiang Ziyu on the other side of the room suddenly opened her mouth and spoke out, drawing his attention away. And just as her words fell, the faint fluorescent light that had originally lingered on top of that bronze pillar now crumbled inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Bai Chongqing couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. If the spell formation that symbolized absolute defense was broken, it meant that there was a possibility that the bronze pillar would be broken, and they would have a chance to get out. If there are no surprises, this bronze standing pillar will be able to break it. Jiang Ziyu got up and summoned her alloy lance once again. The tip of the lance was flung violently, bringing out a sound of breaking air and standing to her side. If you're ready, then start breaking the pillar now. Bai Chongqing didn't say a word, and just flat out started controlling the thunder elemental convergence. On Jiang Ziyu's side, it was the same. The sharp golden intent was once again condensed and molded on the tip of the spear. The sharpness of the spear was unmistakable. Boom! The thunder blatantly blasted out, while the spear in Jiang Ziyu's hand also stabbed out fiercely. Both attacks landed on top of the bronze pillar at the same time. The bronze pillar that was as stable as a mountain before, at this moment was like snow meeting water. Under the attack of the thunder and the spear, it violently trembled. Even the lines carved on it began to crumble inch by inch. A breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths later, the bronze column can no longer withstand the attack of this man and a snake. A huge crack from the internal spread out, and finally this person surrounded by the bronze column collapsed. In the midst of the splattered smoke and dust, Bai Chongqing secretly let out a long breath. In the smoke and dust, a silver-colored figure walked out from above the wall, looking at the collapsed bronze pillar, a flash of surprise in his eyes, obviously not expecting that Jiang Ziyu and Bai Chongqing actually did it. The two of you, the master invites. Perhaps it was because they had shattered the bronze column. This secret silver guard's attitude towards them was undoubtedly much better. One man and one snake looked at each other and did not speak, only silently putting away their weapons. In the next moment, the light flashed before their eyes. The pulling force came again, and when the light recovered, they had already arrived in the middle of a large hall, with a 10-meter-high huge stone statue in front of their eyes. For some reason, after a glance at the statue, Bai Chongqing's heart felt a huge pressure, and he couldn't help but lower his head, not daring to look at it again. This feeling is very inexplicable, but it is real. On the other hand, Jiang Ziyu, after seeing this stone statue, arched his hand and bowed forward. Late generation Jiang Ziyu, I have seen Hunyuan Dan Emperor Sr. Wait, this is recognizable? When these words came out, even Bai Chongqing beside him was shocked, and he was not the only one who was shocked. You recognize my master? Another silver figure appeared, and unlike the secret silver guard they had seen before, this one in front of them was the appearance of a girl, and the voice was as gentle as it could be. I had the honor of reading about it in an ancient book. During the ancient times, there was a genius who certified the Tao with Dan, and at only 40 years of age, he ascended to the Emperor realm with unlimited talent. Because every time he appeared in the world, he was holding a bamboo scroll. He was nicknamed the Poet of Idleness. Chapter 104 Gentle and Foolish Pillar. These few words of Jiang Ziyu seemed to have evoked the thoughts of these two secret silver guards in general. Both of them bowed their heads and lowered their brows, falling into a rather subdued atmosphere. Especially that female secret silver guard, who was clearly strong and powerful, gave off a feeling of pity. But fortunately, this situation didn't last long, and that female secret silver guard recovered and opened her mouth to speak out. The master has gone, but the Tao lineage left behind by the master must not be broken. Little girl, since you have passed the barrier left behind by the master, it proves that you have the qualifications to become the master's disciple. Since you know the master's name, I think you also know exactly how brilliant the master was once. Let me ask you, are you willing to worship the master as your disciple? Wait a minute, isn't this picture style shifting a bit fast? Obviously, the last moment he said that if he couldn't break that bronze pillar, he would be left here forever, but now he's accepting disciples? Moreover, if this Hunyuan Dandi was still alive, it would have been fine to worship his master, but in contrast, Looking at the appearance of the two secret silver guards, Hanyuan Dandi was afraid that he had already been dead for an unknown number of years. Worshipping a dead man as a teacher? Seriously? However, Bai Chongqing didn't say anything, he just quietly stayed on the sidelines. Worshipping the master or not, it all depended on Jiang Zhiyu's own choice. What will happen if I refuse? Jiang Zhiyu did not directly respond, but instead asked out loud. The master's inheritance does not allow others to pry into it. If you don't worship the master, then you will not be allowed to stay. There is only one way to end, and that is death. That female secret silver guard's voice was still soft, but the words she spoke instantly sent a chill down Bai Chongqing's backbone. Even though the other party was still just standing there quietly, Bai Chongqing felt a killing intent envelop him if nothing else. If I agree, what do I need to do? Jiang Zhiyu spoke again. Your strength is too weak, you can't even beat a silly pillar, so there's no need for you to do anything. There is only one requirement for you. If you can ascend to the Emperor realm one day, avenge your master's death. When she said the word revenge, a trace of extremely humanized hatred flashed in the eyes of this female secret silver guard. Apparently, this hatred from an unknown number of years ago had lasted until today. Jiang Zhiyu fell silent, seemingly weighing the feasibility of this matter in general. The two secret silver guards also did not speak again, and just waited silently for Jiang Zhiyu to make a decision. After more than 10 seconds, Jiang Zhiyu directly turned around and bowed once more towards the stone statue of the Hanyuan Dan Emperor. Master is above, accept my student's obeisance. Jiang Zhiyu made this obeisance sincerely, and after rising, he used his teeth to bite through the index and middle fingers of his right hand. The student hereby swears by his blood. If one day he has the ability to avenge his master's death, the student will not fail his master and will go all out. As Jiang Zhiyu's words fell, a drop of blood from her fingertips suddenly rose up, but it disappeared with a swift bang. Bai Chongqing intertwined his soul with Jiang Zhiyu's, and as the blood disappeared, he vaguely felt that something in the underworld was intertwined with Jiang Zhiyu's body. The strength was too weak, and the feeling of this thing was not obvious, but as the strength continued to rise, this feeling would become more and more real. So this world, swearing really works? Bai Chongqing muttered a dark sentence in his heart, and then he saw the two secret silver guards move, and without the slightest hesitation, they knelt down on one knee towards Jiang Zhiyu. The master has passed away, his divine soul is extinguished, and he has left no heirs in this world. Today, as you become the master's disciple, you will also become the new master of Silly Pillar and I. In addition to that, the entire hall and all the items within it will also be handed over to you. If just now Bai Chongqing was still extremely dissatisfied with the two secret silver guards' practice of forcibly accepting disciples, then at this moment, after hearing these words, his original dissatisfaction immediately dissipated, and he was even somewhat overjoyed. Although I do not know what is in this hall, but Hanyuan Dandi at least is an emperor realm existence. Casually from the crack of the finger out a little, are enough at this moment he and Jiang Zhiyu eat a tummy round. Not to mention the two secret silver guards. Can make the emperor realm existence can't afford to buy more secret silver guards. All of a sudden is two, what else can be said? Simply because of the martial marquis level strength of the secret silver guards, their value was by no means comparable to that of a dead object. His name is Silly Pillar. Then what is your name? Looking at the two secret silver guards kneeling in front of him, Jiang Zhiyu opened his mouth and spoke out, inquiring. Back to my master. My name is Gentle. That female secret silver guard. Qianro opened her mouth to speak out. Her eyes still lowered. This name? Or your master helped me to name it. Perhaps it was because she liked this name so much that she couldn't bear to change it, which was why she opened her mouth to say so. However, Jiang Zhi, you didn't have any thoughts of forcing a name change on someone, and after nodding, she said, you guys don't need to call me master. Call me by my name, Jiang Zhiyu, or Zhiyu will do. Also, what else is in this great hall besides the two of you? It was finally a question to the point. Bai Chongqing also had a burning gaze as he looked at Gentle and Silly Pillar. Only in the next moment, a touch of embarrassment surfaced on these two guys' faces. Back then, the master's fall was too sudden, and what was left in the great hall was only some miscellaneous items and spirit stones. It's just that the spirit stones have long since been consumed within these nearly 10,000 years, and other things, such as spirit medicine seeds and the like, have also lost their vitality. That is to say, other than the two of you, there are only those doll puppets? Bai Chongqing interjected, and Gentle could only nod. Yes. After getting halfway through the day, the feelings that there was nothing in this great hall, it was a wasted joy. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. But looking at the awkward expressions of the two, Bai Chongsheng couldn't say anything else. It's okay, at least we've harvested 2 Martial Marquis level battle power secret silver guards, right? At least for the time being, Bai Chongsheng simply didn't have the qualifications to look down on them. Jiang Zhiyu also pursed her lips when she heard this, but there was no feeling of disappointment. I'm fortunate to have gained it. I'm fortunate to have lost it. Her mindset was far more stable than Bai Chongsheng's. We have not entered here for a short period of time. We need to rush to leave before the entrance to the secret realm closes. What about you guys? Leave with us or remain here? Hearing this, when Ro and Silly Pillar hurriedly spoke, naturally, I will leave with Master. However, there is one thing that needs to be decided by Master before we leave. The few people who entered here with you, do we need to let them go? A gentle sentence caused Jiang Zhiyu's originally raised footsteps to lurch as he turned back to look at Bai Chongsheng. I'm well aware of the behavior of those few people, and in fact, it won't be long before they start doing some treacherous things under Wang Mang's influence. What's more, they betrayed the interests of the country. As a matter of fact, Jiang Zhiyu had already made up his mind a long time ago, and the reason why he said these words was also for Bai Chongsheng to hear. And after seeing Bai Chongsheng nod his head, Jiang Zhiyu didn't say any more, turning his head to look at the Silly Pillar, before lightly spitting out a word from his mouth. Kill! Chapter 105. I'm just a planter. Inside the somewhat dark bronze room, Duan Hongtao looked at the bronze column in front of him that was still motionless, and felt nothing but frustration in his heart. He was at least a student of the Magic City Martial Arts University, and in the entire sophomore year, he was also a leading genius. But now he couldn't even chop a single bronze pillar. More than a day's time, he had tried 3 times, one time more than the other, but in the end, the result was the same. Not to mention cutting this bronze pillar, even the rust on the pillar did not fall off much. Obviously, he is still far from cutting this bronze column. He is not stupid, know that the other side can set up this rule, obviously someone can do this step. But it was precisely because of this that he was even more frustrated. While others were able to do it, he was unable to do it, even by this much. Could it be that he was really going to be trapped to death here? It wasn't that he hadn't tried swinging his sword to break through the walls around him, but it was obvious that the walls weren't much more fragile than this pillar. A sword cut up, except for bringing out a spark, there were no other traces. Obviously, it was not realistic to break through this bronze wall to escape from here. The only good news now was that he had brought plenty of water and food with him before he came in, and even in his storage ring at the moment, he still had all the harvest they had made after entering the secret realm. Relying on these, it wasn't a problem if he wanted to survive for a while in the secret realm. And as his teacher was just outside the secret realm, it wouldn't be long before there would be official people entering the secret realm in large numbers to carpet collect spirit medicines. When the time passes, if he hasn't gone out yet, his teacher will definitely let the official people search and rescue him. At that time, even if this monument was hidden, no matter how stealthy it would definitely be discovered, and he would naturally be saved. So even if the 3 chances had been used up, Duan Hongtao didn't have the slightest intention of panicking and being anxious. But right at this moment, a silver figure came through the wall, making Duan Hongtao instantly alert. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Duan Hongtao grabbed the opportunity to speak. I'm warning you, my master is the dean of the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University, and there are even countless martial kings, martial emperors, and imperial realm existences sitting in my heavenly dynasty. If you dare to kill me, they will definitely not spare you at that time. If it was anyone else, he would have really been bluffed by Duan Hongtao's words. But he was facing Silly Pillar, a secret silver guard who would only follow his master's orders. I'm just a planter. Why are you threatening me? Silly Pillar scratched his head with a naive look. Seeing him like this, Duan Hongtao really relaxed his guard for a few moments. Only before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Silly Pillar move. Click! After a crisp ringing sound, Duan Hongtao saw his back. However, why did he see his own back? This was a question Duan Hongtao would probably never be able to figure out. I'm a planter, so I can see that you're very suitable for fertilizer. Silly Pillar scratched his head and single-handedly carried one of Duan Hongtao's legs, then walked towards that bronze wall. From the time Silly Pillar left to the time he came back, it only took a total of 10 minutes. Just looking at his muddy appearance, Bai Chongsheng couldn't help but ask curiously again, "What are you doing? How did you even get all muddy?" He. I went to fertilize the flowers and plants outside. Fertilize the flowers and plants? You're already leaving and you still have the heart to fertilize? Wait! Bai Chongqing suddenly thought of something, and looking at the silly column with a naive face, he suddenly felt as if this guy wasn't as dumbfounded as he seemed on the surface. But Silly Pillar didn't explain anything more. Holding an object in his hand, he walked over to Jiang Zhiyu's face, and then his palm was spread out, and on top of his palm lay 4 storage rings quietly. This is what I stripped from those 4 people. Jiang Zhiyu didn't say anything, nodding before accepting the storage rings, and then exploring them one by one. Storage rings needed to recognize their owners, but when the owner died, these storage rings obviously became ownerless. The contents were emptied out. Other than some food and water that were necessary for survival, the rest was all good stuff. At a glance, Bai Chongqing saw those neatly stacked red heather boxes, as well as those porcelain vases that were specifically used to store pills. Taking a brief inventory, he eventually got a rough figure. These elixirs are worth just over $100 million combined, especially since there are also 3 soul refining grasses inside. As for these pills, they're not worth much, but they're necessary for cultivation. Jiang Zhiyu opened a bottle and saw that it contained bear blood pills, so he poured 2 out by hand and fed them to Bai Chongqing. The bear blood pills entered his mouth, and a system beep sounded with them. However, Bai Chongqing smacked his lips for a moment, but felt that this bear's blood pill had already somewhat failed to satisfy his appetite. After spending some time at Din Qian's place, he had eaten too many tiger blood pills, and his appetite had been spoiled, not to mention the fact that the current bear blood pills were indeed somewhat insufficient. After the strength was raised to Beast General, a bear blood pill would only provide 15 or 16 points of chi and blood value, and the evolution points were even less pathetic. At this rate, when could one save up 1,000 evolution points? By the way, speaking of pills, although the pills that your master personally refined have long since lost their potency, there are a few pills formulas left behind, so if you need them, I can transcribe them when I get out. One swept a glance at those porcelain bottles containing the pills and suddenly spoke out.
Dan formulas?
Hearing this, both Bai Chongqing and Jiang Zhiyu couldn't help but incline their heads towards Wenro. It was probably because they felt that Jiang Zhiyu was a bit sorry for not leaving behind half of the inheritance, which was why Gentle had said this. But to be reasonable, the Dan formula was far more valuable than the pills. One was teaching a man to fish, and the other was teaching a man to fish, and the two were not comparable at all. It was just that the premise had to be that these formulae had not been discovered and patented by those pharmaceutical factories, otherwise even the best formulae would be for nothing. Jiang Zhi, you didn't pay too much attention to this matter, and just gave a before speaking again. The image of the two of you is not suitable to just go out in such a big way. If possible, I would like you to stay in the nascent soul sack for a while first. Also, recall all those doll puppets, so as not to start another conflict with others. After the students came out of the secret realm, the official people would have to enter the secret realm to conduct a carpet search. In this situation, if the puppets continued to do what they had done before, it would only bring unnecessary losses to both sides, and would also expose the existence of this great hall. Wenro and Silly Pillar didn't question it for a moment, and both placed one hand against their chests after Jiang Zhi finished speaking. As you command, master. And as Bai Chongqing watched the two look like this, he also secretly smacked his lips. Other than that, these two secret silver guards could now be used as a base card. This if they encountered any strong enemy that they couldn't defeat, and turned their hands to throw out the two secret silver guards. Bai Chongqing didn't even dare to imagine how beautiful the picture would be. Chapter 106 returning with a full load. Outside the secret realm, most of the schools had already been evacuated one after another. Since yesterday the students had basically come out, the remaining ones who didn't come out basically died in the mouth of the beasts. There were also teammates who brought back news. As for what the exact real situation was like, then only they would know. However, this number is not large, determined to die only 3 people. At this moment, those who still chose to stay here, only 2 families remained, Mizuki and Mordor Wuda. Waterwood was still 1 person short of Jiang Zhiyu. As Din Qian's most valued student, if Jiang Zhiyu didn't come out, how could Din Qian leave? Only to drag the other students of the water would also followed stationed here. As for the side of the Magic City Wushu University, but since the beginning, no one student appeared. Whether they are dead or alive, there is no news. At first, Wang Mang was still calm and relaxed because he had specially instructed his 10 students to act together before he left. With these 10 people's chi and battle power, as long as the Beast General late-stage beasts didn't appear in the secret realm, then they all had the power to fight. Just a late-stage Beast General? Was that possible? Knowing that his students would not be in danger in the secret realm, Wang Mang also purposely gave them a task. Find a way to find Jiang Jiu in the middle of the secret realm and then directly intercept and kill him. It was because of this reason that Wang Mang had always acted calmly, especially when he saw Din Qian so anxious that he couldn't sit still, glancing at the entrance of the secret realm from time to time. He was even more pleased with himself. However, slowly, as the students from the other schools had all come out, leaving only Jiang Jiu and the 10 people from the Magic City Martial Arts University not coming out, Wang Mang began to panic. He knew the reason why Jiang Jiu didn't come out, but what was the reason why those 10 people didn't come out? A whole night had passed since the withdrawal of those martial arts universities, and until the next morning, no one had come out of the secret realm. This time, Wang Mang was really panicked. The time was almost up. If they really waited for the official people to come and take over this place, then even if they harvested a huge amount, none of them would be able to stay. No, you little brats, hurry up and come out. Wang Mang couldn't sit still either, looking at his bracelet from time to time, determining how much time was left before the officials took over. On the other hand, Din Qian was frowning tightly, looking at Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing in front of him. You too. Tell me the situation of that night again. Xian Frost was helpless. Just that little incident, Din Qian had already asked 3 times over and over again. Just borrowing a few of their guts, they didn't dare to refute Din Qian. Moreover, Jiang Jiu didn't come out. They were also anxious. They could only repeat it again, in the hope that Din Qian could find a way to find Jiang Jiu back. You say you two are also really. The secret realm is full of dangers. No one can guarantee what dangers they will encounter. How can you guys dare to rest assured that you will follow that mannequin puppet alone? There was one thing to say. Din Qian's scolding was indeed a bit unreasonable. Jiang Jiu herself had forced herself to go. Could they stop her? However, Xian Frost and Zhang Xing also know that they are not reasonable. The better way is naturally that they and Jiang Jiu go there together. If they really encounter any danger, they can also take care of each other. But it was too late to talk about this now. Instead of thinking about this, it would be better to think about how to find Jiang Jiu back so that they could determine whether she was alive or dead first. Seeing that the two of them didn't speak anymore, Din Qian's frown tightened even more. But in the end, it just turned into a long sigh. If really can only go to find the official people, even if the backsome favors also have to find Jiang Jiu back again. On the other hand, Wang Mang also happened to be thinking the same thing. Both of them went out of their respective tents at the same time, and then coincidentally walked towards that army green tent. But after seeing each other, they coldly grunted and started walking back again. However, right at this moment, a sound came from the entrance of the secret realm, which instantly attracted the attention of the two, only to see that the light within the aperture was slightly distorted, with the appearance that something was about to come out from within. The two of them were instantly startled. Their feet stepped down, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived in front of that secret realm entrance, including everyone in the tent in the distance. After hearing the ringing, they also came out and looked towards the secret realm mouth. However, under the attention of all of them, they saw a wolfhound with a body height of more than 2 meters jump out from inside. There was a long wound on its body, as if it had been seriously injured by some sharp weapon, and blood was still gurgling out. After leaping out and seeing so many people gathered at the entrance of the secret realm, this guy also could not help but be shocked. But before it bared its teeth, Din Qian was a slap directly out. Just a very crisp snap. We'll see this wolfhound was drawn to fly more than 10 meters away, fell to the ground, spitting blood, looks to be alive. Such a look. Anyone can see that Din Qian is very angry at the moment. This wolfhound is purely suffered an undeserved disaster. With a slap, Din Qian no longer hesitated, turned around and walked towards the army green tent. Jiang Jiu is still inside. This time he already cannot care what face, what favor. To find Jiang Jiu is the most important. But before he turned around and took 2 steps, he heard a student shout, "Dean, there's something else coming out." It should be a wolf pack. Although he guessed the answer in his mind, Din Qian still turned back, just in case. In the next moment, he saw a high ponytail girl wearing a black defense gear and holding an alloy lance leaping out from the entrance of the secret realm, and then lightly landed on the ground. The tip of the lance was still stained with fresh blood. Obviously a battle had just erupted. Looking at the young girl who stood still, Din Qian only felt a big stone fall to the ground. Long breath of relief at the same time there is a stock of ecstasy surged up. Back. Really came back. You girl, where have you been? As soon as she opened her mouth, she knew that Din Qian was getting older. Jiang Jiu naturally heard the thick concern in Din Qian's words, but because of this, She was suddenly at a bit of a loss as to how to answer. In her opinion, what happened in the secret realm, it was best not to announce it to the public, although there wasn't much left in that great hall itself. Little White said he was hungry, so I thought about finding him some food. Bai Changsheng in the nascent soul pouch froze when he heard this. Ah? Me? Turning his head to look at Silly Pillar and Gentle, he wanted to find someone to talk about how much of a pot he'd taken for them, but with one only left scratching his head and giggling, and the other with his eyebrows slightly downcast, the corners of Bai Changsheng's mouth twitched, and he silently took the pot on his back. It's fine, it doesn't matter. It's good to be back. It's good to be back, haha. Jiang Zhiyu's excuse was clumsy, but Din Qian didn't care about these as beans. What mattered was that Jiang Zhiyu had returned. Everyone pack up their things. Let's set off to return. Din Qian greeted, and those students standing in front of the tent burst into cheers. Who would be willing to stand guard in this place when they could go back and sleep in a big soft bed? But right at this moment, an untimely voice rang out. Slow down. Jiang Zhiyu, where are my students? Chapter 107 Get Lost. Don't force me to fan you. Wang Mang's sudden voice directly caused everyone's footsteps to lurch. Turning back to look, Wang Mang's face showed anger, looking like he was about to make a move at any time. But think about it, he let his students to find Jiang Zhi fish, wanted Jiang Zhi fish strangled in the secret realm. The result is now Jiang Zhi fish well out. His students but disappeared, do not have to think no absolutely, and Jiang Zhi fish have a lot to do with. He led the team to lead those 10 people out. If he couldn't bring them all back, I'm afraid that even he would be harshly criticized by the school. Especially the other 2 deans of the school. How could they let go of such a good opportunity? It would be fine if the students themselves traveled to the wasteland to sacrifice themselves, or if the secret realm was sufficiently dangerous. The deaths and injuries of the other schools were similar to those of the Magic City Martial Arts University, which could also be justified. But on the contrary, the other schools' combined deaths and injuries are not as many as the Mudu Wudu family. How can we make up for it? How? It is also because of this Wang Meng will be out of control. In front of the face of the money dean began to sternly question. Just obviously, he underestimated some of the money dean's heart to protect the calf. Your student disappeared to go look for himself. What are you asking my student to do? Din Qian directly took a step out and blocked between Jiang Zhiyu and Wang Mang. His eyebrows slightly wrinkled as he continued to speak. Get lost. I'm in a good mood now. Don't come and get involved. If it is an ordinary situation, Wang Mang may really bite the bullet and bear it, but now it is not a matter of whether he recognizes or does not recognize this matter. If there is no explanation, even if the dean of the money can pass, the school that passes also absolutely not over. Especially here there are official people stationed, is definitely not allow the money dean to mess around. With this in mind, Wang Mang also took a step forward. If you don't give me an explanation today, no one can leave. No, when did Wang Mang become so brave? Din Qian was puzzled in the bottom of his heart, but he wasn't half as ambiguous under his hands. Patting the nascent soul pouch that was attached to his waist, he directly summoned out the ink jade mythical beast. The moment the tens of meters tall murky jade mythical beast appeared, it directly filled up the open space in front of the entrance to the secret realm, while an invisible pressure instantly enveloped everyone's hearts. Did you think that I wouldn't dare to clean you up just because there are official people around? Hurry up and get lost. Don't force me to slap you. Din Qian's attitude like this directly stunned everyone present. Cursing once is to protect the shortcomings, but cursing in a row. Just ask a question, this set up to fight, and why is it necessary? Especially present there are 3 Royal Beast Academy students, they can never know. Qian Din original so short-guarded. Din Qian naturally knew that he had gone a little too far with this, but he still did it. With his urbanity, from the moment Wang Mang said his first sentence, he actually had a guess in his heart. With Jiang Zhiyu coming out so late, the disappearance of all the students of the Magic City Martial Arts University, and combined with Wang Mang's attitude at this moment, all the signs pointed to one possibility. Although this possibility was not very likely, and even he felt that it was a bit outrageous, but even if it was the slightest hint, he had to snuff it out before Wang Mang made a move towards Jiang Zhiyu. That's why this scene happened at the moment. One had to ask, the other had to stop, and there was a big sign that they would directly make a move the next moment. And right at this moment, a voice rang out, directly causing both of them to pause for a moment. What do you guys want to do? Are you going to make a move here? The voice of the person who spoke was old, but it was full of vigor, and with just one sound, it allowed Din Qian and Wang Mang, who had originally appeared to be extremely violent, to converge. Not converge cannot The person in front of him, seniority is older than this Waterwood Dean, and the strength of the martial emperor level is far from being comparable to the people present. He had spent his entire life in the military, and his achievements were not even comparable to some emperor realm existences. At the same time, this person was also one of the founders of the Heavenly Dynasty's martial arts path, and all the people present, if they really wanted to pull it up, could be counted as his disciples and grandchildren. A Shuemu Dean, a dean of the Devil's Capital Martial University, all like this in front of the students. You guys are really living more and more back. The old man lightly grunted, and Wang Meng's aura immediately weakened by 3 points. Instead, it was Dean Qian who took the initiative to welcome him, reaching out and pointing at Wang Meng. Elder Liang, this is not my problem. It's this guy. When he saw my student come out, he was unforgiving and had to chase after him to ask where his student had gone. Tell me, where did his student go? Asking about my student? Elder Liang was silent, only turning his head to look at Wang Meng. Elder Liang, all the students who entered it have already come out. The only one I haven't seen is my Devil's Capital Martial Arts University, and it's this girl who came out last. I'm just asking, no problem, right? It's just that he stopped me from asking more. If this isn't a ghost in his heart, who would believe it? Dean Qian sniffed and was about to speak, but was stopped by Zhang Jiyu. She knew that Dean Qian was protecting her, but it was obvious that it was no longer appropriate for Dean Qian to step forward in this situation. After raising her hand towards Elder Liang and bowing, Zhang Jiyu looked towards Wang Meng. Since Dean Wang asked, then I'll be frank. I have indeed encountered students from the Mordor Martial University in this secret realm. Zhang Jiyu's words directly shocked everyone, especially Wang Meng. He had thought that Zhang Jiyu would deny it, and he had also thought that Zhang Jiyu would just play dead and keep quiet, but he had never thought that she actually dared to accept it. And should be down on behalf of this matter, and Zhang Jiyu has a relationship this time, even if the surname of money again want to stir up cannot insert words. Chen Dean heard is the face of an anxious, he some cannot figure out Zhang Jiyu usually quite transparent a person how the key moment on the stupid. Elder Liang. Dean Qian was about to open his mouth to defend Zhang Jiyu for a sentence or two, but he saw Elder Liang raise his hand, signaling Zhang Jiyu to continue. And it wasn't 1 or 2 that I met, but a whole 10. From the moment we met, these 10 students from the Mordor Martial Arts University rushed towards me, and I sensed something was wrong, which is why I hid in the secret realm for 2 days and didn't dare to come out until this moment. Dean Wang asked me a question. Then I will ask Dean Wang a question as well. What is the meaning of these 10 students from the Devil's Capital Martial University rushing towards me at the same time? When Zhang Jiyu said this, Wang Meng was instantly speechless. He naturally knew what these 10 people were rushing over at the same time for, while everyone else had naturally guessed it as well. Especially since Zhang Jiyu had just made a feud with the people from the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University before entering the secret realm. Opening his mouth, Wang Meng was tempted to say something like they were probably trying to ask for directions or something like that to bring the matter to light, but it was obvious that he wouldn't believe such words himself. And old man Qian snorted coldly when he heard this. Good, good. If it wasn't for this girl saying it, I wouldn't have known that you had such arrangements. I'm telling you, Wang Meng, this matter is not over. Seeing that Dean Qian was about to start again, Liang Lao shook his head helplessly, and after taking a step forward his divine sense spread out, directly penetrating into the entrance of the secret realm. Only 6 or 7 seconds later, Liang Lao withdrew his divine sense and his entire person looked much more depressed. Forcibly fighting against the rules of the world to conduct a prolonged search of the entire secret realm, even a martial emperor would have to be greatly affected. Elder Liang. Wang Meng opened his mouth to speak out, but he saw Elder Liang shaking his head. There are only a total of 7 corpses in the secret realm, and 3 of the corpses are fatal injuries caused by the attacks of the foreign beasts. As for the other 4, they were all instantaneous neck bone breaks. The person who did it was crisp and clean. His strength is far above the students. It wasn't done by this girl. This matter ends here. I don't care what you guys do when you go back. But right now, all get the hell out of here. Cough. Cough. Chapter 108. The first emperor touching the wire winning the hemp. This matter was doomed from the beginning to not have a result. It was a matter of no evidence, and pulling the wool over each other's eyes was nothing more than trying to dump the blame on the other side. For Wang Meng, if he could get Zhang Jiyu or even Shui Mu to take the blame for this, then he would naturally be able to instantly reduce a lot of pressure. But all of this was brought to a close when Elder Liang said that this matter ended here. The meaning behind these words was to hit each person with 50 large plates and go back to sweeping the snow in front of each door. With Liang Lao's strength and status, when he said this, no one would dare to say anything disobedient. However, there was one thing that made Wang Meng extremely puzzled. He was almost certain that his student's death was related to Jiang Jiyu, but Liang said that his student's neck was broken instantly. These 2 points were obviously in conflict, and as for the final outcome, he was afraid that he could only wait for the official people to bring out the bodies of the students. At that time, he will ask the professional corpse collector to conduct an autopsy. No matter which result, he also has an explanation. So Wang Meng stayed behind to see the corpses no matter what, while Ding Qian took a group of Shuemu students on their way back. This trip, ignoring the fact that Jiang Jiyu came out a bit late, overall it was still extremely smooth. The key was that the harvest was tremendous. The total value of the spirit medicines collected by all the students added up to over $800 million. The amount of high-grade pills alone was enough to make this trip a huge profit. Although 10% of it had to be taken out and given to the students, this was what they deserved, and Ding Qian wasn't so inclined to have any crooked thoughts about this amount of money. Of course, none of this mattered. What mattered was that he had gotten what he needed. 10 soul refining grasses. Among them were the 5 plants brought by Jiang Jiyu and the 3 of them, as well as the 5 plants collected by the other 2 teams combined. With these soul refining grasses, he would be able to start the bloodline promotion for the Ink Jade mythical beast. God knows how much Ding Qian, who had been stuck at this step for decades, longed for this moment. After thinking about it, Jiang Jiyu took out the 3 soul refining grasses that he had obtained from Duan Hongtao and the others as well. These 3 soul refining grasses, I think they can help teacher increase his possibilities by 1 more point. No one was around at the moment, and there were only Jiang Jiyu and Ding Qian in the entire carriage. And Ding Qian seemed to have guessed something when he saw these 3 soul refining grasses, and without the slightest hint of politeness after glancing at Jiang Jiyu, he directly accepted them. 10 soul refining grasses are already enough to refine the Yuan complement pill and raise the bloodline of the Ink Jade mythical beast by 1 level. Throwing in 3 more plants won't produce a fundamental effect, but I can incidentally help you refine these 3 soul refining grasses as well. When the time comes to make a pill, the medicinal effect won't be able to help a Beast King level foreign beast raise its bloodline, but it can help that white-scaled snake of yours. Jiang Jiyu pursed her lips at this. These 3 soul refining grasses were actually the bait she had thrown out. Ding Qian had protected her before. She always had to return the favor, and these 3 soul refining grasses were the perfect gift. And by the way, she was also testing Ding Qian's attitude. If Ding Qian accepts it, then in the future Wang Meng again targeting things, she can also have a clear conscience and let Ding Qian to block each other. Moreover, with Ding Qian's sophistication, he should have guessed that something must have happened in the secret realm. She can certainly leave the 100 million of spiritual medicine, but how to change into money is a big problem. 100 million, with a little bit of care, with Ding Qian's energy, it wouldn't be hard to find out. So instead of saying that these 3 soul refining grasses were to thank Ding Qian for his previous maintenance, it would be better to say that they were hush money. It's just that Jiang Jiyu really didn't expect that Ding Qian would refuse so dryly, and even turn around and ask to help her refine the pills. Jiang Jiyu didn't say anything, and Ding Qian didn't mean to make a sound. The carriage instantly quieted down, with only the sound of a tiny wind brought up by the rapid traveling. After more than 10 seconds, Jiang Jiyu took a deep breath before speaking. Teacher, actually, in my storage ring, there are quite a few spirit medicines. Together with these 3 soul refining grasses, the total value is around 100 million. As for the source, Jiang Jiyu was about to explain the origin of these spirit medicines, but he was interrupted by Ding Qian. Everyone has their own chance. You don't need to confess everything to me. The part of the spirit medicine you collected in the secret realm, I have already received it here. As for the remaining, Ding Qian paused before asking, you didn't pick them yourself, did you? Hand-picked? What does this have to do with hand-picking? After thinking about it, Jiang Jiyu shook his head. The elixir was picked by Duan Hongtao and the others, while the storage ring was picked by Silly Pillar, and technically, she had only received a storage ring filled with elixir from Silly Pillar. Since you didn't pick it with your own hands, it's a chance that belongs to you from your fight. Just keep it at ease. As for the rest, don't think much about it. Even if you don't have a channel, I can help you contact to sell these elixirs out. This matter could still be resolved like this. Bai Changsheng in the nascent soul pouch was dumbfounded. If Principal Shui Mu heard this, I'm afraid he'd even have to break things off with him, right? But this was good. Ding Qian definitely wouldn't be aimless, and when he said that these elixirs Jiang Ji you could keep, it was obvious that there was nothing wrong with them. In this way, this 100 million harvest of spirit medicine, plus before and Exine Frost 2 people together to collect earned, Jiang Jiyu this trip harvest will directly reach 120 million like. In addition, there were also 2 Martial Marquis level secret silver guards of unknown value. This was the top priority, and its value was far from being comparable to this 100 million or so. The word bountiful was already somewhat unable to match Jiang Jiyu's harvest. This is purely. The first emperor touches the wire win hemp. Jiang Jiyu politely declined Din Qian's intention to help again, and Din Qian didn't say anything else. However, when Jiang Jiyu intended to turn around and leave, she called out to her again. Jiyu, I know that you have a mature mind and are quite meticulous, but there are still some things that teacher wants to say to you. Teacher doesn't know what you've been through before, and why you're so wary and defensive. But in the future with teacher, you don't need to be on guard everywhere. Jiang Jiyu was slightly stunned at her words. It was obvious that Din Qian had already seen through those thoughts she had before. However, Jiang Jiyu didn't say anything in her defense. She just bowed deeply towards Din Qian before turning around and leaving. The train arrived at the station and everyone returned to the school. For this trip, although the school didn't explicitly forbid it, everyone chose to remain silent. After all, they still understood the reasoning of making a fortune by stifling their voices. And the proceeds from collecting those spirit medicines also arrived the day after they returned. Throwing out the proceeds from the beast materials, it totaled 16,650,000, which was a bit more than what Bai Chongqing had thought. Obviously, Exine Shuang and Zhang Xing really didn't want the proceeds from those 5 soul refining grasses, and that part all went to Jiang Jiyu. What a good person. It's just a shame that his talent is a bit poor. Bai Chongqing sighed as he chewed on the tiger's blood pill in his mouth, frantically seizing qi and blood values and evolution points. And after having the money, Bai Chongqing's resources were uninterrupted, 1 tiger blood pill a day, and occasionally going to his good big brother's place for 2 days to play the autumn breeze, and his stock of evolution points jumped by a large amount every day. Just waiting for the moment to reach 1,000 will be digestive enhancement to another level. Chapter 109 Grade 8 Digestive Enhancement, Yuan Replenishing Pill. For 3 days in a row, although Bai Chongqing's qi and blood values were still thundering around 100 points a day, his evolution points were soaring at an extremely exaggerated rate. Even if the price paid for this was that nearly 2/3 of the tiger blood pill's effects were wasted, Bai Chongqing didn't feel any heartache. Today's waste was for a better tomorrow. No, the system beep came. Congratulations to the host for devouring the tiger's blood pill, gaining a qi and blood value of 274, and obtaining 241 evolution points. Seeing that the evolution points stepped over 1,000 points, Bai Chongqing didn't hesitate for a second and decisively chose the digestive enhancement upgrade. 1,000 evolution points deducted, evolution tree branch digestive enhancement level increased, digestive enhancement current level LV8. Evolution points required to continue upgrading, 3,000, blood value, 100,000. Digestive enhancement LV8 deeply develops your digestive ability, and at the same time can store a certain amount of qi and blood. Current holding limit, 1,000, 100,000 qi and blood. Current capacity limit, 1,000, 5,000. As a series of system beeps fell, Bai Chongqing only felt that his stomach was vaguely wrapped in a sense of coolness, and the faint bulging sensation he had originally felt after swallowing the tiger's blood pill disappeared. Is this the 8th level of digestive enhancement? It's really outrageous. Although he still didn't know how much qi and blood he could digest and absorb per day with the level 8 digestion enhancement, the 5,000 qi and blood holding limit alone was enough to allow Bai Chongqing to eat openly without worrying about being propped up by anything with too much qi and blood. The only problem was that, just like at level 7, there was also a qi and blood level limit for level 8's digestive enhancement. The 100,000 points of qi and blood requirement meant that if he wanted to raise the level of the digestive enhancement again, he would have to raise his own strength to the Lord level. No, he had to find a good big brother to scavenge for some snacks. And just in time, Jiang Jiyu, who was in a state of cultivation, received a message from Din Qian. The Yuan replenishing pill has been refined, so bring little white over. Half an hour later, Jiang Jiyu knocked on Din Qian's office door. Pushing the door in, he saw Din Qian sitting in front of his desk, lost in thought, and in front of him there were a large and a small golden pill, both in brocade boxes, and just by looking at the appearance, he knew that they were not ordinary items. Teacher. Jiang Jiyu opened his mouth and softly called out. Only then did Din Qian turn his head to look at Jiang Jiyu. Coming? It was so hard to get this thing. And for a moment I actually got a little emotional and wandered off. A matter that had been on his mind for decades suddenly became so smooth. It was no wonder Din Qian was lost in thought. This is for Little White. Din Qian pushed the golden elixir, which was significantly smaller, towards Jiang Jiu. Just swallow it directly in the cultivation room. If there are any problems, I can always intervene. Elder Qian's office was specially equipped with a cultivation room, only that he rarely used it. The size of the ink jade mythical beast simply couldn't be unfolded in this office building, and once it came out, he was afraid that the entire building would have to collapse, and to him, the Qi and blood martial path was just an aid. There was no need to cultivate it all the time. It should not be said, to the Dean level of existence equipped with the cultivation room is luxurious. Not only was the grade of the alloy used for casting higher than that of a grade A cultivation room, but even the effect of spirit gathering was vaguely beyond that. Bai Chongqing was summoned out by Jiang Jiu, and his massive size instantly occupied nearly 1/3 of the cultivation room. Nodding towards Din Qian, Bai Chongqing opened his mouth to greet him, and Din Qian looked at Bai Chongqing smilingly. Little fellow, this yuan replenishing pill is not easy to get. Let me see just how far your potential can go. Bai Chongqing naturally knew the hard-won nature of the yuan repair pill, and his heart couldn't help but be filled with anticipation for it. After swallowing the dragon's blood chalcedony earlier, his dragon's blood level had reached the 3rd level, and if he wanted to raise his dragon's blood by another level, he would need a full 10,000 evolution points. Such an exaggerated amount, if nothing else, Bai Chongqing would probably have to wait until his qi and blood values were close to touching the threshold of lords before he could barely save enough. However, it was obvious that this amount of evolution points would have to be spent. Other than that, just the 4 words Beast King potential, Bai Chongqing had to get enough of these 10,000 evolution points. It must be known that his good big brother, the Ink Jade Mythical Beast, was only a level 4 dragon blood right now. Now that Din Qian had paved the way for him, and that weakened version of the Yuan replenishment Dan was in Jiang Jiu's hands, it would be false for Bai Chongqing to say that he wasn't moved. To be honest, he was also quite looking forward to the effects of the 4th level dragon blood. When the concentration of dragon blood reaches the 4th level, the dragon image will become more pronounced. At the same time, it will also awaken natural aptitudes based on its own attributes. Din Qian opened his mouth, looking at Bai Chongqing with a slight bit of anticipation. I also don't know what talent aptitude this little guy will awaken. Was there such a windfall as a talent avatar? Bai Chongqing's heart also stirred when he heard this, remembering that Principal Shui Mu had mentioned this once before. Alright, feed the yuan replenishing pill to Little White. Jiang Jiu heard this and no longer hesitated. His right hand pinched up the quail egg-sized complimentary yuan dan and placed it into Bai Chongqing's mouth, and the system beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for devouring the yuan replenishing pill, gaining 514 qi and blood values, and 1147 evolution points. The yuan replenishing dan instantly melted in his mouth, transforming into a scalding hot stream that even carried a burning, fishy odor. The soul refining grass both refined the soul and scorched the blood, and with the yuan replenishing pill that used it as a raw material, this would become more and more obvious when there were other spirit medicines to fully stimulate its medicinal effects. And after this burning sensation entered Bai Chongqing's abdomen, it began to intensify and began to spread towards his entire body. Along with that, Bai Chongqing's originally slightly cool blood seemed to be boiling at this moment, and the white snake scales were inexplicably flushed with a bright red color at this moment. Every breath was as if it had tugged at a bellows, hoarse and low. Teacher, this situation with Little White, is it okay? Jiang Jiu's knowledge of imperial beasts was really lacking. This was probably her only shortcoming. However, it was good that there was an existence next to her that had been immersed in this path for decades. So Jiang Jiu naturally didn't begrudge the inquiry. The yuan replenishment pill is originally a heaven-defying item, forcing the bloodline of a foreign beast to be elevated. How can it be that easy? The flesh, the soul, will all be scorched from the inside out once more, fading away the impurities. Just wait. This will last for at least 2 hours. And as Din Qian's words fell, Bai Chongqing only felt that this fiery sensation had risen another level, and this time, it actually gave him the feeling that his soul had been placed in the fire and scorched. Grass. These 2 words were completely spoken by Bai Chongqing through clenched teeth. This feeling was different from normal pain. It clearly didn't hurt very much, but that extreme heat made his consciousness start to become distorted. It was like an iron wire that was madly being twisted and bent and then broken straight, and could break at any time. And if he was able to persevere, Bai Chongqing's soul and physical body strength would both be boosted to a great extent. Chapter 110 Grade 4 Dragon's Blood. New Branch. Heavenly Fire. Half an hour. An hour. An hour and a half. Bai Chongqing didn't even dare to think about how in the world he had survived these more than an hour. The sound of tearing his heart and lungs from beginning to end never stopped. There was no other reason. It was really that this feeling like a burning fire was just too torturous. If it is a real fire is fine, the big deal is to bake for a while will be cooked. But at the moment, what burned him was not a real flame. It was like going into a frying pan, wading through lava, and coming back in one piece. Bai Chongqing had to hold on to his spirit, not letting himself pass out, so that the effects of the Yuan complement pill wouldn't be fully realized. With such a commotion, even the ink and jade mythical beast that had been staying in Dean Qian's nascent soul pouch had manifested its human form and came out from inside. Looking at his younger brother who was struggling and writhing madly, the ink jade mythical beast couldn't help but have a few more moments of worry in his eyes. However, looking at Jiang Jiu and Dean Qian who didn't say anything, it could only force itself to hold back and didn't go out to pacify Bai Chongqing. Of course, even if it said something, Bai Chongqing was in a state where he couldn't hear it at all. At this moment, he only felt as if his brain was about to crack open, and the two dragon horns at the top of his head, which were originally just a rough mold, seemed to be stimulated by something at this moment and were growing wildly. Even above the spine, it was also crispy, as if it was being stung by countless ants. While this sight fell in the eyes of Dean Qian and Jiang Jiu, it had a different meaning. The dragon horns are showing up, the dragon tendons are forming. The entire bloodline promotion has been completed 7 out of 10. As long as nothing goes wrong at the final hurdle, then the bloodline promotion will be a success. If he is able to possess 4th level dragon blood, this little guy's physical body, soul, and spiritual power will all take a qualitative leap. If he is able to comprehend another offensive type talent aptitude, I'm afraid that this little guy's future achievements won't be below my ink jade mythical beast. Jiang Jiu pursed her lips, a mixture of surprise and worry in her eyes. Her and Bai Chongqing's souls were intertwined, and vaguely, she was able to feel what kind of pain Bai Chongqing was enduring at the moment. However, Jiang Jiu was clear enough to know that there were some things that had to be endured if one wanted to grow. So even though her heart was worried, Jiang Jiu didn't have any intention of interrupting the bloodline promotion. In this state, it continued for nearly half an hour more, and up until this point, everyone had gotten used to Bai Chongqing's wailing, and the pain on Bai Chongqing's body was constantly decaying. Until the system beep sounded, the sensation was like a tidal wave that receded rapidly. Congratulations to the host, Dragon Blood level up, current level LV4. Evolution points required for next upgrade, 30,000. Dragon Blood LV4. You have officially embarked on the road to becoming a dragon, possessing the bloodline of a dragon, and your future achievements are bound to be extraordinary. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the hidden dragon blood. Congratulations to the host. You have unlocked the hidden evolution tree. Heavenly Flame. Heavenly Flame. Gain the ability to drive flames. The strength of the attack increases with the host's mental strength and the level of the evolution tree. Required evolution points for the next upgrade of Heavenly Flame. 1,000. Congratulations to the host. The race has changed. Current race. White Scale Dragon. Congratulations to the host. The race has changed. Current race. White Scale Dragon. Listening to the system beeps, Bai Chongqing had a feeling of bitterness and sweetness. With such a huge boost, one could only say that these 2 hours of suffering hadn't been in vain. The dragon blood level had increased. Another new evolution tree had been unlocked, and even the race, which had remained unchanged, had a new name. Although it still sounded strange, it was always quite a bit better than white-scaled snake. In addition to these direct system-prompted boosts, Bai Chongqing was able to clearly feel that both his body strength and soul strength had increased by at least 50% after the completion of the dragon's blood effect. Even though the chi and blood values hadn't changed much, for the same chi and blood values, he could burst out with stronger attacks. There was also the enhancement of the soul, which was even more direct, as Bai Chongqing's spiritual power also once again saw a surge because of the increase in soul strength. At this moment, although his spiritual strength wasn't as exaggerated as Jiang Jiu's, he had already touched the threshold of the Lord level. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before his spiritual power could be promoted on its own. A more intuitive manifestation of this was that Bai Chongqing was now able to easily strike around 10 thunderbolts without having to worry about his own spiritual energy drying up. Cool! Bai Chongqing couldn't help but shout out. And with this cry out, the two people in the cultivation room plus the ink jade mythical beast knew that Bai Chongqing's bloodline promotion was over. Little Bai, how do you feel? Jiang Jiu opened her mouth and spoke out, meeting Bai Chongqing's gaze. Although she could tell from Bai Chongqing's appearance at the moment that the bloodline promotion was bound to be successful, she still had to listen to Bai Chongqing himself speak out. The bloodline promotion has been successful, and the strength of the physical body and soul have increased quite a bit. As for the innate aptitude, Bai Chongqing simply moved his mind, and a golden red flame abruptly arose around him. The flame appeared out of thin air, and the moment it appeared, it caused the temperature in the entire cultivation room to rise abruptly. With such a picture, both Jiang Jiu and Ding Qian already knew what talent aptitude he had awakened. Although it is not an extremely rare special aptitude, but among the 5 elements, gold and fire are the most prevalent, especially the temperature of the flame. How to look at it does not look like the appearance of an ordinary mortal fire. Ding Qian even lit up before his eyes, and then he beckoned towards Bai Chongqing. Come, attack this fireball towards me. Hearing Ding Qian's words, Bai Chongqing instantly understood that he wanted to try the strength of this flame. Thus, he didn't refuse, and after just saying you be careful, the spiritual energy invested in it suddenly increased, and the fireball, which was originally just the size of a fist at this moment, was soaring several times in size, turning into what seemed to be the size of a soccer ball. Incidentally, Bai Chongqing didn't skimp on the 1,000 or so evolution points he had just gained from swallowing the Yuan complementary pill, and directly upgraded the heavenly flame to the first level. 1,000 evolution points deducted. Evolution Tree Branch Skyfire leveled up to LV2. Evolution points required for Skyfire's next upgrade, 3,000. As the system tone fell, the exaggerated size of the fireball, which was already like a soccer ball, rose again, and this time it wasn't much smaller than a basketball. The temperature in the entire training room instantly soared by more than 10 degrees, and the alloy floor that was close by was already hot. Seeing Bai Chongqing's complete lack of intention to keep his hands off the fireball, and even continuing to increase the fireball's power, Ding Qian's eyelids suddenly jumped. When he said he wanted to try, he wasn't trying this current ball. He was the dean of the Imperial Beast Academy, and Qi and blood martial arts was only a minor. This little brat is really planning to make a fool out of him, right? However, although he was cursing in the bottom of his heart, on his face, Ding Qian's smile was becoming more and more obvious. Bigger is good, the bigger the fireball, the greater the enhancement and higher the potential of Bai Chongqing. Following this progress for another month, he would really be able to say those things he had been wanting to say to those 2 old things. Of course, Bai Chongqing couldn't really smash this fireball at Ding Qian. After thinking about it, Bai Chongqing turned his head to look at his good big brother. The ink jade mythical beast with a chi value towards 1,000,000 naturally couldn't possibly put this fireball in his eyes. Seeing Bai Chongqing look towards himself, he even waved his paw towards him, in a manner of despite coming over. As for Bai Chongqing, he wasn't half polite either, and after the fireball had reached its peak of accumulation, he blasted out blatantly. Chapter 111. He enjoys the blessings, but I eat the bitterness. The speed of the fireball was extremely fast, so fast that Bai Chongqing was aiming to catch the Moyu mythical beast off guard. Adding to the fact that it was released from a close distance, almost in the blink of an eye, the fireball had already arrived in front of the ink and jade mythical beast. If it were any other 3rd-grade martial artist or low-level martial general, I'm afraid that they would really suffer a big loss under this fireball and even die. However, when this fireball smashed into the mythical beast, the end was already predetermined. Only to see that the mythical beast lifted its claws without any panic, and then just grabbed the fireball in its palm in a watery manner. Bai Chongqing's mind moved slightly, and he was about to detonate the fireball. But then he saw that the MOU mythical beast had made the first move, and with just a slight force from its huge claws, the fireball completely crumbled like a water bubble. Although sparks were splattered everywhere, it had already lost its original power. Bai Chongqing was well aware that there was a huge gap between him and the MOU mythical beast, but when he saw that the MOU mythical beast had so easily received a fireball he had struck with all his might, the shock in his heart for a moment simply couldn't be described in words. Was this the strength of a beast king? It was really outrageous to the heavens. And after the ink jade mythical beast crushed the fireball, it was slanting its huge lion head and blew out a breath, blowing out all the flames involved in its palm. Hey! Boss! Will always be. Boss! Stuttering words with this own for unruly look, it is hard to imagine that this guy is a beast king. And on the side of the money dean will be everything in the eyes, the corner of the mouth involuntarily twitching a little. On the contrary, Bai Chongqing was still extremely cooperative with the ink jade mythical beast. His eyes filled with awe, and he spoke decisively. Wow, is this the beast king? The attack that I struck with all my might was actually just a light grip. I'm afraid that the beast god himself is nothing more than that, right? Hearing Bai Changxing's words, the ink and jade mythical beast even angled its chin in an extremely cooperative manner. Aang. Also broad too. You two know a hammer beast god, really want the beast god in person, not to mention Bai Changxing, is the ink jade mythical beast are a slap in the face. The corners of Din Qian's mouth twitched again, and even Jiang Jiu looked at the picture of the exchange between the ink and jade mythical beast and Bai Changxing, and brought a few unspeakable meanings in his eyes. Of course, you are not bad either. Just now that claw. I used 10% of my strength yet. 10% of your strength? Hearing the words of the ink and jade mythical beast, Din Qian, who had originally planned to pack it up properly, was instantly stunned. To be able to make a beast king say this, it was evident just how ruthless the force of the attack Bai Changxing had just fired was. Of course, from the fireball's power, they could also feel a few percent, but they didn't meet it head-on, so it wasn't as real as what the mythical beast felt. In terms of attacking power, I'm afraid that many low-level generals are not as good as Bai Changxing, but he has just been promoted to low-level beast general. If he was allowed to familiarize himself with his natural aptitude, and his blood rose further, wouldn't that mean he would be invincible at the same level? Din Qian seemed to really see the image of himself madly punching those two old things in the face, and with joy in his heart, he no longer dwelled on the juggling maneuvers of the ink and jade mythical beast and Bai Changxing just now. After the bloodline promotion, it's extremely exhausting for physical strength. I've already prepared a tiger blood pill for Xiao Bai. Just take it and feed it to him. The next step is also just to keep familiarizing yourself with the innate divine ability while steadily raising your qi and blood. If possible, it would be best to sharpen your control over the talent divine ability in the midst of actual battles. Din Qian opened his mouth and spoke out, instead reminding Bai Changxing. Speaking of which, he hadn't properly studied thunder since acquiring it, and now that there was another heavenly flame, he really needed a lot of actual battles to increase his understanding of these two top-tier branches of the evolutionary tree. Elemental attacks, there was definitely more than one form. Even Bai Changxing had a vague feeling that these two equally top-tier talents might have the possibility of coordinating their attacks with each other. Since Little White's bloodline has already been promoted, it's time for me to go promote this guy's bloodline as well. Jiyu, just bring the door with you when you leave. No need to lock it. After witnessing Bai Changxing's metamorphosis with his own eyes, Din Qian could no longer hold back his inner thoughts. There was no such thing as doing everything properly, so it was better to be dry and decisive. After saying that, Din Qian was about to put the mythical animal into his nascent soul pouch, and Jiang Jiu also bowed his hand towards Din Qian to say thank you and bid farewell. Just didn't expect that at this time, the ink and jade mythical beast was reluctant. Little brother. Ow. Idan. T. A sentence ows to Bai Changxing almost whole broken defense. On that soul and flesh at the same time was scorching pain. Change who came all have to ow, even if the feeling has faded at the moment, Bai Changxing still palpitating. Behave. This is good stuff. Eating it will do you good. Din Qian also knew that Bai Changxing's appearance just now was just a little too miserable, and could only patiently explain. However, the next sentence of the ink and jade mythical beast made Din Qian break his defenses. Good things are given to my little brother. He will enjoy the blessings, and I will eat the bitterness. When these words came out, Bai Changxing instantly widened his eyes. Not brother, I didn't teach you these ow, don't spit blood. Bai Changxing had the heart to defend a sentence, but looking at Din Qian's face had changed. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly drilled into the nascent soul pouch on Jiang Jiu's waist. And Jiang Jiu also hurriedly arched her hand. Then without looking back, she left the door of the cultivation room. God knows that she had left Bai Changxing at Din Qian's side. What exactly had this guy taught the ink and jade mythical beast? And from the looks of it, probably in the short term, Din Qian wouldn't let the MOU mythical beast come into contact with Bai Changxing anymore. I don't know why, but inexplicably, Jiang Jiu had the feeling that his own Bai Changxing had brought down a child after a single trip. Shaking his head, he shook out all these messy things in his head. Because of a Yuan compliment Dan, Bai Changxing's strength had grown rapidly. Seeing that his qi and blood and attack power had already surpassed hers, Jiang Jiu was afraid that if she didn't hurry up and cultivate, she would really be left far behind by Bai Changxing. In the end, the ink jade mythical beast couldn't escape Din Qian's sanction either. The Yuan replenishing pill had to be eaten, and as this matter was related to whether or not the mythical beast could be promoted to Beast Emperor, It wasn't something he could just say he didn't want to eat it and get away with it. However, in order to prevent it from being like Bai Changsheng, rolling all over the ground and rampaging after swallowing the yuan replenishing pill, Din Qian still brought it to the principal. He couldn't forcefully suppress the frenzied Moyu mythical beast, but the principal could. However, with the principal suppressing it, although it didn't make the ink and jade mythical beast go crazy and lose control, the sound was inevitably spread throughout the entire Waterwood campus. Worthy of being a beast king, that hissing sound, even Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng who stayed in the cultivation room could hear it clearly. Moreover, it took even longer than Bai Changsheng for the Moyu mythical beast's bloodline to be promoted. A full 4 hours. God knows how in the world the ink and jade mythical beast had survived these 4 hours. Bai Changsheng called it hearing in the ears, pain in the heart. Chapter 112 Eat me a plan hair coaxing. As Jiang Jiyu expected, after that for 7 or 8 days, Din Qian did not want to see Bai Changsheng. Even sometimes he wants to see Jiang Jiyu, are specially instructed not to bring Bai Changsheng that little calf. From this, it could be seen just how much Bai Changsheng had broken Din Qian's defenses. Especially when he corrected the mistake of the mythical beast, he said all the right things, but the mythical beast didn't listen to a word of it, and treated it as if it was Din Qian's test of brotherly love between him and Bai Changsheng. Undoubtedly, this made Din Qian break his defenses even more. He was a good mythical animal. How did he become like this after spending some time with Bai Changsheng? However, these temporarily have nothing to do with Bai Changsheng, although Lao Deng is now a bit opinionated about him, but this is not all temporary. When his anger subsided, he himself would still be able to rub some snacks from his good big brother. Anyway, now that he had no worries about food and drink, there was no need to give the little old man a hard time. After his hands became abundant, Jiang Jiyu did not lack Bai Changsheng's resources anymore. Tens of thousands of tiger blood. Dan bought 30 at once. Even if it was just 1 per day, it was enough for him to eat for a month. Moreover, there were also bear blood pills and other additions every day, and both the chi and blood values and evolution points were growing at a rapid rate. It was worth mentioning that after the digestive enhancement had risen to the 8th level, the amount of chi and blood that could be digested every day had directly soared from 100 to 202. If one were to calculate according to this efficiency, the 100,000 chi and blood values of the Lord's threshold would only take 400 days to reach. Compared to the 7th level digestive enhancement, the time had been directly shortened by more than half. It was just that Bai Changsheng had a feeling that the level 8 digestion enhancement was originally only supposed to allow him to digest around 180 points of chi and blood per day, and these extra 40 points should be due to the fact that after the dragon blood had enhanced his physique, his own original digestive ability had been strengthened to a certain extent. At least he was now a beast general level Fey beast or a 4th level dragon blood. It was reasonable to eat more blood and flesh every day, right? On top of that, Bai Changsheng would also drag Silly Pillar to spar every day. Fighting with Jiang Jiyu would delay her cultivation, and if she made a mistake, she would easily injure the other party, and even if that injury wasn't fatal, it was always unnecessary. And it just so happened that Silly Pillar was an excellent target for practicing. Not only was he strong enough, but also because of his body's construction, it made him not afraid of anything about getting hurt or not getting hurt at all, and anyway, if he got hurt, he only needed enough energy to recover. However, one obvious downside to practicing against the Silly Pillar was that this guy didn't know what it meant to collect his strength, or rather he collected his strength, but even so, it still made Bai Changsheng suffer. Originally, Bai Changsheng thought that with his current strength, not to say that he had crossed over, but at least he was an invincible existence at the same level. But when he was really nose to nose day after day, Bai Changsheng realized that he was still a bit of a sitting duck. Jiang Jiyu took it all in, but had no intention of reminding Bai Changsheng at all. Having such frequent combat training with a secret silver guard that was specifically born for combat would be extremely beneficial to Bai Changsheng's real-world combat experience, dragon blood adaptation, and talent honing. After all, such a suitable combat object wasn't something that everyone had. And the result of this was that Bai Changsheng's overall battle power soared dramatically. Eat my old man's plan to send Yaz coaxing. A ball of fire in the white Changsheng side of the condensation, not yet formed before being thrown out, but in flight constantly absorbing the fire element free in the surroundings to replenish themselves, in close to the silly column when 3 meters to reach the limit, and then by the white Changsheng direct detonation. Terrifying flames instantly 4 or 5 meters around the range of everything engulfed. The extreme temperature has a kind of with burn everything meaning. However, a silver-colored figure rushed out from the flames and raised his fist towards Bai Changsheng's head and slammed it. There was no obvious fluctuation of chi and blood, but it contained an exaggerated strength. Seeing this, Bai Changsheng's vertical pupils shrunk, and his tail was blatantly drawn out. Like a whip lashing, it also brought out an air-breaking sound on the way out. Only when the tail was about to touch the silly column, he saw the silly column's figure suddenly disappear in place, and the next moment, a voice rang out from above by Chongqing's head. Above you! If it was in the beginning, facing this kind of situation, Bai Chongqing would definitely panic at the bottom of his heart and then receive a heavy punch. However, at this moment, Bai Chongqing was slightly raising the corners of his mouth, and the purple scales above his forehead instantly shone brightly. Boom! Thunder and the fist collided together fiercely, bringing out a trail of electric sparks, but never letting the foolish pillar's attack get a step closer. At the same time, 3 more balls of fire condensed and molded behind Bai Chongqing. Although the condensation speed of the fireballs had slowed down a lot compared to before, anyone could see that once the fireballs were successfully condensed, it was the time for Bai Chongqing to end the competition. Foolish column naturally also clear this point, force one to draw out, but found that his right arm seems to be this blue-white thunder to suck the general. In the air nowhere to borrow strength, he simply cannot pull out the arm. But let Bai Chongqing how did not expect a scene appeared. Stupid column raised his left hand, then as a hand knife directly cut to his right arm. Without any sound of metal clashing or bringing out any sparks, silly pillar's right arm was just sliced off in a watery manner before it was instantly devoured by the thunder. Realizing that something was wrong, Bai Chongqing didn't dare to wait until the fireballs were completely condensed. His mind moved slightly, 3 balls of fireballs flew out in a hurry, swept towards the foolish pillar that landed on the ground, while the thunder also seemed to transform into a sword of light as Bai Chongqing's head turned, chasing towards the foolish pillar. Boom! 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 A series of 3 sounds of exploding fireballs rang out. In the next moment, Bai Chongqing only felt his body suddenly tighten, as if it was being hooped by something, and with a violent force, Bai Chongqing only felt that his internal organs were going to be squeezed out by this. The body flipped over and simply entwined itself in the same way. Comparing entanglement with snakes? Once entangled, so what if you're a secret silver guard? I'll squeeze you just the same. But the fact is, can't squeeze, really can't squeeze, this damn secret silver guard is also too hard point. Silly column, even if the convergence of power, but the body strength is here, not to mention Bai Chongqing, I'm afraid that even if the Marquis of Martial Arts came, are not necessarily able to directly the silly column's body to burst. No, aren't you purely cheating? What kind of person breaks an arm of their own in the middle of a fight? Also, if your body wasn't made of secret silver, the one who just begged for mercy first would definitely be you. Silly Pillar didn't say anything, but just hemmed and hawed, then retrieved his broken arm and placed it at the place where his shoulder was broken, and after more than 10 seconds it was restored to its original state. Utilizing all of one's strengths and characteristics to kill the enemy in front of one's eyes, regardless of the circumstances, is originally the rules of life and death combat. What Silly Pillar did was quite reasonable, and you didn't fully utilize your advantages. In the case of having the 2 attacks of Thunder and Heavenly Flame, fighting while retreating and not giving the enemy a chance to get close to you is what you should have done the most. But to be able to achieve this level, you're already pretty good. Gentle, who was writing something in the distance, opened his mouth and pointed out Bai Chongqing's shortcomings. After speaking, he picked up the piece of A4 paper and lightly dusted it. Chapter 113 and Ling-san. Ji Yu. I've already written out the Dan formula you asked for. There are a total of 7. See if there are any that you can use. Coming out of the nascent soul pouch, Gentle's hands held a small stack of A4 paper, which Bai Chongqing wasn't half interested in. These 7 Dan formulas Gentle wrote and changed to get 7 days, during which time he was also curious to see, but unfortunately Gentle wrote those words that Bai Chongqing couldn't understand. But Jiang Jiu was clearly able to read them. Ternary Creation Dan, the main ingredients of the Undying Cedar, Golden Phoenix Feather, and Chui Fruit, need to be refined with the 7-stripe Void Flame, momentarily burning and refining for 77 and 49 days. And Ling-san, Gold Stripe Qi Transformation Pill. Jiang Jiu looked at these Dan formulas one by one, but there was an indescribable look on her face. The words she recognized, but when combined together, she was somewhat unrecognizable. Although she recognized quite a few of the spirit medicines on them, this was not half as useful. She hadn't studied much about elixirs, and the ones she did recognize were basically the more common ones and the ones she herself would use, but as for alchemy, she was even more clueless. Alchemists belonged to a branch of magicians, and at the same time were related to the College of Liberal Arts Studies, but it was obvious that Jiang Jiu had no interest in either of these 2 paths. So after just a quick glance, he folded the thing. Seeing this, When Ro thought that Jiang Zhiyu was unable to look at these Dan formulas, and blamed herself with a look on her face. There are many elixirs that master can refine, but I'm too stupid, plus it's been a long time, so I only remembered these 7 elixir formulas. Jiang Zhiyu inclined his head to look at Wenro before lightly shaking his head. To be able to remember 7 Dan formulas is already very good. It's just that I know too little about the alchemy path, whether these 7 Dan formulas are correct, as well as whether the herbs on them can be found, or even the specific refining I don't understand. This matter can only be researched by someone who specializes in it. Seeing that Jiang Zhiyu had no intention of blaming her, Gentle nodded lightly before returning to the nascent soul pouch. Silence once again returned to the cultivation room, but Jiang Zhiyu was no longer in the mood to cultivate. Reopening those 7 Dan formulas, her eyes slightly sunken, not knowing what she was thinking. Although she didn't know how to refine pills, she still had a basic understanding of pills. Coupled with the fact that she was in a high position in her previous life, she was very clear about what these 7 pills represented. The 7 pill formulas, where there was one that could be mass-produced and was needed in large quantities, it was an inexhaustible wealth. Although she hadn't heard of any of these 7 pills in her previous life, she would have to have a professional look at them to know if they were valuable or not. With a slight movement in her mind, Jiang Zhiyu simply got up. Cultivation was not urgent anyway, so it would be better to finalize the matter of this Dan formula first. After coming out of the Grade A cultivation room with the formula, Jiang Zhiyu headed straight for the Haoqi building. Currently, among the people she knew, the only ones who knew anything about pills were probably Dean Li and Dean Qian. And compared to Dean Li, Dean Qian had another huge advantage, and that was his status as a business bigwig. It wasn't difficult for pills to be refined, the difficulty lay in how to refine them in large quantities. Like the daily consumption of the largest qi and blood pills, Jiang Zhiyu alone now consumes 1 to 2 pills per day. Not to mention that the entire Celestial Dynasty now counts the number of martial artists in the tens of millions. Although not every martial artist was able to swallow qi and blood pills every day without fear like Jiang Zhiyu, under an exaggerated base, the entire Celestial Dynasty could consume more than 100 million qi and blood pills every year. This number dictated that qi and blood pills could not be refined by alchemists 1 furnace at a time, but rather, after research was conducted, they were directly put on production lines for production. Jiang Zhiyu didn't know if Dean Qian had an elixir production line, but he could definitely find a way to find one. And after hearing Jiang Zhiyu indicate his intentions, Dean Qian didn't have any intention of making things difficult or shirking his responsibilities. Instead, he said smilingly, "I have a company under my name with a market capitalization of over $10 billion, doing pharmaceutical research and development and production. Although what I do is not elixir refining, but recently I just happened to have the idea of entering the line of elixirs. If you don't mind, I'll call someone over to ask for you?" Jiang Zhiyu naturally wouldn't have a problem with it. She had come here for this. Dean Qian wasn't ambiguous and made 2 calls out in a row. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Zhiyu also recopied the Dan formula. The previous Dan formula was covered with ancient scripts, and there were very few people who understood this. Just 20 minutes later, 2 middle-aged men joined hands. "Let me introduce you to each other. This one is my newest and most valued student, Jiang Zhiyu. This, on the other hand, is the head of the company's research and development department that I've newly poached, specializing in the research of pills, Lin Shuhai, just call him Uncle Lin. Show him your elixir formula, whether it can be made, what effect it will have when it's made, and even what market size it can achieve. He can give you an approximation. As for this one, he is the head of the patent department. Let him help you patent these 7 Dan formulas later. Whether it's useful or not, it's always better to be prepared." There was a saying that Dean Qian was reliable in the Royal Beast course, and in the business course he was even more reliable. At least he was the boss of a $100 billion group. He could see these small problems at a glance. Jiang Zhiyu nodded, and then directly handed the recopied Dan formula in his hand to Lin Shuhai, who was wearing glasses. The other party nodded after receiving it and sat aside to read it, only after his attention was put on the formula. His brows furrowed and never stretched since the beginning. Dean Qian pulled Jiang Zhiyu to chat about cultivation, and after waiting for about 10 minutes, he heard a long exhalation of breath from that side before he stopped chatting and turned his head towards Lin Shuhai. "Mr. Qian, I've read this prescription. Unheard of, unseen. Mr. Jiang, this prescription, where did you get it from?" Lin Shuhai's expression seemed to be a bit agitated as he looked at Jiang Zhiyu with an urgent expression. "Cough." Dean Qian sniffed while lightly coughing. Lin Shuhai immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and turned his words around, no longer bothering with the provenance of this Dan formula, but instead introducing it. I've read all 7 of these Dan formulas, and 4 of them can be determined to be impossible to refine, as these 4 contain spirit medicines that have been determined to be extinct. Perhaps there are still ones that can be replaced, but this will have to be carefully studied after I return before I can come to a conclusion. As for the remaining 3, these 2, the grades of the spirit medicines required are too high, and although they are equally valuable, they can only be used by martial emperors, or even existences above martial emperors. The potency of the medicine is too fierce, it's not necessary for a low chi or blood, and it can't be used. Without being able to work on a production line on a large scale, it has little commercial value and is more suitable to be refined by an alchemist. Only this last one, and Ling San, taken over a long period of time, it possesses the effect of nourishing the soul and boosting the strength of spiritual power. Moreover, this medicine has extremely low requirements for raw materials. They are all common spirit medicines. The cost will not be very high. As smart as Dean Qian was, he already had an answer when he heard Lin Shuhai's words. That is to say, this thing has commercialization potential and it's big. Chapter 114, The 3 Paths Given by Dean Qian. All mature commodities possess 2 qualities: high repurchase and high coverage. The so-called high repurchase is the number of repeat purchases, such as qi and blood pills and shock blood pills. Without using their brains, they all know which one has a high repurchase rate. The high coverage, on the other hand, was the wide audience, such as the qi and blood pill, which was able to cover almost all martial artists, even magicians, who would occasionally buy 2 of them to boost their qi and blood values. After listening to Lin Shuhai's explanation, Dean Qian knew what level of elixir and Ling San was. Opening his mouth, he asked the question he was most concerned about: the scope of application, and how much can the cost be controlled? Lin Shuhai pondered carefully for a moment, then gave a rough range. The specific medicinal effects still need to be determined after careful study. For example, can the elixir be replaced with a higher grade to obtain a stronger medicinal effect? But as of now, it should be effective from apprentices all the way up to martial generals. As for martial marquis, after the spiritual power skyrockets, even if it's effective, it's still minimal. Lin Shuhai's words were like a shot in the arm, directly brightening up Elder Qian's eyes. Starting at the martial marquis level, one would be able to cultivate secret techniques to exercise their spiritual power. It's only a minuscule increase in spiritual power, and it's of no great use to a martial marquis. From apprentice to martial general, this range just covers the people who need it. And it's foreseeable that there will be a great demand for it, whether it's magicians or martial artists, or imperial beast masters. Although it's not as much of an inevitable immediate need as the qi and blood pills, the potential market is large enough. The key is that there are simply no similar products on the market. There were potions that restored mental power, but there had never been any potions or elixirs that assisted in mental power cultivation. This was also due to the fact that the development of martial arts was too short, and there were some very specific segments of research that hadn't fully caught up. What about the cost? If it's mass-produced, how much can the cost be kept under control? The market potential was large enough. If the cost could be controlled to be the same as the qi and blood pills, or even lower, Dean Qian wouldn't even dare to think about how lucrative this business would have to be. If we follow the required materials written on this prescription, wait, I'll do the math, Lin Shuhai said, and really opened the laptop he brought with him, and did the math while checking the information. The initial conclusion is 18,000 a serving, but this figure is based on all raw materials being procured from the market. If we can build our own raw material cultivation base and then optimize the production process, this figure should be able to go down by 30 to 40%. 30 to 40% if calculated according to this ratio, when everything was on track, the cost of a single serving of an Lingsan would be reduced to between 12,600 and 10,800. Dean Qian was silent, and after a moment he resumed his previous cloudy demeanor, waving his hand to gesture for the 2 to go out first. The patent thing can start running, first in the shortest possible time, the heavenly part of the patent down, and then go to apply for foreign patents. Before going out, Dean Qian gave another reminder to the person who specialized in patents. Remember, don't let half the news leak out. That person knew the seriousness of the matter, and after a he and Lin Shuhai both went out. And with the office door being closed again, Dean Qian then looked at Zhang Jiyu. Jiyu, you heard what was said just now, so you should already know the value of this thing, right? Zhang Jiyu nodded. In fact, she had been most optimistic about the in-spirit scattering before she came here, and that was indeed the case. In that case, then teacher won't beat around the bush with you. This prescription, what are you going to do about it? Zhang Jiyu fell slightly silent, a rare feeling of entanglement appearing in her heart. The value potential of Enlingsan was huge. It was a fist product that would not be weaker than the qi and blood pills by much, and the foreseeable profit was calculated in billions. However, how to manage Enlingsan was a big problem. Secondary research and development, production, management, marketing, sales, channels, transportation, any of these single out, is enough to exhaust a person's energy. In this case, Jiang Zhiyu's strength was obviously not enough. Could only turn its gaze to Ding Qian. Teacher should already have an answer, right? Ding Qian didn't have any intention of hiding it. After nodding his head, he spoke out once again. 3 paths. The first path, I will pay money and buy this Enlingsan down. I can give you a total of $10 billion in cash, and pay it off within a month. The second path, on the other hand, is for you and I to start a new company as a joint venture, with you taking a 51% stake with the Dan formula, and me taking a 49% stake with capital, equipment, channels, and so on. As for the third path, it's for you to run Enlingsan by yourself, funding it yourself, recruiting your own people, buying your own equipment, and so on. Of course, when necessary, the teacher will help you. Hearing Ding Qian speak of these 3 paths, not only Jiang Zhiyu was shocked, even Bai Chongsheng, who had been staying in the nascent soul sack and hadn't dared to come out to see him, was somewhat shocked. And what they were shocked by was that Ding Qian was a little too generous. $10 billion in cash for a single Dan formula? Although the market potential of Enlingsan was huge, there were some things that weren't calculated that way. The country had strict pricing restrictions for elixirs and potions, especially products that were recognized as just demanding categories, such as the qi and blood elixir, which was the quintessential of the quintessentials. The base production cost and the selling price fluctuating no more than 5% of the cost was an iron law. And this 5% gross profit, but also the research and development, marketing, transportation, channels, and other costs are counted. The actual hands may only be 1%, 2% like. For example, if a qi blood dan sells for 10,000 yuan, the actual net profit in the hands of the operating company is only 100 to 200 yuan. So theoretically, if Ding Qian really bought the Enlingsan, he would have to sell at least 50 million copies to recover the cost, and less than 50 million copies, then he would be making a pure loss. And Jiang Zhiyu, who had obtained $10 billion in cash, would probably be able to cultivate all the way to martial emperor without having to worry about resources. As for the second path, it was even more outrageous. Businessmen were driven by profit, especially in front of an elixir like Enlingsan, where the potential audience was all martial artists. Even just a percentage point of shares could represent $1 billion profit share in the future. And what Ding Qian had done was not just as simple as giving up a lot of profits to Jiang Zhiyu, but also the control over the new company. He had taken out billions of dollars of real money and everything else he could, yet he had given Jiang Zhiyu the control of the company? Ask yourself, if it was Bai Chongsheng, he would never be able to do this. Perhaps this was the gap between Bai Chongsheng and the business bigwigs. At least the pattern piece was crushed by Ding Qian. And these two conditions also from the side to confirm a point, Qian Ding treat Jiang Zhiyu is genuinely good. As for the third path, whether it was Jiang Zhiyu or Bai Chongsheng, they wouldn't even consider it. Compared to the first two conditions, this one is a complete pile. Seems like one person all you can eat. In reality, there is not enough money, resources, contacts, channels, and so on as a backing, and Lingsan, even better, is only a small workshop product, want to develop at least 10 years of crooked road, and even in the future cannot be developed as an unknown because it will inevitably be the other company's pursuit of the interception. Annexation, suppression, or even assassination is not impossible. Chapter 115 Friendship is A. In just a moment, Jiang Zhi, you already had an answer. It was still better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. In the short term, it might be a little more profitable to just walk away with tens of billions of cash. But if you look at the long term, in terms of 10 years or even 100 years, this tens of billions of cash, it seems to be a little inadequate. And the road of martial arts is the fundamental. Jiang Zhi, you does not have the heart, also do not have the energy to run the company, have this effort, might as well cultivate a little more. Of course, no matter which choice was made, it meant that Jiang Zhiyu's previous move of venturing into the monument was a huge profit. A single Dan formula was better than thousands of elixirs. Teacher, I'll choose the second one. Jiang Zhiyu opened his mouth and uttered an answer that Ding Qian had expected. That's fine. But there's something I need to make clear to you first. Although I will do my best to push this matter forward, it will still take a not-so-short period of time for Enlingsan to be officially listed. Even if it goes on sale, sales will not go up due to cost issues, and there is a serious possibility that it will lose money. According to my estimation, it will take at least 2.5 years to formally enter a period of stable profitability. If someone who hadn't been exposed to these, they might think that 2.5 years would be a long time. But in reality, The layers of approvals and clinical trials required for the Dan formula alone would require at least 5 years. It was only because Dean Qian had the backing of the $100 billion group and various connections that he was able to cut this time in half. Jiang Jiu naturally understood this, so she didn't have any opinions. And Dean Qian was also forceful enough to directly take everything on. All right, you don't need to worry about anything else anymore. I'll have a lawyer draft a contract. You just need to sign it and wait to collect the money. People were happy, especially when it was 2 happy events in a row. The bloodline promotion of the Ink Jade mythical beast meant that he possessed the qualifications to touch the martial emperor, and now he had come across an elixir formula of the level of Enlingsan, allowing him to take a big step forward in all his business achievements. He didn't even dare to think about what the picture would be in a few more years, when he became the richest man in the country while becoming a martial emperor, and then encountered those friendly businessmen and old friends. Looking to the friends and businessmen are, and then looking to the old friends, you guys are too. Just thinking about this image, Dean Qian felt a sense of relief all over. Especially when he looked at Jiang Jiyu again. He felt that Jiang Jiyu was completely his lucky star. Ever since he met Jiang Jiyu, what went well. The only point is that Jiang Jiyu's spirit beast, a bit too inappropriate. His good jade mythical beast. Now a mind to be what Causeway Bay to carry the son of. However, because of Jiang Jiyu, Dean Qian didn't bother with Bai Chongsheng for the time being, and even took out a porcelain vase from his storage ring and handed it over to Jiang Jiyu because he was in a good mood. What's contained here is the 10 complete mending pill, refined with 10 types of spirit medicines that replenish qi and blood. When it was prepared for the Ink Jade mythical beast to promote its bloodline, there are still 3 left, so I'm giving them to that little guy. Tell him to take it easy on the food. Don't prop it up. This last sentence was obviously with a bit of resentment, and Bai Chongsheng in the nascent soul pouch couldn't help but tremble when he heard it. As for the matter of bracing to death, Bai Chongsheng looked at the 5,000 points of qi and blood storage limit that came with the level 8 digestive enhancement, and his heart settled down quite a bit more. It was impossible to be propped up to death. It was impossible to be propped up to death in this lifetime. Mentioning Bai Chongsheng, Jiang Jiyu was also a little embarrassed and had the intention to ease the relationship between Bai Chongsheng and Dean Qian. But when he thought of the things that Bai Chongsheng had done, forget it, just let it go. Coming out of the Haoqi building, Jiang Jiyu returned to the cultivation room. Since the matter of the Dan formula was settled, it was time for her to continue her cultivation. However, before entering her cultivation state, Jiang Jiyu remembered something and took out the porcelain vase that Dean Qian had just given her, and after pouring out one, she called out Bai Chongsheng in her nascent soul pouch. Bai Chongsheng wasn't polite and opened his mouth after coming out of the nascent soul pouch. He really wanted to try out just how much the 10 perfection pills that Dean Qian had said could hold him up could hold up. The dark red, thumb-sized pill entered his mouth, and a stream of pure to the extreme qi and blood power instantly erupted. It was as if a balloon was instantly blown up to its critical point, and Bai Chongsheng's entire body instantly swelled under the effect of this qi and blood power. The good thing is that the digestive enhancement is powerful enough. Just in the blink of an eye, the originally surging qi and blood power instantly disappeared. And the system beeps came late at this time. Congratulations to the host for devouring the 10 perfect mending pill, obtaining a qi and blood value of 1,721, and gaining 325 evolutionary points. No, just a thumb-sized contraption that could actually provide 1,700 points of qi and blood value? It was no wonder that Dean Qian would say something like, "Let him take it easy." If it wasn't for the digestive enhancement in place, there was a real possibility that Bai Chongsheng would be injured by the qi and blood shock brought about by this 10 perfection pill. It would be truly hilarious if he was really injured. After eating and drinking enough, Bai Chongsheng went back to his nascent soul pouch to rest with satisfaction, and Jiang Jiyu also immersed herself into cultivation once again. During this period of time, her qi and blood values were growing rapidly, and in about a week's time at most, she would be able to touch the threshold of a martial general. Of course, before that, she had to open up the second inner sea. The second inner sea was the most important thing. There was no room for negligence, and compared to it, the breakthrough of the realm was irrelevant. The progress on Dean Qian's side was also extremely rapid: patent application, company creation, finalization of office space, recruitment of personnel, construction of production lines and plants, leasing of medicinal fields, planting of medicinal herbs. Everything was being carried out in an orderly manner. For every item that was opened, there would be a special person to report to Jiang Jiyu, and looking at the densely packed information, Jiang Jiyu only said that she was fortunate. If she was really asked to do all of this, then this martial Tao should not be cultivated. Free from the interference of chores, Zhang Zhiyu's daily schedule also began to become calm and fixed. That is, the cultivation room, cafeteria, dormitory 3 points, occasionally go to the other 2 deans to seek a wave of learning. On the other hand, Bai Chongxing's daily routine consisted of swallowing a tiger's blood pill and then practicing with silly pillar, sharpening his skills while his qi and blood steadily improved. Dean Qian, on the other hand, was busy with matters related to the Enlingsan and hadn't come to the school for a long time. Everything seemed to have calmed down until a few days later, when a few pieces of news directly triggered the entire Waterwood, and along with being triggered together, there were also the other martial arts universities in the Celestial Dynasty. Freedom Academy, Holy Angel Academy, and War Academy are jointly launching the 14th Global Collegiate Martial Arts Competition. In the 13th Global Collegiate Martial Arts Competition, Suemu became the school at the bottom of the 4 top martial arts universities. Will it be able to wash away the shame this year? As the former top-ranked top martial arts university, Mizuki's splendor has long since ceased, and now that there is no shortage of talent, it may give up participating in this year's Global Collegiate Martial Arts Competition. Chapter 116 Global College Martial Arts Competition. Bai Chongxing didn't know anything about the Global Collegiate Martial Arts Competition, but when Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing approached Zhang Zhiyu to get together and chat, Bai Chongxing knew. Shui Mu is the faulty number 1 within the Celestial Dynasty, but looking around the globe, there are 3 other schools that can compete with Shui Mu. Freedom Academy, Holy Angel Academy, War Academy, and Waterwood are known as the 4 top martial arts universities. To be precise, it should be the 4 Super 12 universities, that is, the 4 Super Martial Arts universities, as well as the 12 first-class martial arts universities. However, of these 12 first-rate martial arts universities, only Mordor Martial Arts University is on the list, and it's still a dangling existence. Xian Shuang looked at Bai Chongxing, who had a puzzled look on his face, and opened his mouth to explain a few things. Then what's the situation with this Global College Martial Arts Competition? The Global Collegiate Martial Arts Competition, simply put, is an academic exchange competition jointly initiated by the 4 top martial arts universities, and is held every 4 years. All martial arts universities around the world can participate after paying the entry fee, but there are only 12 spots per school, freshman to senior, 3 spots per grade. A points group elimination tournament system is used to determine the first, second, and third place finishers in each of the 4 grades. Theoretically, there are schools that are able to bag all the prizes, but of course, in practice, it's obviously impossible. As for the rewards, the entire entry fee paid by all martial arts universities will be used as the prize pool, and the initiating school will also take out an additional 4 spirit pills or spirit materials as the winner's reward. Although the rewards for each session of the martial arts competition are different, it's certain that there hasn't been a single time when the champion has arrived with a prize pool plus rewards that are less than $50 million. Xian Shuang's eyes carried a strong yearning as she spoke of this matter. With $50 million and the title of champion, I'm afraid that no student would be able to refuse it, even if she actually didn't lack money or cultivation funds at all right now. After all, just being in that secret realm alone had made her earn quite a lot. Zhang Xing's performance was no better than Xian Frost's. Both are in the middle of the second is hot-blooded age, even if the performance of How Calm, at this moment will inevitably be a little taut. Just in the Global College Martial Arts Competition to get the champion this kind of thing, obviously, and they are a little bit irrelevant. In the end, the strength was still too weak. Even if the 2 of them came out from the secret realm, they had both been promoted to the level of Martial General. But this strength, even if it was just in the second year of Mizuki University, they couldn't even be ranked in the top 100, let alone going to compete with the geniuses from all over the world. So there were some things that one could just think about, but to take it seriously, it was a bit of a heartbreak. However, if it's you, Zhiyu, it shouldn't be much of a problem to take the championship of the big group. Xian Shuang's eyes burned as she looked at Zhang Zhiyu, and Zhang Zhiyu was silent, just flipping the roasted meat in front of him, looking a little lost in thought. Zhiyu, Xian Frost beckoned towards Zhang Zhiyu, pulling her back from her lost state of mind. Sorry, I just thought about something and got lost in thought. Well, do you want to sign up for this edition of the Global Collegiate Martial Arts Competition? With your strength, as long as you participate, it would be a sweep, and only the students of the other 3 top martial arts universities would be able to barely compete with you. But even if you don't win the championship, the runner-up will still be able to have a reward of around $20 million. That's solid money. If Zhang Zhiyu really competed with her previous performance, coupled with the help of Bai Chongxing, a spirit beast that had already broken through to Beast General, the champion, there was really a great possibility. However, Jiang Ziyu shook her head at the words. I shouldn't be participating. Recently, I've been cultivating a martial art, so I simply can't mobilize my qi and blood on a large scale. And if I force it, it's likely that I'll lose all my previous efforts. Bai Chongqing naturally knew what Jiang Ziyu was practicing. As her qi and blood gradually approached that of a martial general, the progress of the construction of the second inner sea had long since passed the halfway mark. However, based on the current efficiency, it would take her at least another month to complete the construction of the second inner sea and fill up her qi and blood. Before then, once she was injured or exerted too much force, causing her qi and blood to flow backwards, it was likely that the second inner sea, which had just taken shape, would directly collapse. Compared to the $50 million of the champion, it was obvious that the second inner sea was more important. What Jiang Ziyu was doing, Xian Shuang didn't know, but seeing Jiang Ziyu's refusal, she didn't have the intention to persuade her, but instead chatted about other gossip about the matter. Although the Global Collegiate Martial Arts Competition started out as an academic exchange competition drummed up by the 4 top martial arts universities, from the second year onwards, it changed its flavor. By now, the rankings on the martial arts competition, to a certain extent, can even affect the enrollment for the coming year. That's why all the major martial arts schools, even if they're just playing the sauce, will basically pay the enrollment fee and then try to find a way to make their own rankings a bit higher. And the officials also intend to push this competition to become an official competition. It's just that in the last 3 editions, Suemu's results have not been satisfactory, almost bottoming out every time. And there have even been comments abroad that Suemu doesn't deserve to stand shoulder to shoulder with the other 3 major martial arts schools. If this time it's still at the bottom, I guess the officials will give up on the idea. Xian Frost was just predicting, but Jiang Ziyu was pretty sure that all the way up until the time of her rise to power in her last life, the Global Collegiate Martial Arts Competition didn't even have an official endorsement from the Celestial Dynasty, so she thought that Suemu wouldn't do too well. While Jiang Ziyu and the others were chatting in this east and west on the other side of Waterwood, it was with a few heated arguments, even arguing with some red faces. I don't agree with this matter. Jiang Ziyu is at the critical moment of opening up the second inner sea, letting her compete at such a time, and if anything goes wrong, none of us can afford the responsibility. Dean Ji looked at the principal in front of him, who was dressed in rough linen clothes as if he were an ordinary old man, and for the first time he spoke so stiffly. If you ask me, Principal, you just haven't brought any students for a very long time and don't know how difficult it is to cultivate a seedling like Jiang Ziyu. We were careful, afraid that something would happen to her. And as a result, what about you? At the critical moment of cultivation, you let her go to this laborious martial arts competition. I really can't figure out what's going on in your head. It's not as if you're thinking about grades like crazy, right? Old Lee, say something. After venting his dissatisfaction, Dean Ji turned his head to look at Dean Lee next to him. Dean Lee also had a slightly sunken face as he looked at the principal in front of him and spoke. This matter is indeed a bit improper. What Jiang Ji you should do most right now is not to participate in the competition, but to get down to business and open up the second inner sea. Principal, you should know very well that if Jiang Ziyu really opens up the second inner sea, with her talent, she will rocket all the way to the top, and achieving martial emperor in the future won't be difficult. If it's purely for the sake of some vanity, I don't agree either. Rarely, the 2 deans agreed on one thing, but Dean Chen was not in the school and did not know about this matter. If he knew, I'm afraid he would have killed over to refute. Other things, as long as do not touch the bottom line, they can honor a principal, but in this case, Jiang Ziyu is their bottom line. And the principal sniffed with a helpless face. I haven't finished yet. What are you guys stumbling around for? Chapter 117 Choice of Match Venue. I didn't say I wanted Jiang Ziyu to fight either. Isn't she a practitioner of both the Qi and Blood Martial Dao and the Imperial Beast Dao? And according to Old Qian, that spirit beast of hers has already promoted its dragon blood to the 4th level, and has also comprehended a gifted aptitude, paired with a beast general's level of Qi and blood. This strength, even if it's placed in the Imperial Beast Academy, it's a unique existence, isn't it? If only Jiang Ziyu's spirit beast was allowed to fight, what percentage probability do you guys think there would be to get the championship? The principal's words caused both Dean Ji and Dean Li to be stunned. There were some things that they really weren't clear about, such as the fact that Bai Chongqing's Qi and blood had already reached the beast general level, as well as this 4th level dragon blood and innate aptitude. This configuration, if placed on other Imperial Beast Academy students, I'm afraid that it would instantly spawn a genius that was enough to rival Jiang Ziyu. With all the freshmen still hovering around 4,000 or 5,000 Qi and blood values, Bai Chongqing's strength and potential was a complete downward strike. It was only that previously, he had been overshadowed by Jiang Zhiyu's light, so everyone subconsciously treated Bai Chongqing as Jiang Zhiyu's vassal. But now that Bai Chongqing was singled out, they suddenly realized that this white-scaled serpent, who had once been ignored by them, seemed to possess the same superb talent. No, with the enhancement of 4th-level dragon blood, it could no longer be called a white-scaled snake, but should be called a white-scaled dragon. No, it wasn't right. If Bai Chongqing had such strength, why had they not received any news at all before? The two of them just glanced at each other and realized what was going on. To be able to block this news to the point where even they didn't know about it, it was obvious that surname Chen was behind it, and for what they could guess without using their brains. I was almost mounted by the old thing's surname Chen. Dean Ji and Dean Li secretly said fortunately in the bottom of their hearts. If it wasn't for the principal calling them over this time, it was very likely that surname Chen's side would have held back a big trick. And while shocked, they also pondered the possibility of having Bai Chongqing participate in the battle. Not to mention, after the principal's comment, it seemed like the possibility of winning the championship was really quite high. Bai Chongqing's configuration alone was enough to be far ahead of all the freshmen. Well, at least within Shui Mu it is, the other martial arts universities this year's freshman situation, even they have no specific intelligence yet. But without having to think about it, these three families dare to join forces to promote this session of the Global Collegiate Martial Arts Competition. There is bound to be something real. Otherwise, what was the point of promoting this matter? To send money to other schools? Or to lose face in front of an unknown number of people around the world? Speaking of which, it was also because Suemu's student population hadn't been doing well in recent years, and over the past 10 years, they had only produced one Li Changming and now multiple Jiang Zhiyu, who was still unable to participate in the competition because they were busy constructing the second inner sea. Where else would they need to be in such dire straits? When a school only had one student who could hold up the facade, it was naturally unavoidable to provoke group ridicule. If everything you just said, Headmaster, is true, then sending Jiang Zhiyu's spirit beast to battle is indeed a good choice. At the very least, it won't be crushed by the other three martial arts universities. Speaking of this, Dean Ji and Dean Li were also somewhat helpless. They did try their best, whether it was the treatment of the students or the faculty, all of them were given the best, and they even often told the school's teachers that they should put more effort into the cultivation of the students and teach them according to their abilities. But the truth is, the gap between geniuses and top geniuses is often not something that can be bridged later in life. While Jiang Zhiyu's unrelenting progress made them happy, the widening gap between him and the other students also made them anxious. It was good that Jiang Zhiyu played the role he was supposed to play. Because of Jiang Zhiyu's arrival, the enthusiasm of the entire freshman and even sophomore class for cultivation far exceeded that of the previous classes. This was also the reason why they had to compete for Jiang Zhiye in the first place, to have Jiang Zhiye be this catfish. Since you guys think it's okay, then it's decided. You guys go and discuss this matter with Jiang Zhiye, as well as the rest of the list of participants in the battle, which you guys will also come up with. According to past rules, this year's Global Collegiate Martial Arts Competition will be held in Suemu, and as for the time, I will confer with them again. The preliminary time is set for 2 weeks from now. If there are any other changes, I will notify you. 2 weeks from now? Although the time was a bit rushed, it wasn't a big problem, and there wasn't any particular arrangement that needed attention per se. Compared to the time, the issue they were more concerned about was the venue. The previous few losses were just fine, and they could still blame it all on the away venue, but this year it was held in heaven, still within the Suemu campus. If this didn't achieve anything, then they really wouldn't have the face to face everyone. Hearing the principal's words, both of them also knew that this matter was already on the line. Whether they were willing or not, the venue choice of Waterwood could not be changed. Then, Principal, we will leave first. Dean Ji and Dean Li looked at each other and simultaneously arched their hands. The principal also had no intention of pursuing the verbal issue they just had, waving his hand and letting the two go out. You go and give Li Changming a pre-game blitz. Even if you can't get the title of the senior group, you should at least secure a runner-up. I'll go find Jiang Zhiyu, explain the situation to her, and try the strength of that white-scaled dragon in the meantime. Dean Ji opened his mouth and spoke out, just coinciding with Dean Li's thoughts. It's a lot of pressure to organize it in Waterwood. The principal didn't directly say the ranking requirements. That was because he didn't want to give them pressure, but the two men themselves were pulling their weight in pressure. A global collegiate martial arts competition would produce a total of 12 medals, 4 golds, 4 silvers, and 4 bronzes, and in both men's plans, they both had to secure at least 2 silvers in order for them not to be scolded so badly. As for the rest, that would be left to fate. All they could do was to give some of the seeded players a special training blitz, while collecting as much information as possible about the participating students from the other 3 families. After the 2 parted ways, Ding Ji found Jiang Jiyu, who was having a picnic with Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing, and first cared about Jiang Jiyu's cultivation progress. If Jiang Jiyu's second inner sea could be opened up before the start of the competition, it would naturally be the best, and then his goal would not be a silver medal, but a gold medal. But unfortunately, Jiang Jiyu still had to wait a month before he could finish opening up his second inner sea, and by that time the tournament had all been played. With no choice, Ding Ji could only target Bai Chongqing. At this moment, Bai Chongqing's appearance had changed dramatically compared to when he first enrolled in school. Not only did he look more and more majestic overall, but he was also a dragon statue to the fullest, except for not having grown dragon claws. Where was the appearance of a white-scaled serpent? Especially its chi and blood of exuberance, even than Xian Frost and Zhang Xing, the 2 sophomore students, but also a little higher. With just one glance, Ding Ji knew that Bai Chongqing's strength had greatly improved, but everything still had to be tried before he knew. Chapter 118. The little Yakuza is also too shady. 2 minutes later, Ding Ji stopped. Not stopping cannot be Bai Chongqing, this rogue-like fighting style. It is difficult to imagine that this guy usually full of brain are thinking about what tail whip after pinch and instantaneous explosion fireball, with fireballs to the thunder to cover and then detonate the fireball with thunder, winding up directly after the self as a self-detonation truck. If you change in ordinary generals, I'm afraid that white elders have long been this trick to the whole broken defense. However, it was fortunate that Ding Ji wasn't a martial general. After all, but a martial king. With the strength of Bai Chongqing's attack, it was simply impossible to hurt Ding Ji. Instead, Ding Ji had to be careful at every turn for fear of exerting too much force and nullifying Bai Chongqing. However, although the attack couldn't hurt Ding Ji, the wolfishness was necessary. The main season Dean only thought that Bai Chongqing was an unusual beast, and was shocked that he was able to palm both thunder and flames at the same time, and then he was shamed by this little Yakuza's. How can I say this? It's pretty hard to judge. Ding Ji rightfully blamed Ding Qian for all of this, believing that he was the one who had taught Bai Chongqing all of this. But on second thought, old Qian was no more shady than this kid. If it really was old Qian who taught him, then he was really better than Blue. Not bad, you're pretty good. Ding Ji gave a thumbs up towards Bai Chongqing, but this tone didn't sound like a compliment in any way. Instead, it carried a sense of gnashing of teeth. However, thinking about it, it was understandable. Whoever, a dean in the hall, was given the whole thing by a little guy to the point where his hair was standing upright and his face was pitch black. It was impossible to smile and sincerely praise him again. Bai Chongqing shrunk his head in some embarrassment. Obviously you said for me to use my full strength, can't defend against it and blame me? The stupid column will not be like you. But this word Bai Chongqing obviously does not dare to say. And Ding Ji didn't really bother with the matter. After all, the stronger Bai Chongqing was, the better it was for Xue Mu. Even he had been hit, so think about all those other freshmen from Wushu University who hadn't been tortured to the point of collapse by Bai Chongqing. After simply washing his face, he brought the topic back on track. This time for the Global Collegiate Martial Arts Competition, the principal named you to compete. Ding Ji opened his mouth to speak out, and a trace of doubt flashed through Jiang Jiyu's eyes, but she didn't interrupt out loud. Teacher Ji obviously knew that she was in an important stage of cultivation, but still said so there was obviously more to come. But it's not for you to personally fight, but to enroll as a royal beast master. After the actual fight starts, it's also for you, the white-scaled dragon, to fight. If it's possible, teacher wouldn't want you to make a big deal out of going to the tournament at this time, but Ding Ji's voice lurched, and after hesitating for a moment, he continued to speak. Of course, you can also refuse, but teacher hopes that you can think carefully before making a decision. Ding Ji didn't put up any national or school honor to morally kidnap Jiang Jiyu. He just briefly explained the rules of past competitions before letting Jiang Jiyu make her own decision. And Jiang Jiyu was silent for a long time before she finally nodded her head. It's not much of a problem if it only requires Xiao Bai to fight. But once a situation arises that might shake my chi and blood, I will simply give up. At this point, I hope that teacher can understand. When it was within his power to do so, Jiang Jiyu naturally didn't mind doing it if he could. This is natural. Ding Ji nodded when he saw that Jiang Jiyu had agreed. Teacher thinks the same way. Although the martial arts competition is important, in the end, it's only about reputation, so just do everything you can. On one side was Xue Mu's reputation, and on the other was the most crucial step in the cultivation of his talented disciple. The palm of one's hand was all meat, no matter how one chose, it was a dilemma. However, Dinji was very sober. Even if he ended up losing this martial arts competition, it would only be for a moment. But if he could cultivate a martial emperor, or even an existence above a martial emperor, it would be the most favorable thing for the entire Waterwood and even the Heavenly Kingdom. Nominal dish and actual dish, anyone knew how to choose. Little fellow, are you okay with this? After saying that, Dinji turned his head to look at Bai Chongqing. Although nominally, Bai Chongqing was only Jiang Zhiyu's spirit animal and only needed to ask for Jiang Zhiyu's permission, but after spending a long time together, one would know that Bai Chongqing's spiritual intelligence was ridiculously high, and he was even able to speak now. Dinji had asked Bai Chongqing's opinion purely from the heart, as if he had also treated him as a student of Shui Mu. With regards to letting himself compete in this matter, Bai Chongqing naturally wouldn't have any opinions. Anyway, a competition of this nature would not kill him, and his daily routine now was to eat his fill and then fight with stupid pillars. Competing in the tournament was just a matter of switching to a different object for a fight. Even if one performed well, one could get an extremely generous prize, so why not? Seeing that Bai Chongqing didn't have any opinions either, Dinji then nodded. All right, you guys continue to gather. I'll send you a copy of the tournament details when they come out. There's also the list of contestants. I'll also organize a detailed information by then, so you can study it in advance. Speaking of the players' information, Dinji suddenly reacted. Bai Chongqing basically hadn't shown up to the public in this month or so, and Jiang Zhiyu had always kept a low profile. Even he didn't know just how far Bai Chongqing's strength had gotten until after he tried it out in person today. Even if the other three families know Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Chongqing's existence, the information will probably only stay in the battle at the Star House during enrollment. In this way, Bai Chongqing had become a secret killer instead. Perhaps it's not like there's no chance to touch the first place in the freshman year. Muttering in his heart, he suddenly began to look forward to Bai Chongqing's performance after he ascended the stage. After Dinji left, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing, who had originally avoided so as not to overhear the conversation, also returned. However, after being beaten up, along with the fact that they had already eaten almost as much as they wanted, the three of them packed up their things and went back. A week after that, Jiang Zhiyu is still the same as always everyday 3.1 line. Bai Chongqing also does not have any psychological burden because of the upcoming stage to participate in the war, should eat, should drink, really bored to find stupid column fight. In the middle of the day, Dinji had also sent over the details of the tournament and the players' information. However, it is obvious that those who can be investigated clearly are all fish players, belonging to the number of people to make up the head count. As for the real seeded players, the information was all very vague, obviously well protected by their respective colleges, and I'm afraid that the only way to know how strong they are is to go on stage. Therefore, Bai Chongqing stopped paying attention after just a glance and turned around to continue looking for silly pillars to spar with. In the past few days, he had been studying the coordination between thunder and heavenly fire, and it had really allowed him to come up with a new way, only that he was limited by the fact that his spiritual power still wasn't strong enough, so he hadn't been able to successfully strike it. Figuring that he should have to wait until his spiritual power broke through to the Lord level. With the passage of time, in the Waterwood campus, blonde students began to appear, and with the passage of time, the number of students is still increasing. Chapter 119. Wearing West, the Flower Girl. Where there are many people, there will be strife, especially when a group of young people with different cultures, different languages, and even different skin colors get together. Because the cultivation room was robbed, a large-scale group fight could break out. Even Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Chongqing, who had been staying in the cultivation room, had come out to take a look. Only before they could figure out exactly what it was because they were stopped by the teacher who arrived. A sentence that anyone who took the initiative to provoke students outside of Shui Mu would be disqualified from the competition, and Shui Mu students would be given a major demerit, allowed the Shui Mu campus to regain its quietness once again. As for the reason for the conflict, it was still learned from Xian Shuang's mouth. Hearing that it was only because of a grade B cultivation room, both Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Chongqing had a puzzled feeling. Although the school temporarily suppressed all the students, but anyone can feel out, the two sides at the moment has been on the fight, and with the passage of time more and more intense, just waiting for the martial arts competition began. And this day, although late, according to the tournament system, the players of the 4 top martial arts universities were not required to participate in the points group stage. After all, with the strength of the students of the 4 top martial arts universities, if they really participate in the group stage, the probability is that whoever meets them will be unlucky, and it will affect the outcome of the group stage to a certain extent. In fact, the points group match was for schools such as the Magic City Martial Arts University to compete for rankings. None of them had medals or had the same number of medals, so they would be ranked by the number of points. Starting from the opening ceremony, the entire global collegiate martial arts competition was simulcast live, and it was also broadcasted globally. The heat was so high on the first day that it actually made Bai Chongqing vaguely feel like that global nature of the games in his previous life. However, Jiang Jiyu only participated in the opening ceremony on the first day, and then continued to immerse himself in his own cultivation rhythm. On the contrary, it was Bai Chongqing who followed Xian Frost to watch 2 points group matches in the middle of the day, but after seeing that the field was filled with students who had just entered the 3rd grade, or even those who hadn't even reached the 3rd grade, Bai Chongqing immediately lost interest. Studying this level of opponents was purely a waste of time, and with this effort it would be better to continue to think about the big move that he had been studying for a long time. The points group tournament had been held for 7 days in total, and after 7 days, according to the points ranking, the top 36 from each grade level stage advanced, adding up to a total of 144 people. By this point, it meant that 70% of the participating schools had already been confirmed eliminated. There were quite a few martial arts universities that had only gotten single-digit points or even not a single point from the start of their appearance on stage to the end of the group stage, and there were not a few such martial arts universities on the side. If he didn't know that they had tried their best, Bai Chongqing even suspected that they were just traveling to heaven. Difficult to assess, generically difficult to assess. And these 144 people, plus the students of the 4 top martial arts universities, assigned to each grade section just 48 people, there is no turnover situation. To the end, only 3 people left before starting the cross competition to determine the final 1, 2, 3. In the middle of the interval of 2 days, the elimination match officially began. 2 by 2, failure is eliminated. Sounds a little unfair, after all, the draw is all about luck. If you draw a strong player, you'll end up in a round robin, while if you're lucky, you might even make it to the top if you paddle all the way to the top. But luck is sometimes a part of strength, isn't it? As for Bai Chongqing, he could no longer say whether his luck was good or bad. But the luck of this guy across the street was clearly not good. Yancy Flower Girl. When some people open their mouths, they would be soft and cuddly enough to make people's hearts grow fonder. While when some people open their mouths, they could not help but want to get him killed. Just like this guy in front of him who was masked with a black cloth and holding a katana, speaking a mouthful of broken celestial Chinese, occasionally mixed with foreign languages. Bai Chongqing was barely able to understand. The approximate meaning was similar to the fact that he was excited to meet Jiang Jiyu, a pussy, and then advised Jiang Jiyu to hurry up and admit defeat, or else he wouldn't stay his hand. And Jiang Jiyu, who had also understood these words, had a slightly sunken expression as she turned her head to look at Bai Chongqing on the side. And Bai Chongqing also understood Jiang Jiyu's meaning at the same time as his eyes met, and with a dry and sharp tail whip, he directly whipped this contestant who didn't dare to show his face tens of meters away, and lay motionless under the martial arts stage. With Bai Chongqing's current strength, the odds were that a player with around 6,000 chi blood would have to lie in a hospital bed for a few months after taking such a hit. After doing this, Bai Chongqing returned to his nascent soul pouch, while Jiang Jiyu walked off the stage with an indifferent face after the referee announced the result of the match, not even glancing at the masked player again from start to finish. It was just that it was hard not to attract attention by resolving the battle so swiftly, without even expending a bit of effort. On top of the high platforms surrounding the martial arts stage, there were already quite a few people at this moment, their eyes burning as they looked at Jiang Jiyu's departing back. Sophia, see that? That's Jiang Jiyu, the leader of the first year of Suemu, and the Suemu player that teacher reminded us that we should pay the most attention to. Among the crowd on the high platform, a pair of blonde-haired and blue-eyed men and women were sitting together. The man's eyebrow bones were raised high and his nose was straight, giving off an extremely aggressive feeling. On the contrary, the girl named Sophia obviously had blonde hair, but her eyebrows were not as three-dimensional as those unique to the West. Instead, she had a sense of Asian softness. The two of them sitting together, even if they didn't do anything, the handsome man and beautiful woman was a scenery line in itself, causing the surrounding people to turn their heads towards the side frequently. In this global collegiate martial arts competition, the competition for freshman year is far more intense than other grades. Kang Jiyu from Suemu, Baplo from War Academy, Josh from Freedom Academy, plus the 2 of us. In the past, they were all strong contenders for the championship, but in this year, someone is bound to fall early. Your talent and strength are both stronger than mine, so if I meet one of these 3 in advance, I will try my best to help you force out all of your opponent's cards. Saying that, The boy turned his head to look at Sophia, whose face remained calm at the side. I hope that you won't let down the trust that your teacher has placed in you. After all, your teacher has vouched for you in advance, allowing your mother to enter the holy water to heal her wounds. Mentioning the word mother, Sophia's originally calm eyes finally had a few fluctuations, and then slowly nodded, one hand slightly raised against her heart. All for the sake of the holy angel Lord. All for the holy angel Lord. The boys on the side did the same. And images similar to this scene were still happening elsewhere in the stands, but all of this was unimportant for the time being, at least not to Jiang Jiu at this moment. Because on her way back to the cultivation room, she received a call from her parents. Looking at her parents' excited appearance on the screen, Jiang Jiu also had a rare smile on her face, and even the tightness brought on by her original day and night cultivation had been washed away quite a bit. Chapter 120. I'll go on, I can do it too. For parents, there was nothing that excited them more than their sons and daughters being successful, especially when they saw Jiang Jiu representing Suemu in the war on TV. Even the always stoic old comrade Jiang said 3 times in a row. At first when we saw the list we weren't sure, but it turned out that we really saw you on TV. You don't know. The news of you representing Mizuki in this competition has spread throughout our entire factory. Now everyone knows that my daughter is a senior student of Waterwood and even represented the school. And Xiao Bai, the little guy has grown so big and just looks so powerful. Not crying, not crying. Mom and Dad are happy. Looking at her mother who was so excited to the point of tears on the screen, Jiang Jiu suddenly fell a little silent. The feeling of expecting her son to become a dragon and her daughter to become a phoenix was not something she had ever experienced. But now, looking at her parents' hair in the video, which had already begun to turn white, she suddenly had a feeling of heartache. In her last life, when she had switched to the Qi and blood martial arts path, she was already 40 years old. At that time, her parents' bodies had already been worn out from years of hard labor, and even if she had made some achievements later on, there was very little she could do for her parents. The phrase not being able to make up for the deficiency could not be more appropriate when applied to Jiang's father and mother. But fortunately she was reborn, everything was still in time, and she had the ability to do something for her parents. Dad, Mom, let me tell you something. It's like this. I entered a secret realm not too long ago, and then obtained an elixir formula from within. After consulting with my teacher, I decided to open a joint venture to open a company dedicated to this prescription. Jiang Jiu briefly told her parents about the recent events. The part involving danger was brought up in a sentence, and she mainly talked about the potential market size of Enlingsan. That's what I thought, although the overall affairs on the teacher's side will arrange for someone to be in charge. But there should always be a few of our own in the company, so that I can be the first to know if anything happens. Why don't you and my mom just quit and go work for this new company? Just keep an eye on the company for me, and if there's nothing going on during the week, you guys can still go around to other cities. To put it simply, it's just hanging a dispensable position in the company. You can have something to do, or you can be idle all day long. It all depends on how the two of them choose to do it. With Jiang Jiu's shareholding in the new company, arranging for 2 positions was just a matter of words. And if it was not possible, she could hang up a director's title. However, Jiang's father and mother were silent when they heard Jiang Jiu's words. They are very pleased that their daughter has achieved something, but they are thinking more about the fact that they don't know anything, and after a lifetime on the assembly line, they are suddenly asked to be in charge. If they can help their daughter, it's okay, but if they are dragging their daughter down, causing her teacher to have a problem with her, what should they do? It's okay for the 2 of you to be bitter and tired, but if you delay your daughter's future, Jiang Jiu could only patiently explain, incidentally, about how the relationship between her and the 3 deans was so and so, which made Jiang's father and mother agree. Bai Chongqing watched all of this in his eyes, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't touched inwardly, but it was only a trace. In his last life, he grew up in an orphanage as a child, and the concept of home only remained in his mouth. After hanging up his parents' phone, Lin Jingyao's phone also called. This girl's points in the martial arts examination did not reach the scoreline of Shui Mu, but fortunately at that time, there were Jiang Jiu and Bai Chongqing to help, and in the end, she also went to a famous martial arts university, as if it was among the top 10 martial arts universities in the Celestial Dynasty. Counting the time, this should have just started school not long ago wearing a camouflage uniform, as if still in military training. I said you are my best friend. My roommates, they still don't believe. Nah, you guys see, is this Jiang Jiu? The video screen turned. There were 3 more girls with clear faces in the screen, and upon seeing Jiang Jiu in the video, the 3 of them hurriedly spoke out to greet her. And Jiang Ji, you didn't put on that cool demeanor anymore? Smiled and greeted the three. Walking and chatting, the two women chatted from enrollment to military training, and then from military training to this global collegiate martial arts competition. Being able to participate in this competition is already a success. You don't know, our school is going crazy for those spots. As a result, the freshmen who went up there were all eliminated and didn't get a single point. Anyway, they were directly eliminated, so I'll be fine if I go up. Jiang Jiyu didn't say anything when she heard this. Only the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. Lin Jingyao's life seemed to always be full of energy. Chatting with her, even if it was actually all trivia, could make one feel relaxed until the video was hung up after walking to the door of the cultivation room. Relaxation was relaxation, and cultivation was cultivation. With regards to this point, Jiang Jiyu had always made a clear distinction. As a matter of fact, the construction of her second inner sea had come to the most crucial step. As long as this step was accomplished, the second inner sea would be basically solid, and only needed to be filled with qi and blood, and then continuously improved. This was also thanks to the fact that Bai Chongqing's dragon blood had been promoted to the 4th level, allowing her efficiency to directly increase by a large margin. Otherwise, just building the inner sea would have stuck her for another month or two. Early the next morning, the Waterwood campus was back to its noisy self. Speaking of which, ever since the start of the global collegiate martial arts competition, Mizuki's campus had been filled with people, and it was clear that the points group matches had all ended, but this situation wasn't much better. Obviously, everyone knew that the knockout rounds after the group stage were the key, and the ones before that were nothing but rookie fights. The freshman matches were all scheduled for the morning, but it was still early, so Jiang Jiyu woke up slowly and washed up, then went to the cafeteria to eat breakfast before heading over to the martial arts stage. However, compared to yesterday, when no one knew who she was and only thought that this girl was ridiculously beautiful, today, many people obviously had a deep impression of her. Without mentioning anything else, just by saying that the player she fought yesterday broke 4 ribs and became one of the most injured players since the start of the tournament, it was clear just how strong Jiang Jiyu really was. This wasn't some points group tournament where there would be an extremely outrageous difference in strength. But Jiang Jiyu still managed the feat of defeating his opponent with just 1 strike. So much so, that everyone on the road was subconsciously avoiding them. Jiang Jiyu didn't feel anything about this and took care of himself as he boarded the stage and drew lots. And then when he saw his opponent for this game, he frowned slightly. The opposite side of this one's chi and blood had obviously reached the level of a general, and it wasn't just some kind of player to make up for the number of heads. And the blonde man on the opposite side was also a little surprised after seeing Jiang Jiyu. After an elimination match yesterday, there were still 24 players on the field, and although they all ended up in a king meets king situation, this was a little too early. Chapter 121, You Not Qualified. Jiang Jiyu, I know you. Teacher showed me your battle video. You are definitely one of the biggest stumbling blocks on my way to winning the championship. Listening to the other party's inexplicable words, Jiang Jiyu still had a cool face and did not have the intention to speak from beginning to end. To introduce myself, my name is Monty, Ethan Monty. Please remember this name, because in the next 50 years, I will be your greatest opponent. Bai Chongqing, who was coiled around Jiang Jiyu and shielding her, looked at Monty, who had acted himself out in the distance, and for a moment he couldn't help himself. No, why could this dude be so pretentious? Also, ING biggest rival in 50 years, what the hell, you can also stabilize the martial emperor. Bai Chongqing was puzzled. Jiang Jiyu was also puzzled, glancing at each other. Both saw the helplessness in the other's eyes. But what they didn't expect was that Monty's words had attracted a crowd of students in the stands. There were even students with the same blonde hair who took the lead and chanted Monty's name. Everyone was of a middle-aged age and practiced middle-aged things, so naturally the more middle-aged they were, the more popular they were. In other words, the more in place they pretended to be, the more popular they were. Bai Chongqing's eyes narrowed slightly before he toppled forward a few meters and looked at Monty in front of him, slowly opening his mouth to speak out. Everyone wants to be our opponent, but the truth is, our opponent is only ourselves. Between the words lightly, seemingly less domineering than that of Monty, but what was actually shown was the disregard for Monty. You say that you are my greatest opponent, but I feel that you don't even have the qualifications to be my opponent. More crucially, it wasn't Jiang Jiyu who had said this, but rather Jiang Jiyu's spirit beast. Although he didn't know why Bai Chongqing had spoken, it was obvious that having him say this was far more effective than Jiang Jie saying it himself. After a short period of silence, cheers even louder than the parties erupted above the stands. And this time, the ones cheering were basically the students of Waterwood. In the home field of Waterwood, Whether or not they could beat them was another story. At least they couldn't be worse than the other side in terms of momentum, and Bai Chongqing's words were very much to their liking. After hearing Bai Chongqing's words, Monty's eyes narrowed slightly, a feeling of somehow being looked down upon by the other party welling up in his heart, and the battle intent in his eyes was almost ready to overflow. If these words had been spoken by Jiang Ziyu, he wouldn't even have this feeling, but on the contrary, the one who spoke was a spirit pet. Since when could a spirit pet look down on him? With a move of his right hand, a thick golden shield and a heavy sword appeared in Monty's hand, and with the equipment added, Monty's aura changed, with an immovable yet inexplicably stern feeling. The development of martial arts in the countries of the Blue Planet, to some extent, are affected by the different cultures, although the three basic paths of Qi and blood, imperial beasts, and magic, but the nuances of the differences are still quite large. For example, the same Qi and blood martial arts, Suemu's major martial arts colleges and universities are basically following the path of ancient martial arts revival, using martial arts techniques to complement Qi and blood outbursts. And located in the west of the Holy Angel College is to faith to stimulate Qi blood. Faith is more firm, can burst out of the Qi blood power will be stronger. Just like Monty at this moment, when he firmly believed that he could defeat Jiang Ziyu, his battle power was the strongest state. More or less, it's a bit of idealism, but that's about it. After listening to Jiang Ziyu's explanation behind him, Bai Chongqing instantly understood Monty's fatality and what he should do. All that was needed was to make his confidence in himself waver, even if it was just a tiny bit. As the teacher in charge of this match announced the start, Bai Chongqing's body instantly stormed out and grabbed the first attack. With a body length of nearly 20 meters, it only took a split second for him to swipe in front of Monty, and while his tail was fiercely pumped out behind him, a ball of fire coalesced rapidly on the side of Bai Chongqing. Looking at Bai Chongqing, who attacked fiercely, Monty didn't dodge, just raised the huge shield which was enough to cover half of his figure, and blocked it in front of his body. In the next moment, a faint golden halo floated around him. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and Bai Chongqing only felt that his strike seemed to have landed on a block of iron, and apart from bringing out a sound, it didn't even manage to make Monty's figure move by half a point. Such a situation was more or less beyond Bai Chongqing's expectations. With its current Qi and blood, a strike that erupted with full force could leave pit marks even if it was really a piece of iron. Couldn't be, Monty, this guy was even harder than a block of iron. Could it? There was a slight pang in his heart. But Bai Chongqing didn't stop his attack there. The fireball that had been condensed and molded beside his body blatantly blasted out, similarly smashing down heavily on top of that shield. The fireball exploded, and the ferocious flames instantly wrapped Monty's entire person in it. To Bai Chongqing's spiritual power at the moment, although the temperature of the fireball cannot be pushed to more than 1,000 degrees, but 700 or 800 degrees, how to have ordinary people, if they are close to get so a bit, even if not be directly burned to death, at least burns are unavoidable. But Monty still do not flash, not to avoid. Let himself be swallowed by the flame. Not buddy, you're really not afraid to die. Bai Chongqing looked at Monty, who was engulfed in flames, and for a moment he was a little unsure whether or not to collect the flames. In case a person was killed in the course of the competition, it wouldn't be fun. But the next moment, Jiang Ziyu's voice sounded behind him. Xiao Bai, withdraw. Unable to understand why Jiang Ziya would tell him to withdraw when he clearly had a first-hand advantage, but out of trust in her, Bai Chongqing didn't hesitate for a second and directly drew back explosively. Afterward, he saw a golden light chopping rapidly out of the flames, bringing out a shadow in the air and landing where he was originally located. Ka! The golden light chopped down on top of the alloy cast martial arts stage, instantly bringing out a tiny crack. Looking at this sight, Bai Chongqing's eyelids couldn't help but jump. This alloy martial arts stage was built according to the standards of a military general, and was able to easily carry the full force of a low-level military general without any damage. But now, the martial arts platform was cracked by the other party's sword, which meant that the other party had just chopped out an attack that was at least at the level of an intermediate-level martial general. If this landed on him, dragon scale plus rock armor defense, I'm afraid it would be impossible to block it, and minor injuries would be inevitable. No, the other party's Qi blood was clearly only a little over 10,000. Why could he burst out with an attack that was several times his own Qi blood? And behind him, Jiang Ziyu's voice also sounded at this moment. This is the Holy Angel Academy's special martial skill, Sacred Defense. When activated, it is able to defend against an attack that is several times one's original tolerance limit within 2 seconds, and at the same time, it is also able to turn all of the force of the opponent's attack into its own and counterattack back. It's basically impossible to be able to break this defense at the same level. That's why avoiding battle is the most correct choice. The flames dissipated, and Monty, who was holding a golden shield and a huge sword, stepped out from among them. His eyes filled with arrogance as he looked at Bai Changsheng and shook his head. You are not qualified. Let Jiang Jiu come. Chapter 122. Don't be afraid of being vibrated when you're saving fiercely. Hearing Monty's words, Bai Changsheng more or less collapsed. No, what do you mean you're not qualified? In the past, when his bloodline was not promoted and his strength was low, it was fine to say this, but now that his dragon blood had been promoted to the 4th level and his chi and blood had reached the beast general level, and he still said this, then his bloodline was not promoted for nothing and his strength was not elevated for nothing? Life is not about steaming buns and fighting for breath. Don't say that Jiang Ji you can't fight at the moment. Even if Jiang Ji you can fight, Bai Changsheng has to give this guy a lesson. Ask him, well, what is called not enough? Seemingly sensing Bai Changsheng's mood swings, Jiang Jiu spoke again. This guy is considered a more standard Holy Angel Academy student. Took the path of faith and also learned divine defense. The advantage is that the defense ability is good. With the divine defense enchantment, it's hard to break the defense at the same level. However, the disadvantage is also equally obvious: insufficient attacks, but the prerequisite for this is not to be blocked by the opponent to your attacks. On top of that, Holy Defense will have a very obvious shield lift when you want to activate it. With such an obvious forward swinging motion, even if Jiang Jiu didn't say anything, Bai Changsheng had noticed it. As a matter of fact, the frequent and intense battles with Silly Pillar had caused his real-world combat experience to take a qualitative leap. From being tossed around like a toy by the Silly Pillar in the beginning to now being able to maneuver around it for more than 10 minutes, Bai Changsheng's progress was not insignificant. With such a rapid improvement, even Jiang Jiu would occasionally feel alarmed. It must be known that the Silly Pillar was a secret silver guard that was born specifically for combat, and its own combat skills were the top of the line, and even if it didn't have a divine ability or something like that to boost it, there were very few existences at the same level that could outperform a secret silver guard. Other than that, in her previous life, when she was at the same level as Bai Changsheng, she didn't have such an exaggerated amount of actual combat experience. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Jiu had responded to Dean Ji's proposal. It was because in her eyes, Bai Changsheng's strength was already no worse than that of any freshman, even when compared to those top geniuses. Jiang Jiu, stop hiding your strength. You can't defeat me with just this spirit beast of yours. The huge sword in his hand pounded 3 times on top of the shield, making a muffled and dull sound of thud, drawing everyone's attention over. Make your strongest strike to break my defense. Monty's words carried a strong sense of wariness, and it wasn't even possible to tell if he was provoking or simply had absolute confidence in himself. Bai Changsheng couldn't understand this foreigner's brain, and only felt that his method of provoking him was a bit too clumsy. To use his strongest strike and then have you block and counterattack? Bai Changsheng stopped between Jiang Jiu and Monty. Looking at the imposing Monty, he opened his mouth and spoke out, "Your opponent is me. You're not qualified to make her fight." This was 3 parts true and 7 parts false. Bai Changsheng did have the strength to fight Monty on his own, but Jiang Jiu's failure to make a move was clearly not, because she felt that the other party was not qualified. Instead of going through all the trouble of protecting Jiang Jiu from a sneak attack by the other party, it would be better to simply draw all of the other party's attention to himself. It was only that Monty had clearly comprehended Bai Changsheng's meaning wrongly. With a sentence like, "You're not qualified to make her attack," Monty snorted coldly. His feet took several steps, dragging his heavy sword on the ground, and then rushed over towards Bai Changsheng, the blade of his sword rubbing violently against the alloy martial arts platform and bringing out a spark, which actually gave Monty a layer of unrivaled ferociousness. When he reached 3 meters away from Bai Changsheng, the heavy sword changed from dragging to picking, and the blade of the sword rushed towards Bai Changsheng's lower jaw and violently scratched. This sword was powerful and heavy, although not as powerful as the chopping position, but the angle was quite tricky. If Bai Changsheng tilted his head to dodge, it would expose the weakest part of his body, but if he didn't tilt his head, no matter if he dodged towards the left or right, Monty would be able to change the direction of his attack at any time. It looked like Bai Changsheng was in a dead end, but in reality, this move was riddled with flaws in Bai Changsheng's eyes. Without retreating, Bai Changsheng opened his mouth and tore towards Monty. At the same time, his mind moved slightly, and a ball of fire suddenly condensed from behind Monty. It didn't need to be big, it just needed to make Monty feel threatened. As the fireball condensed, the exaggerated temperature made Monty subconsciously turn around, and then he saw the fireball smashing towards his own face. In just an instant, the situation was completed reversed by Bai Changsheng. But in the face of 2 attacks, Monty did not have the slightest panic in his eyes. The long sword continued to swing and slash at Bai Chongqing at the same time. The huge shield in his hand turned and blocked the fireball behind him, and his whole body's golden light appeared again. This is another move, isn't it? Bai Chongqing heart cold snort, huge body is like a rubber rope was stretched and loose, instantly retracted, even the fireball was detonated in the middle of the way, rather than smashed in the shield above the self-explosion. The giant sword with a sound of breaking air, narrowly rubbed the scales on Bai Chongqing's body and passed. It seemed like both sides hadn't gotten any benefits from this, but in reality, Bai Chongqing had already caught Monty's rhythm. Whenever he attacked, he left 3 points of force, and was free to move in and out. It was this rhythm that Bai Chongqing was most familiar with. Little red guy, you're afraid that you don't know how much that guy who practices against his buddies every day really likes to play hardball. Seeing the golden light fading, Bai Chongqing simply did not give Monty the opportunity to build up his strength to attack again. His huge tail jerked out, extremely fast, just listening to the sound of the tail bringing up the sound of the wind. It gave people a feeling that he had used his full strength. But the fact is, Monty once again raised his shield to block, urging the sacred defense. Originally pumping the tail is suddenly slowed down, although the last brought out a muffled sound, but the force is not much bigger than knocking on the door. Realizing that he had been tricked again, Monty's heart was suddenly anxious. The golden light dissipated and raised his sword to slash at Bai Chongqing, but a ball of fire had already been waiting for a long time. The moment Monty dispersed his golden light, he grabbed it. Boom! After the fireball burst, it brought out a fire wave several meters wide, spreading out in all directions, and Monty's figure, which was smashed head-on, directly flew backwards and fell a dozen meters away. Compared to the arrogance of the beginning, at this moment, Monty could no longer be proud, and even looked quite wretched. That fireball just now, he had defended it but not completely. Having been tricked twice in a row, Monty decided that this time Bai Chongqing was also fainting, so he just slightly raised his shield, wanting to make a fake move to trick Bai Chongqing into taking the initiative to withdraw his strength. However, the truth was that Bai Chongqing had mobilized the fire element to the extreme with this fireball. True or false, false or true. Receiving a fierce fireball left Monty bewildered, and what made him even more bewildered was that this time, on what basis did Bai Chongqing dare to do it? Wasn't he afraid that he'd activate the sacred defense again? To this, Bai Chongqing's explanation was, "Fear storage, don't be afraid of being vibrated." Chapter 123, I'll avoid him first? Monty's sudden hit was obviously a bit out of everyone's expectation in the stands. There were quite a few of them who came from the same place as Monty, and although they weren't from the same school, most of them had heard of Monty's name. Of course, quite a few of them were still defeated fighters that Monty had gone around dating in order to prove himself. As former opponents, they naturally knew just how strong Monty was. Especially that hand of divine defense in the Holy Angel Academy. Monty even had the title of Purest Holy Angel Successor. But now, they actually saw with their own eyes that Monty was injured by a spirit beast? No, where's Monty's sacred defense? Why didn't he activate his sacred defense to block this blow? Do you think that activating the sacred defense doesn't require spiritual energy? With Monty's mental power, he can only use the sacred defense 5 times at most, and he's already used it 3 times before, so if he uses it again, I'm afraid he won't have to fight at all. Even without divine defense, Monty can still easily defeat that guy, right? This can't be said, after all, that spirit beast is also a beast general level existence, and its spirit is extremely high. No way Monty won against us, but he's actually going to lose to a woman from the celestial kingdom? Nope, that woman hasn't even put up a fight yet, and just her spirit beast alone has caused Monty so much trouble. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Why can't he even defeat a spirit beast? Those who similarly realized that something was wrong were obviously not the only ones. Sophia sat amongst the crowd, looking at the battle scene on the field with a slight frown on her brow, only gravity remaining in those light green with a few shades of azure eyes. Her vision was naturally quite a bit higher than the group of guys around her. Especially sitting not too far away, all of the situation on the field just now was taken in by her. Originally, she thought that Monty would at least be able to force Jiang Ziyu to fight and help her try out some of Jiang Ziyu's cards. But now it seemed that Monty might not even be able to get past Jiang Ziyu's spirit beasts. Teacher was right, Jiang Ziyu was definitely one of the biggest stumbling blocks on her way to winning the championship. No, there wasn't even one. It was just that the spirit beasts were already like this, and if they were to be added to Jiang Ziyu, Sophia's heart sank slightly, and her originally unwavering confidence was actually a little shaken at this moment. Holy angel, Lord bless. Sophia's brows slightly lowered, one hand resting against her heart as she secretly recited a silent sentence. But no matter what, she had to get this time's freshman championship. Her mother was still waiting for her. With this thought in mind, Sophia's gaze was once again firm before she looked at the martial arts stage again. Monty, who had been sent flying by one of Bai Chongqing's fireballs, had already stood up, and his hair, which had originally been combed until it was meticulously clean, had become disheveled after being blasted. Such an appearance made the anger in his heart almost overflow. The golden shield was re-gripped in his hand, and it was fortunate that there was a shield that had just blocked the first wave of the eruption, or else at such a close distance, I'm afraid that he wouldn't necessarily be able to even stand up. And what responded to him was a fierce whip that Bai Chongqing threw at him once again. Take advantage of your illness. Take your life. Bai Chongqing's strike caught Monty in an unsteady position. However, looking at the attack coming towards him, Monty gritted his teeth and simply raised his shield in front of him, charging towards Bai Chongqing, while the huge sword in his hand was also building up momentum. People who could reach this level were all top geniuses from all over the world, and their fighting sense couldn't possibly be poor. After a few exchanges, Bai Chongqing had caught his weaknesses, and Monty had naturally thought of how to deal with them. If the mountain doesn't come towards me, I'll go towards the mountain. Bai Chongqing could retract his force to trick him into using sacred defense. Then he could naturally counter Bai Chongqing's retraction with a fierce charge. If he didn't retract his force, then he would activate the sacred defense, and if he did retract his force, then the same thing that awaited Bai Chongqing would be his onslaught. Learning to be smart. Bai Chongqing looked at Monty, who was charging towards him with his shield raised, and already guessed what he was thinking. But in his heart, he only said a pity. Originally, he had thought that he could rely on this move to clear this guy right out of the field, but it turned out that in the end, he still had to exert a lot of effort. But fortunately, after that one moment just now, he thought that this guy easily wouldn't be able to use the sacred defense again. Bang! The thick dragon's tail heavily pumped on top of the golden shield in Monty's hand, and under the collision of the two, the terrifying force caused Bai Chongqing to vaguely feel a numbness in his tail. However, in the case of the same qi and blood, a beast's physique was quite a bit superior to the human body, not to mention that at the moment he was still a 4th-level dragon blood. Therefore, compared to him, Monty was obviously more and more uncomfortable. At the same time, the arm holding the shield was already numb, the blood flowed backward, but relying on this impulse so that he did not fall back. After blocking this whiplash, Monty's huge sword in his hand blatantly slashed out, bringing out a golden light, with the intention of chopping off Bai Chongqing's tail with a single sword. Bai Chongqing is also an eye for an eye. The fireball once again condensed. Toward the Monty will blast away. If he swung his sword, it would be impossible for him to raise his shield to block, so Bai Chongqing's strike was completely unleashed at full power. Boom! The fireball exploded violently after smashing down heavily on top of the shield, while Monty's longsword also chopped down on top of the tailed dragon scale. As Jiang Jiyu said, Monty's attack power wasn't that strong, and his full-force strike only brought a few dragon scales flying, before the rock armor defense stopped the remaining force. It looked like Monty was much more miserable than him after taking a fireball at close range. But in reality, a heavy sword had no edge, and even if it didn't bleed, the pain was inevitable. Both sides pulled away, and then once again charged each other violently. Up to this point in the fight, both Bai Chongqing and Monty had been beaten out of their fire. Both sides were restraining each other but also displeased with each other, and there was a possibility that unless one side lay down today, it would be absolutely impossible to give up. And so, fist-to-flesh mutual attack, directly to the stands of the crowd to see happy, shouts endless, and even seems to affect the stage of the Monty and Bai Chongqing. It was as if they were fighting each other. You slash a sword, I'm bound to return a fireball to you. Seeing that Monty once again raised his shield and sword and rushed in, with the momentum of a rainbow, Jiang Jiyu, who was standing at the edge of the stands, watched this scene with a slight frown on his brow, and couldn't help but speak out. Xiao Bai, calm down a bit. Holy Angel Academy has a heart method that temporarily raises qi and blood through constant collisions. Let's avoid the front line for now, and then we'll figure it out. If it was in the past, Bai Chongqing who heard this would have dodged. But after receiving several heavy swords, how could Bai Chongqing have the heart to avoid? I'll avoid him first? Why don't you ask him if he fears me? Chapter 124 Open Mic. You too. Why didn't you inform me of something like the Global Collegiate Martial Arts Competition? On the mentor viewing platform, Dean Qian's voice rang out with a few hints of annoyance. Dean Ji and Dean Li inclined their heads to look at their old friend who had arrived at an unknown time, exchanged glances, and no one bothered with him. Looking at the other party's appearance, it was obvious that he had arrived in a dusty manner. And to be able to make the one surnamed Chen in such a hurry, there was no need to think about it for the two to know what it was for. It was nothing more than because of Bai Chongqing who was fighting on the stage at the moment. The two were even able to guess what this guy was going to say next, so ignoring him was the most correct choice. Ignore me? Looking at the two of them like this, the corner of Dean Chen's mouth couldn't help but raise. Bai Chongqing has already stepped onto the stage. Now it's no longer a question of whether or not you're ignoring me. Wealthy people don't return to their homeland, like Brocade traveling at night. It was obvious that he wasn't the type of character that could hold back from pretending, especially in front of his two best friends. Today this pussy I'm going to pretend. The principal can't even stop it. I said, hee. Shouldn't Jiang Zhu be practicing at this time? Why is she even on stage? Dean Chen sat down next to Dean Ji and suddenly let out a light eep and opened his mouth to ask. The question was obviously directed at his two best friends. But Dean Chen was quite sensible and didn't say anything about Jiang Zhu being in the process of opening up the second inner sea. After all, there were other deans and teachers from the Marshall University on the tutor viewing platform. This guy can really pretend, why did you come? You do not know in your own heart? Still no one paid attention, while Dean Chen slightly angled his head and continued his performance. Huh, how come Xiao Bai also came out to fight? Didn't I instruct him to dive into cultivation? Why so subdued? Old thing, you can really put on an act. Both Dean Ji and Dean Li cursed in the bottom of their hearts, but their faces remained bland, as if they hadn't heard his words at all. But Dean Chen spoke again. Hee. This one fighting him actually knows divine defense? Looks like a seeded player from Holy Angel Academy. Tisk, although Xiao Bai's strength isn't bad, but I'm afraid that the Holy Angel Academy's seeded player can't hold up a bit. He said that he couldn't withstand it, but this guy's face didn't have the slightest intention of not being able to withstand it. 3 eeks in a row, even if Dean Ji and Dean Li had a stable mindset, they were all a bit taut at the moment. Look at this guy's appearance. If they do not pick up the words, I'm afraid he will keep eking. Ha! Seeing Dean Chen open his mouth again, Dean Ji hurriedly spoke out to pick up the conversation. The strength is indeed not bad. Seeing old Ji finally pick up the conversation, Dean Chen instantly narrowed his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth could no longer be suppressed. Hey, it's just average. It's only 2.5 months of rising 7 or 8,000 qi and blood, and incidentally, I raised my dragon blood from level 1 to level 4, and then awakened a natural aptitude. Dean Ji? Eh? No, I just picked up a sentence. You're waiting for me in so many words? Well, I'll ignore you one more time. I'm the dog. Dean Ji made up his mind not to bother with this guy anymore. But Dean Chen's purpose had already been achieved, and with just one sentence, he could start his own performance. Alas, you guys are unaware of just how much effort I've put into cultivating an ordinary white-scaled snake to this level. Not to mention the tens of millions of resources, as well as my teachings and heartfelt efforts day and night. It's a good thing that this little fellow is also quite competitive. At least he didn't let my efforts go to waste. The progress in these 2.5 months is even greater than that Jiyu girl. Hey, you guys, it's obvious that Jiyu's girl is more talented. So why is this little guy's improvement even greater than Jiyu's instead? Hearing this, the corners of Dean Ji and Dean Li's mouths twitched at the same time. Sure enough, this guy was here waiting for them. Dean Chen. Surname Ji. Surname Li. Open mic. It was impossible to open the mic. It was impossible to open the mic in this lifetime. Dean Ji and Dean Li had been able to anticipate what kind of writing face output awaited them once they picked up on this. Hold back, must hold back. The two deans had endured, but a teacher who had been standing by the side watching the battle hadn't. The key to this was that he was truly curious as to how Bai Chongqing, a white-scaled snake, had been able to improve so much. Hearing the 3 words while ringing out behind him, the corners of Dean Chen's mouth slowly lifted, while Dean Ji and Dean Li's faces stuttered. Inexplicably, that teacher felt a flash of killing intent and met Dean Chen's brightly smiling face head-on. As you know, what Suemu has always practiced is to teach without discrimination, and in my eyes, the significance of these 4 words is even less based on talent and bloodline in its entirety. Only by cultivating the most common bloodline can I prove my teaching strength well, not like some people who only dare to carve a diamond in the rough. Little Duan, you have to understand that carving a piece of diamond into a treasure does not mean that the craftsman is at a high level because he is carving a piece of diamond. But if, however, one can carve a piece of tree root into a treasure, then this craftsman's level is definitely quite a bit higher than the one in front of him. Well, pointing and cursing, right? And after these words, Mr. Xiao Duan was still at a loss. It seemed like Dean Qian had explained everything. But then again, it was as if he hadn't explained anything. Seeing that Mr. Duan still wanted to continue to ask questions, Dean Li hurriedly opened his mouth to speak out. Ahem, Xiao Duan ah. Don't you still have something to do? If you have something to do, go and get busy first. The dean said Mr. Xiao Duan has to have something to do. And with the unrelated comic personnel left, the stands above once again returned to quiet. Hey! Dean Qian opened his mouth to say something, but he saw Dean Ji and Dean Li speak at the same time. Shut up and watch the game. Hey, in a hurry, someone was in a hurry. If it was unusual, he definitely wouldn't be able to just shut up. But right now, just think of it as caring for the elderly. The corners of Dean Qian's mouth never let go, and his gaze once again went to the field, continuing to watch the match between Bai Chongsheng and Monty. And in the field at this moment, Bai Chongsheng had just shouted out the words, "I'll avoid him first?" As his words fell, countless fire elements in the air began to coalesce above his head, and just by looking at the framework of this fireball, one could tell that this time, Bai Chongsheng had no intention of holding back at all. Seems to be really on the head in general, no matter what, and Monty and a move to distinguish victory or defeat. On the other hand, Monty was also as powerful as a rainbow, and with a single thrust of his golden shield, he charged towards Bai Chongsheng. However, looking at Bai Chongsheng's reckless behavior, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This guy had fallen for the trap. Feeling the fluctuations transmitted by the fireball, Monty knew that this was already the limit of what a low-level beast general could control. Unless Bai Chongsheng's mental power far exceeded that of a low-level beast general, forcing him to withdraw his power after saving up such a large fireball would only seriously injure himself first. It was also because he was certain of this point that Monty had already figured out in his mind how he should end this match. Jiang Jiyu, since you look down on me so much and can't persuade your spirit beast, then with this sword, I will end up chopping at you. Chapter 125 Thunder and Heavenly Flame. Terrifying as it is, Monty's feet were moving at a fast pace, looking as if he didn't intend to give Bai Chongsheng too much time to build up his strength at all. But in reality, he was constantly keeping an eye on the movements on Bai Chongsheng's side. Seeing that Bai Chongsheng actually really saved the fireball to its limit state and smashed it over towards him again, his heart was delighted, and at the same time he couldn't help but curse. In the end, it's a waste even after opening up his spirit. Just a simple provocation can make you lose your mind. What are you going to win me with? Even more, you'll have to drag your master down with you to roll off the stage. Monty had felt just how strong Bai Chongsheng's fireball power was, and it was precisely because of this that he was so certain at this moment. As long as he was able to block Bai Chongsheng's strike with his divine defense, there was simply no way that the attack that was struck could be blocked by Jiang Jiyu, unless Jiang Jiyu's strength had already reached that of an intermediate-level martial general. But was that possible? Even Sophia, who had been pinned with high hopes by her teacher, had only managed to pass 20,000 chi blood by now. Even so, she had already been called by her teacher as a genius that had not been encountered in 100 years by the Holy Angel Academy. Thinking of Sophia, a trace of jealousy couldn't help but flash through Monty's eyes. Teacher, I will definitely defeat all my opponents and prove to you that I'm the best student in Holy Angel Academy. Monty was fuming in his heart, and in order to make sure that Bai Chongsheng wouldn't pull another whole mess in the middle, he even took the initiative to put down the golden shield in his hand, and lifting up his giant sword, he assumed a charging and slashing stance. And it seemed that Bai Chongsheng was really as he thought, striking with all his might, without the slightest intention of holding back. Seeing that the fireball was only a few meters away from him, only then did Monty raise that golden shield up, and then the golden light around his body instantly surfaced. Jiang Jiyu, you guys are finished. Monty's heart rejoiced as he looked towards Jiang Jiyu, wanting to see a hint of remorse and panic on her face. However, the truth was that Jiang Jiyu shook her head when she saw him activate the sacred defense again. Not to mention remorse, there wasn't even a hint of panic. What did she mean? Couldn't she see that she was about to lose? Monty was puzzled in his mind, and then he heard Bai Chongsheng's voice. Fooled you again, oh. At this moment, Bai Chongsheng's voice, where was the slightest hint of exasperation. Instead, it gave him a sense of playfulness. If it was just Jiang Jiyu who was like this, it would be fine, but it turned out that even Bai Chongsheng was like this. Inexplicably, Monty's heart had a trace of doubt in himself. It was also this doubt that caused a hint of a smile to flash across the bottom of Bai Chongqing's eyes. This time, that's when we've really caught you. The purple dragon scale on Bai Chongqing's forehead shone brightly at this moment, and the thunder elements that were originally free in the air converged rapidly at this moment, and in just the blink of an eye, it had already completed its buildup. And then, in the eyes of Monty, surprised, blatantly blasted out. The blue-white thunder was like an uninvited guest that had suddenly entered the arena. Not only did it completely tear apart the self-doubt in Monty's heart, it also left all the spectators with nothing but disbelief in their hearts. Two questions surfaced in everyone's minds at this moment. Why could he have two natural divine abilities? Also, when did he finish building up his momentum? Above the stands, the corners of the mouths of the three deans who saw this scene hooked up at the same time. Using flames to cover the thunder, both elements are equally agitated. But instead the effect is perfect. To be able to think of this little guy's combat talent is indeed noteworthy. Dean Li, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally spoke. Dean Ji also picked up at his words. That day, after seeing this little guy's two talents, I mentioned him in passing, and I didn't expect him to actually use this move. Dean Qian raised his eyebrows immediately and glared at Dean Ji with a wary expression. This old thing, it couldn't be stealing home while he was away, could it? Zhang Ji, you recognized that the three of them taught him together, but Bai Chongqing could be almost single-handedly nurtured by him, and it was impossible to let the surname Ji pick the peach. Seemingly noticing Dean Qian's gaze, Dean Ji shrugged and explained, "Don't worry, it was just a feeling at the time. Letting him walk towards this path to try it out, purely a feeling." Hearing this, Dean Qian then turned back. "Also, you know a hammer about imperial beasts." Dean Ji. The spectators on the stands were unclear, and the Monty in the arena was naturally even less clear. However, none of this mattered. What mattered was that although Bai Chongqing's attacks had caught him off guard, but fortunately, he had already activated his sacred defense. As long as he could block these two attacks, then he would explode with a strike that far exceeded everyone's imagination. And now, an identical question lay before Bai Chongqing and Monty. Could the divine defense block the heavenly flame and thunderstruck by Bai Chongqing? If it was the beginning, then the answer was yes. Several times his defense was enough for Monty to block the full force of a mid-grade martial general. But now, through a long series of layouts, playing a match with Zhang Jiu, and finally catching him off guard with the long-hidden thunder, Monty's original firm confidence had been shaken at this moment. Even if the effect of divine defense is still there, the upper limit has been greatly weakened. Come on, we'll see if we touch it. Boom! The huge fireball exploded after colliding with the golden shield. The raging flames instantly engulfed Monty, and a wave of heat swept across the entire martial arts stage. And the thunder followed casually. After penetrating the flames, it did not leave any room for error, and landed on Monty's body. With such a scene, the hearts of everyone on the stands were suddenly tightened. This kind of might, was it really something that a freshman could hit? If it were for them to receive it, I'm afraid that in just a blink of an eye, they would be completely buried under these flames and thunder. For a moment, everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Bai Chongqing. No wonder Zhang Jiu dared to let her spirit beast fight alone, and just stood by and watched. With this kind of strength, it was as if he was not inferior to any of the top geniuses. Even those top geniuses wouldn't dare to guarantee that they would be able to break out an attack that would surpass Bai Chongqing's. After the flames dispersed and the thunder subsided, the crowd saw that Monty still maintained the posture of holding up his shield, and his body's golden light remained the same. Did he survive? Indeed, it did. But after waiting for a long time, they didn't see Monty use the momentum to chop out that long-prepared sword towards Bai Chongqing or Zhang Jiu, and couldn't help but make people's minds wonder. Why didn't he chop? As long as he chopped this sword out, he would have won. Ka! A crisp cracking sound rang out. And then, under the gaze of everyone above the stands, there was an additional crack in the golden light around Monty's body. Monty still maintained that posture, but after the first crack appeared, the golden light that originally covered his body was like an avalanche, unable to sustain itself, and the cracks increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Eventually completely crumbled, and as if Monty had been drained of all his strength, he fell straight down onto the alloy cast martial arts stage. Wait, these two attacks from Bai Chongqing were directly shattering Monty's divine defense. Alive? The might of heavenly fire and thunder was as terrifying as this. Chapter 126 Gold Badge Angel. Monty's fall caused the entire venue to fall into a brief silence, but after 2 seconds, an ear-splitting cheer rang out, especially for the students of Suemu. They had thought that Jiang Jiu would win, but that was based on Jiang Jiu also striking out 2 against 1. But now, Bai Chongqing was directly in front of everyone, doing the feat of defeating the 4 top martial arts university-seeded players with his own strength. How to put it, Bai Chongqing had previously been an existence similar to that of a pendant next to Jiang Jiu in the eyes of the Waterwood crowd. Even though his qi and blood strength itself was already extremely exaggerated, the entire first-year section of Imperial Beast Academy couldn't find a spirit beast with a higher qi and blood than Bai Chongqing. However, in front of the perversity that Jiang Jiu had shown when he entered school, a higher qi blood was just a background plate. Before this battle, no one had ever thought that Bai Chongqing also possessed the strength to compete with the top geniuses. That was why the crowd was so shocked when this scene appeared just now. And at this moment, after the shock, the overwhelming cries for Bai Chongqing immediately rang out. No, am I still awake from last night? Jiang Jiu's spirit beast won a single fight against the top geniuses of the 4 great academies? Originally, I thought it was already perverse enough to possess a flame talent. Never would I have thought that it actually still hid its clumsiness. This thunder, paired with a flame, the power is actually so terrifying. If I remember correctly, this Monty, in the last round, he chopped the seeded player of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University off the stage with 3 swords. Right? This strength, and now he actually lost to Jiang Jiu's spirit beast? Even Jiang Jiu never made a move from start to finish. It's just speculation. It's not a life and death battle anyway. Just play around and put on a show. Speculation? Why don't you go up and try? I'm afraid you're even worse than that Magic City Martial Arts University's seeded player. Right? This isn't as simple as putting on a show. 2 top-tier attacking and killing talents. And the attacker is a student of the Holy Angel Academy who has always excelled in defense. Monty had activated his sacred defense, but he was still crushed by that white-scaled dragon, and even his sacred defense was directly shattered. From this, it can be seen that the strength of the attack just now far exceeded the upper limit of sacred defense. A strike that is comparable to or even exceeds that of an intermediate-level martial arts general. Do you still think that it's as simple as just speculation? Hearing these words, the person who was originally just a little jealous in his heart and subconsciously spoke out to mock a sentence only felt his face was dishonored, and wanted to speak out, but when he noticed the unkind gazes thrown around, he sensibly chose to shut up. And this scene is just a small episode, even did not cause any attention. The main event was actually on the tutor viewing platform. Seeing Bai Chongqing win this match, Dean Qian and Dean Ji weren't the least bit surprised. One had watched Bai Chongqing grow up to this point, while the other had personally tried out how strong Bai Chongqing's battle prowess really was. Winning against Monty was only right. However, when Dean Qian noticed that the faces of the people on the Holy Angel Academy side weren't looking very good, he was instantly moved in his heart. Of the 4 great academies, Holy Angel Academy and Waterwood looked the most at odds with each other. It was hard to say how much of it was due to the period before the Aura revival, but it was true that the 2 schools had been secretly competing against each other and their relationship was getting worse and worse. Previously, because Mizuki's results in the Global College Martial Arts competition had been unsatisfactory for several years, Holy Angel Academy had even advocated a proposal to kick Mizuki out of the 4 great houses. But unfortunately, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Mizuki's results were unsatisfactory, it was still in a state of broken lead. So this idea of Holy Angel Academy had never been recognized by the other 2. And at this moment, when Bai Chongqing and Monty met on the field, although it wasn't a scene of enemies meeting watching the other party suffer defeat, it was inevitable that they would want to go up and stomp on them twice. I say, old G, this is where you're being a bit unkind. Although this global collegiate martial arts competition adheres to the principle of fairness, impartiality, and openness, refusing to operate in the dark. But sometimes, you can also appropriately take care of other schools' faces. If you let Jiang Jiu and someone else's seeded competitor meet so early, isn't that an embarrassment to someone else's face? In case they are at the bottom of the rankings because of this match, do you feel good about it? After all, if you can't get the top 3, it's still possible to get a 4th place. It's much better than a 24th place. Dean Qian's words seemed to be saying that Dean Ji was unsympathetic, but in reality it was word for word, just to stab people in the heart. As for the specific who stabbed, who face is the most ugly, that is who. And the quarter Dean sniffing is also echoed a sound, a look of chagrin, and then said a sentence is my ill considered. Seeing that the two of them were talking as if Holy Angel Academy had already been eliminated, someone finally couldn't help it. Humph. Holy Angel Academy's seated players are not Monty. A blonde-haired old man opened his mouth and spoke out. His words a bit stiff, attracting everyone's eyes over. The old man was only 1 meter 6, with a small goatee, and a golden robe draped over his body that appeared a bit wide. But no one could treat this old man as a harmonic star. Simply because his neck hangs a golden badge necklace, Holy Angel Academy, Golden Badge Angel, non-martial king cannot be obtained. Sophia is the student that I have carefully cultivated, and the talent is much higher than Monty. Only after passing Monty's hurdle will you be qualified to meet Sophia. I hope you two will still be able to laugh by then. Humph! After a cold snort, the blonde-haired old man violently flung his robed sleeves and twisted his head before descending from the tutor viewing platform. As for Dean Qian, the three of them looked at the other party's back as he left without stopping or persuading him, until after his figure completely disappeared around the corner. All three of them had a feeling of having had a good time. Sensei, no matter what the final result was and what was the point of doing this, at least now they were in an aching mood. Alright, you guys stay here and keep watch. I still have a few things to do looking for Jiang Jiyu and that little guy. Seeing that the only person who was an eyesore had already left, and that Jiang Jiyu and Bai Chongxing had already gotten off the stage, Dean Qian instantly clapped his hands, got up and greeted the other two before heading down towards the viewing platform. Knowing that Jiang Jiyu wouldn't let go of any opportunity to cultivate, Dean Qian simply waited on the path that was necessary to get to the cultivation room, and then actually waited for Jiang Jiyu. Teacher Qian, when did you come back? Jiang Jiyu just happened to have the idea of discussing her parents' work arrangements with Dean Qian, and took the initiative to speak out. Just came back for a while. After watching that battle between Xiao Bai and Monty, the little guy is quite good. It's not in vain that I spent so much effort to cultivate. But this trip is not for this matter. The sample of Enlingsan was made. I brought a few copies over. Chapter 127 120,000 of Enlingsan. A sample of Enlingsan? That fast? According to that Dan formula you gave, the researchers made a replica, and at the same time tried to replace some of the herbs in it, using different grades of spirit medicines with the same medicinal effects to make 3 grades of Enlingsan. Saying that, Dean Qian flipped his palm, and in his palm there were 3 more porcelain bottles of different colors. Inside here are the 3 grades of Enlingsan. All of them have been experimented with and are non-toxic, but for the specific efficacy, more experiments need to be conducted before accurate results can be obtained. Also, if you want to commercialize it, you'll need more time to get the official certification. Jiang Jiyu reached out and took the porcelain vials in Dean Qian's hands. Opening one of the white porcelain vials, the medicinal flavor was not strong, and even a bit bland. It contained 7 or 8 pills that were no bigger than grains of rice. Dean Qian pointed to the other 2 porcelain bottles and continued to speak. The one in this white porcelain bottle is the lowest level. The cost of 1 grain is only about $3,000, but the effect is not obvious. Martial general level, basically already can't feel any gain. What is contained in this bottle is made according to the prescription written above. The cost of a single capsule is around $15,000. Taking a capsule can guarantee high-speed growth of mental power for about 3 days. And this bottle of the most expensive, the medicinal materials used are also the most top-notch. Just 1 capsule is worth $120,000. Dean Qian pointed at the last azure-colored porcelain bottle and uttered a figure that made Bai Chongxing extremely moved. 120,000 for a single capsule. He was high and low enough to taste the salt. I tried out this bottle, and it's not useful for the murky jade mythical beast, but it's extremely useful for the spiritual power of a martial general level. You take all 3 bottles back and try this one out to see if it's useful for martial marquis level spiritual energy. 120,000 apiece. What was contained in this bottle? It was estimated that there had to be around 10 pieces. That would be $1,200,000. However, the purpose of Dean Qian's approach was to test the medicine. It had nothing to do with the price. Good. When the time comes, I will record the effect after taking it in detail. Tightening the porcelain bottle in his hand, Jiang Jiyu put all 3 bottles of medicine into his storage ring before looking at Dean Qian again, wanting to speak. What's wrong? Dean Qian naturally saw that Jiang Jiyu had something he wanted to say and simply asked, "It's like this, my parents." Jiang Jiyu briefly said what she had in mind. Dean Qian knew what she meant after hearing Jiang Jiyu's first sentence, and immediately nodded. "Don't worry, I'll arrange this matter." Not to mention that the new company, Jiang Jiyu, was the largest shareholder herself. Even without this status, as long as Jiang Jiyu opened her mouth, this matter was naturally nothing. All right, I won't bother you with your cultivation. I still have to go and discuss something with the principal. Tell that little guy to keep working hard in the competition. As long as we can take the championship, it's not impossible to let the Ink Jade mythical beast have one more brother of his. Taking the championship was actually just a figure of speech, and Jiang Jiu was able to sense the meaning behind Din Qian's words. Bai Chongqing's potential had already been recognized by him, and even if it wasn't as good as the Ink and Jade mythical beast, it wasn't as bad as it could have been, at the very least. What Jiang Jiu didn't know was that part of the reason why Din Qian had loosened up was that no matter what he said, the mythical beast just didn't listen to him, and he was really tired, so he just let the two little guys run amok on their own. Seeing Din Qian leave, Jiang Jiu entered that grade A cultivation room again. Taking off his sneakers and stepping on white socks on his feet, Jiang Jiu walked over to the layer of soft cushions and sat down on his knees. After thinking for a moment, he took out the 3 porcelain bottles containing Enling sand from his storage ring, and then summoned Bai Chongqing. The azure bottle of Enling sand poured out 2 grains, swallowed one himself, and sent the remaining one to Bai Chongqing's face, the meaning of which is naturally self-evident. Bai Chongqing was not polite and swallowed the rice-sized Enling sand. There wasn't any noticeable sensation, just a faint bitter flavor unique to Chinese medicine. The system beep then sounded, but it gave Bai Chongqing a feeling of great disappointment. Congratulations to the host for devouring the Enling sand, gaining a Qi and blood value of 14, and gaining 27 evolution points, 120,000 per capsule for this? Not to mention the Qi and blood value, even the evolution points were only a measly 27. If this wasn't personally sent by Din Qian, or for his own use, Bai Chongqing would even be a bit skeptical if this thing was a fake medicine. After smacking his lips twice and determining that there were no more beeps, Bai Chongqing found it tasteless and simply lay down next to Jiang Jiu, closing his eyes to sleep, replenishing the spiritual energy he had just lost in the battle. It was only that the original closed-eye sleep had turned into a sound sleep a minute later. Bai Chongqing actually rarely dreamed, but this time he had a very bizarre dream. In his dream, he had arrived in a world that seemed like the end of days, with a volcano spewing out hot magma, filling the entire space with an acrid odor, while the sky was overcast with clouds, and from time to time, there was the sound of thunder roaring. After only a few seconds of staying in such a scene, Bai Chongqing felt the desire to escape from this place begin to grow in his heart. And as time passed, it intensified. He had the intention to move his body, but realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move even half a bit. And right at this moment, the volcano became even more violent, with reddish-black magma flowing down the volcano towards Bai Chongqing. Bai Chongqing's eyelids jumped violently as he struggled, but it was still to no avail. He could only watch as the magma got closer and closer to him, and at the same time, thunder began to strike down from the dark clouds in the sky, adding a few more moments of murderous intent to the already agitated space. Boom! The nearest thunderbolt landed a dozen meters in front of Bai Chongqing, and the sudden explosion made his scalp feel numb. It's a dream, right? It should be a dream, right? Bai Chongqing wanted to comfort himself, suggesting that this was just a dream, and that neither the thunder nor the lava could possibly hurt him. But the truth is, he felt all of this very clearly. Whether it was the sound or the smell or even the magma was close, the hot temperature was so real. But fortunately at this moment, a voice that was like heavenly music to Bai Chongqing rang out. Little Bai. The voice was not loud, but it caused Bai Chongqing's spirit to shake, instantly detaching himself from this imprisoned state, his consciousness slightly distorted as he leisurely awoke. Little White, are you all right? Opening his eyes again, he was met by Jiang Jiu's slightly worried eyes. It's fine, just had a nightmare. Bai Chongqing shook his head, but he only felt dizzy. He had obviously slept, but now he didn't have the slightest intention of waking up from his sleep. Chapter 128: Spirit Complex and Spirit Intermingling. Your spiritual energy just had a momentary disturbance. Under the stimulation of the spiritual energy, the flames and thunder nearly went out of control. It's also fortunate that you woke up in time. If you were a moment later, I'm afraid that the entire contents of the cultivation room would have been destroyed. Hearing Jiang Jiu's words, Bai Chongqing then reacted to the fact that the temperature in the entire room was a bit too outrageously high, at least over 50 degrees. Even the metal base plate was a bit hot at the moment. Even the metal baseboards were a bit hot at the moment. Whether it was the fire element or the thunder element, it had all become very dense at the moment. No, why would his spiritual power suddenly become disorganized? Couldn't be because of the collision with Monty earlier, could it? It shouldn't be, although the intensity of that collision was very high, The one who was injured was Monty, not him. Wait, was it because of the Enling-san? Jiang Jiu raised her hand and pulled a strand of sweat-dampened hair from her forehead behind her ear, as if the temperature in the cultivation room was indeed a bit too high. Even she was sweating a lot at the moment. Even the single thin white tea on her body was currently clinging to her skin. I also only felt it after I swallowed it, and the highest grade one, the Inspirit Scatter, should have the bright heart fruit added to it. This thing possesses the side effect of making the spirit hyperactive, and if you haven't practiced the secret method of hammering the spirit, it's easy to lose control of your mental power in an unconscious state. But the state you were in just now just proves that this Inspirit Scatter has a great effect on you. Slightly closing his eyes and feeling it, the truth was really as Jiang Jiu said. Although his brain was so foggy that it was as if he had stayed up for several nights in a row, the strength of his spiritual power had indeed improved for a period of time, and although it wasn't much, it could be clearly felt. If this progress continued, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for his spiritual power to break through to the Martial Marquis level. But the problem was that, as Jiang Jiu had said, he had not practiced the secret method of hammering the spirit, so if he swallowed the Enling-san again, he would probably fall into that state of disordered mental power again. Thinking about that feeling of almost burning himself just now, Bai Chongqing simply didn't want to come back a second time. Spiritual secret method. Is it hard to practice? Bai Chongqing looked at Jiang Jiu and asked out loud. It's indeed difficult, and it's usually only when you reach the Martial Marquis or Lord level, after your spiritual power has skyrocketed, that you're qualified to practice it. But it's not like there's no other way. If there is a Martial King level existence that is proficient in this path to guide you, and take you to familiarize yourself with the operation routes and rules of spiritual power, you will be able to embark on this path in advance. A Martial King proficient in this path? Of all the people Bai Chongqing knew, the only one he could think of was Dean Li. A Martial King level magician whose main cultivation was spiritual power would surely have the means to do this. But Jiang Jiu seemed to have guessed Bai Chongqing's thoughts in general and shook his head. There's no need to bother Teacher Li with this matter. Although my spiritual power hasn't reached the Martial King level yet, because of the Spirit God deed of expansion, you and I have intertwined souls. In a way, you and I are one. So even if my spiritual power is only at the Martial Marquis level at this moment, I'm still able to channel your spiritual power just the same. Bai Chongqing didn't understand this, but if Jiang Jiu said so, then it was bound to be certain enough. There was no questioning, it was all trust. Then how should I cooperate with you? There's no need to cooperate. Just sleep and I'll guide you myself. Sleep again? It was so hard to free himself from that state where his entire body was confined. If possible, Bai Chongqing didn't want to experience that feeling again in a short period of time. However, looking at Jiang Jiu, who had already crossed her knees and closed her eyes, Bai Chongqing still reclined. Stimulated by the feeling of vertigo in his brain, Bai Chongqing fell back to sleep after only 2 to 3 minutes after closing his eyes and relaxing his spirit. It was a good thing that this time, he didn't re-enter the space that was comparable to purgatory. The consciousness was so drowsy that he didn't even know when he fell asleep. However, this feeling of slumber didn't last long, and in a daze, Bai Chongqing only felt that something was caressing him gently. Consciousness returned, but instead of waking up, there was a general feeling of his soul being out of his body. He could clearly feel that his body was sleeping, but his consciousness was awake. The essence of the secret method of hammering the spirit is to let the spiritual energy flow through your body. Every time it completes a cycle in your body, it will grow 1 point like spiritual energy. Jiang Jiu's voice rang out, and Bai Chongqing wanted to open his eyes, but it was still pitch black before his eyes. At this moment, he could clearly feel that there was a huge thing standing beside him, so he thought that it should be Jiang Jiu's spiritual power, right? In such a comparison, it seemed that his spiritual power did seem to be a little too juvenile. And did not wait for him to say anything. The next moment, he felt as if he was wrapped up in something warm and soft. This feeling is somewhat similar to embracing, but embracing cannot be done so closely fit. The path traveled by spiritual energy is known as the spiritual complex. Spiritual complexes are different from the meridians that spiritual energy runs through. The meridians are inherently unobstructed, but the spiritual complexes are completely blocked. Under normal circumstances, unless the chi and blood is raised to the Martial Marquis realm, and the physical body is used to drive the spiritual power to skyrocket, and then the spiritual power after the skyrocketing is used to forcefully punch through the blocked spiritual lore, it is impossible for the spiritual power to grow by self-cultivation. And what I'm going to do now is to first use my spiritual power to forcibly help you punch open the spirit complex. As Jiang Jiu's voice fell, Bai Chongqing only felt as if he was being hugged even tighter. and his heart and mind inexplicably just swirled. You don't have enough spiritual strength to practice the attack and defense type of spiritual secret methods, but the basic running secret methods are still possible. Remember this route. I'll take you through it a few more times, and after that, you'll have to practice on your own until you make the flow of spiritual energy instinctive. Hearing this, Bai Chongqing didn't dare to think any more nonsense and carefully felt the places where his spirit passed through. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Bai Chongqing didn't know exactly how long he had been walking in this circle, and it was only after a long time that Jiang Zhiyu's voice sounded again. But this time, her voice carried an indescribable sense of exhaustion. The first time has been completed. The spirit complex I have already helped you punch through. Next, start the second time. This time, the speed was obviously much faster than the first time. Third time. After 3 times in a row, the feeling of being tightly embraced instantly disappeared, and inexplicably, Bai Chongqing actually had an empty feeling. The consciousness sank slightly, and his mind moved. Bai Chongqing once again woke up from his state of slumber, and what met him head-on was Jiang Zhiyu's somewhat ghastly white face. But while his face was obviously pale, for some reason, Bai Chongqing felt that the other party's eyes carried an unspeakably bright meaning. "Are you all right?" Jiang Zhiyu shook her head and raised her hand to pinch her brow. "It's fine. It's just an excessive loss of spiritual energy." Chapter 129. Jiang Zhiyu's heart is in turmoil. Bai Chongqing wanted to be more concerned, but Jiang Zhiyu had already taken out a bottle of spirit-containing potion from her storage ring and drank it. You seized the time to cultivate. First, familiarize yourself with the lines of spiritual energy flow and develop instincts as soon as possible. After saying that, Jiang Zhiyu closed her eyes again, with the appearance of tuning in and meditating. Seeing this, Bai Chongqing didn't say anything else and simply returned to the nascent soul pouch, running his spiritual energy according to the route Jiang Zhiyu had taken him through just now. Only what Bai Chongqing didn't notice was that after he entered the nascent soul pouch, Jiang Zhiyu opened his eyes again, slightly glancing down at the nascent soul pouch pinned to his waist, with a few more indescribable meanings in his eyes. Just now taking Bai Chongqing's spiritual energy to develop the spirit complex caused an inexplicable feeling to arise in her heart. Her heartbeat accelerated, and even her breathing was a little short. It wasn't obvious, but it was the first time she felt it. It should be because I'm forcibly helping someone else to open up their spirit complex. So it would be a little strange, right? Jiang Zhiyu murmured in the bottom of her heart. But why was this feeling not present in her last life, when she helped the little girl she brought up single-handedly? Shaking her head, Jiang Zhiyu forgot all about that chaotic thought, so she continued to move the qi and blood in her body. The progress of constructing the second inner sea was almost complete, and it would only take another week or 2 before it was finished. When the construction was completed, she would be able to break through to Marshal General and spend a few more days filling up her inner sea with qi and blood. By then her strength would have skyrocketed several times, and this bonus would stay with her, even if she broke through to the Emperor realm. And all of this was brought to her by Little White. For some reason, Jiang Zhiyu's mind was inexplicably confused again, especially when she thought of Bai Chongqing. Her mind was unsteady for a moment, and she almost had the feeling of her qi and blood flowing backwards. It was fortunate that she had adjusted in time, which prevented her from losing her battle. Bai Chongqing in the nascent soul sac didn't know this. After controlling his spiritual power to travel around in the spiritual complex, Bai Chongqing violently realized that the original dizziness had been greatly relieved. As for the increase in spiritual power, although it was subtle to the extreme, the key was that it only took about 5 minutes for the spiritual power to run around in the body. In other words, if he didn't stop for a moment, he would be able to make 12 laps of spiritual power in an hour. If he was able to do what Jiang Zhiyu said, the spiritual energy relied on instinct to run, just like breathing at all times. In a day, this number would only be even more exaggerated. 1 or 2 laps didn't feel like a boost, but if it was hundreds of laps, the effect would be extremely considerable. If there was one more addition from the in-spirit scatter, Bai Chongqing felt that he couldn't seem to be far away from breaking through to the Martial Marquis level in terms of spiritual power. Keep going. Qi and blood could only be raised by devouring it, and before he had transformed into his form, there was no such thing as meridians in his body, so he couldn't rely on absorbing spiritual qi to raise himself. But now it was fine, the cultivation of spiritual energy was just as much cultivation, wasn't it? Moreover, Bai Chongqing was able to feel that with the spirit meridians being flushed open with the help of Jiang Zhiyu. His control over his body seemed to have become more refined. This feeling was very mysterious, and at the same time, it had also improved Bai Chongqing's battle power to a certain extent. The night was silent, both Bai Chongqing and Jiang Jie were quietly cultivating. And as for Silly Pillar and Gentle, it was as if they had been transformed into a wooden stake, standing there quietly. On the third day of the elimination tournament, Bai Chongqing encountered a foreign player who hadn't heard of the school's name, but his chi and blood were still good, approaching the threshold of a martial general, and was already considered to have 1 foot on the threshold of a top genius. However, when he encountered Bai Chongqing, he seemed a bit inadequate. Even though he had prepared for the heavenly flame and thunder, it was only after actually taking this hit that he realized what Monty had actually experienced yesterday. After 10 strokes, the other party took the initiative to admit defeat. No way, not admit defeat cannot. After a few collisions, his tiger's mouth had already bled, and the shield in his hand was even shattered under the repeated bombardment of thunder and heavenly fire. It was fortunate that Bai Chongqing did not have the intention to kill him. Otherwise, after 3 moves, he would have become food in Bai Chongqing's mouth. Now that he had admitted defeat, he had also entered the top 12 and had already met his teacher's requirements. Speaking of which, originally everyone had treated losing to Bai Chongqing as a shame, but after seeing that battle between Bai Chongqing and Monty yesterday, everyone's mentality had changed. It seemed like losing to Bai Chongqing wasn't something to be ashamed of. After all, even the seeded players of the 4 great houses had lost. On the 4th day of the elimination tournament, there would only be 6 people left on the field, and those who remained on the stage after today's battle were the ones who would be competing for the final 1, 2, and 3 existences. However, Bai Chongqing's task was far from over here. Dingji's goal for him was to at least come in second, and then strive for first. The good news was that although the opponents assigned to him in this round were also from the 4 great academies, their strength had yet to reach the level of a top genius. The chi and blood had only just crossed the threshold of a martial general, and it was likely that he had only broken through before the start of the competition. Although it took some effort, he was able to enter the battle for the top 3 without any danger. The bad news, on the other hand, was that the opponents he faced in the next 2 matches were both exaggerated existences more than Monty. After today's match ended, Jiang Jiu didn't head straight to the cultivation room like before, but instead turned around and sat in the spectator's seat not far from the martial arts stage. There was no need to watch the previous matches because before meeting an evenly matched opponent, there was simply no need to expose their cards, and even if they watched, they wouldn't get any useful information. However, the competition could be carried out to this extent now. The tide had already faded, the people who swam naked had long been eliminated, and those who could stay more or less had their own cards. If they didn't use their cards at this time, when would they use them? When they were eliminated and went back to violently beat the primitives. Holy Angel Academy's Sophia's chi blood is the highest amongst all. It's already close to 20,000 points, twice as much as mine. At this rate, I'm afraid that it won't be long before she's able to step into the intermediate level of martial arts. But what you really need to pay attention to is the long whip in her hand, although the attack is not as direct as a sword, gun and sword, but the attack is unpredictable. If you are not careful, you will be hit. Even Josh, who is also a top genius of the 4 great courts, was easily suppressed by it. If I remember correctly, this Josh was eventually able to rush to the martial emperor level. It's just strange that I haven't heard of this Sophia in my last life. After the matches were all over, Jiang Jiu brought Bai Chongqing back to the cultivation room, and then came the above words. Chapter 135-Minute True Man. There's also War Academy's Baplao, whose strength is equally not to be underestimated. The War Academy comes from the northern land of extreme cold. The harsh environment has created the toughness of the creatures here. The beasts are mainly bears, tigers, and other fierce beasts, and their size is generally about 30% larger than those in other places. Fighting with this kind of foreign beasts is all about a wide open, fist-to-flesh fight. That's why the War Academy's people, their fighting style is basically straightforward. Compared to Sophia, Baplao is much better to deal with instead. The only thing to be careful of is the opponent's war roar. War roar? When Bai Chongqing heard Jiang Jiu's words, his mind inexplicably conjured up the scene on the martial arts stage just now. Obviously, at the beginning, Baplao and his opponent in that fight were still evenly matched, but after exchanging more than 10 moves, Baplao suddenly threw himself up to the sky and roared, the skin of his entire body instantly turning red. With a cry of Ola, he charged towards his opponent. And the end result was that the situation that was still 50-50 completely fell in Baplao's favor as he shouted Ola after Ola. 3 punches. It only took 3 punches to hammer his opponent away. At that time, Bai Chongqing had only felt surprised and flabbergasted in his heart. But now that he heard Jiang Ziyu utter the 4 words war roar, he couldn't help but connect the two together. War roar is able to drastically strengthen your physique and strength, and temporarily immunize you from pain, though it doesn't last very long. So under normal circumstances, after the opponent makes a war roar, he just needs to turn around and flee, waiting for the war roar effect to end. He will instead fall into a period of weakness. Real man time? Jiang Ziyu knew so much about these things that Bai Chongqing wasn't surprised, and after thinking about it, he asked the most crucial question. This war roar, how long can it last? In that battle just now, Bapa Luo's opponent didn't last long enough for Bapa Luo's true man time to pass before the battle was ended, so Bai Chongqing had no way of knowing exactly how long Bapa Luo could maintain this state. Jiang Ziyu pursed her lips at that, then gave a number that made Bai Chongqing baffled. 5 minutes. How much? 5 minutes? That ring was only 50 meters wide in total. Even if you ran, how many meters could you run? Circling such a narrow field for 5 minutes, wasn't that a joke? Bai Chongqing was silent. Jiang Ziyu didn't say anything either, seemingly realizing that this point was really a bit difficult for Bai Chongqing. If it's the wilderness, trying to drag through 5 minutes isn't that hard. But the ring obviously can't do it. In this case, one can either harden against the opponent's war roar and last through the 5 minutes, or simply not give the opponent a chance to make a war roar. Bai Chongqing opened his mouth and spoke of 2 possibilities, but it seemed that both of them were nearly impossible to realize. If he could resist the war roar for 5 minutes, then he wouldn't have to worry about this matter anymore. And not being able to resist it for 5 minutes would mean that he didn't have the ability to instantly second the other party. But just because Bai Chongqing couldn't do it didn't mean that Jiang Ziyu couldn't do it. If Jiang Ziyu had used the soul-destroying needle, even if it only caused Bapa Luo to linger for 2 seconds, Bai Chongqing was absolutely confident that he would be able to resolve the fight. Jiang Ziyu clearly saw what was going on in Bai Chongqing's mind, but under Bai Chongqing's gaze, Jiang Ziyu slowly shook her head. The architecture of the second inner sea has yet to be completely stabilized, requiring me to detach my spirit to maintain it at all times. Helping you to develop your spiritual complex before nearly caused the second inner sea to collapse. Bai Chongqing didn't feel disappointed when he heard this. It was because Jiang Ziyu needed to construct the second inner sea that he was needed to participate in this global collegiate martial arts competition. If at this moment, because of the competition, it in turn affected Jiang Ziyu, wouldn't everything be for nothing? Therefore, everything could only be his own effort. Just thinking hard for half an hour, Bai Chongqing did not even think of a solution, and finally shook his head. Thinking more is not beneficial, it is better to cultivate. After asking Jiang Ziyu for another highest grade in Lingsan, Bai Chongqing swallowed it and then entered the nascent soul pouch to continue refining his spiritual power. Spiritual energy could directly affect the power of heavenly flames and thunder. Cultivating a bit more at the moment might make it 1 point stronger tomorrow. It was another night without words. The next morning, stepping out of the cultivation room, Bai Chongqing could clearly feel that there were clearly more people in the waterwood than before. But thinking about it, it was also true. This global collegiate martial arts competition, having proceeded to this stage, had already entered a white-hot phase. And the previous match had completely shown the world the depth and strength of the 4 grade academies. In the 4 grade groups, the remaining 12 students, without exception, were all from the 4 grade academies. In other words, the 4 grade institutes had monopolized this year's global collegiate martial arts competition, and the other martial arts universities, one or the other, couldn't even touch a bronze medal. Such exaggerated figures naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Speaking of which, Shui Mu had a total of 3 people who had entered the race for a place this year. In addition to Bai Chongqing, there was also senior Li Changming, as well as a sophomore schoolmate. However, those who had seen that older sister's match knew that her strength, which could support her to enter the competition for the top 3 places, had already reached the top, and the final result would probably be to take 3rd place and bow out. Don't be nervous. It's just a competition. Even if the final result isn't ideal, it won't affect anything. Of course, if we can get the championship, that would naturally be better. Dean Ji, as the lead coach, was doing his pre-battle pacifying work. Whether it was useful or not, I don't know, at least it was a psychological comfort, at the very least it was a comfort to him. Don't worry, Dean Ji, not to mention anything else, at least for the championship of the senior 4-year section, I will definitely get it back. The one who spoke was a boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and out of place with the surroundings. Most of the other contestants were wearing heavy defense gear, with a stern look of anticipation. Even Jiang Ziyu had changed out of his gym clothes and wore a lighter and thinner defense gear. But this boy, at the moment, was wearing a black suit, and was only holding a staff of about 30 centimeters in his hand. It was as if he hadn't come to the competition at all, but rather to attend some kind of dinner party. When Bai Chongsheng in the nascent soul bag saw the other party in this outfit, he didn't even dare to take the other party as a contestant at first glance. But the truth was, he really was. Li Changming, it's good to have confidence. But with you, it's a bit too much of a big deal. Dean Ji looked at the other party's black suit, and after thinking about it, he still raised this question. If you are approached by an enemy and have no defense protection on your body, I'm afraid you won't be able to carry even one move. Chapter 131, Li Changming. If it was an ordinary student, I'm afraid that by Dean Ji saying this, he would have honestly put on his defenses long ago. However, it was obvious that Li Changming was not some ordinary student. Raising his hand to push up those gold glasses, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up, Li Changming returned a very polite smile to Dean Ji. The next ones I'm going to fight are two Qi blood martial artists. It just so happens that you are a great power in the Qi and blood course. I would like to ask, if I am approached by a Qi and blood martial artist, what is the probability that I will be able to get away? Under normal circumstances, once a magician was approached by a Qi and blood martial artist, it would be basically impossible for them to escape, unless the magician's level was really much higher than the other parties. Dean Ji didn't open his mouth, but this kind of question was something that anyone could figure out. Since I don't have a chance of escaping when I'm close up, what's the point of wearing my defenses? Instead of being careful like a clown, it's better to simply not give the opponent a chance to get close. What do you think? It makes sense, hey? Bai Chongsheng in the nascent soul pouch couldn't help but look deeply at Li Changming when he heard these words from the other party. At 1 meter 8.5 with a hand-tailored dark suit, he appeared to have an extraordinarily straight posture. And compared to his stature, this face was what really made Bai Chongsheng feel threatened. His sword brows and starry eyes, his nose was high and straight at the same time. But because he was wearing a pair of glasses, his features were inexplicably softened, showing that he wasn't so aggressive. Especially when the corners of the mouth were slightly upturned, it would again give people a feeling of nobility. It's okay. Just a little short of being as handsome as me. Bai Chongsheng silently chanted a sentence in his heart, and then he saw Li Changming turn his head to look at Jiang Jiyu. You should be senior sister Jiang, right? I've heard your name mentioned a long time ago. On the day of your enrollment, you surpassed the grades I left behind at the beginning, and even attracted 3 deans to compete to take on your disciple. Among them was even Dean Li, who couldn't see me in the first place. What did it mean this was to find trouble with Jiang Jiyu? With a flash of his body, Bai Chongsheng appeared beside Jiang Jiyu, his eyes fixed on Li Changming, guarding against his ready strike. But in the end, Bai Chongsheng was overthinking it. With Dean Ji present, it was clear that Li Changming was unlikely to harm Jiang Jiyu, and it wasn't as if he was displeased with Jiang Jiyu. Relax. I'm not here to cause trouble. Just want to see what someone who is even more talented than I was back then is really like. Looking at Bai Chongsheng in this manner, he knew that he had misunderstood him and lightly shook his head as he continued to speak. As it turns out, senior sister Jiang's talent is indeed rare, so it's no wonder Dean Li couldn't help himself. As a Chuan realm magician, Li Changming's spiritual power had already reached the martial marquis level, so he was naturally able to sense the unusual things about Jiang Jiyu. Other than that, that spiritual power alone, which was not weaker than his, was enough for him to treat it with caution. In the face of Li Changming's praise, Jiang Jiyu merely nodded and didn't say anything more. The players draw lots. In the distance, a teacher from Shui Mu walked up to the martial arts stage with a wooden box, and Jiang Jiyu's trio was also interrupted from their conversation by Dean Ji, allowing them to go up to the stage and draw lots first. According to the tournament system, for the first, second, and third place, someone would take a turn in the first round of draws, and after the results of the other two's matches, the person who took a turn would then face off against the winner, and if he lost, he would fight the loser of the previous round. In this way, the fairness of the rankings could basically be guaranteed. However, Jiang Jiyu's luck was obviously not good at the moment, and the person whose turn was blanked in this round was Sophia from Holy Angel Academy. And the result of this draw also meant that Bai Chongsheng would have a tough battle with War Academy's Bap Lao next. The two sides of this match, Suemu Wushu University's Jiang Jiyu and War College's Bap Lao. It is permissible to wear defense gear and use weapons during the match, but the use of potions is prohibited. The one who presided over this match was a Waterwood special grade teacher, Martial Marquis Battle Strength, which was enough to deal with any emergencies on the field, and after briefly explaining the rules and restrictions, this teacher didn't have the slightest intention of being verbose and announced the start of the match. Bai Chongsheng's body slowly swam, protecting Jiang Jiu behind him, and his gaze fell on top of the figure in the distance that was over 2 meters tall. It was said that people in foreign countries were more precocious, and this saying seemed to be exceptionally applicable to Baplao. 18 years old and just a freshman, yet he looked old. Blonde hair and a huge scar above the right side of his face, as if a centipede was crawling on his face. No need to think about it to know that it must have been left by a foreign beast. Army green camouflage pants plus a white short-sleeved. In addition, there is only a tactical undershirt. But it was such a simple dress, but it showed Baplao's exaggerated figure to the fullest. Thicker than an ordinary person's thighs, the arm circumference, muscles bulging, hands full of calluses, and the neck is even almost as wide as the head. As expected, some people could feel that he was strong just by standing there. The cheers of the spectators above the stands rang out at the right time, and a bunch of foreign languages that Bai Chongqing couldn't understand were occasionally mixed with one or two that he could understand, causing him to subconsciously turn his head to look over, trying to find out which foreign girl was so bold. Those who knew it clearly knew that she was expressing her admiration for Baplao, and those who didn't thought that she was born to be a dog. Obviously, compared to Jiang Jiu, a girl whose figure looked a bit thin, this group of foreign spectators worshipped Baplao's kind more. In the midst of the audience's brouhaha, the distant Baplao opened his mouth and spoke a long string of words that Bai Chongqing couldn't understand. But even though he couldn't understand it, Bai Chongqing could roughly guess what he had said to Jiang Jiu just from the contemptuous look in his eyes when he looked at him. Obviously, even though he had defeated Monty with his own hands, in the eyes of these top geniuses, he was still somewhat unqualified. After Jiang Jiu heard Baplao's words, she just shook her head with a calm expression, and after lifting her hand and lightly patting Bai Chongqing, she turned around and took 2 steps back, with the appearance of leaving the stage to them. Seeing this, Baplao then turned his gaze to Bai Chongqing. Without saying even a single word of nonsense again, just with a fierce step of his foot, Baplao's figure violently disappeared in place, bringing out a residual shadow as he swung his fist towards Bai Chongqing and attacked him violently. Seeing this, Bai Chongqing's eyes flinched. Without any hesitation, the fireball condensed on his side at the same time, opened his mouth and tore towards Baplao. He was afraid of Baplao, but he was afraid of the state he was in after turning on the war roar, not the state he was in. To put it bluntly, everyone was 10,000 chi blood at the beginning. Who was much stronger than who? Since you want to fight hard, let's do it. The fireball condensation is completed. Towards Baplao will shoot sharply. In everyone's eyes, Baplao just raised his hand and waved his fist. Will break this fireball. The whole person is instantly engulfed in flames. But the flames couldn't stop Baplao's pace, and the next moment, he rushed out from the flames and collided with Bai Chongqing fiercely. Chapter 132 Ola. If Bai Chongqing's battle with Monty was a duel between attack and defense, then the battle between him and Baplao right now was a pure power duel. With 10,000 chi blood at the threshold of a martial general, a random swing of a fist was over 10 tons of power. Under the full force of the collision, what was brought about was one low sound after another that sounded like a muffled drum. You blast me with a punch, and I will return the favor with a smack. Compared to the visual shock brought about by the elemental bombardment, this kind of fist-to-flesh collision was more able to stimulate the audience and make their emotions rise even higher. An unintelligible foreign language was mixed with the shouts of many Mizuki students. The emotions of the spectators under the field also affected the emotions of the two sides on the field at this moment. Whether it was Bai Chongqing or Bapa Luo, the rhythm of their attacks was getting slower and slower, but the force of each attack was getting more and more powerful. The result was that while the dragon scales on Bai Chongqing's body crumbled off, Bapa Luo's body also had several blue marks left behind after being beaten. Until the last wave, when Bapa Luo's fist bombarded Bai Chongqing's body, Bai Chongqing bit Bapa Luo's shoulder, and his dragon's fangs pierced through the skin that was not protected by any defense gears, and the venom was instantly injected into it. After both sides burst back at the same time, there was a bit more vigilance in each other's gazes. Baplao looked down at his own shoulder, originally slightly reddish skin. At the moment there were 2 tiny blood holes on it. Visible to the naked eye, those 2 blood holes began to darken, and even the blood that flowed out began to become cloudy and sticky. The faint tingling sensation caused Baplao's brows to furrow, raising his eyes once again to look at Bai Chongqing. Poison! Baplao opened his mouth and uttered a single word. Bai Chongqing didn't reply, only silently observing Baplao's state. The essence of the previous sparring session was to relax Baplao's guard, and now his plan had already succeeded. A level 4 toxin, not to mention that Baplao was only a low-level martial general, even a high-level martial general would have to be affected in a small way. Now that the toxin had entered his body, all Bai Chongqing needed to do was observe Bapa Luo's state before deciding what to do next. If his state was greatly affected, then he naturally wouldn't be polite and would fight quickly. Bai Chongqing hadn't thought about the fact that the toxin couldn't take effect. After all, the mandatory blood deduction was written on the system description. The difference only lay in how much was deducted. The only thing that made him pity was that the time was too short. From the moment his teeth pierced into his skin, Baplao sensed something was wrong and directly blasted his fist at him to pull away. Otherwise, if he had been given one more second, this fight would have been over by now. The imagined panicked look on Baplao's face didn't appear, but after looking down again, he suddenly grinned. His mouth mumbled something else, and then he saw his skin begin to blush red. Unlike the reddening after being attacked at this moment, it was more like that caused by the accelerated flow of qi and blood. After turning on the war roar, his physique will be greatly strengthened, and the toxin effect will be weakened to a certain extent by then. Jiang Zhiyu's voice rang out from behind Bai Chongqing, and in fact, there was no need for Jiang Zhiyu to remind him, as Bai Chongqing knew what Baplao was thinking after seeing this scene. Without the slightest hesitation, the dragon's scale between his forehead began to flicker with light. In the next moment, a 3-finger thick blue-white thunderbolt blasted out blatantly, aiming straight for Baplao's head. From the very beginning, Bai Chongqing had been guarding against this, unable to solve the Bapa Luo in the state of war roar, then find a way to make him roar not to come out. The speed of the thunder was extremely fast, so fast that from the time Bai Chongqing blasted out to the time he arrived in front of Baplao, it was only a blink of an eye. It was only when it finally hit, it was Baplao's left hand that was blocking in front of his body. The thunder that hadn't fully built up its momentum couldn't cause any substantial damage to Baplao, but it could always leave some impact. The left arm, which was already somewhat paralyzed due to the toxin, seemed to have completely lost consciousness under the effect of the thunder. But Bapa Luo seems to have no sense of this. His left arm slightly raised, clenched his fist and then slammed 3 punches towards the alloy ground. After the muffled sound, Baplao looked up again. The corner of his mouth raised a fierce smile. Glancing at him, Bai Chongqing inexplicably developed a feeling that he was being stared at by a wild animal. With eyes like that, it was impossible to raise them without a dozen or so life and death battles. No dude, I'm the one who should be the one with fierce eyes, right? Ola! Bapa Luo's mouth burst out. His feet stepped down, and his figure violently rushed out. Compared to just now, his speed had increased by nearly 50%. In such a situation, it didn't take much thought to realize that his physique and strength, likewise, had improved tremendously. Before, Bai Chongqing was still able to fight back and forth with him, but now he could only maneuver. A series of 4 fireballs took shape beside Bai Chongqing, and without the slightest pause, they blasted towards Bapa Luo, who had swept towards him, while at the same time, the light of the dragon scales on Bai Chongqing's forehead flourished. Countless thunder elements converged towards his forehead. With such a stance, it was clear that he wanted the fireball to attract Baplao's attention, and then end the match with thunder. Only, could it really end? Baplao looked at the fireballs that were blasting towards him, not dodging or avoiding them, but simply gathering his fists and then smashing them into the fireballs. The fireball that was enough to hit a 3rd-grade martial artist with every shot was like a toy in Baplao's hands at this moment. With one punch, the fireball shattered, and against the flames that splashed out, Baplao's speed was not slowed down by a single point. In the eyes of the spectators outside the arena, Baplao was like a god of war. Walking in the fire, each punch could bring out an inexplicable harmonious picture. Baplao! 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 One voice was higher than the other, as if they had already seen the outcome of this match. And right in the midst of these high-pitched cheers, a blue-white color flashed violently in Bai Chongqing's eyes, and then he saw the long accumulated thunder blasting out blatantly. The thunder was as thick as an adult's arm, and its power far exceeded that of the one that had just been struck in haste. Where the thunder passed through, even the air became distorted, and under the small but sharp buzzing sound, Bapa Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and his arms crossed, blocking in front of his body. Boom! Without the slightest bit of politeness or retention, the thunder heavily bombarded above Baplao's arms. With a violent stagnation of his body, Baplao's entire person was directly fixed in place. Go! Bai Chongqing shouted explosively under his breath, and the already thick thunder became even more intense by one point. Under the impact of the violent energy, Baplao's figure actually retreated instead of advancing, and even though he had already tried his best to stabilize his figure, he was somewhat incapable of sustaining himself at this moment. Chapter 133 Fighting with Weights? The thunder continued, and Baplau's figure kept slipping back under the thunder bombardment, getting closer and closer to the edge of the ring. Bai Chongqing was also fuming in his heart. As long as he was able to knock Baplau out of the ring, then he would be able to get the victory in this match. Mental energy was mobilized with full force, communicating with the thunder elements that were free in the air, constantly converging them, then turning them into attacks and blasting them at Baplau with full force. As for Baplau, facing Bai Chongqing's thunderous bombardment, it seemed as if he was really defenseless, not having the slightest way to deal with it, but just being pushed along one after another. But it wasn't until his right foot touched the edge of the ring that his originally retreating figure suddenly stalled. Only 1 meter away, as long as he was pushed back another meter, Baplau would fall out of the ring. But it was this 1 meter distance that no matter how hard Bai Chongqing tried, he couldn't get him to move back even a fraction of a second. With a flick of his mind, Bai Chongqing disconnected his replenishment of thunder. The thick blue-white thunder had no energy left, and after pouring its last ounce of energy onto Baplau, it dissipated. Baplau also stood up straight again after the thunder dissipated. Looking at his state, except for the serious burns on his arms where the thunder collided with his skin, it didn't affect him anymore. It seemed that his flesh and blood were a bit blurred, but this was just a wound that could be recovered with a bottle of healing potion. And for the time being, it didn't affect Baplau's battle power at all. Was this the Baplau under the roar of war enchantment? Bai Chongqing's heart sank. It was fine that he wasn't as good as Baplau after war roar in close combat. But now even heavenly flame and thunder couldn't cause substantial damage to him. A very real problem lay in front of Bai Chongqing. This battle, how should he win? The corners of Baplau's mouth lifted once again in a confident manner, and he opened his mouth to say something else. Bai Chongqing couldn't understand, but just by looking at the reactions of the surrounding audience, he could roughly guess that he was mocking him for being so self-important and urging him to surrender. Or maybe it was something about how he had just tricked Bai Chongqing into wasting his spiritual energy, and as a result, Bai Chongqing had really fallen for it or something like that. Naturally, Bai Chongqing knew that pushing the thunder so forcefully would rapidly consume his spiritual energy. And in fact, both he and Baplau had just gambled. One was betting that thunder would not be able to seriously injure him, while the other was betting that thunder would be able to blast him out of the ring. Judging from the final result, Bai Chongqing had lost his bet. Having expended nearly half of his spiritual energy, he had only ended up exchanging it for a severe burn on Baplau's arm, which was obviously far from satisfactory. Watching Baplau raise his fist again to make a charge, Bai Chongqing took a deep breath and summoned a fireball to block Baplau's attack while opening his mouth to bite at him. Since he hadn't been able to interrupt Baplau's war roar or knock him out of the ring, there was only one way to go: to stall for time. Although the toxin was temporarily restrained by the war roar and couldn't form a fatal injury, it could always affect mobility. Bai Chongqing didn't ask for anything else. He just wanted to be able to slow down Baplau's speed a bit. Even if it was only by 2 or 3%, he was confident enough to be able to drag through these 5 minutes. Just as Baplau looked at Bai Chongqing, who was tearing towards him, his brows furrowed and he directly changed his stance after letting out a cold snort. Bang! Bai Chongqing received a solid punch, and for a moment, he only felt his dragon scales crumble, and even his internal qi and blood seemed to have stagnated briefly due to the punch, racked with pain. However, Bai Chongqing continued with his previous plan and fiercely took another bite. This time, he didn't let go of his mouth, and the fangs pierced deep into Bapaluo's skin as the toxins began to be madly injected into it. Because of the roar of war, the toxin entering his body didn't spread out directly, but Baplau could clearly feel it. If he allowed Bai Chongqing to continue like this, even if his qi and blood were as strong as they were, it would be impossible for him to prohibit it. Without any nonsense, with his right fist raised high, he slammed down heavily on Bai Chongqing's dragon head. Bang! Another solid punch, this one, directly smashed Bai Chongqing's head violently dizzy. With dragon scales plus steel bones, and the support of rock armor defense, Bai Chongqing's defense could definitely be considered an excellent tier at the same level. However, he was still somewhat unable to carry off Baplau, who had Roar of War as a support. With a thought, Bai Chongqing decisively added points. 486 evolution points deducted. Evolution Tree Branch Rock Armor Defense level upgraded to LV5. Rock Armor Defense next upgrade requires evolution points. 1,360 evolution points are deducted. And the Evolution Tree Branch Steel Bone is upgraded to LV2. Steel Bone next upgrade. 800 evolution points. A series of 2 beeps fell. Bai Chongqing only felt that the bones of the whole body came with a tingling sensation, and at the same time, the airflow that was free in all parts of the body providing defense support was also directly enhanced by about 50%. Once again hard to a punch, but this time, but not again like just that, directly dragon scales crumble and even dizziness. Those teachers will inevitably not stand by and watch Baplao get killed by the venom just like that. It would naturally be best if Baplao could be directly judged to have lost. Even if he is not judged to have lost, just pulling the 2 of us apart will still be able to drag us out for quite some time. Give up the child to catch the wolf. Put up a fight. Bai Chongqing had already decided to play a rogue fight, so his body directly climbed up, with the intention of directly applying a death entanglement on Bapa Luo. However, before the entanglement took shape, the referee who had been waiting on the sidelines decisively spoke out to stop it. Before, it could still be interpreted as a tangle, but once Bai Chongqing's tangle took shape, it would really be a no-end situation. Either Baplao would be entangled and the lack of oxygen and toxins would kick in at the same time, or Baplao would forcefully break free from Bai Chongqing's entanglement. Only to do so, the greater likelihood would be to directly wring out Bai Chongqing's vertebrae. Obviously, either Bai Chongqing's death or Baplao's death was unacceptable. So simply stopping it was the key. Bai Chongqing let go of his mouth, and Baplao didn't go on another sneak attack without speaking martial virtues. Both sides pulled away and stood opposite each other once more. And at this moment, just 2 minutes had passed since Baplao had opened his war roar, and Bai Chongqing still had to hold on for 3 more minutes. However, after Baplao glanced down at his arm, which had already blackened a section, he simply didn't intend to continue entangling with Bai Chongqing. Under everyone's attention, Baplao raised his hand and touched the tactical undershirt he was wearing, then made an unthinkable move. He actually began to unbutton his tactical undershirt. What did that mean? Bai Chongqing didn't understand, and neither did the spectators around him, but Jiang Jie found the clue. What he's wearing isn't a tactical undershirt, it's a load-bearing weight. Negative weight? Bai Chongqing's heart was inexplicably shocked when he heard this, and then he saw Baplao take off that tactical undershirt, and after letting go, the tactical undershirt crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Listening to the sound, I'm afraid that this tactical undershirt alone must weigh 200 to 300 pounds. Chapter 134 Boiling Spiritual Power. Under normal circumstances, once a person carries more than 10% of their own weight, there will be a feeling of strain when they move. More than 50%, walking will be greatly affected, and if it's 100%, if they haven't been professionally trained, they won't be able to guarantee even the most basic of actions. Bai Chongqing didn't know exactly how much weight Baplao's tactical undershirt was loaded with, but it was obvious that at the moment he was going to be facing Baplao, who was even more fierce than just now. The people who were surprised by Baplao's maneuver were not only Bai Chongqing, but also the audience on the stands. Originally thought that just Baplao is already fierce enough, but who would have thought that this guy has actually been hiding his strength before? He had even entered the battle for the top 3 places, and at the beginning, he was still playing with the idea of hiding his strength. If Bai Chongqing hadn't really pushed him hard, I'm afraid that this bottom card would have to wait until the battle with Sophia to be revealed. But after revealing Baplao's card, he would have to bear the consequences of revealing it. After unloading the weight on his body, Baplao came with a wave of boxing jumps on the spot, and it could be clearly felt that his movements were several points lighter than just now. Finally, he lightly twisted his wrist and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Bai Chongqing instinctively felt that something was wrong, and had the intention to condense the fireball. But Bapa Luo had already swept out a residual shadow, and in just the blink of an eye, he rushed over a distance of more than 10 meters and arrived in front of him. The fireball hadn't even been molded yet, but Baplao's fist had already smashed down. Bang! Bai Chongqing only felt a heavy hammer slamming down on his head in general. His body swayed violently, and even his consciousness was shaken. After both the steel bone and rock armor defenses had risen by 1 level, it was already difficult for Baplao's punch to give him the image of his dragon scales crumbling. However, the damage was still there, and even after being cut down by a few points, the force that penetrated the dragon scales and punched into his body was enough to give Bai Chongqing a good drink. It was also until this moment that Bai Chongqing could clearly feel how great that tactical undershirt was in terms of suppressing Baplao's strength. That tactical undershirt definitely weighed more than 300 pounds. It was even likely that there was some kind of spell formation or something engraved inside it to restrict Baplao's power from being utilized. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for his power to instantly increase by so much. The fireball that had continued to rise with great difficulty directly dissolved after Baplao's punch because of Bai Chongqing's unsteady spiritual power. He also wanted to continue to condense the fireball, not seeking to injure Baplao, but at least forcing him back first. Otherwise, in this state, defeat would only be a matter of time for him. But Baplao obviously wouldn't give him this chance again. The two cards of War Roar and Negative Weight were opened in a row. If he still couldn't take this battle, then he didn't even need to buy a plane ticket back to the school, and he would just walk back directly. Moreover, he knew better than anyone else how bad his condition was at the moment. If he couldn't solve the battle before the duration of the War Roar ended, I'm afraid that he would be the one to admit defeat in place at that time. So, after a series of 3 punches, Bai Chongqing only felt a blackness before his eyes. Not only was his qi and blood flowing backwards, even his spiritual energy, at the moment, had a feeling as if it was out of control. For a while his head hurt. Bai Chongqing couldn't even tell if it was because he had suffered internal injuries or because his mental power had collapsed. And after 3 punches, Baplao didn't strike at Bai Chongqing again. Resolving Bai Chongqing was only because he was in his way, and the only way this fight could end was to resolve Zhang Jiu. But just as Baplao stepped past Bai Chongqing and towards Zhang Jiu, Bai Chongqing spoke again. Slow down. Hiss. The fight between us isn't over yet. Bai Chongqing barely half stood up, his headache causing him to suck in a breath of cool air, but he still spoke out and called out to Baplao. Hearing Bai Chongqing's voice, Bapa Luo subconsciously turned his head, but after seeing that Bai Chongqing was struggling to even stand his body up, he looked at Zhang Jiu again and opened his mouth to say something. However, Zhang Jiu looked at Bai Chongqing and shook her head. I respect Bai, and until he surrenders, I won't say the word admit defeat. As she spoke, Zhang Jiu's gaze kept falling on Bai Chongqing's body. Although she didn't know why, she was able to clearly feel that the spiritual energy in Bai Chongqing's body was fluctuating violently. And behind this violent fluctuation was the fact that his spiritual energy was soaring. Dean Li, who was on top of the distant stands, seemed to have sensed something and frowned slightly as he looked at Bai Chongqing, whose figure was shaking a bit. That spirit beast of Ji Yu's. Something seems to have gone wrong with its spiritual power. Dean Qian and Dean Ji's faces weren't any better. As a matter of fact, after Baplao had made his War Roar and unclasped that tactical vest, they no longer had much hope for the outcome of this battle. They had underestimated the top geniuses of the other 3 clans after all, and had originally thought that Bai Chongqing had the qualifications to contend for first place. But now, it seemed that Bai Chongqing had been lucky to break into the top 3. Without Zhang Jiu, the true mainstay of the battle, relying on Bai Chongqing alone was still a hair short. And in the face of an already nail-biting defeat, they were all a bit unable to bear to look at it. On the other hand, Zhang Jiu and Bai Chongqing were acting like they wouldn't surrender no matter what, so they couldn't say anything more. The students were about to fight to the death, so why would the teacher surrender? If the situation is not right, end the battle immediately. Old Li, no matter what, you have to smooth out Xiao Bai's spiritual power. Looking at his old friend's serious face, Dean Li naturally knew what he should do, nodding his head with a solemn face, his gaze once again turning to the martial arts stage. Baplao looked at Bai Chongqing, who couldn't even stabilize his figure for a moment, and couldn't help himself. He didn't understand why Bai Chongqing knew clearly that it was impossible for him to win against himself, but still had to hold on and not admit defeat. There is also Zhang Jiu, obviously her strength is stronger but has been holding back not to make a move, a look that does not participate in the fight. If from the beginning is Zhang Jiu and Bai Chongqing together, I'm afraid that this champion has already been firmly in her bag. Baplao didn't understand, just frowned tightly, looked at Bai Chongqing and said something. There wasn't much time left for War Roar. If Bai Chongqing still didn't admit defeat, then he would have no choice but to throw Bai Chongqing out of the ring with his own hands. From the moment I entered Wadawood, I've received a lot of care from Dean Qian. Bai Chongqing shook his head. The high level of mental loss of control was giving him a headache. In this situation, Bai Chongqing felt like he had to say something to distract himself. Otherwise this pain would only get stronger. He gave me a lot of spirit medicines to help me raise my qi and blood, and he helped me promote my bloodline again. Hiss. And now, he just wants the first place in a martial arts competition. I naturally want to help him get it back. The pain had reached its peak, as if someone had taken an axe and split his brain open. But the pain only lasted less than a second before it instantly disappeared, and what replaced it was an instant clearing of the brain, as well as a mental power that had violently crossed a large step. Now, his spiritual power should have completely stepped into the Lord level, right? Chapter 135 Spiritual Power Breakthrough, Lord Level. With this thought in mind, Bai Chongqing didn't hesitate in the slightest. And in the next moment, A ball of fire that was several times larger than before suddenly appeared. From the moment he had the idea to the time the fireball took shape, it was just a blink of an eye. The increase in spiritual power was not only reflected in the size of the fireball, but also the speed at which it was molded. And Bai Chongqing was satisfied with this speed. With a slight movement of his mind, this ball of fire split into 8, but its size did not shrink in the slightest. The air around him climbed rapidly under the reflection of these 8 fireballs, but Baplau's heart went cold. He wasn't a magician and didn't have a spiritual talent, but even so, he was still able to feel that at this moment, Bai Chongqing's spiritual power had suddenly increased tremendously. If it was just now, it was clearly impossible for him to do this. Looking at the fireballs floating around Bai Chongqing's body, Baplau suddenly had some regrets. If he had been able to throw Bai Chongqing off the ring before his spiritual power broke through, it wouldn't have helped even if Bai Chongqing had broken through by then. But it was useless to talk about this now. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, since Bai Chongqing's spiritual power had broken through to the Lord level, it was naturally him who should be considering how to deal with it. Damn it! It was clear that there hadn't even been a collision yet, and it felt like that fireball was ridiculously strong. All around the audience, countless spectators looked at Bai Chongqing, who had suddenly resurrected with full blood, and for a moment, they were all a little confused as to what had happened. However, those who were able to sit here were not ordinary people, and they still had some insight. In particular, Bai Chongqing's fireball split into 8 was close to having the word fierce written on his face. Those in favor of Baplau were inexplicably mute, and in their place were the chants of the Suemu students. Originally, they had all despaired of this battle, but who would have thought that in a peak turn of events, Bai Chongqing would actually give them such a big surprise. I knew it! If schoolgirl Jiang dared to let her spirit beast fight alone, she must have plenty of confidence, and now it seems that schoolgirl Jiang's vision is good, and so is mine. No! Didn't you just spray? It doesn't matter what was said before, it only matters what is said now. Don't say, now this fireball just looks like it feels ridiculously strong, this power. I'm afraid it's already far beyond the scope of the attack that a low-level martial arts general can hit, right? I'm an intermediate-level martial general. I can't hit an attack of this level. You mean to say that this fireball is capable of erupting with the strength of a high-level martial general's attack? Didn't I say that? I'm an intermediate-level martial general. How would I know what intensity of attack a high-level martial general has? Pablo's been hiding for so long. I originally thought it was a sure thing, but I didn't expect it. But I guess Jiang's schoolgirl's side is also hiding. But I think it's better not to be too happy too early. After all, Baplau's war roar is still going on, and obviously still has the power to fight. In the crowd, Sophia listened to the murmurs that resounded around her. Her gaze fell on the martial arts stage, and in that pair of eyes that were turquoise in color but with a hint of azure, at this moment, it was finally an additional look called gravity. Before this battle today, she had never worried that she wouldn't get the first place. Although Baplau's strength wasn't bad, and Jiang Jiyu hadn't made a move since the beginning, she just had this confidence. Everything, however, changed after Baplau took off his weighted undershirt and Bai Chongqing showed his exaggerated mental strength. No, Mom is still waiting for me. This first place, I must get it. Sophia's heart was certain, and she simply got up and walked towards the outside. Although the battle was not yet over, there was already a result as to who would lose and who would win, so there was no point in continuing to watch, so it would be better to take advantage of the fact that this would be more than enough time to bring her qi and blood up a little further. In some ways, Sophia was actually quite similar to Jiang Jiyu. The ones who were stunned were not just the spectators on the stands. Even the 3 deans on the tutor viewing platform were all mesmerized by Chongqing's skyrocketing spiritual power at the moment, especially Dean Li and Dean Qian. One knew spiritual power extremely well, and the other knew Bai Chongqing extremely well. But it turned out that both of them together couldn't explain how Bai Chongqing was able to do this. It should be that the successive increases in the level of the dragon's blood have forced little white spiritual power to pull up quite a bit along with it. After all, strong spiritual power is likewise a standard configuration for the dragon race. It should be that Baplau's 3 punches, which seemed so ferocious and dangerous, had instead inadvertently stimulated little white's spiritual power. One of the 2 men explained, and when their gazes met, both seemed to have figured out how to explain it to the outside world. Instead, it was Dean Ji who looked at Bai Chongqing and Jiang Jie on the stage, pondering. Before, I only thought that Jiyu girl was exceptionally gifted and rare in the world. But have you guys realized that this little guy's talent is actually not the least bit bad, and even from the point of view of growth speed, he even surpasses Jiyu's girl. Hearing Dean Ji's words, both Dean Li and Dean Qian turned their heads to look over. It was fine if they didn't say it, but after Dean Ji mentioned such a sentence, the two of them suddenly had a feeling of sudden realization. The points where Jiang Zhiyu's talent excelled were his superb fighting instincts, his self-taught 2 heaven-ranked martial arts that were both still accomplished, his heaven-defying mental strength, and his second inner sea that was about to take shape. At this moment, Bai Chongqing seemed to be no worse than Jiang Zhiyu. While his combat experience had grown by leaps and bounds, Bai Chongqing also possessed 2 natural aptitudes. Several mutations plus the melee ability and potential brought about by his rank 4 dragon blood were not low, and now even his mental strength had caught up with Jiang Zhiyu, and on top of that, Bai Chongqing's qi and blood had grown, all of which far exceeded that of an ordinary student, catching up with that of a top-tier genius. One must realize that before doing all of this, Bai Chongqing was still just an ordinary white-scaled snake. Growing from a Battle 5 scum white-scaled snake to this extent, the more they thought about it, the more alarmed they became, but all 3 of them had an extremely tacit understanding not to bring up this matter again, and coincidentally returned their gaze to the martial arts stage. I'll give you a chance to admit defeat yourself. You won't be able to carry this blow from me, and the toxin in your body has already reached a level where it urgently needs to be detoxified. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid it will leave an effect on this arm of yours. Baplao had just given him a chance to admit defeat, and Bai Chongqing didn't mind giving him a chance as well. However, after listening to Jiang Zhiyu's translation, Baplao didn't seem to appreciate it very much. With determination in his eyes, he looked up at the tutor's viewing platform, and then he charged towards Bai Chongqing's side without hesitation. Knowing that he would be injured if he ran straight into him, he still rushed over. With such a stance, there was more or less a feeling of telling my mom that I'm not a coward. Bai Chongqing didn't hesitate either, giving him plenty of respect and smashing down all 8 fireballs. Chapter 136 Green Jade Sequel Cream. After his spiritual power broke through, Bai Chongqing could clearly feel that he was able to mobilize more elements, and that the elements were more closely combined with each other. Adding quantity and quality, the power was naturally incomparable. If the power of the fireball that he had previously condensed with all his might was 10, then the one that Bai Chongqing was casually condensing at the moment could easily exceed that number, and if he were to condense it with all his might, I'm afraid that the power would be 5 times that of the previous one. In this situation, Bapaluo still dared to charge forward against the fireball. Then Bai Chongqing naturally would not spoil him. As the saying goes, poor is tactical penetration, rich is fire coverage. Bai Chongqing embodied this saying to the fullest at this moment. 8 fireballs easily covered the 50-meter diameter martial arts stage, and Baplao had no place to hide even if he wanted to, so he could only carry the fluctuations of the fireballs and continue to charge forward. But the moment the flames engulfed him, Baplao realized the mistake. The temperature of this flame was at least 200 degrees higher than just now, definitely over 1,000 degrees. An instant of high temperature directly let Baplao's figure stagnate. His heart was shocked at the same time, immediately retreated violently. Can't rush, such high temperatures, forced to rush, will only make his state even more unbearable, and between a stop and a retreat, Bai Chongqing has already completely blocked his back road. Under Bai Chongqing's deliberate control, he had left Bapaluo with a small area where he could barely stand, and at this moment Bapaluo, no matter whether he advanced or retreated even 1 step, would face the scorching of the extreme heat. However, Bai Chongqing wasn't suddenly having a kind heart and wanting to give Baplao a chance to catch his breath. Instead, he used the flames to force Baplao to only be able to stand there. The purple dragon scale between his eyebrows flickered with light, and thunder began to converge, and in terms of might, it was even more exaggerated than that fireball. A dilemma was instantly placed in front of Baplao. If he avoided the flames, he would have to stand still and suffer the full force of the thunder. But if he wanted to avoid the thunder, then he would have to rush out of the sea of fire that was 20 to 30 meters away. It seemed that no matter which case, he would inevitably suffer a heavy blow. How to choose was a problem. One wrong step, then the outcome of this battle would be drawn in advance. With a slight flash of his eyes, Bapaluo's mouth exploded with a ula. Both arms blocked in front of him, Bapaluo put on a look of hard resistance to the thunder. But right at this moment, on the tutor's viewing platform, a middle-aged man whose physique appeared even more exaggerated than Baplao's stood up. Wait, we admit defeat. With a flash of his figure, this middle-aged man appeared before Baplao, lifting his hand and waving it. The flames were dispersed as much as they could be, while Bai Chongqing also stopped his convergence of thunder, dispersing the attack completely. Seeing the middle-aged man standing in front of him, Bapu Luo muttered something under his breath, and after unraveling his war-roar state, he fell straight backward, luckily being caught by that middle-aged man. After being poisoned by Changxing's poison, and resisting the thunder and fireballs and forcibly maintaining the war-roar state, in the end, Baplau's state wasn't actually much better than Bai Changxing's, only that he was holding on for dear life with one breath of air, and so he didn't have a seizure for the time being. And now that he had lifted his war-roar, the toxins and qi and blood were simultaneously surging up, and it was only natural that he fainted. Of course, it was most likely also because he was a bit unable to accept his defeat, so he simply faked the wave of fainting. Without any nonsense, Bai Changxing returned to the nascent soul pouch after the teacher presiding over the match announced the results of this match. This battle had been extremely exhausting for him, and he had suffered quite a few injuries. Even his dragon scales had chipped quite a bit, and although it wasn't as bad as Baplau fainting straight away, he wasn't in any better shape either. Other than a breakthrough in his spiritual power, he was in no shape to go anywhere right now. Luckily, with the 4th level dragon's blood, these injuries only required a long sleep, and he would basically be able to recover. Jiang Jiyu took it all in and didn't disturb Bai Changxing's rest. But when he came down from the martial arts stage, intending to go to the cultivation room, he was stopped by Din Qian. This thing possesses an excellent healing effect. It can also avoid scarring from trauma. Take it back and feed it to that little guy. Din Qian held a piece of dark green, as if it were a soft candy like ointment in his hand, and handed it to Jiang Jiyu. When the ointment entered his hand, Jiang Jiyu felt the cool sensation coming from it. Green Jade Continuity Cream? A top-tier healing holy medicine that looked a little smaller than the palm of his hand, but was worth more than $500,000. Not to mention the martial generals. Some poorer martial lords couldn't even afford to use it. Take it, the little guy is, to put it mildly, doing us 3 old things a favor. We can't let him get injured for nothing. Tell the little guy that if he really gets first place, I have a reward waiting for him. Obviously, Bai Changxing's previous words had touched Din Qian. Jiang Jiyu didn't say anything to push back, because this was indeed what Bai Changxing deserved, and he did need it. Taking the green jade interrupted cream back to the cultivation room, he summoned Bai Changxing, while the dazed Bai Changxing didn't see what Jiang Jiyu handed over before swallowing it in one gulp. The cool sensation instantly shook his spirit, and the system beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for swallowing the green jade continuous cream, gaining 23 blood value and 514 evolution points. Is this thing worth this many evolution points? Bai Changxing's heart was also slightly startled as he listened to the system beep, feeling the coolness begin to act on the wound, dispelling the little pain that was already left. Your spiritual power has already reached the Lord level, right? Jiang Jiyu lightly removed her shoes, her white socks stepping on top of the soft cushion where she meditated in the cultivation room, looking at Bai Changxing and asking out loud. Well, a breakthrough on the verge. It should be that the enlingsan that I swallowed in the past 2 days took effect. In fact, even Bai Changxing himself wasn't quite sure why his spiritual power had suddenly broken through. Although he had already reached the threshold of the Lord level before, if this barrier was really so easy to pass, there wouldn't have been the saying that everyone under the martial marquee was a mole cricket. Thinking about it, he could only attribute it to the bonus provided by the grade 4 dragon blood, as well as the effect of the enlingsan, which might also have been due to the fact that Jiang Jiyu had helped him open up his spirit complex. Moreover, Bai Changxing was vaguely able to feel that after those 3 punches from Bapaluo earlier, it looked like he was dizzy and mentally disorganized, but in reality it was a big favor for him. Having traveled so far, although he had always been able to control this body at the moment, there was always a feeling that he couldn't help himself. But after those 3 punches, this feeling disappeared. Perhaps the fact that the spiritual power had broken through so smoothly and completely controlled the body was partly to blame. All the reasons intertwined to create his exaggerated spiritual power today. It didn't matter as long as the breakthrough was good. Bai Changxing didn't bother to trace the roots. When your spiritual power breaks through to the martial marquee level, then you'll have the qualifications to practice the spiritual mysteries. Jiang Jiyu didn't pursue the cause of Bai Changxing's spiritual power breakthrough either. Looking at Bai Changxing, whose eyes were even more divine than before, he opened his mouth and said as such, Chapter 137 Intentional Viewing Thoughts. Spiritual secret method is good. Spiritual secret method has to be learned. Other than that, just the power of the soul destruction needle to fight at a higher level, Bai Changxing had a craving for it. If you can learn the soul destruction needle, not to mention under the martial marquee, Bai Changxing will not be afraid of anyone in single combat. It was just that Jiang Jiyu shook his head after hearing these words. The difficulty of the attacking secret method is too high, and your spiritual power isn't enough to release the soul destruction needle. If you forcefully learn to release it, it's likely that you'll injure your own soul in turn. What I'm going to teach you is a defense-type spirit secret method. Defense-type secret methods? Although defense-type secret methods weren't as simple and rough as the soul destruction needle, Bai Chongxing came to the rescue. Having something to learn was a good thing, and this type of secret method was going to be learned sooner or later. Learning it earlier would be considered an additional safeguard. Tranquilize your mind and hold your heart. I will guide your spirit. Pay attention to perception and experience. As Jiang Zhiyu's words fell, Bai Chongsheng could only feel something touching towards his spiritual energy. In the state where he had closed his eyes and closed most of his senses, this feeling was quite obvious. It was like holding hands, but it was more delicate than holding hands. Bai Chongxing was able to clearly sense that Jiang Zhiyu's spiritual energy was similar in terms of degree of abundance, but its strength exceeded his by an unknown amount. If Bai Chongxing's spiritual energy was a hemp rope, then Jiang Zhiyu's spiritual energy was a steel cable. Obviously, even if it was the same Martial Marquis level of spiritual energy, there was a difference in the quality of spiritual energy between the two sides. The essence of a defense-class secret method is to hammer the spiritual power and make it tougher. When practiced to the depths, a portion of your spiritual energy will be spontaneously shed as a way to form a hard shell for inner protection. It may be a bit strange to say, but when you've felt it for yourself, it will be obvious. Next, I will guide your spiritual energy into my spirit mansion. Do not resist. A faint tugging sensation came, and Bai Chongxing completely subconsciously shivered, breaking free from Jiang Zhiyu's side of the spiritual energy. Just relax. Don't forcefully resist. Jiang Zhiyu's voice resounded once more, and the spiritual energy made contact once more. But this time, Jiang Zhiyu's grip was even tighter. After a short period of guidance, Bai Chongxing only felt his spiritual energy leave his body, and after a mysterious sensation, he entered a metaphysical space. However, the moment he entered this place, a hot, bright burning sensation suddenly struck him, as if the entire person had suddenly entered a furnace. Bai Chongxing subconsciously let out a cry of anguish, his body suddenly shrinking together. However, it was fortunate that this sensation only lasted for an instant before a figure covered above him. There are many methods to cultivate spiritual power. In the ancient times, cultivators would externalize their spiritual power, undergoing the scorching sun during the day, and then receiving the nourishment of the power of moonlight at night. But this method progresses too slowly and is too inefficient. Especially for people with strong spiritual power, it has even completely lost its effect. Then later, in the ancient times, someone discovered the idea of contextual viewing. By burning the intent in the natural wonders into one's spiritual mansion, which is where the spiritual power is housed, the spiritual power can be sharpened at all times. The longer the time, the stronger the spiritual power. However, there are also grades and categories of intent viewing thoughts. Such as burning the Great River's viewpoint, it's relatively mild, only using water currents to flush the spiritual energy at all times. It's more suitable for newcomers like you who have just stepped into the Martial Marquis rank. But the effect is also relatively weak. One level higher is the idea of viewpoints with the sun, moon, and stars as the intent, which is always effective even with Emperor Realm level spiritual energy. If Jiang Zhiyu said it was effective, then it was definitely effective. Who made her an Emperor Realm existence in her last life? This current idea of visualization should be what she used in her last life, right? It was only obvious that this viewpoint idea, which was effective for an Emperor Realm existence, was actually a bit too much for Bai Chongxing. Looking up, a bright sun was floating above her head, continuously releasing light and heat in all directions. If it wasn't for Jiang Zhiyu's protection, I'm afraid that at this moment, his spiritual energy would have already shriveled up under the scorching sun. Your spiritual energy is still too weak to directly withstand the hammering of the Guanxi. But I will protect you, don't worry. From now on, you'll come and stay in my spiritual mansion for 3 hours every day for about a month, and you'll almost be able to withstand the scorching heat on your own. Bai Chongxing nodded, and wondered if Jiang Zhiyu could feel it. The spirit mansion was quiet once again. Jiang Zhiye didn't speak, and Bai Chongxing didn't move around anymore. Quietly, he felt the scorching heat of the blazing sun and the slight sense of coolness coming from Jiang Zhiye's side. It was only after several hours had passed and Bai Chongxing only felt his spirit begin to lax that he withdrew his mental power from Jiang Zhiyu's inner sanctum. The opposite side of Jiang Zhiyu also opened her eyes at this moment and didn't say anything, but only took out a top-grade and ling sand from her storage ring. Bai Chongxing's spiritual power had just broken through, and it was precisely the time when he needed Enling San to consolidate. And at this point, Jiang Ziyu naturally wouldn't be stingy. With 120,000 Enling San in his mouth, Bai Chongqing returned to his nascent soul pouch to find Silly Pillar for a one-on-one fight. After being furiously abused by Silly Column for such a long time, now that he had a breakthrough in his spiritual power, the first thing he naturally did was to find Silly Column to try his depths. However, it was obvious that Bai Chongqing had somewhat underestimated Silly Pillar's gold content as a secret silver guard. The heavenly flame and thunder, which were invincible in the face of Baplao, didn't seem to have any effect at all on Silly Pillar. At least in Bai Chongqing's eyes, the previous fireballs and the current fireballs hit with the same effect. It couldn't even leave a wound, let alone anything that would completely pierce through the Silly Pillar's defense. Especially after Silly Column took a hard hit from a fireball and gave an afterthought, only after 2 seconds. Bai Chongqing felt insulted. No more fun, let's go. Bai Chongqing dispersed his thunder with a lazy expression. Silly Pillar scratched his head. I'm just a planter. I don't know how to act. Don't be angry. I'll let you have it. And Gentle, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, spoke up when he saw this. Heavenly fire and thunder actually have similar attributes. Both are the purest of the pure elements that exist specifically for killing. Before, your spiritual power was too fragile, so I never said anything about it, but now your spiritual power has already reached the martial marquis level and is considered to be on the level. Why don't you try fusing thunder and heavenly flame? Increase thunder with heavenly flame, or increase heavenly flame with thunder. As long as we can get these two elements to fuse with each other, the power will definitely be able to go up another level. At that time, I'm afraid that no one under the martial marquis will be able to receive this move of yours. Chapter 138 Elegance, Never Out of Fashion. The penultimate day before the end of the global collegiate martial arts competition was the day with the most attention. There was no other reason because the champions of the 4 grade groups would all be decided on this day. Even if tomorrow's battle was just to decide the 2nd and 3rd place, although it was equally interesting to watch, it was always not as hot as the champions. After all, no one would remember who the 2nd and 3rd place finishers were, unless they were made into highlights of the championship and then mentioned over and over again. That doesn't mean that runners-up and 3rd place finishers aren't important, though. Quite the contrary, anyone who managed to make it to the top 3, as long as they didn't die halfway through, could eventually achieve Martial King. After all, it was the top geniuses that came out from all the martial arts colleges around the world, and with only 12 people coming out every 4 years around the globe, no one felt that it was too much to consider a Martial King as a threshold, and even felt that it was a bit low. This was because in the very first few sessions, there were already people who had achieved Martial Emperor and even Emperor Realm. It was also because of the past records and the fact that there were constantly the top 3 from previous years breaking through to Martial Kings and even Martial Emperors. The level of interest in the global collegiate martial arts competition rose every year. The broadcasting fees for just one hand alone were counted in the hundreds of millions. However, these things had nothing to do with Bai Chongqing, and were something that the school executives should consider. The biggest impact on Bai Chongqing was that since the morning, Shui Mu had been surrounded by water, and not only Shui Mu's own students and students from other martial arts universities had run over to join in the fun, but even many of the residents of the capital had come to watch the battle near the water. But the problem is, come late people even near the martial arts stage cannot squeeze through, not to mention what to watch the battle. Purely for the sake of hilarity, but let Jiang Ziyu out of the cultivation room, even walking forward 10 meters seems difficult. Originally thought that the water wood was already big enough, but now realized that it was still too small. Someone even saw Jiang Ziyu and let out a shout, and countless people surged towards her. So Jiang Ziyu could only return to the cultivation room for the time being. Faced with this situation, Jiang Ziyu had no choice but to send a message to Dean Qian. After a while, there was a sudden flash of light in front of Jiang Ziyu's eyes, and in the next moment, her entire body had arrived at the martial arts arena, and standing in front of her were the 3 deans. And the 3 deans seemed to be fuming over the sudden influx of so many people in the middle of the school. A teacher ran from the distance and spoke out, "Dean Ji, it's all been checked out. There's a security guard at the south gate in order to let his relatives in." He quietly opened the school entrance's barriers. As a result, the people who were originally blocking the school's entrance all flooded in. And then it became what it is now. Hearing these words, only helplessness remained on the faces of the 3 deans. They had made preparations long ago, but who would have thought that it would be because of this? Letting so many people in and interfering with the normal conduct of the martial arts convention was a small matter, But if some kind of stampede happened as a result, then the three of them shouldn't continue to be deans. I'll remove that guy tomorrow, Dean Ji cursed in a low voice, and Dean Qian's brows were also furrowed as he shook his head. It's too late to talk about this now. Restore the ban first, then move people out one by one. Contact the official side and have them come to evacuate the crowd. Old Li, you'll have to work hard to move all these people out. Directly persuading them to leave would inevitably be met with resistance, and the only way to do it right now was to let Dean Li take action. The only way to be secure was to directly teleport away. Dean Li also knew that something would inevitably go terribly wrong if this continued, and no one would be able to take the blame at that time, so he simply nodded his head. I'll leave this side to you guys first. As the words fell, Dean Li's figure directly disappeared in place. Fortunately, at this moment, the time was still early, and there was still more than an hour before the competition officially started, enough time for them to settle the matter outside first. And as time passed, the noises outside became smaller and smaller, and an hour later, Dean Li went and returned. Most of the spectators have already been sent out of the school. The people on the official side took over the evacuation. It's already fine. Dean Li's face was a bit pale, with a look of excessive mental energy consumption. Being able to make a martial king to this extent, one could only imagine how many people had flooded into Suemu. It was good that everything was resolved smoothly, and the match had entered its normal rhythm. Only this time, the order of the 4 grade groups was disrupted a bit. According to the level of competition and points of interest, the freshmen's match was moved to the end, i.e., the senior group's battle finale and the senior group's finale. There was no way around it. The champions of the sophomore and junior groups had already been booked in advance by the War Academy and the Freedom Academy respectively. This kind of match that didn't have much confrontation was just right to be placed in front and used to warm up the field. And the battle of the Big 4 group was consistently the most interesting to watch. Li Changming didn't let the 3 deans down, and although he didn't have a turn yesterday, he won over a royal beast master from War Academy and managed to advance to the finals. One was a Chuan realm magician from Suemu, and the other was a martial marquis realm martial artist from Holy Angel Academy. This kind of magic and physical body matchup, the spectacle was directly pulled full circle. As for the freshman matchup, the suspense was equally high at this moment. Originally, Sophia was far ahead of the other contestants with her close to 20,000 chi blood value, and there was no suspense in the selection of the champion. But now, because of Bai Chongqing's sudden rise, his spiritual power had broken through a big level on the spot, directly putting a question mark on this battle. Speaking of which, Li Changming and Bai Chongqing winning back-to-back battles yesterday had also turned the final result into a competition between Suemu and Holy Angel Academy. If Holy Angel Academy won both battles, then Waterwood would be at the bottom and vice versa. With such a situation, even the 3 deans had a few moments of gravity on their faces at the moment, and of course that gold badge angel from Holy Angel Academy wasn't much better. At the moment, he was whispering something to the 2 students he had brought with him. Jiang Jiu felt something in her heart and turned her head towards that side to look over, and then she saw that the girl whose appearance was so delicate that she looked like a porcelain doll was looking at her, and her turquoise eyes with a hint of azure were filled with wariness. However, Jiang Jiu just took a glance and withdrew her gaze. The one who was really fighting wasn't her, and Sophia's war proposal had clearly been placed on the wrong target. Turning her gaze back to the martial arts stage, Jiang Jiu quietly watched the first 2 battles. The results were unsurprising. With an absolute advantage, the sophomore and junior champions were taken by the War Academy and Freedom Academy respectively. At this point, they were basically considered to have withdrawn from the stage of this global collegiate martial arts competition. Everyone's gazes converged on Li Changming and that martial marquis from Holy Angel Academy. Under all this attention, Li Changming did not disappoint everyone. After slowly getting up and snapping his fingers, his entire person instantly transformed into a butterfly and flew towards the martial arts stage, and then the butterflies gathered together, revealing his original appearance again. So magic can still be played this way? Watching Li Changming make such an eye-catching entrance, a phrase inexplicably surfaced in Bai Chongqing's mind. Elegance never goes out of style. Chapter 139. I admit defeat. This kid. If only he could have studied these things as hard in his usual cultivation. Dean Li looked at Li Changming with such a stance, and his words were more or less hateful. Bai Chongqing couldn't agree with this. Although these things were useless, they were handsome. One only needed to look at the cheers of the surrounding audience to know how sought after Li Changming was this time. But those who knew him, Dean Li, didn't take this to heart either. It looked like he was scolding, but in reality he was more or less pleased. Since Li Changming had broken through to the martial marquee realm, the other teachers at Shui Mu couldn't teach him anymore, and usually Li Changming's lectures were conducted by Dean Li, so it wasn't a problem to say that Li Changming was his student. Compared to Li Changming's tawdry entrance, on the side of the Holy Angel Academy, it seemed banal and uninteresting. With just a gentle leap, the whole person drew an arc in the air, and after crossing a distance of more than 100 meters, he landed steadily on top of the martial arts stage. It's hard to say that this move has any ornamental, but to be able to jump over such a long distance in a single leap, it's really a non-martial marquee. After landing, he didn't say any harsh words, but simply summoned the golden shield and giant sword from his storage ring. And then his aura suddenly changed. I don't know if it was by Changxing's illusion, but this martial marquee fighting Li Changming at the moment bore a slight resemblance to the Monty that Bai Changxing had taken down earlier, especially the eyes of both of them, which were both generally the same. Standard Holy Angel Academy configuration. The key to winning or losing this battle lies in whether or not Li Changming can break through his opponent's divine defense next. Bai Changxing looked at the two on the field and gave his opinion. And the referee didn't waste any time. After the two players had made their way onto the stage as much as they could, he briefly introduced the players' battle records and approximate strengths before announcing the start of the match. It was the first time Bai Changxing had seen a great battle at the martial marquee level. Previously, although he had hunted and killed a Lord-level Steel Bone Wolf King, and had often exchanged attacks with silly pillars that possessed the strength of a martial marquee, only after he had truly seen two martial marquee explode at full force with his own eyes did he clearly realize the gap between a martial general and a martial marquee. Although Li Changming was a bit pompous in his endeavors, he really had a lot under his hand. With 3 consecutive points of the staff in his hand, 3 huge rhinoceroses over 10 meters in size charged towards the opposite side of the martial marquee. Rhinoceros head with huge horns, see its size will know that the weight cannot be light, so the charge wants the momentum. I'm afraid that the existence of the late generals will be ahead of the top through. But the opposite side of the person seems to be simply do not care towards their own rushing 3 rhinoceros general. However, he raised the golden shield in his hand, and then advanced instead of retreating. After a muffled ringing sound, under everyone's attention, that person was actually reversed, directly toppling that giant rhinoceros to fly. Drawing out his long sword between a chop and a slash, the other 2 giant rhinoceros were also directly chopped to the ground. So easy to write, people who do not know will really think that the 3 giant rhinoceros strength in general. But in fact, Bai Changxing can clearly feel, casually carry out can easily crush him in the blood, not to mention alone that charge is not he can block. But so the blood, on the contrary, like 2 people really start collision before the test in general. One didn't suspect that the other couldn't block it, and one was wary of the other summoning a stronger summon. As expected, the next moment, Li Changming hand staff swing, countless elements convergence, is a body of fire tiger roaring from the gelatinization molding. Judging from its might, this tiger had clearly stepped over the threshold of the Lord level. With a fierce tiger in mind, one can smell the roses, Li Changming lightly said. Another ringing finger was snapped, countless butterflies appeared out of thin air, and under the vibration of their wings, they lifted Li Changming to float up, about 10 meters off the ground. He was very clear about where his strengths lay, and also knew how to circumvent his opponent's strengths. The battle officially kicked off at this moment. As for Bai Changxing, as he watched the back and forth left-right counterattacks in the field, he was only surprised and helpless in his heart. Li Changming's spiritual power level was not much higher than his, but the attacks he made were completely incomparable to Bai Changxing's, and the power, even the alloy cast martial arts stage, were frequently cracked under the 2 men's attacks. Dumbfounded, he turned his head to look at the silly pillar. If he hadn't witnessed this battle with his own eyes, he would have really thought that the martial marquee was nothing more than that. After all, every time he was able to fight with silly pillar 50-50, and in the end, even if he lost, it was only by a single move. Only in the end did he look back and realize that the clown was actually himself. Looking at the questioning look handed over by Changxing, silly pillar just scratched his head, then hemmed and hawed. I'm just a planter. This guy, not only was he a good fighter, he was even good at acting. If it wasn't for the wrong race, just for this acting skill alone, he would have to be a movie star in high and low. These 2 little guys are both very talented. It's just that their combat experience is poor. When Rose suddenly spoke up, but there was a bit of pity between her words. Bai Changxing probably knew what she was regretting. It was nothing more than regretting that these 2 couldn't be Hunyuan Dan Emperor's disciples. However, Gentle's words changed and she spoke again. That one in black is going to lose. Bai Changxing turned his eyes to look, but he saw Li Changming swinging his staff violently in his hand, sometimes summoning a fierce tiger covered in fire, and sometimes a giant python. All of the summoned objects were of Lord-level strength, and they seemed to have an extraordinary aura, directly pressurizing the Holy Angel Academy's Martial Marquis, who couldn't rush by half a point. With such a scene, why did Gentle say that Li Changming was about to lose? It looks like he has the upper hand, but in reality, a closer look will reveal that. The so-called upper hand didn't cause any substantial damage to the other person at all, and it shattered at the slightest touch. It was merely relying on an endless stream of summons to stabilize the situation. But there will always be a moment when the spiritual power is exhausted, and as long as it is slightly weak, the other person will counterattack, and at that time there will be no way back. Moreover, that one in black clothes shouldn't be good at fighting in this way. He's good at other elements, but is limited by the environment, so he can only do this. The next image was as if to corroborate Gentle's words. Slowly, the strength of the creatures summoned by Li Changming began to fall, dropping from the Lord level to a high-level beast general. It appeared to be just a small drop, but the actual effect it brought was a world of difference. The Martial Marquis from the Holy Angel Academy didn't even hesitate for a second, and charged violently with his sword. With just a single step of his foot, a distance of tens of meters flashed past, and with a swing of his sword, Li Changming's figure was instantly cut off. Fortunately, after the figure was broken, the two bodies directly turned into countless butterflies and flew in all directions in front of everyone. It was fortunate that Li Changming had left his hand behind, or else the sword might have really taken his life. However, where was Li Changming? Bai Chongqing glanced left and right, but saw that this guy had returned to the tutor viewing platform at some point, and then raised his hand, and under the gaze of all the audience's astonished gazes, he opened his mouth with an ugly expression and uttered, "I admit defeat." In an instant, the audience stage directly boiled. Chapter 140, Mizuki's Only Child. Admitting defeat before even fighting? Li Changming, what the hell are you doing? No, what kind of backbone do the students taught by Shui Mu have? Cowardice before the fight, with this kind of guts. How can you have the nerve to represent Shui Mu, representing the entire heavenly kingdom in the battle? You can't admit defeat. Get up there and keep fighting. The instantly boiling chants of the audience caused by Chongqing to inexplicably have a trance-like sense of familiarity. It seemed like he had seen this kind of scene before, from the furious curses sentence after sentence. He vaguely felt a few moments of anger at being betrayed. Outsiders looked at the scene, but insiders looked at the doorway. Being restricted by the terrain, one's own strength cannot be fully displayed, but instead, because the scope of the ring is too small, it allows the enemy's advantage to be magnified. This is a less than fair duel in itself. It can be seen that the one in black clothes has tried his best, but this level of attack simply cannot break the opponent's defense, and defeat is only a matter of time. As for that last sword, if he hadn't replaced his own body at the critical moment, maybe that sword would have really chopped him in the waist. To be able to achieve this level is already a genius among geniuses, but why, those people outside don't seem to be very satisfied. Gentle explained twice, but no one could hear it except for Bai Chongqing and Silly Pillar. As for her last line of questioning, Bai Chongqing was somewhat at a loss as to how to respond. This kind of thing that could attract the attention of the entire nation could not tolerate even the slightest flaw, perhaps in everyone's eyes. There was only the difference between first and the rest. Listening to the louder and louder curses from outside, Bai Chongqing was even able to imagine what kind of criticism Li Changming would get after this. This was only in reality, the people who came to watch the battle were just this many. I'm afraid that on the internet there would be even more curses, even more ferocious. At the same time, Bai Chongqing was also able to predict that if he also lost in the next battle, he was afraid that the curses that awaited him and Jiang Jiyu would be even more than Li Changming. After all, the audience didn't care if Jiang Jiyu had another hidden agenda. They would only believe in what they saw, which was that Jiang Jiyu clearly possessed great strength, yet he paddled throughout the entire fight, not even holding his weapon. Turning his gaze slightly, Jiang Jiyu's face was as calm as ever, as if he didn't care at all about the curses that might come sweeping in the future. In terms of mentality alone, Jiang Jiyu completely blew away Bai Chongqing and Li Changming. Teacher, Li Changming opened his mouth to try to explain a sentence, but Dean Li raised his hand to indicate that Li Changming didn't need to say more. We can all see that you've done your best. Don't think too much and don't care about the arguments. He said this on his lips, but Dean Li's emotions were still affected by the loss of this match. With 12 people, Bai Chongqing was now the only one left, only getting a second place and a third place in total. It seemed like it wasn't bad, But the problem was that this was the 5th consecutive time that Mizuki had no gold. The voices that looked down on Shuei Mu were getting louder and louder, and the voices that questioned the abilities of the 3 of them never disappeared, and this result was the support for these remarks. On the martial arts stage, the teacher who was presiding over the match listened to the angry curses coming from all around, and for a moment, he was a bit at a loss as to what to do. According to the rules, when Li Changming left the ring and clearly admitted defeat, the result was already clear. But with so many spectators cursing at him, who would dare to announce the result? His eyes turned to the tutor viewing platform, and in the end, it was only after Dean Ji nodded that he dared to utter the 4 words, "The match is over." Senior Sister Jiang cheers. Li Changming only said 5 words, and it was as if he had said more than just 5 words. Jiang Jiu inclined her head to look at him before nodding and getting up to walk towards the stage. The angry curses from the audience didn't last long, as there was only a 10-minute gap between the 3rd and 4th matches. After briefly repairing the martial arts stage that had been damaged by the 2 martial marquis, the match proceeded as usual. Bai Changsheng came out of his nascent soul sack, his body slowly coiling around, protecting Jiang Jiu behind him. His eyes landed on Sophia, who was wearing a light soft armor in the distance with a soft gold whip wrapped around her waist. Putting aside her stance in terms of appearance alone, Sophia was also absolutely beautiful, especially with the sense of harmony between the east and west in her body, and not extremely aggressive. "Are you still not prepared to make a move?" Sophia opened her mouth to speak out, a fluent celestial language. Looking at the still unarmed Jiang Jiu, she frowned slightly, as if her emerald eyes carried a faint sense of doubt. Jiang Jiu did not respond, just looked at Sophia's face, seemingly pondering something, but with a feeling that he could not think of anything. Snap! The long soft gold whip wrapped around her waist was untied, and then it was violently jerked towards the ground, bringing out a crackling sound. "Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, you will pay the price for your arrogance." Bai Changsheng was more or less helpless as he watched the 2 women conversing in the void, looking as if they had completely ignored him. "Although your nearly 20,000 blood value is indeed exaggerated, my martial marquis level mental strength isn't the least bit bad. Right? Is there a need to directly ignore me?" However, Bai Changsheng didn't have the intention of deliberately drawing attention to his opponent. It was only when he was gullible before the match that he could take advantage of the situation. Seeing that the flavor of gunpowder between the 2 sides had already been drawn out, the teacher in charge of the match didn't have much to say and hurriedly announced the start of the match. The surrounding audience was still cursing. Hurriedly diverting their attention was the key. Otherwise, if the situation continued, Li Changming was afraid that he would be cursed all the way to the start of the next global collegiate martial arts competition. As the referee's voice fell, the 2 sides that were still extremely calm instantly stormed out. The 8 balls of fire around Bai Changsheng's body were simultaneously condensed and molded, and then blasting out brazenly, with the appearance of wanting to blast Sophia out of the ring in the opening round. While looking at the fireballs rapidly blasting towards her, Sophia's turquoise eyes did not show any hint of panic. The soft gold whip in her hand jerked violently, and a section of the head of the whip above the head of the standard was swept rapidly towards the fireballs. Just snapped. From her nearest ball of fire will directly be smashed. Flame splash. The long whip drew an arc, once again to the next ball of fire. The right weapon had to be in the right hands in order to explode its power. Obviously, this long whip fit Sophia extremely well. Moreover, Sophia's chi and blood were too high, and the fireball that could make Bapa Luo feel extremely threatened was actually like a toy that Sophia could easily deal with at the moment. When Bai Changsheng saw this, his heart couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. With a slight movement of his mind, the originally scattered fireballs instantly merged together, and their size skyrocketed by nearly 2 times. With such a huge amount of elemental control, even Bai Changsheng felt extremely overwhelmed, and at any moment it might explode out of control. However, Sophia did not dodge. The soft gold whip in her hand was once again thrown, and she rushed over to meet the fireball. Chapter 141. Don't care if you hit it or not, just blast it. Nearly 20,000 chi blood completely exploded at this moment, and the speed was so fast that Bai Changsheng couldn't even fully see her movements. There was a question that had been weighing on his mind for the past few days, only there was no suitable opportunity to ask it. According to the previous entry directory, the top 3 in a large group basically had a chi and blood value of between 11,000 and 14,000, but this year there was such an anomaly as Sophia, who had a chi and blood value of nearly 20,000, which was equal to a lot more cultivation time than everyone else out of thin air. Everyone was a top genius from all over the world. Why were you, Sophia, so special? Relying on this chi blood, Sophia had undoubtedly become the top seed of the large group of this year's competition. Before that battle yesterday, no one would have suspected that Sophia wouldn't be able to take first place. It was only by Chongqing's breakthrough in spiritual power to the martial marquis level that had put a question mark on the final result. However, after seeing Sophia's chi blood explode at full strength with his own eyes, Bai Chongqing realized how ridiculous Baplao's previous act of hiding his strength was. This gap of several thousand chi blood was not something that could be made up for by hiding. Even he felt the extremely exaggerated pressure, the kind that would result in a total loss if he was not careful. Seeing the long whip in Sophia's hand flinging again, Bai Chongqing simply took the initiative to detonate the fireball. The violent flames instantly exploded, forming a huge fireball of about 10 meters on the martial arts stage, engulfing Sophia, who was trying to destroy the fireball. The instantaneous high temperature caused the surrounding air to become distorted. If a third-grade martial artist were to carry this fireball from Bai Chongqing, I'm afraid that he would be directly vaporized in an instant. But at this moment, the person Bai Chongqing was up against was Sophia, the most outstanding freshman at Holy Angel Academy, bar none. Even Monty, who had previously caused Bai Chongqing a great deal of trouble, couldn't even be compared to Sophia. Proud as he was, he could only willingly serve as a green leaf for Sophia, so one could imagine just how strong Sophia was. Without the slightest hesitation, at the same time as the fireball exploded, the thunder between Bai Chongqing's forehead had already begun to converge, as if he was guarding against something. As expected, without waiting for the flames to dissipate, a flash of golden light was seen within the flames. The next moment, a flickering golden light of the long whip from the flame in the fierce whip out, straight to the white Chongqing head. As Bai Chongqing looked at the flickering golden light on top of the whip, he couldn't help but say in the bottom of his heart that it was really like that. The most representative of the Holy Angel Academy was the Divine Defense, and since Monty could do it, how could Sophia not? Without any hesitation, the thunder blazed out. The blue-white thunder collided with the long whip that shone with golden light, and the energy fluctuations instantly swept up the air currents that swept towards the surroundings. Watching Bai Chongqing and Sophia start such a fierce collision as soon as they came up, the minds of the surrounding spectators were instantly attracted over, and even the voices cursing Li Changming weakened quite a bit. However, Bai Chongqing didn't have the heart to think about whether Li Changming would thank him or not at the moment, and after Thunder's all-out strike managed to block Sophia's counterattack after she activated her sacred defense, he saw that the woman's pace didn't stop in the slightest, and she continued to charge towards him. "No, I can't stop you, right?" Looking at Sophia's stance that she was determined to get close, Bai Chongqing didn't have the slightest intention of being polite to her. As soon as his mind moved, several balls of fire were directly molded and blasted towards the ring. Attacking Sophia directly would be blocked by her sacred defense, but if he just attacked with the aftermath of the explosion, then the sacred defense would become a chicken rib, blocking or not, not blocking or not. And more crucially, through that wave of collision just now, Bai Chongqing could clearly feel that Sophia's sacred defense was far less refined than Monty's. Perhaps it was because she didn't have a shield with her, and perhaps because she didn't carry a shield, the defense bonus was far less exaggerated than Monty's. At least, that fireball just now almost broke Sophia's divine defense. The most frightening thing about a battle was not being able to see hope, as that would only affect his mindset more and more. Now, after determining that he had a chance to break through the sacred defense, Bai Chongqing's heart was instantly shaken. High attack wasn't scary, high attack and high defense was terrifying, and Sophia clearly wasn't a true hexagonal warrior. Boom! 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 The fireballs seemed like they really wanted to wash the martial arts stage. The successive explosions brought up churning, rolling waves of air, and even if Sophia wanted to resolve the battle quickly, she had to avoid the front line at the moment, her pace backing up one after another. And naturally, Bai Chongqing would not let go of such an opportunity. Just now, although Li Changming's battle was lost, it also allowed Bai Chongqing to see how long-range output should be played in the end. Just mindlessly bombard him, never mind if he hits, the momentum has to be taken out. Even if you hear a sound, you can at least make the other party not dare to approach easily. To be able to do this, this mage is considered a success. Facts also proved a point, when a mage, regardless of the loss of mental energy, crazy dumping skills out of the time, that no matter warriors, tanks, or assassins have to dodge back. The spectators on the stands watched Bai Chongqing throw fireball after fireball outwards, and were also a bit stunned. No, a martial marquis level spiritual power is that arrogant? Totally not afraid of spiritual energy depletion, is it? Bai Chongqing, yes. It seemed like there was just one rank difference between a martial marquis and a martial general. But Bai Chongqing's spiritual power had directly skyrocketed by more than 5 times. The 10 or so fireballs smashed out in a row had only consumed a small portion of Bai Chongqing's mental power. But the result was that Sophia was retreating step by step and was close to the edge of the ring. However, the more this happened, the more vigilant Bai Chongqing's heart became. If Sophia was just an enemy that could be resolved with a fireball bombardment, then she wouldn't have been unanimously recognized by so many teachers as the strongest contender for first place. Right now, her steps backward were more like the calm before the storm in Bai Chongqing's eyes. As expected, after Sophia stepped on the edge of the ring with one foot, her figure suddenly lurched, her legs suddenly powered up, and her entire body directly leapt up high, dodging the fireball that came blasting from Bai Chongqing's full force before the long whip in her hand lashed out. Bai Chongqing had been prepared, seeing this long whip towards himself, without the slightest hesitation. His body shape violently dodged. At the same time, the thunder blasted towards Sophia, who had risen up in the air. BF. Or the feet on the ground. Sophia had a borrowing place, but now the figure in the air. Dodge cannot be avoided. If this blow hit, even if Sophia had opened her divine defense, she would still be knocked out of the ring. But what Bai Chongqing never expected was that Sophia's soft gold whip, which she drew out violently, seemed to have eyes, completely violating common sense, and drew a strange arc, locking onto him again. Chapter 142. Soft gold long whip. Break. Bai Chongqing didn't know how Sophia had managed this move, but there was no doubt that Sophia had caught him off guard with this one. It was the crucial moment when he was storing up his thunder, and Bai Chongqing's reaction was obviously a degree slower than usual. And it was precisely this moment of delay that Sophia had caught. The soft gold whip directly wrapped around Bai Chongqing's body, and then suddenly exerted force. Sophia's entire body changed shape in the air and directly swooped towards Bai Chongqing. 1,000 defenses, but in the end, she was still posed by Sophia. Who would have thought that this long whip of hers could still ignore inertia and didn't even need to be reswung? However, Bai Chongqing didn't have any intention of panicking. Originally, he hadn't thought that he would be able to blast Sophia off the martial arts stage so easily. But now it was just because of a few small interludes that put everything back on track. Thunder had already finished storing up its power and only needed to be blasted at Sophia next. Sophia seemed to have guessed what Bai Chongqing had in mind. The right hand holding the whip violently shook, and the soft gold whip that was originally wrapped around Bai Chongqing's body was withdrawn, only to be received halfway. The head of the whip once again changed its direction and suddenly lashed towards the piece of purple dragon scales between Bai Chongqing's forehead. After the first lesson, this time Bai Chongqing had long been on guard, thunder blasting out. The soft gold whip was simply unable to block the thunder, and at the moment of collision, it was only blocked for a split second before being blown apart by the thunder, which then continued unabated and once again blasted towards Sophia. Only at this moment, Sophia's feet had already landed, and after having a place to borrow strength, she instantly changed her tune. Tilting her body sideways, she narrowly avoided Bai Chongqing's thunder in an extremely exaggerated position. The thunder landed on top of the martial arts stage, bringing out an ear-splitting crackling sound. As for Sophia, her waist snapped into action, with no intention of adjusting her stance at all. Her chi and blood suddenly erupted, actually pushing her directly towards Bai Chongqing. The battle had come to this point, and both Bai Chongqing and Sophia knew exactly how to win this battle. One had to get close no matter what, while the other was trying to do everything in her power not to let her get close. As Bai Chongqing retreated violently, he was about to condense the fireball again to obstruct Sophia's progress. But Sophia had managed to seize the opportunity. So how could she let Bai Chongqing escape so easily? The long whip that had just been shaken away by the thunder had somehow wrapped around Bai Chongqing's body once again. And with a sudden burst of force, Bai Chongqing's figure was violently stalled, and he saw Sophia in the form of a flying kick, charging towards him. No, although your chi and blood are high, I'm equally not bad. What makes you think that by betting everything to be near me you'll definitely win? Xiao Bai. Behind him, Jiang Jiu suddenly spoke out and called out to Bai Chongqing. Bai Chongqing didn't turn around, but he and Jiang Jie shared the same mind, and with just a sound, he instantly comprehended the meaning from Jiang Jie's side. In the face of Sophia, who was trying to get close to him despite everything, Bai Chongqing turned his gaze slightly to the soft gold whip that was wrapped around his body. The authorities were confused. Previously, Bai Chongqing had placed all of his attention on Sophia herself, more or less not bothering with her weapon at all. However, after a few collisions in a row, Bai Chongqing also vaguely sensed that something was wrong. And at this moment, being awakened by Jiang Zhiu's voice, Bai Chongqing finally realized where the problem was. This soft gold long whip and Sophia were just too much of a match. Several bizarre attacks, if it were any other weapon, it would definitely not be able to do this. And Sophia, who had the soft gold long whip boost, was able to put her nearly 20,000 blood value on full display. Under these circumstances, Bai Chongqing simply couldn't form a sure victory against Sophia. However, if he was able to break her weapon, Sophia would eventually be greatly weakened even if her chi blood was high. The fireball and thunder were simultaneously storing up their power. But this time, Sophia didn't feel any hostility from Bai Chongqing. A trace of doubt flashed under Sophia's eyes, but immediately afterward, she had an answer. The fireball blasted out, not attacking her, but smashing into the soft gold long whip in her hand. Not good. Seeing this, Sophia's heart shook violently, and she was about to retract the soft gold long whip, but she realized that Bai Chongqing had bitten down on it, and was holding this soft gold long whip in a death grip. It didn't give her a chance to retract it at all. The fireball blasted on top of the soft gold whip and didn't directly explode, but wrapped it up and then burned more and more furiously. In the previous collision, Bai Chongqing had discovered a problem. Sophia's soft gold whip was far more pliable than ordinary whip weapons, and it could also be extended even further to a certain extent. It was because of these two characteristics that this soft gold whip was endowed with all sorts of bizarre changes and attack methods. But the problem was, in all things in the world, there was only gain when there was give and take. Sophia chose the soft gold whip's flexibility, then have to give up other characteristics. For example, hardness and high temperature resistance. With Bai Chongqing's spiritual power at the moment, the flame temperature could instantly reach over 1,000 degrees under full power. Such a temperature might not be enough to completely melt this soft gold whip. But what if thunder was added? Boom! The thunder element that had been accumulated on top of the purple dragon scale on his forehead was blazing out at this moment, and all of it landed on top of the soft gold whip that had been burned to red by the flames. The two extreme attacks easily exceeded the upper limit of the soft gold whip's ability to withstand, and then the soft gold whip was stretched and extended at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it completely collapsed. There was no crisp snapping sound, but Sophia's heart sank, instantly stopping her original momentum. Looking down at the soft gold long whip in her hand that had already crumbled from the center, Sophia's face could not be seen as happy or angry. Bai Chongqing, on the other hand, flung the other half of the soft gold whip under the martial arts stage, and then looked at Sophia once again. Without a weapon, the pressure from Sophia had plummeted, and at the moment, even if he was close to her, Bai Chongqing wasn't powerless to fight back. The balance of the entire battle seemed to have tilted quite a bit in his favor. At this moment, on the surrounding spectator stands, everyone was stunned as they watched Bai Chongqing's coherent maneuvers directly destroy the soft gold whip in Sophia's hands, and then bursts of cheers rang out. I knew it. This white dragon looks so powerful. It's bound to be no easy task. This set of small moves, it makes my blood boil. Let that guy Li Changming learn from him. See how others fight. It's true. No one who can break into the finals is simple. After scrapping the weapon, what else can that foreign girl fight with? If you ask me, this Sophia is nothing more than that. She's still holding such an inferior weapon. It'll break after being roasted by fire. Still be careful, even without a weapon. The other party is still full of threats based on blood value alone. It's not easy to have a little advantage, don't roll over. Chapter 143, Sophia's real undercard. The surrounding audience couldn't see through that much, only knowing that if Bai Chongqing had destroyed Sophia's weapon, then they were fiercely complementary. On the contrary, if Bai Chongqing had lost the battle in his collision with Sophia, or even appeared to be defeated, then it was the other way around and questioned frantically. It was simple and pure. However, the group of people on the tutor's viewing platform could see through it. From the battle between Bai Chongqing and Sophia just now, it was clear that Sophia had a strong reliance on this soft gold long whip. This was a common problem for most chi-blooded martial artists. Once they didn't have the right weapon, they couldn't break out with the intensity of the attacks they should have. In this regard, the War Academy's teaching did a good job. Have a weapon, then use it properly. Don't have a weapon? One's own body was the weapon, so regardless of whether or not they had a weapon, the limitations on their battle power wouldn't be too great. But Sophia obviously hadn't endured this kind of special training. Otherwise, she wouldn't have customized her weapon on purpose. And now, with half of the soft gold long whip broken, Sophia couldn't fully utilize it even if her chi and blood were high. So in that case, Bai Chongqing had an advantage instead. After all, who didn't know that foreign beasts had thick skin and flesh? Not to mention the fact that Bai Chongqing's spiritual power was at the martial marquis level. The three deans were all secretly relieved, yet they didn't dare to relax too much. No matter what, the strength of the opponents wasn't weak, and opening the champagne at halftime, if the final result went astray, it would truly be a joyous occasion. After Li Changming lost, Bai Chongqing became the sole seat of Shui Mu. If Bai Chongqing also lost, even if they would not be demoted because of this, but the voice of questioning is how cannot be avoided. However, these were just incidental. What really made them feel wrong was the guy sitting a few steps away from them. From beginning to end, there was no expression fluctuation on his face. Even when the soft gold whip in Sophia's hand was destroyed, he only moved his eyelids slightly, then returned to normal. It seemed like he was just surprised that Bai Chongqing was actually able to force Sophia to this point. As for panic? Nervous? No, not at all. How could the three not notice such an abnormal scene? It wasn't right. Sophia had clearly fallen into a disadvantage, so why wasn't the other party in a hurry at all? There wasn't so much as a backhanded move, was there? Nearly 20,000 blood value, plus the sacred defense, this configuration, even if it is to participate in the sophomore year group, I am afraid that can enter the elimination round, if there is still a backhand. Then also play a hammer. Knowing that it is impossible, but when looking at the calm expression on that guy's face, the three of them could not help but bring a trace of skepticism to their hearts. And soon they got the answer. Sophia on the martial arts stage tightened the soft gold whip in her hand, seemingly a bit distressed by the broken weapon, and when she raised her eyes to look at Bai Chongqing again, she couldn't help but bring a bit of icy coldness to her eyes. Inexplicably, when Bai Chongqing looked at Sophia's cold eyes, his heart suddenly trembled. This feeling was not like pure anger, but more like a few points of killing intent. No, it's just a whip. Isn't it normal for weapons to be destroyed in battle? As for being so petty, Bai Chongqing didn't know why Sophia was showing such an expression, but the battle had to continue. Without the slightest hesitation, after his weapon was destroyed, Bai Chongqing had already reshaped the fireball, and the murderous intent in Sophia's eyes only appeared for a moment before disappearing and regaining her composure. As she watched Bai Chongqing begin to condense his attack, Sophia retrieved the soft gold whip that had broken in her hand into her storage ring, then clenched her hands into fists, and with a single step of her feet, she rushed towards Bai Chongqing. His fist slammed forward, his body was bathed in golden light, and the fireball that Bai Chongqing hit didn't do any substantial damage to Sophia. So he saw that Sophia had already broken through the flames and arrived in front of him. A distance of more than 10 meters with their blood, really want to rush but a blink of an eye. And looking at Sophia who had gathered her fists in front of her, Bai Chongqing didn't retreat any further this time. His tail flung out violently, and he lashed out at Sophia's waist. Bang! The fist and tail collided together, bringing out a muffled sound. Neither Bai Chongqing nor Sophia had gotten any advantage. One had exaggerated strength and the other had a perverted defense. After a round of magical bombardment, it was ultimately back to the most primitive physical combat. For Sophia, she got what she wanted the most, which was to fight Bai Chongqing close, and then crush him with her own chi and blood. As for Bai Chongqing, although he had lost the advantage of long-range attacks, it wasn't unacceptable for him to fight in close quarters. Especially in the case where Sophia didn't have a weapon and could only rely on her two fists to attack. His chi and blood was certainly inferior to the other parties, but he could resist. Level 5 rock armor defense plus level 2 steel bone, as well as the bonus of physique and defense that came with dragon blood. Even if Sophia's chi and blood were quite a bit higher than his, a punch landing would only make him feel pain and would not be enough at all for a rout. So, what will it take for you to win against me? Bai Chongqing responded to Sophia's attacks, only to realize that although this girl's chi and blood were extremely exaggerated, her kung fu in her fists and feet could be described as pulling crotch. At the very least, compared to Silly Pillar, it was a complete heaven and earth. For example, after this punch, if it was Silly Pillar, she would definitely receive another whip kick, so that Bai Chongqing would not dare to chase after him. But Sophia didn't, and after smashing out a fist to stop Bai Chongqing's tearing, there was no follow-up, and naturally, Bai Chongqing wouldn't have any politeness. The dragon's tail didn't make any sense at all, and directly drew out horizontally. Sophia's eyelids jumped, directly raising her arms to block at her side. But what she didn't expect was that after the dragon's tail was a ball of fire that was blocked from view. Boom! The fireball instantly exploded, and because it was so unexpected, Sophia didn't even have time to activate her divine defense before she was directly lifted off the ground by the fireball. Her slender body drew an arc in the air and landed on the ground, She wanted to stand up again, but her abdomen was soft and Sophia directly half-kneeled. Only when she looked down, she realized that there was a bowl-sized wound on her abdomen, which was not deep, but the blood was slowly flowing out. At this moment, Sophia did not have that winning look just now. The whole person looked in a sorry state. The balance of victory seemed to have completely tipped in by Chongqing's favor. After being abused by Silly Pillar for so many days in a row, his actual combat experience had also reached the top of his class. As the surrounding audience watched this scene on the stage, cheers rose suddenly. Just in this cheering sound, Sophia slowly raised her head, eyes in the turquoise at this moment hidden. A faint golden light began to emerge. And as the golden light surfaced, her aura as a person also changed greatly, as if more than a few points of divinity. Chapter 144. Fine, 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 fine. The sudden change in aura caused by Chongqing's heart to be inexplicably startled. If the Sophia from before was still a person, even if her face was a bit cooler and she didn't smile, she was indeed a person and would still have emotions. Then at this moment, there was something about her that made by Chongqing unable to feel the slightest fluctuation of emotions. It was as if what stood in front of him was not a human being, but a god who was indifferent to all living beings. This kind of change wouldn't be obvious to Bai Chongqing in normal times, but at this moment, his battle with Sophia hadn't ended yet. Suddenly pulling a stunt like this, it was hard for Bai Chongqing not to think of an additional layer. There was no lack of people with high strength on the surrounding audience stage, and even though they were more than 100 meters away from the martial arts stage, they were still able to clearly feel the shift in Sophia's aura. Wait, why would Sophia's aura suddenly shift so much? This aura, it's not right. It's very wrong. I don't know why, but I feel as if Sophia on stage has suddenly changed into a different person. You're not a person. This aura, how could it be possessed by a freshman? Let alone a freshman. Even a senior martial marquis doesn't have this kind of aura. This guy couldn't have asked some high-level martial artist to possess his body and fight on his behalf, right? I suggest that the match be suspended and a strict investigation be conducted. The murmurs from the surroundings grew and intensified. As a matter of fact, they were not the only ones who could feel Sophia's change. The crowd on the tutor viewing platform felt it even more clearly. Dean Lee got up the moment he felt the change in Sophia's aura, and looked angrily at the Golden Badge Angel from Holy Angel Academy. Sog, what's going on here? I hope you can give me an explanation. Otherwise, I can only declare this match null and void. Dean Lee felt it most genuinely. The fluctuation of spiritual energy that had erupted in that instant was clearly not at all something that Sophia, a low-grade martial general, was capable of possessing. Although this spiritual energy was only a flash, and Sophia's spiritual energy remained intact, it was clear to anyone what had happened in the arena. Dean Ji and Dean Qian naturally felt the change in the aura, and both frowned as they looked towards the blonde old man with a goatee and only 1.6 meters. The rules of the global collegiate martial arts competition were certainly loose, being able to use one's own weapons and defenses, and aside from the restrictions against using potions and laying down deadly blows, there were almost no obvious dead rules, just to restore as much as possible the real fighting situation. But what had just happened was clearly a bit over the top. A strong man possessing a substitute fighter? If this wasn't stopped, then what's the point of this match? It all depends on who invites the god to invite the big head. Just facing the simultaneous questioning of the three deans, that blonde goatee old man was not even half flustered, but the corner of his mouth was slightly raised. Sophia didn't violate the rules. The Holy Angel Lord left a divine sense seed in her body when she enrolled in school. This seed, besides being able to help Sophia cultivate faster, its greater function is to protect Sophia when she is seriously injured. In itself, it's just a pure aura. It's only because this kind of seed was left by the Holy Angel Lord, tainted with a few of the Holy Angel Lord's aura. It's not like the Holy Angel Lord himself. She's just flipping the cards she already had. If you guys have the ability to make the Heavenly Emperor Realm existences also expend their minds and leave behind divine sense seeds, I won't have a problem with it. The three deans understood. This guy was clearly trying to exploit the loopholes in the rules. From beginning to end, the only thing expressed was one meaning. The Holy Angel Lord looked favorably on this girl. That's why he left her a bottom card. If you have the ability, you can also get it for your own students. Knowing that the other party was playing a trick on him, he was unable to refute it. Because there was no mention of this in the past rules, the key who would have thought that a hallowed Emperor Realm existence would be interested in a student? This point, even going backward, counting from the first global collegiate martial arts competition, had never appeared before. No wonder this fellow had never had even a hint of worry about the outcome of this match from start to finish. Anyone else wouldn't have even the slightest worry about this match that was aided by an Emperor Realm existence. Even if this seed hadn't actually boosted Sophia's chi and spirit power. The three of them furrowed their brows, trying to find the loopholes in the other party's words. But in the end, they came up empty-handed. Grass. Next term must add this rule. Among the three, Dean Qian was the most exasperated and helpless. Looking at Bai Chongqing, he was on the verge of winning, but as a result, the other party was directly playing a lax game, and they didn't have any way to do anything about it, so who else would be able to accept it? Looking at the expression of the three people, Suaga let out a sigh and no longer cared about them. The next year, anyway, but this year's champion of the first year of the Holy Angels College, he will be determined. The old god cast his eyes on the martial arts stage. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, Bai Chongqing looked at Sophia, whose aura was still changing, and without any hesitation, he fully condensed a ball of fire and slammed it directly towards Sophia. Although he didn't know what the other party was up to, it was always right to interrupt the other party. What Bai Chongqing didn't expect was that the distant Sophia just looked up at the fireball that was blasting towards her, and then slowly raised her hand, actually assuming a stance that she was going to use her hand to receive the fireball. In the next moment, the golden light around Sophia's body flourished. Boom! The fireball exploded after colliding with Sophia's raised right hand. However, the invincible flames were unable to shake Sophia at all this time. Sophia, who was bathed in golden light, slowly stepped out from the flames, her golden eyes looking indifferently at Bai Chongqing in the distance. Bai Chongqing wasn't surprised that the divine defense was able to block the fireball. But the crux of the matter was that the golden light on Sophia's body didn't even have the slightest intention of disappearing. Instead, it had the feeling that it was intensifying after receiving a fireball hard. No, was this right? Bai Chongqing only felt that his past knowledge of divine defense was being challenged. This thing, wasn't it only able to block for a bit? Why didn't it see the effect disappear now? And Jiang Jiyu, who had been standing behind Bai Chongqing, finally spoke. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and there was a bit of gravity in her voice. Divine Sense Seed. Sophia activated the Divine Sense Seed that the Emperor Realm existence left on her. What was the Divine Sense Seed again? Or was it left behind by the Emperor Realm? Divine Sense Seeds are left in other people's bodies by Emperor Realm existences, who seal their own perceptions of martial arts, and then record them with their divine sense. After activating it, within a short period of time, one is able to obtain all of the Emperor Realm existence's senses for that martial skill. What Sophia obtained should be the divine defense. In other words, you can simply understand that Sophia's current understanding of sacred defense is at the Emperor Realm level. Hearing Jiang Jiyu's words behind him, Bai Chongqing momentarily had the feeling of being exasperated and laughing. Fine, don't even act anymore, right? Chapter 145. One good news, one bad news. It's like this, what's the point of fighting? Such a blatant open hanging, you guys either simply take the championship home to play by yourselves, but also what is the point of the competition? The point is, the three deans actually don't have an opinion. Bai Chongqing raised his head to look at the tutor viewing platform in the distance, and after catching the expressions on the three deans' faces, he knew that they should have tried hard, but to no avail. Looking at Sophia, whose body was still bathed in golden light, inexplicably, Bai Chongqing's heart couldn't help but burst into flames. One by one, it's either this one or that one that's open. If he had known this, he wouldn't have participated in this competition. But now that he has come this far, if he gives up on this, Bai Chongqing has a feeling that all his previous efforts have been in vain. After being beaten, injured, and bleeding, if he didn't take this championship, Bai Chongqing felt sorry for himself. But the question was, how could he take the championship at the hands of Sophia, who had a divine defense max? A single fireball or thunderbolt obviously couldn't do much damage to it anymore. One good news, one bad news. Jiang Jiyu behind him spoke again, and Bai Chongqing couldn't help but feel his mind move slightly. The good news is that this avatar seed should have only boosted Sophia's comprehension of divine defense, and it didn't boost her spiritual strength or chi and blood values. And the bad news is that she'll be able to maintain the state of sacred defense until the residual power of the avatar seed disappears. Unsurprisingly, this time will be at least 2 hours. 2 hours? The yellow flowers would be cold after 2 hours. After subconsciously spitting out a sentence in the bottom of Bai Chongqing's heart, He revisited the gap in battle power between him and Sophia. In terms of chi and blood, Sophia was quite a bit higher than him, but without a weapon at her disposal, the gap wasn't as big as he thought. In terms of spiritual power, he was far superior to Sophia, and the two sides were not comparable at all. However, it seemed that this gap was still unable to erase the bonus brought about by sacred defense. The key was that Sophia, who was able to maintain the state of sacred defense, as long as she didn't break it, it meant that she was invincible. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was no need for this battle to continue. Seemingly sensing the thoughts in by Changxing's mind, Jiang Jiu behind him didn't force the issue. I respect your opinion. Just decide for yourself. Hearing Jiang Jiu's words, Bai Changxing's mind had begun to ponder what consequences he would incur after he surrendered and admitted defeat. The overwhelming insults were obviously unavoidable, but fortunately there was Li Changming in front of him. Even if he was scolded, he would be scolded first, and he would only be incidental at best. After all, anyone could see how strong Sophia was at the moment, and there was no shame in losing to her. And Bai Changxing was mentally convincing himself over and over that there was no shame in admitting defeat. But Sophia in the distance seemed as if she didn't see Bai Changxing's hesitation at all. The entire person was bathed in golden light. Her foot slammed down, and then she swung out a fist. Bai Changxing was still thinking about how to surrender in order to make himself less scolded, but suddenly saw Sophia's punch coming towards him. He couldn't help but be shocked, and then he wanted to block it, but realized that it was already too late. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and Bai Changxing only felt that he had been heavily punched in the face, bringing with him a sense of fiery pain. No, don't you understand the reasoning behind punching someone in the face? A wave of anger instantly rose up after this punch, and Bai Changxing's original thoughts of surrendering were instantly dispersed by this punch. You want this championship? I'm still going to give it to you. Everyone is open. Who's afraid of who? The dragon's tail jerked out, and with this strike, Bai Changxing used his full strength. And Sophia didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Seeing Bai Changxing's dragon tail lashing out, she raised her hand and blasted out another fist. The tremendous recoil caused both Bai Changxing and Sophia to take a step back. However, the moment they stopped, both sides coincidentally charged back again. If you punch me, I'll return the favor with a whipping blow, and if you kick me, I'll respond with a fireball. If it were normal, Bai Changxing wouldn't be afraid to attack with Sophia. After all, his current defense was indeed very strong. However, in the case of Sophia's activation of the full state of divine defense, Bai Changxing's attack, even if it completely hit, was just a waste of effort. Instead, there was a situation where Sophia was hitting harder and harder, and he was getting more and more injured. He wanted to get rid of Sophia's entanglement, but Sophia was completely defenseless, pestering Bai Changxing, not giving him a chance to break free at all. On the audience stage, some sharp-eyed martial artists had already discovered the problem. The fist-to-flesh sparring certainly looked cool, but the truth was that if it continued at this pace, Bai Changxing was bound to lose. One isn't afraid to take a beating at all, and even fights harder and harder, while the other's injuries keep getting worse and worse, all to no avail. What's the point of fighting? Where's the thunder? Where's the flame? Blast her. As long as we break this sacred defense, won't everything be solved? That's easy for you to say. This is a divine seed left behind by an emperor realm existence. If it's really that easy to break, what's the point of this? I thought how strong this spirit beast Jiang Jiu was, but it turns out that it can't even break the divine defense? You're good, you're on. Sophia is now completely invincible at the same level. Not to mention low-level beast generals, even intermediate-level beast generals can't break her sacred defense. Who wouldn't know how to play with his mouth? But the fact is, Sophia in this state, even in the history of the entire competition, is able to rank among the top 3. The spectators in the stands were also divided into 2 parts in this collision after collision. One part of them was extremely rational, able to see just how strong Sophia was at this moment, and also able to understand Bai Changxing's difficulties. On the other hand, the other part was purely hardened by not being able to understand the match, and in their eyes, Bai Changxing deserved to be sprayed as long as he lost. Not to mention what the surrounding audience thought. On the tutor viewing platform, Dean Qian's 3 faces had completely sunk. With their vision, they were naturally able to see just how unfavorable the situation on the field was for Bai Changxing at the moment. Even though Bai Changxing had already done his best, defeat was only a matter of time for him. Under these circumstances, how could they not be anxious? Without that divine sense seed, it was likely that they would have already had victory in their hands, but it was because of that divine sense seed. On the other hand, on the other side, Suaga, who had a gold badge on his chest, was all smiles, and even had the leisure to raise his hand and stroke the goatee at the corner of his mouth. When Sophia won this match, then Holy Angel Academy would have 2 champions in a row. Although Sophia had wasted that divine sense seed as a result, in front of the glory of 2 champions, everything was worth it. At that time, Holy Angel Academy's reputation would have risen greatly, while Suemu's reputation would have been tarnished again and again. Without a doubt, countless praises and compliments were waiting for him to return. And with the loss of several global collegiate martial arts competitions in a row, perhaps their Holy Angel Academy would be able to use this as an opportunity to open a branch campus in the Celestial Kingdom. With this thought, Suaga was in a better mood. Chapter 146, Recasting the Glory of Shuei-mu. And at this moment, above the martial arts stage, Bai Chongqing's mind was becoming more and more heavy. With more than 10 collisions in a row, he had already thoroughly understood just what level of divine defense Sophia was urging at this moment. With the strength of his attack at the moment, it was simply impossible to break through this golden light. And with the divine defense, every attack from Bai Chongqing would in turn be used by it, making Sophia's attacks heavier than one at a time. At first, the dragon scale and rock armor defense could barely hold up, but now every punch and kick from Sophia managed to leave not-so-small scars on his body. The dragon's scales were crumbling, and bruises were already all over his body. If this continued, not to mention dragging him through 2 hours, he wouldn't even be able to last 5 minutes. Seeing Sophia raise her fist again, Bai Chongqing's mind moved, and a ball of fire suddenly appeared in the path of Sophia's fist. Boom! The fist smashed down on top of the fireball, which instantly exploded, and a strong air current swept out in all directions. Caught off guard, Sophia was directly lifted backwards by the airflow, taking several steps back before stabilizing herself, and when she looked back, Bai Chongqing had already withdrawn, pulling away the distance between him and her. But this distance is not far, just more than 10 meters away, just a sprint will be able to. The good thing was that this time, it finally gave Bai Chongqing a chance to catch his breath. The level 4 dragon blood was repairing the bruises left on Bai Chongqing's body at a rapid pace, giving him a slight relief from the pain, but this speed obviously couldn't adjust his state to its peak before Sophia's next attack arrived. The only good news was that Sophia didn't seem to have any intention of charging in for the time being, and was just standing still looking at Bai Chongqing, who was more than 10 meters away. Her eyes were still as full of divinity as they had been just now, indifferent with a bit of coldness in them. However, there was no intention of letting Bai Chongqing get a break under her hands. A portion of the golden light that had originally covered her body was separated out and condensed on top of her right hand. Snap! Sophia flung her right hand violently, and a long whip formed from golden light instantly lashed onto the ground, bringing out a crackling sound. Looking at the long whip that was molded from golden light, Bai Chongqing's face stagnated. Without a weapon, he felt somewhat helpless, not to mention that with a weapon, the intensity of Sophia's attack would be even more exaggerated than just now. However, as this golden whip condensed and molded, Bai Chongqing could clearly feel that the divine defense that originally covered her body attenuated by 3 points. Was this sacrificing a portion of her defense to strengthen her attack, intending to directly send him out of the ring? A suspicion vaguely arose in Bai Chongqing's heart, and then he saw Sophia on the opposite side open her mouth. "Excuse me. I have reasons why I must win. That's why you might have to be injured quite badly. Or you can choose to concede defeat and step down now, so you can avoid being injured again." The voice was just as indifferent and cold as her expression at the moment. However, Bai Chongqing shook his head as he listened to these words. "You have your reasons, and I naturally have mine." As he spoke, Bai Chongqing's mind moved slightly, and countless flame elements and thunder elements began to converge towards him. He knew very well that with the strength of his current attacks, it would be difficult to inflict any substantial damage on Sophia, who had been enchanted by a full level of divine defense. If he wanted to win this battle, he had to find another way. Sophia slightly cocked her head, seemingly a little puzzled as to what reason Bai Chongqing, a spirit beast, had for having to win the match. As I said, these times, Dean Qian has treated me extremely well. He wants this first place, so I naturally have to help him get it back. As Bai Chongqing spoke under his breath, he continued to gather the 2 elements. Meanwhile, after staying for a few months, I've also gained a certain amount of affection for this once glorious school. And now that I'm 1 step away from the first place trophy, I have to consider if this is the only chance I'll ever get in this life. What's that saying? While Bai Chongqing kept on bolting and stalling for time, he started to try to forcefully fuse the two elements together. But the thunder and the flame didn't seem to get along well with each other, more or less incompatible with water and fire, and when they came into contact with each other, there was a feeling that they were going to explode on the spot. Bai Chongqing used his spiritual power to forcefully pressurize, which prevented the two elements from storming out in place, but wanting to do what Gentle had said, that the two elements would fuse with each other and increase each other, was obviously impossible. Wait, what exactly does that say? Bai Chongqing had a meditative look on his face, and those who didn't know really thought that he suddenly couldn't think of anything. But this obviously didn't include Jiang Jiu. Looking at Bai Chongqing in this manner, she knew what Bai Chongqing was playing at. Don't use your spiritual power to forcefully suppress it. The more violent the element, the less it can be suppressed. Try to use your spiritual power as a harmonizer and let the elements merge on their own. Jiang Jiu's voice rang out, and Bai Chongqing had a hidden feeling in his heart, completely letting go of his suppression of the two elements. The scene he had imagined of a loud explosion did not appear. Instead, the two elements quickly fused under the stirring of the spiritual power. So this was it. Together with the previous path had been going the wrong way. No wonder he hadn't succeeded for the whole night. Feeling the changes in the two elements, Bai Chongqing couldn't help but feel happy in the bottom of his heart. The opposite party, Sophia, also came to a realization after these two words from Jiang Jiu, and at the same time, she also sensed the violent elements that were wandering in the air. With a flick of her long whip, she didn't even give Bai Chongqing a chance to continue his condensed attack, and came charging in with a stamp of her feet. However, Bai Chongqing had already found a way to make the two elements merge, and after stepping onto the right path, the rest was easy. In just the blink of an eye, the fusion of the two elements was already complete. Berserk energy fluctuations converged at the dragon scales between his forehead and continued to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at Sophia, who was charging towards him, Bai Chongqing opened his mouth and uttered the unspoken words. It is incumbent upon my generation to recast the glory of Waterwood. As if to corroborate his own words, in the next moment, the berserk energy gathered between his forehead blazed out. The blue-white thunder was mixed with scarlet flames. The two most violent energies in the world were perfectly fused at this moment. Instead of exclusion, there is a feeling of mutual increase. The thunder ignites the fire of heaven. The fire of heaven feeds the thunder. The energy was so violent that even Bai Chongqing, the originator, didn't anticipate this scene. Wait, Sophia should be able to carry it, right? Bai Chongqing's heart inexplicably panicked, but the arrow had already left the string, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't take it back. At the same time, the group of martial kings on the tutor's viewing platform all stood up when they saw the attack that Bai Chongqing had struck. Chapter 147. It is incumbent upon us to do so. Demons. One by one, they were all demons. At this moment on the tutor's viewing platform, everyone looked at this attack that Bai Chongqing had struck out, and this thought rose up in their hearts. There was no other reason. It was because the power of this attack that Bai Chongqing had struck out was simply too strong. Two of the world's most violent energies were combined together, and the mutual increase in power directly caused Bai Chongqing's attack to exceed even the upper limit of an intermediate-level martial general. The riotous elements even rolled up layers of air waves visible to the naked eye as they cut through the air. With this might, one didn't need to think about it to know that it was at the level of a high-level martial general. A senior general's attack erupted from a bloodline of just over 10,000. Originally, he thought that a lord-level spirit power was already outrageous enough, but when this attack came out, everyone realized that they were wrong. Especially Din Qian. The corners of his mouth were completely subconsciously raised at this moment. This was the strength of a senior martial general's attack. It had crossed two entire minor ranks and stepped over the threshold of tens of thousands of chi blood. It was known that Bai Chongqing possessed two natural aptitudes at the same time with exaggerated battle strength, but this was a bit exaggerated to the point of being heaven-defying. Wasn't the reason why Sophia was known as the top seed in the large group of this global collegiate martial arts competition because her chi blood was high enough? High chi blood meant high offense and defense, and under the same conditions, Sophia's lower limit was on the verge of touching someone else's upper limit, so there was no doubt that she was being treated as the top seed. But now, Bai Chongqing had personally rewritten this rule. When a certain attribute was extremely prominent, so prominent that the lower limit was already the limit for others, then nothing mattered. Just like when cool water was poured directly into a full stomach during a sweaty summer, Din Qian only felt that every part of his body revealed the word crispy and refreshing, especially since this attack was only struck after Bai Chongqing had uttered the phrase, It is incumbent upon my generation to recast the glory of Shui Mu. Bull Golden Badge Angel. Do you really think that by preparing a divine consciousness seed for your students, you're a sure winner? Open mic. I'll let you open the mic. Those who were surprised together were not just the 3 deans of Suemu, but also Sog of the Holy Angel Academy. God knows how much he valued Jiang Jiu of Waterwood in the beginning, and how confident he was later on when he learned that Jiang Jiu wouldn't personally fight. He had never treated Bai Chongqing as Sophia's opponent, even if Bai Chongqing had won all the way against Monty and Baplao, who were also seated. Everything was only because Bai Chongqing's battles were just too thrilling to win. But now, it seemed like he was ready to replicate his previous path against Monty's Baplao and win this match thrillingly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With her chi and blood so much higher than Bai Chongqing's, as well as the divine defense boost from the divine awareness seed, Sophia was an unquestionable candidate for the championship. Until Bai Chongqing struck this blow, Suaga was still so engaged in self-congratulation. But when he watched with his own eyes as Bai Chongqing was actually able to really fuse thunder and flame to strike the strike that crossed 2 realms, he had to believe it again. Watch him raise a vermilion building, watch him feast his guests, and watch his building collapse. Suaga now felt that these words were talking about him and the Holy Angel Academy behind him. All of the confidence that had filled him, after Bai Chongqing had struck this attack at this moment, had turned into a boomerang that viciously smacked him in the face. And there were only 2 choices in front of him at this moment. Was it to trust the divine sense seed in Sophia's body and believe that Sophia would be able to resist the strike and win the match? Or to grab Bai Chongqing before he broke the divine defense and took Sophia's life, and step in to block the blow? Suaga hesitated, and it was during this moment of hesitation that Bai Chongqing's attack landed heavily on Sophia's body. Under everyone's gaze, the thunder, which was more than 30 centimeters in diameter, instantly blossomed with all the light that was rightfully its. The blue-white thunder was mixed with scarlet flames, colliding fiercely with the golden light on Sophia's body. Boom! A sound far more exaggerated than before instantly came out. And in the midst of this huge explosion, there was also a subtle crumbling sound. The originally hard and incomparable sacred defense was ultimately unable to withstand the joint bombardment of thunder and flame, and only lasted for a split second before it crumbled to pieces. The Shui Mu teacher guarding the side realized something was wrong at the same time the golden light crumbled and moved to come to the rescue. But Bai Chongqing's attack was simply too strong and too fast. What should have been a duel between a low-level beast general and a low-level martial general ended up erupting with the strength of a high-level beast general's attack. And he was only a low-level martial marquis. How could he possibly make it in time? The golden light disappeared after a great flourish, and what awaited Sophia next was to use her physical body to harden against this attack from Bai Chongqing. For the first time, panic appeared in her originally indifferent, ice-cold eyes, but it seemed like everything was already too late. Bai Chongqing's attack was too fast, so fast that she didn't even have the time to dodge or make preparations earlier, before it had already arrived in front of her. So, am I going to die? Sophia closed her eyes as if resigned to her fate, waiting for the thunder to blast at her and then take away her life. But the imagined attack didn't appear, and she only felt a hot stream of air blowing across her face, and then everything returned to calm. Opening her eyes again, Sophia saw Bai Chongqing, who was spitting out blood. For a moment she was in a trance. Dumbfounded, she looked at Bai Chongqing, who was a dozen paces away, as if she had lost her mind. On the other hand, Bai Chongqing on the other side only felt his chi and blood flow in reverse at the moment, and his entire body's internal organs were as if they had just become fragile because he had just forcefully dispersed that attack. Even his spiritual power, which should have been strong, had become as if it was swimming in silk at the moment. With a splitting headache while still having to split his mind to suppress the reverse flow of chi and blood, Bai Chongqing was instantly anxious. That old man, what the hell do you want? Your own student is dying. Why don't you rush to save him? There was a dry coughing sound amidst the angry curses, and blood flowed down the corners of Bai Chongqing's mouth. On the mentor viewing platform, Suaga looked at the unharmed Sophia. The person he was just now did come in time to save Sophia, but he hesitated when 2 thoughts appeared at the same time. The end result was that he chose to believe in the divine sense seed left behind by the Holy Angel Lord. However, reality had dealt him a hard blow, and the attack that Bai Chongqing had struck had far exceeded the upper limit of what Sophia could withstand at the moment. As he watched the thunder shatter the divine defenses, it was too late for him to save her. It was fortunate that Bai Chongqing had to forcefully disperse that attack even though he was fighting against the flow of his own qi and blood, and his spirit was weakening, otherwise I'm afraid that Sophia had already died under Bai Chongqing's attack at this moment. His most favored student, if she really died in this competition, it would really be more than worth it. It was for this reason that Suaga couldn't help but feel a bit more favorable towards Bai Chongqing. However, this good feeling had only just been born, and it was as if he had suddenly realized something. So he couldn't help but see a bright light in front of his eyes, and decisively opened his mouth to speak out. Sophia, while we're at it, knock them all out of the ring. Chapter 148, is it worth it? No, is that how things work? Really just for the sake of winning the face are not even willing to give up? Didn't he just fight his way through serious injuries to save Sophia's life? As a result, in a turn of events, that guy from the Holy Angel Academy started hitting on him. For a moment, Bai Chongqing felt like he had heard wrong. But looking at the other party's serious look, Bai Chongqing was pretty sure that he hadn't heard wrong. The most crucial issue was that Sophia actually did show hesitation after hearing her teacher's words. Big sister, if you're doing this, you're really being a bit heartless. The bottom of Bai Chongqing's eyes were instantly alert, and he went all out to suppress and soothe his qi and blood, while at the same time holding back the feeling of his brain seeming like it was about to crack, and mobilizing his spiritual power to communicate with the elements. After all, he still thought too well of everyone, and it was proven that some dogs were born as bad seeds. The surrounding audience, who had witnessed all the spectators after Suaga's words, were suddenly as if they had exploded. There were a lot of nationalisms mixed in with the angry curses that went on and on. The three deans on the tutor viewing platform were also dumbfounded after hearing these words from Suaga next to them, more or less unable to believe that these words actually came from the mouth of a martial king. Old thing, what do you want? You guys have already lost. Just now, if it wasn't for Xiao Bai's mercy, that student of yours, I'm afraid he would have already perished. You don't want to admit defeat, but you actually want to take advantage of someone's danger. Relying on such means to win, what will you get if you win? The three deans opened their mouths at the same time, wanting to make this guy give up what he had just thought. But Suago seemed to have already had his heart set on it. Hearing the simultaneous questioning of the three, instead of being afraid, he snorted coldly. Words can't be said like that, according to the rules, unless there is a situation where one party is knocked out of the martial arts stage, seriously injured, or voluntarily surrenders. The match can only be counted as over. But right now none of these three aforementioned items have appeared. The match naturally cannot be counted as over. It was that himself who wanted to disperse the attack. What does it have to do with us? With a few words, the three deans were speechless. Of course, more of them were also surprised by the other party's shameless words and practices. When everyone was someone who wanted to save face, barging in a guy who didn't know what face was at all, this feeling of being angry and helpless caused the three deans to ultimately utter only one sentence. Try it if you're capable. I'm not done with you. This kind of threat Suaga obviously wouldn't put it in his eyes. Anyway, after the match was over, he would bring people back to Holy Angel Academy. At that time, even if these three people were upset, they wouldn't be able to do anything with him. There was no way they could really run to Holy Angel Academy to find him trouble, right? And even if they came, he wouldn't be afraid. In his own territory, could he still fear the three of them? Sophia, what are you waiting for? Think about your mother. She is still waiting for this good news from you. Suaga spoke out once again, poking Sophia's heart with a single sentence. Hearing the word mother, Sophia's originally hesitant eyes instantly became much firmer, and she took a step out. But the person she met head-on was Jiang Jiyu, who had a calm face. With a flip of her palm, a long alloy spear instantly appeared in Jiang Jiyu's hand, a cold light flashing above the tip of the spear. Although he didn't say a single word, just by standing there, it was as if he had said a lot, and this appearance caused Sophia's footsteps to lurch. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have done this, but I need this first place. Sophia looked at Jiang Jiyu and bowed slightly. But Jiang Jiyu seemed like she didn't care about her apology at all. Apologizing while going on to do the wrong thing again, knowing small manners but not big righteousness. Even the sincerity seemed extremely ironic. Just one step forward, Jiang Jiyu's hand lance was already held diagonally at her side. Such a posture has already made her attitude clear. If you want to fight, I'm ready to accompany you at any time. Behave yourself and step back. I will send you a piece of advice that is definitely worth more to you than this first place. Jiang Jie spoke up, and just one sentence made Sophia's brows furrow. But right now, this first place is more important to me. Sophia still wanted to explain, but Jiang Jiyu was already too lazy to continue with her nonsense. The body of the gun was slowly raised, the tip of the gun pointing towards Sophia from afar, while an extreme sharpness began to condense towards the tip of the gun. Here it comes. This move had appeared in Jiang Zhiyu's previous battle video. Whether it was Sophia or Suaga, it was clear that the power of this gun could not be weak. The previous Jiang Zhiyu, who was only a beginner third-grade martial artist, was able to use this move to crush his enemies across thousands of chi and blood, let alone against Sophia at this moment. Without a weapon and being forced to break the divine defense, even her last card was ruined. Now Sophia's state was at best a little better than Bai Chongqing. If she really fought with Jiang Zhiyu, defeat was inevitable. What's more, with the lesson just learned, at this moment Jiang Zhiyu will definitely not have half a point of retention. Then the question came up, in the knowledge that he was bound to lose, was it still meaningful to fight for the first place with serious injuries? Suaga's face was gloomy. He was a little confused, clearly. When Bai Chongqing had nearly lost several times before, Jiang Zhiyu had no intention of making a move. So why did he suddenly make a move now? He didn't understand, but he had to revisit this matter. If he didn't fight, Holy Angel Academy would still be able to leave a face, but if he fought, it would be a total loss of face and Li. Turning his head to look at the three people beside him who were also stony-faced, Suaga finally compromised. Wait, we admit defeat. Sog's voice rang out, and everyone's hearts simultaneously loosened. The teacher who had been waiting at the edge of the ring immediately went up to the stage, interrupting the two women's tit-for-tat. The three deans also swept towards the stage at the first opportunity, not giving Suaga a chance to backpedal at all. As for Bai Chongqing, after hearing the word admit defeat, he finally did not need to hold on any longer. His body suddenly softened, and he was about to go back to his nascent soul sack to have a good night's sleep, when he was called back by Jiang Zhiyu. Taking out a blood-vibrating pill and a bottle of spirit-replenishing potion from his storage ring, he watched Bai Chongqing take all of them before letting him go back to his nascent soul sack to recuperate. However, just as Jiang Zhiyu turned around to leave, Sophia's voice sounded behind her. Wait! Turning back to look, he realized that Sophia, who had just been looking defiant, only had frustration and disbelief on her face at the moment. Teacher said that if you don't make a move, it should be because your cultivation has reached a critical moment, and once you make a move, it's likely that you'll lose all your previous efforts. Is that true? Jiang Zhiyu nodded. Seeing this, Sophia spoke again. In that case, then you were just pretending that you would make a move, right? Yes and no. Jiang Zhiya's face remained ice-cold. If you really intend to make a move, I will accompany you to the end. Is it worth it? Even if you lose, you're still in second place, and the rewards aren't much worse than first place. For the sake of these rewards, letting one's long period of hard cultivation go down the drain, is it worth it? This time, Sophia was truly curious. The rewards aren't worth it, but Xiao Bai is. If he wants it, I'll help him. Besides, it's originally what he deserves. Eyebrows slightly lowered, Jiang Zhiyu glanced at the nascent soul pouch pinned to her waist, and all of her original icy coldness melted by 3 points at this moment. Chapter 149, A Fierce Beast Diagram worth $100 million. Bai Chongqing didn't know how long he had slept. He only felt that this sleep was exceptionally long and deep. He didn't dream. He couldn't even feel the passage of time. And after opening his eyes, Bai Chongqing only felt as if his body had stiffened up, and every time he moved, he would bring out the sound of his bones clicking. 2 steps away, the silly pillar stared at him with a pair of silver eyes, motionless and more or less bizarre. What are you doing? Seeing Bai Chongqing open his mouth to speak, the silly pillar then made a move. Scratching his head in some embarrassment, he said, I thought you were dead, and I was wondering which piece of land needed fertilizer. Hearing silly Column's words, Bai Chongqing only felt his eyelids jump. Don't say anything. Come and fight. I lose as fertilizer. You lose in the steel-making furnace. Bai Chongqing didn't have the slightest intention to wimp out, and his dragon tail attacked blatantly while thunder and flames began to condense and mold. I don't know if it was Bai Chongqing's illusion, but after getting up from a nap, his mental strength was a few points stronger. With just a single movement of his mind, the elements of thunder and flame began to madly surge over towards him, and then under his guidance, the 2 elements began to fuse together. This efficiency was much stronger than that of the Global College Martial Arts competition. Silly Pillar also seemed to be happy to play along with Bai Chongqing, so he simply blocked and didn't attack at the moment, allowing Bai Chongqing to continuously erupt with furious attacks. After a few minutes, Bai Chongqing took the initiative to stop. It was impossible to beat a silly pillar, and the reason why he had just woken up to find a silly pillar to fight with was purely to move his body, and by the way, to see how much his strength had grown over these days of slumber. Now, it seems to be quite pleasing. Blood value successfully broke through the 17,000 mark. Spiritual power has also grown some at this moment. If he went to participate in the martial arts competition, which need not be so lousy, a few rounds of thunder down on all honest. Feeling the energized body, Bai Chongqing roughly had also been clear about how long he had actually slept. No, I slept for 10 days? Bai Chongqing looked at Silly Pillar and couldn't help but ask out loud. Silly Column had no concept of time, as there was no difference between 1 day and 10 days to them. In the end, it was Gentle who informed Bai Chongqing of the answer. 11 days past the point. 11 days? No wonder his chi blood had already stepped over 17,000. Sweeping a glance at the pre-existing chi blood that was already on the verge of being drained, Bai Chongqing didn't hesitate and directly came out of the nascent soul pouch. Jiang Jiyu was still sitting in a seated position, but Bai Chongqing could clearly feel that the fluctuation of chi and blood in Jiang Jiyu's body was far from what it had been 10 days ago. It was clearly just 13,000 or 14,000, but the chi and blood fluctuations that were displayed made Bai Chongqing feel shocked. Jiang Jiyu naturally felt the commotion of the fight in the nascent soul sac just now, and after Bai Chongqing came out of it at this moment, she also opened her eyes and looked over towards Bai Chongqing. Awake! You made a breakthrough? The two of them exchanged glances before smiling at the same time. Jiang Jiyu took out a bottle of tiger's blood pills from her storage ring, which contained like 4 or 5 of them. Knowing that Bai Chongqing had been sleeping for so long and hadn't taken in a drop of water, he had long since gotten hungry, so he didn't hesitate and poured as many as he could into Bai Chongqing's mouth. Bai Chongqing wasn't polite either, swallowing as much of the tiger's blood pill as he could before listening to Jiang Jiyu continue speaking. On the 3rd day after the martial Dao competition ended, my second inner sea took shape, and on the same day my chi and blood broke through, advancing to the martial general rank. For the 8 days after that, I've been filling and stabilizing my 2 inner seas. The increase in chi and blood became incidental instead. What an incidental! Bai Chongqing couldn't help but be staggered in his heart as he listened to Jiang Jiyu's explanation. Having 2 inner seas at the same time was something that had never occurred in the history of martial arts, but Jiang Jiyu had actually practiced it. Now Jiang Jiyu's chi and blood seems to be only 13,000 looks, but the actual can burst out is enough twice the chi and blood. However, Bai Chongqing didn't have any feelings of envy or jealousy. If this matter came to fruition, it would certainly be a huge boost, but if it failed, I'm afraid that no one would be able to bear the consequences at that time. Therefore, don't learn blindly without Jiang Jiyu's same experience in the Emperor realm. By the way, this thing, Din Qian asked me to give it to you, Jiang Jiyu said, taking out a rolled-up painting from his storage ring. After unfolding it, one could see a huge ferocious beast painted on it, and judging by its appearance, it was somewhat similar to a tiger. This is a picture of a ferocious beast, and what is depicted on it is a beast emperor-level beast. All you need to do is to touch it with your spiritual power, and you will be able to leave this pattern engraved in your spiritual mansion. With its divine flavor, it's enough for you to use it up to the Beast King realm. Use it until the Beast King? It sounded like it wasn't bad, but that one contemplation diagram in Jiang Jiyu's spiritual mansion was enough to allow her to use it up to the Emperor realm and still have an effect. The gap between the two was clearly not a fraction of a star. Compared to the one in your spiritual mansion, does it have the same effect on the sharpening of spiritual energy? Bai Chongqing asked, his eyes glancing at the ferocious beast diagram. Not to mention, on this ferocious beast diagram, it really did carry a few points of uncountable majesty, allowing Bai Chongqing to vaguely see the elegance of this beast back in the day. Naturally, it's not the same, the one in my spirit mansion, the effect is quite a bit better. But this picture is relatively milder, and it's sort of more fitting for you at the moment. Jiang Jiyu wanted to say something else, but he saw Bai Chongqing shaking his head decisively. What's the point of bothering with that, since that diagram in your spiritual mansion is much more effective? Then I'll just go directly to your spiritual mansion to cultivate. This diagram shouldn't be cheap, right? Wouldn't it be better to sell it for other cultivation resources? Hearing Bai Chongqing's words, Jiang Jiyu rarely said anything else. Only her eyes fluttered a bit as she glanced at Bai Chongqing again. Seeing his expression of deservingness, he was also a bit helpless as he held his forehead. Indeed, this one picture alone is worth more than $100 million. 100 million. Bai Chongqing was attracted to this figure, and really didn't expect Din Qian to be so generous. Of this 100 million, half of it was the champion's reward, and Dean Qian subsidized another $50 million himself before he took this visualization picture. Speaking of which, it's also because of the words you said during the competition before, which made Dean Qian quite happy. That's why we got this result. Bai Chongqing had lifted Dean Qian up so high in front of the whole world, so it was only natural that Dean Qian, as a 100 billionaire, would give him a little bit of something of great value in return, right? During this period of time, your sentence, recasting the glory of Waterwood, my generation is obliged to do so, has been thoroughly spread. It's not just confined within the scope of Suemu, the entire capital, and even the entire country's Wushu University is spreading the word. The current Yu is famous throughout the entire heavenly kingdom. Chapter 150, Thoroughly Activating Dragon Blood. There were good and bad things about being famous. But for Bai Chongqing, being famous or not wasn't important. He didn't intend to follow the path of a star, and if fame could be exchanged for a boost in chi and blood, then he would definitely not hesitate to go straight to the pike. However, Jiang Zhiyu was just poking fun at Bai Chongqing, not really having any arrangements for this matter. But you still fought for some things with that comment. This, for example, is the reward that the school gave you alone. Jiang Zhiyu said, taking out another red heather box from her storage ring. Inside this, it contains a clear dragon blood pill worth over $10 million. It was collected from the fusion and refining of the blood of various exotic beasts that possess dragon blood. Although there's no way to make your dragon blood go further, it is able to completely energize the potential of your current stage of dragon blood. Completely stimulate the potential of the current stage of dragon blood? What did that mean? Listening to this meaning in Jiang Zhiyu's words, his dragon blood wasn't in its full state yet? Seemingly sensing the doubts in Bai Chongqing's heart, Jiang Zhiyu didn't have the intention of selling out. Dragon blood is known as the strongest bloodline of beasts. It's not just as simple as boosting your defense a bit and allowing you to recover a bit more. If it was just that, dragon blood wouldn't be qualified to be called the strongest bloodline. After all, there aren't that many bloodlines that are even more exaggerated than dragon blood at this point. But the truth is, I relied on a fake dragon vein and was able to open up a second inner sea. How can the addition be only this small when you truly possess a 4th-level dragon blood? The true essence of dragon blood lies in fusion. Snake body, eagle claws, fish scales, deer horns, lion mane. All the characteristics of all creatures are able to blend perfectly into the body of a dragon. This is quite similar to you, Jiang Zhiyu said, glancing at Bai Chongqing. Although it wasn't obvious, Bai Chongqing was able to sense that Jiang Zhiyu inevitably meant it. But truthfully, he and Jiang Jie had survived and fought together for so long. There were no less than 3 changes that Jiang Jie had witnessed with his own eyes alone. Toxin, steel bone, dragon blood, thunder. At least, she was an existence of the Emperor realm in her last life. If she couldn't even feel this abnormality, then she was considered to have cultivated to the Emperor realm in vain in her last life. However, Jiang Zhiyu didn't have the slightest intention of delving into the matter, and only continued to explain the mysteries of dragon blood to Bai Chongqing. Why are your flames and thunder talents able to fuse together? Have you ever thought about that? Jiang Zhiyu's sentence really gave Bai Chongqing a question. He hadn't thought about it in detail, just being able to fuse would be enough. Who would explore the reason behind it? At first he thought it was because his spiritual power was too strong. With the beast general's chi blood having the Lord's spiritual power, it's not too much to say that it's rare in the world, right? But now, listening to Jiang Zhiyu's words, it actually didn't have much to do with spiritual power, but because of the dragon blood? What spiritual power determines is how much quantity and quality of elements you can invoke, but not how well you can fuse those elements together. Especially elements with attributes like flame and thunder, dry wood and blazing fire. How can they coexist in harmony? Unless your spiritual power is exaggerated to an unimaginable degree and forcibly fused. In fact, it is the dragon blood in your body that is mediating from it, which allows the 2 elements to increase each other. So that was how it was. Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Bai Chongqing's mind moved slightly, mobilizing both the flame element and the thunder element at the same time before attempting to fuse the 2 elements together in front of Jiang Zhiyu. The truth was really as Jiang Zhiyu had said. He was able to vaguely feel that the fusion of the 2 elements was also tickling the dragon blood in his body at the same time. Previously, in the battle state, this feeling wasn't really obvious, but at this moment, in his calm and quiet state, Bai Chongqing felt it quite truly. With a slight movement of his mind, dispersing the 2 elements, Bai Chongqing then looked at the red heather box in Jiang Zhiyu's hand. If he was able to fully energize the properties of his dragon blood, Wouldn't that mean that he would be able to make the combination of these two elements even more complete and explode with even greater power? However, Jiang Ziyu shook his head at his words. This thing possesses the power to activate the bloodline, and after taking it, the blood in your entire body will boil. I'm afraid that the pain at that time won't be much better than going down to the frying pan. Jiang Ziyu's words were meant to give Bai Chongqing a precautionary shot. She hadn't thought that Bai Chongqing would have any thoughts of retreating because of this, because judging from the past, Bai Chongqing was actually in the same category as her. As long as one could become stronger by doing so, then not dying was earned. I can withstand it. Bai Chongqing thought about it. This clear dragon blood pill, at best, would be the same as the pain he suffered when he started his evolution. It couldn't be more exaggerated than the pain caused by evolution, could it? Seeing Bai Chongqing's insistence, Jiang Ziyu didn't say anything more, and directly opened the red heather box, then took out a golden pill from inside. The pill was no more than the size of a thumb, but it tickled the dragon blood in Bai Chongqing's body as soon as it appeared. It seemed to resonate, making Bai Chongqing only feel his body start to get hot at the moment. No, I haven't eaten it yet. I just looked at it and smelled it, and it was like this. If I really want to eat it, I won't go straight to heaven? Bai Chongqing was suddenly somewhat abashed. Not that he was afraid of enduring such pain, but because he was afraid that with his current strength, if he really lost control, I'm afraid that this entire cultivation room wouldn't be enough for him to tear down. At that time, he would also have to compensate the school a sum of money for the redecoration of the cultivation room. Makes sense. Let's go. I'll take you to Dean Qian's place. Although Jiang Ziyu was no longer short of money now, what he wasn't short of was merely the resources needed to maintain his daily cultivation. Before the Enling San was officially put into production and released on the market, there was no way for her to be able to spend as much as she wanted. And Bai Chongqing also meant the same thing anyway. Dean Qian wasn't short of money, so why not go toss him around? What's the saying, ride a bicycle to the bar, save and spend. Dean Qian also did not expect this kind of time. Jiang Ziyu and Bai Chongqing will be the first to think of him. This point alone let him quite used. Didn't this represent that he was the most trustworthy and reliable in Jiang Ziyu and Bai Chongqing's hearts? Immediately, he waved his hand, stating that his cultivation room Bai Chongqing could use it as he pleased. It was only 10 minutes later that Dean Qian's eyelids jumped and jumped as he listened to the sound of the cultivation room as if the ground had been washed by artillery. He wasn't afraid that his cultivation room would be destroyed. Anyway, he also happened to be planning on upgrading the cultivation room again, bringing the level of the spirit gathering array up a bit. He was just a little worried about whether Bai Chongqing would be able to survive such a big commotion in his cultivation room. Don't let Bai Chongqing get tossed inside because of a clear dragon blood pill. That would really be a big joke. Chapter 151. I can move out. And at the moment, within the cultivation room, Bai Chongqing did have the feeling that his entire being was going to be accounted for here. What Jiang Ziyu had told him about going under the frying pan was not an exaggeration at all. No, the pain he was suffering right now was even more exaggerated than going under the frying pan. The boiling point of the oil, the top of the day, is only 300 degrees out of the way. This temperature for the dragon scale protection of Bai Chongqing is already not considered to be any difficult to bear the temperature. But at the moment, the clear dragon blood pill made his blood temperature hotter than boiling oil. And this kind of scalding wasn't even from the outside in, but from the inside out. Without the protection of the dragon scales, the blood boiled and flowed through his body, even with a fine sense of not sparing any part of his body. The feeling so exchanged was that Bai Chongqing felt as if he had been simultaneously cut into 108,000 pieces and roasted with a blazing fire at the same time. The intense pain left him with nothing but frantic writhing, wanting to rely on smashing things to give himself some relief from the pain. However, it was obvious that writhing did not give him any relief from the pain, and in the final analysis, he could only wait for the medicine to pass and finish for the dragon blood to be thoroughly stimulated. This is good. Cold-blooded animals become hot-blooded animals. Jiang Ziyu, who was standing by the side, looked at Bai Chongqing in such pain, and also frowned slightly, and spoke out. Try to divert your attention, and run your spiritual power. Bai Chongqing didn't hear Jiang Ziyu's words, and under the intense pain, he felt like he had lost his sense of hearing. However, he followed his deepest decision and forcibly mobilized his spiritual power, completely shielding his 5 senses and 6 senses before focusing all his attention on manipulating the operation of his spiritual power. Not to mention, in the case of closing off most of the senses in his entire body, the feeling of pain suddenly diminished by a few points. At least compared to the pain that he had just felt, there was a great relief. This state lasted for half an hour before it eased. The pain gradually faded. Bai Chongqing only felt his whole body aching, sweating profusely, and there was also a sticky feeling. Tilting his head to look, his body was stained with a thin layer of light yellow mucus, and it even emitted a faint stench, the same as the impurities that faded out of his body after cleansing the marrow in novels. These are the impurities in your blood and various parts of your body, but your body has gone through a baptism of dragon's blood chalcedony once before, so the impurities aren't much. Saying that, Jiang Jiyu pushed open one of the alloy doors of the cultivation room, revealing the bathroom-like decoration inside. Wash up. I'll wait for you outside first. Taking a bath naturally didn't need Jiang Jiyu to do it for her. If it was the time when she was just brought home, it would be fine if she washed, but now that Bai Chongqing was so big, it was naturally inappropriate. After all, what's the saying? A child is too big to avoid his mother. No, people and demons have different paths? Not right either, anyway, that's what it means. Jiang Jiyu went out, and Bai Chongqing also entered the bathroom, turning on the shower head to rinse off the layer of mucus on his body. Finished. Din Qian was sitting in front of his desk, seemingly looking through some document, but the worry in the bottom of his eyes showed that his mind wasn't on the document at all. Honestly, he was truly afraid that Bai Chongqing wouldn't be able to withstand the pain of this blood boiling, and several times he wanted to go in, but held back. But luckily, the sound had finally stopped now, and Jiang Jiyu had come out. Seeing Din Qian ask a question, Jiang Jiyu nodded. Although the process was a bit painful, it's good to know that everything is still going well. It's just that maybe this cultivation room, Jiang Jiyu still somewhat underestimated by Chongqing's destructive power in his agonized state. Within the alloy cast cultivation room, all of the furnishings and decorations were shattered beyond recognition at this moment. Even the spirit gathering formation engraved on the wall had been somewhat destroyed by Chongqing, losing the effect it should have had and requiring a lot of repair. However, Din Qian didn't have half a heartache when he heard this. He just waved his hand before saying, I rarely use it anyway, and it's all furnishings from years ago, so I had originally planned to redesign and decorate it, so I'll smash it if I smash it. When the time comes, I'll rehire someone to get a higher grade spirit gathering array. You can just come here after me to cultivate, and your speed can be increased by a cut. For ordinary students, the grade B spirit gathering array was already completely sufficient, and even now most freshmen were still using the grade C spirit gathering array. But for Jiang Jiyu, a grade A spirit gathering formation was just about right, and it was even just right before her second inner sea opened up. Now that the second inner sea had been opened up, the amount of spiritual qi she was able to absorb daily had directly increased exponentially, and the grade A cultivation room was vaguely unable to keep up with her cultivation needs. However, this was already the highest grade of spirit gathering array for students in Shuemu, and if the grade was any higher, it would be necessary to ask a formation master to personally customize it. At that time, the cost of a single spirit gathering formation might require tens of millions of dollars. Jiang Jiyu had been hesitant to get one for herself before when she didn't have a lot of funds on hand, but now that she heard what Din Qian meant, it seemed like she didn't need to toss it herself. As for whether Jiang Jiyu staying in his cultivation room for a long period of time would attract criticism, it wasn't as if Din Qian hadn't considered it. If necessary, he could actually move out. Well, all for the sake of Jiang Jiyu's growth. Jiang Jiyu was obviously unaware that Din Qian had already considered so much, and had even thought of a countermeasure. After chatting with Din Qian about the subsequent direction of Bai Chongqing's cultivation, he took out that fierce beast diagram again. Little Bai said that he can't use it, so this fierce beast diagram, I might also have to ask for teachers' help to sell it again. Din Qian didn't have much of an opinion, this type of thing, there was no lack of market at all, even if he couldn't sell it, there was nothing wrong with him keeping it for his own collection. He had the intention to ask Bai Chongqing why he refused, but at that moment, he heard the phone ringing. Hello? Which one? Din Qian closed the file in his hand and picked up the phone. Din Qian. This is Xiao Li from South Gate. What is it? This security guard he recognized. Previously, during the Global Collegiate Martial Arts Competition, there was a security guard at the South Gate who had made a mistake, causing an influx of people in the middle of Suemu that was enough to cause a stampede crisis. Afterwards, Din Ji didn't go back on his word and let that security guard go that day. Now this security guard, or he personally from his own company transferred over, people honest, not much to say. The security guard didn't sell the story, and directly cut to the chase. It's like this, Dean. The South Gate had a little girl come in this morning, saying she wanted to see Xian Frost and Zhongxing students. I didn't let her in, but I still helped contact the Xian Frost duo. However, after the Xian Frost duo arrived, they said that the matter would have to be dealt with by classmate Jiang Jiyu. They called student Jiang, but she didn't answer. Didn't you explain before that you should be informed of anything regarding Jiang Jiyu? That's why I made the call. got to Jiang Jiu to come forward? Jiang Jiu glanced down at the bracelet, only to realize that there were really a few missed calls from the Xinxiang duo on it, thinking that the noise that Bai Changsheng had just made was too loud and had covered the sound. However, Jiang Jiu didn't call back, but instead took Bai Changsheng, who had just come out of the bathroom, and left the Haoqi building after saying goodbye to Dean Qian, all the way to the south gate of Shui Mu. Seeing a thin girl figure from afar, Jiang Jiu's brows immediately furrowed, and a bad premonition instantly surged into her heart. Chapter 152. Kill one and leave one behind. Jiu, you're here? Xian Shuang turned around and saw Jiang Jiu, who was walking this way. Jiang Jiu nodded, before returning his gaze to the thin young girl. Zhao Mu Shui. Jiang Jiu frowned slightly and opened his mouth to speak out. The young girl turned around and met Jiang Jiu's gaze. It had only been more than a month since the two of them had last met, but at this moment, Zhao Mu Shui had lost more than a circle of weight compared to her previous appearance in the tavern, and it could be clearly seen that there was a faint bruise mark hanging on her face. Although it had almost faded, but with Jiang Jiu's eyesight, she could naturally see it at a glance. There was another point that made her feel puzzled. At this moment, although the capital was already past its hottest time, the midday temperature still remained around 30 degrees, but Zhao Mushui was wearing a turtleneck sweater, wrapping herself up tightly. Sister Jiang. Seeing Jiang Jiu, Zhao Mushui's face was finally flooded with a smile, but this smile, however, was as if it had tugged at something, causing the corners of her mouth not to lightly twitch twice, looking rather forced. You came alone? Looking for me for something? Zhao Mushui nodded, before handing over the small altar in her arms towards Jiang Jiu. I came over this time to deliver an altar of tender green leaves to Sister Jiang. I hope you don't mind, Sister Jiang. If one remembered correctly, the martial town where Zhao Mushui was located was afraid to be a full 2,000 kilometers from the capital, and to go to such great lengths to make a trip just to deliver an altar of tender green leaves? Not to mention Jiang Jiu, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing didn't believe it either. However, Jiang Jiu didn't delve deeper into this matter, and just took Zhao Mushui's hand after receiving the jar of tender green leaves. Go sit in my dormitory. Zhao Mushui didn't struggle. She just silently followed Jiang Jiu inside, accompanied by Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing. Along the way, no one spoke again, until they entered the dormitory. Only then did Jiang Jiu look at Zhao Mushui and ask out loud, Tell me, after such a long distance, you came to find me, what exactly is it for? Just now, after all, it was in public, there were many students coming and going, so Jiang Jiu was not in a good position to ask too much, but now they were the only ones in the dormitory, and they were all the ones that they had met in the tavern before, so if there was really something going on, the little girl should have opened her mouth this time as well. Unsurprisingly, after hearing Jiang Jiu's words, Zhao Mushui's eyes immediately turned red and tears began to well up. It was only 2 seconds later, but she forced out a smile and shook her head against the tears that filled her eyes. It's nothing. I just came to the capital to find Sister Jiang to say thank you. What can there be? This girl, did no one ever tell her that her acting skills are poor? Jiang Jiu just looked at Zhao Mushui quietly before slowly speaking. From the last time we met, it's not hard to see how much you relied on your grandfather. You shouldn't have left your grandfather since you were a child, right? But this time, you left that martial artist town and traveled alone to the capital, to Waterwood. Where is your grandfather? He was relieved to let you travel so far alone. A little girl was always just a little girl. Originally, she was just holding back her emotions, but at this moment, when she heard Jiang Jiu mention her grandfather, her emotions immediately collapsed, and her tears directly gushed out. Grandpa! Grandpa he! Dead! Hearing the last two words, Jiang Jiu's brows instantly furrowed, and the two of them, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing, looked at each other and simultaneously uttered a name, Wang Mang. The two of them were also witnesses and participants in what happened in the martial arts town that day, and it wasn't difficult to connect it all to that dean of the Magic City Martial Arts University. How did you die? Speak clearly. Jiang Jiu's face was a bit icy, but his voice was calm. 2 weeks ago at night, 2 people came to the store. It was already closed late at night, and Grandpa wasn't going to open the door anymore, but those 2 people kept knocking on the door as if they were drunk. In the end, there was no other way. Grandpa told me to stay upstairs, and he went down alone to open the door. Zhao Mushui's voice had a few hints of sobbing in it, but more than that, it was fear. This situation has happened before, but this time is different. Grandpa didn't go down for long before the sound of smashing rang out. I was woken up and went out of my room to see two men dressed in black on the first floor fighting with Grandpa. They had knives and I was terrified. Those two men saw me and one of them rushed towards me with a knife in his hand and Grandpa told me to run. Underneath the fearful voice was Zhao Mushua's hands gesticulating something haphazardly. I hid in the wine cellar that Grandpa had dug up, and Grandpa said that if anything happened, he told me to hide in there and lock the door from the inside. I heard someone slamming the door, and I was so scared I didn't dare go out at all. Those two men stayed outside the cellar for a long, long time before they stopped making noise. But I didn't dare go out. I was afraid they were still waiting for me outside. It wasn't until the neighbors' voices sounded outside that I dared to come out. But Grandpa, Zhao Mushue cried her heart out. In the end, she was just a minor little girl. Watching her dependent grandfather die in front of her with her own eyes. For her to be able to hold out until now was already tough-minded. Do you know what kind of person did this? Jiang Zhiyu's voice was still calm. But at this moment, within the calmness, there was a strong killing intent. I don't know. They're all masked. Zhao Mushue trembled and shook her head frantically. Exion Frost looked at her like this and only felt his heart being viciously seized, reaching out to gather her into his arms. In fact, without Zhao Mushue saying it, Jiang Zhi had already guessed who it was. Who else could have such hatred with this old and young, except Wang Mang? 2 weeks ago, that was when the Global College Martial Arts competition was held. This was a calculation that she didn't have the energy to pay attention to this old man and young man, so she chose to do it at this time, right? Killing one and leaving one behind, one old and one young, only Zhao Mushue survived. Perhaps Wang Mang felt that this kind of revenge would be more of a relief for him. It's not hard to imagine that for the rest of his life, Zhao Mushue couldn't get rid of the fear of watching his grandfather being killed. It was just that he shouldn't have expected that Zhao Mushue would come to the capital and find her. I don't dare to continue staying there. I'm afraid that those two people will find their way back. I, Zhao Mushue's mouth said, and her tears never stopped. I don't have Grandpa anymore. I don't know where I should go. Grandpa said that you are a good person, Sister Jiang. He also said he wanted to bring me to the capital to thank you. Listening to Zhao Mushue's words, Jiang Zhiyu's eyes fell on the altar of tender green leaves. For some reason, she felt that this small altar of wine weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Chapter 153 Express from Town 033. Zhiyu, the surveillance you asked for was not found. It's already been destroyed in advance. Inside Dean Qian's office, Jiang Zhiyu didn't look half surprised on her face when she heard the words. If the other party dared to do this, there were some issues that would definitely be taken into consideration. At least it was impossible to leave such direct evidence. The reason why she had come to find Dean Qian was just a matter of chance. However, 100 meters away from that tavern, there was a surveillance that was kept. Dean Qian handed a tablet to Jiang Zhiyu, clicking on it and playing a video. The video wasn't long, only 17 seconds. And in these 17 seconds of video, Jiang Zhiyu saw 2 flashes of light. Blade mantle. To be able to catalyze a blade mantle, one's chi and blood must have reached a certain level. At least all of them were at the level of a martial general, and one had to have learned and practiced Earth-grade martial skills to a certain degree to be able to strike them. Martial general, Earth-grade martial skills. These 2 points alone determined that the 2 people who had broken into the tavern that day couldn't possibly be any ordinary martial artists. Moreover, if what Zhao Mushue said was true, those 2 people's goal was extremely clear. They were running towards her grandfather. Destroying surveillance, killing people, and then fleeing. There wasn't even a single witness from start to finish. In this way, wanting to find these 2 people, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. On top of that, the fatal wound was at the neck. A knife cut off the neck, the body and head separated. Until now, the dead man's head has not been found. Jiang Zhiyu sniffed, only slowly closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Ruthless. Wang Mang was even more ruthless than she had imagined. Even in ancient times, when seeking revenge, they still pay attention to the death of a person. Leaving a whole body, Wang Mang wants Zhao Mushue's grandfather to die in peace. This case has a bad impact, and it involves a martial arts fight. The martial arts townside has applied for an official investigator to go over. It's just that so far, no results have been reached. The scene has not been preserved as any evidence. I'm afraid it's hard to track down the murderer just by relying on this video. It's not even certain whether the perpetrator returned to the city or entered the wasteland. Dean Qian's voice also carried a bit of helplessness in it. With his experience, how could he not see the foul play in this? But there were some things that spoke of evidence. Looking at Jiang Zhiyu's expression like this, Dean Qian paused, but still didn't hold back from speaking. Zhiyu, this matter has a bad impact, and the fact that the officials have filed a case proves that they will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. What you should do most right now is to cultivate well and not be affected by these things. Do you understand what I mean? After spending so much time together, Dean Qian was well aware of Jiang Zhiyu's nature, understanding the big picture, knowing how to advance and retreat, while still having his own persistence and principles. Originally, there was no need for him to say any of these words, but the way Jiang Zhiyu said nothing, it was obvious that she was still calculating this matter in her heart. I'll put pressure on that side to give the results of the investigation as soon as possible, but before the results of the investigation come out, everything is just speculation and can't be taken as true. Jiang Zhiyu raised her eyes to look at Dean Qian, and then gave a hmm. Her face remained calm, as if all of Dean Qian's worries just now were superfluous. That little girl is still in my dormitory. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Jiang Zhiyu got up and silently walked out of the office after bowing slightly towards Dean Qian. And as Dean Qian looked at the office door that had been closed, he couldn't help but swear angrily in a low voice. Jiang Zhiyu was able to guess who did this, and naturally he was also able to guess, and it was precisely because he had guessed that Dean Qian was so infuriated. At least he was the dean of the Magic City Martial Arts University, so he had to focus on this bit of revenge. Before all give lessons, how the hell do not long remember it. The king of hell is good to see. The little ghost is difficult to deal with. The dean of the Magic City University of Martial Arts, how are not a little kid, but this guy let him have a kind of not half a brain, even the most basic amount of thinking is not the feeling. Can't you just be a good dean? You have to make trouble, right? Qian Dean would like to call the phone over to scold a few words, but he held back. More than one thing is better than one thing. As long as you can let everything back on track, then this gas suffered also suffered. Just let the money Dean some unexpected is. He wanted to let this matter pass smoothly, but some people do not want. That night, a courier was delivered to Jiang Zhiyu. What is this? Jiang Zhiyu looked at the box in front of her and frowned slightly. It says Fey Beast Materials on it, but it's being sent from Marshalltown 033, so you need to sign for it yourself. The courier handed the box in his hand to Jiang Zhiyu, passing along a pen. Jiang Zhiyu took it, and after writing his name on it, he let the courier tear that face sheet down. To be honest, I'm also quite curious. Who would send Fey materials to the capital by courier? With this effort, you might as well sell them locally. The courier boy mouthed the words and moved over to this side again. Just the moment the cardboard box was cut open by Jiang Zhiyu's tape, a foul odor immediately came. Jiang Zhiyu seemed to have guessed what was inside, and directly opened the box completely. Vomit! After the courier boy saw what was inside, he only felt his throat constrict and immediately vomited. One time of curiosity was directly exchanged for a lifetime of shadows. As for Jiang Zhiyu, she looked at what was inside and frowned. Although it had already started to rot, she still recognized it. The body and head were separated. The head was never found. So, it was couriered to me? Turning her head to look at the courier boy next to her, who had already vomited until he couldn't stop, she recovered the box back up before reaching out and taking the face sheet in the other's hand. Sender. Duan Hongtao. Duan Hongtao. Looking at the sender's name on it, Jiang Zhiyu momentarily didn't know how to describe her mood at the moment. Wang Mang's narrow-mindedness she had long known, just did not expect, actually narrow-minded to such a degree. The key lies in that he can obviously pretend that this matter has nothing to do with him, and when this matter passes, there is no evidence of the matter, no one can help him half a point. But this guy, on the contrary, wanted to send this thing to her hands, using or Duan Hongtao this name. Obviously, it wasn't just Zhao Mu Shui and her grandfather that he held a grudge against, but also Jiang Zhiyu. This was pretending to be too lazy to pretend, and had to jump on his face to provoke a wave? Or was there another meaning behind what he was doing? Jiang Zhiyu just stood in place, pondering what Wang Mang did in the end figure, but she could not figure it out until the courier boy reported to the police. The police arrived. Jiang Zhiyu did not figure it out, until finally it was Bai Chongqing who gave her an answer. This guy, either pure brainwashed, think we can't help him half a point, have to jump face to provoke. Either that, or he's doing it on purpose, wanting to provoke you and lure you out of Suemu. I'm more inclined towards the former. Chapter 154, Entering the Devil's Capital Alone. Wang Mang's strength and status were not low. After all, he was a martial marquis level existence, and at the same time, He was the dean of the Devil's Capital Martial University Chi Blood Academy. For him, just packing up an old man and a young man, wanting to conceal his own form was not a difficult task at all. But there were some things that depended on who one was comparing oneself to. In the case that Dean Qian clearly stated that Zhang Jiu was his student and was protective enough, Wang Mang coming back to look for Zhang Jiu's trouble would be a purely self-inflicted pain in the ass. Especially the courier with Duan Hongtao's name to Zhang Jiu. Dean Qian also had the feeling of being treated like a little cutie when he found out about this. The feeling of being teased. I will give you an explanation for this matter. Tomorrow, I'll make a trip to the magic capital Wudu University and ask him face to face what Wang Meng really wants. Returning to Waterwood's car, Dean Qian's face was really a bit ugly. Sending a part of a corpse to the Waterwood campus? This was not only looking for Zhang Jiu's trouble, but also his Waterwood's trouble. It had been a long time since anyone dared to be so arrogant in front of him. No, this was no longer as simple as arrogance. This was slapping his face. Unlike Dean Qian, who had a gloomy face, Zhang Jiu looked extremely calm. It was as if she wasn't the one who received that courier, and she wasn't the one who was targeted by Wang Meng. No need, teacher. Since the courier was able to be delivered to Shui Mu, it proves that he is not at all afraid of us using this as a reason to lash out. Zhang Jiu shook his head. Even if we find him at the door and he bites out that this matter has nothing to do with him, how are we supposed to end it? To bring down the dean of a top-tier martial arts university, relying on something that has no actual evidence can be far from enough. Dean Qian fell silent and turned his head to look at Zhang Jiu, only to realize that this student was far calmer than he had imagined. Just now, when he said that he would help Zhang Jiu make a trip to the Magic City Wushu University tomorrow, there might have been a reason for him to be annoyed with Wang Mang's approach, but it was more for the sake of stabilizing Zhang Jiu so that she wouldn't be impulsive. But now it seemed that Zhang Jiu didn't need him to be relieved, and even, she might have already figured out how to resolve this matter. What do you want to do? Dean Qian turned his head to look at Zhang Jiu, slightly curious. Is there anything I can help you with? Zhang Jiu shook his head. If teacher makes a move, the target is too big. No matter how stupid Wang Mang is, he won't do anything under teacher's nose. So there's no way for you to participate in this matter. Not only is there no way you can participate, but you also have to stay far away from me. Stay away from me? Hearing Zhang Jiu's words, Dean Qian was really a little confused as to what exactly she was thinking. However, listening to this meaning, Zhang Jiu wanted to use her body as bait to lure Wang Mang into making a mistake? But the problem is, although Zhang Jiu has unlimited talent, but it is only the strength of a low-level general. On the contrary, Wang Mang has long entered the Marquis of Martial Arts for more than 10 years. On the hard power, Zhang Jiu is simply impossible to be Wang Mang's opponent. The body as bait, Zhang Jiu is not afraid to plant themselves in. Dean Qian also wanted to ask a few questions, but Zhang Jiu has closed his eyes, so he had to give up. After spending most of the night in the police station, it was already early in the morning when he came back. However, the dormitory was still brightly lit, and it was only when I pushed the door in that I realized that Xan Shuang hadn't left yet, and Zhao Mushua didn't have the intention of going to sleep either. This girl is very stubborn. If you don't come, she won't sleep. Xan Frost was more or less helpless, but more than that, she was heartbroken. Zhang Jiu inclined her head to look at Zhao Mushua, who was shrinking on the sofa, nodded, and told Xan Frost to go back to rest first. Zhao Mushua already knew about the express delivery. The little girl's original mood that had hardly calmed down was now stepping on top of the edge of collapse. However, Zhang Jiu didn't say anything long to comfort Zhao Mushua. She just rested her right hand on the top of her head and calmed her with her spiritual power. Go to sleep. Once you wake up, all of this will be over. Early the next morning, Zhang Jiu boarded the intercity train from the capital to the Magic City. Without telling anyone, she just sent a message to Xan Frost, asking her to help look after Zhao Mushua. She had something to go out for. By the time Xan Frost saw this message and found Dean Qian, Zhang Jiu had already left for 2 hours. This girl, yesterday I was praising her for being able to keep her composure, and today she's pulling this whole stunt on me. Dean Qian glanced at the message and instantly guessed what Zhang Jiu wanted to do. He got up and headed towards the door, but after the office door was opened halfway, his movement stalled again. Last night, Zhang Jiu's words seemed to ring in his ears again. Frowning tightly and forcibly suppressing the urge in his heart to go directly to Mordor, Dean Qian sat back down in front of his desk. Zhang Jiu is not the kind of person who is impulsive. If she dares to do this, she must have her own considerations. But the problem was, that Wang Mang was a martial marquis, and it is also a long-established martial marquis. If you want to fight an eagle, be prepared to be pecked by an eagle, with the strength of a general to set a trap against the marquis. If there is even the slightest mistake, the end result could be the complete disappearance of Zhang Jiyu. This girl, how on earth did she dare? Dean Qian only felt like an ant on a hot pan at the moment, wanting to do something, but seemingly unable to do anything. Thoughts turn, but as if suddenly thought of something general, eyes bright, pick up the table landline, dial the phone out. At this moment, Zhang Jiyu was alone. After coming out from the station, he stopped a cab. Master, go to Magic City Wudu University. Little girl, you're a student of Mordu Wudu University, right? Not bad. Not bad. So young to be a student of the Magic City Martial Arts University. Your future achievements are unlimited. The driver of the car is a local of Mordor, quite talkative, even if Zhang Jiyu did not respond to him. But the other party was able to chat incessantly. Those who can get into the Magic City Martial Arts University are all geniuses. That kid of mine, he's going to take the exam next year as well. By then, if he can get into the Magic City Martial Arts University, I'll be thanking God. It could be heard that this driver held the Magic City Martial Arts University in the highest esteem. Thinking about it, as the top martial arts university in the entire Heavenly Kingdom other than Shui Mu, I'm afraid that the weight occupied by Mordor Martial Arts University in the hearts of the locals is not much lighter than Shui Mu. If it was before, when she heard these words, Zhang Jiyu might have responded with a few words. But now, she had no interest in it at all. Half an hour later, the cab stopped at the entrance of the Magic City Martial Arts Gate. Looking at Zhang Jiyu, who got out of the car and walked in without saying a word. I don't know why, but the driver of the Magic City always felt that there was something wrong. Wait, this girl, he seemed to have seen her somewhere? The driver master uncertainly inclined his head to look at Zhang Jiyu's back again, until after Bai Chongqing's figure suddenly appeared beside her. He suddenly realized. So it's her. No, isn't she from Shui Mu? What's she doing here at Magic City Wudu University? Wait! Book that! As far as the eye could see, Bai Chongqing had already begun to condense the fireball, and then under the driver's gaze, he smashed it towards the door of the Magic City Martial University. Chapter 155, Kicking a School. Boom! The fireball crashed on top of a virtual barrier and did not cause any substantial damage to the gate. As one of the top martial arts colleges in the Celestial Dynasty, the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University wasn't as exaggerated as Shui Mu's underpinnings, but it wasn't something that could be damaged by just anything. What's more, Bai Chongqing hadn't used his full strength in this fireball shot itself. Jiyu, is it really okay to do this? Bai Chongqing looked at the crowd that had already gathered towards this side, and was more or less still a little weak. Coming up and smashing the door, this was no longer as simple as asking for an argument. I'm afraid that after today, both he and Zhang Jiyu would be included in the blacklist of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University. No, it's not certain if you can leave peacefully. Don't mention the future first. The cab driver who had just pulled Zhang Jiyu over looked at the two of them in this kind of action, fearing that someone would notice him, and ran away with a kick of the gas. How could he dare to stay and watch the fun? Zhang Jiyu didn't reply to Bai Chongqing's words. He just summoned his alloy lance and stabbed it into the floor tiles in front of him. Shui Mu Zhang Jiyu, invited by Dean Wang Mang, here to exchange and learn. With one sentence, it directly filled everyone's curiosity, especially those students who had originally gathered around, wanting to see who was so bold as to dare bombard the gates of the Magic City Martial Arts University. After taking a good look at Zhang Jiyu and Bai Chongqing, each of them had an indescribably strange look on their faces. If one were to say who the most popular martial artists in the entire Heavenly Kingdom were in the recent month, it would definitely be Zhang Jiyu and Bai Chongqing. Without mentioning anything else, just a copy of the results of the Global Collegiate Martial Arts Competition was enough to make everyone look sideways. With the simultaneous global live broadcast, Bai Chongqing had saved the last face of the Celestial Dynasty, and had even shouted out the words that had sparked a hot debate across the internet. A topic had even appeared on the forums of the Magic City Wushu University earlier. Why can't Magic City Wushu University produce Zhang Jiyu? Although the topic only appeared for less than 2 hours before it was deleted by the teacher, there were not a few people who saw it. There were also people who suggested that the principal personally go and poach Zhang Jiyu from Shui Mu. No matter what, at least in the 10 days or so between the finals and now, Zhang Jiyu and Bai Chongqing's topic level was sort of pulled full circle. It was just that what they hadn't expected was that Zhang Jiyu and Bai Chongqing had really come to Mordor Wudu University, under the name of exchange and study. But the problem is, this posture, how is not like to come to exchange learning, but more like to smash the scene. Some people want to go forward to inquire about what happened, but after meeting Jiang Zhiyu's cool face, they subconsciously beat their feet. Jiang Zhiyu also did not have the slightest intention to be polite. After this sentence was finished, he pulled out his spear and stepped towards the inside. If it were normal, the security guards of the Magic City Martial Arts University would have already gone up to stop them, or at least block the other party's footsteps first. But the problem was that the one who was going to enter was Jiang Zhiyu, and he was invited by the dean to come to exchange and study. Who dares to stop? If true, back to the dean accountability down, they still want to do. It is also because of this, at this moment, the entrance of the Magic City Martial Arts University, there is an extremely bizarre scene. Understand that Bai Chongqing just blasted a fireball towards the gate of the Magic City Martial Arts University, but the more than 10 people on the sidelines at this moment, no one dared to go forward to stop. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree, and everyone is afraid of an eventuality. Even after stepping inside the campus of the Magic City Martial Arts University, Bai Chongqing was somewhat incredulous. No, what are all these people from Magic City Martial University doing? This can let us in. Looking around at the Magic City Martial University students with curious faces, but none of them dared to step forward, Bai Chongqing couldn't help but be happy. Others didn't know what Jiang Zhiyu wanted to do, but he was naturally clear. This trip to the Magic City Martial Arts University, Jiang Zhiyu was here to smash the scene, and it was also considered a response to the courier that Wang Mang had sent to Shui Mu. We are not all barefoot. You Wang Mang can find water wood? Why can't we find you? Compared to Wang Mang that move more or less with a little disgusting meaning, Jiang Zhi fish this time, purely riding face mockery. Wang Mang in the face of so many students, but also cannot say anything, do anything, can only eat this loss. The only question was whether he and Jiang Zhiyu alone could do what they had envisioned before. As Jiang Zhiyu and Bai Chongqing in the Magic Capital Martial Arts University campus continued to travel, seeing them more and more students, originally followed by only a dozen or so, want to see the crowd of students. At the moment the crows have actually exceeded 100 people. Everyone is very curious. Jiang Zhiyu suddenly came to the Magic City University of Martial Arts is what to do. And among the crowd, a teenager looked at the back of Jiang Zhiyu in front. The bottom of the eyes cannot hide the excitement and doubt. Zhiyu! The teenager's voice rang out, thumping footsteps came. Bai Chongqing subconsciously turned around to look into his eyes only to feel that this person is somewhat familiar, but suddenly somewhat unable to recall. How did you suddenly come to Magic City Wudu University? Before my roommate said that you came, I still don't believe it. I didn't think it was really you. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar face, even Jiang Zhiyu brought a few moments of doubt under her eyes. Huang Xiaotian? No wonder Bai Chongqing and Jiang Zhiyu didn't recognize it at first. The truth was that after the yellow hair on top of this guy's head was shaved, his image changed drastically, leaving him with a small flat head and his skin darkened by several degrees. With such an image, there was a huge difference from the arrogant yellow-haired young man who had acted so arrogantly before. But didn't this guy get a special enrollment slot in Zhangbei Martial Arts University? Why would he appear in Magic City Martial Arts University? Hee. It's me. I didn't expect you to recognize me after so long. Raising his hand and scratching his head, Huang Xiaotian had a naive demeanor that caused Bai Chongqing at the side to roll his eyes. How long has it been since he graduated from his senior year of high school? Isn't it normal that he hasn't forgotten? Can this also be self-motivated? By the way, what are you doing here at Magic City Martial Arts University? Huang Xiaotian took the initiative to come up to him, the rest of his eyes noticing the envious gazes cast by those in the distance, still more or less self-satisfied inside. It didn't matter if he still had any hope, at least out of so many people. He was the only one who could strike up a conversation with Jiang Zhiyu, and that was enough. Is there anything I can help with? Huang Xiaotian asked completely subconsciously, wanting to stay beside Jiang Zhiyu for a little while longer, only to have Bai Chongqing answer back in passing. There's really something I want you to do a favor for. The martial arts stage of the Magic City Martial Arts University. Do you know where it is? Martial arts stage? No, you guys come with me. Huang Xiaotian waved his hand, and immediately led the way in the front. Halfway still want to talk to Jiang Zhiyu about her recent situation and so on. But this time, Jiang Zhiyu did not say a word back. Perhaps it was because he had experienced this kind of situation so many times before. Huang Xiaotian wasn't frustrated either, and continued to talk to himself until several minutes later, when his footsteps lurched and he pointed to the alloy martial arts stage in the distance. Here, that one is it. By the way, What are you guys looking for the martial arts stage for? Huang Xiaotian couldn't help but ask one more question as he watched Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng already walking towards the stage. Not doing anything, kicking a school. Chapter 156 I'll slap your heroism away. Kick a school? Huang Xiaotian was stunned. He recognized all three of these words, but why was it somewhat incomprehensible to him when they were linked together? Soon enough, however, Huang Xiaotian got his answer. Jiang Jiyu took a step onto the martial arts stage, while her alloy lance was crossed and she turned to look at the 100 or so people who had come after her. Mizuki Jiang Jiyu, invited by the dean of the Magic City Martial University, Wang Mang, has specially come to set up the ring. All current students of the Devil's Capital Martial University's Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy are welcome to take the stage. Jiang Jiyu's 3 sentences were clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Visible to the naked eye, the faces of all those who heard Jiang Jiyu's words stagnated at the same time. Especially Huang Xiaotian. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times, having the feeling that he could neither enter nor retreat. Jiang Jiyu's attitude, this tone, where is he coming to exchange and study? This is not purely running to smash his Magic City Martial Arts University signboard to come. A freshman of Shui Mu, only enrolled for a long time, came up to directly challenge all the students of the Qi Blood Martial Arts Academy of the Magic City Martial Arts University. Regardless of the final result, at least from these words, it could be seen that Jiang Jiyu didn't put muda in his eyes at all. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid that the Magic City Martial Arts University would become a laughingstock from now on. This kind of thing, kicking a martial arts school, was not unheard of, but it was only limited to ordinary martial arts schools because kicking a martial arts school was tantamount to smashing other people's rice bowls. For a level of existence like the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, for one thing, no one dared to provoke it, and for another, there was no need for it. Not to mention whether or not they could get through, this move was like directly offending the Mordor Martial Arts University, as well as those behind the Mordor Martial Arts University to death. As one of the top martial arts universities in the Heavenly Dynasty, the depth of even less than the water and wood, but also absolutely not bad, at least the existence of the level of the King of Martial Arts. So many years down the road, the Magic City Martial Arts University has also produced a lot, and even the level of the existence of the King of Martial Arts, the same, and the Magic City Martial Arts University and the intersection of the depth of the. No one will do anything that is not pleasing to the eye as long as they are not stupid. But today, Jiang Jiyu seemed to have come specifically to challenge their perceptions. She had really spoken these words in front of so many people, and the challenge was still for all the students from freshmen to seniors. For a time, the crowd was instantly in an uproar. Jiyu, you're joking, right? Stop joking and hurry down. Huang Xiaotian obviously knew what Jiang Jiyu's words represented behind them, and was also well aware of what Jiang Jiyu would incur if he continued to stand on the martial arts stage. However, in front of so many classmates, he was not in a position to tell Jiang Jiyu explicitly, and could only remind her in a low voice. There are quite a number of senior brothers and sisters who have already touched the Qi and blood threshold of senior martial generals. Although your spirit beast Qi blood is high and your battle power is fierce, it's impossible for you to be a match for the senior year gang. Hurry up and come down, or I won't be able to protect you either. It was obvious that Huang Xiaotian was truly worried about Jiang Jiyu, but he might have somewhat overestimated his strength and face. In high school, with Huang Xiaotian's family history and talent, he was indeed able to get many people to sell him face, but the problem was that this was the Magic City Wudu University. With his talent here, he was just a bottom-of-the-barrel existence, so naturally, no one would give him face, and Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changxing had no intention of stepping down at all. What do you mean? Is this a kick? I admit that it's impressive that you just got the #1 spot in the world, but don't forget that the ones who are fighting with you for this #1 spot are all freshmen. Although my Magic City Martial Arts University is not as good as you, Shui Mu, but at least it's also the top martial arts university in the Heavenly Kingdom. If you're doing this, it's a bit too much to look down on my Magic City Martial Arts University, isn't it? Thanks to me supporting you so much before, but you turned around and hit me? Don't say Jiang Jiyu and her spirit beast's strength growth is indeed fast enough. If you give her another year, it's hard to say whether she can make it or not, but now, freshmen challenge senior students? This is so arrogant that she doesn't even know her own last name, right? Isn't there some kind of misunderstanding in the middle? Why did Jiang Jiyu suddenly come here to kick the competition? She said she was invited by Dean Wang Mang to come over. Where's Dean Wang Mang? Shouldn't this kind of thing be with Dean Wang Mang? In the midst of the noisy chatter, Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changxing looked as normal, without any hint of timidity. On the contrary, it was Huang Xiaotian, whose small face that still appeared to be tanned, had now turned deathly white. Glancing back at the crowd behind him that was already heading this way, only anxiety remained. On one side was the girl he had been pursuing for 3 years without success, and on the other side were his classmates and senior siblings that he would be facing for the next 4 years. A word of caution: if you don't want to be ostracized and targeted in the future, hurry up and stay away. At least he was an acquaintance, and the other party had helped lead the way, so Bai Chongsheng opened his mouth and said. But who knows? When Huang Xiaotian heard these words, he seemed to have made up his mind about something, nodding heavily towards Jiang Jiyu before turning around to meet the gang. With a smile on his dark face, he opened his mouth and was just about to say something when he was slapped aside. Hide away! Don't get in the way! Huang Xiaotian was obviously blindsided by this slap, and the courage to heroically save a beautiful woman that he had originally gathered with great difficulty was directly dispersed at this moment. Obviously, no matter what choice he made, he was just a rookie whose own chi blood wasn't even a first grade. Even if he summoned his fire mane-swallowing flame lion, it wouldn't be enough for this gang to slap him. Then they saw this group of people standing under the martial arts stage, constantly resisting and rebuking Jiang Jiyu's behavior, but none of them dared to actually go up to the stage to face the battle. Such an attitude and the way they had just treated Huang Xiaotian were two completely different concepts. Was the gap between him and Jiang Jiyu already this big? Huang Xiaotian couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance as he looked at the scene in front of him. While facing the simultaneous siege of so many people, Jiang Jiyu didn't have any expression fluctuation on his face, still standing quietly on the stage with his gun, while Bai Chongsheng was in a sleepy look, similarly not caring about the meaning of those insults. Finally, someone cannot help it, shouted I come, directly jumped on the martial arts stage. Just before the crowd could see who in the end was so brave and actually dared to ascend the stage, they saw a thick dragon's tail coming directly across. That person didn't even have time to report his name before he was directly whipped off the stage by Chongsheng's blow. Third-grade martial artist. More or less a bit unqualified. Bai Chongsheng's lazy voice rang out, and the crowd's faces couldn't help but change. No, he actually came for real? I've seen him fight, let alone a third-grade martial artist. Even an unusual low-level beast general would simply be no match for him. Not good. Quickly go to the cultivation room and invite the senior schoolmates. Chapter 157. 7th on the Heaven's remarkable ranking list. With Jiang Jiyu and Bai Chongsheng's current strength, there was no way for an unusual freshman or sophomore to last a single move in front of them. Even if these students, they were all the top batch of students in the Celestial Dynasty. In fact, it seems that everyone is the same age and even the starting point is not very different, but in just 2 or 3 months of enrollment, Jiang Jiyu and Bai Chongsheng's strength has already undergone a drastic change. For example, the fire mane-swallowing Inferno Lion that had once been taken as a target by Bai Chongsheng was still just a second-grade beast soldier. If Bai Chongsheng was willing, he would really be able to manage to swallow the other party whole in one bite. He hadn't thought about it that way before because the ones he came into contact with on a daily basis were either the Dean's Stream, or such seemingly inhuman existences as Silly Pillar and Gentle, or Jiang Jiyu, the reincarnation of the Emperor realm.